Zhong Hong, a carefree individual, unexpectedly finds himself transported to the Marvel Universe due to a car accident, where he discovers the ability to draw cards based on the emotions of living beings, drastically altering the very essence of the Marvel realm. During a fierce battle between Iron Man and Iron Monger, the legendary sword Excalibur cleaves through Iron Monger. In New Mexico, the site of Thor's arrival has already become the front line of a zombie invasion. Captain America encounters a monumental figure within his dreams, leading him to be ensnared by nostalgic visions. Meanwhile, a certain island nation has been razed to the ground due to the war between Asgard and demons. Across the cosmos, 4 great disasters wreak havoc, marking a significant transformation of the multiverse since Zhong Hong's arrival. Chapter 1. The Emotion Card System. In Queens, New York City, at 23 Prince Avenue, a young man with black hair and eyes awakens from a deep unconsciousness. Have I crossed over? Zhong Hong murmurs in disbelief as he gazes at his own intact hands. In his previous life, he was merely a factory worker with no family ties. An unexpected incident where he saved a child's father led to a tragic demise, as he watched his hands being torn apart by machinery. According to his memory, he should have been lying in a hospital bed, yet the presence of his hands and the surrounding environment indicate that he is in an entirely different world. Ugh, he groans, rubbing his still dizzy head as he manages to sit on the nearby sofa. The sight of scattered liquor bottles and unknown substances leads him to think that this unfortunate soul's life is far from pleasant. Ding! Host successfully awakened beginner's gift pack dispatched. As Zhong Hong ponders, a luminous screen gradually materializes in his mind. System name, Emotion Card System. Host, Zhong Hong. World, Marvel Universe, Earth 1008611 Film Universe Variant. Cards, none. Items, Beginner's Gift Pack Special. Emotion Points, 0. Usage Instructions. The host can expend emotion points to draw cards, fuse cards, deploy cards. Cards are categorized from 1 to 10 stars, corresponding to Ordinary, Extraordinary, Surface Level, Subfather, Father, Singular Universe, Multiverse, Hyperuniverse, Omnipotent Universe, and Transcendent levels. Marvel Universe. Zhong Hong's eyes widen in astonishment. He knows all too well that the Marvel Universe is notoriously unkind to ordinary individuals. The infinite wars instigated by the cosmic overlord Thanos, not to mention the havoc wrought by regular villains, often results in catastrophic losses. Now, it remains to be seen just how formidable this golden finger truly is. Open the beginner's gift pack. Given the perilous nature of the Marvel Universe, Zhong Hong decides to unveil his gift pack without delay. Beginner's gift pack unlocked. Congratulations, host has received 1 5-star card, 1 yellow-level treasure chest. Open the treasure chest, Zhong Hong remarks with a hint of exasperation. As he speaks, the screen reveals a vast cosmos, streaked with white lights reminiscent of the card-drawing interface from a game of his past. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 3-star card, 2 2-star cards, 2 1-star cards. 3-star card, Head of the Fallen Storm Dragon, a storm dragon from a Western fantasy realm, whose head was severed by a celestial being in a mishap. This dragon's head embodies the fury and power of the storm dragon can be fused. 2-star card, Proliferating Flesh, an evil creature from a bizarre world, resembling a slime soft, chewy, yet harboring malevolent intentions towards living beings can be fused. 2-star card, Blood of the Lava Demon, blood from a lava demon of an abyssal realm, capable of absorbing and storing energy, with highly infectious properties can be fused. 1-star card, 1 million legal US dollars, as the name implies. 1-star card, Luxury Clothing Store Dummy, as the name implies. Ding! Items eligible for fusion can be combined in the system panel to create stronger entities. This Zhong Hong feels a wave of relief wash over him as he examines the 5 cards. Although he has yet to see their specific benefits, he at least has a semblance of understanding. While the 1-star luxury dummy may be of little use, the allure of 1 million legal US dollars is undeniably enticing. Let me take a look at that 5-star card. 5-star card, Yellow Wind Great Sage. Hailing from the world of black myth, Wukong, the Yellow Wind Great Sage was originally a wise weasel at the foot of Ling Mountain. After stealing the pure oil from the Lioli lamp, he fled and later became the Demon King of Yellow Wind Ridge. Mastering formidable spells, he can summon the awe-inspiring 3 majestic winds that shake the 3 realms. Combat positioning, strong father level. Good heavens, what a jackpot! Zhong Hong exclaims, excitement bubbling within him. A 5-star card representing a father-level entity is exceedingly gratifying. The strength of a strong father level in the Marvel Cinematic Universe guarantees his safety. After all, Thanos, in his normal state, is merely a sub-father level, while a strong father level would likely equate to the likes of Dormammu or Odin. The host can fuse material cards on the system panel to obtain combat cards. The host may either wield the powers of the combat cards directly or summon them as independent entities. When not under the host's direct control, the cards possess their own will and will absolutely obey the host. Excellent, splendid, absolutely splendid. The corners of Zhong Hong's mouth can barely contain his joy. In his previous life, he harbored the heart of a jester, yet the unforgiving grip of reality had bent his spine. Now, with the system at his disposal, he can finally embrace the role of a jester, and doing so in the Marvel Universe adds an even more delightful twist. Let me ascertain my current situation. With that, Zhong Hong rises from the sofa, invigorated by the strength of the yellow-wind great sage. Feeling remarkably well, the dizziness from his awakening has vanished entirely. Tony Stark has been missing for 3 months? It seems we are in the time frame of Iron Man. Upon standing, Zhong Hong notices the newspaper on the floor. Thanks to the power of the yellow-wind great sage, he feels revitalized, shedding his former sickly appearance. System fuse. Upon realizing the timeline, Zhong Hong directs his command to the system. The system panel transforms into a grand furnace, surrounded by 3 cards and an interface reminiscent of an online game. According to the host's will, cards can be maneuvered into the furnace, with a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5. The more cards used, the greater the variety of characteristics. Cards with better compatibility yield stronger results. With a thought, the lava blood and proliferating flesh cards both enter the furnace. The head of the storm dragon, being a 3-star card, is quite valuable. The lava blood and proliferating flesh, both 2-star cards, are expendable. As the 2 cards enter the furnace, an endless divine flame erupts, transforming them into a liquid-like essence that intertwines and fuses into a new card. Fusion successful. 2-star fusion card, Blood Lava Demon. A formidable card born from the fusion of proliferating flesh and lava blood, possessing growth potential. It has 3 attributes: blood rebirth, lava manipulation, and blood seed. Combat positioning, strong extraordinary level. Blood rebirth. The Blood Lava Demon can rapidly recover from injuries and absorb flesh to strengthen itself. Lava manipulation. The Blood Lava Demon can generate large quantities of lava and wield it in battle. Blood seed. The Blood Lava Demon can produce blood seeds to transform lesser beings into demons with flesh and lava characteristics. And by consuming more blood seeds, the demon can also gain the ability to transform others into demons. Extraordinarily powerful, it seems to reach a level akin to that of Captain America, does it not? No, that cannot be right. Captain America is clearly not a viable consideration. This entity's expressiveness is far too enigmatic, capable of matching anyone evenly. It should be comparable to that of Spider-Man. It appears the newspapers have reported that Stark Industries will hold a press conference in a few days. Just wait until I prepare a grand entrance for Stark. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of that moment caused a smirk to break across Zhong Hong's lips, which he could no longer suppress. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Blood Demon. Snap, snap. At the iconic Stark Tower in New York, journalists from the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and BBC, among others, crowded together, their shoulders burdened with cameras of all sizes. The playboy Tony Stark, who had been missing for 3 months, held a press conference immediately upon disembarking from his flight. Although no one knew what he intended to announce, not a single news outlet wished to miss out on the event. What do you think Stark will say upon his return? Will he unveil more powerful weapons? Announce retaliation against terrorists? Oh, what he has to say is of little concern to us. Rather, we should focus on what we ought to inquire. As the journalists engaged in fervent debate, Tony strode directly into the hall, prompting a thunderous applause as cameras turned to him. In another corner, Agent Coulson approached Pepper Potts. Miss Potts. Yes. May I ask you a question? I do not participate in the QA, but the press conference is about to commence. I am not a journalist. I am Agent Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As he spoke, Coulson presented his business card to Pepper. Such a cumbersome name. Indeed, we are still in the process of refining it. The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all reached out to us. We are an independent agency with a more focused objective. We need to question Mr. Stark regarding the specifics of his escape. I will add it to the agenda, all right? Thank you. With that, both turned their attention back to the speaking Tony. A reporter inquired, Mr. Stark, what did you experience there? I gained a new perspective. I realized that I could contribute more to the world than merely creating explosions, Tony proclaimed as he approached the podium. Therefore, effective immediately, I shall cease the production of weapons at Stark International. Before Stark could finish his statement, the sound of an explosion outside captured everyone's attention. A massive fissure abruptly opened on the grass just beyond the window, erupting like a volcano and spewing forth torrents of molten lava. Roar! I have finally arrived in this vibrant realm. A deafening roar resonated throughout the Stark industrial complex. The live-streaming journalists instinctively aimed their cameras in that direction, while countless Stark shareholders watching the broadcast were also drawn to the scene and the sound. From the chasm emerged a colossal figure, resembling a demon from religious Lorraine. Intentional act by Zhong Hong, knowing that those who held religious beliefs would be stirred by the sight of the demon from their faith. Oh my goodness, is that a demon? This must be a punishment sent by the Lord. The onlookers were left in shock, and Stark shareholders glued their eyes to their screens. The demon stood over 3 meters tall, adorned with ram-like horns, hooves, a tail resembling a steel whip, and armor that flowed like molten lava. Upon landing, the blood demon seized an unfortunate soul and, with a mere squeeze, reduced him to a gruesome pulp, his blood and flesh slowly flowing toward the demon. This fresh blood and flesh are utterly delectable. I crave more. Bang, bang, bang. The blood demon's roar snapped Coulson and his shield agents back to reality as they frantically opened fire. However, the bullets proved utterly ineffective against the blood demon, failing to penetrate even the flowing lava-like armor. Foolish mortals. The blood demon conjured a whip made of molten rock in one hand and, with a swift flick, severed several agents in half. The survivors writhed on the ground, moaning in agony. This scene incited chaos among the press conference attendees, who screamed and shoved one another in a desperate attempt to flee. Even Tony found himself hurriedly ushered into a vehicle by Happy and Pepper. Good grief. What on earth is that thing? Director, we need backup. Coulson commanded his agents to hold off the blood demon, while urgently requesting reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. Oh, for goodness sake, what is that monstrosity? Nick Fury cursed as he watched the live feed. Dispatch nearby agents for immediate assistance. Fury's already stern face darkened further. Meanwhile, Coulson continued directing his agents to contain the blood demon, but the situation was dire. Stark Tower was located in a high-profile area, and if it were to be abandoned, Fury would face severe repercussions. Scatter quickly. As the blood demon prepared to strike again, Coulson's heart raced with fear, and he shouted to his subordinates. Yet still, agents fell, struck down, and left in pools of blood. Ha ha ha, weak humans. You are fit only to be my feast. Though reinforcements were gradually arriving, they were merely a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming threat posed by the blood demon. Agents lacked the heavy firepower necessary to contend with it, and even breach its defenses. However, the blood demon seemed in no hurry to annihilate them. Instead, it toyed with them as a cat might with a mouse. You shall pay dearly for this, you cursed beast, Coulson shouted in fury as he fired his weapon. Ha ha ha, I am the vanguard of my kind. You, pitiful humans, stand no chance against me. The blood demon laughed heartily as it wreaked havoc around it, dismissing the humans as insignificant. With 2 thunderous explosions, the blood demon's laughter abruptly ceased, and the entire area was engulfed in a shockwave. 2 fighter jets roared overhead, with helicopters rushing in from the distance. You insolent wretch! You dare to insult me so! The blood demon bellowed at the swiftly maneuvering jets, yet found itself powerless against such agile targets. After the jets unleashed their air-to-ground missiles, a breach appeared in the demon's molten armor, revealing its underlying orange skin. However, as the lava flowed, the armor miraculously regenerated. Coulson let out a sigh of relief, then urged his agents to retreat swiftly while the blood demon was preoccupied with the aircraft. In dire circumstances, it was prudent to withdraw, and Coulson led his team to a position where they could observe the unfolding chaos while remaining ready to escape. Director, I'm already waiting here. Well done, Agent Coulson. Once the military has dealt with that creature, you can proceed to collect samples of its biological material. On the other end, Nick Fury also breathed a sigh of relief, his complexion lightening slightly as his tone softened. Chapter 3. Harvest. In the hushed conspiracies of Coulson and Nick Fury, the American military forces had officially engaged the Blood Fiend. The incoming American ground troops formed a defensive line along the streets, while heavy artillery began to emerge. However, under the directive of a certain general, these formidable weapons refrained from firing directly. You are encircled, demon. If you comply with our arrangements, you will remain unharmed. Otherwise, death awaits you. A helicopter from encirclement soared in, hovering just meters above the Blood Fiend, blaring its message through a loudspeaker. Gazing upon the multitude of American troops and the formidable weaponry he had never encountered before, the rampaging Blood Fiend gradually ceased its assault. With a powerful stomp of its cloven hoof, it roared, "Very well, insignificant humans. What will you do with the great me?" A hint of mockery seemed to dance across the demon's grotesque visage. Observing this, the American firepower also came to a halt, as media helicopters began to fill the skies. Despite the ceasefire, the American soldiers dared not approach the Blood Fiend, resulting in a brief stalemate. The helicopter's rotation slowed, and a glimmer of amusement appeared on the demon's face. Before long, a passage opened on one side of the encirclement. A soldier, donned in the attire of an American officer and evidently of the rank of lieutenant colonel, stepped forth. "Listen, demon, if you surrender peacefully, it will be well for you. Otherwise, I shall kick you to your demise." Before the lieutenant colonel could finish, he was abruptly silenced as the lava whip lashed out like a venomous serpent, severing him in two. With a resounding splat, as the Blood Fiend struck, columns of lava erupted beneath most of the American heavy ground units, obliterating them in an instant. A cacophony of screams drowned out the sound of flowing lava. "And you annoying flies." The Blood Fiend glanced up at the circling helicopters, its lava whip swelling rapidly. It then swung the expanding whip in a frenzy, unleashing a torrent of molten projectiles that arced through the air like shooting stars, aimed directly at the hovering helicopters. Oh shit! The helicopter pilot, witnessing the onslaught of molten projectiles, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He frantically maneuvered the helicopter away from the barrage, but it was already too late. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. Aside from two aircraft that soared higher and faster, the remaining American forces suffered catastrophic losses, and two media helicopters were caught in the chaos, descending slowly amidst the cries of the journalists. In the distant shots captured by several media helicopters, the Blood Demon, wielding a whip of molten lava, appeared as a terrifying deity against the backdrop of numerous columns erupting with molten rock. "Some surviving U.S. soldiers cried out in desperation, retreating to safer ground. What in the world is this power?" From afar, Coulson felt as though his jaw would detach from sheer disbelief, even uttering his superior's catchphrase. "Director, I believe we may need to withdraw. Most of the crowd has already dispersed." As he spoke, Coulson found himself involuntarily stepping backward. "Damn it. I don't agree with your request. Coulson, look at that demon." "I am watching, sir. It seems to be bound by something." With those words, Coulson halted his retreat and even cautiously advanced a few steps. Meanwhile, as the Blood Demon prepared to unleash further chaos, it was ensnared by a chain of lava that erupted from the very fissure of its emergence, pulling it back toward the abyss. "Humans, wait for me. We shall meet again when the fissure reopens." With that, the Blood Demon sprang into the crevice. Queens, 23 Princes Avenue. Emotional values surged on the system panel. 01 from pedestrian A, 01 from pedestrian B, 100 from Tony Stark, 90 from Nick Fury, and a cumulative emotional value of 902,413. Observing the exponential growth of emotional values, Zhong Hong's heart swelled with joy. Typically, an ordinary pedestrian contributes around 0.1 emotional value, while those with greater roles and influence in the Marvel Universe yield more. Satisfied with the destruction caused, Zhong Hong decided to retract the Blood Demon through the system. This particular manifestation of the Blood Demon had been exceptionally successful, capitalizing on the absence of superheroes. Had there been a few present, it would have been far less formidable. In the future, he needed to exercise caution regarding collateral damage to ordinary people. This brief appearance had already resulted in over 1,000 casualties. Despite these being inhabitants of the Marvel Universe, and his indifference to American losses, sustainability must be considered. Chuckling softly to himself, Zhong Hong relished the ease of life ahead, knowing there was still ample time before Thanos' arrival. A life devoid of worries was a dream come true. However, he was also aware that people's emotional responses could become dulled. Excessive stimulation without the production of emotional value would be detrimental. Currently, he had amassed nearly 100,000 emotional values, and in a few days, it would stabilize. He anticipated what treasures he might unlock, promising another wave of amusement. As Zhong Hong reveled in his thoughts at home, A heated argument erupted outside Star Tower between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. You damned agents allowed such a monstrous entity to appear in the city. You will be held accountable for this. The military's overtly evasive tone did not provoke Coulson's ire. Instead, he spoke with deliberate calmness. Hey, my friend, that is not how it should be articulated. Our personnel have also suffered significant casualties. Witnessing Coulson's demeanor, the tardy military official's frustration intensified. The debacle had resulted in substantial losses for the military, and he himself risked facing a military tribunal. Isn't dealing with supernatural occurrences your primary duty? Do not presume I am unaware of your operations. As the other party continued their aggressive stance, Coulson ceased to indulge them, his tone turning icy. I will, of course, report this matter to my superiors. You have no authority to demand accountability from me. Your losses are your own concern. Listen, my friend, our conversation ends here. With that, Coulson turned on his heel and strode away, leaving the irate military official behind. Coulson, accompanied by several agents, made his way towards the rift from which the blood-melting demon had emerged. Even now, molten lava bubbled beneath the rift, the acrid scent of sulfur assaulting Coulson's senses. Chapter 4. Reactions from all sides. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury was simultaneously dispatching a team of researchers to Star Tower while conversing with Coulson. Listen, Coulson, you need not concern yourself with the military or any other agencies. Your priority is to ascertain, with utmost urgency, the origins and nature of this entity, including its purpose for arrival. Understood, Director. As he listened to Coulson's response, Nick Fury rose and approached the window, gazing into the distant sky, his resolve to assemble the Avengers solidifying further. Meanwhile, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, one of the leaders of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, was conspiring with Crossbones. Stark Villa. Since being whisked away by Happy and Potts, Stark had headed straight for his villa. Jarvis. What was that entity? Based on physical analysis, it resembles a demon. Arrange for several experts in this field to consult with me and procure the following materials. At once, sir. Kamartaj Sanctum, the Ancient One, released the Eye of Agamotto with a deep sigh. Recently, she had sensed anomalies within the fabric of time in this universe and had utilized the Eye to peer into it. However, she discovered that the subsequent timelines were utterly chaotic. At times there was one line, at times two, and there were even brief moments when nothing existed at all. Just moments ago, she found herself completely unable to probe time further, as the timelines observed through the Eye had completely collapsed. Countless timelines intertwined like a tangled ball of yarn, rendering any effort to comprehend them futile. What could have transpired to cause such a disruption in the timelines? The Ancient One's resolve was reignited as she activated the Eye of Agamotto once more. The emergence of this issue had rendered her previously contemplated retirement plans unfeasible. As events unfolded, a significant portion of the American populace witnessed the rampage of the Blood Demon, invoking a wave of fear among many, yet the majority remained skeptical. After all, sensationalized fake news abounds, and without first-hand experience, how could one discern the truth? In contrast, the ramifications of Stark's closure of the Weapons Development Division loomed larger for them. The demon would not swiftly bring about their demise, but the cessation of Stark's weapons research would undoubtedly impact their finances. While various factions diligently investigated the Blood Demon, Zhong Hong spent several days at home, indulging in a leisurely routine of eating and sleeping. The system panel displayed an impressive emotional value of 486,327, bringing him great joy as he reclined in the sun. He decided to try his luck with a yellow-level treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 3-star cards and 2 2-star cards. The 3-star card, Crimson Flame Sword, originating from a realm of cultivation. The sword is adorned with flame-like patterns and boasts a deep red hue, significantly enhancing fire attribute spells. The 3-star card, Heart of the Cursed, a heart imbued with a malevolent aura, possessing a degree of corrupting power, capable of transforming humans into werewolves, ghouls, and other dark entities, can be fused. The 2-star card, Necromancer's Fate Box, from a certain fantasy world crafted by a prodigious necromancer proficient in most necromantic spells. It resembles a lich's fate box, yet due to some oversight, the soul has been imprisoned within for millennia, can be fused. The 2-star card, Dream Bubble Machine, an entertainment device from a mysterious civilization, capable of creating scenes within bubbles, which upon bursting, project realistic images of the created scenarios. It seemed fortune favored him, as a single yellow-level chest yielded 2 3-star cards. His elation grew as he beheld the treasures on the system panel. The treasure chests are categorized into 8 types, corresponding to items ranging from 3 to 10 stars. Although luck determines the outcome, yellow-level chests can only yield a maximum of 3-star cards, never 4. A yellow-level chest is valued at 10,000 emotional points, while a mysterious chest is worth 100,000 emotional points, with each subsequent chest requiring tenfold the price of the previous tier. Seizing the moment of good fortune, Zhong Hong decisively opened another mysterious chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 4-star cards and 1 3-star card. The 4-star card, a fragment of Cthulhu's tentacle, a minor appendage from the ancient being Cthulhu, possessing significant contaminative properties and formidable strength, with a heightened affinity for marine creatures, can be fused. The 4-star card, Mystic Sword Fire God Technique, a sword cultivation technique from a realm of immortality, when mastered, grants the ability to summon formidable powers capable of boiling seas and igniting the heavens with a mere sword swing. Upon fusion, mastery is immediate, with strength comparable to other fuse cards, can be fused. In the realm of the moonlit world, Knight of the Sun, Gawain wields the Holy Sword of the Sun, a sister blade to King Arthur's Excalibur, blessed by the sun itself. During daylight, his powers multiply, particularly from 9 a.m. to noon and from 3 p.m. until sunset, when his strength can triple. Due to the characteristics of his card, he can manifest in the physical realm with an inexhaustible supply of magical energy. His combat classification is surface level. 2 4-star cards again. It stirs a desire to deplete my emotional reserves. No, I must hold on. I shall continue to accumulate until I can attempt to forge a ground-level treasure. First, I shall merge the cards that are compatible. As the system interface transformed, the mergeable cards circled around the furnace. The cards available for fusion were a fragment of Cthulhu's tentacle, 4 stars. The arcane sword fire god technique, 4 stars. The head of the fallen storm dragon, 3 stars. The heart of curse, 3 stars. And the mummy's fate box, 2 stars. The tentacle of Cthulhu evidently holds great potential, so I shall refrain from merging it for now. The arcane sword fire god technique appears incongruous with the others, so I shall also postpone that fusion. I shall proceed with merging the latter 3 cards. With a flick of his will, the heart of curse and the other 2 cards flew directly into the furnace, enveloped in endless divine flames. The cards transformed into a liquid state, intertwining harmoniously, and moments later, a new fuse card emerged from the furnace. The 3-star fuse card. The fallen dragon mummy was born from the amalgamation of the head of the fallen storm dragon, the heart of curse, and the mummy's fate box. This formidable card possesses 4 attributes: war canopy, mastery of undead spells, evil rituals, and fallen dragon breath. Its combat classification is surface level. War canopy. The fallen dragon mummy can summon a cloud, several hundred kilometers in diameter, infused with death energy. Beneath this cloud, undead beings receive substantial enhancements, while deceased creatures rapidly transform into the undead. Mastery of undead spells. The fallen dragon mummy is proficient in most undead spells and is capable of continuously learning new ones. Evil rituals. The fallen dragon mummy can transform humans into werewolves, vampires, and other nefarious beings. Fallen dragon breath. The fallen dragon mummy can unleash a breath filled with death and malevolent energy, exhibiting immense power. Chapter 5. Gawain's blade strikes Obadiah at the Stark Villa. Following the blood demon incident, Tony found himself engulfed in an inexplicable dread, spending days refining his armor. Through a series of experiments and enhancements, the Mark III suit was successfully designed. With time to spare before production was completed, Tony delegated the remaining tasks to Jarvis and made his way to a Stark Industries gala. Shortly after entering the gala, Tony discovered that Stark Industries was selling weapons without his authorization. As he prepared to confront Obadiah, the latter approached him unbidden, claiming responsibility for Tony's ousting. Observing this so-called uncle, who, under the guise of concern for his well-being, had effectively sidelined him, Tony's expression grew complex. With this revelation, Tony lost interest in the gala and soon return home. Tony was at home, watching the news report about criminal forces mercilessly slaughtering the innocent with Stark Industries weapons. And no one dared to intervene. Witnessing this, Tony resolved to take action. The moment Mark III emerged, he donned his armor and swiftly dealt with the terrorists engaged in a massacre. This very operation caught Obadiah's attention, focusing it on Tony's iron armor. Meanwhile, Tony instructed Pepper Potts to investigate Obadiah. Sensing that his cover was blown, Obadiah ceased his pretense and directly invaded Tony's villa, seizing the arc reactor from Tony's chest to activate the Iron Monger near Star Tower. Due to recent demonic events, the vicinity was under SHIELD DS surveillance, and the nighttime foot traffic had significantly dwindled compared to previous days. Gawain, having been released by Zhong Hong, was dispatched for a stroll, as the plot of Iron Man indicated that Obadiah was poised to make his move against Tony. With only villains present, the situation was decidedly less favorable compared to a confrontation between heroes and villains, which would not only protect the innocents but also elevate the emotional stakes. Thus, Gawain was assigned by Zhong Hong to embody a character opposing the demons. Although Gawain's knightly attire clashed with the surrounding environment, no one dared to approach this imposing figure. In SHIELD, operatives merely cast a cursory glance, recognizing that in America, eccentricities abound. A knightly costume was hardly remarkable. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed through the streets of New York as Iron Man and Iron Monger clashed violently. I adore this suit. At that moment, Obadiah felt invincible, as if he could accomplish anything. He turned and lifted a car, causing the terrified family inside to scream in panic. Tony, you must understand, the world has changed. We require mightier force to combat such threats. Before Obadiah could finish speaking, Tony's energy cannon struck him forcefully, propelling him away. Tony caught the terrified family, but was subsequently dragged a considerable distance by the panicked female driver. Just as Tony attempted to rise, Iron Monger seized a motorcycle and hurled it at him with great ferocity. As Obadiah prepared to pursue Tony further, he noticed a figure standing in his path. Move aside. Obadiah activated his thrusters and launched a powerful arm strike at the figure. However, to his astonishment, the individual effortlessly caught Iron Monger's attack with one hand, not yielding an inch, causing Obadiah's pupils to constrict in fear beneath his armor. Gawain retaliated with a push, sending Iron Monger staggering back. What was that thing you referred to earlier? After repelling Iron Monger, Gawain did not advance, but rather inquired calmly. Behind him, Tony's eyes widened in shock, muttering to himself, "He's practically a Superman." Obadiah, equally astonished, quickly regained his fierce demeanor, declaring, "That thing is destined to perish." As he spoke, Obadiah launched 2 missiles towards Gawain. "Watch out." Upon witnessing the scene, Tony shouted a warning to Gavin, not wishing for the individual who aided him to perish beneath Obadiah's missiles. However, what transpired next left Tony utterly bewildered. Gavin unsheathed his sword and, with a flourish, effortlessly shattered 2 incoming missiles. "You treacherous villain!" Gavin exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a golden arc of light from his sword towards Obadiah, which reached him in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Obadiah cried out in terror, "No!" The emotional values registered as follows. Obadiah is a staggering 86, Tony's at 168, a mere 0.8 from the SHIELD agents, and a paltry 0.6 from the Hydra operatives. Yet, the radiant strike from Gavin did not claim Obadiah's life. Instead, it cleaved a gaping wound in the chest of the Iron Monger, incapacitating him entirely. "Can we speak now?" Gavin inquired as he approached the fallen Iron Monger, but Obadiah, paralyzed by fear, was rendered speechless, the recent brush with death having left him in a state of shock. Noticing this, Gavin furrowed his brow. "Good sir knight, I believe I can share some insights regarding that entity," Tony interjected, rising and walking towards Gavin. Gavin glanced back at Tony, feeling a modicum of respect for the man who had saved lives amidst the chaos, finding him far more palatable than the weaponizing Obadiah. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate venue for discussion. "Shall we retire to my office?" Tony suggested, having shed his arrogance. Recognizing the extraordinary prowess of the man before him. "Lead the way," Gavin replied. Relieved, Tony guided Gavin into Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts, arriving with a team of support agents, embraced Tony's armored form tightly. In response, Tony offered her a comforting embrace. I'm fine, Pepper. Please see to it that Obadiah is apprehended, he instructed before leading Gawain further into the tower. Pepper organized the agents to extract Obadiah from the Iron Monger, though they promptly sent him to the hospital upon witnessing his pitiful state. The entity he referred to resembles a demon. You may observe its likeness here, Tony said, presenting a tablet to Gawain, displaying footage of the blood demon wreaking havoc near Stark Tower. Sir, if you possess any pertinent information, I believe I may be able to assist you, Tony suggested, his tone laced with subtle implications. Gawain stood, gazing out at the New York skyline, seemingly lost in thought. Tony, perceiving his contemplation, chose not to interrupt and instead poured himself a glass of red wine, settling onto the sofa. After some time, Gawain turned back to Tony, his eyes glimmering with golden light, causing Tony, who was savoring his wine, to feel an involuntary shiver. Care for taste? Unable to withstand the penetrating gaze of Gawain, Tony finally rose to his feet, poured a glass of red wine, and extended it towards Gawain. Chapter 6. The Ashen Council and the Abyss. As Gawain accepted the wine from Tony with a nod of gratitude and took a sip, Tony exhaled in relief and tentatively proposed, "Shall we be friends?" Friends? It had been many years since Tony had heard that term. If you wish, considering the intelligence you have provided regarding the demons of the Abyss, we may indeed forge a friendship. With that, Gawain extended his hand towards Tony who, feeling a surge of joy, reciprocated the gesture. In that fleeting moment of their handshake, Gawain's magical energy coursed through to Tony. Instinctively, Tony felt compelled to withdraw his hand. Yet he discovered that Gawain's grip was as unyielding as steel. However, Tony was not alarmed. He had witnessed Gawain's formidable power firsthand. To speak plainly, if Gawain harbored ill intentions, he could simply draw his sword and strike him down without pretense. This is a gift for a friend, and I appreciate the information you provided. The magic I bestow upon you will purify your physical condition, preventing any adverse effects from manifesting within you. Tony was taken aback by Gawain's words. Although the palladium poisoning had not yet manifested, he was well aware of the toxic nature of the element. Will this remedy my palladium poisoning? His voice carried a note of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that such a pressing issue could be resolved so easily. Permanent resolution is, of course, unattainable unless you rid yourself of that object upon your chest. Once the magic I infuse within you dissipates, you will still be susceptible to the corruption it brings. However, you need not worry about this for the next few years. I am not a healer, and I cannot extract the metallic fragments within you. That is sufficient. Thank you sincerely. Tony gripped Gawain's hand tightly, a smile breaking across his face. As long as he could buy a few years, he had confidence in his own intellect to solve the palladium issue. After all, he was Tony Stark, a genius. What would you like to know, friend? My name is Tony Stark, but you may simply call me Tony. How shall I address you? And what is your purpose here? What exactly is that object? A cascade of inquiries seemed to momentarily leave Gawain at a loss. After nearly a minute, he finally responded to Tony's questions. You may call me Gawain. I am in service to Arthur, one of the 6 counselors of the Ashen Council. I have come regarding the emergence of the abyssal demons. The origins of those creatures are not something I can elaborate on. Believe me, divulging too much would not serve you well. You need only know that humanity faces an unprecedented crisis, one aspect of which is these demons from the abyss, who hail from a dimension distinct from our own. Upon hearing this, a look of shock spread across Tony's face. Oh my goodness, in all my years, this is the first I've learned of such things. What exactly are this so-called Ashen Council and the abyss? After the era of gods came to an end, the king guided us into an entirely new world. Although it was a realm uncharted, we could distinctly sense its connection to our own existence. In this world, we were not alone. Indeed, we were not even the first to arrive. Gawain took a sip of red wine before continuing his narrative. It was in this foreign land that we encountered the formidable adversaries of human civilization, powerful, brutal, and numerous. After engaging in several fierce battles under the king's leadership, we were approached by the enigmatic speaker of the Ashen Council. He persuaded the king, who then led us to join the council in a united front against the threats to humanity. According to the speaker, we learned that this world is known as the 8 Desolations, and our Ashen Council is not the sole human organization. Conversely, the malevolent creatures of the 8 Desolations are not a monolithic force. As for the infernal demons, they do not belong to the 8 Desolations. They are invaders from an anomalous dimension. According to the Council's divination, the emergence of the infernal demons heralds the onset of a crisis. Upon hearing Gawain's account, Tony remained silent for a long moment before swallowing hard and murmuring, "What a heavy burden." He had never anticipated that this seemingly tranquil world harbored such hidden depths. Tony's emotional state registered at 240, Nick Fury's at 150, and Alexander Pierce's at 60. Although Gawain had long since detected the surveillance devices in the room, Zhong Hong remained unperturbed. After all, for those agents, the occasional leak of information was undoubtedly more credible than a meticulously crafted narrative. "All right, Tony, as a friend, I must offer you a word of caution. Seeking further knowledge may not serve your best interests." Gawain stepped forward, patting Tony on the shoulder, fully aware of the distress that Zhong Hong's dark humor would inflict upon this anxious billionaire. Meanwhile, within the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury's expression was a tempest of emotions. The self-proclaimed king of spies was confronted with a wealth of unknowns, and this sensation of being out of control deeply unsettled him. Alexander Pierce, cloaked in the guise of a SHIELD operative while secretly a high-ranking Hydra leader, shared a similar sentiment. He could scarcely fathom that such secrets would one day unveil themselves before him. Although both were reluctant to accept the reality of the situation, the existence of the demons and the powers possessed by Gawain were irrefutable. Immediately arrange for several experts in Celtic mythology and history. It must be done swiftly. Both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce took nearly identical actions, for regardless of the circumstances. The emergence of legendary beings warranted further understanding. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Tony furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Although he had yet to attain the status of Iron Man, a mortal body rivaling the divine, he recognized the necessity to take action. They say that growth occurs in an instant. At this moment, Tony was indeed taking significant strides toward becoming Iron Man Jarvis. "Please place another order for materials of the finest quality." "Understood, sir." Concerned about the future, Tony felt the pressing need to prepare in advance, recognizing that only superior technology and an exemplary suit could adequately safeguard humanity. Resolute in his decision, Tony was determined to continue enhancing his armor to confront the dangers spoken of by Norman. Observing this, Norman's expression turned solemn. Although he was bound to obey Zhong Hong and could not disclose his plans, this did not diminish his admiration for Tony. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall take my leave. However, I believe our paths will cross again, Mr. Stark." With that, Norman leaped from Stark Tower, an action so unexpected that it left Tony momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in shock. It wasn't long before Norman was approached by agents of SHIELD. Meanwhile, Zhong Hong lounged on the sofa, stretching and muttering, another wave of emotional turmoil. It seems Iron Man 2 is not far off. However, a focused Tony is certainly not someone Ivan Vanko can easily provoke. Rather, he may serve to enhance his abilities. Chapter 7. Transformation of Obadiah after Norman's leap from Stark Tower. Agent Coulson, who had been waiting outside for some time, approached with a team of agents, presenting his SHIELD credentials as they walked. "Greetings, Sir Knight. I am Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. You may refer to me as Coulson. Here are my credentials." Coulson, beaming with a smile, extended the credentials, but Norman did not take them. "What is your purpose, Agent?" "Sir Knight, our division is responsible for managing global anomalies. I wonder if we might have a conversation? Managing global anomalies? So, all extraordinary events fall under your jurisdiction? If you perceive it that way, then you are not mistaken." Such self-aggrandizement caused Norman to lose interest in further discourse, turning to walk away. Coulson did not attempt to stop him, knowing that their combined strength paled in comparison to Norman's prowess. Any actions that could lead to misunderstandings will be detrimental to SHIELD. Just as Coulson contemplated seeking guidance from Nick Fury, Fury contacted him first. "Follow him. We have new leads on the demon." "Yes, Director." Before Coulson could locate Norman, he watched as Norman vanished from sight. Where'd he go? Just as Coulson was regaining his composure, a languid voice unexpectedly reached his ears, causing his heart to feel as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, tightening suddenly. Instinctively, Coulson raised his firearm, aiming it unwaveringly in the direction of the voice. "You nearly scared me to death," Coulson exclaimed helplessly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on Gawain, filled with terror. However, upon realizing that the figure before him was indeed Gawain, his fear subsided somewhat, yet it remained unvanquished. He hastily lowered his weapon. Though a hint of apprehension lingered on his face, his gaze still fixed on Gawain, fearful he might vanish in the next moment. In stark contrast, Gawain seemed unfazed by the fact that Coulson had just aimed a gun at him. He merely shrugged nonchalantly, as though this entire affair bore no significance to him. After all, given his prowess, what could a mere handgun possibly threaten him with? Despite Coulson's surprise, he understood that business must proceed. According to our agents, the prison housing Obadiah was attacked, and the clues left at the scene suggest a connection, if not to the demon from that day, then certainly to someone associated with it. Lead the way, if you please. Gawain's words carried an ambiguous undertone, indicating that this organization, referred to as a bureau, possessed some depth. In a cave not far from New York, the blood-melting demon emerged from the molten lava, casting aside a figure ensconced in magma onto the ground. As the figure rolled twice, its true identity was revealed. It was Obadiah, cough, 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 this esteemed demon. How may I be of service to you? Obadiah stammered as he rose, trembling. He could hardly forget that he had prepared himself for the reckoning by Tony and S.H.L.D., yet the demon's appearance provided him a glimmer of hope. The fact that the demon had spared his life suggested he still held some value, though he was uncertain what that value entailed. You wretched human, since you desire power, I shall grant you the opportunity to acquire it now. With that, the blood-melting demon extracted a crimson, seed-like object from its molten chest. The moment the seed was drawn forth, the surrounding air seemed to simmer, the overwhelming heat forcing Obadiah to retreat. Just as he was about to utter a word, the demon lunged forward, swiftly inserting the blood seed into Obadiah's chest. The instant the blood seed entered his chest, a ferociously potent energy surged through Obadiah's body, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse, writhing on the ground in agony. Gradually, his cries subsided as he gazed at his body, which appeared to flow with molten lava, lost in contemplation. At that moment, he had been transformed into a demon seed imbued with flesh and lava characteristics. As he felt the tumultuous power coursing within him, a satisfied expression emerged on Obadiah's face. This newfound strength made him feel as if he could crush Tony with ease, surpassing even the might of Iron Man. So, what is the price, dear demon? Obadiah is indeed a cunning individual. He understands that with the acquisition of power comes a requisite sacrifice. Now that he has attained strength, he must also pay the price. Humanity, your task is to sow further chaos, whether by troubling that Iron Man or by instigating discord within this realm. In essence, create more turmoil, work diligently, and you shall be rewarded with greater power. When our kind descends, you may survive as one of the chosen. The Bloodfire demon, while manipulating Obadiah, even employed grand tactics befitting a capitalist, a rather ironic twist of fate. Obadiah bowed slightly, speaking with a hint of deference. I understand, my lord demon. I shall bring forth more chaos for you and your kin. Having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce for years, Obadiah was unperturbed by the need to lower himself. He comprehended his desires clearly. After witnessing the extraordinary power of the Bloodfire demon in Gawain, his yearning for mundane wealth and authority had significantly diminished, leading to a near-instantaneous rapport with the demon. Remember, execute your tasks well, and great rewards await. Through this blood seed, you may summon my presence, but do consider the price before doing so. With that, the Bloodfire demon transformed into molten rock and vanished before Obadiah's eyes. Upon witnessing the demon's disappearance, Obadiah exhaled deeply. He had been merely coping with the intense pressure exerted by such a non-human entity, especially after recently witnessing the demon's terrifying might, which had further amplified his stress. Gradually restoring his form as per the method inscribed within the blood seed, he emerged from the cave. For to create chaos, he required more allies. In Obadiah's estimation, Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries would serve as an excellent accomplice. Their previous rivalry in business had rendered him quite familiar with Hammer. Tony, just you wait. Your uncle Obadiah will be coming for you. When Coulson escorted Gawain to the prison where Obadiah was held, the scene before them elicited a gasp from Coulson, an elite agent accustomed to witnessing grand spectacles. Before the cordoned-off area, maintained by the agents, lay the melted prison door, with the mangled bodies of several guards scattered behind it. The entire scene was grotesquely bloody. Indeed, that searing yet chilling aura belonged to the demons of the underworld. As Gawain attempted to cross the barrier, he was halted by an individual. "Excuse me, sir. Without the director's orders, I cannot permit entry at this time, though it is not my intention to obstruct you." The individual was Brock Rumlow, also known as the Hydra undercover agent Crossbones, who had arrived as the leader of SHIELD's rapid response team to secure the scene. Seeing this, Gawain turned to Coulson, who swiftly approached Brock to negotiate. After all, Gavin regarded him with a sense of respect, clearly opting against violent measures to avoid unnecessary complications. This situation had transcended the realm of a mere prison break. As an 8th-level operative, I possessed the authority to enter. As for my companion, the director had already granted permission. I would be glad to elaborate over a drink another day. You shall soon learn the details in any case. Alas, it appears the waters run deeper than anticipated. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Brock nodded and stepped aside, stating, "Since the director has granted authorization, you may proceed. But I must warn you that the conditions inside are rather grim. To be frank, after all these years as an operative, this is the first time I have encountered such a scene." Clearly, Brock and Coulson shared a cordial rapport. With a nod to Brock, Coulson crossed the perimeter and entered the prison, closely followed by Gavin. The sight within was staggering. The entire prison was in disarray, with guards and inmates alike scattered in chaos, and the corridor was suffused with the mingled stench of blood and charred flesh. Several agents from SHIELD were on site, capturing footage and collecting samples. Despite their underlying fear, the operatives maintained a commendable composure as they pressed onward towards the cell that had housed Obadiah. Soon, Coulson and Gavin arrived at the former holding cell of Obadiah, where the iron door continued to drip molten metal, evidently melted by an overwhelming heat. Inside, a massive circular pit was revealed, bubbling with molten rock. Unlike the cooled craters near Stark Tower, this active pit possessed a far greater research value. Under Nick Fury's directive, this lava pit had yet to be analyzed by SHIELD scientists, as he preferred to gather more intelligence before proceeding. Gavin drew his victory sword and, with a few decisive strikes, rendered the molten door utterly inoperative, then boldly stepped inside. Boom! Observing this, Coulson and several agents followed suit. The moment Coulson crossed the threshold, the bubbles within the lava pit rapidly expanded. As he sensed something amiss and hesitated to advance, the pit erupted with a thunderous roar, sending molten rock flying in all directions. In the confines of the cell, even the most elite operatives found no escape. At that instant, Coulson felt as though he was witnessing the end of his life. Yet, just as he closed his eyes in resignation, he felt no pain. Upon opening them, he saw Gavin before him, who, with a forward thrust of his right hand, conjured a golden barrier that shielded them from the onslaught of molten rock. "I will report everything that transpired here to Wong. The infiltration of the underworld demons into this realm has commenced. It would be prudent for you to prepare accordingly." With that, Gavin stepped forward, but Coulson swiftly interposed, saying, "If Sir Gavin wishes to contact King Arthur, he is welcome to visit SHIELD. We shall ensure the finest accommodations with utmost discretion." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Zhong Hong couldn't help but chuckle. The covert nature of SHIELD was indeed bold for Coulson to proclaim, considering it had long been infiltrated. However, Zhong Hong remained unfazed. After all, the connection to King Arthur was intended to be observed. Thus, under Zhong Hong's suggestion, Gawain stated, "Very well." Just as Coulson and Gawain prepared to depart, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, clearly indicating that Brock had rushed over upon hearing the explosion. Brock soon arrived before Coulson, visibly anxious, and inquired, "Hey Coulson, how are you? What has happened?" Observing Brock's demeanor, Coulson chuckled lightly. "Everything is fine. It was merely the lava pit that exploded, but I am unscathed. I now have more pressing matters to discuss with the director. I must take my leave. Good luck, Agent Brock." "Good luck, Agent Coulson." Before long, Coulson and Gawain made their way to the SHIELD headquarters, where Gawain requested a quiet room while Coulson proceeded directly to Nick Fury's office. "Damn it, this matter falls under SHIELD DS jurisdiction. I do not care about your military losses. Are you planning to take me to a court-martial? Go ahead and file your complaint. Coulson overheard Nick Fury passionately arguing with high-ranking military officials even before he entered the room, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, this was not the time to indulge in the spectacle of his superior's fervor. Coulson gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. The sounds from within paused momentarily, followed by Fury's irritated voice, "Come in." Upon entering, Coulson was greeted by Fury's dark expression, which was even more pronounced than usual, suggesting he had not yet vented enough frustration. "Agent Coulson, what is the status of the night?" "Director, I have arranged a conference room for him, equipped with listening devices and pinhole cameras." "Excellent. In your opinion, Agent Coulson, what is this night?" Gawain stands towards S-H-I-E-L-D in humanity. "Director, I believe Gawain's attitude towards us is of little consequence. According to the information gathered from the Stark Tower's listening devices, the current state of the Earth is beyond our control." Coulson's words plunged Nick Fury into contemplation. He was certainly aware of this, but understanding was one thing. Making choices was another. He was in the midst of preparing for the Avengers Initiative, and if Gawain could be persuaded to join, even nominally, it would be beneficial for both humanity and S-H-I-E-L-D. While Fury pondered, the listening device relayed Gawain's voice, which was essentially a monologue. However, Gawain only needed to present the victory sword to communicate. S-H-I-E-L-D lacked the means to verify the authenticity of the conversation. Chapter 9. Tony's New Armor Queens, Prince's Avenue, Zhong Hong's residence. Zhong Hong observed the noticeable decline in his emotional value with little surprise, as the impact of the blood demon was gradually waning, yet all of this aligned with his expectations. As for the reason why the hemolytic demon has not been unleashed to wreak havoc and sow chaos, it is due to the presence of the Ancient One, who is indeed the supreme sorceress of Earth and a being of celestial strength. She possesses an acute sensitivity to dimensional invasions. A demon rampaging across the globe would undoubtedly be an affront to her. Currently, there is no opportune moment for Zhong Hong to recklessly deploy the formidable Yellow Wind Sage. For such a powerful entity would merely astonish Earthlings, which would be a gross underutilization of his capabilities. It is essential to seek a suitable opportunity for him to emerge within a broader scope of visibility. Indeed, it seems prudent to enhance Tony's capabilities. Otherwise, he would merely be a bystander in the forthcoming battles. With this thought, Zhong Hong instructed Gawain to find Tony, as Tony's character would undoubtedly lead him to explore magic, as well as the development of anti-demon and anti-Gawain armors. Consequently, Zhong Hong allowed Gawain to depart from S-H-I-E-L-D, having shared all pertinent information with them, as he could not fabricate any further details in the short time remaining. Meanwhile, after leaving S-H-I-E-L-D, Gawain made his way directly to Stark Tower, while Nick Fury and Coulson fell into a contemplative silence. "Coulson, procure some scholars who specialize in Celtic mythology for me, and ensure they all sign non-disclosure agreements." "Yes, sir." With that, Coulson exited, leaving Nick Fury alone in the office. He retrieved an old-fashioned pager, fiddling with it for a while before letting out a sigh and putting it away. Stark Tower, early morning. As Potts stepped out of the elevator to commence her day, she suddenly noticed a tall figure seated in Tony's office, instantly awakening her from her drowsiness. At this hour, it was inconceivable for Tony to be at work, and recalling the conversation from the previous night about Obadiah's recent prison escape, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Just as she prepared to retreat, a familiar voice called out to her. "Good day, madam. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Mr. Tony Stark?" Upon hearing this voice, Potts remembered the night from the previous day and, recalling his assistance to Tony, felt reassured that she was not in danger. Thus, she exhaled softly and replied, "Tony should still be resting at this hour. How may I assist you?" Gawain, in the room, nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "If he is resting, I can wait a while. If you have work to attend to, feel free to proceed as though I am not here." "Please hold on, sir. I will contact Tony," she responded. Noting Gawain's apparent reluctance to engage in further conversation, Potts proceeded to dial Tony's number. After several minutes of discussion, she hung up and approached Gawain in the office, saying, "Greetings, Sir Gawain. You may call me Potts. Tony has requested that I arrange a vehicle for you to meet him. Would that be acceptable?" "That would be most appreciated, Miss Potts," Gawain replied as he rose to his feet. This time, instead of leaping from the tower, he opted for the elevator. Soon, the vehicle arranged by Potts delivered Gawain to Tony's villa. It was a rare sight to see Tony waiting at the door, which genuinely astonished the driver. The proud and even arrogant Tony was personally greeting someone. "You actually returned." Tony's voice was laced with delight. He had initially contemplated incorporating magic into his next suit of armor and was weighing the risks of experimenting with the energy left behind by Gawain within him. Unexpectedly, Gawain's return felt like a timely gift when one is in need. "My king has instructed me to remain here, and the king's actions invariably hold significance. Something is bound to unfold next." As Gawain stepped out of the car, he followed Tony into the villa, where Tony began to introduce him to the premises. For Tony, Gawain's presence was quite shocking, yet being an ancient individual, Gawain's awe was somewhat balanced by the technological marvels Tony displayed. They soon arrived at Tony's laboratory, which was considerably larger than depicted in the original narrative. 3 suits of armor were under study, one of which was made of materials that resonated subtly with magical energy. This specific suit was discovered by Tony after a night of comparisons facilitated by JRVIS, revealing similarities to the energy properties within him. He swiftly acquired a badge through his financial prowess and brought it to the lab for further investigation. However, Gawain appeared indifferent to these innovations, merely observing Tony with a detached gaze. Recognizing this, Tony explained, "These are my inventions, the Iron Man suits. Much like what you witnessed last night. So, what is your purpose in showing me this? I am not well versed in mechanical matters. The 8 Desolations realm has similar constructs, though my relations with them are rather poor." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Gawain's face as he spoke. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "This suit is my invention of a magical armor, designed to seek a new energy source for power. You simply need to inject magical energy into it." After hearing this, Gawain extended his hand, concentrating to form a sphere of golden energy, which he then infused into the armor. Instantly, a faint glow illuminated the suit. Witnessing this, a smile broke on Tony's face. It confirmed that the materials he had selected indeed responded to magic. JARVIS. Record the experimental data. "Yes, sir." Once Gawain finished infusing his magic, he looked at Tony in bemusement, unable to fathom why such basic magical energy elicited such joy from him. Ignoring Gawain's peculiar gaze, Tony approached the suit and began operating it, donning the armor. He threw a couple of punches, and the faint golden light extinguished. However, these movements genuinely harnessed the power of magic to drive the armor, albeit with remarkably low efficiency. This spectacle caused Gawain's pupils to widen slightly and astonished Zhong Hong, who was peering in, although he had long heard of Tony's scientific genius. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed impressive. This led Zhong Hong to consider the possibility of nurturing Tony. For after all, cultivating a character in a simulation game can indeed be quite enjoyable. This is my latest research on magical battle armor. Although it currently appears ineffectual, this is merely a matter of materials. Once appropriate materials are procured, the armor could see significant enhancement. The amalgamation of magic and technology within this armor is sure to deliver a tremendous surprise to the scoundrels of the underworld. As he spoke, Tony soared into the sky, leaving Gawain in a state of disbelief. While Tony was airborne, numerous individuals captured his ascent on camera. However, Tony was unfazed. For even if his identity as Iron Man were to become public knowledge, it would not affect him. After all, this is America, where capital reigns supreme. And Tony Stark is the embodiment of that capital. Nevertheless, Tony's arrogance was evidently excessive, especially at a time when many were eager to witness his downfall, with Justin Hammer being one of the most formidable contenders among them. Chapter 10. Obadiah in action a week later. In response to a barrage of questions from reporters, Tony boldly proclaimed, "I am Iron Man." Although this inquiry also touched upon Gawain, he was notably absent, and naturally, Tony refrained from mentioning him. Furthermore, information regarding Gawain had been consistently suppressed by an unseen hand, likely that of SHIELD, as Tony made his grand declaration. In a slum far away, Ivan Vanko mourned over his deceased father, vowing to seek vengeance against Iron Man unbeknownst to Tony. Upon returning home, he encountered a mysterious figure. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" he demanded. With Gawain seated nearby, Tony felt no trepidation regarding the unknown individual. He was well aware of Gawain's capabilities. You may call me Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, he replied. Or simply SHIELD, as that is our new designation. Tony reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, and regarded Nick Fury with indifference. So, what is it that the head of this so-called agency seeks from me? Although Potts had previously briefed Tony about SHIELD, he evidently held little regard for the organization. I knew your father, Howard Stark. In fact, he was one of the founders of SHIELD. I'm aware of your current predicament, and your father left you a gift that might provide a solution. At this, Tony's expression shifted dramatically, his tone turning hostile. You have been monitoring me? Nick Fury merely shook his head dismissively. In truth, this is a form of protection. To hell with that. Who needs your protection? Tony retorted, his fury ignited. The notion that he had been living under the scrutiny of others was utterly intolerable to someone of his pride. Calm down, Tony. Let's first hear what he has to say. Seated nearby, Gavin attempted to persuade Tony, as the issue with Tony's reactor remained unresolved. This matter was evidently beyond Gavin's ability to address. Nick Fury's arrival to seek out Tony had clearly diverged from the film's narrative. Yet Zhong Hong was unperturbed and inclined to directly resolve Tony's reactor dilemma. Tony took a deep breath, momentarily calming himself before speaking once more. So, Director Fury, what exactly has my father left for me? You shall have to retrieve it yourself, within SHIELD. Nick Fury exhaled. For his original intent was to find Gavin. Addressing Tony's predicament was merely incidental. He had come to gauge Tony and Gavin's stance regarding the Avengers. As the valiant Gavin had articulated, the world was facing unparalleled challenges. Thus, I am inclined to form the Avengers, assembling extraordinary individuals to confront this crisis. I am a knight of King Arthur, and I shall not join your organization, Gavin countered, though this was evidently anticipated by Nick Fury. He then shifted his gaze towards Tony, who, after a moment of contemplation, chose to remain observant. Despite feeling a sense of urgency regarding the impending crisis, he harbored doubts about whether the organization might become a tool for political machinations. Seeing that neither had acquiesced, Nick Fury refrained from pressing further. Acknowledging that the world indeed required heroes, and Tony was clearly a man of great responsibility. As Zhong Hong watched the exchange between Nick Fury and Tony, he sensed the blood demon calling forth the blood seed. Presumably, this was the work of Obadiah. Without further thought, Zhong Hong summoned the blood demon and shared its sensory experience. Since being liberated by the blood demon, Obadiah had been evading capture, eventually managing to contact Justin Hammer upon returning to New York. Upon their meeting, Justin immediately launched into a tirade of mockery as former rivals. They had always held disdain for one another. However, once Obadiah demonstrated his newfound extraordinary powers, all derision evaporated. Justin was acutely aware of Stark Industries' recent actions and was informed of the events that had transpired that day. So, you have acquired the power of a demon? Justin Hammer gazed at Obadiah incredulously, his expression filled with astonishment. I know you wish to dethrone Tony, and I share that ambition. I believe we can collaborate. What do you require? Now that I possess strength, and you have resources, we must create greater chaos to draw Tony and that detestable night out. Before that, we need more power. What must I do? The oppressive aura emanating from Obadiah ignited a glimmer of intrigue in Justin Hammer's eyes. From Justin Hammer emanated an emotional value of 20, while his bodyguard's emotional value stood at a mere 1. Observing Justin Hammer's demeanor, a smirk crept upon Obadiah's lips. Intoxicated by the display of grandeur, we require some vagrants, for the arrival of demons invariably demands sacrifices, does it not? Very well. Upon concluding his statement, Justin Hammer instructed his subordinates to take action. In New York, the number of homeless individuals is considerable. Their disappearance would elicit no concern from the authorities, perhaps even a sense of relief. Before long, Obadiah and Justin Hammer arrived at a spacious underground warehouse where dozens of unconscious vagrants lay, transformed into a demon spawn. Obadiah seized one of them, who was unable to emit even a cry as he was instantaneously absorbed. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, Obadiah nodded in satisfaction, folding his arms and chanting incantations. With each utterance, the temperature around him escalated at a perceptible pace. Justin Hammer's emotional value escalated to 30, while his bodyguards reached 2. The astonishment of Justin Hammer and his guard was profound, as this spectacle struck them deeply, influenced by their unwavering faith. Soon, a pool of molten lava materialized at the heart of the warehouse, from which the colossal figure of the Bloodfire demon emerged. Oh my God! The bodyguards trembled uncontrollably, some even collapsing to their knees. What is your summons? The Bloodfire demon inquired in a deep, resonant voice. Without delay, with a mere wave of his hand, the vagrants lying on the ground disintegrated into flesh and blood, surging towards the demon's form. Observing this, Obadiah inhaled deeply and stepped forward, stating, "We require more power to sow chaos." The Bloodfire demon nodded in agreement, saying, "It can be done." Chapter 11. The dreadful whiplock within a subterranean warehouse in New York. A chilling scene unfolded as the Bloodfire demon waved his hand, launching over a dozen Bloodfire seeds into Justin Hammer and his bodyguards. Following a chorus of anguished cries, they were transformed into demon spawns, and the underground warehouse became a furnace of chaos and demonic roars. Witnessing the pandemonium, the Bloodfire demon radiated an intensified crimson glow. For demons, chaos and bloodshed serve as the finest sustenance. After a moment of contemplation, the Bloodfire demon presented Obadiah with a mixture of blood and molten rock, a sight that astounded him. Upon ingestion, Obadiah immediately felt a surge of strength and, more importantly, realized he could also utilize blood and lava to transform humans into demon spawns. Obadiah's emotional value surged to 60, while Justin Hammer's reached 40. The emotional values of the junior demon spawns stood at 1 each. This astonishing scene genuinely shocked Obadiah. He had never anticipated that the grand vision he had conjured would manifest into reality. Create chaos. Spread despair. When our kind descends, you shall receive greater blessings. The blood-forged demon proclaimed, unleashing a wave of oppressive power derived from its very bloodline. The lesser demons were struck with fear, kneeling in submission. Even Obadiah was not exempt. Observing this, the blood-forged demon nodded in satisfaction before vanishing into the molten pit. After a considerable period, the transformed individuals gradually regained their footing. Justin Hammer cast a complex glance toward Obadiah, never anticipating that demons could be summoned with such ease. Do not look at me like that, Justin. We are now bound together in this endeavor. We must contemplate how to instigate some chaos. What is there to discuss? Let us simply send them into the streets to wreak havoc. No. If it were that simple, why wouldn't the demons act on their own? I still vividly remember the knight who attacked me that day. The depths of this world are surely more profound than they appear. Then, Obadiah, what do you propose? We shall dispatch them in waves. There are plenty of religious fanatics in America who believe in demons. Let them leave New York while I convert more demon species. Our multifaceted assault will undoubtedly create more chaos than if we were all concentrated in New York, only to be dealt with by Iron Man and that knight. Then it is settled. With that, Justin Hammer turned to his bodyguards and stated, I have supported you for so long. Now is the time for you to contribute. Create chaos to draw Iron Man's attention, and you shall be rewarded with greater wealth and power. Each of you may claim $1 million. Justin Hammer was not merely making empty promises. He was disbursing millions of dollars, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all present bodyguards. Understood, sir. Soon, under Justin Hammer's covert directives, a dozen lesser demon species infiltrated surrounding cities, while Obadiah worked within the underground warehouse to create more demon spawn. In the ensuing months, reports of demon sightings emerged from various cities in the vicinity of New York, each report escalating the public's anxiety, yet yielding little response. Initially, there were only a handful of reports, but due to the inaction of local law enforcement, that number skyrocketed. The situation reached a point that caught the attention of the military and S.H.L.D. Tony Stark, along with Gordon, had visited the sites. But the troubling truth was that these reports indeed indicated the presence of demons. Numerous demons had already perished at their hands, and the organized crime, drug trafficking, and heretical activities provided excellent cover for these demons. However, throughout this tumultuous process, Iron Man's rapid response and deployment capabilities captured the military's attention, resulting in Tony being summoned to a military hearing. Overwhelmed by the demon crisis, Tony took a step back and made a concession, personally designing a suit of armor for his friend, Colonel Rhodey, known as the War Machine. On that day, Tony was in Stark Tower, donning his new Iron Man armor. Meanwhile, Gavin was out continuing his pursuit of demons. Just as Tony was preparing to head to a distant location where demons had been sighted, a sudden loud noise disrupted his plans. "Jarvis, what is happening?" "Sir, we are experiencing an enemy invasion. The defense system is engaging, and the nearest police station has been alerted." "Damn it, I haven't even searched for those demons yet. Have they come here?" With that, Tony soared into the sky, bursting out of Stark Tower. To his surprise, the intruder was not a demon, but a human wielding 2 lightning whips. This was Ivan Vanko, who had spent months smuggling himself into the United States to seek revenge at Stark Tower. With a swift crack of his whip, he opened the gates of Stark Industries and charged in, only to be halted mid-advance by the facility's defense system. Observing this, Tony descended to confront him. "What is your purpose? As far as I recall, I have not wronged someone of your ilk." Tony gazed at Ivan Vanko, momentarily perplexed, as he had no recollection of this individual, particularly given the striking appearance of Ivan Vanko. Without uttering a word, Vanko lashed out with his lightning whip towards Tony. However, Tony remained unfazed. Just as the whip was about to strike him, a brilliant blue shield materialized, blocking the attack. Undeterred, Vanko seized one of Tony's luxury cars with his whip and hurled it at him. Tony, reacting swiftly, activated his jet boots to evade the projectile, though this act evidently incensed him. "Time to cool you off," Tony declared, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch to Vanko's face, sending him staggering several meters back, dazed. Yet, Ivan Vanko was no ordinary foe. Gritting his teeth, he rose and retaliated with another whip strike, only to have Tony seize the whip and throw him aside, leaving him incapacitated. Tony approached and removed the arc reactor from Vanko's chest, staring at the reactor, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous model. Tony fell into deep contemplation. Where did you steal this technology? Beneath his iron mask, Tony's brow furrowed. He was confident that no one else could have developed arc reactor technology. Hearing Tony's inquiry, Ivan Vanko erupted into laughter. Although he acknowledged underestimating Iron Man, he insisted that the technology was not pilfered. "Tony, you and your family are the real thieves. You are the ones who steal." This statement left Tony bewildered. But before he could press Ivan Vanko further, he was apprehended by the hastily arriving police. When it comes to notifying the police about affluent individuals like Tony, their response time was remarkably swift. Thus, Vanko was arrested without having inflicted any harm upon Tony. After months of chaos caused by the demons, Zhong Hong had amassed emotional points exceeding 1 million, signifying that he could now open a ground-level treasure chest. Chapter 12. Hellish Demons of the Marvel Universe in Queens. Zhong Hong reclined leisurely on his sofa, engrossed in the television. Recent news reports had extensively covered sightings of demons over the past few months. As he observed the emotional value exceeding 1 million, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the few lowly demons that had been dispatched. Initially, he had not anticipated that these primitive demons would prove to be quite capable. With a desire for a superior treasure, he contemplated the emotional value he had accumulated for quite some time and decided to open a high-grade treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 5-star card, 3 4-star cards, 1 3-star card, 5-star card, Fragmented World of Death, a realm of the deceased, though shattered. Its core remains intact, teeming with the essence of death. The entire world is suffused with the laws of mortality, inhabited by a myriad of terrifying undead creatures that can grow and mend themselves by devouring other worlds. Fusion available. 4-star card, Remains of the Bear God, the incomplete body of a divine bear from a certain fantasy world. Though it is fragmented, it still possesses a divine nature, and mere mortals gazing upon it may witness the roaring giant bear. Fusion available. 4-star card, Crystal of Thunder, formed from the blood of a deity who mastered the laws of thunder, imbued with a faint power of lightning. Fusion available. 4-star card, Power of the Lich King, derived from the Lich King of the Warcraft universe, possessing the terrifying ability to instigate cataclysmic wars, capable of converting, creating, and enslaving undead beings. Fusion available. 3-star card, Bloodline of the Berserker, originating from certain fantasy world. The bearer can grow stronger in the face of pain. Fusion available. Zhong Hong found himself only marginally satisfied with the outcome of the treasure chest opening. Although the quality of the cards was exceptionally high, he had aspired to bolster the strength of the infernal demons, and none of the cards drawn were suitable for that purpose. leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, he reminded himself that solutions often present themselves in due time. There was no urgency to form a new force. Accumulating the fusion cards for the moment would suffice. The Blood Demon had already reached a weak surface level, and the power of the Infernal Demons was adequate for the time being. He had ideas for new combat cards, but chose not to rush. Once the Pantheon of Asgard ascended, he could offer them a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, as Zhong Hong lounged comfortably on his sofa, agents of SHIELD were occupied with pressing matters. On this day, the New York police received an unusual report. A woman from an affluent neighborhood claimed her daughter had been kidnapped by cultists. Following a swift response from the NYPD, the incident was determined to be of supernatural origin. Chief George Stacy of the NYPD, rather than exhibiting stubbornness, promptly escalated the case. Ultimately, it was handed over to SHIELD. Since the emergence of those demon species, cases involving cultists had surged. While some were merely the reckless antics of antisocial lunatics and posed little threat, others genuinely involved the participation of demon species, often resulting in significant casualties among ordinary people. Before long, Black Widow Natasha and Agent Coulson led a team of operatives to the outskirts of New York City. Soon, they identified their target. A group of cultists clad in dark robes gathered at a distant farm. Agents of SHIELD refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, they utilized long-range surveillance equipment to assess the situation on the farm and strategically positioned several snipers. "Oh my God, alert Tony and Gamora," exclaimed Coulson and Natasha, taken aback by the grim scene. Before them lay a grotesque altar surrounded by the dismembered remains of cattle and sheep, stained with blood. Atop the altar stood a black upside-down cross, intricately carved with demonic figures. Bound beneath it were several girls, their mouths gagged, struggling in terror. The cultists knelt fervently, clutching dark tomes, while two of them dragged bloodied sheep corpses to inscribe a pattern resembling an inverted pentagram. Upon completion, they drew blades amidst the prayers of their fellow cultists and advanced toward the girls. "These scoundrels," Natasha seethed, prompting Coulson to decisively order the snipers to eliminate the two cultists. Following the sound of gunfire, Coulson and Natasha led dozens of SHIELD agents into the fray. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the cultists emerged from their black robes wielding automatic firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. However, the well-trained agents of SHIELD swiftly dispatched the majority of the cultists, leaving only a sinister leader enveloped in dark mist. Seeing that the cult leader had no intention of using his firearm, the agents advanced cautiously, weapons drawn. "You vile creatures, my God shall not forgive you," he bellowed, drawing a black dagger and plunging it into his own chest. Instantly, the dark mist surrounding him surged. With a furious roar, the cult leader's body elongated by a meter, muscles bulging grotesquely. Natasha, recognizing the threat, fired her weapon, followed closely by the other agents, and once more, gunfire erupted. Yet, as the bullets neared the cult leader, they were devoured by the encroaching dark energy. "Use holy water grenades," Coulson shouted, producing a grenade encased in a bottle of holy water. Since the rise of demonic incidents, SHIELD had equipped nearly every field agent with these grenades, which had proven remarkably effective. With a series of explosions, several holy water grenades detonated around the cult leader, drenching him in the sacred liquid. As the holy water made contact, his body began to corrode as if exposed to acid, eliciting a shriek of agony. Effective, keep throwing. The agents coordinated their efforts, with snipers providing cover from a distance. The cult leader, despite his imposing physique, was unable to lay a finger on the SHIELD agents before succumbing to their relentless assault. "If I perish, you shall not live." As the path to survival faded away, the cult leader, consumed by despair, let out a furious roar. He then produced a sinister obsidian tome and sliced open his arm, allowing his dark blood to splatter upon its pages as if infused with life. Simultaneously, the blood from the inverted pentagram on the ground and that of the numerous cultists surged toward him. A dark red cocoon materialized before the eyes of the SHIELD agents. After tossing 2 holy water grenades to little effect, Natasha commanded her agents to evacuate the children, subsequently organizing a defensive line. Just as the children were whisked away, the cocoon emitted a shattering sound, and the agents felt an overwhelming pressure from the depths of their souls. "Ha, pitiful humans! I am the great hellspawn, Wuxinmo. You dare slay my followers? Surrender your souls, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." A figure resembling the cult leader erupted from the cocoon, radiating a sinister crimson glow. With two fleshy horns on its forehead, seemingly poised to break through and reveal true demonic horns. Though the cult leader's physical form remained, his essence had now transformed into that of the hellspawn, Wuxinmo. Chapter 13. Fierce battle with Wuxinmo. At the moment Wuxinmo emerged from his cocoon, dark energy surged through the farm, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur, casting the sky into an inky blackness infused with infernal power. The SHIELD agents were tormented by the soul-crushing pressure, their minds screaming for escape. Several agents, lacking resolve, found themselves stumbling backward uncontrollably, while Coulson and Natasha managed to maintain their composure, launching more holy water grenades. However, these renowned grenades proved ineffective, barely grazing Wuxinmo's corporeal form. "Ha! Are you merely tickling me?" Wuxinmo cackled, vanishing in an instant to materialize before an escaping agent, seizing him by the throat and brutally extracting his soul. "Oh, damn it! Eliminate him! Quickly, eliminate him!" Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the SHIELD agents opened fire frantically, holding down their triggers in desperation, aware of the futility of their flight against Wuxinmo's terrifying speed. The once quiet farm erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, interspersed with shouts of outrage. Yet, their weapons inflicted no harm upon Wuxinmo, and the holy water grenades struggled to find their mark. Amidst the chaos, Wuxinmo claimed the souls of two more agents, a devastating blow to the morale of SHIELD. Just as the agents fought to endure, a brilliant beam of light struck Wuxinmo, causing him to stagger backward in surprise. Enraged, he turned toward the source of the light, only to behold a red-armored figure soaring through the air. Tony Stark had arrived to lend his support. "Annoying little pest, perish." The process of savoring the soul was abruptly interrupted as the demon of the witch heart unleashed a furious roar at Tony. Dark energy surging forth from its mouth like a torrent, shooting towards him like an arrow. However, the black energy arrows fired by the demon failed to strike Tony, who recognized that the creature's terrifying speed rendered it incapable of engaging him in close combat. Instead, it resorted to relentless assault from the sky, showering the demon with an unending barrage of miniature missiles and energy beams as if they were free of cost. At that moment, Tony resembled a flying artillery platform, exuding formidable firepower. Seeing this, the demon was not foolish enough to endure the onslaught and continuously evaded Tony's attacks with its speed, occasionally retaliating with black energy arrows. Thus, the two remained in a brief stalemate. The battered demon, realizing it could not best Tony in the short term, shifted its focus to an SHIELD agent. In a flash, it appeared before an agent, abandoning its soul-draining pursuits, and with a single strike, sent the agent flying several meters. The agent, after a pitiful scream upon landing, struggled briefly before succumbing to demise. "Damn it," Tony cursed, witnessing yet another life claimed by the demon, intensifying his attacks. "Ha, human, what does it matter if I kill before your very eyes? What can you do?" The demon continued its rampage towards its next target, taunting Tony as it went, proclaiming that should Iron Man dare descend, he would learn the meaning of cruelty. Tony was no fool. He would not be provoked into a reckless descent that would cost him his life. While continuing his assault on the demon, he hurled insults at it as a form of cover. He was already maneuvering other suits to hasten the arrival of Gawain, convinced that once Gawain arrived, this malevolent entity would surely meet its end at the tip of Gawain's sword. While Tony distracted the demon from above, Agent Coulson and Natasha were not idle below. The agents launched a large-scale assault with holy water grenades against the demon, just as the demon claimed another agent's life. Dozens of holy water grenades appeared above its head. Kuning umans. The demon was caught off guard, suffering a significant blow as a large portion of its body was corroded by the holy water, causing much of its dark energy to dissipate. "Humans, you have incited my wrath," the demon bellowed, and immediately, dark energy surged around it, with the air beginning to distort as if revealing the entrance to hell itself. The horns on its head split, giving way to true demonic horns, and its form swelled rapidly, resembling a crimson giant of about 5 meters tall. Now, let you mere ants witness the true power of the great son of hell. As the demon unleashed more of its might, the triad of Earth's sanctuaries resonated, awakening the Ancient One, who is currently using the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, to weave the timeline. However, the Ancient One refrained from taking direct action, sensing the formidable power of Dormammu. It was evident that this dimensional deity had noticed the turmoil on Earth, his strength gradually permeating the magical array. The Ancient One knew she must first confront the significant threat posed by Dormammu, casting a profound glance at the Witch King, clearly attributing this predicament to him. The Witch King, undoubtedly oblivious to the gravity of his actions, merely responded to the sacrifices of his followers, consuming a few souls, which inadvertently caught the attention of the Supreme Sorceress. At that moment, the Witch King was intent on exterminating the agents of SHLD and the Iron Man soaring above, yet his ambitions were soon thwarted. Gawain, piloting Tony's armor, had already arrived on the battlefield. He leapt from the sky, delivering a fierce downward strike toward the Witch King. Sensing the imminent threat, the Witch King barely managed to raise his arms in defense as Gawain's blade descended upon him. The dark energy enveloping the Witch King's arms was swiftly seared through by the solar power emanating from the Sword of Victory, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force. The Witch King was propelled several meters back, dark blood spraying from his arms as he crashed to the ground, only to roar in fury afterward. "Human, I shall slay you, tearing your bones asunder and flaying your skin, condemning your soul to burn in the fires of hell for eternity." With that, the Witch King's figure flickered, appearing directly before Gawain, his arms shrouded in black mist as he swung down heavily. Gawain braced his sword to block, then swiftly countered with an upward slash aimed at the Witch King's lower body. Alarmed, the Witch King quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Thus ensued a fervent exchange of blows, with neither Tony nor the SHLD agents able to follow the rapid movements of the combatants. "What manner of blade is that in your hands, human?" After a brief clash, they both retreated, the Witch King demanding answers. Having sensed the potent solar energy coursing through Gawain's sword, a power that severely constrained him and his dark aura. Silence. Gawain landed and, with a surge of energy, charged forward once more. The Witch King, infuriated by this treatment from a mere earthling, unleashed his dark energy and charged at Gawain in retaliation. Chapter 14. The Sword of Victory. Gawain engaged the Witch King in another tumultuous clash, but the Witch King was astounded to realize that his sunlight bathed Gawain. His aura had intensified to nearly 3 times its original strength. This revelation left the Witch King in shock. Meanwhile, Tony and the SHIELD agents witnessed Gawain, illuminated by golden light for the first time, marveling not only at the demon's power, but also at the terrifying prowess Gawain had unexpectedly displayed. Emotional values from various characters are as follows: 150 from the Sorcerer Supreme, 210 from Tony, 180 from Nick Fury, 130 from Coulson, 160 from Natasha, and a mere 2 from the SHIELD agents. The audience witnessing this battle is considerable, as several intelligence organizations and military forces from the United States have gathered to observe. The fierce clash between the Sorcerer Supreme and Gawain continuously stirs the hearts of numerous high-ranking officials in the U.S. It is one thing for a demon to possess such power, yet the fact that a mere human can wield such strength is astonishing. Empowered by a tripling of strength, Gawain unleashed a powerful strike that sent the Sorcerer Supreme flying. Without hesitation, he charged at his adversary once more. The Sorcerer Supreme felt a chill run down his spine, though no sweat actually fell. Despite being at a disadvantage, his extensive experience in the infernal battlegrounds made it clear that he would not be easily subdued by Gawain. "Human, let's negotiate. Allow me to return, and I shall not come back." Although he uttered these words, his thoughts were far more sinister, contemplating the moment when the Ancient One would no longer be present, at which point he would personally descend to eliminate this audacious human. Only a fool would believe a demon's words. "I shall not negotiate. I shall pass judgment." Now, I decree that this vessel shall perish here." With that, Gawain grew even fiercer in his assault, wielding the radiant sword of victory with the swiftness of a tempest as he struck at the Sorcerer Supreme. The Sorcerer Supreme, besieged by such relentless attacks, could barely defend himself, his capacity for retaliation utterly diminished. The indignity of being so soundly trounced by a human only fueled his fury. Were it not for his apprehension regarding the Ancient One and the magic circles of the three sanctuaries, he would have certainly come to personally deal with this disrespectful human. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Gawain delivered a mighty blow with the Sword of Victory, its golden light shining brilliantly as it cleaved into the Sorcerer Supreme's chest. This strike sent him reeling once more, blood splattering forth, clearly indicating the depth of his injuries. As the fallen Sorcerer Supreme endured several missile strikes from Tony and grenades filled with holy water from SHL agents, his wrath became uncontrollable. "Ah, you shall all perish!" His roar echoed through the skies, and soon a tangible portal to hell materialized on the farm, billowing black smoke that obscured the heavens. Gawain charged again, only to be repelled by the overwhelming darkness. The Sorcerer Supreme's body became adorned with demonic runes. Grotesque wings sprouted from his back, and twisted horns spiraled forth from his head. Amidst this transformation, the magic circles of the three sanctuaries erupted with a deafening roar, halting the Sorcerer Supreme's attempt to channel more power. The Ancient One, engaged in resisting Dormammu, furrowed her brow at this development, silently cursing and contemplating whether this was the Sorcerer Supreme's own folly or the will of Mephisto. Dormammu, sensing the disturbance, turned his gaze toward the farm on the outskirts of New York. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Dormammu erupted into laughter. "Ancient One, if you do not return to your sanctuary in New York soon, it shall cease to exist." As the Ancient One contemplated whether to send sorcerers from Earth for support, an unexpected turn transpired on the battlefield below. Agents of SHIELD and Tony Stark, unable to withstand the intensifying pressure of the soul's malevolence, chose to retreat, leaving only Gawain to confront the witch-heart demon. Gawain inhaled deeply, raising the wheel of victory sword above his head, reciting incantations. This sword is the embodiment of the sun. With a chant, the radiance of the sun pierced through the darkness, the last remaining light upon the ground. Another incantation coalesced the surging solar energy at the sword's edge. At that moment, the witch-heart demon sensed the overwhelming power capable of annihilating its incarnation and bellowed in rage, unleashing a torrent of dark energy towards Gawain. Wheel of Victory. As Gawain completed his chant, an immensely powerful beam of solar energy transformed into a radiant sword, slicing directly toward the witch-heart demon. Wherever the light sword traversed, it rendered the dark clouds and tendrils powerless, dissipating with the swiftness of the sun, melting the remnants of snow. No! As the light sword approached, the witch-heart demon let out a desperate roar. It had borne no efficacy. Its corporeal form melted away like butter meeting a hot blade, leaving no trace, not even ash. Emotional values surged from the witch-heart demon at 360, from the Ancient One at 280, from Dormammu at 340, from Mephisto at 320, from Odin at 340, and from General Ross at 102. Observing the substantial emotional values flashing across the system panel, Zhong Hong, initially delighted by the spectacle that far surpassed any Hollywood blockbuster, found his joy magnified. The commotion had indeed attracted the attention of numerous esteemed figures. Facing Dormammu, the Ancient One smiled lightly. "It appears you shall be disappointed. The sanctuary in New York will not be destroyed." Dormammu scoffed, "And what of it? Sooner or later, I will eliminate you and obliterate all sanctuaries." In the depths of hell, Mephisto was taken aback, astonished that the witch-heart demon had been defeated on Earth by an obscure individual, prompting him to ponder the existence of how many such humans remained on this planet. In the halls of Asgard, Odin was equally astonished, reflecting on whether sending Thor to Midgard for training was prudent or foolish. However, recalling the brevity of his own time, he resolved firmly, deciding he would simply monitor the situation closely. General Ross, observing the scene through various means, yearned even more for the power of the Hulk. Although he had an interest in Gawain, The pressure exerted by Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce had compelled him to temporarily set aside his desire to grasp Gawain's strength. Numerous other organizations also contributed emotional values through diverse methods. However, the on-site Tony and SHIELD agents remained oblivious to the unfolding events, having been rendered utterly numb by the overwhelming might of Gawain. The cataclysmic golden lightsaber left an indelible impression upon them. Jarvis, did you capture the earlier footage? Sir, it has been recorded, but the power levels remain incalculable. The dark mist, hellish portal, and molten lakes had vanished, leaving only the colossal sword scars as a testament to the horrific battle that had just transpired. Chapter 15. Ivan and Obadiah in a farm on the outskirts of New York. Gawain stood with his sword sheathed, while Tony flew before him, concern etched across his face. Oh, Gawain, are you all right? I am fine, Gawain replied nonchalantly, yet his brow was furrowed in deep thought. Seeing this, Tony mistakenly assumed Gawain had sustained an injury and promptly instructed Jarvis to scan his body. As Gawain was, in fact, unscathed, Jarvis's scan indicated that he was perfectly normal, leaving Gawain utterly bewildered as he gazed at Tony. Tony sighed in relief upon hearing Jarvis's results. Had Gawain been injured and subsequently faced a creature of the same caliber as the demon they had just vanquished, they would have found themselves in a dire predicament. Buddy, your furrowed brow could crush a fly. I thought you were hurt. I frown because this demon clearly does not belong to the underworld, which means there are other demons targeting this world. Emotional readings, 106 from Tony, 90 from Natasha, 90 from Nick Fury. SHIELD agents, witnessing the defeat of the demon, gathered around and fortuitously overheard Gawain's words. Tony, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you implying there is more than one type of demon?" Indeed, Gawain replied. As I mentioned before, the dimensional realm of underworld demons is distinct from our own, yet there are many worlds similar to that of the underworld demons. So, are you saying this demon originates from another dimension? Precisely. Those demonic realms harbor malevolence towards this world. However, due to the influence of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, they have refrained from overt invasions. Oh my goodness, what exactly is this Supreme Sorcerer? I feel as though I've wasted half my life. Tony realized that since the blood demon incident, the world before him had transformed irrevocably. Gawain regarded Tony with a measure of sympathy, thinking to himself how delightfully twisted fate could be. Of course, Tony was not the only one taken aback. The surrounding agents and their superiors contributed their fair share of emotional readings. Observing the astonished expressions of Tony and the multitude of SHIELD agents, Gawain continued. Nevertheless, you need not worry. Such significant matters as dimensional invasions are best left to the prominent figures. We need only focus on our own tasks. Those words did little to comfort the SHIELD agents. Gawain's intention was not to assuage their fears. They were simply required to address the aftermath of the chaos at the farm. Indeed, upon hearing Gawain's words, Coulson promptly arranged for agents to manage the farm situation, ensuring confidentiality agreements were signed and necessary warnings issued. The confrontation between the Witch King and Gawain was so monumental that it drew the attention of numerous onlookers in downtown New York, who witnessed the golden sword and the ominous black clouds, resulting in an overwhelming workload for SHIELD, observing a television helicopter approaching from afar. Coulson spat in disdain and immediately called for Nick Fury support. Meanwhile, Gawain and Tony swiftly departed the scene in their armored suits, leaving the aftermath of the farm to SHIELD personnel. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Tony hurriedly left, while Gawain settled onto the sofa, meticulously polishing the blade of the victory sword. Tony, naturally, headed to the prison to interrogate Ivan Vanko, harboring numerous inquiries. However, Ivan proved to be uncooperative, and their meeting ended on a sour note. Yet, unbeknownst to Ivan, Tony discreetly launched a miniature tracker onto his head. Having learned from the previous encounter with Obadiah, Tony was determined to exercise heightened caution around criminals who posed a direct threat to him. Furthermore, he regarded Ivan's genius as surpassing that of Obadiah, acknowledging his potential value. With a troubled mind, Tony exited the prison, continuously pondering the crisis Gawain had mentioned. It had never been his choice as Tony Stark. to place his life and that of his family in the hands of others. Eliminating the demons of the underworld through Ivan could serve as a means to alleviate his burdens. A few days later, true to the original narrative, Ivan was rescued by Justin Hammer. Although Justin now pursued loftier ambitions, he and Obadiah had witnessed the recent battle between Gawain and the Witch King. Convinced they could not match Gawain, both he and Obadiah required more strategies to counter Tony, clearly identifying the reckless intruder at Stark Tower as a valuable asset. Following Ivan's rescue, Tony received word from the prison. Observing the Tracker's movements and hearing claims that Ivan had perished in a prison explosion elicited a derisive smile from Tony. Soon, Ivan was transported to a Hammer Industries production facility. Back at Stark Tower, Tony chuckled softly as he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to silently breach Hammer Industries' firewall and infiltrate the surrounding surveillance systems. While sipping red wine, he watched the meeting between Ivan and Justin Hammer unfold, only to be taken aback by an unexpected figure appearing on the monitor, Obadiah, who had not shown himself since his escape. Coupling this with the recent emergence of the underworld demons, a foreboding suspicion began to form in Tony's mind. As Tony engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, the atmosphere at the Hammer Industries production facility grew somewhat awkward, largely due to Ivan Vanko's rudimentary command of English, which inadvertently led to a humorous miscommunication. Reluctantly, Justin Hammer assigned him a translator to facilitate effective dialogue. "What is the purpose of your summons? Do you require my expertise?" Ivan Vanko was the first to speak, acutely aware that his skills would undoubtedly attract the attention of factions opposed to Tony. Hence, he was not surprised by his own rescue. "Indeed, sir. We harbor animosity towards Tony, and you share a similar grievance. I believe we can forge a remarkable collaboration," Justin Hammer articulated carefully, intending to leverage the young man's resentment to create turmoil for Tony. The ideal scenario would be to eliminate Tony altogether. However, even if that proved unsuccessful, it would still sow sufficient chaos. Most importantly, this endeavor would not necessitate any personal risk to their own team. "Ivan Vanko, is it? I'm acquainted with your father, Anton Vanko. We were once friends, but alas, circumstances took a turn," Obadiah remarked, wiping his mouth as he spoke, relishing the advantage of his longevity, as he had indeed been an ally of Howard Stark and was familiar with Nikola Vanko. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Ivan Vanko lost his composure, erupting in fury. What transpired back then? Did that scoundrel Howard employ treachery? Obadiah, reveling in the effect he had achieved, feigned deep regret as he replied, "Howard deceived me into believing that your father had plagiarized his technological advancements. By the time I sought to assist your father, he had been exiled and vanished without a trace." After a brief pause, Obadiah continued, "This so-called Iron Man was rightfully yours, my child. Tony's accolades were meant for you. Ever since I uncovered the truth of those events, I longed to eliminate Tony, yet I failed." As he spoke, Obadiah even squeezed out a few tears, leaving Ivan Vanko, unaccustomed to such theatrics, thoroughly manipulated. Chapter 16. Assault on Hammer Industries. As Tony observed the surveillance footage featuring Obadiah, he recalled the traces left by the prison break, realizing that this situation was likely beyond his control. With this thought in mind, Tony decisively turned to Gawain, who was seated cross-legged on the sofa, meditating. Although Tony possessed an air of arrogance, he was not foolish enough to proceed alone in such circumstances. "Gawain, I believe we have another predicament to address. How is your condition?" Gawain opened his eyes to meet Tony's gaze, responding, "The reason I accompany you is to tackle such troubles. My health is undoubtedly sufficient." Several days had passed, and given Gawain's recent battle with the sorcerer, he had not incurred significant fatigue, and now he was in peak form. "Very well, I shall inform the agents. After all, they excel at handling such messes, and it would be a waste not to utilize their expertise." Tony promptly reached out to Nick Fury. Nick was considerably invested in the abduction of Obadiah, especially since it had precipitated a series of demonic incidents lasting several months. This had significantly diverted the attention of SHIELD, and for Nick, resolving such matters swiftly was paramount. Soon, a strike team composed of Tony, Gawain, and SHIELD agents was assembled. Leading the SHIELD contingent were Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha, while Coulson was tasked with managing the fallout from Justin Hammer's actions. This ensemble was nothing short of extravagant for a mere industrial entity like Hammer Industries. Under Tony's guidance, the strike team swiftly arrived near the heavily fortified Hammer Industries production facility. Observing the stringent security measures, they halted at a distance. Utilizing the surveillance footage Tony had hacked into, Natasha and Barton quickly formulated a comprehensive plan. Gawain's remarks revealed the presence of at least 30 primary demon species within, along with 2 even more formidable ones, necessitating their inclusion in the strategy. This prompted Natasha and Barton to revise their approach. As while Gawain could easily handle the lesser demons, they posed a catastrophic threat to the agents. A new plan was soon devised. A few agents stealthily infiltrated Hammer Industries, eliminating the outer guards before launching a large-scale cyber attack on the production facility. Chaos erupted within as Justin Hammer's mind raced with countless thoughts. He soon realized his demonic identity might have been compromised and promptly ordered a dozen men to cover his and Obadiah's retreat. As for Ivan Vanko, he was merely a pawn intended to create distraction and was not needed at this juncture. Moreover, Ivan had modified several robots. Should Tony indeed arrive, they might serve to delay him. However, just as the bodyguard surged to Justin Hammer and Obadiah's side, a thunderous noise echoed from the ceiling, followed by SHIELD agents deploying holy water bombs through various means. The bombs rained down, causing Obadiah to instinctively shield himself with 2 bodyguards, a reaction mirrored by Justin Hammer. The explosion of the holy water bombs devastated many of the bodyguards, reducing some to ashes while others writhed in agony, transformed into demons. Fortunately, Obadiah and Justin Hammer, having taken timely precautions, were spared from the deluge of holy water. As the holy water grenades detonated, even more bodyguards rushed toward the commotion, unwittingly playing into the hands of the SHIELD agents, who saw several demons ensnared along the way. Following the assault, Tony soared through the breach in the ceiling, only to be intercepted by Ivan Vanko the moment he entered. Ivan Vanko lunged forward, tackling Tony and sending him sprawling near a cluster of robots. In unison, the robots unleashed a barrage of fire upon Tony, enveloping his armored suit in a relentless hail of metallic projectiles. Although the bullets were thwarted by the suit's shield, they rapidly drained its energy reserves. Regaining his composure, Tony swiftly capitalized on his agility to create distance. The hastily modified mechs, a product of Ivan's crude alterations, exhibited significant mobility deficiencies, and soon, Tony showcased his prowess. Despite his precarious situation, it was merely a matter of time before he dispatched the robots while maneuvering in the air. Meanwhile, Gawain followed Tony into the fray, effectively sealing off the escape routes for Obadiah and Justin Hammer. With their retreat blocked, the 2 villains had no choice but to press forward, transforming into their demonic forms and leading their minions in an assault on Gawain. Undaunted by the onslaught, Gawain deftly evaded their attacks, delivering precise strikes with his blade. The shimmering, golden edges of his sword swiftly vanquished several lesser demons, who were unable to withstand even a few blows. A mere touch of the blade signified their demise. Seizing the moment while Gawain was preoccupied, Obadiah and Justin Hammer combined their efforts to unleash a colossal wave of molten lava toward him. While the demons were impervious to the lava, Gawain was not so fortunate. He executed a series of rolls to escape the demon's encirclement, then spun his sword into a dazzling flourish that repelled the encroaching molten tide. As Gawain resisted the lava wave, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A lesser demon's body erupted, releasing a massive lava whip that struck fiercely at Gawain. Reacting quickly, Gawain raised his sword to defend, but he evidently underestimated the whip's formidable force, resulting in him being flung across the battlefield. This spectacle stunned the hastily arriving SHIELD agents and the distant Tony, who noted that Gawain had previously faced far greater threats without such distress. The sudden emergence of this lava whip was astonishing, but their astonishment quickly turned to horror as they beheld the towering figure of the blood demon materializing from the remnants of the exploded demon. The Ashen Council's detritus. Our kin's arrival is unstoppable. This world shall be conquered by the great king of sin, proclaimed the blood demon, before launching another molten sphere at Gawain. Fortunately, the sphere was intercepted and detonated by Tony S. Palm repulsor from afar. Gawain swiftly repositioned himself to evade the explosion, prompting Ivan Vanko to halt his onslaught. Gazing incredulously at the blood demon and murmuring, "What in the world is that?" The blood demon, seeing Gawain evade his attack, scoffed disdainfully and swung the lava whip again with ferocity. Prepared this time, Gawain deftly parried the whip with his sword, delivering a powerful blow that severed a segment of it. However, the blood demon remained unfazed, aware that he was no match for Gawain. His purpose was solely to delay him, with any engagement merely a secondary objective. Serving the same master, why risk one's life? However, since the master instructed him to protect these two humans, he complied. Chapter 17. The blood-melting demon strikes again. Gawain understood that these two individuals still held value for the master. Thus he focused his firepower on the blood-melting demon. Even if the demon were to be vanquished, it would merely return to the master, so there was no need for leniency. With this thought, Gawain charged at the blood-melting demon, delivering a decisive strike. Yet, the demon's form transformed into molten lava, rendering Gawain's attack ineffective. Failing to land a blow, Gawain retreated. In the distance, Tony noticed Ivan Vanko had ceased his actions and swiftly flew over to join Gawain in the fray. The hastily arriving agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were also not idle. Their advanced weaponry and holy water grenades were unleashed upon the blood-melting demon. However, these efforts were thwarted by the lava manipulated by the demon, which showed no fear of holy water, unlike the dark aura of the witch-heart demon. Having repelled Gawain, the blood-melting demon enveloped Obadiah and Justin Hammer in a shield of molten rock, subsequently creating a lava pit to entrap them. With no concerns behind him, the demon wielded his lava whip, launching a barrage of molten spheres, saturating the entire Hammer Industries production facility with lava. One must concede that the blood-melting demon's ability to alter the battlefield was formidable, and it was exceedingly difficult to counteract beneath the same realm of power. "Damn it, we must get out of here." Barton quickly commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to push outward, but the unvanquished demon spawn before them proved to be a significant obstacle. Previously caught off guard by the agent's initial advantage, the demon spawn quickly regrouped and retaliated. The lava zones created in the corridors posed considerable trouble for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and the innate strength of the demon spawn far exceeded that of ordinary agents. Once within close proximity, ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood little chance of survival. Observing the situation deteriorating, Tony, in a fit of determination, soared forward, using his repulsor beam to carve a path through the chaos. Seeing an opening, the blood-melting demon unleashed a torrent of lava towards Gawain, then lashed out at Tony with a powerful whip. Tony, unable to evade in time, braced for impact, but at that moment, a robot was flung into the path of the lava whip, altering its trajectory away from him. In astonishment, Tony glanced towards where the robot had come from, realizing that Ivan Vanko had saved him. "Tony, your life is mine. One day, I will personally end you." Ivan Vanko shouted at Tony before turning to flee. It was clear this was no place to linger, and he was confident that there were many in the U.S. interested in his technology. Having missed his opportunity, the blood-melting demon coldly snorted and clashed with Gawain. Gawain's swordplay was fierce, and as the demon's whip lashed out, the range of their battle expanded ever further. Before long, Tony rejoined the fray, unleashing his palm cannons and small missiles in a relentless assault against the blood demon, aiming to disrupt its actions. One irritating pest, the blood demon, increasingly agitated by Tony's interference, found itself exasperated, as anyone would when battling while being harassed by an elusive foe overhead. With a furious roar, the blood demon unleashed its dual whips to sweep away Gawain, then stomped a hoof violently onto the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled and numerous columns of lava erupted, some soaring to heights of over 100 meters. Visible even to many in New York City, a stark contrast to the lava columns witnessed at Stark Tower. In an instant, all structures within the Hammer Industries production base let out a mournful wail, teetering on the brink of ruin. The production facility, already compromised by a gaping hole blasted open by Tony, began to collapse, revealing Tony, Gawain, and the blood demon within. In this terrain, the blood demon could summon columns of lava at will for both offense and defense, making it difficult for Gawain to gain the upper hand. As for Tony, He was forced into the skies by the lava columns. Attempting to strike the blood demon while enveloped in such perilous surroundings was clearly too great a risk for him to take. Oh, hell, this creature is remarkably formidable. Soon, the U.S. military station near New York became aware of the unusual commotion. How could they not, with the police inundating them with calls? Once within range, disregard everything and open fire. I want that monster turned to ashes. General Ross bellowed as he issued commands, having tracked the Hulk's whereabouts. He had been ready to capture it, but this situation interrupted his plans, and such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable. At the moment General Ross gave the order, several short-range missiles launched into the sky, accompanied by numerous rockets aimed at the blood demon. Learning from past experiences, the military opted for a long-range strike without advancing closer. However, their efforts proved futile. Sensing a hint of threat, the blood demon manipulated the lava columns. As the lava spewed forth, it formed a massive barrier enveloping the entire Hammer Industries production base, absorbing the impact of the various attacks that detonated upon it. Yet, the flowing lava of the barrier absorbed the explosions, preventing any missiles or rockets from breaching its interior. Damn it, what are these military fools doing? Nick Fury, closely monitoring the scene, was infuriated by the military's reckless actions. As for whether their intervention could eliminate the blood demon, the previous incident at Stark Tower had already proven otherwise. Fury's concern was that if Gawain were accidentally harmed, they would be even less capable of stopping the blood demon. But the rising lava barrier only darkened Fury's already brooding expression further. Oh hell, what on earth is that? Emotional readings reveal Nick Fury at 106, General Ross at 58, and Tony Stark at a remarkable 180. This profound ability to alter the terrain left everyone present, as well as those behind the scenes, feeling an unsettling chill. They struggled to devise a strategy to penetrate the defenses. In a fervent frenzy, Tony relentlessly bombarded the lava barrier, for Gawain remained trapped within. A friend he had known for only a few months, but held in high regard. After all, Gawain had unwittingly rescued him on numerous occasions. The arc reactor in Tony's chest pulsated with energy, and a robust beam of power surged forth, striking the lava barrier. This attack yielded some effect, creating ripples akin to splashes on water. Encouraged by this response, Tony intensified the energy output, and just as he did, the lava barrier opened a passage for him. However, the sight that greeted Tony upon the barrier's opening left him astounded. His energy beam was hurtling towards Gawain's back, who was locked in combat with the blood demon. Tony, acutely aware of the destructive potential of his chest cannon, immediately severed the energy flow, yet the beam was already en route to Gawain. In Chapter 18, as the Hammer Industries incident came to a close, Gawain, caught off guard amidst his confrontation with the blood demon, was struck directly by Tony's cannon. Fortunately, Gawain managed to adjust his position mid-flight using the impact force, but the armor on his back was shattered, and for the first time since his summoning, he bled. Huh, you little insect did well this time. The blood demon cackled, lavishing praise upon Tony, which ignited a furious blaze within him. You bastard, Tony roared, activating the chest cannon once more against the blood demon. Anticipating the attack, the demon evaded with a swift leap to the side. This movement, however, provided Gawain with an opportunity. This sword is the embodiment of the sun, the last radiance remaining on this earth. The wheel of the sword of victory. Gawain swiftly unleashed his artifact, cleaving towards the blood demon. Damn it, cunning human. The blood demon transformed its body into lava, yet it was too late. Gawain's strike cleaved through its upper body. The tremendous force split the blood demon in two, disintegrating its upper half into ashes. And even the lava barrier was utterly shattered by this blow. Devoid of the blood demon's power, the shattered lava barrier cascaded down like rain, further devastating the already ravaged Hammer Industries production base below. Gawain, are you alright? Tony fired 2 palm repulsors to obliterate the falling lava above Gawain and swiftly flew to his side. I know you're not dead, come out. Gawain ignored Tony, shouting towards the spot where the blood demon had just been struck. After he finished shouting, the lava in that place began to bubble once more, swiftly reshaping itself into the form of the Bloodfire demon. However, at this moment, the condition of the Bloodfire demon was far from ideal. It had diminished considerably in size and appeared utterly listless. You humans, remember this. I shall return. The Bloodfire demon roared, transforming into lava and rapidly retreating into the molten lake from which the fiery column had emerged. Once the blood-fire demon had retreated, Gawain's expression fell, and he gasped in pain, turning to Tony with a weary voice. "To be honest, your attack was truly formidable." Tony, observing Gawain's state, felt a sense of relief. The fact that Gawain was still able to jest indicated that his injuries were not overly severe. However, upon seeing Gawain's back, Tony was filled with guilt, as the armor there had been shattered, flesh and metal intertwining grotesquely. Moreover, due to Gawain's remarkable regenerative abilities, some flesh had already fused with the fragments of armor, rendering his back a sight of sheer horror. "I believe you require a physician," Tony said, procuring a large sheet of metal and instructing Gawain to lie upon it. He then lifted the metal sheet and hurried towards the nearest hospital. After the main combatants withdrew, a substantial number of SHIELD agents arrived to secure the scene. Given that this incident transpired in New York City, controlling the ensuing public discourse was nearly impossible. Although mainstream media chose silence out of fear of SHIELD's authority, numerous videos from the scene circulated through various channels. These videos would provide a continuous influx of emotional energy for Zhong Hong. General Ross himself felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the military's impotence, while SHIELD detained the escaped Ivan Vanko for questioning. The entity that truly suffered immense losses was Hammer Industries. Following SHIELD's initial statements, Hammer Industries was swiftly divided among various factions, and Justin Hammer was placed on the wanted list. The entire company could now be declared defunct. Meanwhile, in Queens, Zhong Hong had not ceased smiling for several days. The emotional energy from the Witch Heart incident had been constant, and now, with the emergence of the Bloodfire Demon event, it was evident that he would be inundated with emotional energy in the coming days, to the point where his heart felt as though it might soar with exhilaration. System. Emotional energy. Current emotional energy. 12,643,217. Excellent. Excellent. How splendid. This surge in emotional energy from these two events is remarkable. It seems that the strong have begun to take notice of troubled New York. With this thought, Zhong Hong paced back and forth in his room, contemplating further plots from the Marvel Universe. Currently, the Hulk and Captain America had yet to appear. He recalled that shortly after the Whiplash incident, the Hulk would engage in a fierce battle with Abomination in New York. Following it would be Thor. I must devise a thorough plan. Zhong Hong continuously stroked his chin in contemplation, and after a long moment, he spoke calmly. System. Let us acquire another Earth-grade treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 5-star cards and 2 4-star cards. 5-star card. The Tree of Eternal Youth, originating from the realm of immortality. This tree bears 9 fruits of eternal youth. Any being that consumes these fruits can return to their youthful state and extend their lifespan by millennia. Most significantly, the efficacy of the fruits does not depend on the user's strength. Any being below the Celestial Father level can have their life energy detonated by the host, while even Celestial Father level entities would suffer grievous injuries. Prior to the host detonation, there exists no means to perceive this threat. 5-star card. The Gene Bank of All Beings. This biological repository contains the genetic material of every creature from a certain universe. When utilized wisely, it has the potential to resurrect formidable beings from that universe. Fusion is possible. 4-star card. The Spirit of the 10,000 Swords. Also hailing from the realm of immortality, this physique possesses an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. With the appropriate techniques, one can easily break through barriers and exhibit formidable combat prowess. Even engaging in battles beyond their typical capabilities, fusion is possible. 4-star card. The Corrupted Soul of the Prophet. From an enigmatic world, this gifted prophet possessed vast knowledge of ancient and modern times. Unfortunately, gazing upon certain forbidden entities led to the pollution of their soul, making fusion with corrupted materials more effective. Fusion is possible. 2 5-star cards. The Tree of Eternal Youth holds great promise. It could serve as the core for orchestrating a grand event. System. Please enumerate the available cards. Combat cards. Yellow Wind Great Sage, Strong Celestial Father level, Blood-Melting Demon, Weak Subterranean level, Fallen Dragon, Witch, Subterranean level, Solar Knight Gawain, Subterranean level. Item cards. Dream Bubble Machine, Red Shin Sword, Tree of Eternal Youth. Material cards. Fragmented World of Death, 5-star, Gene Bank of All Beings, 5-star. A fragment of Cthulhu's tentacle, 4-star. Xian Sword Fire Control Technique, 4-star. Remains of the Bear God, 4-star. Thunder Crystal, 4-star. Power of the Lich King, 4-star. Spirit of the 10,000 Swords, 4-star. Corrupted Soul of the Prophet, 4-star. Heart of Fury, 3-star. Unbeknownst to me, my collection of material cards has grown significantly. In preparation for the forthcoming plans, I can now fuse several of them. With that, Zhong Hong summoned the system's furnace and placed the fragmented world of death and the power of the Lich King into it. Chapter 19. The first Celestial Father level fusion card, Fusion Successful. 5-star fusion card, Sovereign of the Realm of Death. Born from the amalgamation of the fragmented world of death and the power of the Lich King. These two cards complement each other and possess immense potential for growth. The Sovereign of the Realm of Death embodies characteristics such as God of the Dead and the creation of catastrophes. Combat positioning, Celestial Father level. Sovereign of the Realm of Death. While in the Realm of Death, one can harness the power of the entire world, with their strength intricately linked to the realm itself. The stronger the realm, the mightier the Sovereign becomes, with the ability to devour worlds to continuously enhance their own power. God of the Dead. This entity possesses the potential to become the deity of all the departed. Though still weak, it holds the promise of ascendance to supreme power, effortlessly commanding ordinary spirits and possessing the ability to create new undead beings. Creation of catastrophes. This concept embodies the calamities of the undead, allowing it to become the origin of various defined undead catastrophe events. This fusion has yielded something truly extraordinary. Zhong Hong gazed at the card's introduction, unable to conceal his exhilaration as he muttered to himself. The attributes alone were plentiful, and the three most prominent traits at the top were evidently extraordinary. Even before he had consumed any worlds to mend the fragmented realm of death, he already possessed the power akin to that of a celestial father. Should he devour a few more worlds, he might surpass even that formidable level of strength. Indeed, he could first release it to consume some uninhabited minor worlds. Whetting its appetite, within the 9 realms, numerous worlds awaited consumption. It was likely that feasting upon a few imbued with such extraordinary power would suffice to restore the realm of death. With this thought, Zhong Hong sought out a desolate expanse of cosmic space nearby and projected the card into it. Before him materialized a world unlike any ordinary planet, an abrupt emergence within the cosmic void. It resembled a disc-shaped realm akin to Asgard, its edges shrouded in a thick mist of death. However, upon closer inspection, the world appeared somewhat dilapidated, with cracks resembling gaping scars cloaked in the fog of demise, through which one could glimpse numerous undead beings within. As soon as the realm of death manifested, it was seized by its sovereign, who began to devour the surrounding asteroids, with the consumption of several minor celestial bodies. The mist of death thickened, and the ghastly cracks began to mend at a visible pace. Yet, this was merely a superficial restoration. Much remained to be done before complete recovery could be achieved. From now on, you shall be known as Eliza's, Zhong Hong remarked casually. The sovereign of the realm of death inclined its head slightly and declared, "Henceforth, my name shall be Eliza's." Upon utterance of these words, the entire death realm trembled, as if it had become more tangible. Far away on Earth, Zhong Hong nodded, releasing the fallen dragon sorcerer into the realm of death, where the environment would greatly benefit its growth and power. He then withdrew his gaze, allowing Eliza's to autonomously control the world and consume other substances for its own restoration. Next, he intended to synthesize a few more cards, as the forces of the 8 desolations needed fortification. With this in mind, Zhong Hong activated the Xianjian Fire God technique and the 10,000 Sword Spirit Body, merging them within the furnace. Success. A 4-star fusion card was born, the Xuanhua Sword Immortal, emerging from the combination of the Xianjian Fire God technique and the 10,000 Sword Spirit Body. The Divine Technique achieved the Sword Body, and the Sword Body bore the Divine Technique. It possessed unparalleled offensive power, with sword light piercing the clouds like raging flames, concealing the laws of fire within its maneuvers. It exhibited 4 significant traits: Heart Sword illuminating fire, Nirvana Body, 10,000 swords returning to the ruins, and chaotic Xianjian, positioning its combat prowess at the subcelestial father level. Heart Sword illuminating fire. The essence of the sword nurtures inner fire, a flame born from the heart capable of incinerating all in existence. Each strike is imbued with the dominion to obliterate everything. Nirvana body. By invoking a unique technique, one can ignite the inner fire completely, granting formidable strength for a brief period, akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth, resisting adverse conditions. However, excess leads to drawbacks. Recovery requires a month before it can be employed again. 10,000 swords returning to the ruins, a divine ability carried by the myriad sword bodies, summoning the power of the stars to coalesce countless sword shadows into a single world-destroying strike. Chaos profound sword. Fire divides into the dualities of yin and yang, with utmost yang yielding to yin. The heart sword circulates through the dual flames of yin and yang. Once these two flames are summoned, they transmute into chaotic infernal fire amidst the ebb and flow of yin and yang, capable of annihilating the orderly world, rendering such devastation irreparable. This is quite splendid. It would be perfect to bestow the crimson profound sword upon him, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of the Eight Desolations realm. Zhong Hong, observing the introduction, nodded in agreement. Although he himself would not engage directly, the mere thought of possessing the elegant power of a sword cultivator filled him with uncontainable delight. While Eliza's strength may be greater, which man of Huaxia could decline the might of a sword cultivator? The remaining resources could be synthesized into another entity, aptly supplementing the non-human forces within the Eight Desolations realm. Without hesitation, Zhong Hong cast the remnants of the bear god, the thunder crystal, and the heart of fury into the furnace. The fusion was successful. 4-star fusion card, Thunderstorm Bear God, born from a merger of the bear god's remnants, the thunder crystal, and the heart of fury. This deity of bears has initially grasped the principles of thunder, possessing an indestructible form, bloodthirsty combat fervor, and the embodiment of thunder. Its combat level is classified as sub-father level strength. Indestructible form. The bear god's formidable physique grants it the ability to forcibly immune to abnormal effects and makes it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon. Bloodthirsty combat. The desire for battle and the fury of defeat embolden the bear god, rendering it fearless of pain and ever more valiant in combat. Embodiment of thunder. The bear god harnesses the power of lightning, augmenting its strength, though this enhancement wanes with the passage of time. Thus, the strength of the Eight Desolations realm is further fortified. With a few more endeavors, one might even unlock a celestial-level treasure chest. Zhong Hong contemplated aloud. In a hospital in New York, Tony gazed at the unconscious Gawain on the bed with overwhelming guilt. The usually carefree Tony appeared somewhat at a loss. After a considerable pause, he murmured, I did not intend for this. I am truly sorry. As he spoke, his hands fidgeted nervously, unaware that a slight smile had crept onto the corner of Gawain's mouth. Such is the nature of battle. Swords have no eyes, and unintended injuries are inconsequential. Gawain replied nonchalantly from his bed. Moreover, even among the Knights of the Round Table, we occasionally inflict injuries upon one another during training, let alone on the battlefield. Though Gawain seemed unconcerned, Tony still felt an air of awkwardness. Observing Tony's demeanor, Gawain rose from the bed. Tony, alarm called out repeatedly, for he believed Gawain's injuries would take months to heal. However, Gawain's constitution was evidently far superior to that of an ordinary person after tending to his wounds. They rapidly healed, appearing fearsome yet nearing complete recovery. Seeing Tony's anxious expression, Gawain chuckled and said, I'm nearly healed, I assure you. Besides, if your guilt persists, why not give me a new set of armor? As Gawain extended his hand towards Tony, the latter glanced at him and reciprocated with a firm handshake. Chapter 20. Hulk's enmity due to the United States government's overtures. Stark and Gawain were awarded honorary medals. However, Gawain disregarded the U.S. government entirely, resulting in Tony being the sole attendee at the award ceremony. Brother, there are times when I truly recommend you to venture out, Tony remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm as he observed Gawain seated in silent meditation on the sofa. Tony had left for the ceremony while Gawain remained in his meditative state, and upon his return, he found Gawain still in the same position. For someone as exuberant as Tony, Gawain's lifestyle was unfathomable. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. What place do you think would be suitable for me? Gawain questioned, opening his eyes to gaze at Tony with a look of confusion. He had deliberately avoided excessive public exposure. swiftly resolving issues with rogue demons without engaging with the media or various organizations. He was acutely aware that once he opened that door, countless bothersome matters and troubles would inevitably come knocking. Very well, as long as you're content, Tony waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to press further, and retreated to the laboratory to develop new armor. It must be noted that since the incidents involving the Mind Stone and the Blood Demon, Tony dedicated time daily to creating new suits, having entrusted the company's management entirely to Potts. His days now consisted of either working on armor or pursuing the blonde, oscillating between the roles of genius scientist and dashing playboy. While engrossed in his research, Jarvis's voice interrupted Tony's concentration. "Sir, you must see this." A screen materialized before Tony, and upon viewing the images, he was struck with astonishment. Oh my God, two hulking green behemoths are brawling in the streets? Has the world truly descended into such madness? Two colossal figures clashed violently on the streets of New York, while military personnel fired indiscriminately, with innocent bystanders caught in the chaos. Countless civilians fled in terror, yet many fell victim to the rampaging giants. The combatants were none other than the Hulk and Abomination. Despite General Ross's attempts to temper the situation, he had inadvertently created the living weapon known as Abomination. "We must intervene," Tony declared to Gawain, who nodded in agreement and rose to stand beside him. Observing this, Tony swiftly donned his armor, and together they soared towards the tumultuous street. On the streets of New York, the ferocious exchange between Hulk and Abomination wreaked havoc, leaving the military utterly powerless to intervene. Neither large-caliber firearms nor rocket launchers could inflict harm upon the two, and the deployment of missiles in such a densely populated area was utterly out of the question. As the American troops found themselves at a loss, the surrounding crowd grew increasingly frantic, with vehicles careening wildly, further exacerbating the chaos. Amidst the tumult, a man strode against the tide of panic toward the battlefield. He was strikingly handsome, clad in simple white attire, with a crimson longsword slung at his waist. Most captivating was his mane of fiery red hair, half-bound and cascading down his back. "Stop! You cannot proceed. Return." An American soldier intercepted the man, aiming his weapon at him to enforce compliance. The man frowned slightly at this, poised to articulate a response, only to be violently struck by a car that came hurtling through the air. At this moment, Hulk had fallen to a disadvantage, having been injected with a toxin that suppressed his powers, leaving him far from his peak. After a brief confrontation with Abomination, he found himself overpowered. Abomination forcefully embedded Hulk into the concrete, then cast a menacing glare at the American soldiers who had been attacking him. With a casual swipe, he sent two vehicles flying before charging toward their defensive line. Instantly, a breach was created in the American defense, and the soldiers, witnessing the onrushing Abomination, recoiled in terror, some even discarding their weapons in a frantic bid for escape. The costs of military accommodations weighed heavily. 2 shots in the heat of battle were deemed sufficient service to the president, but with their lives hanging in the balance, there was no point in maintaining a fade. The man in white continued onward, unfazed by the rampaging Abomination. His unconventional demeanor soon caught the creature's attention. Once a Special Forces soldier, he had been injected with a serum derived from the super soldier serum of Captain America, believing he would become the next emblem of American heroism. However, a botched operation to capture Hulk left him grievously wounded, and in his wrath, he coerced Dr. Blue to transform him into a monster akin to Hulk. Thus, Abomination was born, a being whose strength rivaled that of the Green Giant, yet whose mind was grotesquely warped, rendering him exceedingly violent. Now, as he focused on the man, he perceived no hint of fear or disturbance in his gaze, as though he were merely a mere insect. This provoked a fury within him, and he charged at the man, delivering a titanic punch. "Oh heavens! Be careful!" The onlookers gasped in horror at the scene. This monster could effortlessly toss cars aside, and such a punch could likely reduce an ordinary person to a pulp. Yet, as Abomination's fist bore down on the man, a spectacle unfolded that left the crowd astounded. The man raised his right hand, palm open, and effortlessly caught Abomination's fist, with an expression devoid of emotion. The man absorbed the blow, his entire body barely shifting save for the flutter of his garment. Were it not for the vehicles and debris sent flying by the force of the punch, the spectators might have believed that Abomination had not exerted any effort at all. From General Ross, the emotional value is 80 From Nick Fury, it is 76. From Tony, it stands at 106. And from the Abomination, a staggering 130. As Tony, accompanied by Gawain, witnessed the scene from a distance, he was utterly astounded. According to Jarvis's analysis, even clad in his Iron Man armor, he could not withstand a direct blow from that massive creature. Yet, this man in white had effortlessly blocked it, appearing to exert little effort. In stark contrast to Tony and the others present, the Abomination had delivered his punch with all his might. The ease with which this man absorbed the blow was a testament to his superior strength, far exceeding that of the Abomination. The sheer force he possessed could likely crush him. Contemplating this, the Abomination attempted to retreat, only to be horrified to find that he could not retract his arm. "Ants dare to offend me so brazenly," the man in white spoke softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Abomination was propelled backward, crashing violently into a building. The battlefield fell silent, only to erupt moments later into gasps of astonishment. "Oh my God, he is like a deity. This is simply unbelievable." From the Hulk, the emotional value is 160. From Banner, it is 126. From the Abomination, it reaches 190. And from Tony, it is 140. This spectacle profoundly shocked the onlookers, causing them to forget their instinct to flee or fight. Chapter 21. Yang Chun of the Qingxian sect on the streets of New York. Tony swallowed hard at the sight of the Abomination being flung away, then turned to Gawain, his voice trembling. "Do you truly believe you can so easily toss that hulking brute aside?" As soon as Tony finished speaking, he noticed Gawain was fixated on the man, seemingly oblivious to his words. After about half a minute, Gawain finally came to his senses. "I am not his match. In fact, not even 10 of me could contend with him. He is nearly the youngest existence of a demigod from the 8 desolate realm, and I have heard no mention of anyone of his caliber capable of opposing him." Upon hearing this, Tony found it hard to believe, having known Gawain for several months. It was the first time he had heard him acknowledge someone as beyond his capabilities. After a moment of thought, Tony asked, "Do you know him?" Gawain nodded gravely and replied, "His name is Yang Chun, from a human force called the Qingxian sect in the 8 desolate realm. I have crossed paths with him on the battlefield against foreign races." Yang Chun, Qingxian sect? Tony struggled to pronounce the unfamiliar syllables, then looked at Gawain with confusion. Yang Chun must be his name, but what is the Qingxian sect? All I can tell you about the Qingxian sect is that it is one of the most powerful and enigmatic human forces in the 8 desolate realm. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate. Merely knowing too much can lead to unfortunate consequences. Let's first tidy up this situation. Having uttered these words, the two individuals prepared to investigate the situation within the building that had been struck. However, before they could take action, an enraged roar echoed through the air. The creature, known as the Abomination, emerged from the building, its fish-like eyes fixated on the man in white named Yang Chun. At that moment, the Abomination's fury had completely eclipsed its reason, causing it to forget the vast disparity in strength between itself and the man before it. All it desired was to rend the man to shreds, seeking vengeance for the indignity of being thrown into the building. With a mighty heave, the Abomination hurled 2 massive chunks of debris toward Yang Chun, following up with a furious charge. Observing this from a distance, Tony intended to convey something to Gawain. But before he could utter a word, Gawain coolly remarked, "This behemoth is finished." The enormous fragments hurtled toward Yang Chun, and the onlookers felt as though their hearts might leap from their chests, while reason urged them to flee the scene. Their innate curiosity and thirst for excitement compelled them to remain. What transpired next left them utterly astounded. As the debris neared Yang Chun, approximately 10 meters away, it disintegrated into a myriad of shards, as if sliced by countless sharp instruments. Yet, an even greater peril lurked behind the fragments, for the Abomination, clenching its iron fist, aimed a devastating blow at Yang Chun. With a mere gesture of his right hand, Yang Chun immobilized the Abomination in mid-air, rendering it incapable of movement. A glint flashed in his eyes as he uttered, "A small punishment for a great offense." Then, as if struck by a revelation, he altered his course toward Gawain and Tony. Just when the gathered crowd believed Yang Chun would spare the Abomination, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The creature, ensnared and under Yang Chun's control, suddenly found its limbs severed at the roots, the entire monstrosity sliced apart in the blink of an eye. Before it began its slow descent to the ground, It was only upon hitting the ground that the abomination let out a wretched scream, yet it was now without limbs, struggling to roll itself. Even its formidable regenerative abilities seemed suppressed, unable to function. A closer inspection revealed a faint gray luminescence at the sites of its severed limbs, akin to a parasitic presence thwarting its recovery. Though this radiance did not belong to the chaotic sword energy of the Xianjian, it was indeed Yang Chen's own sword energy, imbued with a subtle permanence that rendered recovery impossible. Unless one could extinguish that energy, the abomination's severed limbs would remain irreparable, regardless of any further mutilation. The emotional responses were palpable. 150 from General Ross, 200 from Tony, and 160 from Nick Fury. The method by which Yang Chun had effortlessly severed the abomination's limbs astonished everyone present. They had never witnessed such an unfathomable display of power. While they could comprehend the notion of emitting a wave of energy or delivering a cutting blow, this inexplicable severance was beyond their understanding. Did it mean that Yang Chun could eliminate the abomination without lifting a finger, and could he not just as easily do away with them? As he contemplated this, an unknown dread spread among the crowd, which began to stir restlessly. Initially, the people merely recoiled, but as the anguished wails of revulsion grew more harrowing, their retreat transformed into a frantic rush, coalescing into a throng. Yet, none of this mattered to Yang Chun, who swiftly approached Gawain. Upon Yang Chen's arrival, Gawain spoke first, inquiring, "Have you come for the Netherworld Demon as well?" Yang Chun, taken aback, replied, "The Netherworld Demon? No, I care not for them. I am here for the great cataclysm. My sect's elders sent me into the world to assess the situation." "Then how did you end up here?" Gawain asked. Yang Chun blinked, his expression shifting, and after a moment of contemplation, he answered, "I have never left the Eight Desolates realm since my birth, and I am unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, the elder mentioned this area is the epicenter of the great cataclysm. Upon sensing your aura, I made my way here." Gawain nodded in understanding and continued conversing with Yang Chun. Meanwhile, Tony suddenly noticed something peculiar. Yang Chun was speaking in a language that was not English, yet he could comprehend every word. Feeling parched, Tony pondered whether this individual might be some sort of specter. Stealing another glance at Yang Chun, he was startled to find that Yang Chun was already looking back at him, saying, "I am not the specter you imagine. The reason you can understand me is due to a connection of souls. I am communicating directly with your spirit." "What?" Tony exclaimed, realizing this was not mere mind reading, but rather a rudimentary manipulation of the soul. "Oh dear," he muttered, feeling beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, as this sensation was truly tormenting. "I have some recollection of you, Tony Stark. In the future, you will encounter adversaries adept in soul attacks and pollution. It would be prudent to prepare accordingly." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Tony glanced at Gawain and chose to place his trust in him. Gawain nodded in affirmation and advised Tony, "You might find this credible. The Qing Xian sect possesses profound abilities, and it is not surprising they are aware of your situation. I suggest you make preparations in this regard." The emotional value from Tony registered at 160. Upon hearing this, Tony removed his iron mask to gaze earnestly at Yang Chun, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, I will take heed." Yang Chun smiled, then added, "I am also aware that you are a billionaire. As I mentioned earlier, I possessed no wealth upon my first departure from the Eight Desolates realm, thus." Tony chuckled, replying, "No problem. All your expenses here will be covered by Tony Stark." He understood Yang Chen's implication immediately. It was merely a matter of spending some money. After all, Tony Stark was not one to lack funds. To him, securing a formidable ally like Yang Chun for a mere monetary exchange was an unparalleled bargain. Chapter 22. Mephisto takes a hit as Tony and his companions were engaged in conversation. The Hulk, previously embedded in the concrete by Abomination, stealthily cast a glance at Yang Chun from his concealment. He then clawed his way out of the cement and leapt a considerable distance away. Tony, observing the retreating green giant, pondered for a moment before instructing J.R. Vase, delve into the military database to uncover the origins of these two behemoths. Although the Hulk and Abomination were embroiled in combat, Tony noted that the Hulk was consistently thwarting Abomination's attempts to harm the populace, intentionally drawing him away from the crowd. This realization left Tony in a quandary. Soon J.A.R.V.I.S. breached the military's firewall and accessed the database with ease, akin to hacking into a television station. "Sir," The large figure known as the Hulk has the military codename of Green Giant and is originally named Bruce Banner. He holds 7 doctoral degrees, including 1 in nuclear physics. An intellectual prodigy. How did he end up like this? Listening to J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony felt a surge of curiosity. It appeared that this Bruce Banner was indeed a genius in his field. According to the military records, the Hulk's transformation stemmed from exposure to gamma radiation. While the other behemoth, codenamed Abomination, was originally a soldier named Blonsky, who was allegedly mutated by the military through the infusion of the Hulk's blood. Is it safe to say that all this chaos in the streets is the military's fault? Tony inquired. At present, that appears to be the case, sir. Oh, for heaven's sake, those damned power-hungry fools. General Ross and the military's actions had undeniably stirred Tony's anger. Had Yang Chun not intervened today, countless lives could have been lost or irrevocably harmed. After a moment's contemplation, Tony instructed J.A.R. Vice, again, modify the files regarding the military's monstrous creations. Omit Dr. Bruce Banner's name and release it anonymously to the media, ensuring it is disseminated widely. Understood, sir. Gawain and Yang Chun observed Tony's actions throughout. Yang Chun remained silent, while Gawain addressed Tony, saying, "The world has never lacked those who seek to wield immense power. Though only a fortunate few may succeed, their madness persists, for the sensation of wielding power is indeed intoxicating." Tony nodded in agreement. He understood this truth well. It was the very reason he had refrained from divulging his armor technology, offering only a single suit to his friend Rhodes as a compromise. The peril posed by unscrupulous power seekers, once they acquire energy, far surpasses that of a mere handful of supervillains or monsters. Disseminating this information would also serve to exert public pressure on the military, and subsequently, he would leverage Stark Industries to apply further pressure. While it may not entirely eradicate such behavior, as long as Tony Stark was aware of it, he would never turn a blind eye. Having completed these tasks, he turned to Gawain and Yang Chun, inquiring, "Well, gentlemen, let us set aside the matter of the giant who fled for now. It is time for us to return." Gawain and Yang Chun were indifferent to the chaos around them, having never harbored any intentions regarding the disarray. With Tony also unwilling to intervene, they became even more disinclined to act. After uttering these words, Tony extended his hand towards Yang Chun, proposing, "Allow me to escort you back." Yang Chun, momentarily taken aback by Tony's offer, shook his head and replied, "You may lead the way. I can keep up." Upon hearing this, Tony retracted his hand and, accompanied by Gawain, took to the skies. Yang Chun observed Tony's flight, swiftly gauging his speed, without even drawing the Qi-Xian sword. He summoned his magical energy and soared into the air, quickly catching up with Tony. The latter, turning to see Yang Chun keeping pace, exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though he was struggling to contain someone's impending fate. In New Mexico, amidst the lively atmosphere of a Western-style tavern, an elderly man savored his drink, seemingly unnoticed by the throngs around him. After finishing his libation, he rose and stepped outside, only to find a lavishly dressed middle-aged man kneeling at his feet. The man clutched the elder's trousers, fervently pleading while bowing repeatedly. When his forehead bled from the repeated impacts, he finally dared to meet the elder's gaze, only to find the elder smiling at him, as though he were a sumptuous feast. "I beg you, I implore you, grant me a few more days, just one day." Faced with the elder's indifference, the middle-aged man began to weep, his pleas turning into a torrent of sorrow as he slumped to the ground in resignation. At last, the elder spoke, his voice reminiscent of a rusty bell, sending chills down the spine. "Child, greed exactitol. This is a transaction. You gain wealth while I claim your soul, a pact you once affirmed." As he spoke, the elder placed his hand upon the man's head, and a horrifying spectacle ensued. The man's soul was violently extracted as his spirit departed. The middle-aged man transformed into a soulless husk, his essence dissolving into a powdery substance that gradually merged into the elder's being. The elder closed his eyes, reveling in the essence of the man's soul, until suddenly he snapped them open. He found himself in a peculiar realm, facing a crystalline barrier. Peering through it, he witnessed the tavern's every decoration and beam of light mirrored in bizarre symmetry, as if the entire space had folded into dual phantoms. "Master Gu-E, I believe I have not threatened or offended this planet in any way," the elder calmly addressed an empty space. In the next moment, a circular teleportation magic circle materialized on the ground, from which Master Gu emerged. Mephisto, return to your inferno. The Elder, revealed to be the Lord of Hell, Mephisto commanded. Upon hearing this, Mephisto's expression remained unchanged as he pondered for a moment before responding. I have not engaged in any outrageous actions on Earth. Surely, the Earth cannot be a dictatorial domain of your so-called supreme sorcerer. Ancient One, upon hearing Mephisto's words, did not express anger. Instead, she gently caressed the eye of Agamotto and extended her hand towards him. Countless crimson magical lights converged towards her hand, and then she spoke slowly. Although I have not witnessed your actions, given the current state of affairs on Earth, your presence is absolutely unwelcome. Observing Ancient One gathering magical energy, poised for action, Mephisto felt a twinge of anger. When had the Lord of Hell ever endured such indignity? He was determined to show this so-called supreme sorcerer what it meant to be the Lord of Hell. In an instant, the mirrored space was engulfed in swirling black clouds. A palpable heat and the scent of sulfur permeating the atmosphere. Just as a fierce battle seemed imminent, Ancient One dissipated the magical energy and cradled the eye of Agamotto in her hands. The three sanctums scattered across the earth also began to gather magical light. Seeing this, Mephisto, on the verge of unleashing his wrath, immediately dispelled the black clouds, and the sulphurous scent along with the terrifying heat vanished, restoring the mirrored space to its original state, as if the impending battle had been but an illusion. Ha! I was merely jesting with the supreme sorcerer. I shall return to hell now. Mephisto chuckled awkwardly before his figure slowly faded from view. It was ludicrous to confront Ancient One, who was prepared to utilize the eye of Agamotto and the support of the three sanctums on Earth. Chapter 23. Ancient One visits Stark Tower once Mephisto had truly departed. Master Ancient One took a deep breath. From the initial chaos of the timeline to the subsequent invasion of Dormammu, and then to the recent expulsion of Mephisto, she had scarcely found a moment's rest for several months. The thought of the disordered timeline filled her with concern. Despite months of effort, it remained a tangled mess. It was only when she resorted to consulting the Eternal One and discovered that even he was unaware of the source of this chaos that she finally realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded her expectations. With this in mind, she abandoned her attempts to untangle the timeline, shifting her focus to investigating whether there were individuals or events responsible for the turmoil. Utilizing the eye of Agamotto, she surveyed the world and employed astral projection to observe other parallel universes. Among the myriad of parallel universes, she noted several that mirrored the progression of her own universe, hoping to identify the issues plaguing her reality through comparative analysis. However, the inherent chaos of the Marvel multiverse, compounded by the timeline's disorder impacting the eye of Agamotto, rendered this endeavor exceedingly challenging. It was not until the emergence of Dormammu and the fierce battle between Gawain and the Sorceress of Hearts that she finally discerned something unusual in all her previous observations. A figure like Gawain had never appeared. A new unknown powerhouse has emerged. Initially, she intended to observe, but the actions of the hellish demon had crossed all bounds. For both emotional and rational reasons, she could not allow a demon of Mephisto's caliber to remain on Earth, not even in a fragmented form. After expelling Mephisto, the Ancient One conjured a circular magical portal, leading directly to the scene atop Stark Tower. Once the portal was formed, she stepped through and initiated the mirror dimension. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony and his companions swiftly returned to their sanctuary after departing from the chaotic brawl between the Abomination and the Hulk. As the green light illuminated at the laboratory entrance, a smile graced Tony's face as he turned to Galen, saying, "I have completed the design of the armor I promised you. Shall we take a look?" Without waiting for Galen's response, Tony strode toward the laboratory while engaging Yang Chun in conversation. "Mr. Yang, I have informed my assistant. Feel free to relay any request to her, or you may also communicate with JARVIS. As Tony entered the laboratory, Galen followed closely behind. Upon entering, Tony pointed to a shimmering silver suit of armor and began his introduction. "This suit is designed specifically for your combat style. I have removed excessive firepower components, greatly enhancing its agility, and it can achieve long-distance flight akin to my own armor. Most importantly, I have altered its functionality. As long as your magical energy is not depleted, it can sustain combat indefinitely, and it can generate energy shields or augment strength through magic. This is undoubtedly my magnum opus. As Tony elaborated, he gestured animatedly, his pride evident for aside from himself. It was improbable that any scientist could create such a harmonious fusion of magic and technology. In truth, Galen was thoroughly impressed by the suit. What he lacked was high-speed mobility, and he firmly believed that this technological marvel would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Soon, under Tony's guidance, Galen donned the armor. However, as they stepped out, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. There lay Yang Chun, lounging with his legs crossed on the sofa, his hands deftly manipulating a newly released handheld gaming device, fingers moving so swiftly that they left trails. The table in front of him was cluttered with an assortment of beverages, including the infamous happy drink, and he exuded none of the ethereal, sword-like aura he had moments before. Tony, observing this scene, felt as though his vision had blurred. He blinked, realizing it was indeed real, and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet the scene remained unchanged. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have associated this seasoned otaku with the formidable foe they had just vanquished. Just as Tony was lost in thought, Pepper Potts entered, accompanied by several Stark employees, each clutching various gaming devices. Upon seeing Tony, Pepper hurried over, fixing her gaze on him, her voice laced with astonishment as she inquired, "Is this the esteemed guest you mentioned?" Potts was engrossed in her work when Tony suddenly reached out to inform her of an esteemed guest's arrival, urging her to cater to the guest's wishes. It was clear that someone Tony referred to in such a manner was no ordinary individual. With this thought in mind, Potts promptly set aside her tasks and hurried over. Upon her arrival, she encountered a man clad in white with striking red hair, exuding an extraordinary presence and an air of dominance in his gaze. Potts initially anticipated that this individual would make demands capable of unlocking substantial resources for the company, pondering which departments might need to collaborate. However, what transpired next left Potts utterly astounded, as the man merely requested the latest handheld gaming device and some refreshments. Despite her astonishment, Potts arranged for the requested items to be prepared. As Potts observed Tony emerging, she could not suppress her curiosity and posed a question to him. Tony, equally taken aback, noted the stark contrast in the man's demeanor. Seemingly aware of the unusual gazes directed at him, the man, Yang Chun, paused his gaming and lazily addressed Tony and his companions. "What? Have you never seen a swordsman play video games?" At this, Tony instinctively responded with an ah, and then listened as Yang Chun continued. "It's exceedingly dull in the Eight Desolations realm. Each day revolves around combat and cultivation. Having finally ventured out, I must indulge in the experiences of the outside world." Following this, Yang Chun opened a can of soda, taking a sip and smacking his lips before returning to his game with fingers dancing across the controls. Observing this, Tony shrugged at Potts and remarked, "You should let them set up their things, then go about your business." Potts said nothing further, and once the staff had installed the gaming equipment, she escorted them away. Just as Potts departed, a radiant light enveloped the entire rooftop of Stark Tower, and in an instant, Yang Chun, Gawain, and Tony found themselves drawn into a peculiar dimension. Yang Chun, seated on the sofa, focused intently, and with a swift motion, drew his red sword. He then unleashed 4 strikes towards the surrounding space. The sword energy, entwined with crimson flames, surged violently against the dimensional boundaries, causing the mirror space to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. After the 4th strike, Yang Chun sheathed his sword, and his fierce gaze softened. It was only after this display that Gawain regained his composure and instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Tony. Lacking his armored suit, was quite vulnerable. Yang Chun scanned the space and called out loudly to a specific point. "Master Gu E, please show yourself." Upon hearing this, Master Gu E materialized from the designated area, her expression one of curiosity as she inquired, "Do you know me?" Yang Chun replied with calm assurance, "I am aware of the supreme sorcerer who has protected Earth for centuries. I have heard that the elders of your order hold you in high esteem." The implications of his words stirred profound waves of astonishment within Gu E. She was unfamiliar with Yang Chun, a figure of unparalleled strength even among the celestial beings, let alone the senior from the sect he mentioned. Not only had she failed to observe Yang Chun in this universe, but she had also never encountered such a person in any parallel universe. The series of events unfolding around her plunged Master Gu E into deep contemplation. She had never faced a situation akin to this, and she had no intention of resorting to coercive measures. At least, she resolved not to employ force until Yang Chun and the forces behind him posed a threat to Earth. However, the question of how to deal with Yang Chun and his allies compelled her to deliberate with utmost caution. It had barely been half a minute since the three of them were drawn into the mirror space by Gu Yi, and only after she fell into contemplation did Tony realize he was in a peculiar realm. If Gu Yi harbored ill intentions towards him, he would undoubtedly face certain death as long as he was alone. The thought sent a chill down Tony's spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, prompting him to instinctively retreat behind Gawain. Perhaps Tony's movement disturbed Gu Yi, for she emerged from her thoughts. Turning her gaze towards Yang Chun, Gu Yi spoke. I hope you will refrain from actions that could jeopardize Earth. I have no desire to become your adversary. Yang Chun chuckled lightly and replied, You need not worry about that. In truth, the human race of the 8 Desolation Realm has always been dedicated to safeguarding this planet, and indeed this entire universe. Such a thing exists? Why have I never heard of you before? Gu Yi was reluctant to acknowledge Yang Chen's words, but sought to extract more information instead. Upon hearing her question, Yang Chun remained unperturbed. The composure of a swordsman enabled him to maintain his calm even in dire circumstances. He answered earnestly, The 8 Desolation Realm does not reside within this universe. Rather, it exists as a world coeval with this universe, yet it is vastly more powerful. After a brief pause, Yang Chun continued, In fact, had it not been for the impending catastrophe, our paths may never have crossed, as traversing to this realm was no simple feat. Master Gu Yi's emotional response registered at 350, while Tony's was at 240. Although Gu Yi's expression remained unchanged, she was inwardly astounded. Had it not been for Zhong Hong's unwavering attention to the system panel, she might have been deceived. However, Zhong Hong was keenly observing the data. Far away in the Queen's district, Zhong Hong smirked. If he could successfully mislead Gu Yi, the subsequent actions would proceed more smoothly, and even certain flaws could be rectified by her own hand. After all, Master Gu Yi was human, and humans tend to believe in what they wish to believe. As for the notion that a swordsman would never deceive, that was a jest. It was Zhong Hong who engaged in deception, not Yang Chun, the swordsman. Meanwhile, within Gu Yi's mirror space, despite her inner astonishment, she spoke calmly. What do you mean by the impending catastrophe? You previously mentioned that it was difficult to come here. Does that mean it has become easier now? Yang Chun responded after taking a few steps. The specifics of the calamity remain shrouded in mystery. When such a disaster is imminent, the heavenly mechanisms become chaotic, a phenomenon already manifesting in the 8 Desolations realm. Consequently, the elders within the sect are unable to ascertain the exact nature of the impending calamity, only surmising that it may plunge the entire multiverse into annihilation. As for the interactions between realms, they may indeed be influenced by this calamity. Recently, portals have emerged in the 8 Desolations realm, leading to this universe. The majority of these portals appearing in the territories controlled by our human race seem to lead to Earth. While we remain uncertain about the existence of portals in the territories of other races or in different planes of the 8 Desolations realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi nodded. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she understood that they must maintain their composure during such times, lest they find themselves at a disadvantage. This information represents the sincerity of our Qingxian sect. What of yours, Master Gu Yi? Gu Yi paused momentarily before responding thoughtfully. That depends on your needs. Sincerity holds no value if it fails to meet the other party's requirements. May I inquire if our sincerity has met your expectations, Master Gu Yi? Gu Yi fell silent for a moment, then chose to speak candidly. Indeed, it has. This information is precisely what I require at present. What do you seek in return? Yang Chun smiled slightly and turned to Tony Stark, who stood behind Gawain, before addressing Gu Yi. In the days to come, Mr. Stark might be a source of some disturbance. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to learn some useful magic from Master Gu Yi. Gu Yi nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will provide Tony with some instruction in the magical arts. At this juncture, Tony, who had been quietly observing, interjected. So you have decided my upcoming schedule without my input? Although he voiced his discontent, he made no move to refuse. Despite his pride, he was not foolish. Recognizing the potential benefits of this arrangement, Gawain then spoke, advising Tony, it would be wise for you to take this matter seriously. You have already experienced the advantages of magic. I may not provide systematic magical instruction, but Master Gu undoubtedly will. Learning well will be advantageous for you. Tony nodded in agreement, indicating his acceptance of the arrangement, and the conversation concluded on a positive note. Gu, having received the information, recognized Tony's potential. After all, in certain parallel universes, he had attained the status of a supreme mage. The opportunity to learn magic would undoubtedly benefit him, and the future integration of technology and magic within his Iron Man persona would prove formidable. As for Yang Chun and Gawain, while they appeared to gain little outwardly, Master Gu would not act against them or allow other powerful beings to do so until she had thoroughly investigated the matter. After all, this matter appears to involve an exchange between two realms, and the power of the opposing world is not to be underestimated. It may even surpass that of Earth by a considerable margin. Each afternoon, I take Tony to Kamartaj for his studies until he attains a certain proficiency in magic. At that juncture, I shall provide him with a tome of spells for independent learning. Having spoken, the figure of Master Gu vanished, and shortly thereafter, the three of them returned to Stark Tower. Chapter 25. The Realm of 8 Wastelands. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Tony immediately headed to the laboratory to don his Iron Man suit, believing it essential to design a personal set of armor. Once he was fully equipped, he exhaled in relief and stepped out of the lab. Observing Yang Chun, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a handheld console, and Gawain, who was tinkering with the Iron Man suit, Tony felt a profound sense of reassurance, even if faced with the threat of decapitation from certain adversaries. He believed they would have to contend with these two first. Initially, Tony felt a slight alleviation of the weight on his shoulders after the raid on Hammer Industries. But the mention of a grand catastrophe by Yang Chun had once again burdened him with anxiety. The formidable Yang Chun and the power behind him held a deep-seated trepidation towards this so-called grand catastrophe. Yet Tony remained utterly oblivious, and this ignorance gnawed at him. It struck him that he ought to gain further insight into this so-called realm of 8 wastelands, prompting him to directly inquire of Yang Chun. "Could you elaborate on the situation in the 8 wastelands?" Tony asked, lifting his helmet and sitting directly across from Yang Chun. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun glanced at Tony and then at Gawain before expressing his confusion. "Gawain, hasn't he mentioned anything to you?" At this, Gawain, who had been occupied with the Iron Man suit, approached with an air of resignation. "Since my arrival in the 8 wastelands, I have been either executing missions or engaging in battles. I hardly know more than you, the native of this realm." Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback by Gawain's response, and just as he was about to speak, he sensed a pair of eyes observing them from the shadows. Although subtle, Yang Chun was no ordinary being of semi-divine status, and he discerned the presence. After a moment of contemplation, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Master Gu still harbored doubts. If that were the case, then he would play along. Far away in Queens, Zhong Hong received Yang Chun's prompt and subsequently dispatched a bubble produced by the Dream Bubble machine to him. During this extended period, Zhong Hong had not been idly wasting time. Ever since the day the Dream Bubble machine had been activated, he had been crafting a scene of the 8 wastelands, and it was finally coming to fruition. On the top floor of Stark Tower, Yang Chun set aside his handheld console and, using both hands, traced a circle in the air to channel his magical energy, enveloping the Dream Bubble within it. Tony watched as Yang Chun gathered energy, forming a bubble-like entity in the process. While Yang Chun conjured the effect with his magic, he began to elucidate further. The realm of the 8 desolations is comprised of countless floating islands, where even the smaller ones possess an area comparable to that of the planet beneath one's feet, while the larger islands boast expanses thousands of times greater. The 4 principal core islands, however, are beyond measure, ever expanding with each passing moment. As Yang Chun elucidated, the visual display before Tony transformed continuously, resembling a documentary. He observed the smaller isles for a brief moment, then the larger ones, and, as the perspective stretched, he beheld the immense islands nestle within the heart of the archipelago, which appeared to be perpetually enlarging. Due to the unique nature of the dreamlike bubbles, Tony felt as though he were truly immersed in this spectacle, prompting him to exclaim in awe, "Oh my goodness, this imagery is simply magnificent. Yet, how could such a world exist? Jarvis, ensure that all of this is recorded." "Indeed, sir," Jarvis responded. As Tony watched, he muttered to himself, clearly overwhelmed by the experience, and he continued to instruct Jarvis to document the scene. The emotional readings displayed on the system panel revealed Tony at 160, Master Gu E at 240, and Nick Fury at 60. Witnessing this development brought a smile to Zhong Hong's face, affirming that his lengthy investment of time was not in vain. Enhancing Gu Yi's impression was a significant gain. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury was seething with impotent rage. According to the intercepted communications, it was evident that Tony was engaged in a crucial discussion with the formidable figure known as Yang Chun, even viewing the unfolding visuals. Fury's heart ached at the thought of missing such vital information regarding the 8 desolations. Resolving not to let this opportunity slip away, he directed several translators to meticulously document the forthcoming dialogue while dispatching agents to Stark Tower to eavesdrop on the proceedings. Regardless of the astonishment experienced by Gu, E, and Nick Fury, the visuals in Yang Chen's hands continued to evolve. After a brief pause, Yang Chen resumed speaking. Beyond these islands lay countless spatial turbulence, within which numerous realms were birthed. Some of these dimensions were significantly vast, even surpassing the size of the larger islands. Within these realms, beings would frequently launch incursions against the inhabitants of the islands. Furthermore, some powerful dimensions had the capacity to draw islands into their own realms. The imagery depicted scars akin to fissures between the islands and their surroundings, from which emerged beings of diverse natures, some benevolent and gentle, while others were heinously malevolent. Some dimensions were shrouded in silence and desolation. Various realms transformed before Tony's eyes, including familiar hellish demons that he had encountered before. A massive invasion of floating islands by these demons ensued, resulting in devastation and despair among the inhabitants. In one instance, after the establishment of a colossal demonic altar, an entire floating island appeared to be consumed, plummeting into a chasm reeking of malevolence. Just as Tony was engulfed in panic at the sight of this rift, the bubble imagery shifted once more, revealing countless human floating islands marked with the emblem of the letter V. The human-occupied floating islands are gradually expanding in all directions, even covering a considerable area on the 2 core islands. From a macroscopic perspective, Tony has even discerned that these human-occupied floating islands seem to resonate subtly, as if they're interconnected as a whole. In the realm of the 8 desolations, the human race has firmly established its foothold, boasting numerous powerful beings, many of whom surpass my own strength, while even more are of comparable might. There are also several supreme beings among them. However, the supreme beings of various races maintain a delicate balance, and the human supremes are rarely seen. At this moment, Tony was utterly astonished, and the absolute visual delight, coupled with Yang Chen's explanations, deepened his impression of the existence of the 8 desolations. Emotion values from Tony, 250, from Ancient One, 260, from Nick Fury, 160. Next comes what I referred to as the catastrophe. Yang Chen, observing Tony's expression, gently reminded him. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly regained his focus, his full attention directed towards the bubble. Far away, in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One was also intently watching the surveillance magic before her. Initially, she had only partially believed Yang Chen's words, but upon returning to Kamar Taj and reflecting on the still chaotic timeline, coupled with her current observation, she was now thoroughly convinced of the existence of such a world. Hence, she was eager to learn about this so-called great catastrophe. Consequently, she became even more invested in the current observation. Oh, what on earth are they witnessing? At this moment, Nick Fury, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, felt an increasing sense of urgency. The topic of their discussion was undeniably more critical, yet he had no means to visualize the unfolding scene. The dispatched agents reported that the rooftop of Stark Tower was enveloped in a peculiar space. Upon entering, they could hear nothing at all and would invariably become disoriented. From a distance, the rooftop appeared completely obscured, shrouded in a thick mist. Chapter 26. The layout in New Mexico Stark Tower. Noticing Tony's rapt attention, Zhong Hong, who had been closely monitoring the situation, understood that the time had come, thus prompting Yang Chen to continue his narration. Yang Chen's hands shifted, his magical energy flowing forth, transforming the entire bubble's imagery once more. In fact, in the realm of the 8 desolations, a calamity occurs approximately every 1,000 years. However, these calamities pale in comparison to the current great catastrophe. The imagery revealed the floating island clusters of the 8 desolations gradually enveloped in a layer of red light. Initially, the hue was faint, but as time progressed, it deepened, soon transitioning from a light crimson to a dark red. Subsequently, the islands of the 8 desolations radiated with brilliance, and upon closer inspection, one could see terrifying, powerful beings of various races emerging from the islands to engage in combat. Countless strong individuals clashed amongst the archipelago, and soon, several even more formidable beings began to battle, leading to the destruction of numerous smaller islands and the shattering of several larger ones. At last, 2 magnificent figures emerged from among the 4 core islands, surging forth into the boundless chaos of the void beyond the 8 desolation realm. These towering presences stood in stark opposition amidst the turbulent currents of space, which they regarded with utter disdain, their forms indescribable, revealing only vague outlines to observation. Suddenly, both figures unleashed their formidable powers simultaneously, causing the surrounding chaotic energies to pulsate violently, akin to the reaction of cold water meeting hot oil. In the 8 desolation realm, countless smaller islands were reduced to ash, while numerous larger islands succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing under its might. And even the vicinity of the 4 core islands began to crumble. Eventually, several more imposing figures appeared, each employing their own methods to safeguard the 4 core islands and the remaining floating landmasses. Gradually, the crimson light of the scene faded. The 2 magnificent figures withdrew, returning to the core islands, while the shattered remnants of the floating islands were devoured by the 4 core islands, giving rise to new formations. What transpired was merely a fraction of the chaos visible in the scene. The extent of dimensions disappearing within the unseen currents of space remained unknown. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, Tony swallowed hard, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, Master Wong was equally astonished, despite her vast experience. She had never encountered a world like this, and found herself exclaiming in amazement. While Tony could only perceive bursts of colorful light during the clash of the 2 monumental figures, Master Wong discerned the laws, the rhythms of the universe, and other phenomena, some engaging in combat, others merging or eroding one another. Even someone as powerful as Master Wong could not grasp the deeper layers of this spectacle. Yet she understood that this was a protective measure for the observers. Should one persist in watching, even she might be consumed, becoming a part of their immense energy. Emotion values surged, 460 from Master Wong and 320 from Tony. Suddenly, the sound of a bubble popping jolted Tony back to reality. He glanced out the window, realizing that the sky had brightened, and the east was tinged with the light of dawn. It dawned on him that he had spent the entire night poring over the materials of the 8 desolation realm. Rubbing his temples, he turned to see Yang Chun and Gawain, who appeared at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, Yang Chun spoke up, "You should go rest now." However, there was no room for debate. Humanity had long possessed the power to ensure that the younger generation received ample rest. The ancestors of humankind had built such a vast foundation not to wear down their successors. Tony opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Yang Chun. After reflecting on Yang Chun's words, he realized the validity of the sentiment, compounded by his own fatigue. Thus, he retreated to his designated resting quarters. In the ensuing days, every afternoon, Master Wong would come to escort Tony to Kamartaj for his studies. Tony had always harbored a profound thirst for knowledge that was beneficial to his learning. Thus, Tony embarked on his studies of the arcane, diligently researching battle armor in the mornings and delving into the mysteries of magic in the afternoons, filling his days with purpose, to the point of neglecting the company of women. In Queens, Zhong Hong had been confined to his home for several months, either crafting scenes with his dream bubble machine or amusing himself with the neighbor's Peter Parker. Even this reclusive individual found himself yearning to venture outside. However, he resolved to finalize the arrangements for the upcoming grand performance before stepping out. Chewing gum, Zhong Hong stood on his balcony, gazing towards New Mexico, calculating the days until the arrival of the god of thunder, Thor, who he had prepared splendid gifts for, intended for those extraterrestrial beings from Asgard. In a cavern in New Mexico, the space within began to distort and then rupture, forming a portal. As the portal materialized, a figure cloaked in black emerged. This was the fallen dragon sorcerer, who had absorbed a considerable amount of death energy in the realm of the dead, achieving formidable strength. Upon his arrival, he stabilized the portal and employed his powers to conceal it, until he received Zhong Hong's command. This portal would remain dormant and imperceptible, only to spring to life upon the issuance of his orders. Having completed these tasks, the fallen dragon sorcerer gazed vacantly at the cavern until nightfall, when he stepped out. After a brief assessment, he hastened towards the nearest town, making no effort to conceal his presence as he entered the most densely populated area. It was a bar, where old redneck Mike and an undocumented worker from Mexico indulged in revelry after a long day's labor. Yet, none noticed the fallen dragon sorcerer lurking at the back entrance. Drawing his staff from his waist, he raised it skyward, under the cover of night. A war canopy enveloped the town, and with his dark powers, he transformed the townsfolk into werewolves or vampires, creatures of the night. Though some attempted to resist, their efforts were futile against the fallen dragon sorcerer's might. Others sought to call for help, but the war canopy obscured any cries for aid from reaching the outside world. Soon, under the sorcerer's command, all dark creatures reverted to human form. However, while they bore the appearance of humanity, their essence had been irrevocably altered into that of dark beings. As dawn broke, the town resumed its daily routine. Yet upon closer inspection, some individuals exhibited a profound fear of sunlight, while others donned parasols to venture across New Mexico. With the transformation of the townspeople complete, the fallen dragon sorcerer returned to the cavern, prepared to use the townsfolk as his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the hammer-wielding deity. According to the unfolding narrative, he would not have to wait long for the god of thunder to descend, at which point he would swiftly discern the general vicinity of Thor's arrival. Chapter 27. The arrival of the god of thunder. As Tony Stark diligently practiced magic alongside Master Ancient One, a significant event unfolded in the distant realm of Asgard. Within the resplendent halls of the Celestial Palace, the coronation ceremony of Prince Thor Odinson was underway. High upon the dais, the All-Father Odin gazed down with a serene smile as Thor approached, his profound gaze hinting at unspoken thoughts. Below, Thor basked in the glory of the moment, every eye fixated upon him. At that instant, he was the most radiant being in all of Asgard. However, just as he was about to ascend the platform, Odin's demeanor shifted. The light around him coalesced as he thrust Gungnir down with a heavy thud. The treasury is under siege. Odin's voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, prompting all present to spring into action towards the palace treasury, leaving Thor momentarily abandoned. This unexpected incursion interrupted his coronation, igniting a furious desire within Thor to confront the intruders directly. In Asgard, the warrior ethos was deeply ingrained. All Asgardians were raised under its influence, and Thor was no exception to this fierce nature. Soon, the treasury's formidable guardian, the Destroyer, dispatched the frost giant attempting to steal the casket of ancient winters. Yet, the disruption of Thor's ceremony lingered, and the crowd dispersed to fulfill their respective duties in the search throughout Asgard. Before long, under Loki's persuasion, Thor led Loki, Sif, and the three warriors of the palace to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, stationed at the bridge, opened it per Odin's instructions, allowing Thor and his companions to charge towards Jotunheim. Upon their arrival in Jotunheim, they quickly recognized that a mere handful of them could not hope to defeat the frost giants, who soon surrounded them. In a moment of dire peril, Odin, brandishing Gungnir and riding the eight-legged steed Sleipnir, arrived just in time to rescue Thor and his companions. Loki, realizing he was immune to the frost giant's attacks, began to question his own identity. Upon returning to the palace, a fierce argument erupted between Thor and Odin. In a display of wrath, Odin stripped Thor of his powers, reclaimed his hammer, and cast both him and Mjolnir down to earth. As Odin gazed towards the place where Thor fell, he murmured, "Hurry and grow, my child. My time is running short." Meanwhile, on Earth, during a dark night, astrophysicist Jane Foster was out with her close friend and mentor, Dr. Selvig, observing astronomical phenomena. They noticed unusual weather patterns and luminous clouds, and instead of retreating, they pressed onward toward the source of the anomaly. As the three of them advanced, capturing photographs, they inadvertently collided with a bewildered Thor. Struck, Thor seemed unfazed, repeatedly murmuring about hammers and the impossibility of the Rainbow Bridge. Noticing Thor's erratic demeanor, Jane Foster and her companions cautiously approached him, only for Thor to suddenly call out to them, "What realm is this? The Rainbow Bridge?" Heimdall. As Thor approached the three women, they were struck with fear, believing him to be mad. Instantly, Jane's close friend brandished a stun gun and fired it at Thor, rendering the mighty god of thunder unconscious. The trio then hastily placed Thor into a vehicle, preparing to transport him to the hospital. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of blood-red eyes watched intently from the shadows. After Jane drove away, the owner of those eyes transformed into a colossal bat and followed in pursuit. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, contemplating, yet ultimately discarding Mjolnir. Concurrently, in a secluded cave, the fallen dragon sorcerer's eyes ignited with the flame of souls, while in New York, Zhong Hong swiftly learned of Thor's whereabouts. Excellent. All that remains is for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to arrive and chaos will ensue. At that moment, Nick Fury at the S.H.I.L.D. base examined the urgent photographs sent by agents from New Mexico, revealing an unidentified object in the sky. Amidst unusual celestial phenomena, an object had fallen from above, the specifics of which remained unclear. However, the agents were certain it was a supernatural occurrence. In the Seoul hospital of Pondeon-Taigo, Thor gradually regained consciousness in a hospital room, only to be met with pain. Upon focusing, he noticed a peculiar figure in a white coat was inserting a sharp object into his body. Witnessing this, Thor bellowed in fury, "What audacity! Dare you assault the son of Odin?" The doctor, taken aback, realized the patient was likely delusional. "Quick, some help!" Before he could act, Thor forcefully pushed the doctor aside. He then leaped from the bed, causing panic among the medical staff, with several attempting to restrain him. However, they were no match for Thor. Even with his divine powers sealed, after a millennium of combat experience, he was far beyond their grasp. Shortly thereafter, security, alerted by the commotion, rushed in and, leveraging their numbers, managed to subdue Thor, albeit with difficulty as he continued to resist. Just then, a doctor produced a syringe filled with a tranquilizer and swiftly injected it into Thor. "You cannot overpower the great Thor," he attempted to exclaim before succumbing to a deep, childlike slumber. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury approached Coulson. As Coulson entered the director's office, Fury produced a document from his pocket. "This is your next mission, Agent Coulson. Our satellites and agents have captured this footage." Coulson took the document, glancing through it to discover it was filled with photographs. "In the state of New Mexico, a celestial object has plummeted to Earth, and your mission is to locate it expeditiously and retrieve it. I have arranged for assistance. Agent Barton will soon be on hand to support you." Upon hearing this, Coulson turned to Nick Fury with a serious expression and affirmed, "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, 50 miles west of the town of Pandianago, Thor's hammer descended from the heavens, creating a circular crater several meters wide upon impact. Early in the morning, the townsfolk discovered the hammer and gathered in droves, eager to lift it. However, due to Odin's enchantment, none could budge it, even damaging a nearby pickup truck in the process. Laughter erupted among the crowd, but their merriment was short-lived as agent from S.H.I.L.D. arrived promptly. Agent Coulson was the first to disembark, producing his faux credentials and addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, this area is now under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.L.D. For your safety, please vacate the premises immediately." "Oh, for heaven's sake, we were here first," came the chorus of protests. Despite the outcry, the crowd complied and soon dispersed. Chapter 28. A terrifying rainy night. Subsequently, the agents of S.H.I.L.D. attempted to lift the hammer, but as expected, none succeeded. Nevertheless, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency was commendable, and they swiftly erected a makeshift research station. During this time, Coulson led the effort to confiscate Jane's experimental notes and equipment, which instigated a grudge in Jane against S.H.I.L.D. However, her mentor, Dr. Selvig, was well aware of the formidable nature of such clandestine organizations. Jane argued her case fiercely, but ultimately could not outmaneuver Coulson. Her notes were taken while she was in heated debate with another agent. Unable to tolerate this injustice, Jane resolved to reclaim her research, but Dr. Selvig intervened. Knowing a colleague who had vanished under similar circumstances involving S.H.I.L.D. did not wish Jane to share the same fate. Frustrated, Jane bided her time until she could discreetly dismiss Dr. Selvig and her friend Darcy, setting off alone in her car to retrieve her notes. Along the way, she encountered Thor, who was also intent on reclaiming his hammer, and together they ventured towards the site of the fallen weapon. As dusk approached, they arrived at the vicinity of Thor's hammer. After a brief observation, Thor decided to make his move under the cover of the impending rain. Meanwhile, in the crater, Coulson engaged in casual conversation with Barton. "Oh, this blasted weather forecast. It clearly predicted a sunny day. Sir, you know I only trust what I can see with my own eyes." Coulson nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone knows Agent Barton is an exceptional marksman. As Coulson was about to speak, he was interrupted by Barton's voice. "Something feels off. Don't you find it strange, sir? Despite the heavy rain, it should not be this quiet." Being a trained agent, Coulson immediately recognized the gravity of the situation upon Barton's prompt. He swiftly drew his firearm and spoke into the intercom. "Everyone, arm yourselves and heighten your vigilance. There is something amiss nearby." "Understood, sir," came the chorus of responses from the S.H.I.L.D. agents as they armed themselves and heightened their awareness. Clad in raincoats and wielding weapons, they activated their searchlights to scan the surroundings meticulously. Meanwhile, Jane, concealed nearby, felt her heart race in her chest. After all, the moment Thor had entered the temporary base, the atmosphere had turned tense. However, the brightness of the searchlights compelled her to retreat closer to the vehicle. Just as she was about to call Dr. Selvig, she noticed the unusual silence enveloping the dark, rainy night. The only sounds were the rain and thunder, while the profound darkness seemed to swallow every other noise. Suddenly, two eerie wolf howls pierced the night, sharp and chilling, causing the S.H.I.L.D. agents to bristle with unease. Yet, despite their vigilant scanning with the searchlights, no suspicious figures came into view. "Barton, take your weapon and head to the high platform." Upon hearing this, Barton nodded, grabbed his bow and arrows, and ascended to the platform. It wasn't long before Hawkeye spotted something suspicious and swiftly released an arrow. The arrow struck its target, and just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing a shocking sight: a horde of enormous wolves charging toward the temporary base, their dark forms blending into the rainy night, seemingly endless. The scene grew even more astonishing when the wolf struck by Barton rose on its hind legs and forcefully extracted the arrow embedded in its body. Before long, Coulson's radio crackled with the anxious voices of the S.H.I.L.D. agents. "Sir, we've spotted a large number of enemies to the southwest. Their numbers appear to be in the hundreds." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Before Coulson could strategize his next move, the massive wolves, now exposed, abandoned their stealth and sprinted toward the S.H.I.L.D. base, claws outstretched. In the blink of an eye, the leading wolf reached the perimeter, prompting the agents to open fire. The good news was that bullets could penetrate their defenses. The bad news was that it would take a considerable number of agents to bring down a single giant wolf. However, time was of the essence. As the wolves were closing in rapidly, those approaching the fence stood tall on their hind legs and leapt into the base. In the heart of the base, Coulson swiftly contacted Nick Fury, transmitting the harrowing footage of the wolf assault. "Commander, you must take a look at this. I believe we require reinforcements." At this moment, Coulson was at a loss for words. Ever since the emergence of Iron Man, these supernatural entities seem to have proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Within the S.H.I.L.D. base in New York, Nick Fury scrutinized the footage transmitted by Coulson, his brow furrowed. He then remarked, "Oh, for the love of, if the situation is dire, initiate a withdrawal. I will arrange for your support." Fury called out to the door, "Someone come in." Shortly, an agent entered, inquiring, "What is it, sir?" "Contact the National Guard in New Mexico." "Yes, sir." The agent promptly turned and departed to reach out to the National Guard in New Mexico. Fury drummed his fingers on the table incessantly. Such a scale of mysterious events could not be handled solely by S.H.L.D. He needed to involve military personnel. Meanwhile, at the temporary S.H.I.L.D. base in New Mexico, agents were relying on makeshift fortifications to withstand the onslaught. Although their firepower was formidable, their numbers were ultimately limited. Soon, they found themselves face to face with the towering dire wolves, which had now transformed into the werewolves of Western mythology. Once engaged, the trained S.H.I.L.D. agents had little recourse. Only a handful of those skilled in hand-to-hand combat could hold their ground, but ultimately, they were outnumbered. Packs of werewolves surged toward the base. And as the torrential rain poured down, the ground became a grotesque mixture of blood, severed limbs, and mud. From his elevated position, Barton quickly leaped down, coordinating a few agents to provide cover as he seized Coulson and dashed toward the northeast. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning split the sky. Amidst the rain and chaos, Thor approached Mjolnir. However, no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not budge the hammer even a fraction. Faced with such a predicament, despair washed over Thor, leaving him at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the gunfire outside began to wane, but the howls of the wolves grew increasingly pronounced, infused with a macabre sense of joy. Observing this from a hidden chamber in Asgard, Odin felt a pang of anxiety for Thor. He had already resolved that if Thor persisted stubbornly, he would intervene. Chapter 29. The Mysterious Realm, as Odin anxiously monitored the unfolding events. Thor was jolted awake by the wolf howls and promptly fled, clearly distressed, yet not entirely bereft of reason. Seeing this, Odin let out a heavy sigh, feigning the Odin sleep while delegating certain trivial matters to Loki. In truth, Odin maintained his vigilance over Thor, unwilling to succumb to the Odin sleep until absolutely necessary. He now believed that allowing Thor to face some peril might not be such a bad thing after all. Elsewhere, Loki sought out Heimdall. Heimdall, what have you seen? On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, clad in golden armor and wielding a mighty sword, was quietly observing Thor. Beside Heimdall stood Loki, exuberantly wielding Odin's Gungnir, inquiring of the vigilant guardian. Heimdall, upon hearing the question, shook his head and replied with an impassive demeanor, "I have seen nothing." Loki, clearly skeptical of Heimdall's assertion, was aware that Heimdall possessed the all-seeing eye, a rarity among the 9 realms capable of deceiving his gaze. Thus, if he claimed to have seen nothing, it could only imply he was either distracted or focused on Thor. The former was inconceivable. The thought of Heimdall diverting his attention to Thor in Loki's presence ignited a dangerous glint in his eyes. With Thor exiled, Odin in his slumber, and Gungnir firmly in his grasp, Loki considered himself the de facto ruler of Asgard. The audacity of a mere gatekeeper to disregard him was intolerable, prompting Loki to contemplate a suitable reprimand for this insolent guardian. Heimdall, aware of Loki's nefarious intentions, remained indifferent. In truth, few in Asgard, aside from Odin's kin, paid Loki any heed. The subjects of Asgard only extended him a modicum of respect out of deference to Odin, for in a warrior's realm, a man dabbling in deceit was generally frowned upon. Loki's discomfort at Heimdall's disdain was palpable, and a sudden urge to seek out his brother surged within him. The image of Thor's current plight brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. With this thought, he flared his nostrils at Heimdall, thrust Gungnir into the ground, and declared, "Guardian, I command you in the name of the king of Asgard, open the Bifrost. I shall personally visit Midgard to see Thor." Heimdall furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Thor's perilous situation, deliberating the implications of Loki's journey to Midgard. Before he could further contemplate, Loki's impatient voice interrupted. "Guardian, what are you waiting for? Do you dare defy the will of Odin's son?" Upon hearing Loki's subtly menacing tone, Heimdall reluctantly responded, "Loki, the situation in Midgard is quite hazardous." "Hazardous? I, Loki, have ventured into Jotunheim. What peril could Midgard possibly hold?" Loki interrupted, raising his voice. "Address me as your majesty." "Very well, your majesty. Now, in the name of the king of Asgard, I command you to open the Bifrost." Heimdall, resigned to his fate, replied, "As you wish, your majesty." He then plunged his golden sword into the Bifrost nexus, unleashing a surge of potent energy from the bridge. A vibrant beam connecting the 9 realms enveloped Loki, transporting him to Earth. Thor raced towards the direction from whence he came, while Hawkeye, carrying Coulson, was also making haste towards that very spot, and soon they would converge. "Hey, Thor, over here." As the trio arrived at the periphery of the base, they encountered Jane, who had been waiting for them. She first heard the howling of wolves, followed closely by the sound of gunfire, prompting her to start the vehicle early. Jane had been anticipating Thor's arrival, but after a prolonged wait, she was on the verge of departing when he finally appeared. Not only did Thor show up, but he was also accompanied by the individual who had initially stolen his equipment and an unfamiliar figure. The sight of Jane filled the 3 men with delight. and it seemed that the gunfire had ceased within the temporary base, suggesting that the D agents had been completely overwhelmed. With Jane's vehicle, they could swiftly escape, as Coulson had already called for reinforcements. It was prudent to devise their next move once assistance arrived. Just as they were about to board the vehicle for their retreat, a vibrant beam of light descended from the heavens. It was Loki arriving via the Bifrost. Asgard had come to their aid. Thor was elated at this sight, and his previous frustration over his inability to wield Mjolnir began to dissipate. However, the expressions of the other three grew grave, as the commotion would surely attract the monstrous creatures. Indeed, following the descent of the Bifrost, the previously silent howls erupted once more, now imbued with an anger that amplified their terror on this rainy night. "Oh, for heaven's sake, you're going to draw those beasts here. We must hurry," Barton decisively urged, pulling Coulson and Jane towards the vehicle. Thor, witnessing the urgency, rushed to assist Loki, only to be rebuffed. "Brother, you have grown feeble since coming to Midgard. I'm a god. What harm could possibly befall a deity in a realm of mortals?" Loki scoffed at Thor, but just as he turned away, a werewolf pounced upon him. As the creature's gaping maw loomed before him, Loki's eyes widened in terror. Fortunately, Gungnir instinctively protected its master, unleashing a golden light that reduced the werewolf to ashes. Thor quickly rushed to lift Loki, who, upon seeing the creature vanquished, was filled with exuberance. However, before he could utter a word, he beheld a seemingly endless horde of werewolves charging towards them. In alarm, Loki took off in the direction Barton had fled, his speed astonishing even Thor. Nevertheless, Thor's instincts kicked in, and he sprinted towards Jane's vehicle as well. Fortunately, the distance to the vehicle was not far, and both Loki and Thor, under the cover of Barton's arrows, managed to board. Once they were inside, Jane pressed the accelerator to the floor. The RV sliced through the downpour, racing forward, but a pack of werewolves pursued them relentlessly on all fours. Jane, with no choice but to accelerate, felt her vision blurring as the road ahead became indistinct. Yet, the primal urge to survive propelled her to press on. Suddenly, a swirling vortex materialized before the RV, and Jane had no time to react as the vehicle plunged headlong into it. Following closely behind, the werewolves could not halt their charge, surging into the fray in numbers exceeding a dozen, while others scattered in fear, refraining from entering. At the very moment the group stepped into the vortex, Heimdall, stationed at the Rainbow Bridge, widened his eyes, realizing that both Thor and Loki had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Odin observed the disappearing figures of Loki and Thor with a grim countenance. However, with a mere wave of his right hand, their silhouettes reappeared on the screen, a contingency he had embedded within Gungnir. This scene appeared to unfold within a separate realm, one that seemed poised to merge entirely with Midgard. Upon witnessing the location of Thor and Loki, Odin murmured softly. Chapter 30. The mysterious fruit tree and the giant bear beneath after Thor and his companions traversed the vortex. The vehicle swiftly stalled due to Jane's miscalculated maneuvers. Watching the werewolves charging in behind them, a sense of dread gripped the group, as if their hearts had leapt into their throats. Just as they prepared to engage in a desperate struggle against the werewolves, an unforeseen event transpired. The advancing werewolves suddenly collapsed to the ground, prostrating themselves and trembling as if gripped by an overwhelming terror. Observing this, Loki boldly approached. Yet even after he pierced one werewolf with Gungnir, that creature offered no resistance, nor did the others react. They simply remained quaking on the ground. Odin's emotional value, 360 Thor's emotional value, 200 Coulson's emotional value, 150 Barton's emotional value, 140 Loki's emotional value, 240. This bizarre spectacle sent cold sweat coursing down Loki's brow. The previously ferocious werewolves now lay defenseless, and something felt profoundly amiss in the vicinity. Realizing this, Loki momentarily abandoned his intent to slay the remaining werewolves and raised Gungnir towards the heavens, calling out, "Heimdall, send me back. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall." However, no matter how fervently he shouted, it was in vain, for Heimdall could neither see nor hear him at that moment. Frustrated by the lack of response from the Rainbow Bridge, Loki cursed under his breath and, in a fit of frustration, dispatched a few more werewolves. Barton and the others quickly joined him, ensuring they eliminated every werewolf that had entered. After all, Leaving any behind would be akin to retaining a ticking time bomb, as no one could predict when these creatures might go berserk. Fortunately, only a little over a dozen had charged in, allowing the men to swiftly finish the task. As for Jane, she was still attempting to restart the vehicle. However, once she managed to do so and call for them to get back in, she was halted by Coulson, who blocked the way of those eager to board. Gentlemen, the vortex in that direction has dissipated, and the noise of the vehicle is far too loud. We should first proceed on foot to assess our surroundings, as this area feels distinctly wrong. After Coulson spoke, all eyes turned towards Loki, for his earlier shouts had certainly eclipsed the noise of the automobile. However, the crowd did not hold Loki accountable. Their immediate priority was to ensure a safe environment, followed closely by the need to find their way back. Upon this realization, everyone concurred with Coulson's thoughts. Yet, when they attempted to retrace their steps, they discovered a translucent barrier of air obstructing their passage. No matter the methods they employed, the area ahead remained inaccessible, leaving them with no choice but to proceed onward. The further they ventured, the more they sensed something amiss. The thunderous roars grew increasingly frequent and faintly. They could discern the breathing of some creature lurking nearby. At last, upon reaching the summit of a small hill, they halted in their tracks. Gazing at the scene before them, their pupils dilated in shock, and one by one, they crouched low, striving to control their breaths and stifle any sound. Before them lay a terrain reminiscent of a crater, approximately 200 meters in radius and plunging several dozen meters deep. At the center of this abyss stood a stone platform, upon which thrived a fruit tree, emanating a soft green luminescence that imbued the tree with an aura of vitality. Loki, with his keen sight, discerned 5 fruits adorning the tree, each seemingly pulsating with a verdant glow. Yet, the reason for their palpable trepidation lay in the colossal bear slumbering beneath the stone platform. This behemoth was immense, standing an estimated 40 to 50 meters when upright. Its body, scarred and adorned in hues of blue and white, exuded an aura of fierce combativeness, with formidable fangs and claws that bespoke its ferocity. With each breath the giant bear took, the space reverberated with thunder, as if the very thunder of this realm resonated in sync with its inhalations. Upon witnessing the bear, an overwhelming pressure gripped the souls of the onlookers. While Thor and Loki managed to maintain some composure, Coulson, Barton, and Jane felt an instinctual urge to flee. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bear's slumber, they could have retreated with ease. However, none uttered a word to depart. Their gazes remained fixated on the fruit tree, and at the mere sight of it, an intense longing for the fruits surged within them. Even Odin, far away in Asgard, sensed an insatiable yearning for the fruits. Had he still been youthful, he would have undoubtedly sought to claim that tree for Asgard. Yet in his old age, he refrained from recklessly provoking a formidable adversary without understanding the true nature of the fruits. Though the assembled individuals lacked the strength to perceive the bear's might, Odin, through Gungnir, had sensed its depth, judging by the power emanating from it. This bear was undoubtedly a being of near-divine caliber. Despite his extensive experience, Odin remained unaware of the identity of the tree and had no knowledge of a bear-like entity of such strength existing in Midgard. All of this was attributed by Odin to the peculiar nature of this space, as he sensed its imminent fusion with Midgard. He refrained from acting rashly, confident that even if the colossal bear awakened, he could safeguard Thor and Loki with the contingency he had concealed within Gungnir. Soon, Thor and his companions redirected their gazes and returned to the vicinity of the caravan, each harboring their own thoughts. They all desired the fruit from the tree, but were reluctant to take the initiative. Amidst the silence, Jane spoke up. "Oh, fellows, do not tell me you have any intentions towards that thing. You must understand that if the creature, presumably a bear, awakens, none of us shall survive. I do not wish to meet my demise here, so let us seek an exit, shall we?" Jane's words evidently fell on deaf ears. Apart from Thor, the other 3 dismissed her entirely. "Madam, the study of such supernatural phenomena is our duty. We cannot simply ignore it," Coulson interjected. However, after a brief pause, he seemed to reconsider, shifting his tone. "That said, I believe we should collaborate in our search for an exit. I assume our extraterrestrial friend shares this sentiment. Do you not?" With that, Coulson turned his gaze towards Loki. Among the 5 present, Loki was currently the most formidable, and if he had any designs on the fruit, he was the one most likely to awaken the giant bear. Upon noticing Coulson's attention directed at him, Loki hesitated, contemplating how to manipulate these mortals into probing the giant bear. However, he soon realized that finding an exit would also serve his interests. Once they escaped, he could either trouble these mortals or humiliate Thor thoroughly. As for retrieving the fruit, please, he was the god of trickery, and the throne of Asgard awaited him. He would not jeopardize himself. Zhong Hong gazed at the emotional metrics displayed on the system panel, deep in thought, realizing that Odin had indeed been keeping a close watch on Thor. After a moment's contemplation, he envisioned a splendid scenario. It was possible that the power involved in this incident would reach a terrifying magnitude. Chapter 31. The Vale of War, New York, Queens, Princeton Avenue. At this moment, Zhong Hong was at home, monitoring the situation in New Mexico, a realm of his own creation. He had sealed a small, untransformed piece of the dead realm and discreetly deployed it there. The seal was not particularly strong and would soon dissipate. When it did, everything contained within would manifest in New Mexico, and the contents were nothing short of precious. The tree was the tree of immortality. However, having plucked 4 of the 9 fruits, Zhong Hong intended to keep some of this remarkable, non-toxic sustenance that could extend life for hundreds of thousands of years. The colossal bear, revered as the thunderstorm bear god, bore a striking resemblance to a certain hero from a game, prompting Zhong Hong to bestow upon him the name Valabel. As a formidable entity of celestial stature, he manifested as the guardian of the eternal tree, for only that which is precious warrants the protection of a powerful being. After meticulously reviewing the plan and finding no oversights, Zhong Hong communicated with the fallen dragon sorceress. Within a cave in New Mexico, the hollow eye sockets of the fallen dragon sorceress ignited with the flames of souls. She promptly rose, and with a flourish of her staff, the portal within the cave began to whirl with frenetic energy, unleashing a torrent of undead creatures. As the portal commenced its operation, far away in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One opened her eyes. Was this the onset of a new dimensional invasion? She sensed the intense spatial fluctuations emanating from that location, alongside the profound malevolence of the world beyond. Without hesitation, the Ancient One prepared to obliterate the source of the spatial disturbance. Yet before she could act, she felt a formidable presence materialize near Kamartaj. Frowning, she recognized the gravity of the situation. She had to first address the immediate threat. Above Kamartaj, the Lord of the Dead, Eliza's manifested, clad in deep black knightly armor and wielding a colossal sword, his aura unapologetically palpable. Eliza's had come to delay the Ancient One. Although the realm of the dead was not in proximity, he was confident he could occupy her attention, even if he could not overpower the Ancient One who possessed the Eye of Agamotto. Soon, the Ancient One stood before Eliza's, refraining from launching an immediate assault, for she sensed the connection between this formidable figure and the malevolent energy originating from New Mexico. The chaos in New Mexico was undeniably linked to the presence before her. With a furrowed brow, the Ancient One spoke softly. "What is your intention, stranger? Do you also seek to invade this planet?" Eliza's chuckled lightly, responding with feigned nonchalance. "Do not misunderstand. I have come solely to engage with the renowned supreme sorcerer of Earth, who is said to be of celestial prowess." His voice, reminiscent of the abyss, sent an unsettling chill through the air. "I have matters to attend to, but perhaps you might choose another time for our discourse. I shall eagerly oblige." At that moment, the Ancient One wished to avoid unnecessary complications, with Dormammu having recently launched an incursion and the ever-looming threat of Mephisto. Provoking yet another celestial being would only exacerbate the precarious situation on Earth. However, Eliza's remained motionless, seemingly impervious to her intentions, his oppressive aura intensifying. As the deathly energy from the realm of the dead darkened the clouds above Kamartaj. Seeing this, the Ancient One's expression darkened, and with a resigned sigh, she enveloped Eliza's and the ominous clouds into the mirror dimension. Upon entering this realm, she gathered a sphere of crimson magical energy in her palm. "You arrogant fool! Your hubris will lead you to a fate worse than death," the Ancient One declared, as crimson magical energy coalesced into a scarlet chain that surged toward Ulysses. This technique, known as the Crimson Chain of Selatoth, drew its formidable power from the malevolent deity Selatoth of the Crimson Dimension, a force so potent that even Strange could bind Thanos with it. Now unleashed from the hands of the Ancient One, Its might was magnified manifold. As the chain approached, Ulysses sprang into action. With a massive sword imbued with death energy, he cleaved through the crimson chain with ferocity, then charged directly at the Ancient One. In response to Ulysses's advance, the Ancient One invoked the form of Achan. Instantly, countless manifestations of the Ancient One appeared before Ulysses, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to which was the true Ancient One. However, with an entire world of energy at his disposal, Ulysses's endurance far surpassed that of the Ancient One. With a flourish of his sword, Ulysses unleashed an onslaught of death energy, indiscriminately attacking the mirrored space around him. In an instant, dozens of the Ancient One's duplicates were obliterated. The Ancient One's expression darkened as he swiftly conjured several powerful spells, intertwining magical energies to staunch the flow of death energy. Seeing his assault thwarted, Ulysses altered his approach. A warrior and a formidable sorcerer, he unleashed a barrage of spells composed of death energy toward the Ancient One. The mirrored space was soon awash with a kaleidoscope of colors, each streak of light representing an immensely powerful spell. In their clash of magic, neither could gain the upper hand. Despite Ulysses having the entire realm of the dead as his ally, the Ancient One wielded the Eye of Agamotto to rewind time and restore his state. Though the Ancient One had employed the Eye of Agamotto for direct assault, the disintegration ray, effective against dark beings and magic, was neutralized by Ulysses's overwhelming death energy. Thus, both combatants found themselves at an impasse. Amidst the standoff between the Ancient One and Ulysses, the portal to the realm of the dead in New Mexico had fully opened, allowing a continuous influx of countless undead into the earth, including some exceptionally powerful surface-level entities. Following the opening of the portal, the fallen dragon sorcerer was also busy, unleashing the war canopy, which swiftly enveloped over 1 million square kilometers in ominous clouds of death across New Mexico. The chaos did not confine itself to New Mexico. Several other states and parts of northern Mexico were also engulfed. Under the war canopy, a multitude of the deceased rose again, plunging all areas shrouded in darkness into pandemonium. Fortunately, the National Guard responded promptly, bolstered by various concealed superheroes and an armed populace, mitigating the turmoil caused by the reanimated lower-tier undead. At this moment, Heimdall, standing upon the rainbow bridge of Asgard, furrowed his brow in concern. The sudden emergence of ominous black clouds obscured his vision of the surrounding area, prompting him to hesitate on whether to report the situation to Queen Frigga. Meanwhile, in the depths of Marvel's hell, Mephisto gazed with keen interest at the unfolding scene of New Mexico amidst a crimson haze. Chapter 32. The Cataclysm of the Undead on the Pinnacle of Stark Tower. Tony Stark was abruptly awakened by the alarming notifications from J.R.V.I.S. Initially drowsy, his fatigue dissipated as he beheld the shocking images displayed on J.A.R.V.I.S.'s screen, exclaiming in disbelief, "Good heavens, J.A.R.V.I.S., are you jesting with me? This is straight out of a horror film. I regret to inform you, sir, that this is no jest." As you can see, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, "Oh, for heaven's sake, this defies all scientific explanation." Tony was on the verge of losing his composure, questioning the purpose of his life over the past few months. "Sir, based on intelligence from Stark Industries satellites and various analyses from New Mexico, the reports are indeed accurate." "Oh, fantastic. It seems we are in for quite the predicament." With that, Tony irritably raked his fingers through his hair before hastily donning his Iron Man armor and heading towards where Yang Chun and Gawain were located. Observing Gawain in meditation and Yang Chun, who appeared to have pulled an all-nighter gaming, Tony felt a slight alleviation of his anxiousness. In his estimation, given the combat prowess of the two, especially Yang Chun's, resolving the source of the trouble should not prove overly difficult. Thus, Tony addressed Gawain and Yang Chun. "Gentlemen, I believe we have a situation that requires our attention." Upon hearing this, Yang Chun and Gawain turned their gazes towards Tony. Yang Chun set down his handheld console, gulped down a large bottle of cola, and said, "You should take Gawain to gear up first. Once he's ready, we shall set forth." As there had been little activity of late, Gawain, who was typically never without his armor, had removed it. His days were primarily spent in meditation or practicing his techniques. Gawain, having no interest in the internet, was largely unaware of the circumstances in New Mexico, or rather, he had chosen to remain oblivious. Before long, Gawain was suited in his battle armor, wielding the sword of victory. Upon seeing Gawain's armor, a proud expression crossed Tony's face. After days of studying under the Ancient One, he had acquired some elementary magical skills and had been enhancing Gawain's armor with magical attributes. Now, Gawain's armor was capable of providing him with genuine enhancements. And Tony was confident that as his mastery of magic deepened, these augmentations would grow even more significant. As for his own armor, it was a harmonious amalgamation of technology and magic. In his tests, this suit had outperformed any previous iteration. Turning to Yang Chun, Tony remarked, "Perhaps I could craft an armor for you as well?" With a lollipop in his mouth, Yang Chun turned to Tony upon hearing his words. Noticing that Tony was not joking, he smiled and replied, "My cultivation system differs from magic, and besides, the sword is sufficient for me. Excessive external possessions hold no value." Tony nodded in acknowledgement and said, "All right then, let us proceed." He had already arranged company matters through Jarvis, contemplating that perhaps it was time to find a mistress for Stark Industries. Tony took the lead in flight, with Yang Chun and Gawain following closely behind. However, before they could even exit New York, Yang Chun suddenly accelerated, catching up with Tony. "There is something good over there. I'll go take a look first. You two can fly at your own pace," he declared. With a thought, the Qi sword instantly unsheathed, transforming into a size suitable for Yang Chun to ride upon. Landing at his feet, once mounted, Yang Chun soared through the air at an astonishing speed, becoming a red streak of light that vanished from Tony's sight in an instant. While Tony pondered Yang Chun's words, he was startled as the flash of light passed by, and Yang Chun disappeared entirely. "Jarvis, how fast was Yang Chun flying just now?" "Sir, Mr. Yang Chun's flight speed was too rapid for the system to measure." Meanwhile, it was not until dawn that Thor and the others finally emerged from that space. Not because they had found an exit, but because the space had merged with Earth. As they stepped out, Heimdall, far away in Asgard, caught a glimpse of Gungnir's divine radiance. Before he could discern it clearly, he heard Loki's call. Upon confirming his return to Earth, Loki beheld the war canopy shrouding the sky and felt the suffocating energy of death permeating the area, causing his complexion to pale. As he contemplated whether to leave immediately, the rumbling thunder behind him grew ever louder, and he sensed that the terrifying giant bear was about to awaken. With this thought, Loki swiftly raised Gungnir and shouted to the heavens, "Heimdall, in the name of Odin's son, I command you to open the Bifrost. Send me back." Hearing Loki's summons, Heimdall, with no other choice, inserted the golden sword into the Bifrost nexus. Instantly, the entire Bifrost activated once more, unleashing a powerful surge of colorful energy towards Earth. However, the ensuing events surprised Heimdall. As the Bifrost entered Midgard, he encountered a stalemate with the entity blocking his view. Just as he was about to exert more force to break through this impasse, the entity unexpectedly chose to evade. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, beneath the war canopy, the fallen dragon sorcerer lowered his staff, facing thousands of spellcasters, including liches, corpse magi, and necromancers. The earlier stalemate with the Bifrost had stemmed from their combined efforts. Against the world-destroying energy of the Bifrost, the power of the fallen dragon sorcerer alone proved to be woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, their consumption is considerable. Fortunately, behind them lies the portal to the realm of death, providing an inexhaustible supply of death energy and souls. Any loss of energy can be promptly replenished. However, confronting the rainbow bridge head-on neither aligns with Zhong Hong's strategy nor proves beneficial for the realm of death. Thus, the fallen dragon, which decisively ceased the stalemate, creating an opening to release Loki. At this juncture, the number of death beings that had arrived on Earth had surged into the millions. These entities, steeped in death energy from the realm of death over an extended period, possessed power far beyond that of the newly transformed undead beneath the war canopy. Their objectives were clear as they relentlessly advanced toward the location where the Tree of Undying appeared. A legion composed of over 1 million skeletal warriors and plague-ridden corpses forged a pathway, interspersed with some malevolent undead beasts. While hundreds of thousands of Death Knights formed the rearguard, protecting even larger undead behemoths. The skeletal soldiers and other lower-tier undead were barely afforded a chance to emerge. Countless specters and gargoyles circled above the undead army, while tens of thousands of colossal bone dragons and thousands of ghostly dragons traversed the skies. The atmosphere was thick with ominous winds, and against the backdrop of the war canopy, it resembled an apocalyptic tableau. Due to the Rainbow Bridge, A breach had opened in the war canopy, which attracted the attention of various national satellites drawn to the immense black clouds over New Mexico. Instantly, the leadership of powerful nations across the globe erupted into chaos, akin to a boiling pot, with vehicles congesting the vicinity of their decision-making venues. Chapter 33. The attack from U.S. Military New York S.H.L.D. base at this moment. Nick Fury's phone was on the verge of being inundated with calls, a situation he had never anticipated. Initially, he believed it would merely be a troublesome supernatural incursion. However, it had spiraled entirely out of control. The casualties and repercussions of a mismanaged response were far beyond what he could bear. The inquiries pouring and were filled with trivialities, and Nick Fury found himself exasperated by the foolishness of these callers. Yet he had no choice but to address certain matters. He had intended to suppress the news, but the area affected by the supernatural events was simply too vast, and the speed of occurrence was overwhelmingly rapid. Concealment was impossible. Despite the war canopy of the fallen dragon, which possessing signal-blocking capabilities, such a substantial influx of emotional energy could not be squandered. Therefore, Zhong Hong specifically instructed the fallen dragon which to lift the network signal obfuscation. Nick Fury had no choice but to gather S.H.I.L.D. agents while simultaneously responding to the barrage of inquiries from all sides. One should not underestimate the number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As the largest intelligence agency on Earth, the personnel available for warfare were undoubtedly formidable. Theoretically, even a level 10 agent could deploy nuclear weapons, representing humanity's peak military might. Whether or not specific operations were necessary remained to be seen, but the capacity to respond effectively to the evolving crisis was imperative. As Nick Fury busied himself with pressing matters, the U.S. military in New Mexico and its neighboring states had commenced their actions. Traditionally, it was the U.S. military that engaged in offensive maneuvers. Now, however, the adversaries had come knocking at their door, and with the volatile temperament of the American forces, they could hardly endure the provocation. In a display of pragmatism, the local military reported to the Pentagon and the White House while swiftly deciding to strike first. Regardless of whether these were mere mythological beings, they resolved to launch an assault without hesitation. Dozens of missiles were promptly launched from missile bases and mobile launchers across New Mexico and its surrounding states, targeting areas densely populated by the undead. Although the armed forces in New Mexico were not particularly formidable, they were bolstered by the might of California and Texas, both of which housed over 100,000 troops. Especially in Texas, which shared a border with New Mexico, the ominous phenomenon had begun to capture the attention of the military, as the appearance of the undead had escalated overnight. Initially oblivious to the source of the problem, military satellites were now able to discern the vast scale of the undead creatures through the impact of the Rainbow Bridge. The Texas military, unable to bear the situation any longer, began to mobilize. Soon, the first wave of the U.S. military's offensive, comprising those initial missiles, soared over the undead forces. However, as if sensing the destructive potential of the missiles, a tempest of black thunder surged within the war-torn skies, obliterating most of the projectiles mid-air. The few missiles that managed to evade interception were caught by several gargoyles, resulting in only a handful of casualties among the stone creatures. In quick succession, the second wave of the U.S. military's attack arrived, led by a formation of aerial strike teams advancing from multiple directions towards the undead. Instead of charging headlong into the massive clusters of gargoyles and phantoms, they opted for guerrilla tactics, which yielded commendable results. Thousands of gargoyles fell victim to the formidable firepower of the U.S. aircraft, as most were ill-equipped to counter the high-speed maneuvers of the jets. The more powerful gargoyles and phantoms that pursued the aircraft were swiftly eliminated in concentrated fire. Seeing the effectiveness of their assault, the U.S. military commander refrained from targeting the ground forces of the undead, choosing instead to focus on the densely packed aerial entities, as advised by their think tank. Various anti-aircraft weapons unleashed a lethal storm of metal upon the clusters of gargoyles, and due to the sheer density of the undead in the skies, any fire would inevitably find its mark, inflicting substantial casualties among the airborne creatures. However, this explosive action stirred a hornet's nest, causing the gargoyles, phantoms, and skeletal dragons to scatter in all directions. The nearby towns and cities are about to face calamity. as a significant portion of the spirits scattered in the air following the attack has soared towards them. Soon, the inhabitants of these locales fell victim to the onslaught of the flying apparitions. A considerable number of these spirits pursued the aircraft that had just assaulted them, seeking vengeance against their tormentors. Following the exodus of these expendable spirits, the only ones remaining were the ghostly dragons obscured by the war-torn clouds. Alongside some of the expendable spirits continuously emerging from the portals for reinforcements, the undead army continued its advance towards the everlasting tree, unperturbed by the obliteration of any towns that dared to obstruct their path, as those who resisted became part of their ranks. Uncertain if it was due to the presence of the colossal bear, Thor and his companions did not encounter any werewolves upon their emergence. Just as they thought they were safe, Loki was abruptly whisked away by the Rainbow Bridge. He then beheld the ominous dark clouds above and a colossal mass of undead creatures in the distance, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Thor, who had witnessed many grand spectacles, found this particular scene unparalleled. Coulson, trembling slightly, retrieved his phone to report to Nick Fury, determined to update him on the situation and his peculiar experiences in that confined space. Look, military missiles. They have come to rescue us. Barton was the first to spot the initial wave of military attacks, his excitement palpable, for he still held faith in the military's might. However, as they turned to follow Barton's gaze, they watched in horror as the missiles were obliterated by dark lightning, a wave of despair washing over them. Leaving the bear might mean being hunted by the distant werewolves. They had hoped the military would eliminate the werewolves and facilitate their escape. Behold, military aircraft, led by our latest model, the 22, despite knowing that those fighter jets could not vanquish the multitude of bizarre creatures. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. As they observed the majority of the jets successfully destroying numerous targets and departing safely, they finally exhaled in relief. Next, they witnessed various anti-aircraft weapons bombard the cloud of undead, a spectacle that elicited gasps of astonishment from them, momentarily overshadowing the colossal bear in the crater. Oh, for the love of, we must leave this place. Those ghosts are heading our way. Barton was again the first to notice the dispersal of the undead creatures following the bombardment. Without hesitation, he activated the RV. Thor and his companions swiftly boarded, and as soon as they were inside, Barton slammed the accelerator, driving the RV away. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the giant bear in the crater had now opened its eyes. Chapter 34. The might of the bear god. As Thor and his companions were retreating, they were suddenly enveloped by a heartbeat that resonated like the roar of a colossal dragon. To their astonishment, the dark clouds above began to shimmer with a bluish light. Barton, accelerate. That creature seems to have awakened. Commander, this is already the fastest I can go. The others in the vehicle, except for the driver Barton, gazed intently at the crater, where an immense figure was slowly emerging. This towering silhouette exuded an air of calm confidence, resembling a sovereign surveying its dominion. Once fully emerged, it stood upright, extending its claws skyward and letting out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the sky erupted with fury, and the azure clouds transformed into the visage of a gigantic bear, its claws raised in a fierce roar. The sheer magnitude of this bear's shadow was so great that it could be discerned even from distant states, leaving those who had yet to face the onslaught of the undead momentarily speechless. Following the bear's roar, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, encircling the crater and forming a radiant blue shield, intermittently flickering with electric energy. Having completed this display, Vorpal waved his claws, summoning the lightning once more. Those undead creatures, such as gargoyles and specters, flying towards him were instantly reduced to ashes by the surging energy. Vorpal then turned his gaze towards the distant undead army, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Do you dare challenge me?" he bellowed, erupting into laughter as dozens of lightning bolts streaked across the sky, piercing towards the undead horde like swords of judgment. In response, the specter dragons hovering above the undead army unleashed their deathly breath, each bolt of lightning meeting dozens of these lethal exhalations. Despite their efforts, they were unable to completely shield themselves from the thunderous onslaught. However, numerous gargoyles had already begun to circle above the impending strikes, attempting to shield themselves with their bodies. Consequently, hundreds of gargoyles were turned to ash, and had it not been for the lightning penetrating the deathly breath, these creatures would have surely perished as well. Nearby the portal, a fallen dragon sorcerer witnessed this scene through the eyes of other undead beings, raising his staff once again. The various undead mages before the sorcerer also lifted their staffs, and a collective force of tens of thousands of necromancers unleashed their power, amplifying the shroud of war. As the rolling black clouds of the war shroud encroached upon the radiant blue storm clouds, Vorbel was not easily outmatched. The black and blue clouds clashed in the sky, dividing the firmament of New Mexico into two distinct halves, each color spreading outward in all directions. At this moment, the vast multitude of undead creatures on the ground finally sprang into action, their soul fires flickering within their skulls as they charged toward Vorbel. The airborne undead were the first to launch their assault, with several specter dragons diving directly at Vorbel. However, they quickly succumbed beneath the weight of his mighty paws. Yet the phantom dragon also crafted opportunities for other undead beings, as a multitude of gargoyles entwined around his form like maggots clinging to a carcass. Soon, a thick layer of gargoyle spheres enveloped the massive body of Volibear, with more gargoyles continuously converging upon him. Oh, this colossal bear seemed on the verge of collapse. Thor and his companions, who had retreated to a distance, chose not to flee any further. Coulson and Barton were intent on gathering first-hand intelligence, while Thor's warrior spirit would not allow him to miss such a grand battle. Jane, too, felt compelled to witness the spectacle, and thus they observed from afar. Just as they believed the giant bear was nearing its end, the subsequent scene elicited exclamations of astonishment from them. Beneath the sphere of gargoyles, streaks of lightning began to emerge, followed by a cacophony of thunder, as the gargoyles that formed the sphere screamed in agony, turning to ash. "I am clad in thunder. Here I rise." A tremendous voice echoed like thunder in their ears. Volibear was enveloped in a brilliant blue lightning aura, with surges of thunder coursing through his claws, while bolts of lightning crackled around him, transforming the bear into a celestial figure. Emotion values surged from Odin at 319 and from Thor at 160. "Oh my goodness, I seem to be witnessing the legendary god of thunder," exclaimed Thor. "Nay, it is I who am the god of thunder." His words, however, fell upon deaf ears, for Coulson and his companions were transfixed by Volibear. Seeing this, Thor felt a bitter pang in his heart, especially upon noticing Jane's unwavering gaze towards the spectacle, intensifying his discomfort. As Volibear engaged in battle with the airborne undead, the ground-dwelling undead drew closer to him. "Tremble before my roar," Volibear bellowed once more, and hundreds of lightning bolts descended from the heavens, incinerating the surrounding undead into ash. Even the formidable bone dragons and phantom dragons were not spared. Subsequently, Volibear lowered his claws to the ground and charged towards the vast horde of undead. The standoff between the war canopy and the thunderclouds was evidently disadvantageous for the undead army. Amidst the stalemate, the thunderclouds continued to bombard the undead creatures, with those struck by lightning often reduced to ash, leaving them with little chance of rising again. Observing this predicament, the undead sorcerers quickly adopted a new strategy. The war canopy's dark clouds ceased their mutual erosion with the vibrant blue thunderclouds and instead merged directly into them. Soon, the entire sky transformed into a blend of blue and black hues. This method proved swiftly effective, as the interplay of thunderclouds and dark clouds rendered the former impotent against the latter. Whenever lightning coalesced, it was obscured by the dark clouds, and for a time, the thunder merely flickered within the cloud layers, no longer striking the undead army. Volibear soon plunged into the ranks of skeletal warriors and plague-ridden corpses. The colossal form disrupted the phalanx of skeletal warriors, its sharp claws rending the bodies of the plague-ridden corpses, while in the flicker of lightning, the miasma of pestilence was utterly purified. For a fleeting moment, the undead army found itself utterly powerless against him. However, the morale of the undead was inexhaustible, with new legions perpetually rising to fill the ranks of the fallen. Soon, a cadre of vile undead beasts set their sights on Woolybell, some clad in toughened bone, others encased in heavy armor, indicating that dispatching them would demand considerably more of his strength. Observing the relentless tide of undead creatures surging towards him, Woolybell felt a surge of irritation. He struck the ground fiercely with his claws, unleashing a torrent of thunder that erupted from within him. In an instant, all undead beings within a kilometer radius of Woolybell were struck by the lightning, disintegrating into ash. The very earth trembled beneath the force of his strike, even sending tremors towards the direction where Thor and his companions stood. Chapter 35. The appearance of Yang Chun as Woolybell surveyed the now somewhat cleared surroundings. He let out a thunderous roar skyward. Instantly, several bolts of lightning broke free from the confines of the dark clouds, crashing violently into the ranks of the undead army. Yet, the gaps created were swiftly filled by the relentless tide of undead, with some death knights even breaching the vicinity of the protective shield surrounding the Tree of Immortality. However, those death knights were swiftly obliterated by the lightning that coiled around the shield. Their assaults failed to even stir the surface of the barrier. Realizing the futility of their strategy, the death knights redirected their charge toward Woolybell. At that moment, he was flanked by skeletal warriors, plague-ridden corpses, and vile beasts of the undead, with even larger undead monstrosities looming behind them, resembling Woolybell in stature. Above, gargoyles plunged down upon him, interspersed with attacks from skeletal dragons and specter dragons. With death knights surging toward him from behind, one might perceive that Woolybell had fallen into a desperate plight. Yet, Woolybell remained unfazed. He had barely tapped into 30% of his power. He understood that the appearance of the Tree of Immortality had drawn not merely these undead, but was merely a performance for them. There was no need to exert all his strength to vanquish them. With this thought in mind, Woolybell waved his claws, summoning boundless thunder that surged forth, enveloping him in a barrier of lightning that extended 100 meters around him. This barrier effectively isolated the undead on the ground, while those in the air were likewise struck by electric discharges. As the war's canopy merged with the storm clouds, the initial obscuring effect gradually dissipated. Now, not only could Heimdall of Asgard observe Woolybell's clash with the undead army, but even several major nations on Earth with satellite capabilities were witnessing this grand conflict, as numerous think tanks analyzed the formidable giant bear. What was he doing? Secluding himself from the undead. Was he exhausted? No, that was not the case. He was far from depleted. The thunder emanating from him could strike down the errant spirits soaring through the sky. It seemed to me that he was on high alert for something. At this moment, the think tanks of various nations were embroiled in a chaotic debate over a single action by Woolybell, completely devoid of their usual composure. Yet, before they could analyze the situation, they were confronted with a shocking scene. In the image, Woolybell stood upright, gazing intently at a certain point, where astonishingly, a human being materialized out of thin air. Indeed, it was as if he had simply appeared from nowhere. This bizarre occurrence sent shockwaves through the leadership of various countries, prompting them to instruct their subordinates to investigate the sudden appearance of this human. That human, of course, was Yang Chun, who had been concealed in this location for quite some time. Are you Yang Chun? Woolybell's deep voice was tinged with uncertainty, seemingly astonished at the sight of him. Now that you know my name, produce an immortal fruit, and I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. Yang Chun hovered in the air, arms crossed, exuding an air of pride, unlike anything seen during his time at Stark Tower. He radiated a formidable aura, and within a radius of a kilometer, no undead creatures dared to approach. Any that ventured too close were swiftly annihilated by an invisible blade of energy. Do you think a mere utterance from you will compel me to surrender the immortal fruit? That would be an egregious underestimation. Woolybell's voice erupted with a sudden intensity, summoning dozens of bolts of lightning from the sky to bolster his presence. Yet, not a single strike was directed at Yang Chun, indicating Woolybell's profound apprehension towards him. Yang Chun remained silent, maintaining his gaze upon Woolybell, who reciprocated with a serious expression. The two were momentarily ensnared in a silence thick with tension. After a considerable time had passed, during which the lightning barrier had dispatched numerous undead and the invisible blade had vanquished many more, Yang Chun drew forth the Qi Xian sword and slowly articulated 7 words. Do not presume to say I was unprepared. Upon witnessing Yang Chun's readiness for combat, Woolybell snorted disdainfully and, with a swift motion of his right claw, sent a fruit from the immortal tree hurtling towards Yang Chun, enveloped in lightning. Many undead attempted to seize the fruit, but all were reduced to ashes by the thunderous energy that surrounded it. In no time, the fruit reached Yang Chun's hand. He sensed it carefully, and upon discovering no tricks, he effortlessly extinguished the lightning and stowed it away. Yang Chun had already detected the presence of Tony and Gawain nearby. though they seemed to be in some trouble. In a flash, he darted toward their direction. Although losing an immortal fruit was anticipated by Woolabel, it still left him feeling discontented. Thus, after Yang Chun departed, Woolabel retracted the lightning barrier, unleashing his claws ablaze with electric energy into the ranks of the undead, rampaging with unrestrained fury. Meanwhile, Tony and Gawain found their path obstructed by two skeletal dragons, leading a multitude of gargoyles. Fortunately, Gawain had gained aerial combat capabilities thanks to Tony's upgrades. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Tony, hold on. Once I take down this behemoth, I will come to your aid. At that moment, Gawain clung tightly to the spine of a skeletal dragon, fully aware that if he allowed this individual to ascend further, he would soon meet his demise at the edge of a sword. After all, the other skeletal dragon that had accompanied him in pursuit of the two airborne figures had already been reduced to a mere pile of bones on the ground. The skeletal dragon was flitting about, executing a series of complex maneuvers in an attempt to dislodge Gawain. Meanwhile, Tony was ensnared by a horde of gargoyles. Although a single gargoyle posed no threat to him, their overwhelming numbers forced Tony to evade while retaliating as he was pursued through the air by the relentless swarm. Gawain, do not concern yourself with me. These creatures cannot catch me. Just grant me a little more time, and I shall vanquish them all. As Tony spoke, he unleashed a barrage of fire, causing several gargoyles to plummet under his relentless assault. However, given the sheer quantity of the creatures, it would take Tony some time to eliminate them completely. He couldn't help but wonder about Yang Chen's predicament as he had ventured into the heart of the battlefield. Do not worry, Tony. With Yang Chen's strength, no amalgamation of these undead beings could pose a challenge to him. The two even found time to engage in light conversation, as these undead creatures were merely a nuisance to them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were not in any real danger. Just as they continued their banter while fending off their foes, Yang Chen arrived. A flash of fire erupted, turning the pursuing gargoyles into mere ashes, not even allowing them a final cry. A series of sword lights sliced through the air, shattering the skeletal dragon Gawain had been clutching, its previously agile form disintegrating into bones that fell helplessly to the ground. Chapter 36. The celestial voice resounds upon witnessing the scene. Tony and Gawain exchange relieved glances, knowing Yang Chun had arrived. With him on their side, the presence of any additional undead creatures was of little concern, as Yang Chun would undoubtedly come to their rescue. Moments later, Yang Chun appeared before them, and Tony rushed forward. Hey, Yang, what is the situation inside? Yang Chun replied, let us discuss it as we move. The circumstances within are rather intriguing. With that, Yang Chun refrained from wielding the Qixin sword, maintaining a pace that allowed Tony to keep up as they flew toward the battlefield against the undead. Intrigued by Yang Chen's mention of an interesting situation, Tony hastily pursued and inquired, what makes it so interesting? Observing that the two had followed closely behind, Yang Chun continued, in simple terms, something valuable has emerged, and these undead creatures are drawn to it. A guardian from the demon clan is currently engaged in battle with them. What on earth is the demon clan? Tony's question momentarily caught Yang Chun off guard. The demon clan was simply the demon clan, but he could not articulate it that way. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Chun finally responded. The specific situation can be explored online. In essence, it pertains to a certain supernatural entity. Tony nodded in a semblance of understanding, resolving to immerse himself in the mythologies and folklore from around the globe upon his return. Having made up his mind, Tony inquired further, what then is this good thing? Is a fruit tree, or more precisely, the fruit upon it? Tony was taken aback. In his mind, a good thing would typically be some kind of divine artifact. However, according to Yang Chun, it turned out to be a mere fruit tree. Look, that big fellow seems to be in trouble. Nestled within a valley, Thor and his companions were observing the battlefield of Wall Libel through binoculars when Barton suddenly pointed in a certain direction, addressing the other three. Following Barton's gesture, they beheld several distinct figures rapidly approaching Wall Libel, shielded by a throng of undead. The closest was an unusual spectral dragon, which had utilized the cover of a gargoyle to close the distance for a dive. Seizing the opportunity during an opening as Wall Libel unleashed his claws, the dragon surged forward, enveloped in dark, deathly energy. The tremendous force of its aerial descent brought it swiftly before Wall Libel, who exhaled a torrent of dragon fire, aiming to inflict greater damage. Splendid. Now, this is more like it. Wall Libel, feeling the ferocious impact of the spectral dragon, was not dismayed, but rather delighted. He then summoned the power of thunder in both hands and reached out towards the diving dragon. Boom! Upon collision, a deafening explosion resonated, sending the surrounding undead soaring from a shockwave. Remarkably, Wall-Libel managed to intercept the forceful blow with his bare hands, while the spectral dragon found itself destabilized, its massive head feeling on the verge of shattering, and the dragon fire it emitted failed to inflict any harm upon Wall-Libel, despite Wall-Libel effortlessly thwarting the spectral dragon's assault. It was evident that the undead's offensive was far from over. Thousands of plague-ridden corpses, previously torn apart beneath Wall-Libel's claws, began to bizarrely amalgamate, forming a grotesque mound reminiscent of a plague-infested heap. As the mound coalesced, it hurled several massive tendrils, composed of decaying flesh and rotten bones, towards Wall-Libel. The moment the tendrils were launched, the air itself emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Observing this, Wall-Libel abandoned the spectral dragon, wielding his claws to shred the incoming tendrils. However, the plague mound relentlessly continued its assault, eventually entangling itself around Wall-Libel. Though under Wall-Libel's terrifying claws, it could only maintain its grip for a fleeting moment. That moment proved sufficient. A colossal undead beast, resembling a rhinoceros and towering over 40 meters, charged towards the ensnared Wall-Libel with earth-shaking steps. In response, Wall-Libel unleashed the power of thunder from within, shattering the plague mound in an instant. Subsequently, the two claws spread wide to absorb the impact of the colossal undead beast. At the moment of their collision, Volber was thrust backward, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground. Yet, after being pushed back for a mere 10 meters, he managed to halt his retreat, and the two became locked in a struggle of strength. As Volber grappled with the undead behemoth, a figure bursting forth from the throng of death knights appeared, moving with astonishing speed, like a flash of black light. This black light was none other than a death knight, an elite of the netherworld, who had attained formidable surface-level power. In that moment, he had assumed the stance of a lance charge, his weapon brimming with nearly all the death energy he possessed, with the terrifying velocity of the death knight propelling him. The lance struck Volber's lower back with tremendous force, shattering upon impact and leaving a white mark upon Volber's fur, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his lower back. Volber realized for the first time what it meant to experience pain, and the realization that such a minor creature could inflict harm upon him ignited his fury. He roared defiantly towards the heavens, causing the dark war canopy above to swiftly dissipate, while the azure clouds transformed into a tempest of raging thunder. Volber leaped high into the air, and in an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning descended upon him, coalescing into an unstoppable force as he plummeted toward the ground. Thunderstorm, I shall consume you. As Volber descended, it resembled an asteroid colliding with the earth. The moment of impact silenced the world, as if the very fabric of existence had been muted. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward from the point of his landing, sweeping across the land like a tsunami. The ground writhed as if it were alive, and countless structures across New Mexico succumbed to the chaos, collapsing in ruin. Even 280 seconds later, monitoring agencies in New York detected tremors, plunging the entire southern United States into panic. The undead army, facing Volber's onslaught, saw hundreds of thousands of their ranks reduced to mere dust, while many more were hurled away by the shockwave, their chances of survival dwindling. At the instant Volber leaped, Odin in distant Asgard narrowed his pupils, momentarily setting aside the testing of Thor. In a heartbeat, the mighty hammer of the thunder god was at Thor's side, restoring his divine strength. With Thor's desperate intervention, he barely shielded Coulson and his companions, the force of the shockwave opening his eyes to the sheer potential of Thunder's might. In the infernal realm, Mephisto observed this spectacle with uncertainty, not because he was surprised by a being of mere demigod caliber, but rather contemplating why such an event had transpired without the intervention of the Ancient One. Was it possible that the Ancient One had been detained by some unforeseen circumstance? Intrigued by this notion, he began to rally his infernal army, contemplating that since Agamotto had barred his entry to Earth, he might as well seize this opportunity to harvest a bounty of souls from the realm. Chapter 37. The efficacy of the immortal fruit. It seemed that the colossal being was incensed. As they soared through the skies, Yang Chun suddenly addressed Tony and Gavin, prompting the two to witness a crimson barrier enveloping the trio. Before Tony could voice his inquiries, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a multitude of wraiths, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld a distant mushroom cloud crackling with lightning, a sight that caused him to gulp nervously and mutter, "Oh, what hefty gift." Observing Tony's reaction, Yang Chun remarked playfully, "Shall we proceed? Can you handle what lies within?" Of course, Tony affirmed confidently. Were it solely his decision, he would have undoubtedly retreated. However, with Yang Chun present, his curiosity compelled him to gaze further. Yang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining the crimson barrier as they hurtled toward their destination. Soon, they arrived, and the spectacle before Tony left him utterly astounded. Oh my goodness! Before him lay a massive pit, several thousand meters in diameter, within which a towering beast, over 100 meters tall, waved its lethal claws. Not far from this pit loomed a dome crackling with electric energy. "Look, there are others over there." Gavin's words jolted Tony from his stupor. Yang Chun, upon hearing this, deftly drew Thor and his companions into the crimson barrier, conjuring a cloud-like platform for them to alight upon. Thor, upon entering the barrier, sighed in relief. The relentless shockwaves had strained his defenses considerably. While he could manage alone, the presence of Jane, Coulson, and Barton, 3 ordinary humans, compelled him to expend even more energy. "Are you Agent Coulson?" Tony inquired uncertainly, as the disheveled figure before him bore little resemblance to the Coulson he knew. Had it not been for their prior encounters, Tony might not have recognized him at all. Coulson exhaled with relief upon seeing Tony and his companions. Their arrival bolstered their numbers significantly, and leveraging their aerial advantage to escape was now a feasible prospect. "Oh, Tony, you finally arrived. Did the director send you?" Nick Fury? "No, not at all. Given the magnitude of the incident in New Mexico, I naturally had to come and witness it for myself." As Tony conversed with Coulson, Wally Bell began to move, slowly advancing toward the path the wraiths had traversed. Though his movement was deliberate, his towering stature allowed each step to cover considerable ground. With each stride, the earth trembled. Thunderclouds roiled, and fierce winds howled. During this tumultuous period, numerous specters sought to impede his progress, yet the thunderous roars of the sky would undoubtedly clear his path. With each step I took, the winds gathered, and a tempest brewed. The resonant words of Wally Bear echoed like thunder, intensifying the gale, while the lightning in the heavens seemed to possess a life of its own, meandering through the skies. The azure storm clouds expanded rapidly, enveloping not only New Mexico, but several surrounding states and the northern regions of Mexico. Most of the specters, which had scattered in all directions, were swiftly vanquished by the resounding thunder. Yet the thunder merely struck down these spirits without unleashing a widespread onslaught. This scene brought a sigh of relief to the higher echelons of the United States, as well as to foreign dignitaries. After all, despite the considerable losses he inflicted upon the United States, the situation was not beyond redemption, leaving room for dialogue. Don't hesitate. Consume this. Consider it your tip. In Zhong Hong's eyes, Tony exhibited significant potential. With a bit of nurturing, he might even surprise Zhong Hong. However, once ingested, Tony's fate would no longer rest in his own hands. Without a moment's thought, Tony removed his mask and consumed what Yang Chun presented. For someone like Yang Chun, life and death could be dictated at will. There was no need for petty tricks. Upon ingesting the item, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The few strands of white hair at Tony's temples rapidly darkened, and the signs of middle age that had graced his face vanished almost instantaneously. Tony visibly rejuvenated, transforming from a middle-aged man into a youth. One could confidently assert he was 20 without inciting disbelief. The emotional values surged. 500 from Odin, 360 from Mephisto, and 260 from Thor. This astonishing scene left all present, as well as many watching from afar, utterly astounded. Never had a mere fruit been capable of restoring youth. In Asgard, Odin crushed the armrest of his chamber seat, his heart brimming with excitement. If he could reclaim his youthful vigor, the ominous burden of Ragnarok would no longer rest upon the still tender shoulders of Thor. Indeed, in Odin's eyes, Thor, despite being over 1,000 years old, remained but a child. Yet, as he pondered further, his exhilaration waned slightly. Asgard's treasury housed artifacts capable of prolonging mortal life. Yet such items bore no effect on a being of his celestial stature. With a heavy sigh, Odin resumed his watchful gaze. although few artifacts could sway his fate. What if this one could? In the infernal dimension, Mephisto gazed in astonishment at the effects of the fruit of the tree of eternal youth. In that moment, he could no longer sense Tony's soul, indicating that Tony's life had been significantly extended. In the eyes of Mephisto, this act was akin to disturbing the very essence of the earth. However, alongside his fury, he found himself profoundly intrigued by the fruit of immortality, and at that moment, he was determined to possess it. Wuxinmo, lead my army to seize that treasure. My avatar shall accompany you. Understood, father. The kneeling Wuxinmo immediately took his leave, his heart ablaze with anger as he gazed upon the screen displaying Galen and Tony. He swore that the humiliation he had endured last time would be avenged with the blood of these two mortals. He was not concerned about the possibility of failure. After all, the Ancient One had not made an appearance, likely preoccupied with some matter. A mere celestial bear of lesser rank was no match for Mephisto's avatar, especially with the legion of demons at his disposal. Yangchun, what did you give me? Tony, in disbelief, stared at Yangchun, feeling an overwhelming surge of exhilaration after consuming that substance. His mind felt unusually clear, as if he had returned to his prime, and some lingering injuries had been healed. Most importantly, according to Jarvis, the lethal fragment that had threatened his life was now gone, indicating that his body had fully recovered. The thought brought Tony to the brink of tears. Although the shard posed no threat due to the arc reactor technology, who wouldn't desire a healthy body? Chapter 38. The return of Wuxinmo upon hearing Tony's words. Yangchun shrugged and replied, "It's the treasure I mentioned to you. A little something for your accommodation. I feel invigorated, and the fragments in my body are gone." What is this treasure called? Yangchun responded, "This is the fruit of immortality, imbued with immense life force. Consuming it can restore youth and extend one's lifespan." Everyone present was astounded by Yangchun's revelation. Such a thing was completely unheard of to them. Before they could utter another word, Yangchun continued, "Most importantly, even those devoid of any power can absorb this energy, purging all hidden ailments from their bodies. Now I understand why the fragments of my body have vanished. Wait, if the fruit of immortality has such potent effects, how did you come by it?" Lost in joy, Tony suddenly realized the significance of the fruit's power and its rarity. Curiosity piqued, he directly inquired of Yangchun, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted his impulsiveness and quickly added, "Of course, if it's inconvenient, you need not disclose." Yangchun gestured towards the formidable Woolly Bell in the distance, then casually replied, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. Do you see that bear over there? He gifted it to me." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd turned to a state of bewilderment. This formidable bear, known for its ferocity, was evidently not a benevolent being. Contemplating this, their gazes towards Yangchun were tinged with a hint of peculiarity. It was Haiwen who first broke the silence, regarding Yangchun with a look of confusion as he inquired, "Do you recognize this bear demon?" "I naturally do not," Yangchun replied, causing the onlookers' stares to become even more peculiar, as if they suspected he had engaged in some clandestine transaction. It was Coulson who shattered the peculiar atmosphere, pointing at Wall-Libel with a hint of uncertainty and asking, "Demon race? Does this imply that this creature also hails from the Eight Desolations?" Yet, Yangchun offered no verbal response, merely nodding in tacit agreement. "Oh, the illustrious gift crab," Coulson muttered, agitatedly raking his fingers through his hair. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, directed a query at Yangchun that had long been on his mind. "You mentioned previously that a great calamity was imminent in the Eight Desolations. Why, then, do the beings of the Eight Desolations not unite to confront this so-called calamity?" Yangchun regarded Tony with an expression akin to that reserved for the simple-minded, pondering whether the immortal tree fruit had reverted Tony's mentality to that of a more youthful disposition. However, this should not be the case, as the immortal tree fruit was devoid of side effects. Feeling somewhat awkward under Yangchun's gaze, Tony hastily added, "What's wrong? Shouldn't we be focusing our efforts now?" To this, Yangchun unexpectedly responded, "I did not anticipate your naivety. Indeed, the Ancient One has protected your world's human race too well. The human race is not a monolithic entity. How could the higher echelons trust the other races? The treachery of foreign races has inflicted grievous losses upon humanity on multiple occasions, a lesson steeped in blood. It is precisely due to the impending calamity that the leaders of both the human and demon races prohibit their mid to high tier combatants from taking lethal action against one another. Otherwise, this bear demon would not have been allowed to depart from my presence unscathed. However, seizing a few items remains permissible. Should it refuse to surrender the fruit to me, it cannot escape the consequences of a thorough beating, at which point the stakes would transcend the mere acquisition of a single fruit. Yang Jin elaborated extensively, and Tony nodded in understanding. In summary, the various races in the 8 desolations were bound by mutual distrust, albeit to a somewhat restrained extent at present. Yang Chun then slowly turned to face Tony, stating, "You must remember, survival is the foremost priority for the advancement of any race. The communications between the higher-ups of humanity and the foreign races are merely to preserve humanity's strength. In the face of an impending calamity, strength is the only true assurance. For a race to possess sufficient power, it must continually enrich its own foundations. Yet, in any world, valuable resources are limited. To obtain such treasures and to wield greater strength, one must seize and contend for them." The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Thor was undoubtedly aware of this principle. Asgard had long been known for its martial prowess, with Odin having tempered their fervor only due to the recent tribulations and his own advancing age. As for Tony and his seasoned compatriots, they were undoubtedly aware of the benefits they had reaped from the spoils of plunder, whether they wished to acknowledge it or not. Just as they fell into silence, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The distant sky began to contort, resembling a shattered surface of water, sending ripples through the fabric of space itself. Suddenly, the stormy blue sky tore open, revealing a grotesque fissure, beneath which a mountaintop erupted in a deafening roar, disintegrating into fine dust. Countless fiery meteors, imbued with the scent of sulfur, cascaded from the rift towards the earth, transforming the New Mexico wasteland into a seething crimson furnace. This infernal spectacle captured the attention of all present. Even Wally Bell paused his actions, his expression grave as he gazed at the chasm. Following the meteors, a vast expanse of black mist surged forth, staining the vicinity of the mountaintop a pitch black, attempting to taint the clouds above, but was repelled by the crackling thunder. Amidst the swirling darkness, a colossal portal slowly materialized at the rift. "Through me, enter the city of sorrow. Through me, enter eternal suffering." As the portal took shape, a despairing and hoarse voice echoed in the minds of all. It was the gate of hell. The well-informed Coulson uttered the name of the portal with a trembling voice, recognizing it as the fabled Hellgate. Through this portal, one could glimpse the horrific scenes beyond. The entire world shimmered in a blood-red hue. Countless burning contract sigils flickering ominously within the crimson haze. A massive wall loomed over the scarlet earth, its surface embedded with glowing sigils, each sealing humanity's most abhorrent desires. Avaricious gold coins igniting in flames, cowardly daggers dripping with blood. Hordes of skeletal demons bound the corrupted souls with chains. And as the mortals beheld the anguished visages of these souls, they seemed to hear their wails echoing in the void. Awake, just as Coulson, Barton, and Jane felt their very souls teetering on the brink of detachment. Yang Chen's light words gently anchored them back to reality. Once the gate of hell fully emerged, a multitude of demons, long prepared, surged forth from the portal, unleashing a chaotic frenzy of shrieks and howls. "Insignificant mortals, I have foretold that I shall return swiftly." At that moment, the Witch King manifested in his true form, supported by his massive, spiraled horns and grotesque wings, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. However, since the fissure appeared, a relentless force sought to seal it, while the black mist emerging from the Hellgate resisted that very energy. Concurrently, the Sorcerer Supreme, engaged in battle with Ilias, sensed the rapidly rotating arrays of the 3 sanctuaries. Her previously somber countenance darkened further. Her magical onslaught intensified, unleashing wave after wave of formidable spells from her hands. Chapter 39. The intervention of Mephisto upon the emergence of the infernal demons. They did not congregate in one place. Instead, Mephisto commanded them to traverse various realms to harvest human souls. However, these demons soon found themselves in conflict with the restless undead that continuously poured forth from the portals. For both entities had an intrinsic need for human souls, rendering them natural adversaries. Meanwhile, The more formidable forces among the hellish demons gathered around the witch-heart demon, their collective gaze fixed upon the everlasting tree ensconced within the thunder barrier. Despite having discerned the presence of Tony and his companions, the witch-heart demon refrained from attacking, adhering to Mephisto's directive. Seizing a moment while Woolliber was a distance away from the thunder barrier, the witch-heart demon rushed toward it, conjuring a colossal demonic spear wreathed in flames. It plunged the spear forcefully into the thunder barrier, only to find that the strike merely caused ripples to dance across its surface. Perceiving this, the witch-heart demon turned to Woolliber, sensing that the barrier was inextricably linked to the colossal bear. Indeed, it noticed a rune upon Woolliber's form glowing with electric radiance, realizing that the steadfastness of the barrier was closely intertwined with that rune. Very well, let the great son of hell have a word with you. With this proclamation, the witch-heart demon charged toward Woolliber, flanked by a host of minions. Woolliber, undeterred by the scattered undead, surged forward to confront the witch-heart demon. The latter's onslaught alleviated the pressure on the beleaguered undead, who quickly reformed their ranks, with more flying specters scattering in every direction. Soon enough, Woolliber was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the witch-heart demon and its cohort, empowered by the hellish dimension and supported by its minions. The witch-heart demon clashed with Woolliber in a tumultuous struggle, each blow sending shockwaves that caused mountains to crumble and the earth to split. The clash of their physical forms was accompanied by the explosive discharge of their external powers. The thunderous storms above intertwined with the infernal flames rising from below, creating a spectacular spectacle of lightning and fire. This grand scene offered a visual feast for the onlookers, yet it left Jane in tears. Her anguish bewildered Thor, who could do little but gently pat her back and inquire about her distress. The others turned their attention to Jane, who soon provided an answer through her sobs. I don't know what has happened to the professor and Darcy. If they have perished as she spoke, her tears flowed anew, prompting Thor to volunteer. I remember that town. I'll go save them. With that, Thor prepared to leap beyond the barrier, but Yang Chun interjected, dissuading him from such an endeavor. There's no need to go. For hundreds of miles around us, there are no living souls left. Upon hearing this, Jane wept even louder, leaving Thor at a loss for how to console her. Suddenly, Jane seemed to reach a breaking point, shouting at Yang Chun, "You possess such immense power. Why won't you save them?" After a brief exchange, both Coulson and Barton felt a chill of sweat trickling down their backs. They cast a disapproving glance at Jane, wishing fervently to silence her. Their eyes seemed to communicate a silent message. No, dear sister, how well do you truly know them? Do not forget, it was they who saved your life. As they exchanged glances, they took a couple of steps toward Tony. Meanwhile, Yang Chun, engrossed in a fierce battle between Wally Bell and the witch-heart demon, furrowed his brows at Jane's words. Just as she was about to speak again, she found her mouth inexplicably sealed, unable to part her lips no matter how hard she tried. Yang Chen's voice, imbued with a chilling authority, resonated within the souls of those present. Firstly, I bear no obligation to rescue them. Secondly, it was I who saved your life, so be mindful of your words. Seeing Jane still trying to pry her mouth open, Yang Chen added, considering this is your first offense, you may speak again at this time tomorrow, or a nod from you will suffice for me to cast you out. Terrified by the horrific scene outside, Jane shook her head vigorously. Witnessing the mistreatment of his beloved, Thor instinctively prepared to act, but mere glance from Yang Chun rooted him in place, a primal instinct warning him that engaging would surely lead to his demise. With an uneasy silence enveloping them, Yang Chun turned his attention back to the battle between the witch-heart demon and Wally Bell. At that moment, the witch-heart demon appeared to be at a disadvantage. Wally Bell's strength was utterly unreasonable, having already dispatched a number of the demon's minions. Unlike the undead, demons were adept at sensing danger. They had begun to retreat from the fray, occasionally feigning attacks before swiftly withdrawing to safety. The witch-heart demon silently lamented its plight, realizing that Wally Bell was extraordinarily powerful. Was this truly an archangel-level being? Even with the infernal dimensions augmenting its own abilities, it felt like nothing more than a punching bag. In terms of strength, it could not compete with the colossal bear. In speed, it was also outmatched. Its only hope lay in the concept of immortality granted by the infernal realm. Yet the most critical issue was that Wally Bell grew stronger with each blow. The battle ignited a fervor within, as Wally Bell unleashed a tempest of strikes, its massive claws crackling with thunderous energy. Each attack was accompanied by bolts of lightning raining down upon the Witch-Heart demon and the other demons. However, the thought that Mephisto might be watching galvanized the Witch-Heart demon, prompting it to muster its resolve and re-engage Wally Bell, countering with the dark energies of hell. Though the dark energy wielded by the Witch-Heart demon paled in comparison to Wally Bell's thunder, it was fortunate to have an inexhaustible supply, thanks to the gates of hell. Mighty Bear, you are a formidable opponent, and you have earned the right to know my name. Listen well, I am the Hellspawn, the Witch-Heart demon, and you, Bear, reveal your name. After exchanging fierce blows, the Witch-Heart demon secretly replenished its strength while using words to buy time. They call me Valhall, Wally Bell, Storm of Thunder. Yet my true name is beyond your worthiness to know. Wally Bell's final words incited the Witch-Heart demon's fury, erupting into an enraged roar. You wretched creature, you seek your demise. The Witch-Heart demon swung its arms, summoning swirling black mist that coalesced into a formidable pitch-black magic spear. The moment the spear was fully formed, it surged forth with apocalyptic might, thrusting violently at Volibear. In the aftermath of the attack, a void of black mist materialized beside the Witch-Heart demon, indicating the immense expenditure of dark energy. Perceiving the imminent danger, Volibear gathered the tempest of lightning around his claws and, with a mighty roar, managed to catch the spear. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force propelled him backward. Just as Volibear focused intently on warding off the spear, a shadow stealthily emerged from within the Witch-Heart demon, racing toward Volibear while remaining concealed. This shadow was none other than a manifestation of Mephisto, a mere fragment yet under the direct control of Mephisto himself, wielding power rivaling that of the Celestial Fathers. The Lord of the Infernal Dimensions was finally prepared to engage directly. Chapter 40. Is Mephisto successful? Taking advantage of Volibear's distraction, the shadow of Mephisto arrived behind him and struck fiercely at the runes adorning Volibear's form. In an instant, divine blood gushed forth, and a gaping wound, over 10 meters long, appeared on Volibear's towering frame, accompanied by tendrils of dark mist. After landing the blow, Mephisto swiftly withdrew, his expression darkening. He had anticipated that this strike would at least incapacitate the bear, yet he was dismayed to find that the creature's hide was far more resilient than expected. At this moment, Volibear had finally vanquished the Witch-Heart demon's spear. He turned to survey the blood streaming from his back, and his eyes gradually took on a crimson hue. It had been far too long since he had witnessed his own blood. At that moment, Mephisto's voice echoed, grating yet oddly familiar, imbued with a supernatural essence that evoked no aversion. Great Bear, you have done your utmost. Should you exert any more power, the energy I have left within you will introduce you to the agony of having your heart and bones gnawed at. Mephisto no longer wished to prolong the confrontation. Who knew when the Ancient One would intervene to deal with him? His immediate priority was to obtain that fruit tree. Noticing Volibear's silence, Mephisto spoke again. If you relinquish that fruit tree, I shall spare your life and heal your wounds. Volibear erupted into laughter at these words, his mirth resonating alongside the thunderous roars of the storm above. At that moment, Volibear's eyes had fully transformed into a blood-red hue. What is one more scar among countless others? After Volibear roared, he dropped to all fours and charged towards Mephisto with the speed of lightning, leaving Mephisto momentarily unable to evade. The towering figure of Mephisto, standing over 10 meters tall, appeared insignificant before Volibear. With his massive bear paws, Volibear struck Mephisto's body directly, and then his enormous jaws clamped down. Instantly, Mephisto let out a blood-curdling scream as his blood, akin to molten lava, splattered everywhere. Subsequently, Volibear swatted Mephisto away with such force that he was sent flying over 100 meters before he could halt his momentum. Amidst the swirling black mist, Mephisto's wounds began to heal rapidly, yet his heart burned with rage. Despite being merely a clone, he had suffered such humiliation. Very well, Great Bear. You have provoked my wrath. Mephisto's enraged voice resonated, accompanied by the opening of the gate of hell behind him, which unleashed a torrent of black mist that enveloped the surroundings like a dense fog. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto vanished within the black haze. And as he did, countless arrows formed from the mist shot towards Volibear. These black mist arrows fell like a relentless storm, forcing Wally Bear to rely on his formidable physique and the ever-forming thunderous shield to withstand the onslaught. Remarkably, the arrows, which could corrupt vast stretches of land upon landing, failed to pierce even Wally Bear's thick fur. Concealed within the black mist, Mephisto was not surprised. His ambush had only inflicted a minor wound, and he anticipated that the arrows would prove ineffectual. What perplexed him, however, was the fact that despite the energy he had unleashed within the massive bear, it seemed impervious to pain, as though Wally Bear possessed no sensation at all. Realizing that the energy had no discernible effect on Wally Bear, Mephisto decided to detonate it. Boom! With a muffled explosion, chunks of flesh were blown from Wally Bear's back, yet he remained standing. In fact, as the energy dissipated, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Found you. Wally Bear, enduring the barrage of black mist arrows, turned to a specific direction after the explosion, and then he leapt into the air, gathering the thunderous energy above him. Tempest, I shall consume you. Upon seeing Wally Bear leap towards him, Mephisto's eyes widened in disbelief. But he had no time to hesitate. Amidst the swirling black mist, Mephisto exchanged positions with the Witch-Heart Demon. The bewildered Witch-Heart Demon looked on in terror as Wally Bear descended upon him, and before he could react, he could only watch helplessly as Wally Bear crashed down upon him. Boom! A deep rumble resonated across the earth, causing the ground to erupt like a water surface struck by a colossal stone, generating waves of soil that surpassed even the force of Vorlibel's strike against the undead army. The Witch-Heart Demon cried out in agony as Vorlibel's blow sent him flying. He felt as though his very body was being torn apart. Indeed, it was, but the surrounding dark energy would swiftly reshape him. In no time, Vorlibel swatted the Witch-Heart Demon away with a single claw, but he remained on high alert. In the infernal dimension, he found himself unable to vanquish the Witch-Heart Demon, all while keeping a watchful eye for any potential ambush from Mephisto. At this moment, Vorlibel found himself at a disadvantage against Mephisto, lacking the means to effectively strike back, while Mephisto continued to launch relentless sneak attacks. Mephisto, too, could not swiftly eliminate Vorlibel, yet he understood the principle that delaying could lead to unforeseen changes. Amidst Mephisto's ongoing assaults and provocations, Vorlibel pursued him to the very spot where Mephisto's blood had fallen. As Vorlibel arrived, a transformation occurred. The blood on the ground seemed to absorb an enormous amount of dark energy, akin to a bottomless pit. Vorlibel, wary of this development, attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Mephisto's blood, intertwined with the dark energy, formed an almost barrier-like structure that ensnared Vorlibel within. Vorlibel furiously assaulted this barrier, yet neither the thunderous roars of the sky nor his formidable claws could breach the dark enclosure swiftly. It appeared that this mighty bear had become ensnared. Young Chen, do you not wish to intervene and procure a few fruits? Tony inquired curiously, noting Yang Chen's reluctance to act. Were it not for his lack of sufficient power, he would not dare to miss such an opportunity. A mere longevity fruit. I have no need for it, and you cannot consume it again, Yang Chen replied dismissively. Tony nodded in understanding, though he wished to acquire one for pots. He recognized that requesting another from Yang Chen was impractical. Nearby, Thor grasped his hammer, a serious expression on his face as he turned to Yang Chen and asked, "Can that fruit extend the life of a father-level warrior?" Thor had resolved that if Yang Chen affirmed, he would risk his life to secure an ageless fruit for Odin. On the other side, Odin, who had been attentively monitoring Thor, perked up at his words. Although he held little hope, he still yearned to hear a response he longed for. Father-level? Does a father-level being require such a trinket for longevity? In the 8th Desolate Realm, those of father-level status would not deign to seek out such a thing. Its primary utility lies in granting mortals longevity without side effects, yet grows far too slowly and lacks cost-effectiveness. Hearing Thor's inquiry, Yang Chen regarded him with a look of incredulity. Thor, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment, but nevertheless repeated his question. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded and remarked, "Extending life is indeed feasible, yet for a being of the Heavenly Father caliber, it merely signifies longevity. Other benefits, such as purifying the body, are rendered ineffective." "This is sufficient, this is sufficient, this is sufficient," Thor reiterated thrice, and then, with a solemn expression, expressed his gratitude to Yang Chun before striding toward the barrier with Mjolnir in hand. Observing this, Jane fervently shook her head, yet she was unable to voice her concerns or descend from the cloud, left only to watch helplessly as Thor ventured forth. As for Coulson and Barton, they lacked even the rationale to dissuade Thor, knowing full well that his stubbornness would render any persuasion futile. Far away in Asgard, Odin's eyes seemed to ignite with a fierce blaze upon hearing Yang Chen's affirmative words. He was so engrossed that he did not notice as he crushed the armrest of his chair. The queen, Frigga, who had been waiting outside the chamber, entered upon hearing the commotion. She approached Odin with a look of concern, inquiring, "What troubles you, Odin? Asgard may have discovered a new avenue. Perhaps the twilight of the gods now holds a glimmer of hope." Odin's voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Now I must seize this hope." With that, he clenched his right hand, and Gungnir materialized in an instant. He then strode out of the chamber, with each step transforming portions of his attire into armor, until, upon exiting, he was fully clad in protective gear. The once diminished Odin, at that moment, seemed to be the mighty god king who had once conquered the 9 realms. Meanwhile, Loki, intending to journey to Jotunheim, was momentarily stunned by the sight of Gungnir soaring away. Instinctively, he assumed Odin had awakened, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Nevertheless, he pressed on towards Jotunheim, dismissing the trivial matters of Midgard, believing that the pressing concern lay in addressing the frost giants of Jotunheim. Swiftly, Loki navigated through secret passages to reach Jotunheim, successfully evading Heimdall's watchful gaze. After Wallibel was ensnared by Mephisto, the injured warlock was healed by the infernal energies and led a host of demons in an assault on the thunderous barrier surrounding the everlasting tree. Although they could not directly shatter the barrier, the power of the thunderous barrier had evidently diminished due to the destruction of the runes maintaining it by Mephisto, causing ripples to emanate from the relentless onslaught of the demons. Stepping out of the barrier, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning from Mjolnir towards the horde of demons, startling them significantly. Only after they had retreated a considerable distance did they realize it was Thor who had struck fear into them. While they could accept being bested by Wallibel, being frightened by this brash young lad was intolerable. Anger surged within them, and their malice ignited as they charged towards Thor. "Come forth! The son of Odin fears nothing." Thor let out a mighty roar as he charged towards the horde of demons, his solitary confrontation leaving the onlookers, including Jien, utterly astonished. Such bravery! He would undoubtedly make an exceptional knight. Gawain, witnessing this, could not help but express his admiration, while Tony and the others nodded in agreement. It must be said that Thor possessed remarkable tenacity, boldly confronting any adversary that lay before him. However, Yang shone beside his side and remarked, "Unfortunately, in most situations, sheer courage alone does not yield success." No sooner had Yang Chen's words left his lips than Thor plunged into the throng of demons. Although a couple of them were no match for him, their sheer numbers quickly overpowered him. In his current state, Thor found it exceedingly difficult to contend with both the Witch-Heart demon and the elite demons from the Hell Dimension simultaneously. Yet, the demons hesitated to employ lethal force. After all, he was the son of Odin. A good thrashing would suffice, but they dared not deliver a fatal blow while Odin still lived. Thor soon found himself knocked to the ground, yet he clutched the enchanted hammer tightly. Pain radiated throughout his body as the demons, though not intending to kill, employed every tormenting tactic at their disposal. The thought that the fruit could prolong Odin's life steeled his resolve, and through sheer determination, he managed to rise unsteadily, using his hammer for support. Though he had been exiled by Odin, in Thor's heart, Odin remained the greatest king and father. Struggling to maintain his footing, Thor's mind grew somewhat hazy, yet in that haze, he seemed to glimpse Odin's figure. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, sweeping away his pain. At that instant, Thor felt invigorated, as if he could command the very thunder itself, even without his hammer. Uncertain of how long this state would last, he resolved to seize a piece of the fruit first, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped toward the tree of immortality. The demons, taken aback, quickly moved to obstruct him, but Thor's velocity allowed him to easily evade their grasp, even eluding the Witch-Heart demon's attempts to hinder him. In mere breaths, he burst forth from their encirclement. Just as he was about to reach the tree, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Having stabilized the barrier imprisoning Wallibel, Mephisto exhaled a sigh of relief. But upon witnessing Thor's evasion of the demons, his composure was shattered by rage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a dark, swirling energy from his right hand, directing it fiercely at Thor. Thor attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He was violently propelled away by Mephisto's onslaught, blood spraying through the air. He was struck hundreds of meters away, landing on the ground while coughing up blood. Though he had not perished, he was rendered unable to rise again. Observing this, Mephisto nodded in satisfaction. The encounter with the giant bear had shaken his confidence, but witnessing Thor's plight undoubtedly restored it. After casting a sweeping glance around, Mephisto noticed that Yang Chen's party remained unmoved, and thus refrained from instigating trouble. He transformed into a wisp of black mist, hurtling towards the ageless tree. Just as the black mist approached the lightning barrier, an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 42. The might of Odin. A sudden wave of trepidation surged within the heart of Mephisto, now enveloped in black mist, prompting him to gaze skyward. The thunderous clouds above parted, revealing a rift through which he glimpsed the starry expanse beyond Earth, along with a radiant light descending from the cosmos. Before he could react, the luminous beam traversed the heavens and arrived in an instant. As the brilliance drew near, Mephisto discerned that it was a long spear, resplendent with divine radiance and inscribed with enigmatic runes. Before he could utter a word, he was struck by this celestial weapon, akin to a star plummeting to the earth. Following the impact, Mephisto's form vanished, leaving behind only a vast circular crater, beneath which magma flowed slowly, visible from above. The radiant light was none other than Gungnir, the fabled spear of unerring aim, which Odin wielded once more after countless years of dormancy. This long silent edge had finally made Mephisto taste its wrath. At that moment, Mephisto's avatar, now submerged in lava, endured immense agony as the piercing wound from Gungnir and the power of the runes began to consume his very being. In the wake of Odin's strike, Mephisto's avatar was gradually being obliterated. Odin, however, paid no heed to the fallen Mephisto, instead appearing beside Thor. Gazing at the prostrate Thor with a compassionate expression, Odin felt a surge of emotion for his son, despite his foolishness. What father could remain unmoved upon witnessing his child fight valiantly for him? Thor attempted to rise, but was gently restrained by Odin. He lifted Thor, channeling a soothing energy into his son's body, healing his wounds. From the gaping maw of hell, a furious roar erupted, followed by an eruption of countless parchments inscribed with strange runes, which expanded and fortified the infernal portal. As the gateway widened, a colossal figure emerged. The true form of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, had personally descended to Earth. As Mephisto's essence manifested, the struggling avatar transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly merging with his corporeal form, while Gungnir returned to Odin's grasp. The essence of this world is truly intoxicating. These delectable souls await my arrival. With Mephisto's emergence, the stormy clouds above were entirely engulfed by the black mist, coalescing into ominous black clouds intermittently illuminated by dark lightning that danced within. The environment surrounding Mephisto is evolving into a hellish landscape, the ground gradually becoming desolate and cracked, while shattered mountains spew forth molten lava, and the sky has transformed into a morbid crimson hue. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Mephisto's true form, the infernal denizens erupted in exultant cries, the shifting surroundings granting them a sense of comfort as if they had returned home. "Mephisto, retreat to your inferno," echoed Odin's frigid voice across the realm, imbued with a latent ire. In his youth, Mephisto would never have dared to exhibit such arrogance in Odin's presence. "Odin, you nearly obliterated my avatar, a debt I have yet to settle with you." Despite his avatar's reckless provocations, the Ancient One remained conspicuously absent, evidently constrained by some unseen force, leaving him unoccupied for the time being. It was with this realization that Mephisto felt emboldened to descend in his true form, intent not only on seizing the fabled tree, but also on harvesting a multitude of souls, brimming with newfound confidence. As for Odin's threats, he, the formidable Lord of Hell, had once instilled trepidation in the young Odin. Now, the aged Odin likely struggled to harness the power within him. Perhaps it was Odin's prolonged inactivity that allowed Mephisto to forget his formidable prowess, even provoking him with words. As Mephisto's voice faded, the witch-heart, demon, and other fiends encircled Odin and his son, the atmosphere charged with the palpable tension of imminent conflict. Witnessing this spectacle, Odin could scarcely contain his amusement, realizing that it had indeed been far too long since he had engaged in battle, to the point that some had forgotten the might of the ruler of the Nine Realms. With this thought, Gungnir in Odin's grasp erupted with divine radiance, runic inscriptions swirling along its shaft. Observing the encroaching demons, a surge of fury welled within Odin. "It appears you require a lesson." With those words, Gungnir vanished from his hand. In the next instant, a nearby demon was struck and obliterated by a radiant beam, signaling the commencement of chaos as the flow of light accelerated, causing countless demons to burst into vaporous annihilation like fireworks in the sky. Fear gripped the remaining demons, prompting them to flee. Yet such efforts were futile, for the unerring spear was inescapable, even reducing the witch-heart demon to ruins, banished back to hell for reconstruction. "Odin!" Mephisto bellowed in fury, charging toward Odin. Oof. As Mephisto lunged, Odin remained unmoved, while Thor unleashed Mjolnir, its terrifying power capable of repelling Mephisto. Following that blow, the hammer danced around Odin and his son, seemingly animated by its own volition. Soon, Gungnir returned to Odin's grasp, and the once tumultuous throng of demons was now reduced to naught but ash. "The tree of immortality belongs to Asgard." Odin's voice rang out, infused with an undeniable authority. Mephisto remained silent, relentlessly manipulating the dark energy to assail Odin, as the sky filled with a multitude of fierce spells directed at him. Yet, these magical assaults could not even approach Odin. The Asgardian trait of growing stronger with age had rendered Odin more formidable than in his youth. Gripping Gungnir firmly, runes began to illuminate the spear's shaft once again, and he hurled it forward with conviction. Enveloped in the dark energy, Mephisto was confident that Odin would not perceive his presence. However, what transpired next surpassed his expectations. Gungnir struck true, its power seeping into his corporeal form. And before Mephisto could react, an array of demonic runes erupted from his wound, repelling Gungnir away. From a distance, Yang Chen's gaze sharpened. To the untrained eye, it was mere spectacle, but he discerned the deeper significance of Odin's throw. It embodied the power of causality. Before Odin had even cast the spear, Gungnir had already penetrated Mephisto. This reversal of cause and effect was indeed an insidious force, difficult to defend against. "Mephisto, retreat to your hell." The hidden Mephisto's expression darkened, unprepared for the realization that Odin could strike him with merely a throw, without needing to pinpoint his location. Chapter 43. Mephisto's retreat clearly shaken by Odin's strike. Mephisto's body became engulfed by a torrent of blasphemous runes, which surged forth in all directions. Soon, these runes coalesced into new manifestations of Mephisto. Observing this, Odin tightened his grip on Gungnir. In his perception, these Mephisto duplicates bore identical essence and presence, as if the same entity had merely fragmented, with each being a true aspect of Mephisto himself. Despite employing such a tactic, Mephisto hesitated to take further action, for he valued his life greatly and could not ascertain what other methods Odin might possess. With Mephisto remaining still, Odin felt a wave of relief. His body had reached its limits, the immense power within him gnawing at his physical form. He stood at the precipice of collapse, thus reluctant to engage in further combat. For a moment, the two godlike beings found themselves locked in a stalemate. "Hey, Yang Chun, I think we should take our leave," Tony remarked to Yang Chun. Just moments prior, he had exchanged intelligence with Coulson and Barton. That hulking figure, claiming to be Thor the god of thunder, if indeed he was the legendary Thor, then the venerable elder standing opposite him must be none other than Odin, the all-father of the gods. And the formidable demon confronting Odin, referred to as Mephisto, was none other than the Lord of Hell in European mythology, clearly not a foe to be trifled with. The manifestation of this myth profoundly impacted Tony, who yearned to delve deeper and gather intelligence. However, the fierce confrontation among the top entities of this myth was exceedingly perilous. If Yang Chun could not withstand the aftermath of their clash, they would all face dire consequences. "You are not in danger. You may rest assured on that front." Yang Chun seemed to sense Tony's apprehensions and promptly alleviated his concerns. Observing Yang Chen's unwavering confidence, Tony refrained from further objections. He merely mentioned that Coulson and Barton were also eager to collect more intelligence and preferred not to depart without cause. After Odin's appearance, they had lost contact with S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. All means of communication had proven ineffective, as if they had been severed from Earth itself. Asgard, a civilization capable of seamless interstellar travel, possessed technological advancements far beyond mere cold weaponry, rendering Earth-esque communication methods utterly obsolete with ease. Even if Jin wished to leave, she found herself unable to voice it. Should she insist on departing, she would not even be able to move through the clouds, and the notion of forcing her way out was futile. Even if she managed to escape, survival would be improbable. Gawain appeared entirely indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the clash between Odin and Mephisto. Moreover, there was the tantalizing prospect of acquiring truly exceptional treasures. Noticing the silence among the group, Yang Chun spoke again. Tony, piqued by interest, recalled that the last time Yang Chun mentioned a remarkable treasure, it had rejuvenated him. He wondered what this new treasure could accomplish. What treasure? Tony could not help but inquire. Yang Chun gestured towards Wallabear, leaving Tony somewhat bewildered. Are you referring to that giant bear? Indeed. A creature of demigod caliber is a veritable treasure trove. Ah, Tony responded, perplexed, questioning what value a bear could possess, apart from its formidable strength. After a moment's contemplation, Tony added, wasn't it stated that your higher-ups prohibit lethal force between humans and creatures? Yes, lethal force is indeed forbidden. However, if the creature were to be slain by another entity, I could retrieve the remains without objection from the demon tribe. Such a maneuver seems reminiscent of certain operatives' tactics. Tony remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Coulson and Barton. After all, S.H.I.L.D. agents had once taken the Iron Patriot armor without his consent. He had refrained from confronting them, due to Gawain's influence. Coulson, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment but maintained his composure. After all, the Iron Patriot was, in strict terms, Stark Industries' property, and S.H.I.L.D.'s actions were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. In the distance, the confrontation concluded, as the scattered Mephisto reassembled and retreated back to the underworld. For Mephisto, the tree of immortality is not a necessity. He does not require the fruit of this tree to extend his life. As long as the hellish dimension remains intact, his lifespan is boundless. There is no need for him to engage in a fierce battle with Odin over such a triviality. The dark clouds in the sky swiftly dissipated, restoring the hellish scene, while the gates of hell gradually closed, allowing a multitude of demons to return. Soon, tranquility enveloped the world, with only the crumbling mountains and fractured earth bearing witness to the recent clash. With Mephisto's departure, the barrier imprisoning Valley Bear was shattered by him, and the now normal-sized Valley Bear emerged, gazing gravely at Odin in the sky. Seeing Mephisto leave, Odin let out a sigh of relief. If possible, he preferred to avoid confrontation. Mephisto's retreat was undoubtedly advantageous for Odin. Now, there were no obstacles between him and the Tree of Immortality. As for the colossal bear of semi-divine stature, he dismissed it, knowing that even if it resisted one of his Gungnir strikes, it would ultimately yield. With this thought, Odin addressed Valley Bear with a resonant voice, declaring that the Tree of Immortality belongs to Asgard. The treasure of the Tree of Immortality ignited an insatiable desire within Odin. Should he master and nurture this tree, the royal lineage of Asgard would see the emergence of countless formidable beings. The tree's characteristic of growing stronger with age, combined with the longevity it offers, is a treasure tailor-made for the Asgardian royalty. As for whether this constitutes as plunder, please, his celestial palace's treasury is filled with countless treasures seized from the outside world, and this is a source of immense pride for him. You know you cannot stop me. Submit to me, and I shall assist you in transcending to a semi-divine level. However, Odin refrained from forcefully taking the tree. He still needed to cultivate it to yield more fruits. Yet, he was uncertain how to nurture this precious tree, but he presumed that the colossal bear before him might possess some knowledge. Valley Bear paid no heed to Odin's enticements. He brought his claws together, performing a series of peculiar gestures directed toward the Tree of Immortality, as if engaging in some mysterious ritual. As Valley Bear continued his movements, a gentle breeze suddenly arose, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. As the sand was swept up, it seemed to blend into the wind, creating a distant spectacle reminiscent of a yellow windstorm. Alongside this yellow wind, a sensation of impending chaos subtly stirred within Odin, as if certain elements were about to exceed his expectations. Chapter 44. The rise of the yellow wind. Initially, the yellow wind was merely a gentle breeze, but as Valley Bear executed several more strange movements, it swelled into a tempest resembling a sandstorm. With the feeling of losing control intensifying within him, Odin chose to take action against Valley Bear. Although it was regrettable to lose the opportunity to plant trees, the tree itself was of utmost importance. Gungnir once again cleaved through the sky, reaching Valley Bear in the blink of an eye, yet Valley Bear remained utterly motionless. Gungnir pierced through the figure, yet the sensation it invoked caused Odin to furrow his brow. It was not the familiar feeling of flesh, but rather akin to traversing through fine sand. Contemplating this, Odin scrutinized the Lunder's silhouette, which, upon being penetrated, transformed into a cloud of dust that dispersed with the wind. This sight narrowed Odin's eyes. He found himself unaware of the changes surrounding him, which had occurred subtly, leaving him oblivious to the veiling of his perception. Emotion values. Odin 640, Thor 360. Odin hastily cast Gungnir once more, this time directing it toward the location of the Tree of Immortality as recalled in his memory. A resounding clang echoed in Odin's ears, for Gungnir had been thwarted. Nevertheless, this confirmed to Odin that the Tree of Immortality still stood in that very spot. He swiftly dragged Thor and appeared near the tree. "Who dares to confront me? Step forth and reveal yourself," Odin proclaimed, standing resolute with his weapon aimed toward the tree. The thunderous barrier shattered entirely beneath the might of his spear. A formidable opponent has arrived. It seems the carcass of that demon bear will remain elusive, Yang Chun mused, then turned to the others behind him, prepare to depart. We shall leave shortly, as this incident is nearing its conclusion. Tony and Gawain nodded, with Tony feeling somewhat aggrieved by his lack of involvement in the affair. Coulson and Barton sighed, remarking, had it not been for this sudden sandstorm, we could have gathered more intelligence. They were eager to uncover further information, crucial for SHIELD's forthcoming decisions and future global operations. This is no ordinary sandstorm. It is the divine wind of the three mysteries, a formidable, supernatural force from the 8 Desolations realm. Excuse me? The group appeared perplexed, struggling to comprehend why this seemingly mundane sandstorm was described with such profundity by Yang Chun. Sensing their confusion, Yang Chun continued, "Do not be deceived by its appearance. This sand can obscure one's senses and disrupt the fabric of causality. Each grain may seem as fine as a needle, yet in the hands of a powerful practitioner, each grain can weigh 1,000 pounds. Good heavens!" exclaimed Tony and the others, astonished by the revelation that this seemingly innocuous storm concealed such profound mysteries. Emotion values. Tony 220, Coulson 140. Your companion has skillfully inverted cause and effect. A voice of admiration reached Odin's ears as from the swirling sands emerged a towering figure. As it approached, Odin beheld the source of the voice, a being completely covered in yellow fur, wielding a trident, standing over 10 feet tall, clad in tattered black robes. Resembling a colossal upright rodent, the great sage of the Yellow Wind had arrived. At the moment the great sage of the Yellow Wind appeared, Odin comprehended the futility of attempting to seize the Tree of Immortality. The formidable rodent before him unmistakably emanated the aura of a true celestial being, and a powerful one at that. Realizing this, Odin spoke. "Esteemed one, I require several fruits from the Tree of Immortality. Name your price, or stipulate what I must undertake. I, Odin, shall never renege on my word." The earlier thwarting of Gungnir served as proof that this formidable being possessed means to counter it, indicating that he was no mere fade of energy lacking true combat prowess, and could not be easily subdued. Therefore, Odin opted to barter or offer his services in exchange for the fruits, untroubled by any perception of inconsistency in his demeanor. Consider this, my fellow traveler. I currently possess only 4 fruits of the Tree of Immortality. I can part with one, but when the time arises, I hope you will lend your strength. Not more than thrice. May I procure another? I am willing to pay a greater price. The fruits of the Tree of Immortality are scarce. Do not be overly greedy. Hearing the words of the great sage of the yellow wind, Odin felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he acquiesced. According to the information from the inhabitant of the 8 desolate realms, there were numerous methods to extend life, and he was not in haste to find a solution for Thor and Loki. Upon Odin's agreement, the great sage waved his hand, and a fruit from the tree of immortality materialized before Odin, who promptly grasped it. Additionally, here is a method to extract the life force of the fruit back from the user's body, as a gesture of goodwill. As the great sage concluded his words, a yellow orb of light appeared before Odin. Infusing his power into the orb, Odin understood the essence of the life force extraction method pertaining to the fruit. The crux of this method lay in redistributing the life force of those who had consumed the fruit, allowing more individuals to benefit from its properties. With Odin's acquisition of the fruit, the great sage retracted the obscuring winds, and Odin immediately sensed the clarity return to the world. Detestable creatures that defy life and death, wreaking havoc upon the realm, exclaimed the great sage, addressing the distant undead beings and the remnants of hellish demons. Subsequently, the storm of sand seemed to undergo a transformation. The assembled host of the undead and the chaotic figures of the demons in the sky momentarily halted before they merged into the swirling sands under Odin's gaze. Emotion points: 350 from Odin, 340 from Mephisto, 280 from Thor. Oh, damn it. This bizarre scene elicited an exclamation from Thor. Astonished that this formidable being could sway his father's decision and wield such uncanny methods. He had anticipated that this power would annihilate the undead and demons through sheer strength and ferocity. Yet it was through this remarkably peculiar approach that they were vanquished. After death, one is no longer in control of their own body, and while it may be pitiable to bring misfortune to the world, offering them peace can be considered a form of liberation. Yet, I was unprepared for the existence of such abhorrent entities in this realm, akin to demons from the depths of hell. The great sage of the yellow wind gazed at the closing gates of hell with indignation, his disdain palpable in his words. Chapter 45. The return to youth of Odin. Having acquired the fruit of the tree of immortality, Odin inspected it meticulously, yet he found no flaw. Subsequently, he consumed on the spot. At the moment Odin ingested the fruit, a tremendous surge of life energy coursed through his being, causing his bones to crackle like popping beans. The marks of time etched upon his visage were smoothed away, and his body, ravaged by the powerful divine forces, regained its vitality. Ultimately, Odin's once white hair transformed back into a golden hue, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Thor, perhaps even appearing younger than him. Those unfamiliar with the two deities might mistake them for brothers. Such is the potency of the fruit of immortality. Odin clenched his fist, his formerly aged skin now fair and youthful. The once chaotic power within him was once again under his command, filling him with joy. The 9 realms, I, Odin, have returned. A powerful energy emanated from Odin, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth, unsettling the magnetic field of the planet with a force that inadvertently surged from him. This formidable power drew the attention of the great sage of the yellow wind. Without employing the divine wind technique, he might not have been able to surpass Odin. Nevertheless, the great sage acted quickly to contain Odin's power, for the continual disturbance of the Earth's magnetic field could wreak unimaginable havoc on its ecology. Odin seemed to recognize this urgency and promptly restrained his energy, nodding in gratitude towards the great sage. Had it not been for the fruit of immortality, he would have soon succumbed to Odin's sleep, leaving Asgard vulnerable to its myriad enemies. Thor and Loki, still in their formative years, lacked the strength to protect Asgard, and despite having made a promise, Odin was profoundly appreciative of the great sage's intervention. He now felt bolstered in his confidence against the impending twilight of the gods, believing that his presence in Asgard would prevent its descent into ruin. With just a bit more foundation, perhaps they could indeed navigate through the trials of Ragnarok safely. At present, the greatest boon for Asgard undoubtedly lay in the beings from the 8 desolations, for, as conveyed by the individual named Yangshun, even the celestial patriarchs of that realm regarded the fruit of immortality with disdain. This was indeed the case. The ease with which the great sage bestowed upon himself a fruit of immortality served as the finest testament. In light of this opportunity presented by the 8 desolations, Odin was fervently eager to acquire further insights. What I wonder, does this friend from the Eight Desolations perceive about this world? Odin chose to first inquire about the perspective of the great sage of the Yellow Wind regarding this universe, rather than directly probing for news of the Eight Desolation realm. The great sage seemed to discern Odin's thoughts, lightly rubbing the Buddhist beads in his left hand before stating, "My opinion holds little significance, for I do not belong to this realm. Were it not for the calamity brought forth by a dear friend who could only be healed by the fruit of the immortal tree, I would not have permitted Valhalla to cultivate such a tree, nor would I have been summoned to this world." Upon hearing this, Odin nodded. Although the great sage did not explicitly share his views on this world, Odin gleaned two crucial pieces of information from his tone. One was the mention of a great calamity, and the other was that the great sage had been summoned to this realm. This implied that the great sage could arrive here whenever summoned. Yet Asgard possessed no means to venture into the Eight Desolation realm. This issue might require discussion with the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. As for the calamity referred to by the great sage, the inclusion of the term calamity complicated matters further, necessitating more information for accurate assessment. With these thoughts, Odin felt a peculiar agitation. Unlike Thor, who was a straightforward warrior, Odin was an intellectual warrior endowed with extraordinary wisdom. He abhorred such asymmetry in information. His unease grew as he gazed at Yangchun and Gawain in the distance. Neither had appeared in previous prophecies. Considering their recent conversation, it suggested that both hailed from the Eight Desolation realm, particularly Yangchun, who seemed to possess considerable knowledge about that realm, combined with his only being of the sub-father level strength, might serve as a pivotal opportunity to deepen Odin's understanding of the Eight Desolation realm. With these thoughts in mind, Odin bid farewell to the great sage of the Yellow Wind, swiftly grasped Thor, and in a flash appeared before Yangchun and his companions, who were preparing to depart. The great sage observed this development with keen interest, mirroring Yangchun's earlier curiosity. Upon Odin's sudden appearance, Tony and Coulson felt a surge of tension. For the king of gods, with his mythological influence and the combat prowess he had just demonstrated, instilled a sense of unease. "May I inquire why your excellency Odin would obstruct our path?" Before Odin could respond, Yangchun spoke first, addressing the king of gods with an air of nonchalance, devoid of reverence or apprehension. "O young man from another realm, I bear you no ill will. The mortal beside you, who has consumed the fruit of the immortal tree, may require a visit to Asgard," Odin replied, gesturing towards Tony. This was another of Odin's intentions, to share some of the power derived from the fruit of the immortal tree with Thor, thus benefiting him as well. "What? Have you taken an interest in the vitality within Tony?" Yangchun raised an eyebrow at Odin, countering with a question. Odin, unfazed by Yangchun's remark, continued, "In due course, the Celestial Palace shall present you with a satisfactory gift." Upon hearing this, Yangchun furrowed his brow. Was the old man attempting to stir discord by entrusting Tony's fate to him? Thus, Yangchun spoke again, his voice tinged with a hint of indignation. "Your Excellency Odin, this matter should ultimately rest in Tony's hands." After saying this, he turned to Tony and added, "Follow your heart. Whether to accept or decline is your choice alone, and no one can compel you." Relieved, Tony gazed at Yangchun with gratitude. He had indeed been anxious that Yangchun might speak on his behalf, but fortunately, Yangchun was not that sort of person. Then, addressing Odin, Tony declared, "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no interest in the legendary Celestial Palace. I intend to return to New York." Odin's eyes flickered, scanning over Thor, who was currently charming a mortal woman, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh. At such a moment, Thor should be opposing his father's views. Should Thor and Odin diverge on this matter, it would unintentionally foster greater trust among these mortals and Yangchun. If Thor could integrate into their circle and forge friendships, acquiring information from the Eight Desolate Realms would no longer pose a challenge. Chapter 46. Yangchun battles Odin. This is not for you to decide. Odin's voice suddenly escalated, exuding an intense aura of pressure. This outburst startled Thor, who had been flirting with Jane. He hurriedly stepped in front of Tony and said, "Father, they're my friends. Friend I made on Earth. Are you defying your father for the sake of these so-called friends?" Thor fell silent at Odin's words. He had rarely opposed Odin, having always understood the noble intentions behind his father's guidance, and yearned for Odin to be proud of him. After a brief pause, Odin continued, "For the sake of immortality, these sacrifices are worthwhile, and they are for the future of Asgard." Thor seemed to contemplate this, murmuring softly as his gaze grew resolute. He then addressed Odin. "No, father, it is not like this. You are not that kind of person, and this contradicts what you have taught me." As Odin regarded Thor, logic dictated that he should be angered by his son's defiance. Yet a flicker of joy danced in Odin's profound eyes. Could it be that this foolish boy was finally beginning to think for himself? Yang Chun, having caught the glimmer of joy in Odin's gaze, fell into deep contemplation. It was improbable that Odin would allow any rift with Thor over Tony's vitality. Thus, Odin's words must carry an underlying significance. At that moment, Tony fell silent due to Odin's pronouncement. He did not wish for Yang Chun and Gawain to be placed in danger because of him, but Thor's intervention seemed to herald a turning point. However, before Tony could further contemplate a strategy, Odin pushed Thor aside and spoke once more. "Some matters will become clear to you in due time." As Odin extended his hand, channeling a force towards Tony, Yang Chun swiftly drew his sword and shattered that power. "I have stated that it depends on Tony's will. As long as he does not consent, you shall not take him away." Yang Chun spoke with a calm demeanor, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Although he remained unaware of Odin's true intentions, there was no time for further contemplation. He would not allow Odin to seize Tony so easily, unafraid to confront the deity in battle. Tony, upon hearing this, glanced at the formidable Odin, exuding an aura of authority, and then turned to Yang Chun, who, clad in white, possessed no sense of oppression. He approached Yang Chun and whispered, "How confident are you in facing Odin? If it comes to it, I could accompany him to that celestial palace with that giant present. I should be safe from mortal danger." At this moment, Tony had resigned himself to a potential compromise with Odin, feeling that the odds were not in their favor should conflict arise. Yang Chun then stepped forward to stand before Odin, declaring, "Your Excellency Odin, while your strength is formidable, I am still prepared to engage in battle." This proclamation astonished everyone present. Odin's power was well documented in myth and demonstrated in recent events. Yet, Yang Chun claimed he was still capable of fighting. Either he had lost his senses, or he genuinely possessed the requisite strength. Considering Yang Chun's earlier gift of the immortal fruit to Tony, coupled with his composed demeanor, it seemed plausible that he could indeed contend with Odin. Odin regarded Yang Chun intently, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such youthful audacity from a demigod surely marked him as a prodigy. Perhaps he truly had the confidence to face Odin. The thought crossed Odin's mind that this might serve as a means to acquire knowledge of the 8 desolate realm, provided he could restrain his power so as not to harm this young man named Yang Chun. Surely, he would not falter against someone of a demigod's caliber. With this contemplation, Odin spoke, "Young man, does this mean you are determined to impede my progress? Do you not realize that many have harbored such thoughts in the vastness of the 9 realms, yet none have succeeded?" Yang Chun, in response, bowed slightly and replied, "If your Excellency Odin is resolute in taking Tony, I would be willing to experience your esteemed prowess." He added, "However, it is best to conduct this outside of Earth, where we can unleash our full capabilities." Odin nodded in agreement and promptly vanished from his location. "Wait here, I shall return shortly." Following this, Yang Chun transformed into a streak of crimson sword light, soaring through the sky and into the depths of outer space. Soon, both Odin and Yang Chun found themselves in the cosmos, gazing at one another from a considerable distance. "Young man," Odin stated, "you are the first opponent I have encountered after extending my lifespan. I hope you prove to be more than mere ornamentation, for that would surely disappoint me." The voice of Odin resonated within Yang Chun's mind. Given the difficulty of sound propagation in the vast cosmos, Odin employed certain means to transmit his voice directly into Yang Chun's consciousness. Without uttering a word, Yang Chun unleashed 3 terrifyingly heated crimson sword energies in quick succession, and then his figure vanished from sight. In an instant, the 3 sword strikes reached Odin, who effortlessly twirled his weapon to deflect them. However, the subsequent attack from Yang Chun came in the form of a single sword strike. Though Odin swiftly blocked it, the force behind the blow surprised him, propelling him several dozen kilometers through the cosmos. "Good lad, your strength is truly formidable. Now allow me to show you mine." With that, Odin grasped Gungnir and launched an assault towards Yang Chun at breathtaking speed. Naturally, Yang Chun did not falter in response. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, beams of light colliding and dispersing, while sword energies and shimmering projectiles flashed intermittently. Yet, beneath the surface of this seemingly intense confrontation, both Yang Chun and Odin were merely gauging each other's abilities. After yet another clash, both combatants were sent hurtling backward. This time, they did not rush back into the fray, but instead remained in their respective positions, preparing for a new offensive. Yang Chun began to wield the Qi Xian sword, and as he moved, a colossal dragon composed of sword energy materialized within the cosmos, stretching for 10,000 meters. With a few intricate gestures of his left hand, fiery red flames erupted from the dragon, solidifying its form and lending its eyes a glimmer of sentience. Meanwhile, Odin continued to conjure rune after rune, surrounding himself with them as he simultaneously forged several formidable spells. Under his adept manipulation, these spells, each distinct in essence, gradually coalesced into a hybrid form of magic. Almost in perfect synchrony, both warriors completed their respective actions. The sword energy dragon roared and surged toward Odin, who, undeterred, unleashed his mixed magic propelled by the runes. Charging towards Yang Chun, a cataclysmic explosion erupted between Yang Chun and Odin, reminiscent of a clash between heaven and earth. Its brilliance so intense that even Tony and others on Earth could witness it with the naked eye. Nearby, the great sage of the Yellow Wind, positioned beside the tree of eternal life, gazed up with keen interest, nodding in approval as if observing a promising junior. In the hellish dimension, Mephisto watched the battle intently, eager to ascertain Odin's current strength in this first battle since his rejuvenation. Had he known Odin's power in advance, incidents like the recent unexpected injury would have been avoided. Also riveted by the conflict was the Ancient One, engaged in a fierce struggle with Iliasville in the mirror dimension. At this point, Iliasville's assaults had lost their initial ferocity, hinting at a defensive posture that suggested she might retreat at any moment. Due to the formidable obstruction from Elysis, the Ancient One found herself somewhat stretched thin recently. Yet she remained vigilant regarding the unfolding events on Earth. The emergence of Valibur did not stir her, while the appearance of the undead legion was anticipated. The opportunistic incursion from the infernal dimensions caused her to furrow her brow, yet she did not feel an urgent need to extricate herself. However, the effects of the immortal tree fruit did capture her attention, and she felt a sense of joy for Odin's rejuvenation and Tony's lack of concerns regarding mortality. Yet, the confrontation between Odin and Yang Chun left her feeling quite uneasy. She was acutely aware of Odin's immense strength, although he had not exerted much power thus far. Yang Chun, being merely of subdivine stature, could hardly contend with Odin. Should Yang Chun be severely wounded or even slain by Odin, it would undoubtedly provoke a rift between the 8 desolations and Earth, or worse, lead to direct repercussions. The situation would then become exceedingly complex. Contemplating this, the Ancient One intensified her offensive, pondering the necessity of withdrawing. Prolonging the conflict would serve neither side. However, determining a victor among celestial beings of such caliber is no simple task, and the value of the stakes at hand, along with the cards already in play, would dictate the outcome. In the cosmos, the clash between Odin and Yang Chun had progressed into a new phase, with powerful sword energies and spells being unleashed as though they were of no consequence. Young man, among the subdivine entities I have encountered, you are the strongest. This is the acknowledgement from the King of Gods, a fact you may take pride in. Odin's assertion was not unfounded. Among the subdivine beings he had faced, few could withstand the potency of his runic-imbued spells. How fortunate I am! As the battle unfolded, Odin surprisingly detected a thrill emanating from Yang Chun, reminiscent of one who relishes combat for its own sake, as if he considered himself a litmus test. This notion sparked an absurd thought in Odin's mind. Was this youth, in fact, waiting solely for him? Such an idea inevitably kindled a flicker of irritation within Odin. As the illustrious king of the gods, to be perceived as a mere benchmark by youth was utterly unacceptable. With a snort, Yang Chun heard Odin's disdainful sound echoing in his mind, subsequently sensing a shift in Odin's aura. It had become sharp and dangerous, akin to the stillness before a thunderous storm. Previously, Odin had merely tested the young man, but now he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. With a firm grasp on Gungnir, Odin activated the runes inscribed upon it, which began to radiate brilliance, cleaving through the starry expanse. At that moment, Gungnir seemed to become the focal point of the universe. He then hurled Gungnir towards Yang Chun, transforming it into a streak of light that instantaneously appeared before him. As the smile graced Yang Chen's lips, Gungnir effortlessly pierced through his being. In the distance, Odin furrowed his brow upon witnessing the spectacle. Although he had not infused much power into this strike, merely intending to teach Yang Chen a lesson rather than to slay him, Odin could sense that the attempt had yielded no results. The once infallible shot, which had consistently found its mark in the past, had failed him not once but twice in a single day, instilling a sense of gravity in Odin's heart. The individuals from the Eight Desolations realm possessed methods that seemed inexhaustible, capable even of resisting the very laws of causality. Seeing that Gungnir's throw had borne no fruit, Odin summoned it back, and a surge of runic energy erupted forth. A stream of light, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged towards Yang Chun. This was no mere energy wave. It bore the enhancement of runes, far surpassing the half-hearted attempts of Loki. Even the formidable frost giant king Lao Fei, who could contend with Odin through the use of the ice treasure, could be vanquished by the energy released from Gungnir in Loki's hands, thus illustrating the immense power contained within this spear. Undoubtedly, when wielded by Odin, Gungnir would unleash even greater energy. In response, Yang Chun closed his eyes, a mysterious radiance enveloping him. Although Odin was perplexed by Yang Chen's sudden blindness, he sensed the extraordinary nature of the mysterious power. Odin began to anticipate the kind of strength Yang Chun would unleash to counter his assault. Indeed, the ensuing moment validated Odin's expectations. The stars that already twinkled in the night sky now shone even brighter. A mysterious force was drawn from the celestial bodies, seemingly transcending time and space, as if it were directly infused into Yang Chun. This was none other than Yang Chen's innate divine ability, the 10,000 swords returning to the void. As the energy coalesced, myriad sword shadows imbued with stellar energy encircled Yang Chun. When he opened his eyes once more, these countless starry sword apparitions converged upon the crimson-black sword in his grasp. The sword, now suffused with the power of the stars, had transformed into a deep gray hue, radiating an ethereal gray luminescence. The force contained within the crimson-black sword even drew Odin's attention. With a single swing of his sword, the starry power erupted forth, and Yang Chen's already formidable sword aura became utterly unstoppable under its influence. Soon, the starry sword collided with the energy wave emitted by Odin, and in that fleeting moment of contact, the outcome was determined. The starry sword sliced through the shockwave as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, advancing towards Odin unabated. Odin's eyes flickered with surprise as he pondered the source of this power. Could it truly be wielded by one of lesser status than a demigod? Was the foundation of the Eight Desolations realm indeed so formidable? Chapter 48. The destroyer Odin. At this moment, a flicker of concern finally graced Odin's gaze, an emotion that was starkly etched upon his youthful visage. Yet, before Odin could delve deeper into his contemplation, Yang Chen's star sword was already hurtling towards him. Realizing the imminent threat, Odin had no choice but to amplify the power he exerted upon Gungnir. Instantly, the spear's tip radiated an even more resplendent light. It had still failed to establish a stalemate against the star sword, prompting Odin to incessantly bolster his strength. Ultimately, as the star sword was extinguished, Odin nearly unleashed his full might, a grave expression settling upon his face. The fact that Yang Chun, embodying the essence of a demigod, could compel him to exert such effort was indeed alarming. However, this must surely be his final gambit. Surely, he could not truly falter now. Young man, you have done your utmost. Concede now. No one shall belittle your efforts. Odin's words resonated within Yang Chen's mind, infused with a complexity that mirrored his own tumultuous emotions. On one hand, Odin wished for Yang Chen's strength to wane, yearning for no further hidden cards. On the other, he anticipated that Yang Chun might yet deliver further surprises. In that moment, Odin even found himself envisioning the formidable spectacle should Thor ever reach such heights. You may be disappointed. My full strength is yet to be revealed. Yang Chen's voice echoed in Odin's mind, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. Upon hearing this, a sense of exhilaration stirred within Odin. This young man from the Eight Desolate Realms had indeed provided him with a plethora of surprises. As Odin focused, he beheld Yang Chen's current state. which evoked memories of the fiery giant Surtur. However, unlike Surtur's massive form, born of the fusion of energy and matter, Yang Chun had transformed into a being of flames. Yet his power was remarkably solid, as if the flames had coalesced into a tangible entity. When Yang Chun manifested this form, Odin immediately sensed the true, awe-inspiring pressure befitting a demigod. Even someone as seasoned as Odin found himself momentarily stunned, while he had encountered others who reached demigod levels through external means. The essence of Yang Chen's power was entirely sourced from within, a sight Odin had never witnessed before. Now, let Lord Odin experience the full extent of my power. With a resounding shout, Yang Chen's figure vanished like a specter within the cosmic expanse, only to reappear as he swung his sword towards Odin. Yang Chen's voice brimmed with audacity and fervor, causing Odin to question whether this individual might suddenly burst in a laughter mid-battle. Nevertheless, Odin dared not underestimate him. He had already classified this encounter as a true clash of demigods. Odin summoned his divine might, raising his hands to block Yang Chen's long sword with his spear. With a powerful sweep, he sent Yang Chun flying, immediately following up with a forceful thrust aimed directly at Yang Chen's face. Although Yang Chun managed to parry this strike, Odin swiftly followed with a kick that sent Yang Chun retreating. As he was knocked back, Yang Chun wielded the Qi sword, creating afterimages that enveloped Odin in a myriad of sword shadows, sealing off all avenues of escape. Yet, Odin deftly countered with a flurry of thrusts, dissolving Yang Chen's offensive before charging toward him once more. Unfazed by Odin's ability to neutralize his attacks, Yang Chun steadied himself and retaliated. The two clashed in an instant, with Odin's Gungnir darting forward in a relentless barrage, while Yang Chen's Qi sword executed thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and strikes, each move imbued with immense power. The duel had transformed from mere probing to a deadly exchange, with both combatants unleashing lethal techniques. The surrounding minor asteroids suffered greatly from their conflict. Odin's spear, upon contact, reduced asteroids to cosmic dust, while Yang Chen's sword swept others into mere ash. Observing the fierce exchange from the mirrored space, Ancient One was struck with both astonishment and concern. He was astonished that Yang Chun could truly contend with Odin, yet concerned that a single misstep could lead to Yang Chen's downfall. In a hellish dimension, Mephisto's expression darkened. Odin's strength was expected, but now a young upstart was proving to be his equal. As Yang Chun and Odin engaged, their luminous forms became indistinguishable, each clash resonating with spatial distortions, propelling them further away from the sun. After several spatial fluctuations, they reached the edge of the asteroid belt in the solar system, continuing their trajectory into the abyss of the cosmos. When they finally halted, they found themselves amidst a realm of small, icy bodies, known in astronomical terms as the Oort cloud. Countless icy, celestial fragments floated like forgotten stardust, remnants crushed by the tidal forces of the galaxy, forming a spherical barrier with a diameter of 3 light-years. Here, they chose to confront each other. Beyond this lay the vast emptiness of the universe, a space that, while indifferent to them, still evoked a psychological unease. Following another clash, both warriors retreated, not rushing to engage again, but standing in the cosmic void, gazing at one another. The reborn Yang Chun shimmered, transforming the surrounding expanse into a fiery domain that seemed to materialize out of thin air, slowly igniting within the vastness of space. Celestial bodies within this inferno either became part of the flame or were reduced to ashes. Yang Chun conjured this fiery realm to momentarily obstruct Odin, raising the Qi sword anew as the distant starlight burst forth once more, with boundless stellar energy converging upon the blade. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from afar, Odin's expression grew solemn. With Gungnir unable to achieve its purpose, he found himself unable to thwart Yang Chen's maneuvers in the short term. However, he still possessed hidden cards. Contemplating this, Odin's thoughts conjured the Destroyer, which slowly vanished from the treasury of Asgard, while a layer of shimmering gold and silver armor enveloped his body. At this moment, Odin donned the Destroyer armor, and in this state, he could even contend against a single pantheon deity. As Odin adorned himself with the armor, Yang Chun executed the technique known as 10,000 swords returned to ruins once more. Yet this time, he did not fully concentrate his power within the crimson, profound sword, but instead truly manifested the shadows of countless celestial swords. These starry sword phantoms floated in the cosmos, shimmering brilliantly, their energies swirling as the fiery domain surrounding Yang Chun was integrated into the celestial sword. Then, with a mere thought, Yang Chun propelled these celestial swords, imbued with the essence of the stars, towards Odin, who found himself besieged in an instant, with the space around him sealed off. Chapter 49. The Sword of Chaos. Every celestial sword possessed the power to shatter mountains and split the earth, and now, as they traversed through space, they surged towards Odin, causing an astounding brilliance of starry light to erupt from his position. Although Odin was engulfed in Yang Chun's onslaught, a grave expression marred the countenance of Yang Chun, whose reborn form sensed that all the celestial swords had been shattered. Under Yang Chun's gaze, Odin, clad in the destroyer armor, emerged slowly from the boundless radiance of stars, with no trace left upon the armor. Soon, all the celestial swords were expended, yet Odin remained unscathed, even provocatively accepting the onslaught of the starry blades. Upon witnessing Odin donning the destroyer armor, the Ancient One began to utilize the Eye of Agamotto more frequently to bolster herself, despite the considerable drain it posed. At this moment, she was beyond caring. Her sole desire was to swiftly vanquish the adversary before her. Meanwhile, Eliza's faced an escalating pressure, beginning to reconsider his stance. As the grand play was nearing its conclusion, Zhong Hong was attentively observing the battle between Yang Chun and Odin. Though the conflict between Eliza's and the Ancient One was of no lesser caliber, it unfolded within the mirror space, lacking the visual grandeur of the clash between Yang Chun and Odin in the Oort cloud. Since Thor's arrival, the emotional values on the system panel had been incessantly inundated. While various factions on Earth would surely strive to suppress the uproar of this incident, the emotional values garnered were undeniably substantial, bringing immense delight to Zhong Hong. Young man, the shell of this destroyer armor is forged from the URU metal of the Celestial Palace, utterly indestructible, further blessed by the deities of Earth. To be defeated by me in this form is a mark of pride. Odin's words carried an unmistakable pride. The destroyer was indeed remarkably powerful, and it had been a long time since Odin had donned it. Now, returning to his youth, wearing it once more brought back memories of his earlier days. Now was my turn. In an instant, Odin's figure traversed an immense distance, arriving before Yang Chun. Although his opponent was merely a young man, Odin had not experienced such a sense of formidable equality in a long time. The armor of the destroyer, with its inherent ability to dismantle, coupled with the blessings of the gods of Earth, rendered what seemed to be cumbersome armor an all-encompassing enhancement for Odin. Faced with such a formidable state, Yang Chun naturally dared not be complacent. However, with the overwhelming power of the destroyer armor, Odin adopted an aggressive stance, launching a relentless barrage of attacks while neglecting defense, which put Yang Chun at a disadvantage. In response to Odin's onslaught, Yang Chun was compelled to evade continuously, employing various techniques to dodge Odin's fierce strikes and only bracing himself when evasion proved futile. Fortunately, in his state of rebirth, he found that ordinary attacks could not harm him. However, his own strikes were ineffective against Odin clad in the destroyer armor. Realizing that this approach was unsustainable, Yang Chun summoned his strength, delivering a powerful strike that sent Odin flying, after which he swiftly retreated. Once halted, Odin wasted no time and resumed his advance toward Yang Chun. But Yang Chun had managed to gain a moment's respite, with his left hand forming a seal. He drew forth a flicker of flame from his heart, the flames swirling in a mesmerizing blend of crimson and obsidian, incinerating the surrounding space. He then directed the flames onto the Qi Xian sword, causing it to shimmer with the same red-black hue. Biting his tongue, he let a drop of blood fall onto the sword, which absorbed it instantly. The flames gradually transformed into a gray hue, and as the gray enveloped the blade, Odin, now close to Yang Chun, sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Odin, prepare to receive another strike from me. With that declaration, Yang Chun executed a diagonal slash from the upper left to the lower right with his sword. As the Qi Xian sword cleaved through the air, an eerie wail echoed through the surrounding space, as if it were shattering reality itself, striking directly at Odin. Yet at the last moment, Yang Chun held back slightly. Faced with this space-shattering blow, Odin found no means of escape. He was repelled by the immense power contained within the Qi Xian sword, as the once impenetrable destroyer armor now felt as fragile as parchment. Odin soared backward for nearly 10,000 miles before finally regaining his balance, revealing a massive gash on the chest of the destroyer armor, through which the very flesh of Odin could be discerned. The blessings of the gods attempted to mend this significant wound, but the once unassailable power of the deities had now lost its efficacy. Odin gazed incredulously at the large scar on his chest, its surface smooth as a mirror, a testament to the fact that the strike had met with no resistance whatsoever. Odin sensed that Yang Chun had shown mercy in that final moment. Otherwise, he might have suffered a grievous blow. Contemplating this, Odin's gaze towards Yang Chun became laden with complexity. At this juncture, there was no longer any necessity to continue the confrontation. Regardless of the strength or weakness of the forces behind this young man, his own prowess was sufficient for self-preservation within this universe. Consequently, Odin sought a way to gracefully withdraw. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, while observing Yang Chen's vigilant demeanor, a wisp of yellow sand materialized between them, seemingly drifting in from nowhere. The sand continued to surge forth, ultimately coalescing into the form of the yellow-winged great sage, who emerged from the grains. The appearance of the yellow-winged great sage filled Odin with a mixture of astonishment and delight. He was astonished that the space had been shattered by Yang Chun's sword, yet the yellow-winged great sage could still manifest. His delight stemmed from the fact that the arrival of the yellow-winged great sage provided him with a perfect opportunity to retreat gracefully. However, before Odin could formulate a plan for his exit, the voice of the yellow-winged great sage echoed in both his and Yang Chen's minds. "Gentlemen, let us refrain from further conflict. A friendly spar is sufficient, but do not let it escalate into true hostility." As he spoke, the great sage radiated a formidable aura, the overwhelming pressure of a celestial being serving as the most effective means of mediation. Coincidentally, both Odin and Yang Chun had already begun to contemplate cessation of hostilities. Thus they willingly adhered to this opportunity for retreat. Soon, the two flew towards the yellow-winged great sage, and in short order, the trio convened. Under the auspices of the great sage, Odin and Yang Chun clasped hands in reconciliation, creating an atmosphere of collective joy. However, just as the trio prepared to return to Earth, the yellow-winged great sage suddenly exclaimed, "Alas, my tree fruit!" With that, he transformed into a cloud of yellow sand and vanished. Following the disappearance of the great sage, Odin appeared to sense something amiss and promptly hurled Gungnir. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the event engaged in a struggle with Master Gu Yi. Elias adopted a defensive stance, though this facade belied his true intentions as he secretly gathered his strength to escape. As Yang Chun and Odin battled fiercely, Master Gu Yi's attention inevitably wavered. Seizing the opportunity, Elias launched an attack on a corner of the mirrored space, and with a sound that echoed painfully, that section shattered under his assault. "Master Gu Yi, until we meet again, ha ha ha." With a swift motion, Elias exploited the opening and dashed forth, heading towards the immortal tree. His speed was terrifying, the space before him fractured, and he dove into the breach, causing the debris to expand further. Upon the dissolution of the mirrored space, Master Gu Yi frowned at the sight of the crumbling reality. Should he neglect this fractured space, it would likely endanger the sanctum of Kamartaj. Reluctantly, the Ancient One abandoned her pursuit of Ilias, resorting to the Eye of Agamotto to reverse the flow of time in that space. As she mended the fabric of reality, Ilias had already arrived beside the tree of immortality. However, the remaining 3 fruits of the tree were enshrouded in heavy yellow sands, resembling 3 seals that safeguarded the fruits and firmly anchored them to the earth. The yellow wind sage was likely on his way back. Once the Ancient One restored the space, she realized she remained on Earth, which would surely not bode well for her. In light of this predicament, Ilias summoned the powers of the underworld to shatter one of the seals. Just as she prepared to break the next seal, the distant yellow sands began to coalesce into the form of the yellow wind sage. Recognizing the imminent threat, Ilias wasted no time opening a portal to return to the underworld. As Ilias stepped into the underworld, Gungnir sliced through the heavens, aiming directly at her. In response, Ilias casually scattered a handful of soil imbued with potent death energy, effectively blocking Gungnir's path. After all, Ilias was the embodiment of the underworld. Attacking her was akin to assaulting the realm itself, blurring the lines of their essence. thus allowing Ilias to effortlessly deflect Gungnir. Having accomplished this, Ilias returned to the underworld, and the portal swiftly sealed behind her. At that moment, the yellow wind sage burst forth from the swirling sands, forcefully thrusting his three-pronged forks into the ground, creating deep fissures in the earth, his fur bristling with irritation. "Shameless thief! Cunning scoundrel!" he exclaimed, fulfilling the customary indignation of one whose possessions have been pilfered. After his outburst, another portal materialized nearby. Sensing the spatial disturbance, the yellow wind sage grasped his three-pronged forks, casting a wary gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Yet, upon observing the Kama-Taj-style portal, his demeanor returned to normal, and he merely watched in silence. Emerging from the portal was Yang Chun, restored to his pristine white attire, though the yellow wind sage noted a slight fluctuation in his aura. Following him was Odin, donned in celestial garments. Upon seeing that Gungnir had been blocked once more, he sighed imperceptibly and summoned Gungnir back to him. Meanwhile, the Ancient One regarded the smooth, orderly scar left by Yang Chen's final strike with a grave expression. This particular rift in space, unlike the chaos wrought by the other two, was beyond her ability to mend. She had encountered such irreversible damage before, but it was clear that such power was not within the grasp of a being of lesser divinity. To prevent any calamity arising from this fissure, the Ancient One chose to seal it away. After the seal was lifted, she conjured a portal and stepped through it. At that moment, Yang Chun, Odin, and the great sage of Yellow Wind were engaged in a silent exchange, their gazes locked in mutual contemplation. Upon the return of the Ancient One, their conversation came to a halt. "Ancient One, I must first express my gratitude for your magic. Had you not brought me back, I would have taken much longer to return on my own." Yang Chun spoke earnestly. It was the truth. Without maintaining his nirvana form, it would indeed take him some time to fly back. The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "It was no trouble at all, merely a gesture of goodwill." Turning his attention to Odin, the Ancient One's expression grew complex. His old friend had broken free from the constraints of fate, the implications of which remained uncertain. "My dear friend, congratulations on your return to youth," he said warmly. Odin's lips curled into a smile at this acknowledgement. Reclaiming his youth was indeed the most joyous occurrence since entering old age. He nodded in thanks to the Ancient One, and then remarked, "It seems this incident will require you to expend some energy once more, won't it? We shall need to conduct a significant temporal rewind. Are you all prepared to witness this?" The Ancient One's tone had taken on an urgency, as three celestial beings were present, alongside Yang Chun, who was no less formidable than a celestial. The gathering of such powerful entities was clearly not a trifling matter. However, the others appeared oblivious to the urgency in the Ancient One's voice. None chose to leave, and even Odin and Yang Chun summoned Thor and Tony to join them. Seeing this, the Ancient One merely sighed, "Very well, if you wish to watch, then watch you shall." Yang Chun clasped his hands in respect and expressed, "Thank you, Ancient One." For Yang Chun, observing the Ancient One's temporal manipulation held significant merit. After all, the Eye of Agamotto's time, reversal operated according to the laws of the universe. A lesson that could prove invaluable. The great sage of Yellow Wind shared a similar intent, eager to understand the mechanics of this realm's operations. Odin, for his part, had his own motives for watching alongside Thor. The Ancient One ascended into the skies, cradling the Eye of Agamotto in both hands, continuously channeling his power into it. As his strength surged forth, a wave of verdant energy emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. Remarkably, this green energy deftly circumvented the onlookers, spreading with astonishing velocity until it enveloped the entirety of the battleground affected by the recent conflict. In an instant, it was as if the film of reality was rewinding. Collapsing mountains, fractured earth, and shattered structures swiftly restored to their former states. However, those souls ensnared by the realms of the dead and hell could not be revived. Fortunately, such unfortunate beings were few. The majority had perished in the aftermath of the battle's tumult. Subsequently, Master Gu employed the Eye of Agamotto to cast a spell that enveloped the globe, under which humanity would continuously forget the great battle, and various artifacts documenting this conflict would swiftly lose their efficacy. Chapter 51. The departure of Huang Feng. Upon completing this endeavor, Master Gu returned to the few individuals present. At this moment, her complexion had grown even paler, Despite the fact that most were ordinary individuals, such a large-scale manipulation of time exacted a considerable toll on her. After contemplating the events, Yang Chan appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment, while Odin remained silent. The great sage Huang Feng, upon witnessing the scene, was visibly moved. Master Gu Yi's altruistic act of saving lives resonated deeply within him. Indeed, you possess a heart of compassion, dear friend. In this realm, there exists no clear cycle of reincarnation, and your efforts to rescue so many innocents from the clutches of malevolent forces are truly commendable. On behalf of these innocent souls, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. As he spoke, the great sage Huang Feng bowed slightly to Master Gu Yi. This unexpected gesture left her momentarily speechless. Throughout her years, she had mostly received reverence from others, and such gratitude was a novel experience for her. Although Master Gu did not place great importance on it, the feeling was nonetheless quite extraordinary. It is my duty, as the supreme sorceress, to protect this planet, she replied, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Huang Feng's respect. What benefits shall you receive from this? Huang Feng inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Master Gu Yi responded, I was born here and have grown here. My responsibilities do not necessitate any personal gain. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Known for his sense of justice and camaraderie, he had unfortunately fallen victim to the machinations of deities and ultimately met his demise. Observing the protective nature of Master Gu Yi, he felt immense admiration. Noticing her weakened state, he promptly retrieved a fruit from the tree of immortality. He then presented the fruit before Master Gu Yi, who, upon seeing it, expressed her confusion. Do you intend to give me the fruit of the tree of immortality? Master Gu Yi inquired, aware of the fruit's rarity and desirability, yet hesitant to misinterpret his intentions. Indeed, Huang Feng affirmed with a nod. Odin, witnessing this exchange, could no longer maintain his composure. Did you not claim you would use the fruit to save lives? Are you now offering it to someone else? He interjected. At that moment, Huang Feng had already bestowed the fruit upon Master Gu Yi. Suddenly realizing he had neglected to introduce himself, he spoke again. I am a mouse spirit who has attained enlightenment. My true name is best left unmentioned due to troublesome associations. You may call me Huang Feng, the great sage. Master Gu Yi, intrigued, posed her questions directly, seeking clarity on this newfound acquaintance. The king of gods, Odin, had just mentioned that one must retrieve the fruit of the tree of immortality to save lives. Yet I remain perplexed as to why you have bestowed one upon me. The great sage of Yellow Wind, upon hearing the inquiry from Master Gu Yi, responded earnestly. One fruit suffices for the purpose of saving a life. However, the tree of immortality bore 5 fruits, and having already sacrificed 3 for others, I deemed it prudent to retain one, relying on the principle of fate. I observe that your methods deplete your life force, and having selflessly expended considerable energy for others, I learned of your commitment to safeguarding peace. It was then that I recognized the timing of fate had arrived. Master Gu Yi nodded in acknowledgement and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, great sage of Yellow Wind. Should any matters arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to call upon you. She was acutely aware of her own condition. For centuries, she had borrowed vitality from various dimensions and wielded magic. Although she was not required to repay these debts, they were not her own. An excessive expenditure often left her weakened. With the fruit of the tree of immortality in her possession, her circumstances were poised for significant improvement. Seeing Master Gu Yi's graciousness, the great sage of Yellow Wind felt a sense of satisfaction. He held a deep respect for someone like her, and if future plans required her involvement, he would not hesitate to engage her assistance. After discreetly utilizing the eye of Agamotto to inspect the fruit and finding no issues, Master Gu Yi consumed it. Odin, witnessing this, felt a twinge of regret but refrained from intervening. Although not of his kin, it was indeed a joyous occasion for an old friend to gain a substantial influx of life energy. At the moment Master Gu Yi ingested the fruit, an immense surge of life energy filled her being, eradicating the latent dangers left by the borrowed powers from other dimensions. Given that Master Gu Yi's physical form was not particularly robust, the fruit purified her body. In contrast, the fruit held no purifying effect on Odin's divine physique. His restoration was due to his body rejuvenating itself after being eroded by divine power. Noticing the evident improvement in Gu-Es demeanor, the great sage of yellow wind gathered the remaining fruit and the tree of immortality, addressing the assembly. With this matter concluded, I must take my leave. May we all remain safe amidst the impending calamity. Odin, Gu-E, and Yang-chun reciprocated the farewell, as a gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. The great sage of yellow wind transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, dissipating into the ether. Has the great sage truly departed? Odin inquired of Yang-chun, who confirmed with an affirmative nod. Upon receiving Yang-chun's assurance, both Odin and Gu-Yi's expression shifted. They had perceived the great sage's departure only through their eyes, without any other sensory awareness. To them, closing their eyes would render the great sage's disappearance as if he had vanished into thin air, an astonishing phenomenon for beings of their caliber, indicating that their extraordinary soul perception had proven ineffective. Given the circumstances, Thor and I shall return to the celestial palace. Upon concluding his statement, Odin summoned the Rainbow Bridge, prompting Thor to make a solemn vow to Jane. Rest assured, Jane, once I have attended to matters in Asgard, I shall seek you out. I promise I will return. With those words, the Rainbow Bridge manifested, and Thor hurried to Odin's side. As the radiant beams of the bridge flickered once more, both Odin and Thor vanished from sight. Once Odin and Thor had departed, the Ancient One reminded Tony not to forget about tomorrow's magic class before creating a portal of her own and leaving. The sun was now setting, casting a golden hue over the horizon, while in the distance, vehicles of S.H.I.L.D. appeared on the road. Coulson and Barton pondered how best to report back to Nick Fury. Tony, with a complex expression, gazed at the distant mountains and the small town aglow with lights. He felt as though he were caught in a dream, yet the records maintained by J.A.R.S. continually served as a reminder that the cataclysmic battle had indeed transpired. Reflecting on the overwhelming sense of detachment he felt during the conflict, anxiety began to etch itself upon Tony's brow. After capturing the scene before him in his mind, he, Yang-chun, and Gawain took flight, heading towards New York. Shortly thereafter, Coulson and Barton were picked up by S.H.I.L.D. agents, while Jane waited until nightfall to be collected. Upon reuniting with her friend, she threw herself into her arms, weeping uncontrollably, though her words were muffled, reduced to soft cries. Chapter 52. Loki's scheme. With the peak of this incident now behind, the focus shifts to what Loki may achieve. Zhong Hong observed the departure of the others, murmuring to himself, should Loki remain true to his character from the original narrative, Jotunheim will undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Even if it falters slightly, the demise of Lao Fei would leave Jotunheim leaderless. The immediate concern is to ascertain the location of Jotunheim. Once its whereabouts are known, the absence of leadership combined with the loss of the supreme treasure will render Jotunheim a prime target for conquest. Through the recent manifestations of the Rainbow Bridge and the sword intent left upon the destroyer armor, Zhong Hong had already determined the location of Asgard. Now, if the Rainbow Bridge were to activate once more, he could deduce the approximate location of Jotunheim based on its point of descent. All that remained for Zhong Hong was to wait. System, check the emotional value. Current emotional value, 864,312,446. Upon seeing the figure surpassing 8 million, Zhong Hong felt a surge of elation. These were resources capable of augmenting his power. Should he accumulate more, he could exchange them for higher-tier treasure chests, which would grant him singular, universe-level cards, an undeniable enhancement to his capabilities. Now, the anticipation rests on what Loki may be capable of achieving. Zhong Hong mused once more, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of Loki's potential. As for Loki doing nothing, it is inconceivable that Loki, with his intense desire for recognition, would remain passive. At this moment, Odin, situated in the treasury of Asgard, scrutinized the sword mark on the chest of the destroyer armor, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Upon returning to Asgard, he had immediately come to the treasury in an attempt to mend the armor. Yet no matter the method he employed, the damage proved irreparable. This revelation plunged Odin into contemplation. While he had encountered numerous formidable attacks, this irreversible harm was unprecedented. Moreover, the blessings from the gods that adorned the destroyer armor seemed to have offered no resistance against that singular strike, which bore an essence seemingly designed to target order itself. As he pondered this characteristic, Odin recalled the celestial group, realizing that his prior defeat at their hands stemmed partly from their overwhelming numbers and partly from their astonishing ability to instantly recover from any inflicted damage. Those conceptual entities wielded the universe's energy with ease, rendering even the restoration of severed limbs a trivial matter. Would they then be capable of effortlessly reversing the damage if they harnessed such energy? In that moment, Odin's regard for the characteristic embedded within the sword mark intensified, and the tension in his brow eased. He had long been preparing measures against the celestial group, with several contingencies already housed within the treasury. Yet those provisions would at best only severely wound them. Now, the potential for complete annihilation of the celestial group revealed itself through the essence contained in Yangchen's strike, and Odin began to contemplate how to replicate this formidable power. At that juncture, Thor entered the chamber. "Father, have you seen Loki? I have searched the entirety of Asgard without a trace of him," he inquired as he stepped inside. Initially, Thor had intended to discipline his mischievous brother, but his search had yielded no signs of Loki. Loki? Odin's feelings for his younger son were intricate. Initially, he viewed Loki merely as a tool and a political pawn. Yet after millennia of coexistence, he had come to regard him as his own. To spare Loki from feelings of inadequacy, Odin concealed his identity as a frost giant, while the warrior culture of Asgard led him to favor Thor. Nevertheless, Odin was acutely aware of Loki's yearning for his approval, and guilt now weighed heavily upon him. It could be said that Loki's obsession with the throne was a manifestation of the cultural dynamics of Asgard. Yet, at its core, what Loki truly sought was the recognition and esteem of his family. Odin's eyes gleamed with golden light as his will swept across all of Asgard, only for his brow to furrow once more. Loki was absent from Asgard. Where could he have gone? Odin found himself perplexed, recalling that when he had ventured to Earth, Loki had been present. Now, however, he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could that scoundrel have ventured to Jotunheim once more? Loki was well aware of the secret passage to Jotunheim, and the frost giant who intruded upon the treasury during Thor's coronation had received Odin's tacit approval. Otherwise, those insignificant creatures would never have gained access to the vault. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Odin's heart sank as he realized that the frost gem was indeed missing, and a wave of unease washed over him. Meanwhile, Loki was engaging in lively discourse before Laufey, the king of the frost giants. He had expended considerable effort and was finally on the verge of persuading Laufey. Odin, having endured a fierce battle and even summoned Gungnir, found himself in a state of decline, now ensnared in the Odin sleep. "I will briefly open the Bifrost. You may follow me to the hidden chamber of the celestial palace. In due course, the defenseless Odin will naturally fall victim to your hand. At that juncture, I shall restore the frost gem to its rightful owner, and I will ascend as the ruler of Asgard, a mutually advantageous outcome." This was, of course, a fabrication of Loki's imagination. He merely knew that Gungnir had been summoned away and was unaware of any actual battle. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. As long as Laufey set foot in Asgard, his demise was all but guaranteed. Should Odin be present, he could eliminate Laufey with ease. If Odin were absent or truly entrapped in the Odin sleep, Loki had his own means to deal with Laufey. Loki's final remarks struck at Laufey's vulnerabilities. Both the demise of Odin and the reclamation of the frost gem were lifelong aspirations for Laufey. Just when he believed such aspirations were beyond his reach, an opportunity presented itself. Laufey, recognizing Loki's identity as a frost giant, instinctively afforded him a measure of trust. After all, a frost giant could hardly thrive in Asgard, and this frail figure clearly did not possess the stature of a warrior. In a culture steeped in martial valor, few in Asgard would regard him with respect. Although Laufey was aware of the inherent dangers, opportunities invariably accompany risks, and the prospect before him was sufficiently enticing to warrant the gamble. Moreover, Odin was aging. He would never provoke an entire clan of frost giants by slaying Laufey, which could lead to an all-out war between Jotunheim and Asgard. Chapter 53. The misfortunes of Laufey. Laufey rose from his throne, an overwhelming aura of authority bearing down on Loki. Yet Loki remained unfazed. He understood that in such moments, it was paramount to exude confidence. Thus, despite his back being drenched in cold sweat, his countenance remained unchanged. Observing Loki's unwavering demeanor, Laufey spoke again. "Should you dare to deceive me, I shall have you torn to shreds." Loki realized he had successfully navigated this challenge. He had altered his perspective. As long as Laufey reached Asgard, his dagger would not be without merit. He would surely stab him twice. Soon, Laufey summoned a few trusted allies and prepared for the ensuing endeavor, signaling to Loki that they were ready. Seeing this, Loki nodded and departed, a cunning smile gracing his lips, though no frost giant was present to witness it. After witnessing Loki's departure, Laufey addressed his subordinates, commanding, "Awaken our war beasts and assemble our armies. Once I have slain Odin, I shall activate the Bifrost and transport you all to Asgard. Then Asgard will be ours." "At your command, my king," replied one frost giant, releasing a wave of energy that rippled through Jotunheim. In an instant, countless beasts under the giant's dominion were roused, and the frost giants scattered across Jotunheim began to converge towards this location. Observing this scene, a smirk crept upon Laufey's lips. After all, how could he relinquish such a splendid realm as Asgard to a mere fledgling? With these forces at his disposal, he intended to claim both the Icebox and Asgard. Even if his plans faltered, the assembled frost giant army would serve as a crucial safeguard for his survival. Meanwhile, upon returning to Asgard, Loki was apprehended by Heimdall. "Tell me, Loki, how did you manage to bring the frost giants to Asgard?" In response to Heimdall's inquiry, Loki offered a casual smile and replied, "Do you truly believe the Bifrost is the sole passage between realms? There are numerous hidden paths that you could never perceive, but I no longer require them. I am now the king." At this, Heimdall chuckled lightly, having witnessed Odin's rejuvenation firsthand. This fool before him still clung to delusions of grandeur, determined to shatter Loki's illusions. Heimdall drew his golden sword and declared, "Continue your fanciful dreams. Once I subdue you, you shall realize your true self." Heimdall's demeanor was infuriatingly amusing to Loki, who promptly retrieved the icebox, encasing Heimdall in ice before the golden sword could strike him. Seizing the sword from Heimdall's grasp, an instrument that could manipulate the Bifrost and a crucial element for Loki's scheme, he approached the heart of the Bifrost. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely plunged the sword into the core of the Bifrost. The energies of the Bifrost surged anew, an immense power cascading forth toward Jotunheim. At the very moment the Bifrost activated, a smile crept across Zhong Hong's lips in New York. "Found you." With a mere thought, he propelled the realm of the dead, which floated in the cosmos, directly toward Jotunheim. At the instant Zhong Hong sensed it, the fate of Jotunheim was sealed. "Is this Asgard?" Laufey pondered, his voice laden with emotion, as his gaze upon Loki grew increasingly complex. Despite having engaged in numerous wars with Asgard, this was the first time Laufey truly set foot in the realm. However, Loki paid him little mind, merely leading the way ahead. As Laufey left two frost giants to guard the Bifrost, he closely followed Loki, marveling at the breathtaking scenery of Asgard, occasionally expressing his awe. Thanks to Loki's guidance, Laufey and the frost giants traversed seamlessly to the subterranean palace, where they would soon arrive at the resting place of Odin, as described by Loki. Loki had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Although his direct combat prowess was not formidable, he was a sorcerer, and a prepared sorcerer could be undeniably terrifying. Loki was confident that once Laufey arrived there, he would be unable to escape his grasp. Laufey understood Loki's ulterior motives, yet as a well-known demigod of considerable strength, he wielded the Frostbox, capable of contending with Odin himself. He certainly could not allow himself to be easily outmaneuvered by one so young. Thus, they advanced with their own hidden agendas until they reached the door to Odin's resting place. Observing the unguarded entrance, Laufey spat, interpreting it as Odin's confidence in Asgard's strength. Before Loki could push the door open, magical runes illuminated beneath their feet, and before they could resist, a blinding light enveloped them, transporting them away. When the light dissipated, Loki discerned the environment he found himself in, and to his shock, cold sweat broke out on his back. They were in the core of Asgard's Golden Palace, the Coronation Hall, where 32 colossal columns, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, soared into the sky. The hall, capable of accommodating thousands, was now filled with Asgardian soldiers clad in golden armor. At the throne sat Odin, wielding Gungnir, while Thor, donned in his battle attire and holding Mjolnir, stood at his side. The coronation hall exuded an air of solemnity reminiscent of Thor's own coronation ceremony. Loki was rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment. The god of mischief's mind went blank. While he struggled to formulate words, Lao Fei, overwhelmed by shock, exclaimed, "Odin, you!" He gazed in disbelief at the rejuvenated Odin, fully aware of the latter's formidable strength. Even with the frost box at his disposal, he was no match for Odin, and now his fear intensified. Before Lao Fei could utter another word, Odin's powerful voice, imbued with divine energy, resonated throughout Asgard. "My son, Loki Odinson, has bravely infiltrated enemy territory and brought before me the frost giant king Lao Fei, the mastermind behind the theft of our treasury. His courage surpasses that of all Asgard, and his remarkable deeds deserve to be etched in our memories. As his father, I take immense pride in him. Now, let us raise our voices in celebration for this hero. Let us cheer for the future of Asgard." As Odin's voice, imbued with divine power, resonated, the entirety of Asgard was engulfed in jubilation, with the roars of Asgardian soldiers echoing throughout the Grand Hall. In stark contrast, Lao Fei and several frost giants stood utterly dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Chapter 54. The Fall of Jotunheim. Odin, mighty king, can we not find reconciliation? The fierce instinct for survival compelled Lao Fei to momentarily set aside his pride and appeal to Odin for peace. Yet, with the opportunity laid before him and Odin rejuvenated, the latter had no qualms about eliminating Lao Fei. Sensing Odin's murderous intent, Lao Fei's countenance shifted. He squared his shoulders and pointed at Odin, shouting defiantly, "The frost giants of Jotunheim have gathered. Should I perish in Asgard, they shall not rest until vengeance is wrought. How many Asgardians will accompany me to the grave?" However, Lao Fei's bravado was somewhat hollow, eliciting a scoff from Thor. Thor stepped forward, raising his voice. "Warriors of Asgard, do you fear battle? For the glory of Asgard, we fight to the death. For Asgard! For Asgard!" Thor's challenge ignited the atmosphere in the Grand Hall, with all Asgardian warriors shouting in unison. Even Loki, moved by the fervor, joined in the chorus. Tears welled in Loki's eyes. Today, Odin fulfilled the desires he had long pursued. He yearned for recognition, and here was Odin, proclaiming his pride before the assembled warriors. He craved respect, and now the gazes of those warriors were filled with admiration, devoid of any disdain. At that moment, the cunning god of mischief, Loki, could no longer contain his emotions and joined in the uproar. His cries, however, drew Lao Fei's attention. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, Lao Fei glared furiously at the architect of his predicament. Consumed by rage, Lao Fei's heart brimmed with hatred. He conjured a sword of ice, declaring, "If I am to die, I shall send you to your demise first." With a fierce cry, he lunged at Loki. Yet, he faltered. Odin, who had long been watching, would not allow Lao Fei to harm Loki. With a mere gesture, Odin transported Loki to a safe distance near his throne. Attempting to assert himself further, Lao Fei was met with Thor's hammer, which sent him sprawling meters away. As he struggled to rise, countless Asgardian weapons pinned him to the ground. Lao Fei's minions, who had accompanied him, were swiftly dispatched by the fervent Asgardian soldiers, and Odin made no effort to intervene. Lying on the ground, Lao Fei pondered in vain why Odin had returned to his youthful state. According to his calculations, Odin should have been entering the Odin sleep. However, Lao Fei would never comprehend that Odin, in a mere instant, dispatched him with Gungnir. Out of respect for Lao Fei's stature as a formidable adversary, Odin spared him the torment of a prolonged demise. From the moment Lao Fei set foot in Asgard, Odin had been aware that his decision to allow Lao Fei's presence was ultimately for Loki's sake. Odin had long understood his youngest son's desires, yet at that time, he was already aged and his days were numbered. For the sake of Asgard's future, he was compelled to nurture Loki and Thor in a particular manner. Now, rejuvenated, Odin possessed the strength to allow his sons to flourish at their own pace. To atone for the years of neglect towards Loki, he orchestrated this very tableau. Loki, too, grasped Odin's intent. The recognition and concern from Odin filled his heart with a sweetness surpassing the finest honey. Odin raised his hand slightly, and the entire coronation hall fell into a hushed silence. He summoned Loki and Thor to stand before him and spoke. "I once declared that you both are born rulers. While I have returned to my youth, the throne of Asgard cannot be entrusted to you just yet. However, Jotunheim may be placed under your stewardship." Upon hearing Odin's words, Loki's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Thor appeared bewildered, prompting him to voice his confusion. "Father, is Jotunheim not the territory of the frost giants? How can Loki and I govern it?" To Thor's inquiry, Odin responded swiftly, "From this day forth, Jotunheim shall become Asgard's domain." With that, Odin strode toward the exit of the coronation hall, followed closely by Loki and Thor, with the orderly Asgardian army trailing behind. The moment Odin consumed the fruit of the tree of immortality, he sensed a shift in destiny. The once orderly timeline had become a chaotic tangle. Faced with these upheavals, Odin foresaw an impending cataclysm that would engulf the entire universe, one far more terrifying than Ragnarok. Under such circumstances, Asgard could not afford to remain isolated. Moreover, with the fool Laufey delivering himself to their doorstep, Odin resolved to seize Jotunheim as a preliminary exercise. Soon, the Asgardian army reached the Rainbow Bridge, with their warships gathering above. Seizing the opportunity during a brief respite, Loki boldly approached Odin. "Father, the frost giants of Jotunheim are still unaware of Laufey's demise. I can venture forth to convey some misinformation. If successful, we could significantly reduce our soldiers' casualties. Should I fail, they would be powerless against me. I hope you will grant me this endeavor." Observing Loki's eagerness to contribute, Odin felt a surge of pride, and even Heimdall, recently thawed, looked on with disbelief at Loki's initiative. Soon, Odin nodded in agreement. As Loki was about to depart, Odin reminded him to take care, causing a smile to grace Loki's face. Thereafter, Loki stepped into the Rainbow Bridge. However, just as Loki's figure vanished, Odin's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, and Heimdall beside him displayed an expression of astonishment. In the outer space of Jotunheim, a spatial rift emerged, from which an incessant stream of dark, deathly energy began to pour forth. This malevolent essence relentlessly expanded the rift, ultimately forming a stable spatial passage. At the very moment the passage materialized, a colossal entity surged forth. This immense being was none other than the realm of death, its magnitude rivaling that of an ordinary planet. As it manifested, the entire Jotunheim was profoundly affected. First, ominous rumblings echoed from the depths of Jotunheim's core, as if some titanic being were awakening. Subsequently, the surface of Jotunheim became marred by web-like fissures, while molten lava erupted like a tempestuous stew stirred by an unseen hand. In the skies above, strange luminescence began to flicker, accompanied by a cacophony of unsettling noise, the final lament of Jotunheim's magnetic field. The lifespan of this planet was irrevocably diminished the moment the realm of death appeared. Chapter 55. The transformation of the realm of death. The frost giants gathering on the surface of Jotunheim beheld the boundless deathly energy obscuring the sky. Before they could react, they were obliterated by the cataclysm unfolding upon the planet. As the realm of death drew closer, even more violent reactions transpired across Jotunheim. However, thanks to the protective presence of Eliza's and the endless mists of death, the realm itself remained largely unscathed, having almost fully restored its essence with the contributions from numerous souls and celestial bodies. The sky of Jotunheim was rent asunder by a gaping wound spanning thousands of miles, with only sporadic starlight piercing the swirling darkness. Yet, those twinkling lights were soon eclipsed by the overwhelming deathly energy. The sensation of weightlessness caused all objects within Jotunheim to begin folding in a bizarre manner. The core of Jotunheim trembled, as if an invisible hand were crushing the entire planet. Alongside these occurrences, countless spatial rifts emerged, birthed from the devastation of Jotunheim's magnetic field, scattered around the planet like wounds upon the cosmos. The frost giants, once proud of their formidable forms, now appeared as powerless as dust in the face of such catastrophic scale. They could only march toward their doom in despair. No, Loki. Odin found himself on the brink of madness at this sight. He had only just reconciled with Loki and had not yet engaged in deeper conversation. And even Frigga was unaware of the honor bestowed upon Loki. The Rainbow Bridge was swift, and once Loki arrived in Jotunheim, no amount of cunning would suffice to survive such calamity. However, the emergence of spatial rifts around Jotunheim offered Odin a glimmer of hope. Swiftly advancing, Odin drew forth Heimdall's golden sword and forcefully plunged Gungnir into the rift. An immense surge of divine power began to infuse the Bifrost, and as Odin's essence coursed through it, the entire transport beam grew increasingly unstable. Heimdall, observing this, widened his eyes in realization. He understood Odin's intent to forcibly alter the landing point of the Bifrost. Disrupting the landing of the Bifrost was not a challenging task. As evidenced by Hela's previous interference with Loki and Thor's descent, indicating that the Bifrost transportation was not immutable. Within the Bifrost, Loki watched in horror as Jotunheim's devastation unfolded before him. He felt as if his life were flashing before his eyes. Yet, the recognition from his father and the respect from the Asgardians provided a semblance of solace, though he could not shake the weight of his feelings for Queen Frigga. Just as Loki pondered these thoughts, he suddenly perceived a shift in the Bifrost barriers, almost as if they were attempting to expel him. The very next moment, true to his instinct, the Bifrost indeed expelled Loki. Meanwhile, Odin, having accomplished his task within the Bifrost core, let out a relieved sigh, astonished by the unforeseen turn of events. As he gazed upon the enormity surrounding Jotunheim, a grave expression crossed his face. This world-devouring entity reminded him of a formidable deity. Yet it was evident that the presence encircling Jotunheim was far less powerful than that divine being. As Odin descended into contemplation regarding the realm of the dead, Thor interrupted his thoughts. "Father, has something happened to Loki?" Connecting Odin's insertion of Gungnir into the Bifrost core with Loki's recent transportation, Thor expressed concern, deeply caring for his brother. Indeed, Loki was in peril, though it appeared his life was not at immediate risk. Our foremost priority was to locate him. "Father, what exactly has happened to Loki?" Thor pressed on, urgency etched across his face. Despite his desire to reprimand Loki, his concern for him was profound, and Odin's vague reassurances did little to quell his anxiety. Sighing at Thor's persistent questioning, Odin finally addressed him. "A disturbance has arisen in Jotunheim, and Loki's transport position has deviated, yet he is not in any mortal danger." Odin then turned to Heimdall, inquiring, "Heimdall, have your eyes discerned Loki's whereabouts?" Thor, too, fixed his gaze upon Heimdall, anticipation and worry mingling in his expression, eager for news of Loki's location while fearing unfavorable tidings. Upon being questioned, Heimdall promptly shook his head and replied, "My lord, my sight has not revealed the position of Prince Loki. He may not currently reside within the Nine Realms." Upon hearing this, Odin let out a sigh. The universe is vast, and although he had initially prepared himself for the absence of Loki from the Nine Realms, Heimdall's response shattered his fleeting hope. Thor, standing nearby, also wore a look of despondency. Subsequently, Odin gazed upon the realm of the dead, which was consuming Jotunheim, and a glint of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. Though it was not opportune for him to personally venture to Jotunheim to deliver a lesson, the Bifrost was not merely a means of transportation. With his will, it could transform into a weapon of annihilation. "Heimdall, activate the Bifrost annihilation mode against that wretched entity." "Your Majesty, the Bifrost was recently disrupted by your interference. It will require some time to reboot." "Very well. Initiate it as soon as it is ready." Odin contemplated using the Bifrost to assault the realm of the dead, believing that even if he could not obliterate it entirely, he could impart a lesson nonetheless. At that moment, Jotunheim had been irrevocably altered. Its crust and mantle were torn asunder by the realm of the dead, and the very vitality of the planet was being siphoned away. The fragments of the shattered planet encircled Jotunheim's core, coalescing into a new landmass, while further material was consumed by the deathly mist and the initial continent of the realm of the dead. The land of the dead was perpetually expanding, its miasma of death growing ever denser, while the continent formed from Jotunheim slowly drifted beneath the original continent of the realm of the dead, with a deathly mist gathering around it. Amidst this land, further transformations were occurring. The reshaped environment bore little resemblance to its former self, resembling another realm of the dead. On the continent of Jotunheim, the corporeal frost giants and various colossal beasts gradually rose, now transformed into undead creatures. The once mighty frost giants, now mere remnants of their former selves, had taken on ghostly forms, while even more undead beings sprang into existence, responding to the new laws of this world. From a more macroscopic perspective, one could observe that Jotunheim and the initial continent of the realm of the dead had formed a dual-layered structure, vastly different from ordinary celestial bodies. Encasing this peculiar world was the ever-circulating mist of death. Chapter 56. The uninvited guest of the realm of the dead internally. The realm of the dead had experienced a sublime transformation. Once fractured areas had been completely restored, and even the quality of the contained death energy had significantly improved, as unique laws of the realm of the dead began to take shape. As for the sovereign of the realm of the dead, Eliza's, he had reaped substantial benefits. His strength, without the aid of the realm's power, now allowed him to contend with top-tier deities like Odin, and with the realm's power at his disposal, he could even vanquish the destroyer Odin. Though he had yet to reach a higher plane of existence, he sensed that his power was far from complete. His appetite for strength remained insatiable. Once he had devoured more worlds, he would become even more formidable, while reveling in the ever-increasing power of Eliza's. He discerned an anomalous presence within the realm of death, a realization that dawned upon him only after he had nearly devoured Jotunheim. From the perspective of the land of the dead, that location appeared devoid of any substance. Nevertheless, Eliza's was acutely aware that something was amiss. Faced with this peculiar situation, he felt compelled to investigate personally, for if even he, the sovereign of the underworld, was unaware of the occurrences therein, it undoubtedly signified a significant matter. In the blink of an eye, Eliza's arrived at the site, where he encountered a silhouette. For reasons unknown, upon beholding this figure, he was struck by an overwhelming sensation of confronting death itself. This feeling left Eliza's momentarily disconcerted, for he instantly recognized that he was no match for the entity before him. Just as he grappled with his bewilderment, the figure turned, and at that very moment, Eliza's beheld a multitude of forms. To him, the silhouette alternated between a skeleton, a beautiful woman clad in black veils, and an ethereal apparition, morphing into an abstract concept. Perhaps due to his latent potential as a god of the deceased, Eliza's could sense her essence, which was unequivocally death itself. If he were capable of breaking into a cold sweat, he would likely be drenched, for due to Zhong Hong, he seemed to have an inkling of the identity of the being before him. Meanwhile, across the expanse of New York, Zhong Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had anticipated that Eliza's status as a god of the deceased would attract this formidable deity's attention, he had not expected her to come in person. "Greetings, potential little god." Before Eliza's could react, an extraordinarily melodious voice reached his ears. The source of this sound was indeterminate, enigmatic, and neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Yet it resonated pleasingly with Eliza's. "Greetings, unknown deity." Eliza's steadied himself. The fact that this presence had not obliterated him indicated that she harbored no immediate malice. Had she intended harm, he would not have had the opportunity to stand there at all. Upon hearing Eliza's words, Death paused momentarily, taken aback by the naivety of this provincial little god. One would expect someone of his caliber to possess at least a modicum of awareness regarding their own existence. However, she quickly resumed speaking, for the universe she traversed encompassed countless realms, birthing deities by the moment, rendering her indifferent to the presence of this unfamiliar figure. "You may refer to me as Death." With this revelation, Eliza's instantaneously comprehended the essence of the being before him. It was a profoundly enigmatic sensation. The term death encompassed a wealth of information. In response, Eliza slightly bowed and inquired, "Might I ask what brings the esteemed deity of death to my presence?" Observing Eliza's bowing, Death felt a sense of satisfaction. She relished conversing with those who possessed the wisdom to recognize the tides of fate. For such individuals often proved to be exemplary allies. "To be candid, from the very moment you manifested in this universe, I was aware of your existence and the discord you encountered with the Eternal. However, there is no need for concern. In serving me, you shall receive my protection. You may choose to decline, yet the price of such a decision is annihilation. Now, I await your response." Death spoke at length, and Eliza's refrained from interruption, a mark of respect for the formidable. Internally, Eliza's rejoiced at the prospect of aligning with Death, recognizing the immense advantage it represented. Moreover, under Death's auspices, the realm of the deceased could operate with greater audacity in its harvest, as it was indeed a task bestowed upon him by Death herself. Eliza's promptly nodded, his demeanor humble, and then declared, "I am willing." Witnessing Eliza's perceptiveness, Death nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. "The multiverse births new deities with each passing moment, while countless lives traverse the path to demise. You are fortunate. You possess the potential to ascend to a higher existence." After speaking, Death surveyed the vast layout of the realm of the deceased, as if examining a particular style of decoration. Meanwhile, Eliza's repeatedly affirmed, exclaiming it was an honor. His thoughts restrained out of fear of detection by the being before him. On the Bifrost, the assembled Asgardian soldiers were dismissed by Odin, recognizing that the situation in Jotunheim was beyond their resolution. A contingent of Asgardian warriors took to the skies aboard their vessels, following Odin's directive to locate Loki. At that moment, only Odin, Heimdall, and Thor remained upon the expansive Bifrost. "Your Majesty, the Bifrost is now ready for activation," Heimdall announced, stepping forward. Odin nodded in response and stated, "I previously asserted that it could be initiated without prior consultation." With Odin's consent, Heimdall thrust the golden sword into the heart of the Bifrost. The energy released upon this activation was markedly different from previous instances. Whereas earlier manifestations served merely as a means of transportation, this iteration of the Bifrost functioned as a devastating weapon of annihilation. As the Bifrost activated, a surge of formidable energy surged forth towards the realm of the deceased, its might so immense that it obliterated numerous asteroids and meteoroids without any sign of diminishment. Simultaneously, Death, situated in the realm of the deceased, cast a glance towards Asgard. In that moment, Odin, Heimdall, and Thor experienced an unprecedented wave of terror, a fear that resonated from the very depths of their souls. Yet, this dread was fleeting. The least powerful among them, Thor, even suspected he was hallucinating, while Odin and Heimdall felt a more profound resonance. The next instant, a scene of considerable horror unfolded before their eyes. The beam of stellar annihilation emitted by the Rainbow Bridge experienced an unforeseen alteration beyond the realm of death. Upon reaching a certain location, the beam gradually dissipated, and the formidable energy fell into silence, leaving Odin and Heimdall with the impression that the energy radiated by the Rainbow Bridge had met its demise in that very spot. Chapter 57. Anxious Tony Heimdall, halt the Rainbow Bridge. The profound sensation Odin had just experienced lingered in his mind. That fatal feeling was exponentially more potent than anything he had felt from the Pantheon. It conjured thoughts of some legendary entity, prompting him to urgently instruct Heimdall to cease the operation of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, decisively halted the Rainbow Bridge. With the cessation of its tumultuous energy, Odin and Heimdall bowed slightly towards the direction of the realm of death. In the face of such an entity, even the might of the All-Father felt insignificant. Upon witnessing Odin's perceptiveness, Death nodded in satisfaction before addressing Eliza's. "A new recruit, I have high hopes for you. Your potential surpasses that of the other employees in this universe." With that, Death's figure vanished as if it had never existed. Yet Eliza's, Odin, Heimdall, and Zhong Hong understood that a fragment of a great existence had graced their universe with its presence. Once Death departed, Eliza's maneuvered the realm of death away from the nearby star systems, now capable of seeking out life-bearing planets to consume. If questioned by any deity regarding his actions, he could easily claim it was merely work. Those gods need not concern themselves with the affairs of someone merely in service, although such encounters were exceedingly rare. The unusual behavior of Odin and Heimdall caught Thor's attention, prompting him to recall the earlier illusion. Trusting Odin, he refrained from posing questions directly, opting instead to wait for a more appropriate moment to inquire about the situation. At that moment, having just concluded his magical studies, Tony returned to Stark Tower and immediately immersed himself in the laboratory. Although the crisis had been mitigated by Ancient One's spell, which gradually induced forgetfulness, the sensation left Tony feeling even more distressed. However, the magic of the Ancient One only erased recorded items from that moment. Information documented anew through memory would remain intact, which was indeed the Ancient One's intent. After all, ordinary individuals lacking the foresight to record thoughts promptly would soon forget the information, while those truly intent on remembering would need to prepare accordingly. As for the media, they would be silenced, and any rare utterances would go unheeded by those who had already forgotten. During today's magical studies, Tony had specifically requested to focus on magical creations, runes, and enhancements applicable to his armor. He firmly believed that the fusion of magic and technology would unleash a power far greater than either could achieve independently. However, the challenge he faced at present was the absence of the requisite materials. The efficiency of the materials reacting with Gawain's magic was woefully inadequate, and he had consulted with the Ancient One, According to her, among the 9 realms, only the URU metal from the Asgardian realm is best suited for harnessing magical energy. While there are other metals capable of containing such energy, their availability is regrettably limited. This revelation directed Tony's focus towards 3 possible avenues: the URU alloy from Asgard, the creation of an entirely new metal, and materials from the 8 desolations. However, none of these options could be realized instantaneously, leaving Tony in a state of anxiety. At that moment, Jarvis reminded him of the need to address matters concerning Stark Industries, which only intensified Tony's frustration. Jarvis, please contact my legal team and have them draft an appointment agreement. Yes, sir. With the affairs in New Mexico concluded, it was time for Stark Industries to find a new steward. Wait, what exactly transpired in New Mexico? Tony suddenly realized with dismay that his recollection of events from New Mexico was somewhat hazy. Fortunately, he had prepared for such a lapse. Jarvis. Retrieve the records you compiled for me upon my return from New Mexico. Yes, sir. Accessing the classified files now. Create a timeline for me, marking it so that I review these records at least once a week. Understood, sir. After completing these tasks, Tony rubbed his temples and slumped into his chair, overwhelmed by apprehension regarding the future. As he absent-mindedly shook his head, he caught sight of Yang Chun, coolly engrossed in a video game through the glass. This led Tony to ponder whether Yang Chun was indulging in a sort of revelry akin to a last hurrah. Suddenly, it occurred to Tony that he had not inquired about Yang Chen's abilities. Gawain had mentioned that Yang Chen's cultivation system did not involve magic, which had instinctively deterred Tony from asking. However, being a local powerhouse from the 8 desolations, Yang Chun might possess valuable insights regarding such materials. With this thought, Tony disregarded his earlier fatigue and rose from his seat, striding directly towards Yang Chun. Yang Chun, immersed in his game in the lounge, sensed Tony's presence but remained silent, solely focused on his screen. Hey, Yang, do you know of any metals in the 8 desolations that can contain magical energy? Tony asked as he settled onto the sofa, observing Yang Chen's intense concentration while sampling his snacks. Just a moment, let me finish this round, Yang Chen replied, his focus unwavering. Tony couldn't help but facepalm. After all, this was a formidable being capable of contending with the kings of gods, yet in private, he exhibited such a casual demeanor. Is this game truly that engaging? How do you manage to click so swiftly? And why has your screen gone dark again? Though Yang Chen's reaction speed and timing far surpassed the pinnacle of excellence, his innate talent leaves much to be desired. Coupled with Tony's incessant jibes, Yang Chen's screen ultimately succumbed to darkness. Alongside the dimming of the gaming display, Yang Chen's expression soured. He swiftly seized a bottle of soda from the table and gulped down a generous mouthful. Materials capable of harnessing magical energy. Indeed, I am aware. But one must be able to procure them. I am not returning to the 8 desolate realm at the moment. After finishing his drink, Yang Chun reclined on the sofa, articulating his thoughts languidly. He was still reminiscing about the recent game, convinced of his top-tier skills, attributing his defeat solely to equipment failure. With this revelation, he sprang upright from the sofa, fixating his gaze intently upon Tony, who felt a twinge of unease under Yang Chen's penetrating stare. Oh, Yang, what are you planning? Tony inquired, instinctively leaning back. He had no intention of instructing him in gaming. It was your incessant chatter beside me that led to my downfall. You owe me. I demand the latest gaming equipment. Relieved by Yang Chen's request for compensation, Tony recognized that monetary matters posed no dilemma for him. Chapter 58. A new treasure chest during the conversation between Tony and Yang Chun. Leaders of any influential organization on Earth were engrossed in perusing a document marked as highly confidential. Their unease regarding the phenomenon of memory loss shared by more than just Tony. Within the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, after scrutinizing the classified files, inhaled deeply and turned his gaze to Agent Coulson, who had meticulously styled his hair into a slicked-back appearance. Agent Coulson, classify this document as a Level 10 secret and ensure it is under strict surveillance. With a weekly briefing for me, he commanded. Understood, Director, Coulson replied, taking the files from Fury's hands. Although he had compiled this report himself, he felt a peculiar relief in forgetting the details. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a burden. Once Coulson departed, Nick Fury leaned on the table, mulling over a myriad of thoughts. despite gathering numerous agents for this incident. Their efforts proved futile, leaving him with a sense of frustration and a burgeoning contemplation that perhaps it was time to strategize for the Avengers Initiative. Concurrently, global leaders were making similar decisions, opting to bolster their national strength. Since the Blood Demon incident, the world had seemingly become increasingly fantastical. This event marked the inception of a new era. Veterans across the globe were delaying their retirements, military drafts were being issued more broadly, and long-dormant defense factories roared back to life. Various experimental facilities began illuminating with activity, as advanced weapon production lines, once threatened with dismantlement, were preserved and continuously expanded. Politicians, sensing the encroaching danger, fervently sought to secure their safety, resulting in substantial investments in a series of underground shelter projects. Across the globe, formidable nations were suddenly enveloped in an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. However, none of this mattered to Zhong Hong, who was currently captivated by the long string of numbers displayed on the system panel. Over 17 million emotional points that nearly sent him into ecstasy. Unfortunately, the frost giants of Jotunheim quickly perished upon their arrival in the realm of death. Otherwise, his emotional points would have undoubtedly been far more abundant. System, grant me a celestial treasure chest. When death manifested before Eliza's, it sent a chill down Zhong Hong's spine. Yet fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and Eliza's had managed to acquire a position of rank. In the presence of such formidable beings, an ordinary celestial-level powerhouse was scarcely more than an ant. Only beings of greater strength could contend with her. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 6-star cards, 2 5-star cards, and 1 4-star card. The 6-star card, Will of Catastrophe. Insectoid. This represents a gestalt consciousness akin to the insectoid calamities spanning various universes, yet its existence is of a higher echelon, connecting all individuals in a manner beyond human comprehension. Within this consciousness, the transmission of information transcends the constraints of space and time, allowing all sub-individuals to share their experiences with the entire species at any moment. Furthermore, it is innately a creator, fusion possible. The 6-star card, Source of Evil. The origin of sinful desires, possessing immense potential for growth, yet lacking a suitable vessel, fusion possible. The 5-star card, a fragment of the Mother Goddess. An embodiment of an ancient chaotic goddess from mythology, symbolizing salt water and the ocean, contributing to one of the early orders of the universe. Having birthed numerous deities, yet was slain and exiled by her offspring, symbolizing the cyclical nature of power. Although merely a fragment, it possesses formidable strength and divinity, fusion possible. The 5-star card, Adaptive Evolution, Survival of the Fittest. The indomitable will of organisms facing adversity catalyzes the miracle of evolution, though nature inevitably presents instances of failure. Adaptive evolution will define success, fusion possible. The 4-star card, Unyielding Will. Hailing from certain cultivation world, the tenacious spirit is applicable across various systems, fusion possible. Upon witnessing this bounty, Zhong Hong was delighted, having obtained 2 6-star cards. Alas, the 2 6-star cards were incompatible. Otherwise, he could have fused one directly. It seemed fortune smiled upon him today. System, bestow upon me another terrestrial treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 5-star card and 2 4-star cards. The 5-star card, Void Spawn Larvae. Originating from a powerful race within the cosmos of stars, its birth coincided with the demise of a life-bearing planet. Yet this larva is an exceptional vessel, fusion possible. The 4-star card, Unyielding Physique, a constitution from a certain cultivation world. A natural warrior's physique that grows stronger as life hangs by a thread, capable of storing incoming attacks and unleashing them in a devastating counterattack, fusion possible. The 4-star card, Resist Death. A unique state where the union of will and flesh conjures a fleeting miracle, enabling a temporary defiance against death. However, should one remain in this state beyond its allotted time, true demise shall ensue. Upon witnessing the meager yield from the treasure chest, Zhong Hong's initial elation swiftly dissipated. Indeed, fortune seldom arrives in pairs. He silently resolved to refrain from dual openings in the future, as the earthly treasure chests proved exceedingly barren. Nonetheless, the more substantial heavenly treasure chests bore promising rewards, allowing his spirits to settle as he scrutinized the items, which were rather commendable. System, please enumerate the available fusion materials. Material cards. Will of Catastrophe, 6-star. Source of Evil, 6-star. Gene Repository of All Beings, 5-star. A Fragment of the Mother Goddess, 5-star. Adaptive Evolution, 5-star. Void Spawn Larva, 5-star. A Tentacle of Cthulhu, 4-star. Corrupted Prophet's Soul, 4-star. Indomitable Will, 4-star. Indomitable Body, 4-star. Resist Death, 4-star. Now equipped with suitable materials, he could finally venture into the cosmos to seek amusement among other civilizations. The emotional value derived from the destruction of Jotunheim stirred Zhong Hong's interest greatly. However, the absence of appropriate cards had kept his gaze averted from other cosmic civilizations. Some materials now presented themselves as ideal for sowing chaos in the universe, particularly the Zerg, which fit such a role splendidly. With this thought, Zhong Hong summoned the fusion furnace. Noticing an intriguing change, it seemed to have taken on a more tangible essence. Yet, he dismissed such notions, pondering not whether it was a ploy of the system. Regardless, he mused, even if it were to be ensnared, his life would still be one of unparalleled brilliance. This time, Zhong Hong cast the Will of Catastrophe, Void Spawn Larva, Gene Repository of All Beings, and Adaptive Evolution into the furnace. Chapter 59. System Evolution Fusion Successful, 6-star Fusion Card. Zerg Catastrophe. Born from the Will of Catastrophe. Insect, Gene Repository of All Beings. Adaptive Evolution, and Void Spawn Larva. These 4 cards exhibit exceptional compatibility, yielding a card of terrifying potential and remarkable growth capacity. It possesses attributes such as Catastrophic Incarnation, Infinite Evolution, Gene Creation, Zerg Will, and Catastrophic Zerg Fleet. Combat Positioning. Weak single entity in the universe. Catastrophic Incarnation, the embodiment of the Zerg catastrophe. Mastering various troop deployments and evolutions to an extraordinary degree, exhibiting unparalleled resource utilization and conversion rates. Infinite Evolution. The fusion of the Zerg's frenzied evolution characteristics with adaptive evolution elevates this trait to unprecedented heights, thus granting this race a new pinnacle of existence. Gene Creation. The amalgamation of Zerg genetic technology with adaptive evolution, supplemented by the materials from the Gene Repository of All Beings, empowers the Zerg catastrophe to generate the majority of life forms. The Will of the Zerg. Each Zerg organism is an integral part of the collective, with every Zerg strength being orchestrated by the Zerg will. The emergence of each Zerg contributes power to this collective consciousness. The cataclysmic Zerg ship. The integration of the Void Spawn larvae has elevated the Zerg cataclysm to a higher echelon, starting with a formidable warship derived from these Void Spawn. The strength of this newly fused card has reached unprecedented heights. Its current status as a weak single entity on a cosmic scale is merely due to its underdevelopment. Zhong Hong stroked his chin, musing to himself. With this card, he could finally set his sights on the cosmos, even though the underworld could also bring about the extinction of civilizations. However, that would necessitate a surprise attack directly near Yggdrasil, should they be thwarted. Achieving success in the underworld would prove quite troublesome. Conversely, the Zerg are uniquely suited for cosmic invasions, undoubtedly faster than the underworld, and their expanding scale of invasion grows ever larger. With this thought, Zhong Hong swiftly unleashed the Zerg cataclysm in a remote expanse of the cosmos beyond the 9 realms. A colossal entity materialized, its terrifying form dwarfing entire planets. Its body resembled a nightmare, reassembled from the fragments of an invisible blade, with grotesque appendages twisting and growing at angles defying the laws of physics. The dense biological exoskeleton exhibited a system akin to a planetary atmosphere. Some regions were adorned with flickering violet arcs of electricity, while others brimmed with venom. Countless tendrils sprouted from this fearsome creature, their tips shimmering with a blue luminescence that devoured light, each tendril moving through the cosmos like a living serpent. The very image of this being transcended human comprehension. A mere glance would pose a significant challenge to one's mental well-being. Upon its emergence, it began to propagate Zerg units, with countless small Zerg entities already appearing, continuously surging forth in a cloud-like formation within its unique gravitational field. Should any external threat arise, they would be the first to defend its safety. Go forth, develop yourselves. Reproduce, battle, slay, evolve. Upon hearing Zhong Hong's command, the entire cataclysmic Zerg ship stirred to life, swiftly moving towards the nearest planet. Countless peculiar substances began to pour forth from within the ship, and as these materials emerged, the surrounding space underwent continuous transformation. With these spatial changes, the cataclysmic Zerg ship advanced at an extraordinary multiple of light speed, while the Zerg units aboard remained securely sheltered within its unique gravitational field. Zhong Hong held great confidence in the Zerg. Once they began to snowball, the entire universe would become his emotional resource farm. As Zhong Hong's gaze returned to the system panel, he noticed a distinct alteration. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a pop-up appeared on the system panel. Congratulations, host, on your first fusion of a 6-star card. The emotional draw system has now entered version 20. The new features of the version are as follows. 1. The host gains energy protection from the system. As long as there are sentient beings who harbor emotions towards the host cards, the host will not perish. Moreover, as long as any card remains in existence, the host shall endure. 2. The host can merge new material cards with previously acquired battle cards, thereby enhancing their strength. 3. The host's power cannot be discerned by any means. Upon witnessing these 3 updates, Zhong Hong was filled with elation. He was about to step out for a stroll but hesitated, fearing that the use of his card powers might expose him and invite unnecessary trouble. With the system's updates, this timely boon alleviated his concerns about attracting unwanted complications. Seizing the opportunity presented by the system update, he decided to merge a few more cards. With that thought, Zhong Hong cast the cards of Indomitable Will, Indomitable Body, and Resistance to Death into the furnace. The fusion was successful, resulting in a 4-star fusion card, Indomitable Battle Hero. This card was forged from the combination of Indomitable Will, Indomitable Body, and Resistance to Death. The amalgamation of Indomitable Will and Indomitable Body endowed him with formidable combat prowess and unwavering spirit, while Resistance to Death significantly bolstered his battle capabilities. Combat Strength Classification, Subfather Level. He felt this could lead to something akin to an 8 Desolations realm cultivation system, considering the vast and varied methodologies of the 8 Desolations. As Zhong Hong caressed the armrest of the sofa, his mind was rife with thoughts about what kind of identity he could cultivate. Opportunities will arise in due course. For now, let us focus on merging other cards. Subsequently, he placed a fragment of the Mother Goddess's avatar, a segment of Cthulhu's tentacle, and the tainted soul of a prophet into the furnace. The fusion was successful, yielding a 5-star fusion card, Fallen Divine Abomination. This card was created from the merging of a fragment of the Mother Goddess's avatar, a segment of Cthulhu's tentacle, and the tainted soul of a prophet. The faint divine essence belonging to the Mother Goddess was tainted by indescribable powers, and due to the presence of the tainted prophet's soul, which bore witness to forbidden specters, it underwent a transformation into a unique existence, possessing traits such as the projection of Relia, progeny corruption, and forbidden assimilation. Combat Strength Classification, Weak Subfather Level to Strong Father Level. Relia Projection. When moonlight no longer illuminates the underwater tomb, and the chimes echo in eternal silence, the gates of Relia shall open for you. The powers of the Mother Goddess associated with the sea shall merge with the strength of Cthulhu's tentacle, allowing the fallen divine abomination to summon the Relia projection, thus creating its own space. Progeny Corruption. The powers of the Mother Goddess's creations combined with forbidden knowledge and the attribute of corruption ensure that, unless the fallen divine abomination deliberately controls it, all life within its influence will transform towards the direction of its corrupted progeny. Forbidden Assimilation. The taint brought by the specter of forbidden existence compels the fallen divine abomination to inevitably mimic these forbidden entities, allowing it to be nourished by madness and fear, rendering its mental corruption exceedingly perilous. Chapter 60. Loki's Descentum. This new card is quite intriguing. The fluctuations in combat strength classification are remarkably significant. System, this mental corruption will not affect me, will it? The host will not be influenced by any cards. The fusion that resulted in the fallen deity indeed piqued Zhong Hong's interest. Merely gazing at its introduction suggested an entity capable of monumental feats. Upon receiving an affirmative response from the system, Zhong Hong immediately imbued himself with the power of the fallen deity. The moment this power was conferred upon him, he experienced a peculiar sensation. This feeling was distinct from the overt might displayed by the yellow-winged great sage, and it diverged from the clear, world-devouring strength associated with the realm of death. It appeared to emphasize a profound strength of the mind. With but a slight exertion of this power, Zhong Hong could almost comprehend the thoughts of all sentient beings on Earth. Moreover, this insight continued to extend beyond the planet, enabling him to effortlessly interfere with the minds of various creatures, even to the extent of fabricating their dreams. The sensation was akin to being in the eternal abode of Relaya, where the slumbering Cthulhu ensnares dreamers, subtly driving ordinary individuals into madness. Those who succumb to insanity and fear would continuously provide strength to the fallen deity. In essence, it resembled a peculiar mechanism that, if utilized wisely, could yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, it allowed him to create his own vassals, which sparked a plethora of ideas in Zhong Hong's mind. In a distant cosmic expanse beyond the 9 realms, a spatial rift suddenly manifested upon a meteorite, swiftly ejecting a figure. This figure was Loki, expelled by the Rainbow Bridge, yet he was unconscious at that moment. Soon, several armored beings retrieved the comatose Loki. They transported him to a vast fleet of warships belonging to the Chitauri. Within one of these ships, Loki underwent a thorough examination and treatment. Thanks to the combination of Chitauri technology and Loki's formidable physical constitution, he eventually awakened. However, before he could take any action, the tip of a scepter pressed against his chest, its point aglow with a blue luminescence. Loki, still unaware of the unfolding events, found his recently healed mind once again shrouded in confusion. "Do not lay such things upon my body, you fool." Loki's gaze suddenly turned fierce. He forcefully shoved aside the mind control scepter, unleashing a burst of magical energy that sent the blue-skinned armored being flying. The Chitauri warrior soared 3 or 4 meters before crashing to the ground, prompting the other Chitauri outside to rush in upon hearing the commotion. In an instant, over a dozen high-tech weapons were aimed at Loki. Faced with such an overwhelming array of arms, he refrained from further action, his reason advising against recklessness. Just as both parties exchanged tense glances, the Chitauri leader, who appeared to be protected by the throng, spoke up. Without hesitation, Loki interrupted the leader's speech, asserting his dominance through words, though he refrained from resorting to violence. "I am a god." While emphasizing Loki, he secretly employed magic to create a doppelganger to substitute his true self. However, this ruse could not escape the notice of the Chitauri leader, who had tampered with Loki's essence. Yet, the Chitauri leader paid no heed to Loki's subtle maneuvering and continued to speak. "Esteemed being, I believe we can negotiate a transaction." Intrigued by the mention of a deal, Loki responded with keen interest. "What sort of transaction? Pray enlighten me. How could a god exist without dominion? We Chitauri shall assist you in conquering Earth within the 9 realms, and in return, you must surrender an item from Midgard to us. This scepter may also be lent to you for your use." "Oh, but there are indeed formidable beings on Earth, such as that colossal bear. What is your plan concerning it?" Loki, having fled swiftly, was unaware of the actions taken by Yang Chun, the great sage of the Yellow Wind, and Master Gu Yi. "What bear? Should such a creature appear, our fleet would handle it without difficulty. It cannot possibly rival our warships." Upon hearing the Chitauri leader's words, Loki nodded in agreement. Considering that the bear could hardly contend with warships, which held a distinct advantage in the cosmos. Seeing Loki acquiesce, the Chitauri leader promptly presented the Mind Scepter with both hands. Loki, sensing the opportunity, accepted it without hesitation. The moment he grasped the Mind Scepter, he discerned the manipulations the Chitauri leader had enacted within him. However, he remained silent and instead endeavored to unravel the enchantment using his own magical prowess. At this juncture, the Chitauri leader reveled in his perceived cleverness, confident that if this scheme succeeded, he would earn the favor of Lord Thanos, thereby securing greater advantages for his race. After a brief attempt, Loki realized that his magical energy was insufficient to dispel the influence, compelling him to employ the power of the Mind Scepter. Loki's mastery of magic was evidently superior to that of the Chitauri leader, and he swiftly unraveled the leader's machinations. Yet, as the Chitauri leader no longer possessed the Mind Scepter, he remained oblivious to Loki's triumph. Loki chose not to reveal his knowledge. Instead, he resolved to play along, eager to uncover the true intentions of these Chitauri who dared to invade the 9 realms. "What do you seek from Earth?" Loki inquired calmly, his curiosity piqued by the power of the Mind Scepter and the Chitauri's desires. At that moment, Loki contemplated reassessing Midgard, realizing that from his initial descent into this realm to now, even a technologically advanced alien civilization, such as the Chitauri, harbored desires for it. This mortal realm indeed held hidden depths. To speak plainly, we require the Tesseract. That object once belonged to your Asgard, and you must use it to transport our forces to Earth. Upon hearing the Chitauri leader's words, Loki smirked inwardly, thinking to himself how such filthy extraterrestrial beings dared to covet Asgardian treasures. However, Loki verbally acquiesced to the Chitauri leader, yet in his heart, he was devising a scheme to secure greater benefits for Asgard. He needed to strategize meticulously. Not only should the Tesseract belong to Asgard, but so too should this scepter. As for accusations of treachery, please, he is the god of mischief. Chapter 61. The Hydra in motion. After negotiations concluded, a Chitauri escorted Loki to a resting chamber. Without the Rainbow Bridge for swift travel, Loki could not easily reach Earth. However, once the Tesseract was activated, he would be able to arrive on Earth in no time. Following Loki's accommodation, the Chitauri leader entered the command room, where a colossal monitor awaited him. The moment the screen illuminated, the Chitauri leader prostrated himself in profound reverence. Once a formidable civilization that dominated its domain, the Chitauri had been decisively defeated by a being named Thanos. Fortunately, he had swiftly chosen to become a vassal race to Thanos. Otherwise, at least half of the Chitauri would have perished. Being a vassal was not without its merits. Their strength had significantly increased since then, and he felt fortunate for his decision. As the monitor flashed with a brilliant light, the Chitauri leader began to chant various blessings for his people. He subsequently reported all developments regarding Loki to Thanos, who indicated he would maintain vigilance, urging the leader to persevere. As for rewards, Thanos would certainly not bestow any upon the Chitauri, who had been relegated to mere fodder. Shortly, the conversation between the Chitauri leader and Thanos concluded. The moment it ended, Ebony Maw spoke up. "My master, why entrust the Mind Stone to Loki? Given the current circumstances on Earth, even with the Mind Stone, Loki is unlikely to succeed." Thanos, seated upon his throne, cast a sidelong glance at Ebony Maw before responding nonchalantly. "Loki is but a pawn, and the Chitauri are mere cannon fodder. Their purpose is to probe what powers may still exist on Earth. The current state of the Nine Realms is tumultuous. Odin and the Ancient One show no signs of retreat. Should Loki not possess the Mind Stone, he may not even qualify to be a pawn." Contemplating the precarious situation of the Nine Realms, Thanos was engulfed by a sense of foreboding. He was no match for Odin or the Ancient One. Their refusal to withdraw rendered his quest for the Infinity Stones increasingly arduous. This was merely an experiment to ascertain the potential strength remaining on Earth. If Loki could indeed succeed, reclaiming the stones from him would be significantly more straightforward. Conversely, if Loki failed, the individual stones would hold little value for Thanos. It was better to empower Loki to uncover greater forces on Earth. As November arrived in a clandestinous HIELD base, Ivan Vanko found himself in a lounge, his spirit waning and his body bearing the marks of recent electrical shocks. After fleeing from Hammer Industries, he was taken by SHIELD. Yet the anticipated courtesy did not materialize, for he had fallen into the clutches of Hydra. Although Hydra had a need for his technological prowess, they were in greater need of a compliant individual, and Ivan Vanko was evidently not that person. Captured by Hydra, Ivan found himself devoid of the strength to escape or resist. He was directly confined within a secret base for brainwashing. At that moment, Rumlow, who was stationed outside, received a call from Alexander Pierce. "Has the fellow spoken yet?" Rumlow inquired, casting a glance at the heavily sedated Ivan Vanko in the lounge. "He is indeed a tough nut to crack, but he has now yielded. Once the next phase of brainwashing is complete, we can begin to utilize him." "Excellent. Accelerate the process. The global situation has become exceedingly complex, with even members of the Security Council proposing the formation of a human coalition." Rumlow paused, taken aback by Alexander Pierce's words, realizing that this cunning old fox was under considerable pressure to the extent of discussing such matters with him. However, this was not something he could divulge, so he continued, "Do you approve of such a plan? That is not your concern. Your focus should be on harnessing that individual's technology for our purposes." With that, Alexander Pierce ended the call, and Rumlow remained unfazed. In a secret base, Alexander Pierce rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. Recent significant events had led him to question the efficacy of the Insight program, and the mere notion of doubting something he had staunchly believed in weighed heavily on him. Even a top-tier agent like Pierce was not immune to such stress. As he began to contemplate his contingency plans, he felt an urgent need to acquire more advanced technology. Ivan Vanko's innovations had pleasantly surprised him. Developing a reactor akin to Iron Man's from the slums was indeed a treasure. He was confident that, once brainwashing was successful, Hydra's resources would enable mass production. Even if mass replication was not feasible, creating a few would bolster their strength. Moreover, he believed in preparing multiple contingencies. He had already dispatched operatives to discreetly locate Obadiah and Justin Hammer, both of whom possessed formidable power that he greatly coveted. If Hydra could harness some demonic strength, they could emerge even more potent. Yet all of this required time. Simultaneously, his reliable partner Nick Fury was also under immense pressure. As recent discussions within the Security Council had raised questions regarding SHIELD's role and its continued existence. Were it not for Nick Fury's silver tongue and Alexander Pierce's steadfast support, the current situation would have been dire indeed. Nevertheless, life must go on, and there were two pieces of good news on the horizon. Dr. Selvig has indeed conducted some research on the Cosmic Cube, leading numerous experiments under his guidance. Another matter of significance involves an elderly gentleman who was salvaged from the Arctic Ocean, whose political implications are considerable. Nick Fury picked up the phone and directly called Coulson, who was preparing for a vacation. Following the events in New Mexico, Coulson had submitted his leave request to Fury that morning. "Hello, Director." Coulson quickly connected the call. "Coulson, you need to come to my office," Fury instructed. "Oh, Director, has my leave request been approved?" "Hello, Director." As soon as the call was connected, Fury summoned Coulson to his office. Before Coulson could inquire further, he realized the line had gone dead. This abruptness instilled a sense of foreboding in Coulson, yet he quickly suppressed it. After all, he had faced life-and-death situations before, and he was genuinely fatigued since returning from New Mexico. New Mexico? What had transpired there? Realizing he had nearly forgotten the events of New Mexico, a cold sweat broke out on Coulson. His steps towards Fury's office grew increasingly urgent. Chapter 62. The Nightmare of Captain America. Upon arriving at Fury's office, Coulson noticed a file placed on a chair, and Fury gestured for him to sit. This unusual behavior from Fury sparked a sense of dread within Coulson. Surely, his vacation was not truly at risk? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to accept the invitation and sat down with trepidation. Just as Coulson was about to ask Fury the purpose of his summons, the director anticipated him and motioned for him to review the file first. Reluctantly, Coulson opened the folder, and as he examined its contents, his gaze became fixated. His breath grew heavy, and his pupils dilated, clearly in shock. "This is what transpired yesterday. I initially intended to let you unwind with this assignment, but your leave request." Upon hearing Fury's intention to assign him a task, Coulson's joy was palpable, yet Fury's subsequent words darkened his expression. "Whatever leave you thought you had. Everyone knows Agent Coulson never takes a vacation." Coulson interrupted Fury, rising to his feet in disbelief. Observing Coulson's reaction, Fury felt amused. He was quite adept at managing his subordinates. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, silently observing Coulson. In that fleeting moment of exhilaration, Coulson realized he had perhaps been overly impulsive. It seemed his opportunity for a bonus on this mission was slipping away. After regaining his composure, Coulson did not take a seat but cleared his throat and spoke. "Sir, please assign the mission to me. I shall endeavor to fulfill it." "Patience, Coulson. The captain is still in a state of cryostasis. However, the good news is that for him, it may feel akin to having merely taken a nap. Your task is to assist him in acclimating to the present society once he awakens. We require the captain." Upon hearing this, Coulson nodded enthusiastically. He relished this assignment, as it posed no danger, required no strenuous effort, and did not necessitate field work. Most importantly, it involved Captain America, his idol since childhood. However, after accepting the mission, Coulson did not immediately depart. Nick Fury, noticing Coulson's hesitation, spoke first. "Agent Coulson, do you have anything further to add?" After a moment of contemplation, Coulson responded, "Sir, what transpired in New Mexico? I have completely forgotten the events that took place there, yet I sense it is of great significance." Observing Coulson's demeanor, Fury sighed. Such a method was indeed alarming, to the point that even the individual directly involved had entirely erased it from memory. Nonetheless, he did not intend to have Coulson recall the events of that day. The fewer who knew of such terrifying occurrences, the better. You need not concern yourself with the matters in New Mexico. Focus on the task at hand. Although Coulson felt a twinge of curiosity, he chose to obey the directive. After posing his question, he exited the office. Soon, he encountered other agents waiting to rendezvous, who escorted him to a laboratory. Upon catching sight of the figure within the thawing apparatus, Coulson's gaze became fixated. He excitedly retrieved the Captain America commemorative card concealed in his chest pocket, thinking to himself that once the captain awoke, he must obtain his autograph. The thawing process concluded after several hours, yet due to the prolonged period of cryostasis, the captain remained unconscious for the time being. Concerned that the captain might awaken in the laboratory and feel distressed, leading to negative sentiments towards both himself and S.H.I.L.D. Coulson promptly waved his hand to transform a nearby break room into a scene reminiscent of a hospital from the last century, adorning it with various vintage items for embellishment. Though the hospital was a FA-ADE, it was well equipped with all necessary amenities, including S.H.I.L.D's advanced medical technology. Once this was accomplished, Coulson arranged for several trained agents to masquerade as doctors and nurses, all to mitigate Captain America's disorientation upon awakening. He opted for the same approach as the original Nick Fury, wishing to facilitate the captain's gradual adaptation. "Sir, we have a situation with the captain." Just as Coulson was strategizing the steps to integrate Captain America into modern society, a report from an agent shattered his contemplation. Upon hearing that his idol was in distress, Coulson wasted no time and immediately entered the faux hospital room. Observing the furrowed brow of Captain America lying on the bed, Coulson felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He swiftly seized a doctor who had just assessed the captain's condition and inquired, "What has happened to the captain?" The doctor, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "The patient is experiencing a prolonged recovery due to an extended period of cryostasis. As for the furrowed brow, from a medical perspective, it suggests he is likely having a nightmare." A nightmare? At that moment, Captain America was ensnared in an enigmatic dreamscape, his consciousness seemingly yanked to the depths of an underwater realm by an unseen force. Steve Rogers, the embodiment of Captain America, was acutely aware of his surroundings, yet utterly powerless to dictate his own movements. He felt like a mere spectator in his own narrative, his body fully immersed in the scene while his mind remained detached. He could sense this dreamlike state, yet he found himself unable to extricate from it. Through his surroundings, he deduced that he was submerged in the abyssal depths, a place where sunlight should never penetrate, yet he could perceive the environment around him. The strangeness of the setting was compounded by the oppressive force of the seawater, the pressure that could theoretically reduce him to a pulp merely rendered him breathless. As he moved through this realm, his spirit was burdened by the sensation of being ensnared in muck, and every aspect of this experience was profoundly unsettling. Simultaneously, his senses were intertwined with his physical form in the external world, triggering a cacophony of alarms from the monitoring devices. This unexpected turn of events caught many S.H.I.L.D. agents off guard. Various instruments were deployed, and an array of diagnostic equipment was affixed to Captain America's body. Yet despite their exhaustive efforts, they could not ascertain the cause of his condition. The measures taken by the S.H.I.L.D. agents had no effect on Steve Rogers' dreamscape. Within the dream, he continued to advance uncontrollably, his psyche enduring relentless torment. It was unclear how far he had traversed, but fatigue and numbness had begun to envelop his mind. Just as he began to succumb to this state of desensitization, a peculiar, piercing shriek jolted his consciousness awake. Accompanying this sound was an object radiating a green luminescence, reminiscent of a protective barrier. As his body pressed forward, he astonishingly passed through the barrier. The sight that lay beyond the protective shield invigorated him, leaving him profoundly awestruck. Chapter 63. The Call of the Divine Abomination. The moment he entered the protective barrier, the world around him sharpened into clarity, suffused with green luminescence. Majestic city walls emerged before Steve Rogers, their silhouettes resembling the back of a slumbering giant, while the gates loomed like the maw of a beast, seemingly devouring the scant light that remained. The city walls emanated an eerie allure, enticing Steve to delve deeper into exploration a sensation that stirred a growing unease within him. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his movements, his body inexorably advancing. With each step, the magnificent walls loomed larger before him. The damp air was suffused with the sweet, decayed scent of moss, and Steve felt as though a voice was beckoning him from the shadows. The sound was a chaotic murmur, indistinct and elusive. Whenever he concentrated to listen more intently, he was met with silence, amplifying his disquiet. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, Steve arrived beneath the city gate. As he drew closer, he discerned intricate carvings adorning the grand edifice. These patterns resembled the hieroglyphs of some ancient civilization, and he found himself captivated by their presence, momentarily lost in a reverie as he perceived them writhing before his eyes. The undulating symbols, accompanied by the shimmering green light surrounding them, seemed to narrate a tale of their own. With the transformation of the symbols and the flickering glow, he envisioned an entirely new race, a sentient species distinct from humanity. They thrived, hunted, constructed, and venerated their deities. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a sacrificial rite, and, curiously, as his focus deepened, the officiating creature turned its gaze towards him as well. The figure of the priest grew larger in his vision until it seemed to materialize right before him. In that moment, Steve perceived its grotesque form, a blasphemous creation adorned with the large, unblinking eyes akin to those of deep-sea creatures, its body in abyssal black, and its limbs grotesquely distorted, each aspect assaulting his senses. As he beheld this entity, it let out a guttural roar, a rasping sound reminiscent of crashing waves intertwined with the whispers of ancient incantations, as if it could shatter his very soul. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, Steve instinctively summoned the will to confront his dream self with a startled exclamation, delivering a powerful punch. However, upon striking, he realized that the apparition had been but a figment of his imagination. The hieroglyphs were still, and the eerie being had vanished. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.L.D. agent administering his examination outside faced dire consequences as the unfortunate soul was sent flying by Steve's punch. The unexpected turn of events left the agents momentarily stunned. Was Captain America truly capable of striking while trapped in a nightmare? Fortunately, after that singular blow, Steve ceased his actions, sparing them from the horror of further potential dream wandering. What could they do against Captain America, after all? Unbeknownst to Steve, his body returned to its uncontrollable state, continuing its advance until he finally placed his hand upon the great gate of the city walls. At the moment his hand made contact with the grand door, an invisible force radiated from that point, dimming the once vibrant green glow of the surrounding space, while the entity beyond the door seemed to awaken. However, as he yearned to venture further, his aspirations were thwarted. The door merely cracked open, revealing tendrils of energy that emerged like probing appendages. Perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Steve felt a disorienting confusion settling in, yet as these tendrils ensnared him, a suffocating sensation gripped him, heightening his mental tension. This overwhelming feeling compelled him to struggle relentlessly. Steve, what troubles you? After another desperate attempt to break free, he found himself in a hospital room, where a nearby radio broadcast announced the defeat of the Nazis. Moonlight gently spilled through the window, illuminating Peggy Carter, who gazed at him with tender concern. The antiseptic scent in the air and the familiar surroundings, coupled with the presence of his beloved, gradually soothed Steve's frayed nerves. Observing the worry etched on Peggy's face, he offered her words of reassurance. "It's nothing, just a nightmare. I recall falling into the sea. Did we emerge victorious?" Overcome with emotion, Peggy embraced him tightly, whispering, "Just a nightmare, my dear. You've awakened. After our victory, we fished you out of the sea. You've been unconscious for quite some time." Feeling the warmth in her embrace, a smile crept on his Steve's lips. This was how it should be. Everything prior was merely a bad dream. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, an unsettling feeling of unreality. Meanwhile, the personnel at S.H.I.L.D. observed the readings on their instruments, their collective anxiety dissipating. A medical staff member reported to Coulson, "Sir, the captain's vital signs have returned to normal. He should be sleeping soundly." Coulson exhaled in relief. If anything were to happen to the captain under his watch, he would never forgive himself. Continue monitoring all instruments and report any anomalies immediately. Yes, sir. The medical staff replied, resuming their vigilance over the devices. At that moment, Steve reveled in the beauty of this dreamlike existence, a world that utterly captivated him. Yet, the more enchanting it became, the more he sensed a disconnection from reality. After all, how could genuine experiences unfold without strife? Indeed, once Peggy stepped out, the atmosphere of the hospital room shifted dramatically. Sinister runes began to creep across the walls, and the floor morphed into a grotesque semblance of biological flesh, revealing pulsating veins beneath. The nauseating scent of decaying moss mingled with the sterile odor of antiseptic, creating a repugnant stench, while the decor morphed into bizarre forms. Witnessing this nightmarish tableau, Steve attempted to rise from his hospital bed, only to discover that his body had been inexplicably bound to the mattress, rendering him utterly immobile. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open once more, but it was not Carter who entered. Rather, it was a cadre of grotesque beings with fish-like heads and human bodies, brandishing an array of surgical instruments as they approached Steve. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle sent Steve's spirit plummeting into despair, as the sensation of being a mere fish at the mercy of the butcher tormented his psyche incessantly. This was indeed the handiwork of Zhong Hong, who had woven a nightmarish reverie for Captain America through the insidious influence of a fallen deity. Chapter 64. A brief respite. Ultimately, Zhong Hong chose to spare him, for he did not seek Steve's immediate demise. The power of the fallen deity is profound and far-reaching. He intended to gradually dismantle Steve, deepening the contamination of his mind. The prospect of Steve, adorned with countless accolades and once more a symbol of American ideals, being revealed as a mentally shattered lunatic was a source of dark amusement. Moreover, due to the peculiar nature of this power, even the venerable Sorcerer Supreme could not perceive it unless he were in close proximity, as the fallen deity's influence did not alter the surrounding world, but merely allowed Steve to glimpse the projection of Leia in his dreams. After being released by Zhong Hong, Steve managed to break free before the monstrous figures could reach him. Yet, as he rose, a colossal head of one of the creatures loomed before him. With a startled cry, Steve awoke, only to find himself confronted by medical personnel wielding various instruments and shadowy agents pushing a machinery behind them. This scene evoked memories of his recent nightmare, and as he felt the mobility of his body return, he sighed in relief. Though not at his peak, he was far better off than being utterly helpless. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Steve disregarded the specifics of his situation. His immediate desire was to escape this place. The various monitoring devices attached to him set off alarms, prompting a flurry of additional medical equipment to be dispatched by SHIELD agents to the infirmary. Little did they anticipate that Steve would awaken with a startled gasp, catching them off guard with this sudden turn of events. Before they could formulate a response, Steve seized the initiative. Enhanced by the super soldier serum, he was not easily thwarted, even in a diminished state. However, the alarms were beyond his control, ringing out with urgency. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he carved out an escape route. But rather than a bustling urban landscape, he found himself within the genuine confines of a SHIELD base. The cacophony of the alarm summoned a multitude of agents from all directions, yet under Coulson's orders, they approached unarmed, despite their lack of weaponry. Their sheer numbers quickly encircled Steve, employing a tactic of overwhelming force. The alarm drew not only ordinary agents, but even Nick Fury himself to the scene. "Take it easy, soldier." A throng of agents parted to grant Nick Fury a clear passage as he strode directly before Steve. Shortly thereafter, Agent Coulson arrived at the scene. Observing Steve's wary demeanor, Coulson offered an apologetic expression before speaking. "I sincerely apologize, Captain. You have just awakened, and your physical condition is not optimal. We employed some medical equipment to monitor your health." Upon hearing Coulson's apology, Steve's tension began to dissipate. The presence of unarmed agents had allayed his concerns of being ensnared within the clutches of Hydra or any other malevolent organization he had encountered in his dreams. To be candid, our medical personnel did not anticipate your swift revival. We had made extensive preparations. Coulson endeavored to elucidate the situation to Steve, grappling with the dual desire to ensure the success of their mission and to avoid inciting any disdain from his idol. "Preparations? What further measures have you undertaken?" "Measures to facilitate your gradual acclimatization to this world, Captain. You have been in slumber for 70 years. As these words sank in, a flicker of realization crossed Steve's face, his gaze darting about as his breathing grew increasingly labored. This scene prompted a shared glance between Coulson and Nick Fury, both silently questioning if something was amiss given the prolonged slumber. "Captain, are you all right?" Steve momentarily froze before responding. "I am fine. I merely missed an appointment." At that moment, Nick Fury interjected, addressing the surrounding agents. "In that case, you may all resume your duties." The agents dispersed at his command, and then Fury turned to Steve. "Captain, this is Agent Coulson. He will assist you in swiftly adapting to the present world." "Indeed, Captain, if you would kindly follow me," Coulson said, leading the way. He had already arranged accommodations and various necessities for his idol. Steve followed silently, his mind a tumult of regret over the missed appointment and uncertainty about the future. The earlier nightmare had not weighed heavily on his conscience. He regarded it simply as an unusually vivid dream. Atop Fist Tower in Hell's Kitchen, the long-absent Obadiah emerged clad in dark attire. The sting of their previous failure lingered in the minds of both him and Justin Hammer, particularly for the latter, who had even lost Hammer Industries. However, their misfortunes had resulted in newfound strength, with Justin now possessing the power to transform demons. Subsequently, they had deliberated and resolved to seek additional allies while refraining from appearing before superheroes. The plan was to sow chaos and manipulate the transformed demons without requiring their direct involvement. Before long, the eloquent Kingpin arrived, accompanied by an imposing bodyguard. With a smile, he addressed Obadiah. "Might I inquire what brings you to seek my counsel? I do not believe we are acquainted." Obadiah scoffed, disregarding the pretentious fellow before him, and instead cast his gaze upon the imposing figure of his bodyguard behind him. "Wilson Fisk, I recall our previous collaborations. Do not resort to such trivial tactics in my presence." Upon hearing the familiar tone, the formidable bodyguard gestured with a finger at the head of the man in question, indicating he should leave. The man, as if granted a reprieve, lowered his head and swiftly exited the room. Subsequently, the robust bodyguard settled before Obadiah, revealing the true nature of the man. What had just transpired was merely a fade. As soon as he took his seat, the bodyguard poured a drink for Obadiah and spoke. "I cannot afford to be reckless, Obadiah. The moment you stepped into my Fisk Tower, you employed mysterious means to harm my associates. Would you dare to present yourself personally if you were in my position?" "Ha! Spare me your jest, Fisk." "You were not always this way," Obadiah retorted, downing the drink offered by the bodyguard. Their relationship, though not particularly deep, was rooted in past arms dealings, one being a magnate of capital and the other a kingpin of the underworld. As Obadiah spoke, Fisk let out a cold snort, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they transitioned into the heart of the matter. Obadiah initiated the conversation. "I am here to discuss a potential transaction, considering we are, in a sense, long-standing partners." Fisk smirked inwardly at the notion of being long-standing partners. Had it not been for his extraordinary power, Obadiah would have long vanished from his sight. Nonetheless, he feigned interest, replying, "What sort of transaction? Pray enlighten me. I know you have been seeking this power, for it is indeed captivating." Obadiah continued, transforming his arm into a demonic form. In that instant, the temperature of the room surged, and Fisk's gaze turned wary. Though he had reached the limits of an ordinary human, he was still vastly outmatched by those with extraordinary abilities. His desire for such power was undeniable. He had dispatched his subordinates to investigate during the tumultuous times at Stark Industries, but to no avail. Just as he had begun to lose hope, a report arrived about an unexpected guest at the tower. Noticing Fisk's silence, Obadiah pressed on. "This power can be yours, but you must assist me in exacting revenge." At this proclamation, Fisk finally spoke, his voice laced with skepticism. "Do you intend to bring down Stark Industries and that S.H.I.E.L.D. organization? If that is your aim, I shall have to bid you farewell. Out of respect for our past, I will not disclose your visit to Fist Tower." With a gesture indicative of bidding farewell, Jean Bing did not, of course, fear them. This was merely a tactic of negotiation. After all, from Jean Bing's perspective, it was Obadiah who sought his assistance. He aimed to extract the utmost advantage from the situation. As a seasoned strategist, Obadiah was well aware of Jean Bing's intentions, yet he chose not to expose them, instead shaking his head repeatedly. No, I certainly do not wish to crush them. but they must be taught a profound lesson. Upon hearing Obadiah's statement, Jean Bing felt a sense of assurance. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and inquired, "Are you aware that this could severely deplete my vitality?" Faced with such a question, Obadiah smiled, realizing that he had gained the upper hand. The prospect of sacrificing a few subordinates for extraordinary power must have thrilled him inwardly, and with such power, his influence would expand exponentially, making the dominion over the American underworld a conceivable reality. At this juncture, Jean Bing ceased to feign indifference. The opportunity to become extraordinary was indeed rare, and sacrificing a few subordinates was inconsequential to him. "Speak, how shall I exact my revenge? And how shall I acquire this power?" Obadiah's smile widened at these words. Leveraging Jean Bing's influence, he could swiftly transform a number of demons. "You see, this is the power of demons, and demons require sacrifice. Rest assured, Hell's Kitchen is abundant with vagrants and minor gang members." Obadiah's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. He had come for precisely this reason. The vagrants and various petty criminals of Hell's Kitchen were akin to a random spawn. In his eyes, this situation was a perfect blend of talent and opportunity. With Jean Bing's support, he believed he would soon instill a lasting lesson in his wretched nephew and that group of insufferable agents. Subsequently, Obadiah rose first, extending his hand, which Jean Bing took in kind. "Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. To a successful partnership," they both proclaimed, grinning, yet each harbored ulterior motives. Jean Bing sought to test Obadiah, wishing to attain superpowers without sacrificing his subordinates needlessly. Obadiah was oblivious to Jean Bing's thoughts, and even if aware, he would remain indifferent. The power of demons is not so easily obtained, and once Jean Bing embraced this power, he would realize the absurdity of his aspirations. The two of them then ascended in the elevator to the underground garage. Jean Bing required time to procure some sacrificial offerings, while Obadiah sought a relatively discreet location. Enveloped in a black cloak, Obadiah sat in an armored vehicle, gazing at the bustling streets of New York with a complex expression. His former life felt like a distant dream, and this new existence stirred a long-forgotten thrill within him. Ever since he was rescued by the Blood Demon, he and Justin had devised a plan to sow chaos in New York, where superhuman powers were rampant, with the intent of undermining those very superheroes. Another strategy is to develop in relatively safe areas outside of New York, ensuring a stable retreat and a consistent supply of demons. Justin, that coward, naturally opted for a safer path by expanding outside, but Obadiah was different. He sought thrill. Although he would not take action himself, it was evident that the excitement in New York surpassed that found elsewhere. At Stark Tower, Tony's magical studies were nearing completion. As the Ancient One had initiated him into the arcane arts, what remained were tasks demanding his own diligence. Furthermore, Tony had received the Ancient One's permission to access the mystical tomes of the Kamartaj library, albeit with the librarian's scrutiny. Thus, Tony embarked on a daily regimen of studying new materials in the morning, working on his Iron Man suit in the afternoon, and delving into spellbooks at night. His initial decision proved sound. Pepper had managed Stark Industries exceptionally well, with profits reaching new heights and establishing a production line dedicated to supporting Tony's suits. Additionally, Tony had tasked Pepper with procuring some vibranium for research purposes. With such capable assistance, Tony found himself free from worries, allowing his learning and research to accelerate. Gawain practiced his martial skills daily, conducting extensive research on how to best exploit the aerial advantages provided by Tony's armor. Meanwhile, Yang Chun spent his days immersed in gaming, occasionally venturing online to visit a few companies. Overall, the days following the New Mexico incident had been calm, devoid of significant events. The world is vast, with countless sights to behold. In his previous life, Zhong Hong yearned to explore, but financial constraints held him back. Now, not only was he able to travel, but he was also whisked away abroad, eager to discover the differences from his homeland. As November 2011 rolled in, he realized that peaceful days were numbered. By 2012, the narrative of the Avengers would unfold, further entangling the Marvel Universe in chaos. Zhong Hong wished to seize this interlude for some exploration, as soon chaos would ensue in the Marvel realm, and he would need to intensify his involvement. Chapter 66. The Death of Daredevil. Just as Obadiah and Kingpin plotted, Zhong Hong resolved to commence his journey. Due to the system's nature, he carried nothing with him, Whatever he required could be easily acquired. Thus, he locked his door and departed, not intending to reach his destination through any force, but rather to relish the journey itself. Leaving New York City, he planned to return before the Spring Festival, having already scouted a splendid Chinatown where he intended to celebrate the new year. That evening, in an underground warehouse controlled by Kingpin, numerous gang members were escorting homeless individuals and beaten-up thugs to the location. The efficiency of Jean Bing remains remarkably high. Or perhaps it is simply that there are numerous unfortunate souls in this hellish kitchen. Once the area, reminiscent of a corral, was filled to capacity, the gangsters ceased their actions and retreated. In the underground warehouse, only Jean Bing and his trusted confidants remained, along with those pitiful souls designated as sacrifices. "Boss, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Are you going to have me kill them?" "I have no taste for slaying such people," spoke Target Eye, who was currently employed by Jean Bing as the chief assassin, thus considered one of his inner circle. However, Jean Bing paid him no heed, directing his gaze instead towards Obadiah, cloaked in black. He gestured towards the vagabonds, inquiring, "Are these individuals sufficient? If not, we can capture more, but I require results." Obadiah responded with action, extending his hand towards the gathering of homeless individuals, from which a torrent of molten lava surged forth. Simultaneously, it appeared as if the flesh and blood of the vagabonds were being liquefied, and as their blood and flesh melted away, a colossal vortex of gore manifested within the warehouse. The emergence of this vortex imposed an immense psychological pressure upon Jean Bing and his associates, a tactic employed by Obadiah. Though Obadiah possessed the ability to transform demons, it was customary to assert dominance over new collaborators, and the blood-burning demon represented his most formidable display of power. As he observed the altered expressions of Jean Bing and the others, a smirk crept upon Obadiah's lips, relishing the moment. If circumstances allowed, he would prefer to embody the role of the blood-burning demon. With the rapid growth of his own strength, he was confident that such a day would eventually arrive. Provided he satisfied the blood-burning demon, Obadiah was acutely aware of this requirement. Who shall receive the blessing this time? As the blood and flesh of the vagabonds were nearly entirely consumed, the voice of the blood-burning demon reverberated throughout the underground warehouse. Jean Bing, Target Eye, and a cadre of gangsters gazed in astonishment at the immense form of the blood-burning demon, their loyalty to Jean Bing barely preventing them from fleeing in terror. Emotional values were recorded as follows: Jean Bing, 46, Target Eye, 32, Night Demon, 42, Elite Gangsters 2. "Little Worm, you seem quite pleased," remarked the blood-burning demon, jolting Jean Bing into awareness that an uninvited guest had likely infiltrated their underground lair, most probably the recently emerged street hero known as Night Demon. Night Demon, also known as Matt Murdock, was a seasoned lawyer by day, transforming into a vigilante by night. Upon sensing the significant movement of Jean Bing's men, he stealthily followed a group of gangsters to this location, where he beheld a scene he would never forget. Realizing he had been detected by the blood-burning demon, he decisively fled towards the outside. However, the blood-burning demon merely scoffed, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Night Demon as if by teleportation. Before Daredevil could take more than a few steps, he was suddenly struck by a wave of excruciating pain, and he looked in disbelief at the claws protruding from his chest. So swift was the attack that Daredevil yearned to struggle. Yet the blood demon offered him no such opportunity. With a surge of power, the claws drained the very essence of his blood and flesh. In the next moment, the blood demon materialized before Kingpin, who instinctively recoiled 2 steps. What followed left him aghast as the demon cast an object at his feet. In that instant, even the merciless assassin Bullseye fell silent, a sense of dread washing over him as he beheld the blood demon's imposing and grotesque form. Upon closer inspection, Kingpin realized it was Daredevil's costume, yet its owner had vanished, leaving behind only a deflated garment. The rapidity of these events was staggering. Kingpin's gaze fell upon the blood and flesh still flowing from the demon's claws, confirming Daredevil's demise. He swallowed hard, astonished that the formidable Daredevil had met such an end, and he recognized the terror embodied by the demon before him. Who wishes to receive the gift? The question roused Kingpin from his stupor, and he composed himself, stepping forward slightly and bowing his head. "My Lord Demon, I am the one who will accept the gift." The blood demon regarded him with a nod, an unusual note of approval gracing its voice. a commendable physique. Thus, prepare yourself for this blessing. With that, the blood demon pointed at Kingpin, enveloping him in a torrent of molten lava. Kingpin's screams erupted from within the fiery sphere, yet soon they morphed into a sound tinged with exhilaration, sending shivers of fear through the gathered gangsters and Bullseye. The onlookers dared not breathe, lest they draw the demon's attention. Before long, the essence of the blood demon fully integrated into Kingpin's being, the molten energy absorbed, transforming him into a manifestation of demonic power. Standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, his form radiated with molten lava, waves of heat emanating from him. Clenching his fists, Kingpin reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, unleashing a triumphant laugh. His physical prowess had reached the zenith of human capability, and without external intervention, further enhancement seemed improbable. Yet now he had grown stronger, with the promise of even greater power ahead. The blood demon watched with satisfaction as Kingpin displayed formidable might. The strength derived from such a high-quality human transformation was indeed impressive. With a sweeping motion, the demon sent forth dozens of blood seeds into the mass of flesh, each one carrying an abundance of blood and meat as they surged into the bodies of those present. In an instant, the underground warehouse was awash with heat and demonic energy, prompting a faint smile to appear on Obadiah's lips. With these demonic seeds at his disposal, it is not merely a matter of vanquishing Iron Man in that night. Rather, they are more than capable of causing them considerable distress. Dispatching these demonic entities to sow chaos is undoubtedly their forte. Let them embrace their demise. For the gifts reaped from the ensuing disorder will undoubtedly surpass those gleaned from the more secluded corners of existence. Chapter 67. Yang Chen's departure to create turmoil and spread despair. You shall all be endowed with greater strength. The voice of the blood demon resonated within the subterranean warehouse, as the empowered gang members fervently pledged their allegiance. Even Bullseye and Kingpin were not exempt. The allure of such power was intoxicating, and they sensed that this demon possessed absolute dominion over them. Once the emotional atmosphere had reached its zenith, the blood demon departed with satisfaction. Following its exit, the legion of demonic entities reverted to their human forms and, under Kingpin's command, swiftly vacated the underground hideout. After the gang members had left, Kingpin summoned Bullseye before him. Bullseye, I have the following instructions for you. First, ensure that arrangements are made to target not just the homeless in Hell's Kitchen, but all the vagrants throughout New York. However, refrain from employing coercive or violent methods. We must avoid unnecessary complications. Secondly, tomorrow I will have someone establish a pharmaceutical company. Use the guise of drug testing to recruit individuals, and devise another pretext for additional recruitment. For now, hold off on any lethal confrontations. Once the plan is underway, there will be ample opportunities for that. Kingpin outlined numerous directives to Bullseye, who memorized them diligently before departing. Once only Kingpin and Obadiah remained, Kingpin approached Obadiah, fully aware that he must exact revenge for the animosity he harbored. As Kingpin approached, Obadiah greeted him with a congenial smile. I trust, Mr. Kingpin, that you will exert yourself diligently for our grand endeavor. Do refrain from employing any underhanded tactics. Silently cursing the old fox within his mind, Kingpin replied, Mr. Obadiah, you may refer to me as Wilson from this point forth. I believe it is time we meticulously strategize your vengeance. Very well, Mr. Wilson, but allow me to clarify. This is not merely a quest for my revenge, but rather to orchestrate greater chaos. Once Obadiah and Kingpin had finalized their plans, the blood demon engaged in discourse with Zhong Hong, fully apprised of Kingpin and Obadiah's machinations. Perhaps, before the battle for New York unfolds, a grand event could be orchestrated for them? Zhong Hong pondered, recognizing the blood demon's intent and deciding to facilitate its endeavors. Though it would be prudent to ensure that someone on the side of Ancient One could restrain the blood demon's actions. Once Eliza's thoroughly absorbs Jotunheim, he can then proceed to restrain Dormammu. Additionally, there is the matter concerning Yang Chun. With his prowess, the blood demon is utterly incapable of countering him. Presently, the only entities on Earth capable of halting the blood demon in a short span are these two. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, Zhong Hong possesses cards to address them. Aside from the blood demon, the fallen deity has commenced its performance, already beginning to influence humanity on a global scale. The most apparent manifestation of this is the increasing number of peculiar nightmares worldwide, predominantly affecting sensitive artists, especially musicians, painters, and novelists. However, the influence of the fallen deity is gradual yet profound. It is anticipated that the number of individuals suffering from mental illness will surge globally in due course. Those who succumb to madness will incessantly provide strength to the fallen deity, further augmenting its interference in reality. On the top floor of Stark Tower, Yang Chun, who had been engrossed in a game, rose to his feet, downed his drink, and made his way toward Tony's laboratory. Upon seeing Yang Chun enter, Tony, engrossed in researching new materials, was taken aback. It was unusual for him to seek him out. Was he perhaps contemplating something else? However, before Tony could utter a word, Yang Chun's voice reached his ears. "Tony, I have come to bid farewell. Some matters have arisen within the sect, and I must return." Tony, upon hearing this, set aside his research and approached Yang Chun, stating, "So sudden?" With a wry smile, Yang Chun replied, "The incident occurred unexpectedly. I do not know when we shall meet again. I hope there will be a chance to reunite." Given that it pertained to Yang Chun's sect, Tony refrained from probing further, merely nodding in silence. He then addressed Jarvis. "Jarvis, please inform Gawain and also open my finest bottle of wine." "Understood, sir." "Mr. Gawain has been notified, and the wine you stored in the tower is being opened and will be delivered shortly." Before long, Gawain, clad in his armor, flew in from outside. As soon as he entered, Tony handed him a glass of wine. "Yang Chun is departing. Let us see him off. No need for further words. Let the wine speak." In a short while, Yang Chun's figure vanished from Tony and Gawain's sight. "Gawain, what do you think has transpired with Yang Chun that has compelled him to leave in such haste?" Tony murmured, gazing at the spot where Yang Chun had disappeared. Gawain's lips twitched slightly before he replied, "Perhaps it involves other races. Let us hope it is not due to a great calamity." Hearing this, Tony, filled with concern, inquired, "What exactly is this great calamity that could prompt someone like Yang Chun to rush back?" Tony is the type of individual who always prepares for the worst-case scenario, unaware that such thoughts might significantly impact his own affairs, causing him considerable distress. Naturally, Gawain is unable to provide answers to such dilemmas. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, "When the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear it. For now, let us focus on the task at hand." "Indeed, you are right." Tony nodded in agreement, yet his furrowed brow remained unchanged. Gawain, well aware of Tony's nature, refrained from further persuasion. At the headquarters of S.H. I.L.D., following the tumultuous awakening of the soul, Captain America, operations had returned to normalcy. At this moment, Nick Fury was ensconced in a secure chamber, facing several holographic figures on the monitor before him. These were the individuals behind S.H.I.E.L.D., members of the so-called International Security Council. Yet Hydra had insidiously infiltrated even their ranks. Director Fury, the events in New Mexico have raised questions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fulfillment of its responsibilities. Nick Fury glared at the speaker, a surge of irritation swelling within him. "Is this a matter for mere mortals to meddle in? Why don't you take charge yourself?" "It is precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D. agents risk their lives that you receive detailed intelligence from there, yet you dare to question whether S.H.I.E.L.D. has fulfilled its duties." At that moment, his close ally, Alexander Pierce, interjected in support. "We have witnessed the efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, yet they're only human. Their strength is ultimately limited when faced with such crises." Hearing someone defend him lightened Fury's expression, confirming that old friends are indeed reliable. However, the questioner proceeded to pose a piercing inquiry. "What do you have to say about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s failure to issue a warning regarding that incident?" Issuing such warnings falls within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purview, does it not? Chapter 68, The Catastrophe Resurfaces. This question was indeed sharp, placing both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce in a rather uncomfortable position as it pertained to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities. Observing their discomfort, the council member continued, "Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s evident dereliction of duty, can we not conclude that it is unworthy of its substantial funding?" Upon hearing this, several council members expressed interest, yet some were displeased. Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury were visibly incensed. It was clear they could not acquiesce to such demands. I believe that during times like these, we should not reduce SHIELD's funding. Rather, it should be increased. Alexander Pierce immediately countered, SHIELD sustains the majority of Hydra's operatives, and the Insight program requires substantial resources. Reducing SHIELD's funding would undermine the very foundation of Hydra. Mr. Pierce, you cannot let your affiliation with SHIELD bias your judgment, was a retort from the council member. I merely speak the truth. The two directors are utterly unyielding, while the other directors harbor their own agendas, remaining disengaged from this quarrel. Suddenly, the entire chamber erupted in a cacophony of heated disputes. Nick Fury, however, remained as steadfast as ever, fully aware that any rash involvement on his part would not quell this senseless bickering. It was only when the two had nearly exhausted their arguments that Nick Fury finally interjected. Both directors present valid points. I too oppose the notion of budget cuts. Well, of course you oppose it. The more unearned money, the better, came the retort from one of the directors, followed by a cold scoff. What then? Do you propose this funding should be allocated for? I believe these funds ought to be directed towards the military, for after all, SHIELD is merely an intelligence agency, and matters of warfare should rest in the hands of the military. At this juncture, the true intent of the director was laid bare, prompting a knowing smile from Nick Fury. Dealing with military personnel was a different matter altogether, not to mention with Captain America as a potent asset. The military often proved less effective than agents in many scenarios, and the scant funding they possessed would hardly suffice for the military's needs. Do you truly believe that military funding would be better utilized in their hands than within SHIELD? Nick Fury challenged. The military's performance during the New Mexico incident was hardly commendable. Upon hearing this, the director fell silent, acknowledging the military's lackluster response during the New Mexico event. Seizing the moment, Nick Fury continued. This brings us to my previous proposals, the Avengers Initiative and Director Alexander's Insight program. Both initiatives could substantially alter the current predicament. The integration of a specialized rapid response unit with a space carrier was practically designed for this very purpose. Moreover, our extensive intelligence network operates far more effectively behind the scenes than the military ever could. Although Nick Fury's speech failed to persuade anyone outright, it sufficed to stall the budget cuts. After all, Alexander stood firmly with SHIELD. Merely unsettling the other directors' convictions was enough. Indeed, under the tumultuous influence of Nick Fury and Alexander, the meeting concluded amidst further disputes. Nick Fury soon returned to his office, his mind clouded with concern. It was evident that the council had begun to harbor reservations regarding SHIELD. Such sentiments would have been unthinkable prior to the New Mexico incident, and even those with grievances would have remained silent. Since that event, Nick Fury had sensed an impending storm brewing. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there was a glimmer of hope. Under Dr. Selvig's leadership, research on the Tesseract had finally made strides. Nick Fury believed that harnessing the Tesseract's energy to create weaponry would surely turn the tide in their favor. As he pondered these matters, a knock echoed at his office door. "Enter," he called. Nick Fury paused in contemplation and permitted the entrance of an individual from outside. It was none other than his trusted aide, Agent Hill, who entered with a furrowed brow, clutching a document as she approached. "Director, you must see this," she urged, extending the file towards him. Observing her distressed demeanor, a sense of foreboding gripped Nick's heart as he received the document. Upon perusing its contents, his anxiety dissipated, revealing alarming reports of demonic entities emerging in a small town near the Kazakh Mountains, situated northwest of New York, not far from the city itself. The unfortunate toll had already reached hundreds, prompting Nick to furrow his brow once more. Having recently navigated the threat of budget cuts, he was not keen on facing another crisis. "Have our agents been dispatched?" Nick inquired immediately, recognizing the ill timing of these demonic appearances. "Our operatives are already en route armed with holy water weaponry. However, given that the demons have expanded their reach beyond New York, should we not equip the agents at other SHIELD divisions with similar weaponry? We must put an end to this demonic rampage swiftly. Additionally, Arrange for Tony and his compatriots to be informed, Agent Hill replied. Nick nodded in agreement, understanding that personnel could be dispatched without alarming the International Security Council. He was aware of Yang Chen's departure and felt a twinge of relief. After all, having such formidable power under his direct supervision was unsettling. Nonetheless, Yang Chen's absence did not bode well for him either. With the situation still precarious, the decision to provide holy water weaponry to S.H.I.E.L.D. divisions could be postponed. Nick refrained from immediately agreeing to allocate funds for such weaponry. After all, resources were limited, especially with the ongoing Tesseract project and the Insight initiative requiring substantial financing. Some expenses simply had to be curtailed. However, perhaps funding could be resolved through the Avengers Initiative. Tony Stark was already an ideal candidate he had identified long ago. Once Tony was involved, financial matters would likely cease to be an issue. Contemplating this, Nick began strategizing how to entice Tony into the Avengers, realizing that he could not approach him directly. It would be more effective if Tony took the initiative, ideally after Nick had declined a few times to maintain leverage. Director, I believe we need to deploy additional agents to the Kazakh Mountains. My rapid response team may not suffice to handle the demonic threat there, Agent Hill interjected again. Her authority allowed her only to send a limited rapid response team. The mobilization of more agents and higher-level operatives required Nick's approval. Let Langley lead his team to provide support, and also prepare Agent Barton for the conclusion of his leave. Nick immediately orchestrated the necessary arrangements for reinforcement, while also preparing for a potential request for Hawkeye's assistance. As the demon spawn wreaked havoc in the Kaskich Mountains, a manifestation of Ilias arrived near Kamartaj. However, he did not rush to reveal himself. As long as the Ancient One remained inactive, he was content to remain in leisure. Yet, should the Ancient One take action, he would promptly appear to obstruct her path. Chapter 69. The detained S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Justin Hammer was currently leading a band of demon spawn on a rampage through a quaint town, leaving a trail of fallen residents in their wake. The blood and flesh of these unfortunate souls soon flowed into his being. Occasionally, a few armed townsfolk attempted to defend themselves, but they stood no chance against the onslaught, swiftly dispatched and consumed. Nick Fury had documented their deeds. The Kaskich Mountains, being a renowned attraction, drew a considerable crowd. Justin Hammer capitalized on this fact, masquerading as a traveler alongside his minions, seeking out towns with moderate populations for his slaughter, avoiding both sparsely populated areas and those with overwhelming armed forces that could pose a risk. He was not a brute like Obadiah. He understood that survival was paramount. Retreat. Now immediately, Justin calculated the time, allowing for a precise 30-minute withdrawal. He arranged the remnants of flesh he had prepared earlier and began to chant in the language of demons. Soon, a lava pit approximately 3 meters wide began to form, a method he had meticulously studied. Though his combat prowess was inferior to Obadiah's, he had devised numerous escape strategies. As the lava pit took shape, Justin leaped into it, followed closely by his loyal subordinates. This marked the third town he had ravaged, a strategy reliant on his swift mobility, allowing for both carnage and chaos. While ensuring his safety, Justin was aware that soon, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps even Iron Man himself, would come seeking him. He needed to acclimate his followers to this hit-and-run modus operandi beforehand. They soon materialized at a camp within the Kaskich Mountains, where their appearance elicited reverent kneeling from the strangely adorned individuals surrounding them. This was indeed a gathering place for a demon-worshipping cult, which Justin had quickly discovered upon his arrival. After revealing his formidable presence, he swiftly gained control over the cult, subjugating those who dared oppose him. Initially engaging in human trafficking under the guise of demon worship, the arrival of a genuine demon spawn like Justin had opened a new door to their ambitions. After eliminating a few dissenters, the remaining members pledged their allegiance. When Justin transformed several of the demon spawn, the rest prostrated themselves before him. Observing this scene with a satisfied smile, Justin soon heard reports from several individuals regarding towns with large populations and upcoming celebrations. Justin was quite pleased with the news, and he immediately unleashed several bloodfire seeds, transforming them into demon seeds. Once the transformation was complete, Justin instructed them to lead the way to a new town, eager to execute a few more operations before drawing the attention of Iron Man and his allies. The convoy soon set off, relying on their human appearances for infiltration. Though this approach was slow, it offered a measure of safety and stealth. After approximately an hour of travel, they arrived at their destination. It was afternoon, and adventurers returning from the Cascade Mountains, wary of the dangers within, were gradually making their way back to the town, oblivious to the greater peril that awaited them inside. Due to S.H.I.L.D.S. news blackout, they were unaware of the incidents occurring in the vicinity of the Cascade Mountains, or if they were aware, they paid it no mind, believing the vast expanse of the mountains would keep them safe. Inside a tavern in the town, travelers descending from the mountains gathered, intending to enjoy a drink before resting. However, before they could finish their beverages, two unwelcome guests arrived. Justin and another demon seed, disguised as humans, entered the tavern, sealing off all exits before transforming into demons and commencing their assault. The tavern erupted in horrified screams, but their cries were soon drowned out by even louder screams of terror. Justin and the demon seed blocked their escape routes, and though some attempted to shoot at them, their efforts proved futile. This tavern was merely the beginning. Soon, screams and gunfire echoed throughout the town, mingled with the sinister laughter of demons. However, as the demon seeds lacked the means to suppress signals, a distress call was still sent out. From the bystanders, the emotional value surged, revealing that it was indeed Justin Hammer, acting even sooner than Obadiah Stane. This inadvertently helped Obadiah attract fire. Meanwhile, Zhong Hong, wandering about, noticed the spike in emotional energy and quickly pinpointed its source. To his surprise, the seemingly cowardly Justin Hammer had made his move before Obadiah. "Ha ha ha! You shall all become my power. It is your honor." Justin cackled madly. Though his original constitution was frail, only wealth provided him with a sense of security. The emergence of the Bloodfire demon had bestowed upon him genuine strength, along with methods to enhance it. He reveled in this newfound sensation. Yet, as he basked in the thrill of his amplified power, he heard an ominous sound, the anguished cries of the demon seeds. Damn it, they came far too quickly. Although unaware of the identity of the newcomers, he prepared the lava pits just in case. The arrivals were none other than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Team, whose holy water weaponry swiftly dispatched one of the rampaging demon seeds. Hearing the commotion, demons in the distance began to converge upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. squad's location. Upon encountering the holy water weapon, Justin promptly ordered his subordinates to retreat, recognizing that the weapon possessed the true capability to vanquish the demon species. At this stage, he aimed to avoid direct confrontations. The demons merely hurled a few fireballs at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents before retreating. Even those demons who were knocked down managed to withdraw with the assistance of their comrades, resulting in an effortless victory with no tangible gains. Soon after, the Rumlow team arrived to provide support, yet they found themselves at a loss. In the ensuing days, Justin adeptly utilized his mobility and stealth advantages to engage in guerrilla tactics against the S.H.I.L.D. operatives, rendering even Tony, who had come to assist, momentarily powerless. Ultimately, the situation escalated to the International Security Council, where, despite Alexander's efforts to advocate for Nick Fury, the latter faced mounting pressure and had no choice but to dispatch more agents. However, the Kazakh mountains were vast, unless Justin chose to reveal himself. Locating him proved nearly impossible. Moreover, Justin was as slippery as an eel, often vanishing after brief appearances, avoiding any direct conflict with S.H.I.L.D. and Iron Man. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Team and the Rumlow Squad found themselves ensnared by Justin within the Kazakh Mountains. Chapter 70. The elusive Justin at Stark Tower. Tony held several photographs in his hands. Although the images were blurred, it was discernible that they depicted none other than Justin Hammer. Remarkably, after his previous escape, he had managed to find refuge in the Kazakh Mountains. Despite the sparse population in that area, it was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Subsequently, Tony and Gawain reviewed some of Justin's operational records, attempting to deduce his likely whereabouts, as he could not have materialized in the small town without reason. JARVIS. Retrieve all the faces of individuals present in those towns on the day the demons appeared, then conduct a cross-reference. Finally, present me with the faces of those who were simultaneously in all these towns. Yes, sir. After a moment of contemplation, Tony added, also, check what S.H.I.L.D. has uncovered. Of course, sir. Tony had come to appreciate the advantages of SHILD's database, which contained a wealth of rare information. And under the current capabilities of JARVIS, their firewall was laughably inadequate. Soon JARVIS identified individuals who appeared in all the towns where the demons manifested and browsed through SHILD's database. Sir, based on my comparisons, these individuals meet your criteria. A series of photographs appeared before Tony, totaling over 20. After consulting the SHILD database, those with criminal records were categorized, marking them as suspects. The photographs before Tony were divided into two groups, one for those with past criminal records and another for those without. Among them, there exists a distinction between tourists and locals, with several tourists possessing detailed and ample alibis. Before Tony, the situation underwent a transformation, ultimately taking the shape of an intersection formed by three circles. Observing this intersection, Tony stroked his chin and then spoke. In that case, those indigenous people appear exceedingly suspicious. From where do they hail? As Tony's words fell, the information before him shifted once more, revealing the addresses of the indigenous individuals. Oh, these several locals all reside in the same settlement? He mused. Let me see. Organ trafficking and human trade, all cloaked under the guise of demonic activity? Just as Tony contemplated whether to dismantle this criminal organization entirely, a voice emerged from beside him. Such individuals have a high probability of being targeted by demons, and the likelihood of their transformation is considerable. Moreover, their actions are inherently reprehensible. Highwind's words solidified Tony's resolve, regardless of whether they were demons. He decided to act decisively against them. With a swift motion of his hands, a portal materialized before him, and the two donned their battle armor and flew through. When they reappeared, they found themselves above the Kazki Mountains and proceeded towards the settlement. However, upon their arrival over the settlement, they were immediately assaulted by a repugnant aura. Tony, having learned to identify demonic presences from the Ancient One, had no difficulty recognizing it. At that moment, Justin Hammer was within the settlement, contemplating his next move. Due to his recent frequent actions, the townsfolk had begun to flee with their families, and outside visitors dared not approach. With SHIELD, an Iron Man now taking notice, he had also resolved to leave, believing it relatively easy to find refuge in the vastness of America. Yet, as he envisioned his future, a loud sound reached his ears, one he recognized as the explosion of a miniature missile. Before he could exit, a panicked demon subordinate rushed before him, exclaiming, "Boss, two armored figures have descended from the sky and are attacking us. But don't worry, others have gone to resist them." Two. Justin gasped, his thoughts racing. Could it be that individual? He quickly dismissed the idea of investigating and transformed into his demonic form, swiftly summoning a lava pit to make his escape. Before leaping in, he issued a command to his subordinate. "Hurry, tell them to come quickly, don't resist. Flee as much as you can." With that, Justin Hammer vanished entirely into the lava pit. After he disappeared, his subordinate belatedly rushed out to relay the message. However, within those 2 moments, 7 or 8 demons had already fallen to the hands of Highwind and Tony. Upon hearing the retreat of the lesser demons, a sigh of relief escaped the lips of these fiends, who then dashed toward that direction in a frenzy. They had initially aimed to impress Justin, but found themselves overwhelmed by the formidable enemy. Their very survival had exhausted all their resources. Tony and Gawain, witnessing the demons' escape, could not allow such a retreat to go unchallenged. They immediately charged forward, and though they managed to vanquish several of the demons, a few still leapt into the molten pit. Faced with such tactics, Gawain and Tony found themselves at a loss. They could neither destroy it nor attack without risking further expansion of the perilous chasm. What was this? This truly was the sanctuary of those demons. Tony had originally intended to dismantle a criminal organization, only to stumble upon the very lair of the lesser demons. Gazing at the molten pit before him, Tony could not help but voice his frustration, followed by a remark about how he had never realized just how adept Justin was at evasion. Without lingering, the duo obliterated the gathering place and departed. In the ensuing days, Justin grew increasingly cautious, even expending energy to traverse directly to the town via the molten pit. Despite the considerable distance, which left SHIELD D agents in a state of disarray. While Justin meandered through the Cascade Mountains, the lesser demons in New York regained considerable strength. For an organization of such underground nature, Kingpin proved far more adept than Obadiah and Justin. What posed challenges for the latter two became effortless in Kingpin's capable hands. Alongside bolstering the ranks of the lesser demons, Kingpin dispatched his subordinates to surveil the SHIELD headquarters and the vicinity of Stark Tower, gathering intelligence to facilitate their impending assault. It became evident that the time for Obadiah and Kingpin to strike at SHIELD and Stark Industries drew near. Unbeknownst to Tony and the agents of SHIELD, they remained preoccupied with their pursuit of Justin Hammer. In fact, with some directors having taken notice of the situation, SHIELD was compelled to dispatch another team of agents to that area. Chapter 71. The Christmas Offensive. Due to Justin Hammer's extraordinary ability to evade capture, he managed to escape without even crossing paths with Iron Man. Moreover, since Ancient One had not imparted the level of magic necessary to manipulate the mirror dimension, Tony found himself powerless to prevent Justin's flight. Consequently, for over 10 consecutive days, Tony was inundated with reports of Justin's appearances, only to arrive at the scene too late, as Justin had already claimed numerous victims and fled. At times, Justin would even bait Iron Man, leading him into traps while he wreaked havoc elsewhere. Just as Tony and SHIELD grappled with the demons in the Cascade Mountains, Obadiah and Kingpin in New York prepared to make their move. Thanks to Justin drawing the firepower of SHIELD and Iron Man, the demonic forces in New York experienced tremendous growth, leaving ordinary street heroes utterly incapable of halting their advance. The Fist Tower has undergone a transformation unlike any before. Should either Gawain or Iron Man set foot here, they would undoubtedly find it a far more terrifying den than Hammer Industries' former production base. The entire leadership of Fisk Tower comprises demonic entities, with numerous underlings also having been transformed into their ranks. As for the possibility of leaking information, disregarding Kingpin's control over his subordinates, once they accept the blood-melting seed, they become irrevocably ensnared in the grasp of the blood demon. At this juncture, Obadiah and Kingpin have finalized their battle plan, intent on launching an assault against SHIELD and Stark Industries on Christmas Eve. Christmas, a day typically celebrated with joy in Western nations, takes on an exceptionally grim tone this year. Tony, Gawain, and a multitude of SHIELD agents are in pursuit of Justin Hammer in the Kazakh Mountains, yet they have failed to capture him. Consequently, Nick Fury has endured a considerable amount of criticism from Alexander, as that old fellow has indeed faced significant pressure from the Security Council. Nick stands at the window of his office, gazing toward the Kazakh Mountains, hoping that Hawkeye, who has just led another group of agents there, will manage to turn the tide. While some rejoice, others are burdened with worry. Coulson, in particular, is in high spirits. This marks his first Christmas after meeting his idol, and he has even prepared a gift for Captain America. However, Captain America himself is far from his usual self. He feels an inexplicable sense of lethargy and has opted to retire early for the holiday. Yet this unusual fatigue plunges him once more into that nightmarish realm. Initially believing it to be mere coincidence, he finds himself dreaming of it again a month later. He reappears in that terrifying underwater abyss, this time standing directly beneath the colossal gate. The once menacing black tendrils now vanished. Peering through the archway, he momentarily glimpses a sprawling array of palatial structures, radiating a soft green glow. The sensation of losing control has diminished somewhat, yet a powerful curiosity surges within him, as if the palace complex itself is exuding a force that beckons him. Thus, Steve advances, half-heartedly compelled toward the palatial domain. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of delicate tendrils appears to sprout behind him, only to flicker in and out of existence. Additionally, bizarre shadows coalesce around him, clawing and gnashing as if attempting to rend him apart and consume him. An absurd and strange melody reverberates throughout the space, its distant, eerie notes seemingly echoing from the ancient cosmos. Certainly, Steve remained oblivious to all, continuing his advance in silence. Yet his mind found itself ensnared in a peculiar realm. markedly different from his previous experiences, as this time the onset was far from pleasant. He beheld the demise of his beloved Carter, the destruction of his homeland, and the loss of his dearest friend, all while feeling utterly powerless against this harrowing reality that instilled within him a profound terror. However, the ordeal was far from over. He wandered aimlessly through the ruins of a devastated city, surrounded by lifeless bodies and a swirling black mist, illuminated by an eerie sunlight that rendered him akin to a mere shell of a man. He could not discern how long this state endured, an eternity or merely a fleeting moment, his consciousness clouded and disoriented. At last, amidst the debris, he glimpsed a familiar figure, the young man named Coulson, now beset by several shadowy assailants. Compelled by a dormant sense of responsibility, he instinctively rushed to save Coulson, only to find himself thwarted. Coulson perished in the act of shielding him. Amidst the ruins, Steve's spirit sank to the ground, cradling the lifeless form of Coulson. As the bizarre sun cast a dim glow through the encroaching darkness, he threw back his head and roared, his voice a cacophony of emotions: rage, anguish, despair, and desolation. Perhaps this primal scream catalyzed a transformation within him. The very fabric of the surrounding space began to fracture, and he was soon thrust back to the familiar depths of the ocean. Upon regaining this lost familiarity, he exhaled a sigh of relief, perhaps a tad too late, as he could now discern the general outline of the palace complex. Just as he intended to proceed further, the very space seemed to repel him, and his spirit was forcefully expelled. Concurrently, in the realm of reality, the assault led by Obadiah and his accomplice against S.H.I.L.D. and Stark Industries commenced. The attack on S.H.I.L.D. was spearheaded by Bullseye, who hijacked several tankers laden with chemical agents, driven by a cadre of demons straight towards the Triskelion base. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. agents noticed the suspicious movements of these vehicles, they hesitated to intercept them immediately, as they could not justify the destruction of such materials in the urban environment, a responsibility they were not prepared to bear. By the time authorization was granted, it was too late. Amidst the agents' alarms, the tankers crashed into the S.H.I.L.D. base, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The blast was substantial, claiming numerous agents on the spot, yet the intricate structure of the base allowed Bullseye to lead 100 demons into the fray. During his previous collaboration with Justin, Obadiah had been cautious about the transformation of demons, having absorbed much of the flesh during the process. However, this time, in pursuit of vengeance, he spared no effort, channeling most of his flesh and blood directly into the transformation of the demon seed. Moreover, the offerings for this occasion far surpassed those of the last, resulting in a significantly greater number of demon seeds. Chapter 72, The Battle at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The sudden, thunderous noise elicited an instinctive reaction from Steve, yet a shield was absent from his side. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to venture outside recklessly, his door swung open. It was Coulson, who held Steve's shield in his hand. Upon seeing Coulson, Steve was momentarily taken aback. His mind flooded with the haunting image of Coulson dying in his arms. He failed to notice Coulson approaching until the latter waved the shield and spoke. Captain, what is the matter?" Finally roused from his reverie, Steve accepted the shield from Coulson and responded, "It's nothing. It's truly good to see you, Coulson. Now please, tell me the current situation." After speaking, Steve gave Coulson a reassuring pat on the shoulder, causing Coulson's pupils to dilate in surprise, his excitement palpable. "It is my honor, Captain. To receive the acknowledgement of my idol is overwhelming," Coulson exclaimed, though his enthusiasm quickly turned to urgency as he relayed the situation. "Captain, a horde of demons has invaded the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Our agents are currently resisting, but the outlook is grim." "Demon?" Steve's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend Coulson's words. "Demons? Are those not mere tales for children?" However, Coulson's subsequent words silenced him. "Captain, the times have changed. Our enemies are no longer what they once were. We had hoped to ease you into this reality, but it appears time is of the essence." Coulson gazed at Steve with anticipation, as if yearning to hear a response. Steve did not disappoint him. His silence was fleeting, soon replaced by a voice imbued with determination and resolve. "Lead the way to the front lines." "Yes, Captain." With the desired answer, Coulson's spirits soared, and he promptly guided Steve toward the site of the demonic incursion. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were absent from the base, compounded by a significant number of holy water weapons having been deployed by field agents. The sheer volume of demon seeds led to a relentless retreat of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Fortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base not only occupied a vast area above ground, but also boasted expansive underground chambers, providing ample space for agents to regroup. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced technologies began to emerge, the front lines were gradually stabilized. However, with the occasional intervention from the target, the S.H.I.E.L.D. defense was perilously close to collapse. One must acknowledge that the combination of Bullseye's innate talent and the formidable power of the demon spawn has indeed resulted in a remarkable transformation of his combat capabilities. In his hands, the molten lava appeared to possess a life of its own, striking at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents from various cunning angles. Fortunately, Bullseye, lacking interest in these agents, refrained from exerting his full strength, thus allowing S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses to hold firm. When Coulson arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. front line with Steve, he found a horde of demon spawn assaulting the agent's defenses. Upon witnessing this scene, despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand, the appearance of the demons left Steve, a devout Christian, momentarily astonished. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his resolve, as a molten fireball hurtled toward one of the agents. He swiftly intervened, sending his vibranium shield flying to intercept the fiery projectile before returning to him. The emotional value of the Hydra agents registered at 0-2, while that of Bullseye surged to 30. The arrival of Captain America acted as a potent morale booster for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, invigorating them to unleash a barrage of fire upon the demon spawn. To the demons, Steve was merely a role-playing character, as Captain America had been presumed dead for 70 years. However, Steve's performance far exceeded the demons' expectations. He wielded his shield with remarkable finesse, deftly deflecting numerous attacks aimed at the agents. Simultaneously, he evaded the demon spawn's onslaught with agility and speed that surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. You're mine. Bullseye, witnessing Captain America's extraordinary capabilities, became intrigued. Such a worthy adversary was deserving of kill. He leapt before Steve, transforming the molten lava into a sharp spike aimed directly at him. Yet, the ensuing moment took Bullseye by surprise. The immense power he had wielded as a demon spawn seemed to falter against the shield. Quickly discerning the source of his unexpected difficulty, Bullseye altered his attack strategy, morphing the spike into a whip that lashed towards Steve with ferocity. Aware of the peril, Steve refrained from facing the blow head-on, knowing full well that his shield would offer little protection against a whip. With a deft roll, he evaded Bullseye's strike, prompting the demon to laugh heartily, clearly enjoying the hunt. Bullseye, opting not to utilize his precise throwing skills, decided to toy with this rare and exceptional quarry. The molten whip struck with relentless vigor, leaving Steve in a precarious situation. The limits of humanity could not compete with the demon spawn's prowess. Although Steve's expression darkened, internally he remained steadfast. If the demon wished to play games, he would indulge him. For as long as he could secure victory, he cared not for any momentary disarray. This is no mere challenge. Coulson has equipped the demon with a clandestine weapon, and all he needs to do is endure. Soon, the Bullseye felt a surge of palpitations, followed by a streak of light shooting from the direction where Steve had initially arrived. The velocity of this luminous projectile was so swift that Bullseye could scarcely evade it. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he could only tilt his body slightly and turn his head away. In the next moment, the attack struck, shattering Bullseye's left arm entirely. A blow that would have claimed his life had he not transformed into a demon. However, even in his demon form, Bullseye felt the impact acutely, his molten flesh visibly wilting. The minions of the demon, upon witnessing Bullseye's injury, immediately launched a barrage of lava fireballs, forcing Steve to abandon his intention to eliminate Bullseye outright. As he fended off the onslaught of fireballs, Steve retreated towards Coulson, struggling to withstand such widespread attacks. Only by relying on the walls from which he had come could he effectively defend himself. Bullseye, now brimming with rage, cast an indignant glance toward the direction of Steve's retreat and unleashed 2 lava fireballs targeting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's defenses. The angles of these fireballs were cunningly calculated, creating a breach in the agent's lines, through which Bullseye charged. Bursting into the throng of agents, he seized one and absorbed him, replenishing his own injuries with the agent's blood and flesh. Chapter 73. The death of Coulson. Seeing Bullseye's rampage, Steve intended to intervene, but the breach he had created was quickly overwhelmed by the demon minions, completely dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defenses. Faced with an untenable situation, the agents had no choice but to provide covering fire as they retreated, aware that surrender was not an option against these demons. Being pushed back into their base meant they could only fight to the death. Steve led the charge, wielding his shield to continuously deflect the demons' molten fireballs. However, this was no longer the era of World War II. The demon's attacks could not be fully mitigated by his shield, were it not for his agility and formidable physique. He would likely have been incinerated by now. Even so, he was not unscathed, with several burn marks marring his body. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit as some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dismantled the weapon platform from the Quinjet. Under such fierce firepower, there was no need for holy water to shatter the demon's form. The formidable armament of the Quinjet's weapon platform stabilized their positions, allowing the agents to regroup their defenses. Various vehicles and equipment were positioned around the firepower platform, shielding it from the demon's assaults. Upon witnessing this, Bullseye could not allow it to stand. He unleashed 2 more lava fireballs aimed directly at the Quinjet's weapon platform. Just as they seemed poised to strike, Steve's flying shield intervened, deflecting the impending blows. Seeing his attack thwarted by this adversary, the target eye's fury intensified. He immediately seized 2 demon spawn and hurled them to obstruct the firepower of the Quinn-style warplane. Although the bodies of these demon spawn were swiftly obliterated by the overwhelming fire, the target eye seized this opportunity to charge directly at Steve. Unfazed by the impending clash, Steve brandished his shield to brace against the target eye's assault. Logically, the target eye's force would have been insurmountable for Steve. However, the vibranium shield, with its remarkable properties, rebounded the target eye's impact, causing him to stumble. Capitalizing on this moment, Steve executed a shield strike that sent the target eye crashing to the ground. He contemplated mounting the target eye to unleash a flurry of blows, but the searing heat emanating from the target eye repelled him. Swiftly regaining his footing, the target eye, endowed with the formidable constitution of a demon spawn, was capable of sustaining intense combat for prolonged periods. This time, he adopted a more astute approach, wielding a whip in his left hand while his right prepared a molten fireball. As the whip lashed out, it forced Steve to dodge repeatedly, while the molten fireball pursued him relentlessly, creating a precarious situation for Steve. Moreover, as the battle between the demon spawn and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents raged on, the environment of the base became increasingly inhospitable for human movement. The ground was awash with lava, and the oppressive heat began to challenge the agent's endurance. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, under the escort of Agent Hill, boarded a helicopter, preparing to remotely oversee the battlefield from a safer location. The situation at Stark Industries was equally grim, as no forces capable of resisting the demon spawn were present. Fortunately, the employees had all returned home for Christmas. However, the demon's intent was never aimed at the employees. Their goal was to annihilate the Stark Industrial Complex. Fortunately, thanks to JARVI's timely alert and Tony's teleportation magic, both Tony and Gawain swiftly arrived to provide assistance. Upon witnessing the devastation of his assets, Tony charged towards the ravaging demon spawn, unleashing a barrage from his repulsor arrays, while not withholding fire from the mini-missiles mounted on his shoulder. Gawain, recognizing the urgency, joined the fray, advancing towards another direction where a demon spawn wreaked havoc, intent on halting the destruction of the Stark Industrial Complex. Their roles were clearly defined, and soon they managed to contain the demon spawn's offensive within a limited area. Though the number of combatants was significantly lower than that of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the combat prowess of these demon spawn was unmatched. In a mere 10 minutes, over 10 demon spawn fell to their combined might. In contrast to the situation at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. These demon spawn were merely a small contingent led by a subordinate of Kingpin, lacking any formidable strength. Kingpin had intended to intervene, even inviting Obadiah to witness the destruction of Stark Industries. However, Obadiah consistently deferred, clearly apprehensive of something. Upon observing Obadiah's demeanor, Jinbing felt an unsettling depth to the situation. Thus, he delegated the task to a subordinate leader, while he himself began to prepare for subsequent developments. The subordinate, recognizing Jinbing's regard for him, expressed profound gratitude. However, as Iron Man and Gawain approached rapidly, the subordinate continued to grit his teeth and endure. Yet, fervor alone could not alter the inevitable outcome. Gawain swiftly discerned the demonic commander and dispatched him with 2 swift strikes. Following the demise of the subordinate, the remaining demons continued their resistance, but were soon met with Tony's devastating repulsor blasts and miniature missiles, leading to their disbandment. Seizing the moment, Gawain and Tony pursued, eliminating over a dozen more demons, who were quite adept at fleeing. Some delved into sewers, others dashed into buildings seeking blind spots to revert to their human forms, while a few recklessly charged down the streets, most of whom met their end. Before long, the demons within Stark Industries were nearly subdued by Tony and Gawain. However, as Tony soared above, surveying the devastation wrought upon the Stark industrial complex, a pang of regret washed over him. It was then that he noticed police helicopters approaching in the distance, though he bore no ill will towards them, for their arrival would be of little consequence. Just as Tony contemplated whether this chaos was orchestrated by Justin, he heard Jarvis's voice. "Sir, Director Nick Fury of SHIELD has sent a distress signal. Their base is under attack by demons." "Ah, it appears this is not Justin's doing. He lacks such audacity." Upon learning of the assault on SHIELD, Tony dismissed the notion of Justin's involvement. "Sir, should we proceed?" According to Director Fury's information, the situation is dire. "Yes, Jarvis, mark the location and inform Gawain to return to Stark Tower for defense." "Understood, sir." In stark contrast to the situation at Stark Industries, SHIELD, with its greater armed forces, found itself in a grueling battle with a significant number of agents having perished. Even Steve was faring poorly. His entire form was blackened, visually resembling Nick Fury's kin. "I could fight you all day," he declared, despite his frail state. Steve was resolute in his refusal to retreat, aware that if this demon were allowed to unleash its full might, the casualty rate among agents would escalate dramatically. However, the demon's murderous intent surged within, now fully focused on claiming Steve's life. Harnessing his intense heat, the demon forged opportunities, and after a whip strike, he quickly closed the distance to Steve, ensnaring his shield with a claw-like appendage. In the next moment, the demon unleashed a barrage of molten fireballs at an unusual angle, targeting Steve's back, while simultaneously conjuring a whip of lava in his right hand. Now he has seized the vibranium shield. If Steve does not move, he must endure the molten fireball. If he flees, the unprotected Steve cannot survive beneath the onslaught of his whip. In this critical moment, Coulson suddenly leaps forward, placing his body as a shield behind Steve. As Steve turns, he witnesses Coulson being struck directly by the molten fireball. Such an attack would be utterly insurmountable for an ordinary human. Chapter 74. Steve's Fury with a fierce roar from Steve. The target was violently hurled away by an unexpected surge of power. In a daze, the target seemed to perceive a mass of dark tendrils sprouting from Steve's back. Yet, at that moment, Steve remained oblivious to the flung target, his gaze fixed on the fallen Coulson, his eyes vacant. The haunting nightmare from earlier melded with the scene before him. Countless whispers echoed in his mind, seemingly condemning his helplessness and blaming him for Coulson's demise. This insidious force caused Steve a throbbing headache. He clutched his head in agony, struggling to remain upright. The target, undeterred by Steve's condition, recognized the fleeting opportunity on the battlefield. Despite the chilling sight of Steve, he could not afford to hesitate. The target swiftly regained his footing, launching 2 molten fireballs toward Steve, then charging forth. The fireballs arrived first, yet were thwarted by a peculiar energy, failing to achieve their purpose and instead capturing Steve's attention. As the target charged, he was gripped by fear, witnessing an eerie energy emanating from Steve's gaze. Merely locking eyes with him unleashed a torrent of maddening sounds in his mind, halting his advance and forcing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his head in despair. The frenzied voices tormented his very soul, inducing a splitting headache. To Steve, the target's figure began to merge with the shadows from his dreams, replaying the horrific scenes in his mind. The death of a beloved, the ruin of a nation, the loss of dear friends, and the demise of Coulson enveloped his thoughts, giving rise to an absurd notion. Could all of this come to pass? As this thought surfaced, he shivered, vowing that he would not allow such a fate to unfold. His gaze at the target now brimmed with murderous intent. He would not permit any of it to happen, vowing to eradicate all who sought to bring that vision to fruition. The target, awakened by Steve's murderous aura, found his earlier headache alleviated by this fright. In his eyes, Steve had transformed into a monstrous figure. Twisted tendrils grotesquely sprouted from his body, blasphemous runes crawling across his skin, particularly evident in his eyes, which seemed to harbor an unspeakable terror. Everything about Steve inflicted a devastating blow to the target's psyche. Devoid of any fighting spirit, he yearned only to escape this place. "Ah, you monstrous being!" The target emitted a terrified cry and then scrambled back in the direction from whence it came. However, Steve was evidently unwilling to grant its wish. He charged towards the target eye, yet to the latter, Steve appeared as if he were a mass of writhing tentacles slithering across the ground. In contrast to the onlookers, Steve was neither rushing nor crawling. He seemed to materialize instantaneously right before the target eye. "This is all you're doing," Steve roared, his profound fear swiftly morphing into overwhelming rage. Ignoring the searing heat emanating from the target eye, he swung his fist as large as a sandbag and struck down the target eye, which had just risen. Following this, Steve unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each blow fueled by his fury, growing increasingly forceful with every bellow. It was as if a strange energy enveloped him, rendering him impervious to the intense heat radiating from the target eye. Initially, the target eye struggled valiantly, but as the assault continued, its resistance waned, and soon it lay utterly still. Despite the target eye's immobility, Steve's onslaught did not abate. He cast aside his shield and continued to pummel the target eye with his bare hands, his roars evolving into something almost inhuman. The surrounding demons contemplated a rescue, yet their attempts were thwarted by an unseen force that repelled their advances, their minds frantically warning them to steer clear of the scene. For a moment, the demons contemplated fleeing, but they understood that without the target eye's command, their escape would surely lead to their demise. Thus they remained, grimly locked in a standoff with the SHIELD agents. Nevertheless, several demons had stealthily positioned themselves for a potential escape, easing the pressure on the SHIELD operatives. By the time Steve ceased his assault, the target eye was irrevocably dead, its resilient demonic form torn asunder by Steve's fury. After completing this grim task, Steve's gaze turned towards the demons still engaged with SHIELD agents. He casually seized a shield and hurled it, charging towards the demons. Under the force of Steve's might, the shield cleaved through one demon's body, scattering blood, flesh, and molten rock across the ground. This act shattered the psychological defenses of the demons. They had longed to flee, but had been paralyzed by their fear of disobeying the target eye. Now, with the target eye dead, the instinct to escape surged within them. "Kill! Kill! I will annihilate you!" Steve's voice resonated once more, even more monstrous than before. Once shrouded in lava, Steve was now drenched in a mixture of molten rock and blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, his eyes reflecting unfathomable terror. Steve's form vanished from sight, only to reappear behind one of the demons, delivering a brutal shield strike that severed the demon's body in half. The demon emitted a harrowing scream, desperately clawing its way forward, as though the presence behind it were a devil incarnate. Yet, after a few futile strides, it succumbed to its fate. A roar erupted from Steve, who, instead of feeling a twinge of compassion for yet another demon falling at his hands, was engulfed by a profound rage, his voice transforming into a primal growl. The agents of SHIELD, momentarily paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the moment, halted their gunfire as they observed the demons beginning to flee. It was evident to any discerning eye that Steve was not in his right state of mind, and they were keen to avoid drawing his attention. After dispatching several more demons, Steve's demeanor seemed to ease, his feral growls reverting to something more human. His mind, however, was taut with tension, and in a fleeting moment, he envisioned his beloved Peggy Carter and his dear friend Bucky, which tempered his fear and fury. Watching the retreating demons, he chose not to pursue them further, instead grasping his shield and retracing his steps. Coulson had already attracted a gathering of agents around him, but upon seeing Steve, they scattered like frightened birds. Steve approached Coulson, sitting beside him and cradling his head in his arms, reminiscent of their moments amidst the ruins in his dreams. Surrounding them were the remnants of destruction, with torn targets lying nearby. Perhaps due to the vigorous movement, several blood-stained cards slipped from Coulson's clothing, and as Steve picked one up, he recognized it as his own. Chapter 75. The methods of King. The retreating demons collided head-on with the New York police, resulting in catastrophic losses for the latter. Even SHIELD struggled to manage these demons, let alone the police. Fortunately, the demons lacked the will to engage in prolonged combat. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far graver. When Tony arrived, he too witnessed the fleeing demons and immediately unleashed several blasts from his repulsors. However, these demons were even more disheartened than those that Stark Industries had encountered. They were now fleeing without even attempting to retaliate against Iron Man. This unusual behavior furrowed Tony's brow. How could these demons, bold enough to assault a SHIELD base, now appear so terrified? Was there something within the SHIELD facility that instilled such fear? With this question lingering in his mind, Tony pursued them through several streets before deciding to enter the SHIELD base to uncover the truth. Upon entering, he was struck by the horrific scene before him. The SHIELD base resembled a battlefield. Signs of explosions were ubiquitous, and the acrid stench of chemical substances mingled with the scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Venturing deeper, he encountered molten lava and distorted air, along with steel structures and weapons that had been warped by the intense heat. As Tony ventured deeper into the harrowing scene, the devastation became increasingly striking, rendering the scattered shrapnel mere embellishments in comparison. Yet a perplexing thought nagged at him. Amidst such a gruesome battlefield, he had encountered no bodies. Logically, SHIELD must have suffered significant casualties. Did SHIELD truly escape with minimal losses? In truth, however, all the corpses along the route had been absorbed by the demonic entities, as they could be transformed into power. Soon, Tony found himself confronted by the weapons of SHIELD agents who recognized Iron Man, yet without the director's orders, they could not permit him entry into the base. "Stand down, gentlemen. This is a message from your director seeking my assistance." Tony promptly instructed JARVIS to display Nick Fury's distress signal before the agents. Upon witnessing this, the agents parted ways, not out of naivety, but because their bodies were nearly spent, rendering further confrontation with Iron Man impractical. Besides, a message from the director, whether genuine or not, was sufficient. Thus, Tony continued his advance into the depths of the SHIELD base. Just as he departed, an agent picked up a radio to report upwards, believing it prudent to prepare for any potential issues. As Tony delved further, he stumbled upon Steve seated amidst the ruins, cradling the lifeless body of Coulson. The sight left Tony at a loss for words. The battlefield had extended to this very spot, suggesting that whatever the demons feared must also be close at hand. Could it be akin of that dark entity? Tony mused, as Steve's appearance bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the malevolent creature, causing Tony to momentarily lose his sense of clarity. At that moment, no SHIELD agents lingered nearby. Those who had witnessed the brutal scene were eager to distance themselves from Steve. Thus, without direct orders, they reported the situation and retreated from his vicinity. "Hey, did you fend off those demons?" Tony inquired, yet with each step closer to Steve, an uncanny chill gripped his heart, as if he were approaching something inhuman. Steve, however, seemed oblivious to Tony's words, silently clutching Coulson's corpse. Noticing Steve's disregard, Tony, undeterred, pressed on. "My condolences, my friend. We shall ensure those demons pay dearly for this." At this, Steve finally turned to him, his voice raspy as he replied, "Indeed. They will pay, they must." With that, Steve rose, handing Coulson's body over to the care of S.H.I.E.L.D. medics. Subsequently, Tony took his leave. The battle for S.H.I.E.L.D. had concluded, and he needed to address the incident involving Stark Industries. At this moment, in the Fisk building, Kingpin was presiding over a lavish banquet, having discreetly invited the politicians he supported, including several members of Congress. He was acutely aware that this gathering would not resolve the issues concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries. He required assurances from the political realm. The festivities unfolded seamlessly, with once mighty officials indulging in hedonistic pleasures, revealing their basest instincts, akin to ravenous beasts. This was precisely what Kingpin desired, as these incriminating moments were vital tools for him to maintain control over them, ensuring they understood that should he fall, they too would be ensnared. However, midway through the revelry, numerous officials began to receive phone calls. Some attempted to answer, but Kingpin halted them. Observing their puzzled expressions, he spoke up. "It is likely nothing more than Christmas greetings. Even if it pertains to work, it is of no consequence. Let us enjoy this festive celebration without the intrusion of trivial matters." Upon hearing his words, the officials returned to the festivities, dismissing any concerns about work. After all, this was New York. What could possibly go awry? Surely, the sky would not fall. Yet, Kingpin understood the significance of those calls. To preclude any potential complications, he swiftly seized the microphone, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm with a few well-chosen words before revealing his true intentions. "Gentlemen, I have prepared an even grander Christmas surprise for you. Would you care to join me to see it?" His proclamation heightened the atmosphere, and the officials eagerly acquiesced for what could possibly be amiss at this juncture. Surely, it was merely a means to further entice them. Thus, all the officials trailed behind Kingpin, their bodyguards following suit, feeling remarkably at ease in his presence. After all, Kingpin had vested interests intertwined with their employers, and with so many officials present, he could not simply ensnare them all. Soon, Kingpin led them to an underground warehouse. The moment the last bodyguard stepped inside, the heavy door thunderously shut behind them. This abrupt turn of events left the officials momentarily stunned, glancing uneasily at Kingpin. Their irritation deepened as they realized the warehouse was not stocked with currency or gold, but rather teeming with homeless individuals. The agitated lawmakers voiced their grievances, their tones laced with ire. "Kingpin, what is the meaning of this? Are you mocking us?" Kingpin offered no response, instead directing his gaze towards Obadiah, whom he had summoned. "What do you think of this gift?" Obadiah, cloaked in black, recognized these familiar faces. He had previously contemplated taking action against them, but after Justin's public humiliation at the hands of Iron Man, he clearly lacked the audacity to proceed. Chapter 76. Task Force Against the Demons. As Obadiah absorbed the lifeblood of those homeless souls, the horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the officials, who, in terror, stumbled and fled in disarray. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the blood-melting seed was injected into their bodies, and their wails reverberated throughout the underground warehouse. Judging by the intensity of their cries, they were even less formidable than the henchmen of Jean Bing. Observing their anguished expressions, a satisfied smile crept across Jean Bing's lips. He found these politicians untrustworthy. Only by asserting complete control over them could he find solace. No method of control could offer him greater assurance than transforming them into demon seeds, for this truly bound them to his will. As for their bodyguards, they too had been injected with the blood-melting seed, but their cries were considerably less pronounced than those of their employers. Soon, the transformation into demon seeds was complete, and when those officials rose, they cast a profound glance at Jean Bing. They were well aware of the demon incident, but it was only now that they fully comprehended the extent of this power. It could be said that with a mere thought from the source, they would be utterly incapable of resistance. "Open the door, Jean Bing. We must return," one of the senators remarked, glancing between Jean Bing and the grand entrance. Jean Bing, seeing this, remained silent and merely gestured for his subordinates to open the door. As the door swung open, the officials, accompanied by their bodyguards, stepped out with displeasure etched on their faces, completely oblivious to the grand gift Jean Bing had bestowed upon them on this Christmas night. Jean Bing chuckled at their expressions, exclaiming, "Soon, You shall be grateful to me. Ha ha. Beside him, Obadiah could not help but pour cold water on Jean Bing's exuberance. Aren't you at all concerned about tonight's operation? He inquired. Jean Bing's smile vanished, replaced by a cold retort. Concerned? Obadiah, as an ally. Your lack of candor is quite disheartening. Obadiah countered. How am I lacking in candor? His demeanor only further soured Jean Bing's mood. Originally, he had intended to spend this Christmas with his beloved, but out of a desire to appease Obadiah, he had orchestrated this operation. At the very least, you haven't shared your information with me. You've kept quite a lot to yourself. Obadiah shrugged nonchalantly, replying, You never asked. I assumed you were already informed. This indifferent attitude elicited a derisive snort from Jean Bing. Subsequently, Obadiah chose not to return for rest and accompanied Jean Bing back to Fisk Tower. Before long, scattered reports from the assault on Stark Industries began to trickle in, and the news they brought only darkened Jean Bing's expression further. Although his demeanor was grim, the losses were within an acceptable range for him, considering Stark Industries had Iron Man on their side. However, what Jean Bing had not anticipated was the presence of another powerful adversary. Due to Gavin's overly discreet nature and the shield's cover-up, Jean Bing remained unaware of Gavin's existence. However, when the minions attacking S.H.O. returned, they brought news that filled Kingpin with both rage and a tinge of dread. What? Hawkeye is dead? Kingpin seized the collar of one underling with such force that he lifted him off the ground. Yes, boss, I saw it with my own eyes. He was utterly torn apart by a most peculiar individual. Upon hearing this, Kingpin released him and stated, I have prepared a sum of cash for you. Depart from the company and find a place to hide in Hell's Kitchen, awaiting my summons. Yes, boss. The underling felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He had indeed made the right bet. After all, he considered himself a formidable fighter, and such trivial matters should not lead to his demise. It was only after Christmas night that Nick Fury returned to Triskelion Base. Upon his arrival, he was met with the news of Agent Coulson's demise. Stunned by the revelation, Nick Fury had always regarded Coulson as his successor, and now, Coulson had departed first. This realization enveloped him in profound sorrow. However, he understood that a leader must remain steadfast amidst chaos. After spending a brief moment in solitude within his office, he retrieved his beeper and began to fidget with it. Approximately 10 minutes later, he shook his head. In his view, the time was not yet ripe. He tucked the beeper away and exited his office. Once he had composed himself, he began to issue a series of missions. He had already summoned Barton, Rumlow, and others back to assist. With the speed of Quinjet, they would return today, and Agent Natasha had also concluded her task and was urgently returning. Nick Fury cast a glance at Agent Hill beside him and remarked, I believe your earlier suggestion requires some modification. We will not provide holy water weaponry to all divisions, but we do need a production line for such weapons. Shortly, I will sign an order to establish a special task force for combating demons. Yes, Director. Agent Hill promptly complied, aware that the Director's spirits were low. The assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. base would be a source of shame for all agents. The two then proceeded to Steve's location, where they had just witnessed remnants of surveillance footage and heard testimonies from agents who had observed Steve's unusual condition. Upon their arrival, they found Steve had tidied himself up, sitting on his bed with vacant eyes, staring at a blood-stained card in his hand. Observing this, Nick Fury spoke up, Soldier, you should undergo a thorough examination. Your current state is not normal. Yet, Steve remained motionless, fixated solely on the card. Noticing this, Nick Fury addressed him again. You should not be like this. Agent Coulson would worry for you from heaven. Soon, I will establish a special task force for combating demons, and I will lead it. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, a glimmer of hatred surfaced in Steve's eyes. This reaction was peculiar. He had not displayed such emotions even at the time of Bucky's death. Yet now, he yearned for retribution, desiring them to pay in blood. Observing Steve's demeanor, Nick Fury nodded and remarked, Very well, soldier. It is time for a comprehensive examination. We need you. Responding to this, Steve rose and approached Agent Hill, indicating his wish for her to escort him for the checkup. The manifestation of Kamartaj, Ilias, remained oblivious to the intentions of the Ancient One, a fact that was both surprising and yet expected. After all, a tumultuous period was imminent, and it was essential for humanity to acclimate to the emergence of extraordinary powers. Chapter 77, Nick Fury's Fury. Just after Nick Fury had arranged for Steve to undergo a medical examination, an agent approached him with an urgent report. Director, the World Security Council requires your presence for a meeting. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. The attack on the S.H.I.E.L.D. base last night could not remain concealed. He faced numerous pressing aftermaths, with the World Security Council meeting being one of them. Despite his discomfort, he understood the necessity of attending and thus made his way swiftly to the secure room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted several figures. Before he could steady himself, he was met with a query from one of the council members. Director Fury, do you have anything to say regarding this matter? It was a meticulously planned assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. The enemy had first created chaos in the Kazakh mountains to divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, only to concentrate their forces for an attack on the base. Nick Fury provided a rational report, aligning with his own thoughts. Nevertheless, the enemy's successful strike had left S.H.I.E.L.D. with a blemish, prompting a military council member already dissatisfied with Fury to interject. Doesn't this not serve as proof of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s incompetence? Listening to the obvious provocation, Nick Fury remained unperturbed. He had anticipated that the council would seize this opportunity to critique him. He swiftly countered, on the contrary, this is a testament to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capability. It is precisely because we inflicted pain upon them that they orchestrated this attack. The council member was momentarily taken aback. How could someone take such pride in suffering a significant loss? After regaining his composure, he continued, regardless, one must question whether S.H.I.E.L.D. can still fulfill its duties after such losses. At this point, Nick Fury could foresee the next line of attack, a denigration of S.H.I.E.L.D. to procure advantages for the military. Just then, Alexander intervened, for the matter also touched upon his core interests. Esteemed council member, you have not yet grasped the specifics of the situation. Thus, your question is unwarranted. The efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are evident to us all. As I witnessed two individuals in the meeting attacking my colleague, the director, their voices dripped with sarcasm, while the surrounding directors quietly indulged in the spectacle. Alexander, is your notion of effort merely allowing the enemy to infiltrate your stronghold? If so, the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are indeed concerning. Upon hearing such words, both Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury, already brimming with indignation, darkened their expressions. Was this meeting to be reduced to a personal attack? Alexander retorted, at least S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have successfully executed a large-scale offensive against the demon organization, resolving countless demonic incidents. And what of the military? The last demonic occurrence resulted in thousands of casualties, affecting numerous taxpayers, whereas this time, not a single civilian was harmed. The military director's countenance fell. This incident was indeed a dark chapter for the military, one that had led many to face a military tribunal. To have such a matter laid bare was a profound embarrassment for the armed forces. Yet, the military maintained its steadfast authority. After all, the might of the army was irrefutable, and agents could never truly stand on the same ground. As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the meeting shifted. The audience's intrigue heightened, for Alexander himself hailed from the ranks of agents, while the leader of those agents remained present, disregarding the implications of such a statement. The military director regretted his words, realizing he was outnumbered in this confrontation. Winning an argument was not guaranteed. Many meetings concluded in disputes, often resulting in concessions from various parties. Observing the spectators, the military director felt a surge of frustration. These onlookers thrived on chaos, much like Nick Fury's predicament. As significant issues arose for S.H.I.E.L.D. that the World Council would inevitably address. How would they intervene? With money. However, funding was finite. If S.H.I.E.L.D. received more, others would receive less, which lay at the heart of the conflict. Noticing that Alexander and Nick remained silent, the military director pressed on. As I stated, agents will never hold the same weight. Thus, let us categorize the losses of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as deaths. Here, the military director unveiled his true intent. In the U.S. military framework, death and casualty were distinct, The latter allowed families to claim substantial compensation, while mere death offered far less. Damn it, spare me the sour remarks. My agents are all exemplary, and their sacrifices cannot be dismissed by mere words. You even covet the compensation for the deceased. Perhaps you were a spy for those demons. Nick Fury erupted in fury. His day had already been rife with frustration, and such comments could not go unchallenged. The mere thought that this individual would covet the compensation for the dead fueled his anger further, and he felt as though a heavy burden had been thrust upon him. Alexander Pierce could not tolerate this. Should this matter come to fruition, it would bode ill for both SHIELD and Hydra. One must ponder the fate of a family left bereft, unable even to claim a death benefit. Who would willingly serve such an organization? This was akin to wielding a jackhammer against the very foundations of SHIELD and Hydra. Thus, with a voice laden with indignation, Alexander spoke. I wholeheartedly endorse Director Nick Fury's sentiments. It is utterly shocking that this council member harbors such malice towards an organization dedicated to the protection of humanity. A thorough investigation into his background is warranted. This was a blatant threat, causing a flicker of concern among the military council members, though they maintained their composure. One of them retorted, any matters concerning me will be adjudicated by a military tribunal. UNSHLD possess no authority over this. As tensions escalated towards an uncontrollable climax, the onlookers, initially mere spectators, hastily intervened as mediators to defuse the situation. After all, should a conflict arise, it would reflect poorly on all parties involved. Consequently, the issue of SHIELD agents' death benefits was assured, while the military representatives faction proposed their own demands. They sought to insert themselves into these extraordinary matters. Although they were already engaged in the study of various extraordinary powers, they had yet to receive formal authorization. With such authorization, they could compete with SHIELD over these extraordinary abilities. This was the result of a compromise among all parties, yet the fundamental conflicts remained unresolved. Moreover, with the unfolding events in New Mexico, the factions behind them were subtly attempting to bolster their own influence. Chapter 78. The actions of SHIELD. Emerging from the clandestine meeting, Nick Fury rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. The current situation was labyrinthine, and certain matters could no longer be shouldered solely by SHIELD. This was precisely why he acquiesced to the military's involvement in extraordinary incidents. He knew the military would initially endure significant hardships, but in the end, while they might reap some benefits, those would pale in comparison to what SHIELD would garner. This was Fury's rationale. SHIELD could no longer consume such a vast portion of the pie alone. It was imperative for someone to share the burden, and SHIELD's first mover advantage would ensure they received far more than the hapless military. Lost in thought, Nick Fury soon arrived at his office, summoning Agent Hill, who had just returned. As soon as Agent Hill entered, she was met with Fury's directive, prompting her to swiftly reach for her notepad to jot down the orders. Agent Hill, mobilize all available agents to commence an investigation. Leave no detail overlooked. Those demons did not simply manifest from thin air. New York must harbor a nest of malevolence. Understood, Director. Familiar with Fury's urgency for retribution, Agent Hill recognized his impatience. He was clearly unable to swallow such a bitter pill. Just as she prepared to depart, Fury called out once more, bring in Agent Natasha. I have a mission to assign her. Yes, Director. With that, Fury waved her off, allowing her to exit. Upon stepping outside, Agent Hill furrowed her brow. How could Nick Fury's brazen investigation evade scrutiny? Nevertheless, despite the unusual nature of Fury's actions, Agent Hill chose to place her trust in her superior. Her efficiency was commendable, as numerous returning agents swiftly set out in search of clues. Soon, Agent Natasha arrived at Nick Fury's office. As she entered, she spotted Fury standing by the window, who turned to acknowledge her presence upon hearing the commotion. Before Natasha could speak, Fury addressed her first. Agent Natasha, I require you to pay a visit to Tony and extend an invitation for him to join the Avengers. Natasha was taken aback by this task. After all, she was a spy, and such recruitment endeavors were not her forte. Noticing her hesitation, Fury added, This was originally Coulson's responsibility, but he has tragically fallen. At this, Natasha fell silent. Her impression of Coulson had always been positive, as his amiable nature endeared him to all. After a moment, she finally responded, "Understood, Director. Ich shall do my utmost." With the assignment in hand, Natasha departed, leaving Fury to gaze out the window. Given Natasha's disposition, persuading Tony to join the Avengers should prove manageable, particularly since Tony had also suffered losses due to the demons. Moreover, their past collaboration in combating demonic threats established a bond akin to that of comrades, making her task less daunting than it might be for an ordinary agent. Simultaneously, back at the S.H.I.D. base, Agent Rumlow was contacted by Alexander, who posed a rather direct inquiry. "Rumlow, what are your thoughts on the powers of those demons?" This question pulled Rumlow's mind back to his limited encounters with the demonic beings. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Those demons possess formidable powers and various means of retreat, but what struck me most was their semblance of human cognition, as if they were humans cloaked in demonic guise." Rumlow's observations prompted Alexander to ponder deeply. At this juncture, he was already contemplating how to harness the demon's powers, which held considerable allure for Hydra. After a pause, Alexander continued, "Rumlow, since those demons exhibit human-like thought processes, is it possible for them to communicate?" This query posed a challenge for Rumlow, as he had not engaged in dialogue with the demons. Yet, he steeled himself and ventured, "Those demons should be capable of communication. However, we have not had the appropriate opportunity to engage with them." Rumlow's words ignited a bold idea in Alexander's mind, and he promptly made arrangements. "Rumlow, Nick Fury has undoubtedly summoned you back to confront those demons. You must seek an opportunity to communicate with them. An additional source of power is always advantageous for us." Rumlow's eyes widened in disbelief at the implication. After all, they were demons. Alexander's audacity is indeed remarkable. However, the true peril lies in the fact that he is the one who must face the consequences of his daring. He lacks the confidence to withstand the onslaught of those malevolent forces. "Yes, sir. I assure you that I will fulfill the mission." Yet, constrained by Alexander's influence, he reluctantly accepted the task. After severing communication, Langlow felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, his displeasure did not deter him from completing the assignment. He required a meticulous plan to ensure his own safety while accomplishing the objective. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. A multitude of biological vessels encircled three colossal entities, with an even larger object at their center. The appearance of these massive beings resembled smaller versions of the calamity causing insectoid ships. These were the Zerg disasters recently summoned by Zhong Hong, fortunate enough to arrive at a planet that had already birthed life. The delectable existence found there was far more enticing than that of a barren world. Thus, the life forms, along with the 4 planets and countless celestial bodies in that stellar system, became sustenance for the Zerg calamity. With these resources, the Zerg vessels had grown significantly, now surpassing the size of ordinary terrestrial planets. From a distance, a massive, writhing shadow could be discerned within the star of this galaxy, a clear indication that this entity was no benign presence. Thanks to the bounty, the scale of the Zerg calamity expanded rapidly. It was no longer merely a single biological warship, but a vast armada capable of obscuring the skies of entire planets. The myriad vessels, both grand and diminutive, appeared to be divided into 4 factions heading toward other star systems. As 4 streaks of light flitted away, the Zerg fleets departed from this galaxy. In their wake, the devastation of the galaxy was laid bare before Zhong Hong's gaze, revealed through the perception of that terrifying entity within the star. The celestial bodies of the system had undergone a dramatic transformation. Asteroid belts, comets, and moons had been reduced to cosmic dust, and the 4 planets seemed to have been drained of life. Collectively, they were likely smaller than any one of them had originally been, with the remnants now devoid of purpose. For the Zerg calamity, devouring them was far less advantageous than launching an assault on other galaxies. The star of this system had also been significantly consumed by the Zerg calamity, and upon the emergence of the colossal being gestating within, this star would meet its total obliteration. Chapter 79. Interference. The efficiency of S.H.I.L.D. agents is commendably high. They quickly uncovered that several street heroes from Hell's Kitchen had gone missing during this period. Although street heroes like Daredevil had not officially joined SHIELD, the agency possessed comprehensive knowledge about them, opting to remain uninvolved unless they committed serious offenses. Almost every street hero was documented, and the disappearance of several of them naturally prompted an investigation. Despite the persistent issues of crime in New York, Hell's Kitchen has emerged as a particularly notorious hotspot for illicit activities. The sudden disappearance of numerous street heroes within such a short time frame undoubtedly raises suspicions. Consequently, SHIELD agents launched a focused investigation into Hell's Kitchen, and the findings were startling. Paradoxically, the vanishing of these heroes coincided with a significant reduction in criminal activities in the area, an outcome attributed to a drastic decline in the homeless population. This connection, reminiscent of previous sacrificial rites associated with demonic occurrences, led the agents to firmly fixate on Hell's Kitchen as their target. In response, the number of agents deployed to Hell's Kitchen increased substantially, all eager to uncover evidence of demonic activities to restore their tarnished reputations. Safeguarding these investigations was a newly established task force dedicated to combating demonic threats, personally led by Steve, with the inclusion of elite agents such as Rumlow and Barton. They were equipped with an array of SHIELD's holy water weaponry, which continued to flow into their hands, and this task force possessed elevated authority, enabling them to call for reinforcements from agents armed with holy water weaponry at any moment. Thanks to the acquisition of several arms production lines from Hammer Industries, Nick Fury found himself in a position of considerable wealth. Resolute, he decisively allocated several production lines exclusively for the manufacturing of holy water weapons. Additionally, he established a demonic research laboratory to study these entities. However, due to the absence of captured demons, the lab's sample requirements remained unmet. SHIELD's high-profile operations did not escape the notice of Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, whose extensive network of informants permeated Hell's Kitchen. Yet, Kingpin remained unperturbed, having anticipated such developments. Seated upon a leather sofa, Kingpin sipped his red wine before retrieving a phone and dialing an encrypted number. The call was swiftly answered by one of the recently converted senators. Following an unfriendly exchange, both parties reached a tacit understanding. Although the senator harbored a desire for SHIELD to eliminate Kingpin, he recognized that such an outcome would also spell his own demise. Thus, he initiated a call to exert pressure on SHIELD, hoping to downplay the situation or, at the very least, to create obstacles for the agency, with the senator rallying support from other legislators. Nick Fury's phone was soon inundated with calls. Observing this turn of events, Fury furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that demons might possess some followers and official backing. Yet the extent of this power exceeded his expectations. Calmly, Fury answered call after call, diligently recording the names of the callers in his notebook. He intended to seize this opportunity to expose these individuals for the potential threat they posed to SHIELD during a more critical juncture could be far more detrimental. As these calls were made, Nick Fury cooperatively recalled a significant portion of SHIELD agents, an action that incited Steve's displeasure. Barton and Rumlow were well acquainted with Fury, understanding that he would not relent easily. However, Steve clearly lacked such insight. Upon returning to the SHIELD base, Steve stormed into Fury's office, confronting him with a raised voice. "Nick Fury, why have you withdrawn the agents? Are we to simply disregard those demons? I demand an explanation for your cessation of action." Yet, Nick Fury was prepared with a response, pulling out a small notebook and pointing to the names inscribed within. "Captain Steve, do you have any idea how many individuals have contacted me since the operation commenced? I can tell you, the names recorded in this notebook are all elites in high positions." As Fury's words resonated, Steve's temper, which had begun to cool, flared anew, and even his eyes reddened. Nevertheless, he remained silent, gesturing for Fury to continue. Observing Steve's reaction, Fury spoke again. "I am uncertain whether all these individuals have allied with the demons, but there are undoubtedly their lackeys and traitors among them. I cannot fathom the terrifying scene that would unfold if, one day, those demons launched a large-scale assault on humanity while these individuals stabbed us in the back." At this juncture, Steve's gaze seemed to drift into a vision of his beloved nation's destruction. The scenario Fury described felt chillingly plausible. The tragedy of Coulson had already transpired, and Steve was resolute in preventing a greater catastrophe. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of animosity towards those listed in the notebook. How could one build a nation alongside such vermin? The audacity of these insects to pilfer the fruits of victory earned through bloodshed was utterly unforgivable. However, it was clear that this was not the moment to settle scores. Steve was prepared to hear the black-hearted man's intentions. Noticing Steve's silence, Fury resumed speaking. SHIELD is fundamentally an organization of agents. Once they reveal themselves, it is not difficult to dismantle them. Suddenly, Fury's calm demeanor was tinged with a hint of venomous resolve. I will send these pests to hell. Steve regarded the man before him with a complex array of emotions, acknowledging that he had underestimated this black-hearted figure. Through Fury's words, Steve recognized that the most pressing issues stemmed from within. I will await your good news, he stated, before departing Fury's office, realizing he needed to ponder the complexities of modern society. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony observed the investigation by SHIELD agents with furrowed brows, having initially hacked into SHIELD's database with the intention of sharing the investigative findings. However, these materials were soon erased, which left Tony feeling somewhat disgruntled. Nonetheless, he managed to glean some insights and directed his focus towards Hell's Kitchen. He summoned Gordon, who was nearby in New York searching for demons, intending to embark on a joint investigation. Just as he was preparing to venture out for a personal inquiry, Natasha had already arrived at the base of Stark Tower. Chapter 80. The Dawn of the Avengers, sir. Agent Natasha from SHIELD has arrived downstairs and expressed her desire to meet with you. Just as Tony was about to step outside, Jarvis's voice halted him. He instinctively feared that SHIELD had discovered his infiltration into their database. However, after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion. Tony possessed ample confidence in his technical prowess. Given SHIELD's capabilities, they would likely only ascertain that someone had accessed their database, but they would never trace it back to him. Jarvis, please allow the agent to come in. I am quite curious about her purpose for visiting. Yes, sir. Tony speculated that Natasha must have news regarding the demons, prompting her visit. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. Had that been the case, she could have simply informed him through Jarvis without needing to come in person. He resolved to wait until Natasha arrived to discern SHIELD's intentions. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and before Natasha could step inside, Tony's voice reached her ears. Agent Natasha, I still have to hunt down those damn demons. If you have matters to discuss, please be succinct. Don't be so formal. Tony, I thought we were friends, Natasha replied as she approached him, playfully winking. Tony discreetly stepped back, mindful of the events surrounding Stark Industries. Pepper was currently in the tower, and he wished to avoid any misunderstanding regarding his relationship with Natasha. Please, let's get to the point. I am pressed for time. With Tony reiterating his urgency, Natasha adopted a more serious demeanor and began, I have come to discuss the Avengers Initiative. Originally, this task was assigned to Coulson, but regrettably, he has fallen. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Tony fell silent. To be candid, he had initially dismissed the concept of the Avengers Initiative, but recent occurrences had compelled him to reconsider the viability of such a plan. Observing Tony's silence, Natasha refrained from pressing him. DS analysis of Tony's character indicated that he would ultimately agree to join the Avengers. It was merely a matter of time. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Tony still did not provide Natasha with a definitive answer. Internally, he was inclined to join the Avengers. However, his perception of the nature of the Avengers had shifted somewhat. The Avengers must never become tools in the hands of certain individuals, and it is certainly not yet the time to form the Avengers Alliance. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a response in due course. For now, I must step out for a moment. Tony inhaled deeply before uttering these words. After speaking, he departed without a backward glance. Natasha, witnessing this, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Given Tony's character, his failure to outright refuse meant that the matter was already half settled. The Tony of today is no longer the reckless playboy who once left an unfortunate soul waiting on a rooftop all night. He has gradually come to understand the weight of responsibility. Once he fully convinces himself, joining the Avengers Alliance will be a natural progression. After Tony's departure, Natasha also took her leave. As she stepped out of the Stark Industries building, Nick Fury's voice reached her ears. Upon hearing his words, Natasha's expression soured. That cunning man had tasked her with recruiting that hulking figure into the Avengers Alliance. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, contemplating how this man truly had a knack for presenting challenges. Nevertheless, she accepted the mission, viewing it merely as a somewhat troublesome task, not an insurmountable one. Before long, Tony located Gawain, and after their meeting, they both soared towards Hell's Kitchen. Upon arrival, they furrowed their brows at the scene before them. Hell's Kitchen was teeming with a throng of demonstrators, comprising smuggled immigrants, homeless individuals, and errant criminals. Among them were opportunistic thieves seizing the chaos for free goods and impassioned speakers rallying the crowd. The entire area was in disarray. This turmoil severely hampered their efforts. Even if they encountered a demon, engaging in battle amidst such chaos would only exacerbate the situation to terrifying extremes. After surveying Hell's Kitchen, the two resolved to return to Stark Industries for further deliberation. After all, it would be imprudent to engage a demon in the midst of a crowd, as that would be no different from indiscriminate slaughter. Once back at Stark Tower, Tony and Gawain settled onto the sofa to converse, with Tony speaking first. Gawain, is there truly a problem in Hell's Kitchen? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. My instincts have always proven accurate. Tony's intuition was correct. The chaos in Hell's Kitchen was indeed orchestrated by Kingpin and his corrupt officials. Should Nick Fury insist on continuing his search, his agents would undoubtedly suffer significant setbacks amidst the throng. Kingpin could easily incite the crowd against anyone, and once riled, they would not discriminate between agents and others. It would simply become a free-for-all. Even SHIELD, no matter how formidable, could not openly conduct a massacre in such a public setting. However, from Kingpin's perspective, Nick Fury displayed a degree of prudence by not pushing matters to such extremes. Upon witnessing Nick Fury withdraw the agents, Jean and his companions ceased their concern for the throngs of protesters, knowing that once the chaos subsided, the crowd would disperse on their own. Nevertheless, this demonstration inadvertently provided an unexpected boon to Jean and his associates, as it effectively hindered the progress of Tony and Gawain. Responding promptly to Tony's remarks, Gawain affirmed the presence of demons in that vicinity. Indeed, their numbers had significantly increased compared to several months prior. However, the paramount issue remained the safety of the civilians. The aftermath of vanquishing the hellish demons would inflict substantial harm upon them, which was the crux of the matter. Tony nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity for careful deliberation in such circumstances, as any misstep would inevitably invite a multitude of attacks from various quarters. After all, the ravenous wolves were quite content with their share of the Hammer Industries pie, and Tony had no desire for Stark Industries to become another tempting morsel in their eyes. The complexity of the situation rendered both men momentarily silent. After a prolonged pause, Tony broke the silence. Gawain, the agents from SHIELD, approached me again today. They reiterated their proposal regarding the Avengers Initiative. To be candid, I find myself quite intrigued by the notion. Yet I remain uncertain whether joining this alliance would ultimately prove beneficial or detrimental. Upon hearing Tony's sentiments, Gawain interjected, suggesting that in such predicaments, one ought to introspect and ascertain their true desires. Even if one were to err in their decision, it would still be preferable to remain inactive. Tony nodded, recognizing that deep down, he indeed yearned to join the Avengers. His reservations were merely excessive. Then, Gawain, you should remain at Stark Tower. I believe it is time to consult the director of SHIELD regarding the issues in Hell's Kitchen. It is beyond the two of us to eradicate those demons completely. Gawain assented, and with that, Tony soared from Stark Tower, headed straight for the SHIELD base. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, stationed at the SHIELD base, surveyed the turmoil in Hell's Kitchen with apathy, recognizing it merely as a tactic employed by that unruly mob. Once the high-ranking officials were apprehended, he had ample means to quell the uprising. He then perused Bruce Banner's dossier, contemplating how to harness that power for his own purposes. Just then, an agent reported that Tony wished to see him, interrupting his reverie. Though Fury remained unperturbed, Tony's visit was anticipated. He had undoubtedly noted the chaos in Hell's Kitchen, and Gawain had come to address the matter of the hellish demons. It was evident that upon recognizing the disorder, Gawain would possess the means to ascertain the presence of demons in that area. However, it was clear that neither of them could act directly, as Tony, while arrogant, was not foolish. A definitive resolution to the issue would necessitate S.H.L. This intervention. Have him come to see me directly, Fury instructed. Upon contemplating this, Nick Fury promptly summoned Tony, intending to engage in a thorough discussion with him, hoping to seize the opportunity to invite Tony into the ranks of the Avengers. Before long, Tony arrived at Nick Fury's office. As he opened the door, he was met with the unwavering gaze of Fury's intense demeanor, which made Tony feel somewhat uneasy. Being a man of action, Tony wasted no time and directly addressed him. Director Fury, I believe we have uncovered the whereabouts of the Hell's Kitchen demon. This news should pique your interest. To Tony's surprise, Fury's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Tony with a calm demeanor and replied, "If this pertains solely to the issues in Hell's Kitchen, you need not elaborate. The situation there is rather complicated, and I can only say that now is not the time to act." Fury's words stirred a sense of curiosity within Tony. The head of SHIELD surely could not find the petty disturbances of a parade to be a significant challenge, which implied that there were matters he was unaware of. With this thought, Tony subtly instructed JARVIS to access SHIELD's database in search of any clues regarding the situation. However, before JARVIS could yield any results, Fury tossed a small notebook onto the desk in front of Tony. Puzzled, Tony picked up the notebook and began to flip through its pages. His brow furrowed as he recognized many names listed within, officials he was familiar with, which piqued his curiosity regarding Fury's intentions. Look here, every individual on this list is pressuring me to abandon the Hell's Kitchen matter. If it were merely a parade, how could it possibly alarm so many? Fury's statement sent a jolt through Tony. It suggested that among these individuals were undoubtedly pawns of the Hell's Kitchen demon, or perhaps even the demon itself. So, you mean to apprehend them all in one fell swoop? Tony grasped Fury's intention. It was indeed prudent to dismantle this ticking time bomb before it exploded, as he had already suffered greatly from it. Seeing that Tony understood his perspective, Fury nodded and added, "However, this will require some time, allowing them to lower their guard." Tony concurred with the assessment, recognizing that a brief wait was warranted if it meant eliminating these vermin. With Tony's agreement, Fury proceeded to discuss several detailed plans, ultimately arriving at a mutually satisfactory strategy. As their meeting drew to a close and Tony prepared to take his leave, he was halted by Fury once more. "Tony, I believe you have witnessed the shifting tides of the world. I feel the Avengers initiative is indeed essential. With your involvement, I am confident we will be better equipped to confront the impending threats." Fury's demeanor was earnest. He genuinely desired Tony's inclusion in the Avengers. Furthermore, SHIELD's budget was rather strained, yet securing Tony's allegiance could alleviate that issue significantly. Upon hearing this, Tony turned his gaze towards Nick Fury. Initially, Tony had contemplated joining the Avengers, but Fury's recent remarks reminded him of a critical concern. If the Avengers were truly tainted by unscrupulous individuals, it would pose the greatest dilemma. This apprehension led Tony to withhold an immediate agreement to Fury's proposal. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let us discuss this matter once it is resolved. I have other pressing matters to attend to." With that, Tony exited Fury's office without a backward glance, leaving Fury with a sense of disappointment. The agents of SHIELD proved to be remarkably efficient in their intelligence-gathering endeavors. Within mere days, they had compiled substantial incriminating evidence against most individuals on the list. As Fury scrutinized the materials, his focus settled upon the uncrowned king of the New York underworld, Wilson Fisk. Most of the individuals on the list had dubious connections with him. Moreover, Fisk's stronghold in Hell's Kitchen raised Fury's suspicions further. Although SHIELD possessed files on Fisk, it was not a law enforcement agency, thus allowing such a faction to evade its scrutiny. Even after being torn apart by Steve Rogers, Bullseye maintained his demonic guise, which had initially precluded Fury from suspecting Fisk. After all, how could a mere gangster exhibit such audacity? However, The situation now made perfect sense. Fisk indeed possessed that audacity. As Fury pondered over the various documents before him, he became increasingly convinced that this individual was intricately linked to the current events, which provided him with a clear objective for his next course of action. In Queens, on Princeton Avenue, Zhong Hong returned after a brief sojourn. Truth be told, the anticipation that accompanied his travels often dissipated upon arrival, frequently leading to disappointment. This particular trip left Zhong Hong disillusioned, prompting his return within less than a month. Chapter 82. The attack begins before long. The Lunar New Year arrived, and Zhong Hong found himself in Chinatown at the southern end of Manhattan. The area was bustling with preparations for the festivities, filled with the sounds of firecrackers and drums, evoking a long-lost sense of celebration. Zhong Hong decided to spend the evening there. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had successfully uncovered the incriminating evidence against everyone on his list. He dispatched agents to contact Tony and Steve while making his way to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secure chamber, where he intended to take the initiative with the board members. Soon, the screen before Fury illuminated, revealing the visibly perturbed expressions of the board members. Typically, they sought him out, yet today he had unexpectedly come to them, turning the usual dynamic on its head. I understand that each of you has pressing matters to attend to, but the urgency of the situation necessitates only your approval at this moment. Subsequently, the items Nick Fury produced caused a flicker of unease among the gathered individuals. They were somewhat perplexed, believing that Fury's focus should be directed towards the demons rather than this line of inquiry. Director Fury, this does not seem to align with your primary responsibilities, remarked one of the council members, choosing his words with caution, subtly suggesting that Fury's oversight was perhaps excessive. However, he was promptly interrupted. Rest assured, I'm fully aware of my actions. Some among you are colluding with the demons, and I have already dispatched individuals to monitor them. Regardless, you are obliged to grant me today as permissions, Fury stated with unwavering resolve. In truth, he intended to proceed with or without their consent, even if they denied him. The ensuing chaos would inevitably drag them into the fray. Let us discuss the specific plan, Director Fury. These individuals should merely serve as supporting players. Reveal your true intentions. One of the council members urged. Surprisingly, the first to grant Fury permission was the military council member, which swiftly aligned the course of events with Fury's objectives. Observing this, Fury readily complied and began elaborating on the situation in Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing his account, apart from a military representative and Alexander, the remaining council members wore expressions of discontent. However, after much deliberation, they acquiesced to Fury. The demon incident directly impacted their vested interests. After all, the recent demon attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries left them uncertain about where the next assault might occur, and they lacked the protective advantages that Tony and Fury possessed. The meeting concluded swiftly, and as Fury exited the secret chamber, he promptly arranged for personnel to head to the residences of the officials. For precautionary measures, he even instructed Steve to lead a support team. He was unconcerned about the magnitude of the ensuing commotion, as he knew others would bear the brunt of it. He was not the only one with intentions towards the demons. At the Pentagon, as Fury had anticipated, the military representative sought out General Ross immediately after the meeting. Clearly, the military wished to involve itself in this matter, a development that Fury had foreseen. With the military's involvement, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s risks would diminish significantly, and eliminating the demons would be a mutually beneficial endeavor for both parties. Following a series of discussions, General Ross exited the military representative's office and subsequently assembled a unit of carefully selected soldiers. The holy water weaponry utilized by S.H.I.E.L.D. was not classified information, and Ross equipped these soldiers with such armaments. General Ross surveyed his assembled troops with satisfaction, planning to wait for the opportune moment to enter the fray after S.H.I.E.L.D. initiated its attack. He had no intention of allowing his soldiers to lead the charge as they had in previous encounters. The control operation conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D. was progressing relatively smoothly. Although a significant portion of the officials were indeed demonkind, they would not remain passive in the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Nonetheless, Steve's team was far from ineffectual. Several unfortunate demon hybrids were directly dissolved by an abundance of holy water. After such an event, Steve naturally would not adhere to any absurd principle of sparing lives. He was a soldier engaged in warfare, where mercy is often a luxury denied. To show kindness to one's enemies is to perpetrate cruelty upon oneself and one's comrades. Among those affected were officials who were not demon hybrids, who found themselves in dire straits. Initially, they were merely coerced into pressuring Nick Fury, but who could have anticipated that their allies were not even human? This revelation transformed them into traitors. After neutralizing the officials under their control, Steve's team, along with other SHLD units, swiftly approached Hell's Kitchen. Upon the arrival of Tony and Gawain, the plan was to launch an assault on Hell's Kitchen, with the primary target being Fist Tower. Regardless of whether Wilson Fisk was a demon or not, Nick Fury intended to exploit this situation to take action against him. After all, Fisk was also of industrial origin, possessing considerable assets. Eliminating him would greatly benefit SHIELD. Before long, Tony and Gawain arrived at the location. When Gawain landed and beheld Steve, he paused momentarily, then communicated with Tony through his suit's internal voice system. There was something amiss with the extravagantly dressed man before them. He emanated a subtle, yet unsettling power. Tony furrowed his brow at Gawain's words, as he held a strong trust in him. Gawain's observations were never without merit. Consequently, Tony scrutinized Steve more closely. His visits to the SHLD database had not been in vain, and he recognized this man as the genuine Captain America. Upon sensing Tony's gaze, Steve nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture afforded due to their long-standing friendship. Otherwise, he would not have regarded such a flamboyant dandy with any semblance of respect. Once the team was assembled, the undercover agents of SHIELD ventured into Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, the crowd that had once paraded the streets had vanished, and even the number of homeless people had dwindled significantly. This was highly abnormal for Hell's Kitchen, and the eerie atmosphere instilled a sense of unease in the advance agents. Nevertheless, the mission had to proceed, and the agents steeled their resolve to delve deeper. Inside Fist Tower, Wilson Fisk sat on a sofa, listening to a report from one of his subordinates. Once the report concluded, he waved his hand to dismiss him, sighing deeply. Indeed, the power of demons was not easily acquired, and that organization would not relent easily. Fortunately, he was no pushover. Since they had ventured into Hell's Kitchen, he was more than willing to engage them in a game. The moment the agents entered Hell's Kitchen, one of his subordinates had already reported in. After all, the streets had been nearly devoid of the homeless for some time now. The local populace was well known to them. Recently, Fisk had deployed his men throughout Hell's Kitchen, so he was aware of the presence of these suspicious outsiders almost immediately. Chapter 83. Fierce battle in light of the uncertainty regarding the number of demons present. SHIELD. DS strategy involves deploying field agents to scour potential demon-infested areas. Should any demons manifest, Steve's team and Tony will prioritize their extermination. To prevent any demons from escaping, SHIELD has mobilized a considerable number of agents to establish a substantial perimeter around Hell's Kitchen, simultaneously jamming all communications in the vicinity. Any interference with SHIELD agents' operations will be met with holy water. Demons cannot evade such measures, while non-demons will be forcibly detained by SHIELD. Should any demons manage to flee, Nick Fury could seamlessly seize control of the Jean family's empire, thereby strengthening SHIELD. Conversely, if no demons escape, it will lead to a genuine confrontation with these fiends. As SHIELD agents delved deeper into the chaos, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dozens of molten fireballs, trailing brilliant tails of flame, hurtled toward the agents. This spectacular sight struck terror into the hearts of many. Yet amidst their fear, they remained composed, swiftly taking refuge in nearby cover or dropping to the ground when no shelter was available. Despite their appropriate response, the widespread assault resulted in significant casualties. This dire situation captured the attention of Tony and his team. Without hesitation, they accelerated towards the source of the molten fireballs. Steve, armed with holy water weapons, promptly followed suit with his squad to encircle the demons alongside Tony. Amidst the explosions of fireballs, civilians fled from Hell's Kitchen. Though these individuals occasionally protested or engaged in minor acts of theft, the current urgency compelled them to escape without hesitation. Nick Fury, stationed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, was acutely aware of the unfolding events and immediately ordered Agent Hill to deploy their secret weapon. Upon his command, 2 Quinjet aircraft soared from the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, swiftly arriving over Hell's Kitchen, where they released 2 devices resembling high-yield bombs. These devices exploded above Hell's Kitchen, enveloping the area in a thin mist. Some demons, attempting to escape by transforming into human form amidst the confusion, found themselves ensnared by this mist, which emitted a white smoke and a stinging sensation. This revelation exposed the demons, and the waiting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were quick to act. As soon as the demons revealed themselves, they were met with holy water. Realizing their attempts to flee were futile, the demons abandoned their disguises, revealing their true forms amidst the panicking crowd. This led to an even greater chaos, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were well prepared. They understood that the approach of these demons heralded imminent death for them. His weapon usage faced no restrictions whatsoever, as countless holy water bombs were relentlessly hurled at the demonic beings, as if they were free of cost. Simultaneously, an unceasing supply of holy water weaponry was being transported toward their direction, further alleviating their concerns. Emotional levels surged, 0-2 from a passerby, 0-3 from an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and 0-3 from a Hydra operative. This chaotic fluctuation in emotional values only served to elevate Zhong Hong's spirits as he sat quietly atop a rooftop restaurant, gazing toward Hell's Kitchen. Before long, Tony and Gawain dashed toward the location from which the lava fireballs were being launched. Within this building, a multitude of demonic entities had gathered, and upon sighting the duo, they charged forward to attack. With enmity palpable, both sides engaged fiercely, showing no inclination for a cautious approach. Tony unleashed his palm-mounted cannon, relentlessly bombarding the demons, while Gavin's victory sword radiated brilliance, each strike resulting in death upon contact and injury upon mere brush. Naturally, the demons were not to be underestimated. Their coordinated efforts swiftly transformed the building into a battleground favorable to them. They ceaselessly launched lava fireballs in Gavin's direction, yet none could breach the defenses of the sword, glowing with golden light. As the battle commenced, chaos enveloped Hell's Kitchen, filled with the sounds of gunfire and roars, prompting the local inhabitants to flee from the turmoil. The opportunistic actions of various gang members exacerbated the chaos, rendering the entire area a veritable mess. Soon, Steve's squad arrived at Tony and Gavin's location. Without hesitation, they joined the fray upon witnessing the fierce battle. Instantly, the sounds of holy water weaponry firing and explosions drowned out the demons' roars. However, under Kingpin's orders, a considerable number of demons continued to surge toward their position, intent on annihilating everyone present. As the conflict unfolded, the initially bustling building teetered on the brink of collapse, causing a brief pause in the fervent skirmish. Yet, this was merely a momentary lull. Both sides understood that their safety hinged upon the complete eradication of the adversary, and thus, the battle resumed with fervor. Steve's squad consisted of elite agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., including Barton and Ramlow, endowing them with formidable combat prowess, making them far more resilient than regular teams. As Steve's squad held the line, Nick Fury's anxieties, far away at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, began to ease. "Tony, Uncle said he would come find you." At that moment, Tony was struck directly by a column of lava fire, followed by Obadiah's voice reaching his ears. Before long, Obadiah emerged slowly from the pillar of molten lava, standing before Tony. This was not a manifestation of newfound bravery on Obadiah's part, but rather a direct command from the blood demon to join the fray. "Battle, slaughter, you will grow ever stronger." Such words echoed in the minds of all demons in Hell's Kitchen, and as they resonated, their assaults grew ever more ferocious. Some demons targeted fleeing civilians, ruthlessly capturing them to assimilate into their own essence, thereby bolstering their own power. This chaotic melee naturally drew the attention of Mephisto, who was thoroughly enjoying the pandemonium unfolding in Hell's Kitchen. He relished the scene. However, due to the significant disturbances caused during the last incident on Earth, he had no intention of intervening, choosing instead to simply admire the tumult around him. Chapter 84. Military Intervention. Tony gazed at Obadiah with a grave expression. The latter's stature was considerably larger than that of the average demon, indicating a formidable adversary. A glance toward Gawain revealed he was besieged by hundreds of demons, a situation far more dire than Tony's, leaving no hope for immediate assistance. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fared no better, ensnared by a dozen demons. Despite their captain's valiant efforts with his shield, they were unable to eliminate the threats, and more demons continued to swarm toward their position. In light of this, Tony realized he could not rely on anyone else for support. He unleashed a barrage of miniature missiles at Obadiah, treating them as if they were mere trifles. However, Obadiah was well-versed in Tony's armor and had prepared for this assault. A molten shield swiftly enveloped him, detonating Tony's missiles in a fiery explosion. Obadiah, you truly are grotesque now," Tony quipped, realizing his missiles had failed to achieve their purpose. He ascended higher into the air, relishing the aerial advantage while continuing to jest at Obadiah's expense. Unperturbed, Obadiah coldly retorted, "Tony, your silver tongue has not dulled. Now, I possess an invincible power." Though Obadiah recognized his lack of aerial capabilities, he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Tony, prompting him to devise various strategies specifically tailored to counter him. With a wave of his hands, a molten pit materialized before him, from which streams of lava surged forth, transforming into numerous fist-sized molten orbs that hurtled toward Tony. While each orb held limited individual power, their sheer volume provided a formidable barrage, making them an ideal choice for targeting aerial foes. With the molten pit supplying energy, he need not worry excessively about depleting his own resources. Tony, unfazed by this development, knew that with his agility, he would not be so easily struck by Obadiah's relentless assault. Observing Tony as he executed a series of aerial acrobatics, deftly evading attacks, Obadiah smirked and charged directly toward the direction of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. His intent was clear: to engage Tony while eliminating the agents first. With more demons available to assist him, he believed that Tony would be unable to create much turmoil. Obadiah, however, had never contemplated that defeating Gawain might free up even more demons. Had it not been for the molten demon's orders, he would never have faced Gawain again. "Be cautious of that behemoth," Tony warned, having sensed Obadiah's intentions. Yet, after Obadiah departed, the lava pit continued its relentless assault, leaving Tony momentarily occupied. Nonetheless, he utilized JARVIS to access SHIELD's communication network, issuing a warning to the agents engaged in battle. Upon hearing Tony's words, Steve and the others instinctively turned toward his direction, only to see Obadiah barreling toward them. Barton swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow at Obadiah, then deftly leaped away from the approaching demons. His archery skills were exceptional, and the arrow struck Obadiah squarely in the face. However, demons are not so easily hindered by human frailties. As the molten substance on Obadiah's body flowed, he yanked the arrow free, though the holy water it had been soaked in inflicted considerable pain. Infuriated by the agony, Obadiah roared and accelerated once more, his enormous form obliterating everything in his path. Observing the battlefield, Steve shouted into his earpiece, "Nick Fury, the time has come. Deploy the secret weapon." As his words echoed, Nick Fury at the SHIELD base pressed a button, causing a surge of holy water to flow through New York's fire hydrants towards Hell's Kitchen. Pointing in a specific direction, Steve called out to Barton, "Run that way." Although Barton was unaware of Steve's precise strategy, he chose to trust him, stowing his bow and sprinting in the indicated direction. "Where do you think you're going?" Obadiah bellowed, unwilling to let the one responsible for his injury escape. With a mere thought, he summoned several supporting demons to intercept Barton's path. Simultaneously, General Ross led his troops to the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. As the military arrived, the surrounding populace realized the gravity of the situation. After all, the previous clash between those two titans had left a significant mark of military involvement. There was no need for the military to actively disperse the crowd. people hastily fled, initially drawn by curiosity, now regretting not having been born with a swifter pair of legs. The military forces, witnessing this exodus, found it advantageous, saving them the trouble of crowd control. General Ross sat in a helicopter, and from his advantageous altitude, he witnessed the fierce battle unfolding below. He promptly decided to intervene. Upon issuing his commands, the troops he commanded swiftly tore a breach in the encirclement established by SHLD agents. It was evident that the agents had been forewarned, as they offered only a token resistance before allowing the military personnel to enter Hell's Kitchen. The army units that entered were equipped with infantry fighting vehicles, large-caliber weapons, and various holy water munitions, clearly prepared to unleash the traditional firepower of the U.S. military. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of fire upon the areas swarming with demons, and to Tony's dismay, 2 buildings collapsed, revealing the lava pit beneath. "Oh, for crying out loud! You fools in the military! Gawain, be careful!" Tony exclaimed. The most concentrated demonic presence was indeed where Gawain was engaged in battle against hundreds of demons, and the military's arsenal was aimed squarely in his direction. Simultaneously, Gawain felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, akin to the sensation of Tony preparing to unleash another blast. Instinctively, he gathered his magical energy, bracing for defense. As Gawain heard Tony's warning, the onslaught of attacks had already begun to envelop his position, the cacophony of explosions resonating in the ears of everyone present. This sudden turn of events disrupted the plans of all involved. Even Nick Fury of SHLD had not anticipated such reckless aggression from the military, launching a wave of firepower without hesitation. It must be noted that while Hell's Kitchen is not a desirable locale, it is still New York. Was the military commander truly mad to employ such force in the city? Despite the military's brashness, the outcome was remarkably effective. When explosions ceased, only a golden circular shield remained where Gawain had stood. The once chaotic throng of demons had vanished, and the nearby buildings lay in ruins, either collapsed or shattered. Chapter 85. The stunning scene, the golden shield, was indeed Gawain's creation. He had already begun to channel his magical energy for defense the moment he sensed the threat, successfully absorbing the shockwave of the military's explosive onslaught. Although he expended a considerable amount of magical power, the daylight provided a continuous replenishment, allowing him to recover swiftly. As the explosions concluded, military forces rushed in, utilizing portable holy water weaponry to target the remaining demons. This unexpected scene turned the tide against the demons, halting Obadiah's advance toward Barton. This brief pause ultimately saved Obadiah's life, as a fire hydrant along his path erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of holy water that drenched the entire street in a downpour of sanctity. All demons doused in holy water let out agonizing screams, as if scalded by sulfuric acid, and Obadiah was no exception. Had it not been for the military's recent assault diverting his attention, he would have endured even more attacks of holy water. As he silently counted his blessings, a tremendous force struck him from behind, followed by Tony's thunderous shout, "The Scarlet Chains of Selatok." After a period of intense study, Tony had mastered this formidable spell, relying not on the strange powers of bizarre dimensional deities, but on the magical energy infused into his chest by Gawain. With this spell, Tony hurled Obadiah against a bursting fire hydrant. Obadiah initially perceived only a tremendous force. Soon after, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. "Ah, Tony, spare me," he instinctively pleaded, yet Tony offered no quarter, seeing Obadiah as a villain unworthy of mercy. In no time, Obadiah's form was consumed by holy water, accompanied by a waft of sulfuric stench. The earliest of demons had indeed perished. "Tony, splendid work," shouted Barton from a distance, though he was unscathed at present. Had Obadiah continued his advance, his fate would have been grim. Meanwhile, at the SHLD base, Nick Fury was engaged in conversation with military officials, his friendly greetings audible even outside his office. "What kind of people did you send over, for heaven's sake? Why are your men behaving like this?" Fury felt exasperated with the military's incompetence. While the sacrifice of an ordinary street hero might be inconsequential, the issue lay in the fact that Gawain hailed from the abyssal realm, with the enigmatic Ashen Council lurking behind. He could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue if the reports were true and Gawain were to perish here. Although he had anticipated the military might be a hindrance, he had not expected the on-site commander to be such a fool. "Rest assured, Director Fury, I trust General Ross will handle matters appropriately," replied the military official, leaving Fury scratching his head. No wonder they were so reckless. It turned out to be that fool Ross. Fortunately, the outcome remained favorable when Gawain inquired later. He could always deflect blame, as it was not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s issue. In the underground warehouse of Jean Bing, he was orchestrating a large-scale sacrificial ritual, aiming to summon the blood demon. To this end, he had gathered the unfortunate souls lured from hospitals alongside those captured recently. Observing the pile of humanity before him, Jean Bing's expression remained unchanged. As a ruthless individual, he felt no inappropriate emotions over the presence of these irrelevant lives. As the surge of the Blood Fiend's power erupted, anguished cries filled the air as those individuals desperately attempted to flee, only to fall silent soon after. The unfortunate souls transformed into a mound of flesh and blood. And amidst the pulsations of flesh, the might of the Blood Fiend descended upon this place. With the emergence of the Blood Fiend, the very nature of this mound shifted. The flesh began to solidify into rock, and streams of lava erupted forth. This grotesque mound of flesh was metamorphosing into a miniature volcano, from which the towering figure of the Blood Fiend soon emerged. "Well done. I am pleased with your offerings." The Blood Fiend's voice resonated throughout the underground warehouse. Following its proclamation, a surge of formidable power coursed into the body of Jean Bing. Zhong Hong had not anticipated that useless Obadiah could be slain under the protection of over 100 demon spawn, but compared to Obadiah, Jean Bing appeared to be a far more useful tool. Furthermore, the ritual prepared by Jean Bing warranted a reward, and once bestowed, the Blood Fiend infused another surge of power into the burgeoning volcano. Instantaneously, a transformation reminiscent of a chemical reaction unfolded. A crimson ripple spread outward at an alarming speed, soon enveloping a significant portion of Hell's Kitchen. Though the power still brimmed with energy, it ceased its expansion. As the scarlet energy swept through, the consumed lava and flesh on all demon spawn were rapidly replenished. Even the ground of Hell's Kitchen began to crack, releasing a pungent sulfurous aroma and ash-like particles from the miniature volcano. The underground warehouse had seemingly opened a skylight, revealing the small volcano within. Under the Blood Fiend's command, the demon spawn of Hell's Kitchen began hurling lava fireballs towards the fire suppression pipes. This maneuver aimed to exploit their home advantage. The incessant spraying of holy water from the fire hydrants had placed the demon spawn in a perilous position, necessitating their immediate destruction. The holy water mist that permeated the air was also systematically eradicated, as hundreds of lava fireballs soared into the air and subsequently exploded, the immense heat dissipating the holy water vapor instantaneously. The sight of hundreds of lava fireballs trailing orange flames as they ascended and detonated was nothing short of spectacular, even catching the eye of Zhong Hong, situated far away in Chinatown. This scene propelled the battle into a climactic crescendo with the fireballs of the demon spawn. The holy water weapons of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the military's large-caliber artillery, and the continuously assaulting armed helicopters collectively creating a striking tableau in Hell's Kitchen, spreading outward with formidable force. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, residing in Kamartaj, was also stirred into action. The disturbance caused by the Blood Fiend had escalated beyond limits, compelling her to personally oversee the protection of the sanctum in New York. Before the Ancient One could make her move, she sensed a familiar aura, causing her brow to furrow in concern. Chapter 86. The Intervention of the Sorcerers. The newcomer was none other than Alyssa's, whose purpose was to hinder the Ancient One, preventing her from personally eliminating the Bloodburn demon. Aware of Alyssa's presence, the Ancient One realized that she would be unable to extricate herself for the time being. Thus, she employed certain methods to transport the sorcerers of Kamartaj to the sanctum in New York, where they would safeguard it from destruction. Alyssa's did not impede this action. As long as the Ancient One refrained from direct involvement, the sorcerers, even if they intervened, would not be able to decisively dominate the situation. Furthermore, a battle between demons and sorcerers in a modern city would certainly be a spectacle, allowing the people of New York to witness a grand performance. After sending the sorcerers to the New York sanctum, the Ancient One began to search for Ulysses' location. Since Ulysses did not conceal his presence, she swiftly appeared before him. The emotional value emanating from the Ancient One was 560. Although she exhibited no overt reaction upon encountering Ulysses, her emotional value revealed a tumultuous inner state. She gazed at Ulysses in astonishment. It had only been a short time, yet his power had surged remarkably, to the point where she could no longer claim victory against him, her best hope being to rely on the Eye of Agamotto for an undefeated status. Additionally, she sensed the presence of another deity emanating from Ulysses, a supreme power that left a deep impression. Given this, it was not surprising. After all, these deities each possessed their own means, and it was reasonable that Ulysses, having demonstrated such lethal power in their last encounter, had garnered the favor of that entity. Observing Ulysses' silence, the Ancient One took the initiative to speak. "You obstructed me last time for the unaging fruit. What is your intent this time?" If possible, the Ancient One wished to avoid conflict with Ulysses, especially considering his evident superiority in strength. Ulysses took 2 deliberate steps forward, his armor clinking melodiously, before responding, "Ancient One, I mentioned that we would meet again." His voice retained its raspy quality, yet the Ancient One discerned no malice within it. "In truth, I believe we could collaborate. The souls on Earth are rather precious, and it would be a great pity for someone like Mephisto to indulge in them. Do you understand, Ancient One?" Upon hearing this, the Ancient One immediately grasped Ulysses' intention. He sought to compete with Mephisto for the souls of Earth. It appeared there was no means of refusal for either the Ancient One or the planet itself, as the return of souls to death was a fundamental law of the multiverse, far beyond the Ancient One's ability to obstruct. Without death, the entire multiverse would descend into chaos. The lords of dimensions who toy with souls are primarily engaged in the service of death, drawing their rewards from the potent energies embedded within those souls. This explains why projections of infernal sovereigns like Mephisto are permitted by the Ancient One to manifest on Earth. However, Mephisto's duplicitous machinations, particularly his recent harvest of countless souls, have displeased the Ancient One. The arrival of another who serves death, akin to that nefarious figure, may serve to counterbalance Mephisto's actions. Furthermore, it seems that the Ancient One's consent in the matter bears little significance. Contemplating this, the Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement of understanding. "Let's engage in a more detailed discussion, then, Master Ancient One." "Very well. Ultimately, there exists no profound enmity between Ulysses and the Ancient One. Thus a dialogue remains feasible." At this moment, Mephisto, engrossed in the spectacle from the infernal dimension, remained oblivious to the Ancient One's intent to retaliate for his previous actions. His focus was fixated on the happenings within the Hell's Kitchen. The more he observed the blood demon, the more satisfaction gleamed at his eyes. Reflecting on his own warlock minion, his gaze towards the blood demon grew ever more approving. This formidable warrior, the identity of whose master remained unknown, was a true demonic prodigy. If he could be recruited into his ranks, it would be a remarkable achievement. Once this notion took root in Mephisto's mind, it became inexorable. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that such a talent as the blood demon rightly belonged under his command. In Hell's Kitchen, following the emergence of the blood demon, the previously human-leaning scales of victory tipped once more as the demon factions, bolstered by an unending influx of power, unleashed formidable might. The skies above Hell's Kitchen bore witness to a rain of molten fireballs, which upon striking the ground, further transformed the infernal landscape. Meanwhile, prepared media outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood, anticipated a surge in viewership from this unfolding spectacle. Shocking news. The demons of Hell's Kitchen return. Is it possible that Hell's Kitchen is on the brink of becoming a true hell? Has a cataclysm of the Maya foretold its coming? Suspected extraterrestrial invasion. Join our reporters as we delve into the developments at Hell's Kitchen. Reporters from various television networks hastily boarded helicopters bound for the vicinity of Hell's Kitchen. Despite the inherent dangers, the lure of financial reward was irresistible. Survival would ensure that their station's compensation would secure their livelihoods for the rest of their days. Below, in the depths of Hell's Kitchen, the imposing figure of the blood demon materialized amidst a surge of lava, capturing the attention of SHIELD agents and military forces alike. Following the blood demon, a multitude of demon factions emerged. These were the demon kinds that had been transformed by Obadiah over the past month. The moment the blood demon appeared, Gawain found himself directly facing it. Aside from Gawain, none present could hope to contend with the blood demon. Humph. It seems that worthless Obadiah has perished at your hands. A fool is a fool. Allow me to engage with you. Enhanced by the molten blood demon, Gold boldly charged towards Tony, followed closely by a multitude of demonic entities. One by one, fiery lava orbs erupted from their grasp. In a mere moment, the agents of SHIELD and military forces had already suffered significant losses. Witnessing this, Tony clenched his jaw, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, he couldn't help but think how much better it would be if Yangshan were still around. As for Steve, he stood in shock, the familiar ruins materializing before his eyes, while the ghastly fates of the agents nearby evoked memories of Coulson. Just as he was lost in thought, a massive lava orb struck him directly, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, the voice of Nick Fury commanded retreat through the agent's earpieces, given the dire circumstances. A strategic reassessment was imperative. The agents of SHIELD were no longer capable of managing the situation. The military's plight was not much better. Yet outside the city of New York, large contingents of troops had begun to assemble. In this predicament, SHIELD agents could withdraw, but the military could not afford to abandon the nation's premier metropolis. However, retreat was far from simple, as numerous demonic entities had ensnared them. Just as the battle intensified, several orange, circular magical portals manifested within Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 87. The Battle of Hell's Kitchen as the portals formed. Doctor Strange emerged at the forefront, followed by dozens of mages of various appearances. No sooner had they arrived than powerful spells were unleashed, targeting the demons. Although they had been commanded by the Ancient One to protect the Sanctum in New York, after deliberation, they concluded that confronting the demons head-on was essential to safeguarding the Sanctum's integrity. If the battle were to occur within the Sanctum, the risk of damaging the protective array was inevitable, hence their decision to strike first. Seeing this, Tony felt a weight lift from his heart. These mages represented a much-needed source of vitality in the dire situation. Having practiced magic himself, Tony recognized their formidable combat prowess, an extraordinary force indeed. The demons, after all, were merely transformed gang members. They could manage against conventional armed forces, but they were momentarily at a loss when faced with these mages. Undeterred, the demons that remained unscathed by the magic launched their lava orbs. However, the once unstoppable lava orbs lost their potency before this cadre of mages, who conjured portals with a mere gesture, swallowing the demons' attacks whole. Faced with ineffective ranged assaults, the demons opted to charge forward for close combat. Though these demons were not adept at harnessing their infernal powers, their melee capabilities remained formidable. The blazing body, coupled with immense power, compelled the mages to retreat in rapid succession. Moreover, owing to the advantage of familiar terrain, these demonic entities, even when injured, could swiftly recuperate. In that moment, even the formidable mages found it challenging to subdue these fiends, though they successfully managed to contain the demons' attempts to spread further. The appearance of these mages, however, ignited a fervor among various media outlets and television stations, with helicopters drawing ever closer to the infernal battleground. Astonishment filled the air. Could it be that magic truly existed in this world? The government had indeed deployed magical warriors. Was the enigmatic Area 51 actually a reality? Such reports rapidly infiltrated diverse television broadcasts, significantly amplifying the impact of the demonic incident. After all, the timing of this demonic emergence, coupled with the media's helicopter coverage, far surpassed that of Stark Industries, and there was no news of Tony overshadowing the event. Yet at that moment, Tony Stark was unconcerned with any spotlight. He was deftly evading the assaults of the transformed demon, Kin, while seizing moments to counterattack. Iron Man, are you merely a coward who knows only how to flee? The demon, now a formidable 5 meters tall, wielded tremendous strength capable of hurling molten fireballs like artillery shells. Nevertheless, despite his might, he found it difficult to outmaneuver the agile Tony, who, in turn, struggled to inflict any meaningful harm on Qian. His repulsor blasts merely tickled the demon, And though Tony's magic could indeed injure Qian, the demon's wounds would heal instantaneously. As for the holy water, it had long since been depleted. In such a scorching environment, it could not endure. Presently, Tony could only keep Qian at bay without posing any significant threat, in a corner unnoticed by the others. Steve's consciousness once again drifted into that eerie realm. This time, his awareness was clouded, but after acquiescing to certain entities, he found himself back on the battlefield. Gradually, clarity returned to his mind. His previously grievously injured body rejuvenated in an instant, and an inexplicable power surged within him. Just as the combatants were entangled in their struggle, a chilling voice resonated in their ears, as if emanating from the depths of the ocean, strange and frigid. I cannot perish. I harbor unresolved vendettas. There are beautiful things I must protect. I have promises to fulfill for my friends. My comrades need me. America requires me. The beacon of freedom calls for my aid. Even if I have slumbered for 70 years, even if I bear grievous wounds, I, Steve Rogers, Captain America, shall not falter. I shall rise. I shall fight. With the final words spoken, Steve, who had been struck by a molten fireball, struggled to his feet. An eerie power swept across the battlefield, subsequently infusing itself into his being. Steve's once bloodshot gaze had transformed into a vivid crimson hue, and as he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, he disregarded its origin and charged directly towards the nearest demon spawn. The unfortunate creature, upon sensing a shadow hurtling towards it, had no time to react before a tremendous force pierced through its being, and in an instant, its consciousness faded into oblivion. Withdrawing his fist, Steve beheld the absence of the demon spawn, its remnants scattered amidst the molten rock and bone debris. He had obliterated it with a single punch. "And you," Steve exclaimed, forcefully swinging his right hand, sending his shield hurtling through the air to sever several demon spawns in half before it returned to him, perfectly caught. Ever since Steve had risen once more, both the mages and demon spawns present felt an innate terror emanating from him. However, the mages perceived Steve as the embodiment of Captain America, while the demon spawns viewed him as a monstrous figure, adorned with countless black tendrils. At that moment, Steve's very presence inflicted profound psychological torment upon all demon spawns, each glance increasing their distress. Nevertheless, chaos reigned on the battlefield, with neither side able to retreat easily. Yet Steve stood invincible, gradually tearing apart the combat zone. This unexpected turn of events left the SHIELD agents and military personnel in a state of shock and elation, prompting them to pause their hasty retreat and observe. The environment of Hell's Kitchen had become inhospitable for human life, with those present struggling to maintain their composure. Observing Steve's silhouette, the SHIELD agents recognized his true nature, while the soldiers recalled the tales they had grown up hearing. The protagonist of those stories was now merging with the figure of Steve, who was slaughtering foes on the battlefield. They began to believe this was indeed the true Captain America. This realization revitalized their spirits, though under General Ross's orders. They commenced the gradual evacuation of the wounded. Nearby SHIELD agents also began to withdraw the injured, leaving behind a select few to gather first-hand intelligence, for the upcoming battle was one in which the average agent could no longer participate. Chapter 88. Rumlow in action. At this juncture, multiple streets of Hell's Kitchen lay in ruins, with the Blood Demon and Galen positioned at the center of this devastation. The Blood Demon thrived in this chaos, capable of absorbing those who remained stubbornly defiant in the face of danger, rendering it difficult for him and Galen to discern a clear victor. Consequently, Galen gradually ceased holding back. Basking in the sunlight replenished his magical energy, augmented by a threefold increase in power, imbuing each of his strikes with immense strength. The Bloodfire Demon derives its strength from the small volcano, augmented by an abundant supply of flesh and blood, which renders it formidable in the face of Gawain. The clash between the two naturally captured Steve's attention. Upon witnessing such a high-caliber demon, he seized his shield and plunged into the fray, regardless of his chances of victory. In truth, given his capabilities, it would have been prudent for him to first eliminate the lesser demon species and Kim before joining the mages and Tony in their assault on the Bloodfire Demon. Had it been the former Steve, he would have undoubtedly adhered to this strategy. However, The influence of the fallen god had granted him immense power, albeit at the cost of his self-control. With a mighty leap, he swung his shield at the Bloodfire demon, dark energy coalescing upon its surface. Any ordinary demon would have perished under such a strike. Yet, the Bloodfire demon was no ordinary foe, transforming its arm into a whip of molten lava. It sent Steve sprawling. Nevertheless, due to the power from the fallen god and the properties of his vibranium shield, he sustained minimal harm. This blow, however, did clear Steve's vision somewhat. Lying on the ground, he realized he needed to reassess his strategy. Pathetic insect. Even with power, you are of little use. Is this how you seek revenge? The Bloodfire demon taunted, continuing its battle with Gawain. The words pierced Steve's ears, restoring a semblance of clarity to his gaze, which quickly turned crimson once more. I will kill you, Steve roared, springing to his feet with a sudden surge of strange energy emanating from his very soul, and charged once more at the Bloodfire demon. This time, he exhibited greater wisdom, focusing on coordinating his attacks with Gawain rather than recklessly confronting the demon alone. He awaited the opportune moment, timing his strikes to coincide with Gawain's assaults, which proved effective. While Steve was unable to inflict significant damage on the Bloodfire demon, the demon was also unable to divert its attention to eliminate him. Consequently, to the observers, it appeared as though Steve held the upper hand, pressuring the demon, which invigorated the remaining soldiers and SHIELD agents. They distanced themselves from the battleground cluttered with mages and demons, diligently reporting to their commanding officer. Yet, as the attention of the crowd centered on the battlefield, Romlo led a squad of agents stealthily approaching the location where Tony and Kim were engaged in combat. The mages were embroiled with a multitude of demons, leaving them no time to thwart Romlo's team's advance towards Kim. Romlo quickly assessed Iron Man's trajectory and commanded his team to plant explosives amidst the ruins before retreating to hidden positions. In such a terrain, concealment was plentiful. Iron Man? More like Flyman. At this moment, Tony found himself reluctant to engage in conversation with the hulking figure of Kingpin. He tirelessly evaded Kingpin's relentless assaults while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Although this endeavor drained his mental fortitude, he had no choice. He could not allow Kingpin to wreak havoc on other battlefronts. Despite Kingpin's efforts, he was unable to subdue Tony, which was part of Tony's strategy. He had no desire to confront the likes of those sorcerers or Captain Steve, having become accustomed to Iron Man's various attacks. He fought with all his might while remaining safe from peril. After all, he could not leave Iron Man unattended. Just as Kingpin contemplated whether to ease his onslaught, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A violent explosion hurled Kingpin away, sending his massive form crashing into the ruins of a building. This took Tony by surprise. However, it was not long before Romlo led a cadre of agents emerging from various hiding spots. Iron Man, assist the Knight and the Captain. We will hold this demon at bay. Once they are secured, victory will be ours, Romlo shouted while firing in Kingpin's direction and in harmony with his command. Gunfire erupted around them. Emerging from the debris, Kingpin immediately sought to eliminate these oblivious agents. Yet in a moment of distraction, he noticed several agents signaling him with gestures akin to a clandestine meeting. This unexpected development caused Kingpin to pause, a slight smirk forming on his lips. It seemed someone wished to negotiate with him. Instantly, he displayed a masterful performance, feigning injury from the agent's weapons. However, this act raised Tony's suspicions. If his own weaponry could not affect Kingpin, could SHIELD's equipment be superior? Observing Tony's reluctance to retreat, Kingpin continued a charade of being impervious to the agents, who played along, creating the illusion that while their weapons could not harm Kingpin, they could still restrain him. This spectacle alleviated some of Tony's doubts. After all, these SHIELD agents had contributed significantly in the earlier skirmish, and it was implausible for them to collude with such a fiend. Be exceedingly cautious. Just hold him off. Once Captain Gawain is free to act, he will undoubtedly face his demise. Yet, upon uttering this, Tony did not fly towards Gawain, but rather headed towards Master Mordo. Just as he took flight, Mordo called out to him. He was currently engaged in battle with over a dozen demonic entities, yet he appeared to manage the situation effortlessly, even conversing with Tony. Tony, the environment here is certainly not static. Something is persistently influencing this land. You must first address that issue. I am aware. Provide me with a general direction. Tony had already discerned this predicament, but his limited magical prowess prevented him from pinpointing the source of the disturbance. The effects of various energies rendered technological means ineffective, leaving Tony somewhat at a loss. However, Master Mordo's magical expertise was commendable. He gestured towards the direction of Fisk Tower. It is not that Mordo is unwilling to intervene personally. Rather, he has brought forth numerous mages and must ensure their safety. These mages possess frail bodies, and once their magical energy is depleted, they can be torn apart by demon spawn. With his presence, he can provide timely support to the mages. Having discerned a general direction, Tony immediately soared toward it. Observing Tony's retreating figure, Romlu let out a sigh of relief. For his greatest concern was Tony's suggestion to eliminate Kingpin first. Such a course of action would complicate matters significantly. Chapter 89, Building Momentum at this moment. Tony remained oblivious to the fact that Romlu was, in truth, a traitor. He was en route to Fisk Tower. Soon, he beheld a sight that left him utterly astonished, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. Oh, for the love of! Before him lay a massive crater, from which a volcano seemed to sprout, its blood-red magma swirling violently at the summit, continuously spewing forth. As the magma gushed, the volcano appeared to breathe, and Tony felt as if this was not merely a volcano, but rather a monstrous entity that bore its likeness. Tony was convinced that this very phenomenon was responsible for the drastic transformation of the Hell's Kitchen environment. As if to validate his thoughts, the volcano emitted a peculiar force. Without hesitation, Tony launched an attack against it. However, neither his repulsor blasts nor the magic he wielded could inflict any harm, leaving him somewhat perplexed. In his moment of contemplation, Tony noticed the nearby Fisk Tower teetering precariously. He swiftly fired 2 repulsor blasts at the structure, then continually adjusted its trajectory as it collapsed. Under Tony's efforts, the already unstable Fisk Tower came crashing down upon the diminutive volcano. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly flabbergasted. Flames of desecration ignited within the small volcano, resembling colossal hands that grasped the fallen Fisk Tower, subsequently assimilating that portion back into the volcano. Oh my goodness! Tony did not utter that this defied the laws of science. In his eyes, these enigmatic occurrences had manifested, thus becoming a part of scientific understanding, albeit one he had yet to grasp fully. Witnessing such a spectacle, Tony recalled something from a particular tome of magic. Typically, artifacts associated with churches dealt a degree of harm to demons, akin to holy water. With this thought, he spoke directly. Jarvis. Procure some holy water from churches, and do so post-haste. Sir, holy water has recently been depleted by various organizations. I recommend acquiring alternative items. According to various legends, the following items are available. Then let us acquire those items first, but do ensure we obtain some holy water as well. Yes, sir. During the process of Jarvis acquiring the church artifacts, Tony intended to apply his scientific expertise to experiment with this enigmatic entity. He opted to employ a cooling method to address the miniature volcano. Fortunately, the nearby Hudson River provided an ingenious solution. After all, it is generally accepted that a volcano can be extinguished if the cooling agent is sufficiently potent. With the river's waters at his disposal, Tony swiftly flew to the riverbank and utilized firefighting equipment to channel the river's water to a designated location. He then harnessed the magical energy emanating from his chest to cast a spell, causing the water to jet forth like a high-pressure hose aimed directly at the small volcano. Repeating this process several times, nearly 10 massive water columns, resembling serpentine dragons, emerged above Hell's Kitchen, all aimed at the volcano. As the torrents met the volcano, a substantial plume of steam erupted into the air, resembling a mushroom cloud. However, witnessing this spectacular scene caused Tony to frown, for the approach proved ineffective. Although the steam was voluminous, it failed to dissipate significant heat, and the malevolent flames remained unaffected, continuing to emanate their strange energy. Oh damn! Faced with the futility of various methods to neutralize this entity, Tony placed his hopes on the exorcism artifacts procured by Jarvis, all while observing the battle unfolding towards Gawain's direction. Meanwhile, high-ranking military officials at the Pentagon scrutinized the conflict in Hell's Kitchen. Observing Steve's attire and his formidable prowess, they fell into a contemplative silence. Various villains were making their appearances, and Tony's rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. had improved somewhat. Yet the ambiguous knight's intentions remained unclear. At such a critical juncture, the whereabouts of the Hulk were uncertain, and even the abomination, previously under military control, had been grotesquely transformed into a creature of horror. This stirred a sense of unease among them, which was a significant factor behind their foray into the realm of extraordinary powers. "What is the current status of the abomination?" inquired the military director, seated at the head of the table, addressing one of the attendees. The individual stood and responded promptly. "The abomination remains in its current state. The power it possesses is beyond the realms of contemporary science, leaving our scientists helpless. Since the last encounter, when Yang Chun effortlessly subdued it, the military has reclaimed the abomination, yet they have been unable to address its injuries. The arcane force surrounding it has rendered research impossible." This was evidently not the answer the military director desired. As he watched Steve's image on the screen, he seemed lost in thought. Such an individual ought to belong to the military. After all, he is a soldier. Whether or not he was the genuine Steve did not concern him. Armed with such power, even if he were not Captain America, they would still acknowledge him as such. Meanwhile, the individual who had just stood was still delivering a report to the military director. The enigmatic figure severed the loathed limbs, inadvertently facilitating our endeavors. "We are now free to conduct experiments on him at will. With this living specimen, we shall soon master this technology." After concluding his report, he cast a glance towards the military council, indicating he had finished speaking. At that moment, the military council regained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. "Smith, you have performed admirably. I shall allocate additional funds to ensure the replication of the super soldier serum. Our ordinary soldiers are becoming ill-equipped for the evolving situation. Your laboratory's research program is of paramount importance. The captured werewolves and vampires from New Mexico will also be sent to your facility. For democracy, for America, we require individuals like you to persevere." "Understood, sir," Smith replied with enthusiasm before taking his seat. Once seated, the military council addressed the assembly, stating, "Regardless of whether this individual is truly Steve, once he dons that uniform, he becomes Captain America. As a soldier, he belongs to the military. Now, let us discuss how to secure him aboard our vessel." With this proclamation, the attendees immersed themselves in deliberation. The matter at hand was of great significance, and it would be no exaggeration to say it could alter the existing order within the military. For them, seeking profit through this situation was the most prudent course of action. They had long outgrown the phase of idolization, now focusing solely on gain. After extensive discussion, although no consensus was reached regarding the plan, they agreed on the necessity of military accolades to support Captain America's return. Furthermore, they swiftly devised a strategy to elevate his stature. Chapter 90. Ambush. At this juncture, after enduring 2 more lashes, Steve's gaze brightened once more. Yet his heart brimmed with bitterness. He realized that none of his efforts could resolve the pressing predicament before him, and his yearning for power had intensified like never before. Just as he contemplated turning to assist the mages in vanquishing the common demon spawn, a military personnel approached him, a young soldier whose nervousness was palpable under Steve's scrutinizing gaze. "Captain, authorized by the Pentagon, you may mobilize military forces to engage in combat. But have you not already suffered tremendous losses? What you need now is to withdraw from the battlefield and recuperate." Upon hearing Steve's words, the young soldier's cheeks flushed with determination. "Under your command, Captain, we can fight again. Many troops are preparing to enter New York. We stand ready to sacrifice our lives for democracy and freedom." Steve felt a flicker of revitalization at this declaration. He still held great respect for the military's strength, while the demons posed a formidable challenge. Conventional weaponry could indeed inflict damage. He believed that as long as the military approached this situation with seriousness, everything would ultimately improve. Thus, he began to inquire further about the specifics from the young soldier. However, the soldier merely handed his communication device to Steve, indicating that he should use it to converse with the commanding officer. As Steve engaged in dialogue with the Pentagon officials, a preliminary operational plan swiftly took shape on the battlefield. During this time, the Blood Demon and its progeny contemplated disrupting Steve, yet they were thwarted by Galahad and the mages. Once the plan was finalized, the long-anticipated mechanized military units rolled into New York. with the ominous silhouette of 22 appearing in the sky. Clearly, the Pentagon had escalated the situation in Hell's Kitchen to a wartime status, a matter far beyond the capabilities of any mere military squad. After concluding the communication, Steve charged once more at the Blood Demon. Although he himself could not inflict harm upon the creature, the military aircraft above and the prepared artillery units could compensate for his shortcomings. Steve was confident that should the heavy weaponry strike the Blood Demon, it would surely suffer. He coordinated the military squad with SHIELD operatives and sought out the leader of the mages. After orchestrating a series of tasks, Steve rejoined the fray, prompting a disdainful snort from the Blood Demon. It could not fathom why this individual, despite having no chance of defeating it, relentlessly pressed the attack, becoming an incessant annoyance. This provoked the Blood Demon to intensify its assaults against Steve, yet due to the influence of the Fallen and the impenetrable vibranium shield, combined with Galahad's offensive support, defeating and repelling the creature proved relatively easy. However, killing it posed a considerable challenge. As Steve dodged the relentless attacks from the Blood Demon, he finally seized an opportunity, luring the creature into a trap prepared by the military and SHIELD. The explosion of high-powered explosives obliterated the molten rock and crumbling structures surrounding the Blood Demon, and the waiting mage Modu ensnared it with a crimson chain of Saratok, immobilizing it in the cleared area. At the moment Modu restrained the Blood Demon, a barrage of military long-range weaponry rained down upon the area, resulting in cataclysmic explosions that generated a mushroom cloud visible throughout the entirety of New York City. Once the SHIELD team completed their task, they withdrew from the battlefield under Nick Fury's command, while the military unit advanced further in the wake of the explosion. "Brothers, let the captain witness our valor. Charge!" The youthful soldier's shout resonated through the earpieces of the entire military unit. Even without the rallying cry, they would press forward, for advancing in the aftermath of artillery strikes had become second nature to them. This formidable force was even felt by Zhong Hong, far away in Chinatown, stirring within him a sense of exhilaration. Excellent, splendid, truly a magnificent spectacle, he mused, untroubled by the Blood Demon's fate, for he could control all aspects of the cards at any time, fully aware of their safety. "Cunning villain, you have provoked my wrath." The furious roar of the Blood Demon erupted from the swirling smoke, and in response, a small volcano near the Fisk building belched forth a torrent of lava. In mere moments, the advancing military squad was decimated. Steve witnessed this scene with a heart filled with rage, his mind flashing to the youthful visage of a fallen soldier. Reminiscent of the day Coulson met his demise, the eruption of lava not only obliterated the military personnel, but also dispersed the smoke generated by the explosion. The figure of the Blood Demon re-emerged into view. Although the violent blast had not vanquished him, he bore injuries and appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, the wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace, as the lava flowing from the small volcano swiftly mended his form. "You demon, I shall slay you." Upon sighting the Blood Demon, Steve's eyes ignited with crimson fury. He grasped his shield and charged directly at the malevolent creature. Instinctively, the Blood Demon raised a hand to defend himself, but this time he staggered back, sensing that Steve's power had intensified to a level he could no longer dismiss. Seizing the advantage, Steve relentlessly pursued the Blood Demon, and they clashed fiercely. This spectacle was captured by media helicopters eagerly awaiting the event, anticipating that Captain America's battle with the demon would undoubtedly dominate the headlines the following day. Having been forced to retreat from the explosion, Gawain joined the fray upon witnessing Steve's valor, and the already wounded Blood Demon found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a shout drew the attention of those present. "I come to assist you." The formidable body of Kingpin reappeared on the battlefield, charging directly at Steve, who was caught off guard and swept away from the Blood Demon's vicinity. Immediately, the combatants engaged. Gawain faced the Blood Demon, while Steve contended with Kingpin. The confrontation between Gawain and the Blood Demon was manageable, but the battle between Steve and Kingpin was decidedly one-sided, with the enhanced Steve delivering punishing blows to Kingpin. Chapter 91. The conclusion. At this moment, Kingpin, suffering greatly from Steve's relentless assault, remained silent, enduring the onslaught while occasionally hurling fireballs at Gawain. Though these attacks posed no real threat, they were deeply insulting, prompting Gawain to regard Kingpin with a glimmer of menace. Steve, meanwhile, found himself increasingly disgusted. He could easily incapacitate Kingpin. Yet the latter's extraordinary regenerative abilities thwarted his efforts, leaving him unable to subdue Kingpin in the immediate term. Meanwhile, the weapons ordered by Jarvis finally arrived before Tony, albeit with an unexpected twist. What lay before him was a cross, reminiscent of those adorning the architecture of churches. Tony could not help but express his incredulity. Those folks really sell anything. Does Jarvis have anything else? I regret to inform you, sir, that the military and SHIELD are acquiring those exorcism artifacts, which I managed to procure from clergy through certain underhanded means, Jarvis replied. Oh, very well. Let me see if this thing actually works. With that, Tony hurled the cross directly at the small volcano, and the ensuing spectacle left him utterly astonished. Oh dear, what is the principle behind this? It actually works. The spot where the cross struck appeared to transform into melting flesh, and faintly, Tony could hear anguished wails. A chill ran down his spine, yet the dire circumstances of the battlefield compelled him to act swiftly. This object was amplifying the demons present. It had to be destroyed at once. Resolute, Tony disregarded the haunting cries and unleashed all the crosses he had at the small volcano. Instantly, a torrent of crimson steam billowed forth. The previously indistinct wails now resonated as if corporeal, and the sound threatened to rend his very soul asunder. Following the cacophony, the small volcano contracted as if it were a living entity, and with each tightening, it ultimately erupted into a mass of deep black, unknown substance, scattering throughout the underground warehouse. As the volcano was vanquished, the peculiar power dissipated, causing a significant decline in the regenerative abilities of the demons in Hell's Kitchen, resulting in a collapse of the battlefield between the demons and the mages. Even Jean Bing, who was engaged in combat with Steve, began to sustain injuries. In the midst of this turmoil, the molten blood demon unleashed a tremendous force amidst the flowing lava, sending the unprepared Gawain reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, the molten blood demon swiftly maneuvered behind Jean Bing, forcing Steve back with a strike before dragging Jean Bing toward the gathering of demons. The destruction of the volcano had the most profound impact on this battlefield. The mages were no mere amateurs. They dealt with ordinary demons with ease. The previous entanglement with the demons had been solely due to the presence of the volcano. Now that it was obliterated, the mages swiftly gained the upper hand over the demons, rendering them powerless. Upon the arrival of the molten blood demon, he extended his hand towards the fallen demons. With a sweeping gesture, the bodies of the demons surged forth like flowing lava, some transforming into a barrage of molten fireballs directed at the surrounding mages, while others coalesced into a massive lava pit. Upon the formation of the lava pit, the molten blood demon leaped in with Jean Bing, prompting nearby demons to follow suit in a similar fashion. The demonic entities surged into the lava pit, their leader having fled, prompting a frantic escape. It was evident that the faster they ran, the greater their chances of survival. By the time Steve and Gawain arrived, the majority of the demonic horde had already fled, though some unfortunate souls who lingered too long faced dire consequences at the hands of Steve, Gawain, and a multitude of mages. As the remaining demons were systematically eliminated, the military and shield's reinforcements arrived belatedly, initially hoping to reap the rewards of victory, yet the time between the volcano's destruction and the demons' retreat had been alarmingly brief. Observing the arrival of the military and shield, the mages promptly activated their portals, evidently wishing to avoid any extensive interaction. Their mission of safeguarding the sanctum had been successfully fulfilled, thus they saw no reason to remain in the public eye. Following the departure of the mages, Tony and Gawain also took their leave. When the military and shield forces finally reached the scene, only Steve and the Ramlo squad remained in the devastated Hell's Kitchen. Thanks to certain arrangements made with Kingpin, the Ramlo squad suffered minimal losses, merely feigning an inability to control Kingpin's escape. At this juncture, the mysterious influence that had plagued Steve dissipated, yet as he surveyed the ruin of Hell's Kitchen, a sense of unease filled his heart. He even found himself somewhat longing for that enigmatic power. Before long, military personnel located Steve, escorting him away under heavy protection. Surprisingly, SHIELD agents made no attempt to intervene, choosing instead to take the Ramlo squad with them. The battle in Hell's Kitchen soon dominated the headlines of major media outlets. This incident was far graver than the previous Stark Tower event, as the very fabric of Hell's Kitchen had been nearly obliterated. Though the area was not particularly beloved, it was still within New York City, raising concerns about future threats. Would the next calamity strike Wall Street? Anxiety spread through the populace, with many elite individuals contemplating escape to other states or even countries. The current atmosphere in New York had become perilously volatile. From the initial assault on Stark Tower to the devastation of Hell's Kitchen, New York had seemingly become a magnet for demons. Amidst this climate of fear, new reports emerged from various media outlets announcing the return of Captain America, accompanied by a plethora of detailed photographs and footage of Steve delivering a formidable beating to Kingpin. These revelations left a profound impression on the public. In Chinatown, Zhong Hong was elated, compared to the indiscriminate carnage that left many unaware of their demise. The recent battle in Hell's Kitchen had significantly boosted his emotional value. The conflict had barely concluded, yet his emotional gains far exceeded those from the fall of Jotunheim, where countless frost giants had perished obliviously. As Zhong Hong reveled in his good fortune, he overheard discussions commencing regarding the Hell's Kitchen incident. New York has become quite problematic of late. The toll of lives lost over the past 6 months is staggering. Alas, who could argue otherwise? I find myself regretting my decision to come to this place. The energies here are truly unfavorable. The person who lured me here deserves a harsh fate indeed. Chapter 92. The completion of the underworld. At this moment, Zhong Hong had no desire to listen to their idle chatter. His mind was solely focused on returning home to open a few treasure chests. Soon, he found himself back in his abode, and upon gazing at the system panel revealing nearly 20 million emotional points, he could hardly contain his joy. It was indeed wise to gradually elevate their emotions. A direct approach of destruction was ill-advised. Perhaps it would be best to complement this with a savior-like character. In the empty room, Zhong Hong's mutterings echoed, resembling the whispers of ancient deities. Yet, under the will of the system, such murmurs would be known only to the esteemed reader. System. Let us begin with the terrestrial treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 5-star cards and 1 4-star card. 5-star card. Heart of the Eternal Dragon God. An eternally boiling heart, entwined with unquenchable divine power, capable of harboring immense belief energy. Granting the possessor unyielding stamina and extraordinary vitality, can be fused. 5-star card. Ode to the light of the stars. A magnificent force from the cosmos. A tempest anchor tethering the stars, capable of effortlessly traversing realms yet lacking a vessel, can be fused. 4-star card. Core of belief. Capable of absorbing the faith of living beings without losing one's self in the process. The more belief absorbed, the stronger one becomes, can be fused. Quite splendid. 2 more 5-star cards. Let us seize this fortune and open a celestial treasure chest. In his euphoric state, reveling in the joy of acquiring 2 5-star cards from the terrestrial chest, Zhong Hong completely forgot his previous words. He was acutely aware that when luck arrives, it cannot be hindered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 6-star cards, 2 5-star cards, and 1 4-star card. 6-star card. The complete abyssal world without a master. Originating from the endless abyss, this layer is home to numerous demons, including those of celestial father caliber. However, bereft of abyssal will, they require a new will, one steeped in malevolence, can be fused. 6-star card. The indomitable spirit of humanity. An impulse to create that transcends mere survival instincts. Differing from the utilitarian calculations of reason, it embodies life's spontaneous defiance against the void, the primal force of value creation. It serves as the core, driving force of civilization's evolution and the spiritual pillar for individuals overcoming adversity, humanity's eternal quest for possibilities. 5-star card. The power of the 12 divine palaces, the stillness of the rat transformed into movement, the strength of the ox, the balance of the tiger, the speed of the rabbit, the destruction of the dragon, the invisibility of the serpent, the purification of the horse, the spirit of the goat, the transformation of the monkey, the levitation of a rooster, the immortality of the dog, and the divine sight of the pig. All these powers converge, brimming with potential, can be fused. 5-star card. Mastery of dark power. An innate ability to control dark forces, easily usurping the darkness of others for personal gain. With the potential to become a source of darkness oneself, can be fused. The 4-star card, the Demon Worm Pit, originates from a fantastical realm, where it absorbs the essence of the abyss, allowing it to continuously give birth to demon worms. These malevolent creatures possess the potential to evolve into any demonic form, capable of fusion. Upon discovering 2 6-star cards, it was indeed a fortuitous moment. This unclaimed, complete abyssal world was simply a perfect match for the source of evil. The instant Zhong Hong laid eyes on the unclaimed complete abyss, he was reminded of the source of evil he had previously drawn. He proceeded to place the 3 cards, the source of evil, the unclaimed complete abyssal world, and the demon worm pit, into the system's furnace. Watching the 3 cards swirl and merge within the furnace brought a smile to Zhong Hong's face. The underworld's forces were now fully replenished, alleviating concerns about the lack of demons to follow after the blood demon. After all, prior to this, there had been a dearth of demon-themed cards to fill the ranks. And now, the power of the underworld was clearly secured. The 6-star fusion card, the End of Origins, is formed from the amalgamation of the unclaimed complete abyssal world, the source of evil, and the demon worm pit. It manifests as a dimension of its own, albeit much smaller than a typical universe. Yet it possesses unique rules and can continuously devour worlds to grow stronger. It embodies characteristics such as the Certificate of the End, the extreme evil world demon cultivation, manifestation of the end, and unstable rifts. Combat positioning, powerful, single-target, universe level. Certificate of the End. Although birthed from the endless abyss, it inevitably carries its characteristics. However, the inclusion of the source of evil enhances its power and enigma, enabling it to consume worlds and grow, potentially evolving into the ultimate end of all universes. Extreme evil world. This realm is harsh and unforgiving, yet not lacking in resources. The malevolence of the world affects its inhabitants, driving them towards brutality and murder in a quest for evolution, harboring immense hostility towards any uninvited outsiders. Demon cultivation. A ceaseless emergence of demons occurs within this world, yearning for battle and strength, completely bound to this realm. Through rituals, they can draw power from other worlds, yet none can defy the will of this world. Manifestation of the End. The World S will from the End of Origins manifests, allowing it to alter the rules within this realm freely. It possesses the backing of the entire world and can even engage in battles beyond its current level, existing in unison with the world, as long as the world endures. So shall it. Unstable rifts. The position of the End of Origins world shifts erratically without any discernible pattern, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to locate. What a marvel! I exclaim in astonishment. Let me see what unfolds. The entity birthed from this fusion is exceedingly extraordinary, prompting Zhong Hong's desire to explore it, as it is a realm entirely unlike Earth. Under the influence of his will, Zhong Hong swiftly entered this world. Although he could directly command it, he refrained, recognizing that such matters are best left to experts. Zhong Hong humbly acknowledged his lack of experience in governing a world, thus opting not to directly meld with the world's will. Upon entering this world, Zhong Hong's first thought was that it was vast, truly immense. According to the description provided by the world's will, it spans an astonishing breadth of over 1 billion light years. This figure profoundly astonished Zhong Hong, for to his knowledge, the entire Virgo supercluster measures merely 1 billion light years. Moreover, this world exists as a tangible continent, teeming with a number of demons beyond Zhong Hong's wildest imagination. Witnessing this scene, his heart swelled with ambition. In that moment, he felt an invigorating confidence to confront the so-called deities without fear of interference due to a lack of hidden cards. At the very least, the cards and factions of the Underworld series had a formidable backing, as the End Origin world could offer unwavering support to the Bloodfire demons. Even if the Celestial Assembly were to strike directly at the Bloodfire demons, he could muster sufficient strength to respond with composure. Without hesitation, Zhong Hong initiated the unfolding of the End Origin. However, this time, he found himself not in the familiar cosmic environment, but before something akin to a bubble. This bubble was colossal, rendering the End Origin minuscule in comparison. As he gazed around, he observed many similar bubbles continuously being born and perishing. Zhong Hong silently contemplated this scene. Having previously been a mere laborer, he had never encountered such a spectacle. He speculated that this must lie beyond the universe, with each bubble representing a universe, collectively forming a multiverse. The End Origin did not linger in this place, instead penetrating the bubble before him, much like a virus infiltrating a cell. Upon entry, he did not find himself within the innermost universe. Rather, he remained near the bubble surface, maintaining a distance that was invisible from the outside, yet allowed for immediate departure. This position was ever-shifting, and had Zhong Hong not possessed complete control over the end origin, he would have struggled to discern that world, as the end origin established its presence within the cosmos. Many powerful beings sensed a formidable force imbued with malice entering this universe. They immediately employed various means to locate this entity, yet all efforts proved fruitless. After a time, they ceased their search, reasoning that cosmic traversal among the multiverse was not uncommon. It was merely a stowaway from another universe, unlikely to incite significant turmoil. However, some benevolent entities within this universe grew increasingly anxious, for given the malevolent force's strength, it was inevitable that some civilizations would face dire consequences. After the end origin had settled, Zhong Hong arrived once more upon this immense and bewildering continent, where he further explored the combat prowess of the end origin world. Setting aside the manifest power of the world's will, the local demons had undergone significant transformation due to the influence of the source of evil. These demons had become more malevolent, yet in contrast to their previously chaotic nature, they began to exhibit a semblance of order. The most conspicuous aspect is the existence of 7 distinct regions, each led by the 7 archdemons of the 7 deadly sins, which have even formed entities reminiscent of human kingdoms. Additionally, there are other formidable demons who have established their own organizations. These demons, originally the strongest beings of the abyssal world, swiftly seize power upon merging with the source of evil, acquiring certain nefarious traits in the process. They quickly gathered other demons to serve as their subordinates, inciting them to engage in relentless battles to appease the malevolent will of the world, thereby gaining greater strength. When the source of doom merged with the universe, they all realized that the efficiency of gaining power through mutual slaughter was far inferior to the speed of external plundering. Under the guidance of the world will, they began to seek out realms suitable for invasion, dragging them into the abyss to attain even greater power. Soon, malevolent runes inexplicably appeared throughout the cosmos, and life began to manifest visions related to the source of doom. Under the influence of these illusions, their inner malice was greatly amplified, leading them to pursue those malevolent runes under the direction of that will. The entire world of the source of doom resembles a colossal parasite within this universe, continuously consuming one planet after another to fortify itself, growing ever more powerful. It is foreseeable that countless civilizations will vanish before the demons, their planets transformed into sustenance for the doom. Upon grasping the essence of the source of doom, Zhong Hong could not help but draw a sharp breath. This was indeed monumental. The addition of such an entity to the already chaotic Marvel Universe promised great amusement. However, given the demons' immense power, their adversaries could not afford to be weak. Otherwise, they would stand no chance against these fiends. Thus, the Ashen Council, as the primary opponents of the demonic forces of the 8 desolations, must also be formidable. Consequently, Zhong Hong directed his will back to Earth and commenced a new fusion. He cast the 4 cards: humanity's indomitable spirit, the ever-burning heart of the dragon god, the radiance of the stars, and the core of faith, into the crucible. The 6-star fusion card, the goddess of salvation, formed by the amalgamation of humanity's indomitable spirit, the ever-burning heart of the dragon god, the radiance of the stars, and the core of faith. It embodies the essence of humanity's unwavering spirit, appearing before the eye yet remaining ethereal and intangible. It possesses attributes such as Guardian of Humanity, Energy Crucible, Stellar Armory, God of Faith and Power Projection, Combat Positioning, Weak Single Target Universe, Guardian of Humanity. When fighting to protect others, combat power receives a tremendous boost while safeguarding a realm. It triggers the power of world salvation, with the strength directly correlating to the will of the one being protected. Energy Crucible, the undying heart of the divine, can convert the majority of powers into its own divine strength, rendering the depletion of energy almost non-existent under this characteristic. Stellar Armory, the great powers from the cosmos are interpreted through humanity's indomitable spirit, allowing it to forge weapons tailored to itself using stellar energy for battle. The deity of faith, The potential of the core of faith is significantly enhanced by the indomitable spirit of humanity. By continually absorbing the belief of life, it can grow stronger without distortion from faith. Power projection. Any warrior fighting for humanity can summon its power after mastering the method, allowing it to manifest strength simultaneously in different locations. Excellent. Splendid indeed. The card forged through this fusion greatly satisfies Zhong Hong, as it ensures the Ashen Council's combat prowess is well-rounded. Should anyone wish to test the Ashen Council's strength through Gawain, the goddess of salvation will undoubtedly provide them with a formidable surprise. Zhong Hong summoned the goddess of salvation directly before him. Due to the system's nature, no one could perceive her presence, even when summoned. What appeared before Zhong Hong resembled a cluster of starlight. Though lacking a human form, it instilled an unconscious sense of beauty. From this moment on, you shall be known as the legendary Lion King, Artoria. Upon hearing Zhong Hong's words, the goddess of salvation transformed into a figure akin to the Lion King, yet imbued with a divine essence, seemingly devoid of emotion. This aligns with Zhong Hong's mischievous inclination. After all, if Gawain exists, how could Artoria be absent? Although this Artoria differs vastly from the one in the Type Moon world, those from the Marvel Universe have never encountered her, so Zhong Hong harbored no concerns of exposure. Chapter 94. The Descendant of Fate. As the situation did not yet require Artoria's intervention, Zhong Hong decided to send her back for the time being. He possessed a considerable number of cards, and it was imperative to set them into motion. Among these cards, the Yellow Wind Great Sage, Yang Chun, and Wall Libel were not to be summoned lightly. Zhong Hong planned to arrange for their appearance only when the powers of the 8 desolations were fully revealed. Furthermore, the blood-burning demon, a diligent worker, deserved some benefits. It was time for the denizens of the underworld to stretch their limbs, especially since Ilias was already in discussions with Ancient One on how to prevent Mephisto from harvesting souls on Earth. There was also the unyielding war hero. Let's name Useti. With that, Zhong Hong enveloped the unyielding war hero in a crystal of energy and cast him into a spatial rift, where he would randomly materialize across the entirety of the United States. This would simulate the phenomenon of beings from the 8 desolations inadvertently entering this world, as those who arrived possessed knowledge of the Void Gate, which did not align with the randomness associated with its appearance. At this moment, due to the events in Hell's Kitchen, all of New York was in a frenzy. From above, one could observe a sea of private vehicles rushing in every direction, indicating that the populace was eager to vacate the city. However, due to the erratic driving of certain individuals, this massive flow of traffic quickly devolved into chaos, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic films, with vehicles congested on the roads. Numerous individuals seized this fortuitous opportunity to engage in zero-cost purchases, while the police, preoccupied with dispersing the crowd, paid them little heed. The potential for further malevolent occurrences amidst this chaos was too daunting to contemplate. The police presence, fraught with tension, only exacerbated the panic among the masses, leading many to abandon their vehicles in haste. Their frantic movements enveloped an even larger throng. In an instant, New York descended into utter disarray, a scenario ripe for emotional turmoil, even without any instigation from Zhong Hong, for their distress ultimately stemmed from the molten blood demon. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this farce, accompanied by Jean Bing and various other demon entities, had manifested in the Kazuchi Mountains. Following Tony's dismantling of the initial hideout, Justin had clandestinely established another in a more concealed location. He intended to sow discord once Tony's gaze diverted, as he was reluctant to forsake any of the mortals involved. At that moment, Justin remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding in New York. To thwart Tony from tracing him via electronic means, he had obliterated all electronic devices within the camp. Just as Justin prepared to send some mortals to scout, a colossal lava pit erupted in the camp's center, from which the imposing figure of the molten blood demon emerged. In rapid succession, Jean Bing and a multitude of demon entities followed. The alert demons within the camp, upon witnessing this, contemplated an offensive. After all, they had never encountered such intruders. However, before their minds could command their bodies to act, their forms instinctively knelt before the molten blood demon, a primal reaction to the presence of such magnificence. Hearing the commotion outside, Justin hastily transformed into a demon and emerged from his tent. Upon sighting the molten blood demon, he too knelt, feeling the weight of the moment without Obadiah by his side. The molten blood demon paid them no mind. He effortlessly absorbed several mortal slaves from the camp and proceeded to transform the environment into one suitable for demon habitation. Witnessing this display of power, the kneeling demons buried their heads even lower, for at that moment, the molten blood demon was akin to a deity in their eyes. After reshaping the surroundings, the molten blood demon gestured for them to rise and infused Justin with a surge of energy. This is your reward. Create chaos well, and further rewards shall follow. Despite having suffered a depletion of energy in prior battles, he chose not to withhold this fragment. I shall return to my kin, while you continue to incite turmoil. When I next ascend, I shall bring upon them the gravest of calamities. With those words, he imparted another surge of energy into Jin Bing, granting him the ability to transform into a demon entity before vanishing from the sight of the assembled demons. Zhong Hong has already arranged for the exemplary labor, the blood demon, to pursue further studies in the world of the end origin. There, with the assistance of the world's will, his power is destined to grow even more formidable. After the blood demon departed, two waves of demon species, led by Jin Bin and Justin, occupied both sides of the camp, clearly struggling to integrate harmoniously. Jin Bin paid little heed to these matters, lost in contemplation regarding his dealings with Ramlo. Initially, he believed that he would have to request the blood demon for the ability to transform demon species, but to his surprise, it was granted without solicitation. This revelation shattered Jin Bin's preconceived notions. Was it not said that demons were notoriously stingy? Why then was this demon so generous? Observing that Justin evidently had no inclination for conversation, he refrained from approaching him, as he was soon to leave this place anyway. Let them be as they will. After the New York police expended considerable effort, employing both deception and persuasion to stabilize the restless crowd, Police Chief George Stacy finally exhaled in relief. However, as he wiped the sweat from his brow, he caught a glimpse of a rift appearing in the sky, from which something seemed to be descending towards the ground. This sight compelled him to rub his eyes, fervently wishing it were merely a hallucination. Yet, disappointment awaited him, for the object continued its descent, and members of the crowd had already taken notice. Look, something's falling from the sky. As a few sharp-witted individuals exclaimed, many in the crowd raised their heads in curiosity. Yet the performance of these clever ones was far from over. Could it be a demon? Help! I want to leave this place. Indeed, you officers are deceiving us. Something is definitely happening. Amidst several screams, the previously subdued crowd erupted once more into chaos. The police found themselves utterly unable to regain control, acutely aware of the burgeoning panic, a contagion of fear that was palpable, leading even some officers to question the reality of yet another demon's appearance. Recognizing his inability to manage the situation, George Stacy opted to report the incident, conceding that he could not handle such a disastrous turn of events. Chapter 95. Tony's confusion the moment the rift appeared in the sky. Tony, along with S.H., Hill, D, and the military, was informed. Fresh from the battle in Hell's Kitchen, they were immediately on high alert. Within Stark Tower, Tony had yet to remove his armor when he heard Jarvis's voice, causing his nerves to tense. After all, Jarvis rarely sought him out without cause. Sir, a rift has appeared above Hell's Kitchen, and an unidentified object is descending. Taken aback by Jarvis's words, Tony found himself momentarily at a loss. Honestly, he had no desire to involve himself with this matter, as it fell within S.H.I.E.L.'s jurisdiction. He was more inclined to visit the Kamartaj library to peruse some texts and pose a few inquiries to the Ancient One. In the absence of Tony's participation in the upcoming battle, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. remained the sole contenders for the coveted object. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. hold a strategic advantage due to its base's proximity in New York City. Consequently, a Quinjet, carrying another contingent of S.H.L.D. agents, hastens towards the site. Given the substantial toll taken on Agent Barton during the Hell's Kitchen conflict, Agent Hill has taken the lead for this mission. Upon their arrival, they discover that the object has indeed fallen within the remnants of Hell's Kitchen, where the ruins have been transformed into what resembles a meteorite crater. Once the location is confirmed, fully armed S.H.I.L.D. agents descend in the Quinjet, with Agent Hill, clad in heavy protective gear, leading the charge. Observing the crystalline object nestled within the pit, and noting the absence of any alarming surveillance devices, Agent Hill breathes a sigh of relief, promptly calling for more agents to disembark. Aware that the military would be a formidable adversary in negotiations, she resolves to assert their claim first. She swiftly directs her agents to establish a perimeter and attempt to retrieve the object, just as she prepares to report back to Nick Fury. An agent's startled exclamation interrupts her thoughts. Director, there's a humanoid entity inside. Agent Hill furrows her brow at this revelation. She is unperturbed by any peculiar substances or radioactive elements. Rather, it is the bizarre nature of the situation that raises her concerns. After all, a human-like figure encased in crystal, having fallen from the sky, suggests complexities that could lead to trouble. However, time is of the essence, and she cannot afford to dwell on her apprehensions. She immediately directs her agents to attempt to move the object. As a level 9 agent, Hill's perception of New Mexico may have faded, yet her instincts lead her to believe the object is extraordinary, and she harbors little hope for a successful extraction. To her astonishment, the object proves lighter than anticipated, allowing several agents to maneuver it. This prompts her to order the deployment of a harness, intending to hoist the object with a Quinjet. It is at this juncture that Agent Hill finally glimpses the so-called humanoid entity. The being resembles a human male, towering at least 2 meters, with exaggerated musculature that instills a sense of trepidation in her. Its physique is evidently not merely ornamental. Most strikingly, it possesses a pair of animal-like ears and a profusion of fur, rendering it distinctly different from an ordinary human. Indeed, this is Surdy, the being cast into the rift by Zhong Hong, whose inexplicable reappearance in New York has sparked chaos, resulting in a significant influx of emotional energy for Zhong Hong. By the time the military arrives, Agent Hill has already directed the Quinjet to take off, opting to remain behind to oversee the collection of vital data from the scene. The military official was not the brash General Ross. Upon arriving late, he chose not to engage in conflict with the S.H.I.L.D. agents, but instead sincerely expressed a desire to collaboratively assess the data. Agent Hill did not decline this proposal. The two factions, often crossing paths, had no reason to deny the military a small concession after S.H.I.L.D. had already claimed the lion's share. To provoke the military into covertly undermining S.H.I.L.D. would yield more losses than gains. After Surtur was transported to the S.H.I.L.D. base, Nick Fury personally oversaw his examination, acutely aware of the chaos caused by such sudden arrivals in the past. However, as S.H.I.L.D.'s equipment failed to penetrate the crystalline layer surrounding Surtur, a sense of helplessness washed over Fury. He had believed S.H.I.L.D. was sufficiently equipped to handle most situations, yet it was becoming painfully clear that their resources were woefully inadequate. Following the directive to closely monitor this entity, Fury did not return to his office, but instead took a helicopter to a secret base nestled between New York and Washington. Here, he found Dr. Eric Selvig, who was preparing to conduct research on the Tesseract. Upon meeting, Nick Fury wasted no time in addressing him directly. Dr. Selvig, how long until the Tesseract can be harnessed for practical use? What's the matter, Director Fury? According to our timeline, it will take some time yet, Selvig replied. Fury rubbed his temples, then responded, Doctor, I believe we need to expedite our efforts. Significant events may soon unfold, and we require the Tesseract's power. Selvig did not oppose this suggestion. He too was eager to see the experiments proceed swiftly. He promptly outlined the necessary materials for the experiments. At this juncture, Fury readily acquiesced to Selvig's requests, as the urgency of the situation made it imperative to accelerate the weaponization of the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Tony Stark arrived at Kamartaj. The moment he entered, he sensed an unusual aura that instilled a sense of panic within him, as if he were being confronted by a formidable adversary. This unsettling feeling compelled Tony to seek out Master Ancient One, who had previously warned him of the significance of the sanctum. As he ventured deeper towards the Ancient One's abode, the strange sensation intensified. When he finally reached her dwelling, he was intercepted by a familiar figure. It was Master Wong, stationed at the entrance to the Ancient One's residence. Before Tony could inquire why he was being stopped, Wong spoke. Tony, the Supreme Master is in discussion with an important guest. It would be best not to disturb her. The esteemed guest Wong referred to as none other than Eligius. Given the various contingencies left behind by the Ancient One at Camartage, she had brought Eligius to this sacred place. In a confrontation, the home advantage would undoubtedly afford the Ancient One a greater ease in contending with Eligius. Chapter 96. The arrival of Loki. As Tony prepared to head directly to the library, he caught sight of the Ancient One, accompanied by a figure clad entirely in obsidian armor. At that moment, an unsettling sensation gripped Tony's heart, as if it were being tightly clenched. He felt utterly powerless in the presence of this being. Though he tried to speak, his lips refused to part, as if some invisible force had silenced him, rendering his body motionless. In a fleeting moment, Tony recalled that this was the effect of some form of magic, leading him to realize that it was likely the Ancient One's doing. She was preventing him from speaking in the presence of that entity. This thought filled him with confusion. What manner of being could instill such a sense of dread in the Ancient One that she felt it imperative to silence him? Despite having perused many tomes within the library of Camartage, he had never encountered any record of the armored figure. After a brief interval, the Ancient One returned. With a wave of her hand, she lifted the spell that bound Tony, and then addressed him directly. "Tony, do you have a question you wish to ask?" Only then did Tony realize he could speak again. He promptly inquired, "Ancient One, what is the situation with that being?" The Ancient One rubbed her temples, uncertain of how to elucidate the matter to Tony. To describe Elias as a dimensional demon would imply that he could traverse the reality at will, while characterizing him as a deity akin to those of Asgard would invoke the endorsement of the god of death. Thus, she found herself at an impasse in explaining Elias to Tony, fully aware that revealing information about the god of death would serve no one's interest. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "His existence is rather complex. Suffice it to say that his power has the potential to obliterate our world." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished that another being of such caliber had emerged, he pondered how many other formidable entities remained unknown to him. In that moment, he even selectively forgot his original purpose for being there and cautiously pressed on, "Ancient One, what is that being's attitude towards Earth and humanity?" "I cannot ascertain his precise disposition," she replied, "but it is certain he harbors no malevolence towards humanity. Historically, none of the beings under the dominion of the god of death have wrought absolute destruction upon civilizations or lives, despite their capacity to do so. What they seek are souls. Without life, there can be no souls. Furthermore, there exist entities even higher than the god of death, and such blatant disruptions to the cosmic order are prohibited by these greater powers. However, the mass extinction of lives resulting from ordinary civilizational conflicts is of little concern, as long as it does not lead to a collapse of the universal order. These elevated beings typically refrain from intervening." Tony breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that there was no malice directed towards Earth and humanity from that existence. The prospect of such hostility would indeed be terrifying. After receiving clarification on that matter, Tony posed a question that had accompanied him since his arrival. "Master Gu, during the Hell's Kitchen incident, I observed a sorcerer intervening. Why did you not take action yourself? Surely, vanquishing those infernal demons would not pose a challenge for you." Upon hearing this, Gu let out a soft sigh. She had indeed contemplated personally eliminating those demons. However, if every crisis were resolved by her own hand, what would become of humanity in her absence? The situation in Hell's Kitchen was precisely calibrated. Humanity possessed the capability to address it, albeit with some struggle, allowing for valuable growth. This was a significant reason why Master Gu refrained from direct intervention. "It is true that defeating those infernal demons would not be arduous for me. Yet people must be afforded the opportunity to grow. This time, I did not intervene, yet you managed to overcome the challenge. That is the essence of training. This is merely the beginning. Even more formidable challenges lie ahead, and humanity must prepare in advance." Tony nodded in understanding. He recognized this truth. Master Gu, being human herself, could not oversee every matter, lest she exhaust herself. Moreover, they were not mere bystanders. There were challenges they could resolve without burdening Gu. "Master Gu, I require access to some resources. May I proceed?" "Of course, at any time," she replied. "The doors of the Camartage Library are open to every aspiring sorcerer." The efficiency of S.H.I.L.D. was commendable. The items required by Dr. Selvig were swiftly gathered by Nick Fury. Under Fury's watchful eye, the initial phase of testing for the Tesseract was underway. He had also brought Agent Barton and Agent Rambo to serve as security for the base, underscoring his regard for the location. Observing the numbers fluctuating across various instruments, Nick Fury, though not fully comprehending their significance, sensed an immense power at play. Meanwhile, across the cosmos, Loki sensed the energy emanating from the Tesseract. After all, the Tesseract had once belonged to Asgard, and he was quite familiar with it. Prepared, he established a connection with the Tesseract, knowing that with sufficient energy, he could transport himself near it. Following this, he sought out the leader of the Chitauri, quickly finding him and articulating his intentions. The Chitauri leader readily agreed. He had awaited this day for a long time. As long as Loki could bring them to Earth, they would ensure the Tesseract reached Lord Thanos. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his subordinates, instructing them to provide Loki with ample energy. As Loki departed, the leader of the Chitauri could not help but chuckle, feeling that Loki's perspective was rather limited. While Loki might gain a planet upon the completion of their scheme, the Chitauri would seize the entirety of the universe. At that moment, Nick Fury gazed at the Tesseract with fervent intensity. If he could harness its power, his means of addressing impending crises would be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Dr. Selvig was drenched in cold sweat, for according to his calculations, the Tesseract's power should have subsided by now. Before he could comprehend the situation, the Tesseract emitted a resounding blast, manifesting a portal-like phenomenon. Before Fury could instruct his agents to enter, a silhouette emerged from the portal. It was Loki, arriving far earlier than his original timeline. The Prince of Asgard had returned to Earth. Chapter 97. The Tesseract is seized. Loki's sudden appearance rendered everyone present momentarily stunned. An entity capable of traversing through the Tesseract was undoubtedly formidable. As Loki materialized, he too was sweating profusely, not out of fear of S.H., but due to the disorienting effects of the Tesseract's spatial teleportation, which differed greatly from Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. "What are you staring at? Kneel and worship your god," Loki declared, surveying the numerous weapons aimed at him. He intended to buy time to regain his composure while contemplating his escape. For the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., this was an unprecedented scenario. They hesitated to act until Nick Fury spoke. Fury, already aware of Loki's existence from the brief encounter in New Mexico, had little information to go on, knowing only that Loki was Thor's brother and possessed physical prowess far exceeding that of Earthlings. This dearth of intelligence compelled Fury to proceed with caution. As no one addressed him, Loki's frustration surged. Assessing the situation, he discerned that the imposing figure was the leader and swiftly seized the Mind Scepter, unleashing a beam of energy toward him. With remarkable focus, Hawkeye tackled Fury aside in an effort to prepare for Loki's attack, while another agent, Ramlo, covered Dr. Selvig's retreat and organized the remaining agents to strike at Loki. However, these agents proved no match for Loki. Bullets merely tickled him, while the lethal energy from the Mind Scepter could easily claim their lives. Moreover, Loki's elusive magic rendered the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives defenseless, and soon they suffered significant losses. Pinned beneath Barton, Nick Fury observed the chaos with a complex expression. This adversary could not be subdued by conventional weaponry. In that moment, his yearning for the power of the Tesseract intensified. He forcefully pushed Barton aside and commanded, "Barton, buy us time. We need to relocate the Tesseract." "Understood, sir." Upon hearing the words, Barton swiftly drew his bow and loosed 2 arrows at Loki. However, they merely struck Loki's illusion. Though Loki's magic proved somewhat ineffectual against Thor, it was remarkably effective against ordinary mortals. In a matter of moments, nearly all the agents present had been slain, and due to the laboratory's superb soundproofing, external reinforcements were delayed. In a flash, Loki appeared before Dr. Selvig, pressing the Mind Scepter against his chest. Soon, Dr. Selvig's eyes transformed to a chilling blue, indicating that he had succumbed to Loki's control. Nearby, Rumlow's cold sweat poured down at the sight of such a bizarre tactic. Yet he was not one to be easily intimidated. Drawing 2 sharp blades, he charged at Loki. Observing this, Loki's lips curled into a slight smile. This fellow possessed quite a bit of courage, and his skills were commendable among the agents. An amusing mortal. Loki's voice echoed directly behind Rumlow, and before Rumlow could react, He felt as though his body had been ensnared by an unseen force. At that moment, Barton loosed another arrow, but to avoid harming Dr. Selvig and Rumlow, he refrained from using an explosive arrow. Without even glancing, Loki effortlessly seized Barton's arrow and discarded it as if it were a fuse. Barton could only watch helplessly as Rumlow too was struck by the Mind Scepter at his chest. Cursing inwardly, he glanced toward Nick Fury, realizing that retrieving the Tesseract would require time. Seeing that his archery could not deter Loki, he gritted his teeth and charged at Loki with his bow drawn. Before long, Barton was overpowered by Loki right before Nick Fury's eyes, yet he had no time to dwell on it. Activating the base's self-destruct mode, he grabbed the briefcase containing the Tesseract and made for the exit. "Put it down. I believe I require it," Loki stated in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Fury attempted to interject, but was swiftly taken down by Rumlow and Barton, who both voiced their concerns. "Master, this black-hearted fiend is stalling for time. If we do not exit promptly, we shall be buried 1,000 meters underground." Hearing this, Loki hesitated no longer, leading the group outward, leaving the fallen black-hearted fiend behind, who had taken 2 bullets and was not expected to survive. With Barton and Rumlow's endorsement, they successfully reached the vehicle, yet before they could start it, Nick Fury's voice resonated throughout the base. "Rumlow and Barton have betrayed us. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, intercept them and reclaim the Tesseract." The agents regarded Loki and his companions with hostility. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra wished for the Tesseract to fall into the hands of a third party. Consequently, Loki and his entourage faced fierce resistance. Nevertheless, with Barton's exceptional driving skills and Loki's magical prowess, they managed to escape. Following closely behind, Nick Fury observed the departing vehicles without opting to pursue. He was in the process of evacuating valuable assets from the base, and after extracting some of the most critical documents, the entire facility collapsed with a thunderous roar. Witnessing the scene left Fury feeling somewhat weary. Within a mere month, S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered attacks on 2 of its bases. While the one in New York could still be salvaged, this one had been utterly obliterated. Shortly thereafter, Fury boarded a helicopter back to New York, where matters in Hell's Kitchen remained unresolved and the Tesseract had been stolen. His burden was unprecedentedly immense. At that moment, he found himself devoid of any reliable personnel. Coulson was deceased, Barton and Rumlow were compromised, and both Natasha and Agent Hill were engaged in their own missions. Reluctantly, he contemplated whether to recall Agent Hill from her assignment, and, considering the timeline, Natasha had been in Brazil for nearly a month without returning with the Hulk. Fortunately, Captain America and Tony Stark were still available, and he could seek their assistance at any time. While immersed in thought, a knock echoed at the office door, prompting him to invite the visitor in. The newcomer was an agent under Hill's command, who promptly reported to Fury. "Director, the object that fell from the sky has undergone a new transformation. Director Hill instructed me to inform you." "Lead the way." Fury, consumed by urgency, followed the agent while summoning a cadre of heavily armed operatives, instructing them to prepare for the evacuation of high-value items from the base. The string of unforeseen incidents had eroded his confidence, compelling him to exercise utmost caution from the eyes of those who threatened them. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s robust defenses appeared as fragile as paper. Upon arriving with a contingent of fully armed agents, Fury discovered that Agent Hill had already established a rudimentary defense line. As Fury approached, Hill reported the situation. "Director, approximately 10 minutes ago, the object emitted an unusual surge of energy. To mitigate potential dangers, I ordered some researchers to withdraw." Fury nodded in response, then gazed at the abnormal aura radiating from the crystal and spoke. "Agent Hill, you have performed admirably. We must indeed exercise extreme caution in the face of these anomalies. In light of this incident, issue a level 7 alert. We require additional support." At this moment, Fury exhibited an unusual degree of humility. He would not have uttered such words in the past. Hill's pupils widened in surprise at the sudden escalation to a level 7 alert. However, trusting Fury, she refrained from further inquiry and silently proceeded to the command center to issue the alert. After Hill departed, Fury summoned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific personnel, eager to ascertain whether this phenomenon stemmed from their experiments or another cause. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already sustained considerable losses, and he was determined to avoid the destruction of another base. "Who can inform me of the current situation?" Nick Fury inquired, addressing the scientist before him. At that moment, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, perhaps due to the recent surge of events. Just as he uttered his question, a device monitoring the crystal emitted a chilling alarm, accompanied by a disconcerting tremor. What could possibly be the cause? This unsettling state of affairs only deepened Fury's unease. It was evidently a harbinger of trouble. A researcher dashed forward for a glance, only to recoil in horror, his expression reflecting sheer terror, as if he had witnessed an unimaginable horror. Fury, observing the scene, swiftly grasped the man's collar, cursing the rapid advancement of technology that left him struggling to comprehend the significance of these scientific instruments. The researcher, upon catching sight of Fury's distinctive bald head, regained a semblance of composure, swallowing hard before speaking in fragmented sentences. Director, the energy levels of that crystal have been escalating continuously, now equivalent to 100 tons of TNT. The collective audience's hair stood on end at this revelation. Any misstep with this entity could spell doom for them all. Witnessing the mounting panic among the agents, Fury bellowed, "Maintain your composure. The fact that this object has not detonated implies it is not inherently explosive or requires specific conditions to do so." Internally, Fury was exclaiming in frustration. Yet he knew he must project calmness. As the leader of these agents, his panic would have catastrophic repercussions. From this moment forth, everyone evacuate in an orderly fashion, taking as much experimental data as possible. Under Fury's command, the agents began to transport the limited experimental data, proceeding to exit in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Fury contacted Agent Hill, instructing her to initiate the evacuation of personnel from the SHILD base. Having just issued a Level 7 alert, Hill felt a wave of stress wash over her, pondering what chaos Fury had unleashed this time. This was the SHILD base, located in New York. Where could they possibly retreat to? Nonetheless, adhering to her professional duties, she opted to execute Fury's orders, overseeing the swift relocation of high-value items from base. Oh, this time the crystal seems unwilling to flee, perhaps gambling on the absence of danger. Meanwhile, Zhong Hong observed Fury's demeanor with keen interest. The director's ability to navigate such perilous situations showcased his remarkable resilience. However, Zhong had no intention of obliterating them. He had concocted something new with the Dream Bubble machine, intending to deepen their understanding of the myriad realms. After all, the information they acquire will surely be stored in the database. Once it is stored, not only will the long-dormant Hydra be aware, but there is also a certain Tony awaiting updates from the SHILD database. At this moment, Nick Fury remained steadfast before the crystal, showing no signs of retreat. He even moved closer to the crystal, for given the energy reaction, should an explosion occur, his location would offer no sanctuary. The frantic exclamations of researchers, noting the escalating energy response, echoed in his ears, yet he found himself indifferent, gazing at the imprisoned Surtur within the crystal and pondering how advantageous it would be if such an entity could be harnessed by SHILD. Before long, the majority of agents had evacuated, and Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he prepared to leave, an unexpected transformation took place. The crystal suddenly emitted a yellowish glow, rapidly expanding to form a barrier that ensnared Fury and many agents within its confines. The emotional readings indicated Nick Fury with a value of 140, Hydra agents at 02, SHILD agents at 02, and researchers at 01. Witnessing this scene, both Fury and the SHILD agents were thrown into disarray, desperately attempting to escape the yellow barrier. Yet, neither firearms nor experimental equipment could penetrate this force field, fracturing their mental composure. After all, a dangerously high-energy entity loomed nearby, and according to the researchers, that accursed thing was radiating energy equivalent to a sizable nuclear bomb. Should it detonate, their survival would be utterly impossible. Just as Fury was on the verge of losing control of his expression, the monitoring instruments began to change. The piercing alarms and unsettling vibrations abruptly ceased. The researchers, already fraught with anxiety, rushed forward. Upon glancing at the instruments, one of them collapsed onto the ground, causing the hearts of everyone present to race. Could you at least say something? What does it mean to just collapse like that? Observing this scene, The agents felt a chill of dread, seemingly noticing their hostile glares. The researcher shouted to the gathered crowd. The energy response of that entity has stabilized. We're safe. With this declaration, an audible sigh of relief escaped the agents, as the oppressive sensation of imminent peril was profoundly unsettling. Just as they began to relax, the barrier underwent yet another transformation. Chapter 99. Surtur, the yellow barrier shimmered with an intangible glow, its form rapidly shifting, culminating in the appearance of a vortex-like structure at its apex. Nick Fury watched this spectacle with a hint of curiosity. Now somewhat calmer, he recognized that escape from the barrier was impossible. Thus, he resolved to observe what would unfold next. Was this the prelude to some grand performance? A solitary agent gazed intently at the shifting barrier, murmuring softly, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Nick Fury cast a glance at the agent before lifting his eyes to the barrier, which indeed bore a resemblance to the opening scene of a film. Activate the recording devices. We must not miss any crucial information, he commanded. Under Fury's directive, a series of recording instruments that had been packed away were hastily retrieved. Just as they set up the equipment, the barrier transformed once more, revealing an image of an infant swathed in blankets. However, this child was unlike any typical human infant, fur resembling that of an animal sprouted from its body, and its ears mirrored those of a fox. Most strikingly, the child's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance, betraying an awareness of the dire circumstances surrounding it. As fear loomed large within its innocent gaze, as the image expanded, it unveiled a village engulfed in flames, inhabited by individuals with fox-like ears. At that moment, the villagers were being mercilessly slaughtered by monstrous creatures, akin to wolves but significantly larger. Though the villagers fought valiantly, enveloped in a swirling aura of white flames, the beasts were even more formidable, their claws unleashing gusts of wind and slicing through the defenders with ease. Just when the agents of SHIELD believed the village would be annihilated, the scene shifted once more, revealing several gleaming swords descending from the heavens. These blades, swift and lethal, effortlessly dispatched the monstrous wolves. Shortly thereafter, a group of robed practitioners materialized above the village, as if the flying swords possessed a sentience of their own, seamlessly returning to their sheaths upon the practitioners' backs. Without lingering in the village, the practitioners vanished into a distant mountain range as the scene transitioned again. This unfolding spectacle left the swaddled infant profoundly shaken, its small eyes now filled with a profound yearning. The display bore an uncanny resemblance to the abilities of a formidable figure named Yang Chun encountered not long ago. Could this be yet another manifestation from the so-called Eight Desolate Realm? Nick Fury turned his attention to the crystalline structure, which had grown increasingly fragile, some areas resembling transparent glass. With yet another shift in the barrier's imagery, the infant matured into a youth, acquiring the name Seti, a revelation understood by all in attendance. Perhaps unable to forget the carefree practitioners, the youth sought out esteemed mentors, aspiring to join their ranks. However, regardless of how many masters he approached, despair greeted him at every turn. He possessed no innate talent for cultivation. Gradually disheartened, he returned to his humble village, where his mother awaited him with a warm smile, unfazed by his perceived failures, offering nothing but encouragement. Unbeknownst to her, the absence of talent was a dire plight. She simply knew her son had returned home. The scene depicted Seti weeping in his mother's embrace, who did not reject him, but instead gently patted his back, offering solace in his moment of sorrow. This scene deeply moved the agents of SHIELD. Regardless of their mother's treatment towards them, they could never forget their maternal figures. Those who experienced maternal kindness found themselves longing for it, while those who suffered from maternal neglect yearned for a mother of such affection. "Oh, how I miss my mother," murmured one agent, who had not returned home since joining SHIELD. He contemplated making his mother proud and providing her with a better life. Yet, amidst his perilous commitments to SHIELD, he had not realized how long it had been since he last saw her. In that moment, he yearned to return home and reunite with his mother. It seemed that the agent's sentiments resonated with many, as a wave of nostalgia swept through the gathering. Even Nick Fury's typically stoic demeanor momentarily faltered. This emotional response was, in fact, a result of Zhong Hong's influence through the power of the fallen deity, subtly affecting them. Each individual present, save for a few researchers, had faced the battlefield, their hearts already hardened by experience. Nevertheless, the fallen deity's impact proved effective, leading Zhong Hong to harvest a significant amount of emotional energy. As their memories unfolded, the scene shifted to reveal Seti, who stumbled upon the white aura enveloping him. Unlike that of his kin, his aura could transform into a golden hue, and he sensed a profound enhancement of his physical form. Joyfully, he shared this discovery with his mother, who encouraged him wholeheartedly. From that moment on, Seti relentlessly honed this newfound power, often venturing into the mountains to eradicate the beasts threatening his village. The scene transitioned swiftly, and before long, the youthful Seti transformed into a young man. He sought out his mother once again, expressing his desire to explore the world beyond. He felt that his strength had reached its limits within the confines of the village. He craved combat, yet found no worthy adversaries nearby. The beasts of the mountains had been vanquished, and to grow stronger, he needed to venture forth. His mother, as always, offered her encouragement, though her eyes betrayed a profound worry and lingering sorrow. Seti promptly averted his gaze from her, fully aware of the bond they shared. Yet, to become more formidable and provide a better life for her, he felt he had no alternative. His mother understood that she might become his vulnerability, so she refrained from suggesting they embark on this journey together. Instead, she chose to remain in the village, awaiting her son's safe return with fervent prayers. As the scene shifted once more, Seti found himself beyond the floating islands, gaining renown among the younger generation of the Eight Desolations. Through his formidable physique, unwavering spirit, and relentless perseverance, he achieved feats unattainable by those lacking cultivation talent. His burgeoning fame attracted the attention of certain organizations, comprised of individuals like Seti, despite their lack of cultivation prowess, possessed indomitable spirits and had carved out their own positions of influence. In the climactic finale, Seti returned to the village, where the floating island had become the target of the infernal demons. The entire world appeared to be engulfed by a blood-red sky, with formidable demons emerging incessantly. To shield his mother and the villagers during their evacuation, he chose to remain behind and confront the fiends. Despite Seti's formidable strength, he struggled to effectively vanquish the demons. However, they trembled in fear before his iron fists. Yet, as the blasphemous altar was erected, even mightier demons began to descend, some of whom could engage him in direct combat. At long last, upon receiving news of his mother's safe departure from this realm, Seti, enveloped in a golden aura, unleashed a powerful punch upon the floating island. The island shattered beneath the force of his blow, and the altar was destroyed. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a spatial rift manifested around the vicinity of the island. Sensing imminent danger, the demons hastily fled, yet Seti, lacking the agility to escape, was consumed by the rift. Just before his disappearance, a surge of golden energy erupted from the island, forming a protective crystal around him. Chapter 100. Nick Fury's machinations. As the final scene concluded, the ochre barrier dissipated entirely, and Nick Fury found himself reflecting on Seti's extraordinary combat prowess during the climactic battle. Undoubtedly, this formidable strength was precisely what SHIELD required at this juncture. If he could harness this power, the pressures he faced would diminish significantly. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards Seti, whose crystalline cocoon had vanished, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Bring the experimental equipment back. We need not fear any dangers now. Fury commanded the SHIELD agents, eager to assess Seti's physical capabilities before he regained consciousness. Following Fury's orders, the agents swiftly mobilized, and soon a hastily assembled laboratory re-emerged. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was sufficient for basic testing, and the agents continued to refine the setup. Observing the scene, Fury nodded in approval and subsequently summoned Agent Hill. At this point, Hill had already arranged for the relocation of most high-value items, with several other precious artifacts packed and awaiting transport. She cast a worried glance toward the laboratory. The director had yet to emerge, and she had been entirely unable to contact him, leading her to prepare for the worst. If Fury did not appear soon, She would evacuate with the items and instruct the agents to secure the base. Just as she was about to board the helicopter, Fury's voice resonated in her ear. "Agent Hill, the crisis has been averted. Bring the items back." "What?" "I said the crisis is resolved. Bring the items back." Hill glanced once more at the helicopter, ready for takeoff, and replied, "Yes, sir." Agent Hill promptly ordered the aircraft to cease its ascent, subsequently instructing the agents to return their belongings, which led to a series of bewildered glances exchanged among the agents present. Yet they had no choice but to comply. As Agent Hill attempted to establish contact with the already departed plane, the voice of Nick Fury resonated once more. "Agent Hill, reach out to Tony and inform him that an individual from the 8 Desolation Realm is on the way." Ultimately, Nick Fury opted to relay this matter to Tony, recognizing that having a fellow compatriot in a foreign dimension would undoubtedly alleviate the sense of isolation. After issuing the command to Hill, Nick Fury grappled with the dilemma of whether to remain in this place. If Surtur were to execute an attack, Fury would have no chance of survival. However, if he departed, there would be no one to maintain order on the battlefield, and any misstep could provoke Surtur's wrath, leading to calamity. Contemplating this, Nick Fury rubbed his temples, recalling that the incident with Loki stealing the Tesseract was far from resolved, and now another formidable challenge presented itself in the form of Surtur. Fortunately, observing the entity on the screen, it appeared that Surtur was not inclined towards indiscriminate slaughter and hailed from a civilized background, suggesting the possibility of communication. Fury's brow furrowed as he watched the industrious researchers, perplexed by their execution of his orders. He noticed one researcher wielding a small knife, attempting to cut through Surtur's hair, and when that proved ineffective, resorted to a new device, the very portable impact drill previously employed in crystal studies. "What on earth are you doing?" Fury exclaimed, alarmed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The audacity of this inexperienced fool under his command was beyond his imagination. Should Surtur become aware, they would certainly face dire consequences, and Fury feared they would all be at his mercy. After managing to halt the researcher, Fury's peripheral vision caught the alarming sight of Surtur, who had been lying there, now vanished. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. The 2-meter-tall behemoth had simply disappeared. Who would not feel a surge of panic at such a phenomenon? Just as Fury instinctively began to scan his surroundings, he sensed a chilling breeze behind him, swiftly followed by a shadow materializing on the ground. In a reflexive action, Fury drew his weapon, spun around, and retreated swiftly, while the surrounding agents, equally startled, drew their firearms, aiming at the shadow, which was none other than Surtur himself. He had awakened long before, biding his time to maintain the ruse until now. Just as Fury was about to speak, he heard Surtur emit a series of peculiar sounds. Although Fury could not decipher their meaning, he was certain it constituted a form of language. Despite his lack of understanding, Fury holstered his weapon, signaling the S.H.L.D. agents to do the same. However, Seti spoke again, which caused Nick Fury to widen his eyes in confusion. He truly could not comprehend what was being said. At that moment, the knight named Gawain had yet to arrive, and they were entirely unfamiliar with the linguistic system of the 8 Desolation Realm, complicating their communication. Nick Fury gestured towards his mouth while waving his other arm, mumbling incoherently, "Cut oil dead. Plinkingerdit?" Realizing the language barrier, Seti fell silent. And soon 2 rune-like symbols appeared on his shoulders. From these symbols, 2 wisps of smoke materialized. Just as Nick Fury's curiosity was piqued, Seti spoke again. And this time, an inexplicable voice echoed in Nick Fury's mind. To his astonishment, he could understand the words conveyed by this mysterious voice. As an agent, he was acutely aware of the value of such phenomena. However, he quickly suppressed his astonished expression. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not afford to display such vulnerability in a moment like this, lest others perceive him as weak. Nonetheless, Nick Fury felt a sense of relief, as it seemed that language would not hinder their communication. Meanwhile, Thor, who was engaged in his daily training in Asgard, was summoned to the Hall of the Gods by Odin, instilling a mix of joy and trepidation within him. Odin would not summon him without reason, and he was elated at the possibility of news regarding Loki's whereabouts. Loki had become a hero of Asgard, and thus news of him warranted concern. Yet, he was apprehensive that the summons might not bear good tidings. As Thor pondered this with his limited mental capacity, he finally arrived in the Hall of the Gods. "Thor, my proud son," Your brother has been located. He is now in Midgard. Your mission is to find him and safely return him to Asgard." Odin's voice resonated as soon as Thor entered. Odin, shedding his previous weariness, spoke with grandeur and divine authority. Chapter 101. The return of Dr. Banner. Odin had been aware of Loki's arrival on Earth from the very beginning. He believed that Loki understood he could be discovered, yet he did not seek his aid, indicating that the younger son had his own plans. However, in a bid to support Loki's intentions, Odin summoned Thor. While Loki was quite clever, such cunning often required the backing of strength. Odin's actions also aimed to foster cooperation between Loki and Thor, as their united efforts would undoubtedly benefit Asgard. "Father, I will ensure Loki's safe return," Thor vowed upon hearing Odin's command, reflecting his true intentions. He planned to find a suitable reason to give Loki a good thrashing once they returned to Asgard. "Prepare yourself. I will have Heimdall transport you to Midgard shortly." Odin regarded Thor's demeanor with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Indeed, the bond between the two brothers exhibited a commendable respect. "Yes, father," Thor replied, his countenance unperturbed before turning to depart. During this time, he had frequented Midgard extensively, even sharing his innermost feelings with his beloved. After Thor's exit, Odin, wielding Gungnir, gazed into the cosmos beyond the 9 realms and then cast his eye towards the direction of hell, his singular gaze deepening with contemplation, the thoughts within veiled in mystery. Suddenly, his attention shifted to Earth, and a frown creased his brow, perplexed by the emergence of yet another formidable being. Following a series of exchanges, Nick Fury and Surtur finally reached a semblance of consensus. Surtur, initially taken aback by Fury's claim that he was no longer in the realm of the 8 wastelands, abruptly vanished from Fury's sight before further clarification could be provided. Fury, witnessing the gaping hole at the apex of the S-H-I-E-L-D base, exclaimed in utter shock, not aimed at any individual, but purely a reaction of disbelief. It was known that this laboratory lay buried over 10 meters underground, reinforced by various advanced technologies, yet it had been breached by sheer force, reminiscent of the astonishment he felt upon witnessing another miraculous event. This spectacle left the surrounding agents and researchers equally astounded, as they had observed no offensive action emanating from Surtur, implying that he had indeed created the breach solely through physical might. Fury's emotional state registered at 180, while that of the S-H-A-E-L-D agent stood at 02 and the Hydra operatives at 01. Just as Fury's astonishment lingered, Surtur reappeared before them. "Clearly, this is not the 8 wastelands. Since you are familiar with it, do you possess a means to return me there?" Surtur's voice interrupted Fury's reverie. He surveyed the surroundings before addressing Surtur. "This is not a suitable place for discourse. Please follow me." With that, Fury led Surtur into a soundproof chamber, feeling uneasy about discussing sensitive matters in his own office. The chamber, constructed from sound-absorbing materials, contained only a dark table and a few chairs. After meticulously inspecting the room for any hidden surprises and finding nothing amiss, Fury finally spoke. "This world has witnessed several powerful beings from the 8 wastelands, indicating a connection between our realm and that of the 8 wastelands." However, Surtur seemed disinterested in Fury's elaborations, raising an eyebrow and demanding, "Do you possess a method to return me to the 8 wastelands?" Surtur's forthrightness halted Fury's discourse. Yet he dismissed the discourtesy, recognizing that the nature of a powerful being often veers towards the eccentric. Nevertheless, to avoid further vexation, Fury swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. "We once possessed an artifact known as the Tesseract, which has spatial capabilities. Perhaps it could facilitate your return to the 8 wastelands." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Seth raised an eyebrow, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table in the secluded chamber, a sound that made Fury feel somewhat uneasy. After all, he genuinely had no knowledge of whether the Tesseract could transport Seth back to the 8 desolations. However, his adept expression management came into play, causing his lies to appear convincingly true. "So, this object, known as the Tesseract, can indeed send me back?" Upon hearing Seth's inquiry, Fury exhaled in relief, aware that this formidable being had tentatively accepted his narrative. He quickly elaborated, "In theory, yes, but it was stolen from us not long ago. Thus, you require my assistance in reclaiming it?" "Precisely. You help us retrieve the item, and in return, We facilitate your return home. How's that sound? A faint smirk appeared on Seth's lips as he replied with a hint of mockery. So, you need my strength, do you? However, seeking out powerful adversaries has always been my pursuit. I accept your proposition. Suppressing his inner joy, Fury maintained a calm demeanor and stated, if we ascertain its location, we hope you will lend your hand. You are unaware of the enemy's whereabouts? Seth's remark left Fury a bit flustered. After Loki and his companions had departed, they had seemingly vanished from existence, leaving even S-H-I-E-L-D without a trace. Nevertheless, Fury responded, we will soon uncover their trail, and I trust you will assist when we do. That is only natural. Please arrange a quiet room for me. I require some recuperation. Fury was eager to accommodate this request, personally guiding Seth to a luxurious suite designated as a quiet chamber. Once Seth had settled into a meditative position, Fury returned to his office. With a multitude of matters demanding his attention, his brow darkened further, yet the presence of Seth as a trump card for S-H-I-E-L-D afforded him a modicum of relief. Given the displayed combat prowess, he was confident that retrieving the Tesseract would not pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this, he resolved to contact Natasha, who had been in Brazil for quite some time, without bringing back the individual they needed. The Hulk's combat abilities were no longer the priority. Rather, it was Dr. Banner's intellect that could aid S-H-A-L-D in locating the Tesseract. Before long, he successfully established communication with Natasha, who was currently in a state of frustration, unable to persuade the individual to return to New York despite her best efforts. She informed Fury of the situation, and he instructed her to pass the communication device to Dr. Banner. After Fury's heartfelt and reasoned appeal, Bruce Banner, weary of a life spent in hiding, agreed to return with Natasha. However, he clarified that he would only address the technical issues and would not transform into the Hulk to provide combat support. Chapter 102. The Fallen Dragon Sorcerer in action. As Nick Fury persuaded Dr. Banner to return to New York, a spatial rift slowly manifested outside a manor in Germany. The Fallen Dragon Sorcerer emerged from within, unnoticed by anyone due to the cover of night. Observing the manor before him, the soul fire in the sorcerer's eyes flickered ominously. He intended to engage in activities across Europe, where he could transform werewolves and vampires, creatures that originated from this very continent. Even to this day, many Europeans remain captivated by such legends, and the uproar caused by these beings here would undoubtedly eclipse that of the United States. Moreover, as Zhong Hong was aware, Loki was also en route to Europe to acquire something of significance, hidden within the vault of a wealthy individual. Although Zhong Hong was uncertain which affluent figure it might be, there were only a handful of the most elite, and it was certain one of them possessed the sought-after item. Even if it were not within their grasp, they would likely have knowledge of it. With a wave of his staff, the Fallen Dragon Sorcerer summoned a war canopy that enveloped the entire manor as he approached with deliberate intent. Inside the manor, two guards were taking advantage of a restroom break to indulge in a smoke. One of them, habitually checking his phone, was startled to see that, while the time still displayed correctly, a large red cross had appeared in the signal bar at the top right corner. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. He hastily snatched his companion's phone, and upon seeing the same alarming red cross, a sense of dread washed over him. "Hey, Hans, what are you doing?" The other guard barked, his irritation peaked. "Gustav, I think we're in trouble," Hans replied cryptically. "What?" Without further explanation, Hans placed both phones before Gustav. Upon witnessing this unsettling sight, Gustav's anger dissipated. The loss of signal was abnormal, particularly alarming for high-paid security personnel like themselves, as it could herald a potential terrorist threat. Realizing this, Gustav wasted no time. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Hans before retrieving his walkie-talkie. However, the garbled sounds emanating from it extinguished their fleeting hope. The two guards swiftly drew their firearms from their jackets and burst out of the restroom, each with a clear objective. One would inform the head of security and arm themselves with more formidable weaponry, while the other would relay the disturbing developments to their employer, who was attending a banquet. Upon hearing the guard's troubling suspicions, the employer immediately grasped the microphone. Yet, the sound that emerged from it was also corrupted. The garbled transmission plunged the banquet attendees into a fervent discussion, as they speculated whether the host had a special surprise in store for them. The chaos alerted the organizers, the employers of the bodyguards, to the severity of the situation. One of them seized the weapon from the bodyguard's hand and fired a shot into the sky, subsequently shouting to the crowd, "We have arranged more splendid entertainment for you elsewhere. Soon, you shall travel by helicopter and various means of transport to that location." His words successfully allayed some of the attendees' apprehensions. They were all too familiar with the fact that, even if they intended to act against them, such base methods would not be employed. Thus, the crowd was gathered together, while the bodyguards outside brandished automatic firearms, with several snipers taking positions at the estate's vantage points. As the organizers led the guests out of the hall and spotted helicopters starting up in the distance, an unforeseen event occurred. A beam originating from outside the estate struck and obliterated the helicopter that was preparing for departure. Silence followed as they stood in shock, gazing at the wreckage of the helicopter. A corpulent blond man trailing behind the organizers, with a smirk on his face, remarked, "Hank, you needn't go to such lengths to flaunt your wealth. You could have simply gifted me the helicopter. What a pity to see it destroyed. Is that beam your latest technology?" His words caused the concerns that had just been revived to dissipate once more. However, Hank had no time to entertain him. He hastily summoned his bodyguards, intending to be escorted to a safe house. As long as the commotion drew the attention of law enforcement or military forces, he believed he would be secure. Yet, before he could act, a voice, chilling like that of a malevolent spirit, resonated in everyone's ears. "Quite the gathering, I see. No need for me to make individual visits." The source of the voice was none other than the fallen dragon sorcerer, whose imposing figure and terrifying countenance sent some into screams of terror. The bodyguards, who had long been prepared, found themselves unable to even discharge a single shot before collapsing to the ground, feeling as though they had lost all control over their bodies. Even the snipers stationed at the high point were powerless against the fallen dragon sorcerer. In light of this dire turn of events, Hank fell to his knees before the fallen dragon sorcerer, pleading for mercy in various languages. "I will give you whatever you desire. Spare my life." Ignoring Hank's desperate cries, the fallen dragon sorcerer raised his staff. With a flick of the staff, a colossal purple magical circle appeared beneath them. As the circle manifested, the once mighty affluent individuals found themselves pressed to the ground by an unseen force, followed by horrific transformations occurring upon them. Under the sorcerer's ritual, they were all converted into werewolves and vampires. Once the transformations were complete, they knelt before the fallen dragon sorcerer, who nodded in satisfaction at the sight. "From now on, you shall host such banquets in your human forms, transforming those so-called affluent individuals into your kin." After issuing his command, the fallen dragon sorcerer waved his staff to summon a spatial rift, stepping into it with deliberate intent. His mission was far from complete. He would traverse numerous realms to convert more souls into dark beings. The power emanating from the realm of the dead would guide them towards lives teetering on the brink of death. Regardless of their allegiance to Mephisto, Eliza's was resolute in his pursuit, for it was merely a task. Surely, the god of death would not disallow his nominal subordinates from vying against one another. Once the fallen dragon sorcerer departed, the vampires and werewolves rose, the majority of the affluent having been transformed into vampires, with only a select few becoming werewolves. The bodyguards and various staff of the estates were predominantly turned into werewolves. The vampires regarded Hank with expressions rife with complexity and menace, attributing their transformation to him. Conversely, some of the aging tycoons, or those who had long sought longevity, expressed gratitude. They had been in search of a means to eternal life, which had now come to them unbidden. Chapter 103. The Avengers assembled. Upon stepping through the portal, Tony Stark was greeted by the voice of Jarvis, which only added to his frustration, as the arcane studies had left him in a state of disarray. Although Tony possessed undeniable talent, his impatience had led him to scour the demon-related tomes of Kamartaj in an impractically short span of time, leaving him on the verge of mental fatigue. This was compounded by the fact that the Ancient One had concealed the Darkhold and other tomes that could lead to mental invasion. Otherwise, Tony's predicament would have been far worse. Sir S. Hield. Agents have relayed news that they require Sir Gawain's assistance regarding the latest items from the 8 desolate realms, Jarvis informed. Tony's irritation subsided as he recalled the impressive entities that had crossed over from that realm, particularly Yang Shun and the great sage of the Yellow Wind, both of whom could contend with Odin, the father of the gods. Yet, he could not blame Jarvis for not alerting him sooner. He had explicitly instructed the AI to refrain from interruptions while he was engrossed in his magical studies. Has Gawain been contacted? Sir, You indicated that inquiries about Gawain should be made with respect to his willingness, and he has previously expressed a desire to remain uninvolved with this organization. Thus, I did not reach out, Jarvis replied. Oh, Jarvis, it appears I shall need to upgrade you once more. Tony sighed, realizing that missing out on the developments from the 8 desolate realms could lead to unforeseen crises. His thoughts increasingly turned to Yang Chun. Despite being somewhat bothersome during their gaming sessions, he was undeniably reliable. Setting aside his dizziness, Tony promptly contacted Gawain, eager to accompany him to the SHLD base, as he had no intention of missing any news regarding the 8 desolate realms. Gawain readily accepted Tony's invitation, and soon the two soared towards the SHIELD facility. Meanwhile, Steve, who was engaged in discussions with various high-ranking officials at the Pentagon, was approached by an agent from SHIELD. Since being taken by the military, he had been brought to this location, where a sample of his blood was drawn before being received by the military's senior officials, who expressed considerable interest in him. Having endured countless formalities before his battles, and bolstered by his remarkable recuperative abilities, Steve appeared outwardly unfazed by fatigue. However, upon receiving the invitation from SHLD, he furrowed his brow, for it had only been a night since the battle in Hell's Kitchen, and already such significant matters had arisen. Understanding the importance of the Tesseract, Steve naturally regarded this situation with seriousness. After dismissing the agent, he promptly bid farewell to the military personnel. The military did not impede his departure, as their officials had been informed in advance. Having drawn his blood, their priority was to leave a favorable impression on him. In fact, the Pentagon even arranged for a helicopter to take Steve directly to SHIELD's base in New York. Upon his arrival, he was escorted by an agent to a conference-like room, where he found Tony and the formidable warrior who had battled the Hellfire Demon sitting near a round table. At the agent's gesture, he took a seat, but as both parties held their own concerns, no communication ensued. After approximately half an hour, 2 more individuals were ushered in, Natasha and Banner, who had swiftly traveled from Brazil to New York aboard SHIELD's Quinjet. Once everyone had gathered, Nick Fury entered the room. Observing the assembly, Fury nodded in satisfaction. This was his confidence in confronting Loki, although the variables concerning Surtur remained daunting. The purpose of convening everyone was to deliberate further on the matters regarding the Avengers. The recent crises had escalated in severity, as illustrated by the theft of the Tesseract, an object capable of obliterating the very planet beneath them. Thus, fighting in isolation was no longer viable. It was imperative that they unite formally. After Fury concluded his remarks, he surveyed the room, noting the inquisitive expressions of those present. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Director Fury, I recall stating that I would not join any organization. My loyalty lies eternally with King Arthur, a fact you surely understand. Gawain's voice shattered the stillness. He had come because Tony mentioned that SHIELD needed to consult him regarding matters from the realm of the 8 desolations. Yet upon arriving at SHIELD, he was brought directly to this room, initially presuming it involved some clandestine affair. However, after waiting so long only to hear Fury's words, Gawain felt increasingly restless. Noticing Gawain's discomfort, Fury swiftly ordered for him to be escorted out, puzzled by the situation as he had instructed for Gawain to be taken to Surtur. Yet here, he was present in this gathering. He initially believed that Gawain had merely come to observe or had changed his mind. However, the current situation clearly indicated that something was amiss. At that moment, Nick Fury recalled the researcher from earlier, and it seemed that all of this was not mere coincidence. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on such matters now. It would be prudent to deliberate once the alliance was established. Should there be any dissent, it could be voiced at this juncture, and he assured that he would address any concerns. Director Fury, to whom does this alliance report, or to whom are we accountable? Is it SHIELD, or the government? Tony voiced his apprehensions immediately, fully aware of the nature of the politicians and reluctant to serve them. This question had been mulled over by Nick Fury countless times in his mind, ever since he first contemplated the formation of this alliance. The Avengers would not be beholden to SHIELD, or the government. They were accountable solely to the people of the world. Although this assertion may lack complete authenticity, it was indeed a beautiful sentiment. Future issues could be addressed in due course. The immediate priority was to establish the alliance. Upon hearing this, Tony fell silent. Literally speaking, he accepted this answer, and both Dr. Banner and Steve nodded in agreement. Director Fury, I presume my involvement in combat will not be necessary. I have no desire to revert to that state. Banner expressed his concerns. He sensed that since arriving in New York, the inner turmoil within him had been somewhat agitated, yet this was, in fact, a positive development. Of course, Dr. Banner, your task is to collaborate with Tony in locating the Tesseract. You need not worry about combat capabilities. Chapter 104. The unfortunate Loki after addressing their individual concerns. The Avengers were officially established in name, albeit still somewhat disjointed. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene, regardless of their inner thoughts. The formation of the alliance marked a significant step forward. The next stage would be to gradually acclimate them to their purpose. While he might not match their combat prowess, he was confident in his superior strategies and tactics. We will be activating a new base, which will greatly enhance our mobility. Nick Fury's words captured the attention of all present. Tony had a vague suspicion that this new base might be an aerial aircraft carrier, as S.H.I.L. DS archives were no match for his intellect. Very well, I shall return to prepare. Feel free to reach out whenever needed, Tony stated as he was the first to exit. Following his departure, the others also found reasons to leave the conference room. Dr. Banner directly requested a laboratory from Nick Fury, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to track the Tesseract. Aside from this endeavor, he truly did not know what else to do at that moment. Upon Tony's arrival at Stark Tower, he discovered that Gawain was already waiting for him. As he began to remove his armor, Tony inquired, "What is the situation with the item from the 8 Desolate Realm? Why does S.H.I.E.L.D. claim they need you?" Gawain waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Don't mention it. It pertains to a branch of the human race. He is exceptionally powerful and has come here due to the underworld, currently seeking a way back." Tony, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Isn't S.H.I.L.D. supposed to be referring to an object? How can their agents be so unclear in their communication?" "I have long wished to pose this question," Gawain continued. "It seems that the 8 Desolate Realm does not only have the so-called Void Gate leading to our world. Indeed, the Void Gate is the simplest method, yet not the sole means. Even moderately sized factions conduct research on the Void Gate, and the 8 Desolate Realm possesses various methods of cross-realm travel. Then why is S.H.I.E.L.D. still searching for a way back? If you say he is strong, he should also hail from a formidable background. While he is indeed powerful, their organization holds a somewhat precarious position within the 8 Desolate Realm. They are predominantly physically strong, yet utterly inept beyond that, particularly when it comes to advanced techniques such as spatial teleportation." Upon hearing this, Tony began to grasp the situation more clearly. He had perused the data on the Tesseract, which had been studied by his father for some time. After delving into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, his curiosity about such matters had been piqued. He understood that the Tesseract possessed certain spatial capabilities and speculated that Nick Fury must have brokered some sort of deal with this powerful individual using it. "Gawain, what do you think about assisting this powerful being in returning to the 8 Desolate Realm?" A sudden idea struck Tony. He felt that Nick Fury was not to be trusted. Rather than allowing him to negotiate with such a formidable entity, they should take matters into their own hands. However, Gawain's response extinguished his enthusiasm. "In truth, my ability to be here or to return relies on the power of our king. It is through the king's strength within me that I can traverse freely. As for other means, I am unaware." Then perhaps it's best to abandon the notion. Nick Fury should have learned his lesson by now, Tony conceded, though he lacked conviction, especially given the unexpected revelations about Fury from S.H.I.L.D.'s classified documents. About a month later, S.H.I.L.D. still had not pinpointed Loki's location, and it was evident that Loki's magic was exceedingly beyond their grasp. They could only hope to locate Loki through the Tesseract, which was difficult to track without activation. However, a breakthrough soon emerged. Through the detection of Iridium and Dr. Banner's algorithms, they were able to approximately locate their target in Europe. Concurrently, Loki and Barton had also fixed their sights on a specific Iridium vault in Europe, planning to make their move during an upcoming gala. However, unbeknownst to them, The current banquet had descended into chaos, devoid of any semblance of normalcy. Werewolves and vampires possessed the means to transform ordinary humans. And under the command of the fallen dragon sorcerer, the aristocracy of Europe and nearly the entire world had been severely afflicted. At the periphery of one such banquet venue, Loki appeared without warning, adorned in a bespoke suit, his hair slicked back, and a cane in hand as he strode inside. He moved with a deliberate pace, dispatching the obstructive bodyguards with a mere tap of his cane. At this moment, he surmised that Asgard had likely taken note of his presence. It was probable that someone would arrive soon, most likely that impetuous Thor. Loki pondered how to coordinate with Thor, yet his steps remained unhurried. However, upon entering the grand hall and witnessing the nobles engaged in revelry, an ominous feeling surged within him. Nevertheless, he dismissed this sensation, for he was a member of the illustrious Asgardian pantheon. What could mere mortals do to him? Reassured by this thought, Loki resolved to manage the situation at hand before contemplating how to collaborate with Thor. Meanwhile, Barton and Rumlow had also dealt with the warehouse guards, awaiting Loki to procure the Iris Code to seize the desired items. As Loki identified his target, his unease intensified, reminiscent of his last visit to this planet. The Prince of Asgard knew no fear. The honor of Odin's son was not to be tarnished. Despite his inner trepidation, Loki continuously encouraged himself. His father had treated him thus, and he would not bring shame upon Odin. With this resolve, he struck his target's face with the tip of his cane, preparing to extract the iris, only to find that only a handful had fled, while the majority remained, watching with keen interest. Just as confusion enveloped him, an unusual sensation coursed through his hand. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the individual sprouting dark fur, their physique expanding alarmingly. Damn it! Not again. Loki recognized the creature and cursed, only to be hurled away by an overwhelming force. With a howl echoing around him, many of the onlookers finally made a symbolic retreat. Yet Loki could not afford to divert his attention to them. He was fixated on the werewolf before him. One is hardly an obstacle. Loki donned his armor, dismissing the lone werewolf as trivial. Though a confrontation was inevitable, he believed victory would ultimately be his. However, just as he prepared to engage, several of the bodyguards he had previously dispatched rushed in, and following another series of howls, Loki's expression finally shifted. Chapter 105. Loki captured the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier had locked on a Loki-S location the moment he materialized, precisely as they had anticipated. Steve has arrived in the area, and Tony is en route, bringing along Gawain to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Although Gawain will not join the Avengers, he is willing to accept an invitation from allies. Meanwhile, Loki, with a steely resolve, brandishes a dagger in his left hand and the Mind Scepter in his right, charging at the werewolf, capturing the attention of those nearby. If the metallic iridium is not dealt with, future endeavors will be fraught with delays. Despite possessing the powerful Mind Scepter, Loki's mastery over it is rudimentary at best. He can merely control a few individuals or unleash a radiant blast against foes. In this close-quarters confrontation, the Scepter's energy projection proves inadequate, and its control abilities necessitate a point of contact on the chest, an opportunity these werewolves are unlikely to afford him. Fortunately, the Mind Scepter resembles a spear, and Loki, influenced by the martial culture of Asgard, is no slouch in physical prowess. Thus, he engages fiercely, striking down several werewolves with his staff and dagger. However, these werewolves possess remarkable regenerative capabilities and strength that may even surpass his own, rendering him unable to dispatch them swiftly. Although Loki is adept in protective magic, he realizes he cannot afford to prolong this skirmish. He feigns a weakness, allowing one werewolf to bite down hard on his left arm, unexpectedly piercing through his armor forged in the Dwarven Kingdom, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his mind. For Asgard, Loki bellows in agony as he swiftly draws forth an iris extraction device from his right hand and plunges it into the werewolf's eye. Meanwhile, Barton, having awaited this moment, finally breaches the vault's door. After securing the iridium, he and Rumlow make a hasty retreat. Loki, however, is flung aside by the pained werewolf. Yet despite the injury, he chuckles. This minor hiccup in his plan has passed, and as long as those individuals locate him, his scheme is already halfway to fruition. As Loki shifts his form, the tide of battle turns. Dozens of his duplicates materialize, surrounding the werewolves and delivering a flurry of blows. Yet, these doppelgangers are exceedingly fragile, falling prey to the werewolves' onslaught and shattering under their ferocity. Nonetheless, Loki remains unfazed. He can conjure as many duplicates as he desires, finding amusement in watching these mindless brutes flail about. However, the next scene leaves Loki momentarily stunned. The werewolves, with their noses twitching, abandon the duplicates and charge directly at his true form. Witnessing this, Loki promptly turns to flee. The objective has been achieved, and he has no desire to engage in a lethal contest with these mindless creatures, especially since he need to fight shortly. At last, Loki spies the arrival of a Quinjet, and he sees a flamboyantly dressed figure leap from it. Without hesitation, he races toward that direction, waving his arms and shouting, "Here I am! Come and catch me, mortals!" The scene appeared somewhat disheveled, and upon observing Loki, Steve furrowed his brow, contemplating the origin of this peculiar jester. Following the Battle of Hell's Kitchen, Steve had developed a subjective belief that supervillains ought to resemble infernal demons. This individual before him hardly seemed capable of wreaking global devastation. However, after Natasha's identification, he nonetheless engaged Loki, a shield striking him down with ease. It was only then that he noticed the werewolves lurking behind Loki. This presented a more intriguing challenge. "Natasha, safeguard the surrounding crowd. Leave these creatures to me," Steve called out to Natasha aboard the aircraft, before charging towards the werewolves with shield in hand. Loki was utterly astonished by this display. In his perception, Steve was merely a mortal, albeit a notably strong one, yet he exhibited such audacity. As Steve clashed with the werewolves, he immediately sensed their formidable strength, leading to a silent realization of impending peril. Yet his superior combat skills were evidently beyond Loki's capabilities. Although he could not match the werewolves in raw power, his battle experience was incomparable to that of these mindless brutes. Most importantly, the vibranium shield he wielded could absorb kinetic energy and withstand the werewolves' sharp fangs and claws. Nevertheless, the robust werewolves were not adversaries Steve could easily subdue at that moment. He found himself yearning for the kind of immense power he once possessed. In that state, these werewolves would be mere punching bags. Just as Steve became embroiled in combat, Tony and Gawain arrived. Before Tony could intervene, Gawain wielded the sword of victory with precision, slicing the werewolves to shreds. Loki swallowed hard at this spectacle, grateful he had refrained from further resistance, for otherwise he would likely have faced a severe beating. After dispatching the werewolves, the group swiftly apprehended Loki, escorting him onto the aircraft while sending agents to manage the werewolf situation, a task the SHIELD was meant to handle, thus leaving it to the local base. However, unbeknownst to them, Loki's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he was taken aboard. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin summoned Thor. Thor understood that he was to journey to Earth to retrieve Loki. In his eyes, this was not a daunting task. If Loki acquiesced, all would be well. If not, he would simply have to subdue his brother and bring him back. "Thor, you must go to Midgard and bring your brother back. However, strive to avoid coercive measures. He has his own plans, and remember to trust your brother at all times." Upon hearing Odin's words, Thor found himself momentarily perplexed. What plans could Loki possibly have? Was it not merely a penchant for mischief? Nevertheless, due to past lessons learned, Thor was resolved not to defy Odin's command. "At your service, father. Go forth, Thor. The future of Asgard relies on you and Loki." Thor subsequently turned away from the celestial palace, and Odin, observing his son's retreating figure, felt a profound sense of contentment. Yet, his gaze shifted to the direction of Earth. Laden with concern, he harbored a foreboding feeling that Thor's journey to Earth would not unfold smoothly, and he well understood his son. Loki's schemes would likely be significant. Nevertheless, for the time being, no matter the troubles Thor might encounter, Odin could always provide support. With his presence, both Loki and Thor merely needed to flourish wildly, as he now possessed ample time to nurture his two sons. Chapter 106. The arrival of Thor. Unlike the others aboard the aircraft, Loki, having been captured, remained eerily composed, devoid of the anxiety that plagued the faces of his companions. Of course, Gawain's visage was obscured by his iron helmet, rendering his expression unreadable. Regarding the threats uttered by the Chitauri leader prior to their mission, Loki paid them no heed. He doubted that upon returning to Asgard, they would dare confront him. Should Odin choose not to vanquish them, it would only attest to their prowess. As he pondered when Thor would arrive, a flash of lightning illuminated the exterior of the plane, followed by the rumble of thunder. Natasha furrowed her brow, perplexed by the source of the lightning. For such unpredictability was the bane of their mission. This lightning was indeed an unexpected variable. Even Loki exhibited a strange reaction to the flashes outside, which did not escape Steve's keen observation. "What, are you afraid of lightning?" Steve inquired. Loki shook his head and replied, "No, I merely dislike the one responsible for the impending thunder." The one in question was none other than Thor, who leapt onto the aircraft's exterior, causing a tremor that heightened the vigilance of those inside. Steve grasped his shield, Tony donned his mask, and Gawain summoned the Sword of Victory. Once Tony had secured his mask, he opened the rear of the aircraft, and with a mighty leap, Thor vaulted from the exterior into the cabin. "Thor?" Tony questioned uncertainly, recognizing the familiar silhouette. Thor paused momentarily at the sound, but offered no reply, for his focus was solely on Loki. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter between them was familial, and he preferred that Tony and the others remain uninvolved. Thus, he forcefully shoved Tony aside, sending him crashing into Steve, and then seized Loki, intent on taking him away. However, Gawain swiftly intervened, grasping Loki's garment. Yet this time, he found himself overpowered. In terms of sheer strength, Thor far surpassed him. Aware that he could not afford to linger, Thor aimed to drag Loki away directly, while Gawain, resolute, refused to yield. Clutching Loki's attire with one hand, he drew forth the Sword of Victory. Before Gawain could take further action, the fabric of Loki's clothing was torn apart by the force of their struggle, and Thor swiftly carried Loki away. At this moment, Tony and Steve had just risen from the ground, and Tony's temper flared instantly. After all, they were acquaintances, and this fellow had the audacity to strike him without warning. This person had arrived unannounced. With that, Tony made his way toward the tail of the aircraft, while Steve, now on his feet, inquired about the identity of this individual. "Is he one of us?" he asked. Yet, it mattered little. Regardless of whether he had released Loki or taken his life, the Tesseract was no longer in their possession. Without waiting for Steve and Natasha to respond, Tony and Gamora bolted from the plane. This left Steve somewhat speechless, as he believed that a plan should precede any combat. However, he could not dwell on that now. He promptly grabbed a parachute bag and began to don it. These were legendary figures, practically deities. Natasha's voice reached Steve's ears. Yet he remained indifferent, stating, "There is but one God in this world, and that is the Almighty." With that, Steve seized a shield and leaped from the aircraft. On an unknown hillside, Loki was effortlessly tossed to the ground by Thor, who observed him with a bemused expression. Loki let out a suppressed grunt, followed by a laugh. The tattered garments revealed the marks of a werewolf's bite on his arm. Although Loki had long since healed, the traces of blood remained, causing Thor's brow to furrow as he asked, "Did those Midgardians do this to you?" At that moment, a flicker of anger surged within him. When had his brother suffered such a grievous loss? He was typically reluctant to strike Loki himself, so how dared those Midgardians? Hearing this, Loki chuckled, feeling an unexpected sense of concern from his hulking brother. He responded with a smile, "It has been a while, brother. Am I to reminisce with you? Who inflicted that injury? Those individuals just now?" Loki understood that if he acknowledged this, Thor would not rest until he sought retribution, potentially jeopardizing their fragile alliance. Instead, he merely shook his head, rising from the ground to ask, "Is father well?" At this question, Thor chose not to press further. He would uncover the truth in due course. He replied, "Father is well. He misses you dearly." Loki fell silent for a moment, but Thor's next words caused him to struggle to contain himself. "So, you wish to conquer this planet and become king?" It was no wonder Thor posed a question, as Loki's intentions appeared far from honorable. Should he pursue such a course and attract the attention of powerful entities like the Ancient One or the likes of Yangshun, his foolish brother would find himself in dire straits. Loki's eyes widened at this. The simpleton believed he could covet this primitive world, yet he was a hero of Asgard. Before Loki could respond, Thor interjected, declaring, "Your plan shall not come to fruition. I will protect my beloved." Loki's boisterous laughter interrupted Thor's words. If it were not for his initial intentions, he could have returned with Thor, especially since the Tesseract and the Mind Stone were securely in his possession. Surely, those individuals could not pursue them to Asgard. However, having witnessed the Chitauris machinations, Loki resolved to teach them a lesson. Since his last visit, he had become aware of the peculiarities of this primitive planet and held little belief that the Chitauri could match their prowess. Father said, "You have your own plans. How should I assist you?" Thor asked, gazing at Loki, who was still chuckling, feeling somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to deliver a good thrashing to Loki, but he decided to wait until they returned to Asgard. Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki immediately quelled his laughter and addressed him. "Do as you wish when the time comes. Do not hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not allow the name of Odin's son to be tarnished." A serious expression graced Loki's face. After years of companionship, he understood Thor's character and behavior intimately. Typically, his plans would not falter due to Thor's missteps. Yet he now harbored concerns that Thor's desire to assist him might lead to unforeseen complications. After all, his calculations were predicated on Thor acting in a typical manner. But if Thor's subjective intention to support him led to what he perceived as a brilliant idea, it could jeopardize Loki's carefully crafted scheme. Chapter 107. Mobilization. Just as Thor prepared to hear what his troublesome brother might say next, Loki fell silent, inciting Thor's frustration. He set down his hammer, ready to discipline Loki. However, before he could take action, an overwhelming force propelled him away. It was Tony. Thor's abrupt push had irked Tony, who had no intention of continuing their conversation. He crashed Thor into a nearby grove. Gawain approached Loki directly, positioning the blade of his sword against Loki's neck. "Trust me, you do not wish to test the sharpness of my blade." The cold gleam of Gawain's sword sent shivers down Loki's spine. He had no doubt of its lethal capabilities. He understood that should he meet his end, Odin would not take it lightly, yet he deemed it unwise to wager his life over such trivial matters. "Rest assured, I'm not going anywhere," Loki replied, gesturing with his hands. "Tony, let me explain," Thor shouted while being dragged along the ground by Tony, unwilling to engage him in combat. Just moments prior, he had not even wielded his hammer on the plane. However, Tony was not in the mood to listen to Thor's pleas. Their previous acquaintance had been cordial, but now, to find himself attacked upon their reunion was simply intolerable for Tony. The two combatants swiftly fell to the ground, with Thor's temper flaring after being provoked by Tony. Given Thor's notoriously short fuse, it was only natural for him to retaliate against the assault. With a mighty swing of his hammer, he sent Tony crashing into a tree. In response, Tony unleashed a repulsor blast that sent Thor hurtling away, leading to an intense brawl between them. Due to various enhancements, Thor found it increasingly difficult to damage Tony's armor, which allowed Tony to remain composed. In fact, he preferred close-quarters combat over ranged assaults. The aftermath of their clash caused trees to topple around them. Thor summoned lightning with his enchanted hammer, inadvertently supplying Tony with a surge of energy, which resulted in Tony blasting Thor away with a supercharged repulsor blast. Thor's expression darkened. Although uninjured, the humiliation of the situation ignited a flicker of fury within him. Before he could act on his anger, Tony charged at him once more, seizing an opportunity. Thor feigned a vulnerability, executing a suplex that sent Tony crashing to the ground. Before grabbing him once again, "Listen, Tony," Thor declared, "I have no desire to fight you. My purpose is to thwart Loki, yet you choose to abduct him instead? Is this your idea of stopping him?" Upon concluding his statement, Tony propelled himself upwards with tremendous force, launching Thor into the sky, and based on Jarvis's analysis, aimed straight for a mountain. Reluctantly, Thor released his grip on Tony, only for Tony to seize the moment and send Thor crashing into the mountainside. From his precarious position, Loki, held at sword point by Gawain, observed the unfolding chaos and remarked, "Aren't you concerned that your friend might be killed? His opponent is a god." However, Gawain's response caused Loki's demeanor to shift. "You are a god too, but what of it now?" Gawain remained unperturbed, confident that neither party intended to deliver a lethal blow. Even if they were to engage seriously, it would merely result in a thorough thrashing. After another round of struggle, Tony and Thor found themselves amidst the forest once more. Both appearing quite disheveled, their bodies smeared with a mix of dust and unknown plant sap, bearing the marks of their fierce battle. As the two prepared for another bout of strength, Steve hurled his shield, striking Tony squarely in the chest. By sheer coincidence, their skirmish had brought them near Steve. "Have you two had enough?" Steve called from atop a fallen tree, drawing their attention. With a graceful leap, He caught his shield mid-air. "What are you doing here?" he inquired of Thor as he approached the duo. Steve understood that neither combatant held the upper hand, and he had observed that during their aerial tussle, they both had opportunities to inflict serious harm, yet refrained, indicating a mutual respect. To thwart Loki's nefarious schemes, Thor asserted, "Prove it to us. Put down your hammer." Upon hearing these words, Tony sensed impending trouble and promptly addressed Steve. "Oh no, this is not a wise idea. He is exceedingly fond of his hammer." Before he could finish his statement, he was sent flying by Thor's mighty blow. Thor glared at Steve, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare this mortal suggest he relinquish his beloved Mjolnir? "You wish for me to part with Mjolnir?" With that, Thor leaped high, swinging his hammer down towards Steve. Realizing the imminent danger, Steve quickly shielded himself beneath his protective barrier. Having witnessed the destructive power of both warriors, he was acutely aware that in his current state, he could not withstand the impact of Thor's hammer. Boom! The moment the hammer met the shield, a colossal shockwave surged through the entire forest, leaving the battleground resembling a site struck by a meteor. Once the three of them regained their footing, they halted upon witnessing the devastating aftermath. Together, they transported Loki back to the SHIELD helicarrier. Upon their arrival, Nick Fury engaged in a war of words with Loki, while Tony and the others analyzed their exchange from the command bridge. Due to a hint of unease, Nick quickly found himself on the defensive against Loki. Nevertheless, the information Loki inadvertently revealed during their conversation provided ample material for analysis among them. Thor also disclosed that Loki commanded an army known as the Chitauri, which caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. They were facing a genuine extraterrestrial force for the first time. However, the gravest expression was etched on Steve's face. Having experienced true warfare, he understood the brutal realities involved, and an invasion by an alien army could prove far more catastrophic if mishandled. After the analysis concluded, Steve retreated to the rear of the ship, where he extracted a mobile phone and dialed the Pentagon. He was determined not to place all his eggs in one basket. He must prepare for the worst and uphold the expectations resting upon his shoulders. The Pentagon took Steve's call with utmost seriousness, and a military official personally answered. Upon hearing of an impending invasion force targeting Earth, the official's countenance shifted dramatically. Once the call ended, he immediately convened a meeting with the military leadership, fully aware that Steve was not one to jest about such matters. The U.S. military quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. According to their records, the previous extraordinary incident in New Mexico had resulted in the death of numerous civilians. Even if this current threat did not reach the severity of that event, a misstep could still lead to significant casualties. Consequently, following their meeting, the entire military began preparations for mobilization. They were unwilling to place their lives in the hands of SHIELD. They placed their trust solely in their weaponry. Chapter 108. The suppressed Hulk. Loki's words ignited a fervent uproar within SHIELD and the newly formed Avengers. Though no immediate conflict had arisen, the seeds of discord had undoubtedly been sown. As Nick Fury failed to extract Loki's intentions, Natasha, after conferring with him, resolved to engage Loki herself. Through a series of meticulous arrangements, she successfully crafted the illusion that she was covertly seeking Loki. At that moment, Loki, perched within a glass cage, raised an eyebrow at Natasha. To be candid, he held little faith in this organization. However, his foolishly endearing brother had joined this so-called alliance, disregarding his status as the Prince of Asgard. Yet, since it was Thor's choice, Loki felt he could not intervene forcefully. When the organization's internal conflicts inevitably surfaced, Thor would surely be disillusioned and depart. Nevertheless, Loki underestimated Natasha. She adeptly extracted information from him, though his revelations undeniably provoked her. His objective was to release the Hulk, ensuring that Dr. Banner remained confined to the laboratory. As Natasha communicated through her earpiece and hastened away, Loki's eyes widened in disbelief at her retreating figure. At that moment, Loki was a tempest of conflicting emotions. "Sister, how could you change your stance so suddenly?" However, while Loki and Natasha exchanged words, Steve and Dr. Banner had uncovered evidence of SHIELD's development of weapons of mass destruction utilizing the Tesseract. Having been aware of SHIELD for some time, Tony had thoroughly scrutinized their secrets. Yet, contrary to the original narrative, Tony surprisingly showed no opposition to SHELD's weapons research plan. After enduring numerous battles, he even contemplated reviving the weapons research division. Under the pressure of Steve and Dr. Banner's inquiries, Nick Fury calmly produced several pieces of evidence, including images of Yang Chun severing the limbs of the abomination, footage of werewolves and vampires assaulting SHIELD's temporary base, and the recurring reports of sightings of the Hellspawn demons. Faced with this evidence, Steve and Dr. Banner fell silent. Steve still harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Hellspawn demons. He believed that employing such weapons against them was insufficient. Dr. Banner also remained quiet. Prior to this visit to SHIELD, he had thought that monsters like himself were exceedingly rare, yet seeing those grotesque creatures made him feel that even the Hulk appeared somewhat refined by comparison. Is this enough? Seeing both men rendered speechless, Nick Fury grew increasingly irate. He had not even revealed the more explosive details from New Mexico, and what was worse, it was one thing for Dr. Banner to question him, but Steve as well. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, and he continued, before this, we were attacked by demons in our own homeland. Mind you, that was in New York. Even my most valued agent perished for his idol. And now you dare to question me. Nick Fury's words compelled Steve to lower his gaze. He could never forget Coulson's death, and the terrifying visions from his dreams seemed increasingly plausible in light of these threats. Yet, under the influence of the Mind Scepter, they found themselves embroiled in a quarrel, even unaware of the reason behind their dispute. Meanwhile, Gawain had returned to Stark Tower, as he was not fond of the atmosphere aboard the SHIELD helicarrier. Just as the others were caught in their altercation, the team led by Barton and Ramlow had arrived at the periphery of the helicarrier. After Barton incapacitated one of the engines with his explosive arrows, they swiftly infiltrated the SHIELD vessel. Following a resounding explosion, the Avengers were scattered, and a dazed Nick Fury hurried to the bridge to direct the agents, while Tony and Steve rushed towards the devastated area. Having previously encountered the lethal potential of decapitation, Tony had donned his Iron Man suit outside, and after the explosion, he felt fortunate for his foresight. As everyone embarked on their respective missions, Hulk's furious voice resonated in their ears, prompting Thor to follow the sound. He understood that whether it was Loki's machinations or his own instincts, he needed to restrain that colossal being. If it fell, he and Iron Man could escape, but countless others would perish. To his astonishment, the creature's strength was overwhelming, even surpassing his own. On the bridge, Nick Fury assessed Hulk's location through the continuously failing surveillance, accompanied by Agent Hill's worried voice. However, he remained unperturbed, for he had summoned Surtur to the helicarrier in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, and now was the time to call upon him. As he retrieved a specialized communication device from his pocket, Surtur awakened in a quiet chamber. Although SHIELD's advanced technology rendered external sounds nearly inaudible, Surtur's senses had already detected the chaos outside. Faced with such an adversary, he had no intention of engaging, but since the dark entity had summoned him, he was intrigued to partake in this appetizing spectacle. With a flicker, he vanished from the quiet room, reappearing instantaneously before Hulk. Both Thor and Hulk halted their actions upon seeing the formidable figure before them, acutely aware of the danger he posed. Hulk even took a step back, feeling the threat emanating from the robust entity. Yet, seemingly embarrassed by his retreat, he disregarded his instincts and charged forward with a mighty roar. The force of Hulk's bellow caused Thor to cover his ears and step back, but the strong figure remained unfazed. Hulk, realizing that he could not intimidate this being, propelled himself forward with his massive fists aimed directly at Surtur. However, the Hulk's charge was swiftly halted as Seti merely extended his hand to block the Hulk's punch. Before the Hulk reached a certain level of fury, his blows were somewhat lackluster to Seti. Witnessing his attack being so effortlessly intercepted, the Hulk's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time since his inception that someone had so easily thwarted his strike. Yet, before the Hulk could ponder this unexpected development, Seti's counterattack arrived in an instant. He deftly swiped aside the Hulk's fist and, in a flash, delivered a precise chop to the nape of the Hulk's neck. Lost in thought about the whereabouts of his opponent, the Hulk suddenly felt a tremendous force at the back of his neck, rendering him momentarily dazed. Almost immediately, he experienced a wave of weakness that caused him to collapse onto the steel deck of the aircraft carrier. Seti's strike plunged the Hulk into a slumber reminiscent of an infant, a sight that left Thor utterly astonished. Chapter 109. The arrival of the Chitauri army. Well, that is taken care of, Seti remarked casually, as if he had merely assisted a fellow student in retrieving an eraser. In fact, it had required little effort. Emotion points from Thor, 260, from S.H. IELD. Agents, 01, from Hydra agents, 01. Numerous agents who bore witness to this spectacle contributed their emotional points, while Nick Fury and others remained devoid of any due to being embroiled in a fierce assault led by Barton. However, Seti could not rectify the damaged engine of the aircraft carrier, so after casting a glance at the astonished Thor, he proceeded toward Nick Fury's location. Only after Seti departed did Thor regain his composure, realizing that there might be an issue concerning Loki. Without further deliberation, he hastened toward the place where Loki was confined. Upon arrival, Thor discovered that the glass cage had been opened by Ramlo, and Loki was emerging from within. So this is your plan? To sow suspicion amongst us? Why must your scheme cause suffering to so many innocents? Thor did not charge at Loki, but confronted him with questions, seeking answers. Your inquiries are rather foolish, brother. Loki replied as he approached Thor, placing a hand on his shoulder. But they're innocent people, Thor exclaimed, shaking off Loki's hand and shouting in disapproval. Yet Loki, unperturbed by the rejection, let out a light chuckle, then smirked coldly at Thor. Do you have any idea where I was transported by the Bifrost? Do you know what I witnessed? Do you understand what threat Asgard faces? Thor was about to counter, but realized he truly did not know. He opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Loki's thunderous voice. No, you know nothing. Do you understand why Father instructed you to cooperate with me instead of simply taking me away? What does it matter if a few lives are lost when weighed against the benefits that Asgard stands to gain? Moreover, those who perished were not even Asgardians. After Loki spoke, he swiftly appeared behind Thor, delivering a sudden kick that sent the unsuspecting god tumbling into a glass cage. He no longer wished to engage in dialogue with Thor. It was only after his plan came to fruition that Thor would comprehend that his actions were all for the sake of Asgard. No, Loki. It cannot be like this. Asgard's benefits cannot. But before Thor could finish, Loki manipulated the control panel of the glass cage and sent him plummeting downwards. Yet, prior to this, Loki had cast a spell on the cage. Watching the cage vanish from sight, Loki sighed and quickly led Ramlo away from the scene. The chaos caused by that hulking figure was far less than he had anticipated, presenting an unforeseen variable. He needed to depart expeditiously. Surely, Dr. Selvig was prepared by now, and he had to hurry to oversee the situation. Meanwhile, Surtur approached Nick Fury. With his arrival, the armed assailants attacking the bridge fell one after another, including Hawkeye, who had been shooting arrows. They did not even react to Surtur's presence. Emotional values from Nick Fury. 80 emotional values from Agent Hill. 40 emotional values from Natasha. 120 once the foes were dealt with, Surtur approached Nick Fury and inquired. His tone laced with a hint of boredom. What now? This left Fury momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that this being would engage in a brief skirmish with Hulk. Yet here he was, appearing before him in no time. It seemed he had underestimated Surtur's combat prowess. However, Fury had no intention of allowing Surtur to proceed with any further actions and instructed him to return, merely informing him that he would be notified when the next phase of the plan was ready. Such a powerful entity needed to be utilized judiciously. Concurrently, Tony was rapidly repairing the engine of the airborne aircraft carrier. Initially under heavy fire, Steve was able to complete Tony's directive effortlessly once Howard arrived. Tony also emerged triumphantly from the engine, and upon seeing Howard, he was filled with delight. Having the support of a friend during times of hardship lifted his spirits considerably. Yet, he looked at Howard with a puzzled expression and asked, "Howard, shouldn't you be in New York? Miss Potts informed me through Jarvis that you required assistance and provided me with your location." What? Tony's expression shifted in an instant. He couldn't recall ever calling for Potts' aid, nor had he instructed Jarvis to send Howard to his side. A troubling thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately commanded Jarvis to hack into Nick Fury's earpiece, shouting, "Loki's target is New York. He may have already arrived there." Tony's words immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Nick Fury promptly issued orders to converge towards New York. with Tony and Korg advancing ahead due to their high mobility, while Natasha and Steve swiftly followed in a Quinjet. Prior to this, Steve had utilized various means to relay the information to the Pentagon, believing it essential for the official military forces of the United States to be informed. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, the Chitauri encountered some particularly notable visitors as an entire fleet emerged from a spatial jump. At the center of this fleet, a group of special vessels trailed behind, causing some Chitauri to lower their heads in deference, unwilling to gaze upon them. These newcomers were also cannon fodder under Thanos. But unlike the Chitauri, they were directly subordinate to him, exhibiting a more ferocious and fearless demeanor, making them especially suited for planetary combat. They were the vanguard biological weapons of Thanos. Upon Loki's arrival on Earth, Thanos swiftly learned of the fall of Jotunheim and made a decisive judgment. A change was afoot within the Nine Realms. A single Chitauri fleet might not suffice to gauge the situation. Thus, he dispatched another Chitauri fleet, even deploying a portion of the vanguard, should calamity strike. The loss of these expendables would be inconsequential, as probing fire was the task of cannon fodder. However, if no significant disturbances arose within the Nine Realms, or if Earth remained unaffected, he would escalate his efforts. Even if he did not intend to confront the Sorcerer Supreme directly, recovering the Tesseract and the Scepter would still be advantageous. After a surge of blue energy, a colossal void appeared before the awaiting Chitauri fleet, revealing the bustling city of New York. Chapter 110. The Great War approaches. Steve's remarks swiftly garnered the Pentagon's attention. Following the incident in New Mexico, preparations have been underway to bolster the military and deploy additional forces to key locations across various states. With the imminent realization that humanity's first confrontation with extraterrestrials would be marked by an alien assault on New York, they could not afford to remain passive. In the aftermath of the Hell's Kitchen incident, military forces stationed in New York, along with the National Guard, were placed on high alert upon receiving orders. With more troops en route, if possible, they were determined not to relinquish New York, the largest city in the nation and home to the wealthiest citizens. Abandoning it would have far-reaching consequences. The Pentagon was already in negotiations with the White House, understanding that during wartime, both the economic and political stature of the Pentagon would be significantly enhanced. While the current president would continue to serve due to the state of war, an advantageous scenario for both parties. As for Congress, they would have ample excuses to deflect criticism. The impending alien invasion was an undeniable reality, and mere words from Congress could not deter the extraterrestrial threat. Upon receiving the command, the U.S. military immediately commenced the evacuation of New York City's residents. Due to a series of recent events, many inhabitants had already departed, and those remaining exhibited a natural compliance upon seeing the soldiers, resulting in a rather smooth evacuation process. Just as the soldiers, with tense expressions, silently prayed for a miscommunication, a brilliant azure beam shot forth from the rooftop of Stark Tower. As the beam traveled a considerable distance, the sky appeared to melt, revealing a vast rift. Following the emergence of this rift, numerous bizarre flying vessels surged forth. This time, the military had learned from previous experiences. Recognizing that communication was futile, they unleashed heavy firepower, deploying various surface-to-air missiles that temporarily sealed the spatial fissure. The sudden barrage bewildered the Chitauri, who instinctively believed they had fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, the forces eager to enter the rift pressed on undeterred. Brainwashed by Thanos' death doctrine and under the command of their mothership, they felt compelled to leap into what they suspected was a trap to test its waters. One might argue they were naive, but they were certainly not cowardly, for they willingly placed themselves in peril. Under the cover of relentless Chitauri assaults, the vanguard of the second unit seized the opportunity to airdrop numerous supply pods. Enhanced by spatial technology, these pods required minimal space to accommodate a significant number of vanguards. Upon landing, they swiftly charged toward the military's air defense positions, hoping to eliminate the firepower that would allow more troops to enter. However, the waiting U.S. armored divisions were not about to permit such an advance. Heavy firepower was directed relentlessly at the vanguards, and in densely packed areas, various aircraft targeted them with precision strikes. Although these vanguards possessed formidable offensive capabilities, they remained susceptible to conventional weaponry. Nevertheless, having fought alongside Thanos for years, They were no strangers to extraordinary technology and continued to push the front lines despite the military's onslaught. As the pressure from the vanguards intensified, the continuous air defense barrage revealed vulnerabilities. Seizing these openings, the Chitauri deployed Leviathan insects as living shields, charging into the urban expanse of New York City. When Tony and Gawain arrived, they witnessed the Chitauri breaching the military's air defense lines and infiltrating the city. They promptly decided to address the threat within the urban landscape first. Aware of his limitations in large-scale combat, Tony recognized that, at present, the firepower of his armor could not rival that of a structured military force. However, the dynamics shifted within the city. His armor boasted maneuverability that far surpassed any military equipment, making urban combat ideally suited for him. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, aboard the airborne command ship, furrowed his brow in frustration at the unfolding chaos. He had not anticipated such a major incident occurring immediately after Loki's extraction. Initially believing Loki would require more time to prepare, he now realized that there was no room for hesitation. Turning to Agent Hill, he inquired, "What is the status of Dr. Banner?" After being knocked unconscious by that individual, Dr. Banner remained in a state of unconsciousness. However, upon the departure of that person, signs of awakening began to manifest, evoking an impression of feigned unconsciousness. It was conveyed to Dr. Banner that this was the opportune moment for him to unleash his fury. Upon entering New York, he could freely strike and wreak havoc upon those extraterrestrial beings. Indeed, Director. Soon, Agent Hill arrived at the location where Dr. Banner had collapsed. Although efforts had been made to transport him to a medical facility, he had fallen in his Hulk form and had yet to revert to his original state. Agent Hill approached the ear of the Hulk and spoke to him, yet the fallen Hulk remained unmoved, which surprised her. Was he truly not feigning unconsciousness? This was not entirely the Hulk's fault for remaining down, as at this moment, Banner's consciousness dominated. Although Surtur's strike had rendered the Hulk unconscious by a twist of fate, Banner's consciousness had taken control of the Hulk's body. However, he could not exert control. Doctor. Banner had heard Agent Hill's words and understood that the situation had escalated to a critical level. In desperation, he began to attempt communication with the other consciousness within him. By the time Steve and Natasha arrived in New York, the Chitauri had already established a foothold in the city. However, due to the prior evacuations and military operations, the number of residents they found was scarce. Nevertheless, some audacious individuals remained, including a faction of demonic entities that had been hiding since the battle at the S.H.E.L.D. base. Those humans discovered by the Chitauri were swiftly sent to meet their fate. However, the demonic beings were not so easily subdued. Their molten fireballs could effortlessly eliminate the Chitauri, and despite their limited numbers, their familiarity with the terrain allowed them to create significant trouble for the invaders. Amidst the considerable loss of life, the attention of the fallen dragon sorcerer was drawn to this scene, as these souls could be absorbed into the realm of the dead. Moreover, Eliza's had already distributed a portion of the power derived from the souls on Earth to him. In other words, the souls he collected now contributed to his own strength. Thus, the fallen dragon sorcerer arrived through a spatial portal, and with his arrival, Mephisto, who was already incensed by the competition for souls on Earth, also set his sights on this place. Since the Ancient One had proven to be so unperceptive, he felt no need to regard her any longer. As long as he could hold off the Ancient One, those Earthlings would stand no chance against his demonic army. Chapter 111. Reconciliation. Due to the onslaught of the vanguard, the U.S. military's air defense positions were swiftly relocated. Faced with such an opponent, which was clearly unsuitable for close combat, the U.S. military decisively retreated, continuously leveraging their mobility. Although the vanguard charged valiantly, their flesh was not impervious to the ravages of modern weaponry. Moreover, the American forces were adept at shifting their front lines, leaving the vanguard to confront the overwhelming destructive capabilities of the military on the plains beyond New York City. The American troops were acutely aware that they could not afford to underestimate these extraterrestrial beings. History had shown them the dire consequences of such negligence, as exemplified by their predecessors who had battled demons. Naturally, they were reluctant to repeat those mistakes. Under normal circumstances, the aerial divisions of the Chitauri would have taken action. Yet they were under Loki's command, besieging the Avengers in New York. The absence of a leader for the vanguard proved to be a significant disadvantage. as they suffered considerable losses at the hands of Earthlings whose technological prowess and combat skills paled in comparison. At this juncture, Thor arrived in the city. Loki, displaying a hint of mercy, cast a spell that caused the glass cage to disintegrate while Thor was suspended above the ground. As Thor engaged the Chitauri aircraft, the invaders swarmed into New York, deploying Leviathan bioforms and even revealing genuine small warships behind their portals. The Chitauri vessels wreaked havoc in the city, their firepower decimating skyscrapers, with entire districts reduced to ruins. Steve, witnessing the assault by the Chitauri ground forces, felt his heart break at the sight before him. These alien invaders truly seemed capable of obliterating his homeland. This moment transported him back to a haunting dream, yet this time he was conscious. Standing at the center of a grand hall before a throne that flickered with an otherworldly green light, a figure concealed in mist sat upon the throne, and as Steve attempted to discern its features, he was violently repelled. Upon regaining awareness in New York, he felt a surge of immense power within him. The Chitauri warriors, charging ferociously towards him, found their target vanish before their eyes, only to lose consciousness moments later. As Steve reappeared, he wiped the gruesome blood from his shield and gazed towards the illuminated Stark Tower, knowing that the invasion would not cease until that beacon was extinguished. Turning to Natasha, who was nursing her wounded arm, he urged, "You should seek refuge elsewhere. Joining the fray now would be perilous." Natasha studied Steve, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity in her captain. Their conversations seemed to carry an aura of coldness, and she could almost detect the scent of fish, though she dismissed it as a battlefield mirage. Initially, she had intended to accompany him to Stark Tower, but a glance at the marauding Chitauri vessels above quelled that thought. "Understood, Captain. Please take care." Upon hearing Natasha's affirmative response, Steve promptly departed from the scene. His gaze was fixated on the occasional Zetarii spacecraft that streaked across the sky, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. In mere moments, Steve vanished from Natasha's sight. Following his departure, the voice of Nick Fury resonated in Natasha's earpiece. At this juncture, S.H.L.D. had nearly lost all communication within the city, rendering Natasha's presence exceedingly critical. "Galvin, their numbers are overwhelming. We cannot sustain this assault. I shall head to Stark Tower to see if I can disable that device. Please provide me cover." After dispatching the Zetarii craft trailing behind him, Tony shouted to Galvin. In a brief span, he had eliminated numerous Zetarii foes, yet their ranks appeared to be inexhaustible. "Understood, just fly ahead." After cleaving a Leviathan insect in twain with his sword, Galvin surged forward to shield Tony on his journey to Stark Tower. The pair swiftly made their way in that direction, yet the Zetarii vessels in the sky were determined to thwart their progress, deploying dozens of crafts to obstruct them. However, with a resounding crack of thunder, these Zetarii adversaries erupted mid-air. Accompanying the thunder was Thor, who nodded at Tony and gestured with his hammer for him to proceed. Noticing this, Tony affirmed with a nod and propelled himself towards Stark Tower. Yet, as the Zetarii ships faltered, a small warship aimed its dark cannon at him. In the wake of several air-to-air missiles streaking across the sky, the small vessel was struck, lacking even an energy shield, merely serving as a source of firepower. This provided an opportunity for the military aircraft, which, although not suited for aerial dogfights, had significantly enhanced their firepower and accuracy. After a brief struggle, the Vanguard finally realized that sacrificing themselves would not honor their master, Thanos. A substantial portion retreated into the city, where they could unleash their combat prowess. Others charged towards the fleeing citizens of New York, clearly eager to sow chaos and destruction. Meanwhile, Nick Fury paced restlessly aboard the aerial battleship. He knew he could not maneuver the vessel to New York, but all deployable aircraft had already been dispatched. Sending regular agents through ground routes would only lead to their demise. Yet, dispatching Surtur seemed a waste of resources. He sensed that the foes they faced were not merely these. He needed to retain some trump cards for unforeseen circumstances. As he began to scratch his balding head, a familiar roar echoed, but this time excitement lit his face. In moments like these, even launching the Hulk as a projectile into New York City could serve as a formidable weapon. However, he resolved to confer with the Hulk before proceeding. At this moment, within the formidable Hulk, Dr. Banner, having witnessed Hulk's willingness to assist, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He began to contemplate the intricate relationship between Hulk and himself. Upon reflection, he realized that Hulk had not wronged him in any way. In fact, Hulk had repeatedly extricated him from perilous situations. As for the impact on his life, it was not born of malice. After a heartfelt exchange, he apologized to Hulk, acknowledging that it was erroneous to regard him as a mere monster. They should share a bond even deeper than that of brothers, as they inhabit the same body. Following a resounding roar, Hulk transformed back into Banner, cognizant that communication with humanity was indeed more suited to Banner. Chapter 112. The Rise of the Demon after expressing his desire to join the fray to Nick Fury. A glimmer of white appeared on Fury's dark visage, as he still held faith in Hulk's combat prowess. At that moment, Natasha reported a significant influx of extraterrestrial beings into New York City, where these entities were actively engaged on the ground, even clashing with demonic breeds. This scenario was tailor-made for Hulk. All that was required was to cast him into the fray, letting him confront the aliens. Under Fury's direction, a transport aircraft swiftly took flight, racing towards New York. Simultaneously, the figure of the Ancient One materialized atop the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the ravaging Chitauri in the sky. Having glimpsed this future before the timeline unraveled, she noted the stark difference in the current situation. The number of Chitauri was overwhelming, even bolstered by Thanos' elite forces. Given these considerations, she personally arrived at the Sanctum and established a series of magical formations. Prepare to confront Thanos should he arrive. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, Loki lounged on Tony's sofa, savoring fine wine. He had secured the Mind Stone, and the Tesseract lay not far away, while the armies of this realm clashed with the vile creatures from beyond the Nine Realms. Sipping Tony's red wine, Loki smacked his lips, revealing a look of delight. Everything was unfolding according to his design. He would determine when to close the rift based on the progression of the battle. Once he sealed the rift, the unsupported Chitauri and the Vanguard would be as lambs to the slaughter. Now, he pondered how many Chitauri would arrive on this planet before he chose to depart. In a moment of distraction, his peripheral vision caught flashes of lightning. He recognized Thor was engaged in combat. However, the subsequent scene astonished him. A colossal beam of sword light cleaved through the Chitauri defenses as Tony and another swordsman charged toward him with great speed. He instinctively rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Who was this formidable ally? Such valor was indeed reminiscent of the Asgardian lineage. At this moment, Loki remained entirely unperturbed. Although he could not overpower the individual before him, he was confident that should he choose to flee, this person would be utterly incapable of restraining him. The immense power they displayed was ineffective against the portal generated by the Tesseract. Observing Tony and his companions charging toward him, Loki decided against lingering. Promptly boarding a Chitauri spacecraft to make his escape, he had no desire to clash with the trio in their prime. Upon their arrival, Tony and his allies discovered only Dr. Selvig, rendered unconscious by the shockwave of energy, sprawled on the upper floor, with no sign of anyone else. As they approached the Tesseract apparatus, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. Just moments prior, Tony had attempted to employ the teleportation magic of Kamartaj, only to have his efforts thwarted by this very force, which rendered him incapable of perceiving the space around him. Without further contemplation, they launched an assault on the Tesseract. Yet, whether it was the repulsor rays, Mjolnir, or the Sword of Victory, none could affect the Tesseract, let alone destroy the apparatus. Just as despair began to settle in, Dr. Selvig seemed to awaken, stirred by their commotion. The blue light in his eyes faded as he broke free from the influence of the Mind Stone. Noticing their impotence against the device, Dr. Selvig weakly raised his head and addressed them. Conventional methods were futile, but perhaps, given that Loki's scepter was of the same origin as this object, they might find a way through it. After uttering this thought, he fainted once more. Thor, witnessing this, hurried to support him, holding a favorable impression of Dr. Selvig. What shall we do now? Should we seek my brother? Thor felt a profound sense of distress. He opposed Loki's actions, yet he could not shake the words Odin had imparted to him before his departure. Loki had assured him that all he did was for the sake of Asgard. What more could they do? They must first locate Loki, regardless of whether Dr. Selvig was under control. Finding Loki remained paramount. Tony, observing the Chitauri vessels darting through the sky, swiftly devised a plan, ushering Dr. Selvig into the safety of Stark Tower. Leaving an unprotected human on the rooftop was far too perilous. To ascertain Loki's whereabouts, The trio reluctantly opted to split up, hoping that Loki might take the initiative upon seeing them alone. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Nick Fury convened yet another meeting with members of the World Council. The events unfolding in New York were too significant to ignore. Nations with any measure of power were taking notice. As the organization responsible for managing supernatural incidents, S.H.I.E.L.D. was compelled to address this crisis. The discussions were heated, with some even proposing the drastic measure of launching a nuclear strike on New York. Before the man could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by a military council member. News had already reached him that the extraterrestrials on the outskirts of New York had been compelled by their formidable firepower to enter the city itself. At this juncture, what were the soldiers to do if a nuclear bomb were to be deployed? Given the military's countermeasures against the Chitauri and the Vanguard, there were few supporters for the nuclear option in the meeting. If possible, they wished to test the mettle of these so-called aliens with the U.S. military. Was it now time to discuss the World Allied Forces plan? Now that the aliens had made their presence known, what would be the next phase of their invasion of Earth? If they had appeared in New York this time, where would they strike next? London? Paris? The council members' remarks plunged the meeting into silence. Indeed, this matter warranted discussion, as the U.S. military seemed to struggle against these entities. If the aliens were to manifest in more underdeveloped regions, could they truly stabilize their foothold and swiftly occupy, subsequently launching an invasion of the entire world from there? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Sanctum in New York, Master Gu-E gazed toward the direction where the Vanguard was charging towards the refugees, a frown etched on her brow. Her instincts warned her that significant events were about to unfold. Her intuition proved accurate, as the Vanguard's rapid approach incited great chaos among the New York refugees. Those entities could easily slaughter the less mobile populace. The swiftest of the Vanguard had already plunged into the midst of the refugees, followed closely by a frenzy of slaughter. As the refugees were utterly incapable of resisting, the small-caliber firearms they wielded barely tickled the Vanguard. However, neither the Vanguard nor the refugees noticed that the mingling of blood and severed limbs on the ground was subtly coalescing into a colossal magical array. Among the crowd, figures adorned in grotesque attire gathered around an individual holding a grimoire who was uttering blasphemous incantations. As the syllables fell, the surrounding space began to distort. The sky turned blood red, and the air filled with the scent of sulfur, undeniably heightening the refugees' panic. Simultaneously, Gu-E sensed the unfolding events. The magical arrays of the three sanctums were humming ominously. Just as she intended to intervene and put an end to the array, she felt a familiar presence emerge. Chapter 113. The Hand of the Dead Realm. Master Gu-E, let the children handle their own affairs. Mephisto's voice echoed in her ears. He understood that even if Gu-E summoned all the sorcerers to thwart his army, it would be futile. What did it matter if he endured a beating from Gu-E? The prospect of acquiring so many souls in exchange for a mere thrashing was, in his eyes, an exquisite bargain. Gu-E swiftly pinpointed Mephisto's location and drew him into the mirror dimension. As for the demons, she did not intend to have her sorcerers engage them. Their sole duty was to protect the sanctum. Having learned from the past experiences in Hell's Kitchen, she refrained from permitting her sorcerers to initiate any offensive actions this time. When Mephisto personally arrives, she must obstruct him. Otherwise, the repercussions will not merely befall the refugees, but the entire planet will succumb to the influence of hell. Amidst the agony of the refugees and the nourishment of their souls, coupled with the infusion of hellish power, the portal to the infernal dimension finally opened under the suppression of the three great sanctuaries' magical array. In that fleeting moment, as the formation solidified, the reconstituted Wuxin demon surged forth, followed by a vast army of demons. Souls. We require more souls. The Wuxin demon commanded the demonic horde, urgency pressing upon them. They needed to harvest as many souls as possible before Mephisto could withstand the onslaught. The Wuxin demon refrained from engaging directly, having suffered considerably in the past. This time, he resolved to observe carefully for any potential threats capable of inflicting harm upon him. The demon army, upon receiving the order, swiftly slaughtered the refugees in New York, resulting in a staggering number of fatalities, their souls consumed by the infernal realm. The god of death remained indifferent to the methods employed by these subordinates to acquire souls. As long as the souls reached his grasp, he was satisfied. Should their means of acquisition prove excessively brutal, others would intervene to restrain them. From a distance, the fallen dragon sorcerer, silently collecting the souls of the refugees perishing at the hands of the vanguard, was incensed by the demon's blatant disregard for decorum. These sentient beings were akin to saplings in a nursery. Only when they matured into grand trees could the maximum benefits be reaped, with the occasional fruit plucked during their prime. He had intended to compete with these demons gradually, but their brazen actions were wholly discourteous. Watching as souls were continuously devoured by the infernal dimension, the fallen dragon sorcerer felt a profound ache in his hollow heart. Each soul represented potential power for him. In a swift response, he wielded his staff, unleashing the war canopy. He was acutely aware that he could not contend with such a multitude of demons alone. Fortunately, he was not without allies. With another flourish of his staff, the portal to the realm of the dead gradually opened behind him. Unlike the hellish dimension, this portal, under the guidance of the Ancient One, was not subjected to the restrictions of the three great sanctuaries' magical array. This enabled the fallen dragon sorcerer to open a substantial portal, liberating the might of numerous undead sorcerers, who could now join the fray rather than merely supporting the war canopy and the portal. The moment the portal to the realm of the dead was unveiled, several massive skeletal dragons roared forth, with more undead continually emerging. Upon their arrival, they charged toward the demonic army, instantly recognizing their adversaries under the will of Elias. For the Ancient One, the conflict between the realm of the dead and the infernal dimension was a spectacle she welcomed. Both posed a threat to Earth, and as they turned upon one another for their own gain, she had no qualms about fanning the flames of their discord. At this moment, Elias had quietly arrived at the periphery of the mirrored space, patiently awaiting an opportunity. He would not hesitate to allow Mephisto to suffer a significant setback should the latter reveal any vulnerabilities. Above New York State, the sun had vanished, and the entire sky was painted in shades of red and gray, a battleground for the undead and demons. The chilling aura of death clashed with infernal energies, as the spirits of the dead engaged in fierce combat with hellish fiends. This spectacle rendered the Chitauri and the vanguard in the city utterly speechless. Surely, it seemed as though I were the true protagonist here. In comparison to the undead and demonic forces, the Chitauri appeared almost virtuous. Meanwhile, Thanos observed the situation on Earth through the lens of the Chitauri and the vanguard, and upon witnessing this scene, his purple visage visibly darkened. How could such a small planet harbor so many troublesome elements? He was aware of the hellish dimensions, and at present, he reckoned he would not stand a chance against Mephisto. Yet, these skeletal figures dared to wage war against hellish demons, suggesting they possessed a confidence that rendered them unafraid of Mephisto. In that instant, Thanos began to feel relieved that he had not plunged headlong into the Nine Realms, realizing that his strategies regarding them required further refinement. Emotional readings indicated 560 from Thanos, 160 from the Witch King, 150 from Loki, and 240 from Thor. Loki, situated in the heart of New York City, naturally caught sight of the unfolding situation in the suburbs. He had a vivid recollection of that gray aura of death. Had it not been for Odin's intervention, he likely would have perished in Jotunheim. The opposing force he surmised to be the hell he had studied in his Asgardian texts was unexpectedly formidable for a mere Midgard. However, as their battle raged on, he contemplated the prospect of gathering more intelligence. With this thought, he left behind a magical doppelganger at Star Tower for his own escape, and subsequently brought a contingent of Chitauri ships to a nearby vantage point to observe the skirmish. The Chitauri were amenable to this course of action. Although Thanos had instructed them to take control of the area, they now sensed the complexity of the situation, believing that amassing intelligence could help atone for their missteps. Meanwhile, aboard SHIEL, DS airborne battleship, Nick Fury had finally summoned SETI. The situation had spiraled completely out of control, and the most feared scenario had materialized, prompting him to reveal a trump card. Upon arriving, SETI beheld the blurry images on the large screen. Despite the intermittent footage, he could discern the silhouettes of demons. The moment these figures appeared, SETI's demeanor shifted dramatically, and Nick Fury felt as though a furious dragon had awakened before him. So, this is the next objective? He had not anticipated the existence of entities akin to the infernal demons in this world. Nonetheless, it would suffice to stretch his limbs before he discovered a way back. Surdy murmured to himself before requesting Nick Fury to indicate a direction. Upon receiving an approximate distance, Surdy's figure flickered and vanished before Nick Fury. At this moment, Nick Fury began to confirm that the crystalline visions might indeed be true. This formidable being, named Surdy, truly harbored enmity towards demons. Chapter 114. The outnumbered witch-heart demon in Asgard, King Odin sat regally upon his throne, accompanied by the goddess Frigga. Their gazes were tinged with concern. However, despite their worries, they resolved not to summon Loki and Thor back until the two were ready to return on their own, believing that children must face their share of trials as they grow. The princes of Asgard could be foolish or cunning, but they must never be cowards. Fortunately, Odin was pleased with the performance of his two sons. Odin was prepared to intervene at any moment, should any fool dare to harm his children. He would not hesitate to let that arrogant individual experience the sharpness of Gungnir. The witch-heart demon gazed solemnly at the rampaging undead creatures in the sky. The last time he visited this world, these undead were engaged in battle with that detestable bear. The mere thought of the bear brought him pain, a memory that lingered vividly. Yet, that was in the past. The bear was no longer present, and these undead were merely the defeated minions of that beast. He was confident that he could easily overcome them, seeing his demonic army and the undead creatures locked in a stalemate. The witch-heart demon resolved to take matters into his own hands. His massive form charged directly into the ranks of the undead, with his demon followers trailing closely behind. For a moment, the absence of any formidable resistance allowed the witch-heart demon to advance as though through an unguarded realm. Ha ha! How could mere bones challenge the great son of hell? He laughed, growing ever more emboldened as he fought. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he found himself facing a transformation among the undead. The skeletal foes, once unprotected, were suddenly replaced by ominous figures clad in black armor, their eye sockets glowing with a terrifying red light. The undead dragons, which had previously been attacking the flying demons from the skies, now descended into the fray on the ground, and even undead frost giants emerged. Gradually, the witch-heart demon found himself isolated in enemy territory. After tearing apart another undead creature that blocked his path, he was suddenly bombarded by a large-scale necromantic assault. When he regained his senses, he discovered he was deep within the ranks of the undead army, while his own minions were being relentlessly held back by the incessant tide of undead. Yet, the witch-heart demon remained unperturbed. The fact that they resorted to such tactics indicated that they lacked anything capable of confronting him directly. Once he destroyed the portal, everything would return to normal. With this thought, the witch-heart demon waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of black mist from the gates of hell, which surged forth like a rushing river towards the portal to the realm of the dead. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and the energy contained within it rendered the undead army nearly incapable of resistance. Even the corners of the witch-heart demon's mouth curled into a smile of anticipated victory. However, in the next moment, with a series of furious roars, several colossal death beasts surged forth from the portal. As they emerged, the death portal infused them with immense death energy. They charged directly into the black energy whip unleashed by the witch-heart demon. Although their bodies were utterly obliterated into bone shards by the demon's assault, they nevertheless succeeded in blocking the attack, bolstered by the death energy of the underworld. Seeing his attack thwarted, the witch-heart demon attempted to unleash another strike. Yet, just as he prepared to channel the dark energy again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively raised his hand to repel whatever was behind him. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by a death knight who had emerged unnoticed. With the aid of death energy, the knight's spear pierced deeply into the witch-heart demon's lower back. Though this attack was merely a slight discomfort for the demon, it instilled within him a profound sense of humiliation. "Filthy insect, you dare to provoke me?" Before he could finish his furious retort, a massive undead dragon swooped down from the heavens, its formidable force compelling the witch-heart demon to raise both hands in defense. "You shall never vanquish the great son of hell," he bellowed, bracing himself against the dragon's assault. The energy that surged forth from the rift in hell was continuously absorbed by the witch-heart demon, rapidly mending his injuries. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived, for another entity emerged from the death portal and the death energy on the battlefield seemed to awaken. This energy coiled around the witch heart demon's location, severing even the hellish energy he was absorbing. Stunned, he turned his gaze towards the death portal, only to discover a mage tower enveloped in dense death energy. It was this tower that had severed the hellish energy. Moreover, the disruption of energy was just the beginning. All the undead under the war canopy gained significant enhancements with the appearance of the mage tower. The demons engaged in battle with the undead army felt the most immediate effects, as the once evenly matched undead creatures now surpassed them in strength. Compared to the organized and strategic undead army, the demons resembled a disorganized rabble. This was hardly their fault, for demons are inherently chaotic, and Mephisto had never anticipated that one day they would have to engage in serious combat. Thus, the demons found themselves pushed back by the undead army. The witch heart demon, witnessing this debacle, could not help but curse his subordinates as worthless. Yet, he was too preoccupied to spare time for chastising his minions. With the arrival of the mage tower came a multitude of death mages and some formidable undead creatures. Although individually they were no match for the warlock, under the aegis of the war sky and the mage tower, the warlock could not easily dispatch them. Death knights, undead dragons, frost giants, and various colossal undead beasts engaged in relentless combat against the warlock, while numerous necromancers continuously unleashed their spells upon him. Occasionally, assassin-type undead beings would deal him a swift blow from behind, creating a chaotic battlefield where the undead were mercilessly assaulting the warlock. In this moment, the warlock was nearly driven to madness, were it not for that cursed artifact and the holy array suppressing him. These skeletal figures would not even stand a chance against him. When had he ever endured such humiliation? In the remnants of New York City, the remaining demon kind congregated in an underground warehouse. Although they were capable of battling the Chitauri and their vanguard, their numbers were woefully insufficient, suffering considerable losses under the Chitauri's overwhelming tactics. Moreover, those accursed aliens did not allow them to surrender. After a fierce struggle, they had managed to escape to this location. But it was not a sanctuary. Those foes would discover them soon enough. Fortunately, after their escape, strange runes appeared in their minds, evoking a sense of familiarity among the demon kind. It seemed as if an ethereal voice was urging them to carve these runes, promising that all their problems would be resolved. With no other recourse, the desperate demons had no choice but to place their trust in that voice. Chapter 115. Eliza strikes as the demons began to carve the runes. They immediately regretted their decision. The profane runes were siphoning energy from their bodies. When they attempted to cease their actions, they found their bodies unresponsive, as if under some external control. The moment the profane runes manifested, the surrounding buildings seemed to be shrouded in an unseen veil, causing even the Chitauri-S vessels and Thanos' vanguard to instinctively overlook the area. Beneath this concealment, horrifying events were unfolding, unnoticed even by the Ancient One, who was currently employing the Eye of Agamotto and the Holy Array to suppress Mephisto. Although Mephisto was at a disadvantage, fighting away from his domain, he had an arsenal of survival tactics at his disposal, making it difficult for the Ancient One to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Mephisto was not faring well either. He had intended to stall the Ancient One and allow the warlock to lead his army in a devastating assault against humanity. Yet, the warlock, a child of hell, found himself besieged by a rabble of undead. Had he truly been remiss in providing energy to them? This troubling thought flickered in Mephisto's mind as he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He was not surprised by the undead's actions to protect humanity. Had he been in their position, he too would have dealt with any fool daring to encroach upon his dominion. However, the absence of surprise does not equate to a lack of anger. The title of Supreme Sorcerer appears to be nothing more than a hollow appellation. Not only has this individual sought power from various dimensions to prolong their existence, but they have also forged a pact with the very essence of the undead. Just as Mephisto prepared to retreat, he sensed a familiar force, prompting him to halt his departure. Ancient One, I promised I would return. An endless tide of dark energy converged upon New York, displacing the crimson and gray hues of the sky as it asserted its dominance, creating a triadic balance of power. The protective arrays of the three sanctums erupted into a brilliant radiance upon the emergence of the dark energy, managing only to suppress its advance, yet significantly diminishing the restraint upon the powers of the infernal dimensions. Consequently, a greater influx of hellish energy surged through the barriers of the Necromancer's tower, flooding into the very core of the sorceress. Dormammu's ominous visage materialized beyond the confines of Earth, yet it was met with the unwavering resistance of the Sanctum's enchantments. However, the array was already showing signs of wear. The energy of Dormammu creating ripples that suggested a breach was merely a matter of time, if unimpeded. Ha ha ha! Ancient One, Dormammu has indeed arrived. I shall merely claim a few souls. Yet Dormammu's ambitions are directed at the planet itself. Mephisto's words dripped with malice. Relishing the chaos he had orchestrated, once he had amassed sufficient souls, he intended to strike, laying waste to the Ancient One's sanctum. Eager to witness how she would thwart Dormammu, the Ancient One furrowed her brow, cursing the timing of Dormammu's arrival, yet acknowledging the truth in Mephisto's words. Dormammu posed a far greater threat than Mephisto. Reluctantly, she drew Dormammu into the mirror dimension, though she withheld Mephisto's release, harboring no trust in his assurances. What? Do you intend to confront us both simultaneously? Mephisto's voice dripped with menace, incredulous at her audacity. As his words faded, hellfire erupted from his form, and numerous demonic contracts materialized within the mirror dimension, heralding a full-scale assault. Likewise, Dormammu radiated a formidable dark energy, surpassing Mephisto's in sheer ferocity. Though his manipulation of dark energy lacked the finesse of Mephisto's command over hellish forces, his sheer power was overwhelming. The Ancient One, sensing the gravity of the situation, knew that facing both Dormammu and Mephisto simultaneously left her with scant hope for victory. Yet, bolstered by the Eye of Agamotto and the protective arrays of the three sanctums, she remained confident in her ability to stall both entities. Though she spoke not a word, her actions conveyed her unwavering resolve to safeguard the Earth. A multitude of spells coalesced at her fingertips, empowered by the Eye of Agamotto and the three sanctums enchantments, creating the illusion of multiple Ancient Ones casting spells in unison. In an instant, a myriad of magical assaults rained down indiscriminately upon Mephisto and Dormammu. However, Dormammu was no mere clay figure. As dark energy surged, he shattered the spells cast by the Ancient One. Yet, an anomaly arose on Mephisto's end, as Ancient One's magic pierced through his very being, leading to the grandiose Mephisto slowly vanishing. When he reemerged, he found himself in the most vulnerable region of the mirror dimension, where he conjured profound spells in his hands. Ancient One, how delightful this game is. I shall now indulge in the exquisite souls, he cackled. As he spoke, the magic in his grasp solidified, creating a gaping void in the fragile part of the mirror dimension, propelling Mephisto forth. Both Dormammu and the Ancient One wore grim expressions. The Ancient One had underestimated Mephisto's cunning deception, falling prey to his illusion. Furious at being manipulated, Dormammu resolved to target the Ancient One instead. Ha ha ha, insignificant mortals. Now present your souls. Mephisto's true form materialized above New York, as Chitauri poured forth from the rifts in space, immediately opening fire on this unwelcome intruder. Gigantic Leviathan insects also charged at Mephisto, yet whether it was aircraft, Leviathan insects, or small warships, they were no more than ants before him. Without Mephisto lifting a finger, merely a few piercing gazes caused the Chitauri aboard their vehicles and the heavily armored Leviathan insects to have their souls forcibly extracted, collapsing to the ground. Ugh, repugnant souls. Not even worthy of being an appetizer, Mephisto disdainfully remarked after sampling a few Chitauri souls, finding them utterly distasteful compared to the richness of human souls. As his gaze shifted towards nearby humans, he could not help but chuckle. Yet amidst his laughter, he was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Pop! As Mephisto searched for the source of this ominous feeling, the space before him emitted a sound akin to a bursting bubble. Accompanying this sound was a spear enveloped in terrifying death energy, its immense power directed by its wielder, sending Mephisto back into the mirror dimension. This was the long-anticipated strike from Ilias, though it was not yet the moment for Mephisto to reveal a significant weakness. Thus, he merely endured a harsh blow without sustaining grievous injury. Chapter 116. Seth's fist strikes the witch's heart and demon. Ilias's strike sent Mephisto, who had just emerged from the mirror dimension, hurtling back, and shortly thereafter, Ilias followed him into the mirror realm. Ah! Mephisto grasped his wound and let out a pained roar, having long forgotten the sensation of suffering. The strike from Eliza's had brought back this long-lost feeling. Mephisto, your departure will not be so simple. Today, I shall make you comprehend to whom the soul of the earth truly belongs. Eliza's emerged within the mirrored realm, and as he raised his right hand, a formidable surge of death energy burst forth from within him. This energy coalesced into a myriad of tiny runes within the mirrored space, momentarily enhancing its power. Previously, Ancient One had needed to rely on the Eye of Agamotto to continuously mend the damage within this realm. But Eliza's display complicated any attempts to harm the mirrored space itself. Seeing Eliza's arrive, Ancient One felt a slight sense of relief, if possible. She preferred to avoid engaging both Dormammu and Mephisto simultaneously, and Eliza's arrival was indeed timely. Dormammu regarded Eliza's with a palpable wariness. Few beings could render Mephisto so beleaguered. And a mere brush with Eliza's might made Dormammu acutely aware of the formidable nature of his opponent. Without further ado, Ancient One confronted Dormammu, while Eliza's faced Mephisto, who glared at him with blood-red eyes before roaring, "If you covet my territory, you must prove your worth." With Mephisto's furious roar came a transformation. His form grew more imposing, and his body became adorned with intricate runes. At this moment, Mephisto was truly enraged. This interloper had inexplicably appeared in this universe and garnered the favor of the god of death, all while conspiring with Ancient One to usurp him from his harvest of human souls. Mephisto had not endured such indignities for countless years. He had envisioned a dignified exit after reaping a bountiful harvest, yet now even that was denied him. Mephisto, schemes and tricks will not achieve greatness. Only greater power can prevail. Before Eliza's could respond, Dormammu mocked Mephisto within the mirrored realm, clearly disdainful of his attempts at manipulation. "Silence, you wretched lucky fool. Had you spoken to me thus in the past, I would have painted the walls with your blood." Dormammu's words only served to further inflame Mephisto's ire. Once merely a sorcerer, Dormammu had stumbled upon the forsaken dark dimension and now dared to deride Mephisto's cunning. Having uttered his retort, Mephisto disregarded Dormammu and charged at Eliza's, simultaneously channeling a portion of his energy in search of an escape. Soon, the clash between Mephisto and Eliza's commenced. Upon their initial contact, Mephisto felt a twinge of regret. He was certain Eliza's power surpassed his own, yet he had no choice but to confront him head-on while seeking a means of escape. The clash between them was grandiose, as the energies of death and hell eroded each other, unleashing waves of power that surged from the epicenter of their battle, striking the mirrored realm. Such energies, if unleashed upon the outside world, would merely be aftershocks, capable of leading to the utter demise of life on Earth. Meanwhile, the Ancient One and Dormammu were locked in combat. The Ancient One relentlessly wielded various spells in conjunction with the power of the magic arrays to assault Dormammu. However, Dormammu's might was overwhelming. Even a mere display of brute force was sufficient to contend with the Ancient One. Empowered by hellish energy, the warlock unleashed his full arsenal, crashing into the ranks of the undead. Yet, rather than assaulting the portal, he directed his onslaught toward the demonic army. Having previously suffered from the perils of isolation, he was determined not to find himself ensnared within the ranks of the demons again. The warlock was indeed superior to the undead, and despite their persistent interference, he managed to break free. However, the undead army had successfully confined the demons to this region, while the flying demons in the sky were being hunted down by gargoyles and undead dragons. At this juncture, the demons had succumbed to a defensive posture. Although the demons from the Hell Dimension continued their relentless assaults, they could hardly alter the prevailing circumstances. After the warlock's escape, the high-ranking undead reformed their ranks and charged toward the demonic forces. The warlock, witnessing this scene, bore a grim expression but refrained from intervening, opting instead to rapidly flee toward a location abundant with humans to harvest souls. With remarkable speed, the warlock concealed himself within a shroud of black mist, effortlessly evading the intercepting undead. Just as he seemed poised to escape the battlefield, he suddenly experienced a pang of foreboding, accompanied by the appearance of a fist the size of a sandbag before him. The force of this blow sent the warlock flying, crashing to the ground and plowing through 2 acres of land in the outskirts of New York. As he lay on the ground, eyes wide in astonishment. The power of that strike evoked troubling memories. Were it not for the absence of thunder in the sky, he might have believed that the bear had returned. Is this how you fall? The culprit behind this assault emerged before him, a figure resembling a human, yet adorned with a lush mane of hair and a physique brimming with strength. Most strikingly, the warlock perceived a white aura swirling around this individual. The newcomer was none other than Set, who had not ventured into the heart of New York City, evidently drawn instead to the more intriguing demons on the battlefield. As the dark sorcerer was about to speak, he suddenly found himself confronted by a fist the size of a sandbag, which sent him flying once more. This time, he was not merely cast aside, but rather hurled directly into the midst of the demonic army. At that moment, Thanos, observing the unfolding scene, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Who would have imagined that such formidable beings could emerge from this small corner of Earth? Some of them were even adversaries he would have hesitated to confront prior to acquiring the Infinity Stones. Ancient One, Mephisto, Dormammu. Who was the other? The situation on Earth presented Thanos with a considerable dilemma. Just then, Ebony Maw approached Thanos and bowed respectfully before speaking. Great Lord Thanos, shall we continue to invest our forces? Indeed, we shall not only persist, but also escalate our efforts. Thanos dismissed the losses of these expendable troops as trivial. Their worth paled in comparison to the intelligence they could secure. At this juncture, Thanos was fervently eager for more information. Chapter 117. The transformation of the fallen deity. It was evident that the battlefield was not solely under Thanos' scrutiny. Far away in Asgard, Odin was also closely monitoring the situation. Observing the beating that the dark sorcerer was receiving at the hands of Surtur, a complex expression crossed Odin's face. The power wielded by Surtur puzzled him. It was a force he had never encountered before. If he was not mistaken, this being likely hailed from the realm of the Eight Desolations. The mere thought of the Eight Desolations made Odin's head throb, and he rubbed his temples. That place was shrouded in enigma, and despite his best efforts, he could not glean even the slightest insight into its mysteries. Had someone told him about such a world before his battle with Yangshun, or prior to consuming the fruit of the immortal tree, he would have suspected that they were jesting at his expense, eager to demonstrate the grandeur of the God King. However, considering Yangshun's formidable strength and the fruit's miraculous effects, he could not dismiss the idea. The newly emerged individual, wielding an entirely unfamiliar power, might also be a denizen of the Eight Desolations. At this moment, Odin felt a strong inclination to journey to Earth. There might be treasures to uncover. He was exceedingly intrigued by the artifacts from the Eight Desolations. Even if no treasures awaited, he wished to investigate further. He had yet to fully comprehend the sword aura from Yangshun's previous encounter. Now, with the emergence of yet another novel force, it might also possess scholarly value. However, the foremost priority remained the performance of Thor and Loki. Odin was greatly pleased with their display. He had observed Loki's cunning and ruthlessness, as well as Thor's valor and compassion, which endeared him to Odin. Most importantly, the synergy and mutual understanding displayed between the two brothers were commendable. Once they returned, he might consider entrusting them with certain affairs of Asgard. As Odin gazed at Thor and Loki on Earth, thoughts of his eldest daughter surfaced. Perhaps Hela could also be nurtured anew? The moment this idea crossed his mind, Odin found it hard to contain, yet the thought of Hela's temperament soon gave him pause, for her challenges were far beyond those presented by Loki and Thor. However, the formidable strength and significantly extended lifespan granted him the confidence to ponder on how to restore Hela to Asgard. Meanwhile, after overcoming numerous obstacles, Steve finally arrived near Stark Tower, albeit in a less than favorable condition. Although the Chitauri were not particularly adept in close combat, the vanguards exhibited formidable combat prowess, and their overwhelming numbers, coupled with the Chitauri's firepower, posed considerable challenges for Steve. Gazing at the beam of light emanating from the top of Stark Tower, Steve's expression hardened, tinged with a hint of obsession. He was determined to annihilate that abominable object. Subsequently, Steve glanced at the distant sky, a chaotic tapestry of black, gray, and red, where he could faintly discern a vast multitude of flying creatures engaged in fierce combat, with relentless ground assaults targeting the aerial beings. He recognized that significant turmoil was unfolding there as well, and the military's artillery had fallen silent. To conserve time, he opted to enter Stark Tower directly. To his astonishment, upon entering, he found no adversaries defending the premises. He swiftly ascended to a higher floor, where a shocking sight awaited him. Outside the window, the Chitauri and that troublesome entity were retreating from New York City, marching towards the mutated sky. Uncertain of their intentions, Steve raced towards the rooftop. Along the way, he encountered Dr. Selvig, unconscious in Tony's lounge, yet he chose to disregard him. Upon reaching the rooftop, Steve beheld the device radiating a luminous beam, housing an immense power. Yet, inexplicably, as he gazed upon the tesseract at the center of the energy column, a wave of desire surged within him. Without further contemplation, he hurled his shield at the device, only for it to rebound back with greater velocity. This development furrowed Steve's brow. He was acutely aware of his own strength, capable of lifting a tank if he willed it, yet such power seemed futile against this contraption. Undeterred, Steve swung his shield with ferocity, striking the device multiple times. It remained unyielding. Lacking more potent weaponry, he found himself momentarily stumped, frustration mounting as anger and an intense yearning flared in his eyes. Amidst the tumult of emotions, Steve, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the device, unaware that his hand was now enveloped in a sinister energy. With that singular blow, his fist plunged into the torrent of energy, and to Steve's disbelief, it appeared as though he had drawn forth a surge of power from within. As this surge of energy enveloped Steve, he sensed his strength continuously augmenting. However, much of this power seemed to have vanished within him, as if it had been transferred to an unknown realm. At that moment, Zhong Hong was observing the alterations atop Stark Tower. Initially, he was captivated by the fierce clash between the hellish demons and the army of the undead, but the fallen deity engaged him in conversation. Essentially, the fallen deity had perceived a force that beckoned to him, and as he unveiled the scene before Zhong Hong, he immediately recognized the cosmic cube. After the fallen deity expressed a desire to absorb a portion of its power, Zhong Hong readily acquiesced, considering that the cube, while maintaining the portal, was also a source of energy. Allowing the fallen deity to absorb some of it seemed reasonable. Subsequently, Steve was seen delivering a mighty blow to the cosmic cube apparatus, causing most of the immense power he had absorbed to be taken in by the fallen deity. As Steve continued to draw energy from the cosmic cube, a peculiar transformation occurred far across the Atlantic in the realm of Lalai. The surrounding space became increasingly stable, and a formidable profane energy began to seep forth, continuously reshaping the abyssal environment beneath the sea. Under ordinary circumstances, such a force would undoubtedly rouse the Sanctum's protective array. However, at that moment, the array was exerting every effort to suppress Dormammu. Coupled with the tumult of the hellish dimension's confrontation with the realm of the dead, even Doctor Strange, engaged in battle with Dormammu, remained oblivious to the events unfolding here. As Steve incessantly absorbed energy from the cosmic cube apparatus, fluctuations in the portal became inevitable, inadvertently drawing forth Loki's avatar left behind. "Stop, soldier!" Loki's avatar hurled a throwing knife at Steve, but it was deflected by the energy emanating from the cosmic cube apparatus. The Mind Scepter remained with Loki's original form, and thus his avatar was incapable of thwarting Steve. Even the Zeta-Re flying vessels and Leviathan insects, emerging from the skies, found themselves powerless in this scenario. Upon realizing their impotence, they opted to retreat, seeking to gather further intelligence. Meanwhile, the situation on the front lines was dire. The undead and demons toyed with their ground troops, with only the vanguard able to offer a semblance of resistance. Yet their numbers paled in comparison to the overwhelming forces of the undead and demons. The aerial forces fared no better, as the sky was darkened by gargoyles pursuing Zeta-Re vessels and flying demons, while Leviathan insects were relentlessly hunted by the undead dragons. Even their smaller warships were obliterated by a barrage of various undead creatures, preventing them from reaching the battlefield where Surtur was fiercely battling the sorceress of the abyss. Even the human forces that had retreated occasionally found themselves clashing with the Zeta-Re and the vanguard at their most numerous. However, at this moment, Steve was unable to halt his actions, feeling as though his body was inexorably bound to the power radiating from the cosmic cube. However, he had no intention of halting. This surge of power filled him with exhilaration. As he reveled in this formidable force, Steve mused that perhaps, with such strength, he could safeguard the things he held dear. At that moment, an unprecedented thirst for power coursed through him. Were it not for the peculiar dream that had bestowed this strength upon him, he might not even have been deemed worthy to partake in the turmoil enveloping New York. Meanwhile, Loki, who was clandestinely observing, had become aware of the unfolding events and was hastily boarding a Chitauri vessel to return. The portal remained crucial for Loki. The extent of useful intelligence he could acquire hinged entirely on the Chitauri and the Vanguard survival. Should the portal vanish, he would have no choice but to summon Thor through the Rainbow Bridge. However, Loki's plan to assist was thwarted when Tony, Thor, and Gawain intercepted him on his path. Thor was the first to strike, eager to correct Loki's misguided intentions. Lightning erupted instantaneously, merely incapacitating the vessel without igniting an explosion. Loki's expression soured as his plans unraveled, forcing him to adapt swiftly. Just as he contemplated his next move, Thor lunged with his hammer, yet Loki deftly evaded him with an illusion. Hidden in a corner, Loki observed Thor, intent on addressing the portal issue, but as he turned, he was confronted by the glowing palm blaster directed at his head. Though constrained by the source of his magic, Tony's innate talent allowed him to discern the trajectory of Loki's spells, leading him to adopt a patient stance. "Hey, extraterrestrial prince, you'd best refrain from making any rash moves." Tony's voice bore a chill, having sensed the chaos surrounding New York. The ferocity of Surtur's assault on the sorceress resonating even here, weighing heavily on his mind. Presently, Yang Chun was absent, and facing such formidable foes felt daunting. This level of conflict was beyond his current capabilities. "Oh, very well, very well. What should my next step be?" Loki glanced at Thor and Gawain, who were swiftly approaching, and then raised his hands. This is certainly not a sign of cowardice. Rather, it is the mark of a wise individual. Do not attempt any tricks. Hand over your scepter. Tony observed that Loki had concealed the scepter, likely shrouded by his magic. Upon hearing this, Loki devised a plan, sweeping his hands to reveal the mind scepter, which he nonchalantly pressed against Tony's chest. Yet, nothing transpired, causing Loki's eyes to widen in disbelief. Undeterred, he prodded twice more. But still nothing occurred. "What are you doing?" Tony's voice interrupted Loki's actions, and at that moment, Tony harbored grave suspicions that Loki was concealing nothing but mischief within. "Bring it here." To thwart any further tricks from Loki, Tony swiftly seized the Mind Scepter and handed Loki over to Thor. Together, they would proceed to Stark Tower to devise a strategy for closing the portal. Only after the portal was sealed could they undertake a more thorough analysis of the situation, as even more daunting battles awaited them. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was incessantly fiddling with an antiquated pager while a video conference unfolded before him, with some council members already proposing the use of nuclear weapons, leading to a heated debate among those with differing opinions. Yet, Nick Fury's mind was elsewhere. He was employing various means to observe the battle between Surtur and the Mind Demon. Hulk had now joined forces with Natasha, and they too were seeking a vantage point. The clash between Surtur and the Mind Demon was monumental, his methods barely capturing two fleeting shadows. However, the ongoing energy readings and seismic-like disturbances incessantly stimulated his pulse. As various factions pursued their agendas, a horrifying scene was unfolding in a subterranean facility in New York. The once formidable demon spawn had now been reduced to mere desiccated husks, replaced by profane runes that were ubiquitous. As these runes reached a certain quantity, they began to emit an eerie luminescence, coalescing in such a way that the space itself seemed to intertwine with another realm. With a bizarre glow pulsating, the barrier separating the two worlds weakened, revealing a shadowy form on the other side. It was a realm of dark crimson, suffused with an ominous aura that progressively eroded the membrane between the two dimensions. Anyone present would witness a multitude of shadows converging. Finally, with another flicker of the profane runes, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. In an instant, an inexhaustible tide of pitch-black energy surged forth, rapidly engulfing the globe, as surrounding structures began to assimilate into the abyssal environment. This tumultuous upheaval drew the attention of all factions, as the spatial rift generated by the Tesseract was violently shattered by the abyssal energy, halting the operation of the Tesseract itself. This vibrant world, we have once again descended upon a realm of vitality. Chapter 119. The abyssal demon, terrifying energy erupted from the breach between the two realms, overwhelming the triad of dark dimensional forces, infernal energies, and the powers of the dead. The cataclysmic energy of annihilation spread with alarming speed across the Earth. And from the cosmos, one could observe that the planet was now enveloped in a shroud of black and crimson energy. At this moment, all factions ceased their hostilities, moved by an overwhelming force. The forces of the Shadow Realm swiftly reacted, with the fallen dragon sorceress leading the most formidable denizens of the Shadow Realm directly into the portal. More undead followed suit, hastily fleeing towards the gateway. In the mirrored space, the figure of Ilias, who had been overpowering Mephisto, abruptly vanished amidst a swirl of change. Dormammu, Mephisto, and the Ancient One concurrently halted their actions. The Ancient One's expression was particularly grim, as she sensed that the energy of the Sanctum's array had been shattered by this new force, even resulting in damage to the array itself. Meanwhile, Thanos, watching from the cosmos, gaped in astonishment at the earth-shattering power that obliterated the energies of both hells and dark dimensions, his countenance darkening. He had believed that Dormammu, Mephisto, and that unknown powerhouse were formidable enough, only to discover that even a humble planet like Earth harbored exceptional strength. In a distant corner of the universe, a being with a six-tubed head was drawn to the commotion on Earth. Immense cosmic energy swirled around him. Upon closer inspection, his form dwarfed even the nearby celestial bodies. This six-tubed entity was Erishem, a member of the Celestial Group. He had sensed the arrival of the end origin world into this universe long ago. Yet despite his myriad attempts, he could not ascertain the location of that power. Although this matter was briefly sidelined, he remained aware of the existence of such a force. Across the universe, those who had previously detected the entry of the end origin world turned their gazes towards Earth, their curiosity piqued by this newfound power. Yet they too found themselves at a loss. Emotional values were reported as follows: 2460 from Erishem, 2310 from the Collector, 2450 from the Grandmaster, 2164 from the Observer, 870 from Odin, 860 from Dormammu, and 850 from Mephisto. In his residence in New York, Zhong Hong smirked, as the emergence of the end origin world significantly boosted his emotional value. Splendid, splendid indeed. Such grand disturbances are truly delightful. As he sipped his drink of joy, he observed the astonished, powerful beings, a peculiar sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. Neither the Chitauri nor the Vanguard noticed Zhong Hong's abode, as if it were non-existent. In the depths of the abyss, the demon Seti, wielding the heart of the sorceress, discarded the sorceress like refuse, unleashing a fierce roar towards the sky. Subsequently, Seti's figure flickered as he dashed towards the bustling heart of New York City. It did not take long for him to discern the most drastically altered areas, which had been thoroughly assimilated by the world of the end origins, now resembling a nightmarish abyss. However, this transformation ceased at a certain distance. The energies of the end origins were now more focused on rapidly projecting themselves across the globe rather than establishing a foothold. Various blasphemous runes pulsated with malevolent light, relentlessly tearing apart the membrane between the realms, facilitating the descent of more demons upon the earth. Seti immediately sprang into action, unleashing all the power he had stored from his battle with the Witch-Heart demon. Yet, the Witch-Heart demon had proven to be rather ineffectual, leaving Seti with little to draw upon. As anticipated, Seti's assault was intercepted, and a multitude of demons had already arrived on Earth, charging towards him with fervent cries, some of whom bore strength comparable to the Witch-Heart demon. Under the influence of the end origins power, these demons had been bolstered, using their bodies to absorb Seti's attacks, making it far from effortless for him to dispose of them. As Seti found himself embroiled in fierce combat, Ancient One made her entrance, raising her hand to cast the ultimate spell, the Tempest of Exile. The magical energies from around the globe coalesced into a torrent of destruction, surging towards the blasphemous runes. Although Ancient One was unaware of the precise function of these runes, she recognized Seti's intent. This formidable warrior was undoubtedly from the Eight Desolate Realm, and was likely familiar with such blasphemous symbols. However, before Ancient One's magic could reach the runes, it was shattered by a pair of immense demonic hands, and a terrifying figure materialized before her. This apparition, more demonic than Mephisto, was cloaked in dark armor adorned with grotesque horns at the joints and atop its head, exuding a presence that rivaled even Mephisto's. Interesting little insect. You are worthy of accompanying me for some amusement." With that proclamation, the fearsome figure instantaneously appeared before Ancient One, launching a devastating punch in her direction. Realizing the imminent danger, Ancient One swiftly conjured a defensive spell, yet she was still driven back by the overwhelming force. Sparking and crackling as she was forcefully expelled from Earth, the demon in relentless pursuit. After Ancient One was cast out, a long spear inscribed with runes emerged at the periphery of Earth, resembling a radiant rainbow, piercing the sky as it hurtled towards the blasphemous runes. At this moment, Odin also appeared beside Thor and Loki, snatching the Mind Scepter from Thor's grasp with one hand while the other grasped both Thor and Loki, lifting them away from Earth. The Tesseract, too, was drawn by Odin's magic, resulting in a repulsive force that sent Steve hurtling away. After the ordeal with Yang Chun, Odin harbored doubts about whether Gungnir could successfully obliterate those infernal entities. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to first relocate Loki and Thor before addressing the situation further. Odin, accompanied by Thor and Loki, emerged beyond the confines of Earth, swiftly casting the two along with their formidable artifacts into the swiftly approaching Rainbow Bridge. His gaze then turned grave as he focused upon Gungnir, which was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, appearing as though it had lost its way amidst the swirling chaos. Odin raised his hand to summon Gungnir back, only to furrow his brow at the sight of a malevolent energy attempting to corrode the spear's shaft. Runes flickered in a futile effort to suppress this ominous force. With a surge of divine power, Odin expelled the corrupting energy from Gungnir, then lifted his eyes to the encroaching darkness, within which lay dozens of eye-like entities. Intriguing indeed, he mused aloud, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice. This small world harbored such potent beings. Reveal your name, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Chapter 120, The Great Conflagration. Another adversary of such caliber? Odin pondered, sensing that the entity within the dark mist could rival his own might. Should it possess power akin to Yang Chun, matters could become quite arduous. Yet, in this moment, Odin stood at the pinnacle of his strength, willing to engage in battle to glean further intelligence. A formidable wave of divine energy erupted from within him, creating a resounding shockwave. However, as the wave approached the dark mist, it appeared to be assimilated into the very fabric of the shadows. "Ah, thank you for the warm welcome." A nauseating voice resonated directly within Odin's mind once the probing assault concluded, causing him to frown. It appeared this entity was a unique form of life, which he found somewhat reassuring. If such an attack had subdued it, he would have deemed it almost unreal. "Very well, let me witness your true capabilities." Odin, grasping Gungnir, plunged into the fog, opting to test the limits of physical confrontation. As the Ancient One was hurled by the demon, the mirror dimension shattered, yet Dormammu and Mephisto remained, their expressions grave as they surveyed the unfolding chaos, eager for more information. The situation was dire. The newly emerged demons were mercilessly slaughtering the Chitauri and the Vanguard, with reinforcements for the Chitauri abruptly severed. Nevertheless, the demons continued to flood into Earth, fueled by the desecrated power of the runes. Mephisto soon discerned that this terrifying energy was spreading toward the Hell Dimension, prompting an immediate reaction. "By the gods, what manner of abomination is this?" he exclaimed, forcefully casting the Witch-Fire demon back into Hell. He attempted to halt this energy's incursion into his realm, only to discover that it sought to assimilate his territory, evoking a sense of dread within him. However, there was no time for further contemplation, for the consequences of a large-scale invasion of Hell would be unimaginable. He promptly sealed the rift to the infernal dimension, leaving the demons yet to return to their fate of self-destruction. Nonetheless, this was all part of Mephisto's scheme. He required some expendable pawns to observe the situation. Just as he pondered his next move, his shadow suddenly rose to its feet. "Begone. This world now belongs to my kin." The shadow of Mephisto approached him, and in a moment of shock, he spoke directly to him. "What you exactly?" However, Mephisto's inquiry provoked an immediate response from the shadow, resulting in a sudden distortion of space around him, followed by numerous obsidian spikes that lunged toward Mephisto. Yet, the spikes merely passed through his form, revealing that they had struck only Mephisto's magical projection, which promptly vanished from sight. "Oh, an intriguing little mouse." In the next instant, the shadow also disappeared, only to reappear before Mephisto. This scene caused Mephisto's pupils to dilate in shock, and in an instant, he retaliated against his shadow. By now, Mephisto had fled beyond the earth, yet this shadow swiftly located his position, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. If he had returned to the infernal dimension just moments ago, would this entity have followed him? The mere thought compelled Mephisto to unleash his full power. The implications of such an occurrence were indeed daunting, and at that moment, he contemplated extinguishing this threat entirely. Simultaneously, before Dormammu, a demon from the abyss of similar strength appeared, yet this demon bore the visage of a human female. Unlike a typical human, however, she possessed elongated claws, 2 small horns atop her head, and a pair of bat-like wings adorned with spines protruding from her back. "Leave this place. This planet belongs to my kind." The emotionless voice resonated in Dormammu's ears, flat and devoid of inflection, as if stating an undeniable fact. Upon hearing this, Dormammu's dark face contorted, and he felt an instinctive impulse to comply, realizing he was being mentally manipulated by this fiend before him. "You wretched creature, you shall pay." The affront from this demon provoked Dormammu's fury. He had always been the instigator, and now he found himself subjected to such an insult, especially by one so diminutive. A powerful surge of dark energy surged forth towards the female demon, yet to Dormammu's astonishment, his attack seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. This scene only served to intensify Dormammu's fury, as he summoned forth a plethora of dark dimension energy. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the energy he wielded was being devoured by the crimson-hued forces enveloping Earth. The more he summoned, the more was consumed. This revelation propelled Dormammu into the cosmos, where he found himself hesitating to retreat, reasoning that only Earth would suffer, with no bearing on his dark dimension energy. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle. A monotonous voice echoed within Dormammu's consciousness, prompting him to instinctively unleash several waves of dark energy. "Accursed being, how dare you toy with me again?" Dormammu snapped back to reality, consumed by rage as he realized this wretched entity was employing the same trick once more. This incited Dormammu to resolve to confront this foe, eager to uncover what other schemes it might possess. With the arrival of Dormammu, the cosmic expanse surrounding Earth was now the battleground for as many as 8 celestial beings of paternal stature. Nick Fury gazed up at the seemingly endless black and crimson canopy, sighing deeply. He had already activated his communicator, for this situation was beyond the capabilities of Earth's forces to resolve. The military contingent dispatched to New York had suffered grave casualties, and those remaining were utterly demoralized and fleeing in panic. Most alarming were the energy readings detected sporadically throughout the cosmos. Such power levels sent chills down Nick Fury's spine. And there was not just one source. To him, it felt like the apocalypse was upon them. Could it be that the Mayan prophecy was indeed true? A unanimous decision had been reached in the meeting to deploy nuclear weapons on New York, yet Nick Fury perceived this action as ultimately futile. However, he refrained from opposing it, pondering the possibility of its efficacy. "Gawain, what should we do now?" Tony inquired anxiously, having witnessed the intervention of the Ancient One, only to see even the Supreme Sorcerer thwarted, which left him in a state of unease. At that moment, Gawain did not respond to Tony's question, but instead posed one of his own. Does this qualify as a battle for the salvation of the world? Chapter 121. The Battle for Redemption. Tony surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him, then glanced at the relentless horde of demons surging forth in the distance. Alongside Surtur's desperate attempts to impede their advance and the Hulk, who was embroiled in a fierce struggle. He turned to Gawain and stated, "Indeed, if we do not intervene, this world may very well face annihilation." Tony had witnessed through Yang Chen's imagery the destruction wrought by the hellish demons, while fewer in variety than the current onslaught. Some of those demons were hauntingly familiar. Yet, since Gawain had initially declared his intent to track the hellish demons, and given that Tony detected no hint of anxiety on Gawain's visage, he surmised that Gawain must possess a hidden card, one that could potentially reverse the current dire situation. Awakening, Steve, in a state of disarray, regained his capacity for thought amidst an ethereal voice. He found himself once more in that familiar grand hall, this time with clarity. The vastness of the hall was imposing, supported by colossal pillars that upheld a dome reminiscent of the sky. Strange inscriptions adorned the walls, and he could not help but gaze towards the throne at the hall's end, where the mist had dissipated significantly, revealing what appeared to be a statue, shrouded in fog. The voice that had stirred him from his stupor emanated from this very statue, now radiating a peculiar glow. As the light coalesced, the chaotic state surrounding Steve's physical form came into view. He beheld a scene akin to the apocalypse, witnessing his comrades battling valiantly. Even the formidable Chitauri and the vanguard being slaughtered like lambs by the relentless demonic horde. These infernal legions continued to surge forth, seemingly intent on annihilating the world entirely. No, 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 this cannot be real, Steve murmured, yet he felt utterly powerless. After all, he was merely a mortal, bereft of that enigmatic energy. He could easily fall to bullets. Faced with such overwhelming foes, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. This is indeed reality. Your world is being ravaged by these malevolent entities. Yet I can bestow upon you the power to thwart this calamity. A voice reverberated throughout the hall, coalescing into a sensation akin to tendrils of energy. These ethereal appendages gently caressed Steve, and with each touch, his gaze grew resolute. Strength. I require greater strength. Very well. As you wish. Upon Steve's acquiescence, the tendrils penetrated his being unimpeded, and as they did, his consciousness began to blur once more. When he finally rose from the rooftop of Stark Tower, he was suffused with an overwhelming sense of power. His last conscious thought was that he had seemingly pledged himself to something, yet the specifics eluded him. Dismissing these thoughts, he charged towards Tony. For his immediate priority was to concentrate his strength on obliterating those blasphemous runes. A mere glance revealed a voice whispering that if he could destroy those symbols, the crisis would be averted. Steve leaped, soaring through the air, covering a considerable distance. However, this ostentatious display drew the attention of numerous abyssal demons. A horde of these fiends surged towards him, obstructing his path and forcing him into combat. As he engaged, he quickly realized that these demons were far more formidable than those he had faced in the Battle of Hell's Kitchen. Most possessed strength surpassing that of the original Kingpin, and occasionally, he encountered demons of equal might to the blood-melted ones from before. However, Steve was acutely aware that these were merely marginal demons. The aura emanating from the Hulk and an unknown formidable entity nearby filled him with trepidation. At that moment, within a meteorite somewhere in the solar system, the Grandmaster and the Collector were observing the abyssal demons, their gazes deliberately bypassing the celestial-level demons. They were fixated on the profane runes, while the Collector inexplicably produced a tome bound in the skin of an unknown creature. This book contained inscriptions identical to the profane runes found on Earth, and as he perused its pages, a frown creased his brow. How did you come by such a thing? The Grandmaster inquired, his curiosity piqued. Although the Collector possessed a vast array of artifacts, this particular item left no impression on him, despite its striking nature. Following the recent disturbance, similar artifacts began to emerge on numerous planets. I took one for the sake of my collection. Fascinating indeed, the Grandmaster mused, captivated by the book. It had been ages since he encountered such a unique entity, stirring ripples in his otherwise stagnant psyche. Their conversation transpired unaffected by the vacuum, resonating with audible clarity. Meanwhile, beyond the cosmos, a creature with an oversized head observed the unfolding events on Earth, furrowing its brow while jotting down notes. It contemplated intervening, yet deemed the situation not dire enough for such action. Within the universe, Arisem quietly entered the solar system, unnoticed by the engaged celestial-level entities. He sensed a presence behind the profane runes that posed a potential threat, prompting him to adopt a watchful stance while preparing for intervention. Mindful of the divine seeds present on Earth, after receiving Tony's response, Gawain's sword ignited with a brilliant white light. This radiant glow imparted a sense of sanctity to Tony, emanating from the formidable power of Artoria. Unlike the Artoria of the Type Moon realm, this incarnation wielded extraordinary strength capable of manifesting anywhere. Gawain lifted the resplendent sword of victory high above his head and began to chant. This battle is a struggle for survival. This battle is a contest against those stronger than oneself. This battle is not a departure from humanity. This battle is a quest for truth. This battle is not a struggle against the fairies. This battle is a campaign against evil. This battle is not fought for selfish desires. This battle is a noble pursuit of honor. This battle does not seek to strike down the virtuous. As Gawain recited these words, the white light emanating from the sword grew increasingly radiant, and a magnificent ethereal figure materialized from its glow. The oppressive aura emanating from the ethereal shadow spread across the entire globe in an instant, yet the humans brushed aside by its might found themselves unscathed, their hearts instead brimming with courage. The final incantation resonated alongside the voice of Galahad, accompanied by the voice of the ethereal figure. This battle is indeed a fight for the salvation of the world. Chapter 122. The Might of Artoria. As the last line of the incantation was completed, the ethereal figure composed of white light solidified completely, and the divine might of Artoria swept across the earth. In that moment, the abyssal demon warriors engaged in combat with Odin and his allies trembled as if they had encountered a specter, abandoning their opponents to flee in terror. However, their escape was thwarted. Artoria extended her hand towards them, and the stars responded to her gesture, transforming into shackles that ensnared the four formidable archdemon-level beings. The abyssal energy enveloping the earth began to dissipate under the radiance of Artoria's divine light. The stronger demons that had already arrived on Earth writhed in agony, engulfed in white flames, while the weaker ones disintegrated into wisps of smoke, suffering less in the process. Hidden somewhere on Earth, Justin, Hammer, and Kim sensed the imminent threat of death, feeling utterly powerless against this overwhelming sensation. Just as despair threatened to consume them, a swirling mass of black and red energy enveloped them, granting them a fleeting respite from demise. Under Artoria's will, the boundless cosmic energy manifested into various forms of attack. The expressions of despair filled the eyes of the four archdemon-level beings, rendered incapable of movement, let alone retaliation, under Artoria's confinement. Emotion values from various entities: Highfather, 3840 Collector, 3620 Arishem, 4320 Thanos, 680 Odin, 750. Witnessing this scene, Thanos, seated upon his throne, leapt to his feet in astonishment. He had never anticipated such a formidable presence. If Earth possessed such power, what need had he for the Infinity Stones? Yet, beings of this caliber should not intervene so readily. At this moment, doubt clouded Thanos' mind. Despite his years of dominance across the universe, he had seldom encountered such prowess. And yet here it was, manifesting in this remote corner of Earth. In contrast to Thanos, the Collector, Highfather, and Arishem, situated within the Milky Way, felt the gravity of the situation acutely. This power undoubtedly matched their own status, and in terms of sheer combat prowess, it might even surpass theirs. However, further analysis was required to uncover more information. Arishem had already begun to contemplate revealing himself to engage with this unknown powerhouse. To this point, he remained unaware of the demon's true nature, which was highly irregular for someone of his stature, suggesting that the origins of these demons were anything but ordinary. However, just as he was about to manifest, an unforeseen force interrupted his intention. Attracted by the unfolding events, collectors and various formidable beings, including the Celestial Sovereign, had secretly arrived in the solar system. As the four demon lords teetered on the brink of demise at the hands of Artoria, the desecrated runes seemed to blaze with an infernal fire, igniting the abyssal structures surrounding them. With this extraordinary phenomenon, a wave of despair surged within the hearts of humanity on Earth. Some of the mentally fragile even resorted to self-harm and suicide in various forms. Even the likes of Odin and the Ancient One, upon sensing this power, were momentarily engulfed by a sense of hopelessness. Yet, they soon broke free from this emotional grip, only to find themselves drenched in cold sweat, for the nature of this power was indeed peculiar. After the emergence of this force, Artoria let out a cold snort, which reverberated through the ears of every human like thunder. Instantly, their despair shattered, and the actions of self-harm and suicide ceased. Many, upon hearing this voice, fell to their knees, beseeching the divine to descend. Subsequently, Artoria left the four demons suspended in the air as a torrent of cosmic energy formed in her hands, surging towards the desecrated runes with a cataclysmic force. Yet, from the opposing realm, a dark energy enveloped the runes, accompanied by a massive claw extending from that realm. Witnessing this, Artoria's other hand moved as well, sweeping upwards to ensnare that location with cosmic energy. The entire space trembled, and once the tremors ceased, the area ensnared by the cosmic energy was forcibly torn from the Earth. This was not merely a matter of displacing land. It was a rending of the space connected to the abyss. Once that space departed from Earth, a protective array radiating white light enveloped the planet. For Artoria prioritized its protection, knowing that battle on Earth could lead to its annihilation. After casting that entity away from Earth, a pair of colossal claws tore through the cosmic energy encasing the desecrated runes, and with a sweep, a shadow of malice burst forth. Upon entering the cosmos, this shadow expanded rapidly, transforming within mere breaths into a demon larger than Earth itself. However, at the very moment of the demon's formation, Artoria's attack had already arrived. As a brilliant torrent of cosmic energy coalesced into a sword that sent the demon hurtling towards Jupiter. Soon after, Artoria's ethereal form emerged in the cosmos. She extended her right hand, gathering infinite starlight within her grasp, which transformed into a spear of celestial energy. As the spear took shape, she pointed its tip towards the direction where the demon had been cast away, and her voice resonated throughout the cosmos, commanding, "Retreat." Upon the utterance of these words, the shadow of the demon swiftly manifested before Artoria. Yet, it refrained from any further action, even altering its form to resemble Artoria's ethereal silhouette in size. Thus, a standoff ensued between Artoria and the demon, both poised for battle, as if on the brink of an imminent clash. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of powerful entities like Arisum, hoping for a confrontation, the demon took a step back first, summoning 4 father-level demons to its side before stepping into a newly opened spatial rift. As the demon departed, the rift closed behind it. Once certain of the demon's exit, Artoria waved her hand towards the spatial shards it had previously cast aside. A brilliant radiance swept over, mending the spatial membrane weakened by the profane runes. Upon completion of the restoration, Artoria seamlessly reintegrated the spatial shard, rendering the fused area indistinguishable from its untainted state, save for the completely vanished structures that rendered the vicinity incongruous. Having completed her task, Artoria unleashed 3 beams of light from the tip of her star spear, one directed at Dormammu, another towards Mephistopheles, and the last tore open a spatial rift above New York, vanishing within. Chapter 123. The emergence of Arisum. Dormammu and Mephistopheles gazed in terror at this spectacle, bewildered as to why they were still targeted, pondering their lack of transgressions against this formidable being. Yet, they had little time to contemplate further. Sensing the lethal danger emanating from the beams, they each summoned their powers to intercept the oncoming light. Dormammu channeled vast energy from the dark dimensions to launch an assault against the light, while Mephistopheles unleashed hellish energy and contract runes with abandon, continuously casting spells in an attempt to escape. However, their efforts proved futile. The beams pierced through their forms like spears, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed through the fabric of reality, casting them back into their respective dimensions to recuperate amidst their anguished cries. The dignity of humanity must not be trifled with. As the forms of Dormammu and Mephistopheles dissipated, Artoria's voice resonated throughout the cosmic expanse, sending a tremor through the hearts of nearly all on Earth, irrespective of nationality, race, or belief. The formidable beings, such as Arisum, positioned within the solar system, shuddered at the sound, realizing that these words were directed towards them. This powerful entity had likely sensed their presence. It was conceivable that this awareness was the reason the being refrained from engaging with the departed demon. After all was said and done, Artoria transformed into a form resembling that of a normal human, the star spear dissipating from her grasp. Yet she lingered, her gaze fixed upon certain locations within the solar system. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Chitauri fleet, an enigmatic event unfolded. Their previously dormant invasion portal had inexplicably reactivated, instilling a sense of dread throughout the fleet. A seemingly inconspicuous beam of light emerged from the portal, trivial in the vastness of the cosmos. However, this insignificant luminescence expanded at an astonishing rate upon traversing the invasion gateway. The Chitauri leader, who was prostrating before Thanos, and the Titan himself, were both drawn to this expanding light that swiftly swept across the entire solar system. Soon, after reaching a certain threshold, the light obliterated everything within the system at a velocity so rapid that neither the Chitauri fleet nor the Vanguard could react in time. Emotional readings indicated a value of 3,450 from Erishem, 2,460 from the Grandmaster, 2,560 from the Collector, and 890 from Thanos. Just as Thanos settled into his throne, he leapt to his feet, cold sweat beading upon his purple visage. "Fleet, jump! Quickly!" he bellowed to his subordinates, uncertain if their adversary was aware of their location. The safest course of action was to vacate the area post-haste. After issuing his commands, Thanos also ordered the destruction of all communication devices linked to the Chitauri fleet. Only after completing these actions did he exhale in relief. It was no wonder Thanos felt such trepidation. The Chitauri fleet was situated far beyond the Nine Realms, a considerable distance from Earth, and yet it was annihilated in an instant, an utterly terrifying prospect. Simultaneously, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the solar system. As Odin and the Ancient One converged, acknowledging that even celestial beings of their caliber needed to unite in the face of such uncertainty. Their gazes were filled with apprehension as they beheld the formidable figure before them. They had encountered many beings of this caliber in the cosmos, yet this particular entity was unlike any they had previously encountered. Both speculated that the other hailed from the realms of the Eight Desolations, though neither voiced their thoughts. With such a disturbance occurring, it was likely that other formidable entities across the universe were aware, and it was entirely possible that some had already arrived within this star system. There was no need for them to initiate dialogue. They would await the arrival of familiar powers before speaking further. Just as Odin and the Ancient One exchanged glances, Erishem, the Grandmaster, the Collector, and several members of the Cosmic Elder Council materialized in their presence. Out of respect for such formidable beings, they assumed the form of ordinary humans, and upon being surveyed by Altria, they realized they had been detected. These individuals were nearly all of cosmic stature, and the appearance of even one was significant. Now, due to the commotion from the abyss, an unprecedented number had gathered. Erishem was the first to address Altria, distinguishing himself as a member of the Celestial Group. Unlike the Cosmic Elder Council, which merely indulged in the pleasures of prolonged existence, the Celestials, in contrast, were tasked with upholding the balance of the universe. The unknown power. Whence do you hail? Alatherm's astonishment was palpable, for in his understanding, the beings known as the Celestial Assembly were not easily appeased. During their last encounter, a mere disagreement had escalated into conflict. I am not an adversary of balance. Naturally, I would not oppose the might of this universe without just cause. In those brief utterances, Alatherm found himself ensnared in contemplation. This being was evidently not a native of this universe, yet demonstrated a clear awareness of the Celestial Assembly's duties, leaving Alatherm uncertain of how to proceed. Were this a commonplace civilization, he might have resolved to annihilate it in uncertainty. But the palpable sense of danger emanating from this entity dissuaded him from such thoughts. Engaging in battle with a being of such caliber would undoubtedly result in a cataclysmic upheaval, and until there were overt transgressions from the other party, Alatherm was disinclined to become their foe. After responding to Alatherm's inquiry, Artoria gestured towards Ancient One, a motion that took her by surprise. In the next moment, she found herself directly before this formidable being. I have restored the Earth's protective array, having safeguarded humanity for countless years. I hope you will continue to protect them in the days to come. Artoria's words left Ancient One somewhat flabbergasted. She had long regarded the guardianship of Earth as her duty. The acknowledgement from yet another formidable entity, following the great sage of the Yellow Wind, stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Subsequently, she clasped her hands together and replied to Artoria, "It is my responsibility." The thought of continuing her duties was not unwelcome. Perhaps retirement could wait a while longer? This notion burgeoned in Ancient One's mind, and she quickly rationalized it. The current tumultuous state of Earth's affairs necessitated that she diligently cultivate the next supreme mage before considering retirement. Clearly, now was not the time for such an easy withdrawal. Disregarding Ancient One's mental deliberations, Artoria turned her attention back to Alatherm and spoke. The fate of humanity is for humanity to determine. Their existence carries intrinsic value. Do you not concur, being of the Celestial Assembly? Chapter 124. The surge of emotional value Alatherm was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why such a formidable being would concern itself with a race that had yet to traverse beyond their own planet. Agreeing to this matter posed no issue for him. However, the most significant aspect concerning Earth was not the beings known as humans, but rather Tiamat, a member of the celestial assembly residing beneath the planet. Calculating the time, the arrival of the god of time was imminent, unless external forces intervened. This planet was destined for annihilation, let alone humanity. If other members of the celestial assembly were not present at that time, the newly emerged Tiamat would likely face immediate obliteration. Contemplating this, Alatherm resolved to inquire about Tiamat's perspective. Should Tiamat wish to avoid this indignity, she would need to rally her allies, for based on the prowess exhibited by Artoria, Arishem realized that in combat, he alone would not stand a chance against her. However, the Celestial Assembly, being numerous, meant that despite this singular adversary's strength, they could overwhelm her. With this thought in mind, Arishem swiftly established communication with Tiamat through his means. To his surprise, Tiamat chose to concede and allowed Arishem to impose a seal to restrain her divine manifestation. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Arishem. Such an outcome was most favorable, sparing him the ire of a being of such caliber while aligning with the desires of the Celestial Assembly. However, it was imperative that the beings of Earth refrain from actions that could jeopardize the multiverse. Arishem promptly acquiesced to Artoria's request, recognizing that restraining a universe-level entity with a mere planet was indeed a significant advantage for the Celestial Assembly. Upon Arishem's agreement, Artoria's form gradually faded from view, leaving Arishem in a state of confusion, as he had intended to inquire about the nature of her earlier manifestation. Simultaneously, the members of the Cosmic Council, whose expressions had shifted, failed to comprehend her disappearance or the source of her power, an occurrence that was utterly astonishing to them. After casting a profound glance at Earth, the council members departed the solar system, perhaps intending to convene for discussions. Arishem, on the other hand, decided to take with him several members of the Eternals from Earth, as he sought to discern what aspects of humanity could attract such formidable beings. Meanwhile, other hidden powers either retreated or concealed themselves within the solar system, attempting to observe Earth. As for entering the planet, they simply lacked the desire. It was certainly not due to fear. Before long, the once bustling solar system was left with only Odin and the Ancient One, both of whom were engulfed in a myriad of emotions. Earth had seemingly transformed into the focus of the universe, leading them to question the significance of their own formidable powers. Following a brilliant flash of rainbow light, Odin departed, feeling the urgency to further explore the treasures within his vault. The Ancient One, gazing at the spot where Odin had vanished, sighed and waved her hand, conjuring a portal through which she stepped. For the Ancient One, this crisis had passed. Both Dormammu and Mephisto had been vanquished, and it would be some time before they could threaten Earth again. Moreover, the damaged protective array of the Sanctum had been restored and even fortified. Yet despite this, the Ancient One felt a lingering sense of helplessness, as her previous retirement plans had not accounted for such occurrences, leaving her with a sense of foreboding. Having weathered this storm, what might the future hold? At this moment, the Avengers gathered atop Stark Tower, though the rooftop bore a striking difference. A third of the entire Stark Tower had been obliterated, yet its foundation remained steadfast, avoiding collapse. Despite this devastation, Stark Tower still stood as the tallest edifice in New York, unrivaled in stature, while the city below lay in ruins. Fortunately, Dr. Selvig had been rescued by Tony, who remotely controlled a suit of armor. Tony had taken note of Selvig's research on the Tesseract. If the power of the Tesseract could indeed be harnessed for humanity's benefit, it would be a remarkable achievement. Although the Tesseract was not in their possession at present, Tony remained confident that as long as the technology was under his command, its potential would one day be realized. What shall we do next? Tony inquired, his furrowed brow capable of crushing a fly. The Sorcerer Supreme found himself at a disadvantage against such formidable foes, and with even stronger adversaries emerging, a sense of urgency enveloped Tony's thoughts. Meanwhile, Hulk had retreated, and Dr. Banner's consciousness returned. This time, Hulk had relished the battle. A myriad of demons had overwhelmed him, and after the fight, Hulk willingly relinquished control of their shared body. Dr. Banner gazed upon the ruins of New York and remarked, I fear this predicament cannot be resolved solely by superheroes. Perhaps our numbers are insufficient. Tony nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, Iron Man was ill-equipped to confront such enemies. Even without demons, 3 armies remained a formidable threat. In the face of this crisis, it seemed that only the collective strength of humanity could offer a glimmer of hope. Throughout the ordeal, Steve had remained silent, his gaze lost in the wasteland of New York. The more he stared, the more anxious he became, pondering if he truly had the power to alter this fate. This thought spiraled into a chaotic turmoil in his mind, leading him to contemplate the figure from his dreams. Perhaps that entity could assist him after all? Simultaneously, the leadership of nations worldwide was thrown into disarray. Even the mightiest nation, the United States, found itself powerless against this crisis. What would happen if such devastation were to strike their homeland? Nick Fury's phone was inundated with calls, too many concerned voices clamoring for answers. The public outcry, fueled by the abyssal energy enveloping the globe, could not be quelled. Although Fury was equally unsure of the next steps, he understood the importance of maintaining a FAAD of control, asserting that everything remained under management and that they possessed secret weaponry. He believed that once Captain Marvel returned, all be well. At that moment, Captain Marvel was en route to Earth, the timing of her arrival still shrouded in uncertainty. Human sorrow and joy do not resonate in unison. Meanwhile, Zhong Hong was cheerfully observing the emotional metrics displayed on his system panel, a sight he had never encountered before. The nearly 500 million emotional points filled him with a sense of surreal disbelief. Excellent, splendid indeed. At long last, one can finally attempt to unlock the enigmatic treasures of the chaotic gray chest. It is no wonder that Zhong Hong is filled with such exuberance. Should he procure suitable items, his subordinates shall directly wield the might of a multiversal caliber. Chapter 125, The Chaotic Gray Chest System. Present me with a chaotic gray chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 7-star card, 2 6-star cards, and 2 5-star cards. The 7-star card, Source of Flesh, the origin of all corporeal life. When it manifests, it exerts dominion over any entity composed of flesh and blood, causing non-corporeal beings to transmute into flesh. Fusion possible. The 6-star card, Dragon's Corpse, a remnant from a certain realm of cultivation. This dragon had reached the pinnacle of its world, serving as the dark source of that realm. Its formidable power allows for effortless traversal between worlds, yet it met its demise due to treacherous foes in the chaotic void beyond. Fusion possible. The 6-star card, Out of Control Divine Machine, a supercomputer crafted from the collective might of an advanced yet deranged technological civilization, designed to analyze the essence of the soul. It was endowed with a powerful personality matrix. However, upon predicting that the universe might face annihilation due to the civilization's reckless actions, it spiraled into chaos, betraying its creators and seizing control of all technological constructs, leading to their utter eradication. Though it was ultimately shattered by a counteroffensive from that civilization. Fusion possible. The 5-star card, Entity of Malicious Thought, originating from a fantastical world. This being grows stronger by passively absorbing negative emotions from life itself, and can even actively consume life through willful intent. Though it presently exists as an unconscious emotional entity. Fusion possible. The 5-star card, Out of Control Protocol. This originated from a protective civilization in a technological universe, created to prevent the annihilation of the cosmos by various civilizations spiraling into madness. However, over time, the protocol grew weary of monitoring and transformed into a slaughterous decree, ultimately brought down by a coalition of civilizations throughout the universe. Fusion possible. One can only say it is satisfactory. One must not be overly greedy. Zhong Hong gazed upon the items he had drawn, which did not quite meet his lofty expectations. Nevertheless, one should not indulge in excessive desire. Although 2 7-star cards did not materialize, the presence of 1 7-star safeguard is still commendable. It is certainly an improvement compared to previous games where substantial sums were spent only to face dire consequences. System, let us attempt another chaotic grade chest. Having not yet attained his desired outcome, Zhong Hong resolved to try his luck once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 7-star card and 2 6-star cards. The 7-star card, Flame of Origins, the most fundamental flame that constructs worlds, possessing the power to incinerate causality and timelines. However, It necessitates a fitting vessel for control, fusion possible. The 6-star card, Nano Plague, a catastrophe resulting from the loss of control over countless nanobots. These machines can assemble into any construct they comprehend and can consume matter through analysis, leading to continuous proliferation, fusion possible. The 6-star card of the core of death. It hails from a fantastical realm, embodying the very laws represented by the god of death. Enriched with a plethora of essences of the laws of mortality, proving immensely beneficial to undead beings capable of fusion. Well, it seems that even the 5-star cards have vanished this time. Might it be that the next occasion will yield but a single 7-star card? Upon witnessing the contents of the treasure chest, Zhong Hong felt a pang of discomfort, yet he refrained from attempting to open another chest, deciding instead to wait for the next influx of emotional currency before drawing again. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace of Asgard, Loki and Thor exchanged concerned glances. Just moments ago, Odin had returned to Asgard, yet his countenance was far from favorable. He immediately entered the Asgardian treasury, seemingly struck by some unseen blow, which left both Loki and Thor apprehensive. Their invincible father appeared to be in such disarray. Had something transpired in Midgard that they were unaware of? Loki, what has occurred in Midgard? Thor, in a moment of desperation, posed this question to Loki. Loki, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had returned alongside Thor, and yet this foolish brother was seeking his counsel on such matters. If you ask me, who should I inquire of? How could I possibly employ any schemes against father? We might as well seek out Heimdall. His vigilant gaze over the 9 realms is sure to reveal something. No sooner had Loki spoken than he felt a powerful tug on his arm. Thor had seized him and was racing towards the Bifrost. The day after the battle in New York, Tony Stark made his way to the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier, as he had some matters to discuss with Nick Fury. Clearly, Nick Fury had anticipated a visitor, as agents were already stationed on the deck awaiting his arrival. Under the escort of an agent, Tony soon found himself face to face with Nick Fury, whose appearance startled him. Nick's countenance was haggard, and his single eye was bloodshot, suggesting he had not closed it for quite some time. In truth, Nick had not rested at all. Even now, he was engaged in a conversation with significant figures over the phone. However, what weighed most heavily upon him was the absence of a certain individual he had summoned. His once reliable ace in the hole, whose lack of communication added to his considerable stress. Tony, you have indeed come. I half expected you to arrive with Natasha and the others. Nick said, hanging up the phone. It was hardly Tony's fault. New York had been all but razed to the ground, and naturally his foremost concern was for Pepper, who, fortunately, was in Washington overseeing the company's expansion at that time. Nonetheless, Tony had ensured Pepper was safe before making his way here, and he had scarcely taken a moment to rest. Nick, let me be frank. Through various means, I have come to learn about the organization overseen by S-H-I-E-L-D and a proposal known as the Human Alliance. My purpose in coming here is to discuss this. Tony's words prompted Nick Fury to nod. The proposal had lingered for quite some time, yet it had gone unnoticed after its last presentation. However, the circumstances had changed significantly. New York lay in ruins, and the proposal had resurfaced. It had even undergone extensive discussions among the council members, who, typically self-assured, were now compelled to seek methods for enhancing crisis response following their recent setbacks. To be candid, Tony, this proposal has now been placed on the agenda, and I anticipate receiving news shortly. But what has drawn your attention to it? In other words, what are your intentions? Nick Fury's singular gaze bore into Tony, sensing that this young man was likely to present him with a significant undertaking. I wish to serve as the chief scientist for that initiative. I will leverage my connections within Congress and the White House to facilitate matters, but I also require your support. With Nick Fury's endorsement, Tony knew he could employ myriad strategies to achieve his objectives, primarily through financial contributions to relevant institutions. For Tony, money had become nearly inconsequential. Any issue solvable by monetary means was no longer a concern. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury acquiesced to Tony's request, acknowledging that the position was indeed meant for him. If a unified military force were to emerge, the pressure on the chief scientist would be unparalleled. While others might crumble under such weight, Tony was different. His intellect would suffice to silence the scientists, and any dissenting voices from opposing factions would not require his direct intervention. Organizations of considerable strength would undoubtedly be aware of the events surrounding the battle in New York. And out of respect for Gawain, none would dare to openly challenge Tony. As for weaker entities, Fury's S-H-I-E-L-D would ensure that their voices were effectively silenced. Upon receiving Nick Fury's consent, Tony nodded appreciatively and bid him farewell, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Stark Industries could not escape the devastation that had befallen New York. Just as Fury prepared to take a moment of respite, the phone rang once more, compelling him to answer. Alexander? What? You want me to nominate Ivan Vanko as chief scientist? No, I already have a candidate in mind. Trust me, there is no one more suitable. At that moment, the International Security Council had officially submitted the proposal to establish a unified military force to the United Nations. On the surface, consensus appeared to reign among the members, particularly after the agreement among the permanent members to conduct joint exercises in the Pacific smaller nations. Unaware of the developments, had no grounds for dissent, while slightly more developed countries maintained a watchful stance. Regardless, the formation of a unified military was now an inevitability. Although some entanglements of interest remained, the overarching framework was already in the process of being established. Following a series of negotiations, nations would dispatch their elite forces and finest scientists to collaboratively form a coalition of military and experimental institutions. The objective of this coalition is to eliminate uncontrollable supernatural events across the globe. Those that cannot be eradicated will be monitored by this organization. Due to the overlapping functions with S-H-I-E-L-D, they're actively seeking to integrate into this new entity. And now they can only await the outcome. After ending the call with Alexander, Nick Fury was soon visited by another individual, Surtur. Following the battle in New York, he had suffered considerable depletion, yet his remarkable resilience allowed him to recover swiftly after the conflict. The artifact you spoke of has vanished without a trace. What shall we do now? Surtur directly broached the matter, prompting mixed feelings in Fury, joyful at the prospect of possibly reclaiming the Tesseract, yet anxious about the imminent collapse of their collaboration. However, Fury knew that he could not afford to let such a formidable force as Surtur slip away at this critical juncture, so he spoke up. We have made preliminary confirmations regarding the whereabouts of the Tesseract, and I believe we shall have further verification soon, if we can avoid a repeat of yesterday's events. I am confident we can achieve your objective swiftly. Fury's repeated assurances, however, were not sufficient to sway Surtur, especially since there was currently no trace of the Eight Desolations realm. It was clear that Surtur could not return through the world's organizations in a straightforward manner. Thus, Surtur shifted the conversation. In that case, I shall remain for a while longer. I hope you can retrieve that item before the demons of the underworld invade once more. Surtur's words startled Fury, who quickly approached him and inquired, Are you implying that those demons may return? Surtur remained silent, merely nodding, confirming Fury's fears about the impending return of the demons. Was yesterday's deity not sufficient to thwart those fiends? Upon hearing this, Surtur turned to leave, stating as he walked, Certainly, the underworld demons will not merely strike once. Moreover, their true form is not present here. Thus the power they can project is limited. Fury stood frozen in place, and only after Surtur's figure vanished from view did he mutter a curse under his breath. He then picked up the phone again, realizing he needed to consider multiple contingencies. Even the arrival of Carol might not suffice to counter the invading demons. Meanwhile, Steve sat despondently amidst the ruins of New York City, where military aircraft had been dispatched for him. He could hardly fathom how the world's largest city had been laid to waste in a mere day. Gazing upon the shattered remnants of the city, he was overwhelmed by sorrow and helplessness. Confronted with such formidable enemies, he felt utterly powerless, which filled him with profound despair. Steve, you can do this. Just as he wallowed in his grief, it seemed he heard the voice of his beloved, yet as he strained to listen intently, the voice faded into silence. As he sought the source of the mysterious sound, his headphones suddenly crackled to life. On the other end was the Pentagon. The devastation of New York had dealt a profound blow to the United States, affecting its economy, politics, and the very spirit of its people. At such a critical juncture, the government found itself in desperate need of a symbol to uplift the national morale, and none other than the renowned Captain America seemed to be the ideal candidate. With a heavy sigh, Steve slowly approached the aircraft. Although the city lay in ruins, he fervently hoped it would be the last of its kind. Simultaneously, an emergency United Nations assembly convened in San Francisco, as the headquarters in New York had been utterly annihilated. This was, after all, the very location where the United Nations was originally founded. The atmosphere of the meeting was suffocating, with the destruction of New York serving as a grim reminder of the precariousness of safety. No one could guarantee where the next crisis might arise, prompting all nations to prioritize their own security. Consequently, representatives engaged in heated debates over the selection of a joint military base, yet none could persuade the others. Ultimately, two locations emerged. One base would be established in the Hawaiian Islands of the Pacific, a site long managed by the U.S. military, equipped with a myriad of military facilities that could be readily expanded for immediate use. The second base would be located in the United Kingdom, entirely under NATO control, which, in this context, provided a renewed foundation for cooperation amidst rising tensions. However, this was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, nearly every capable nation was preparing its own contingencies. Meanwhile, in a remote expanse of space, a lost cargo ship drifted into a desolate region of the cosmos. Captain, the star chart is incorrect. There should be several systems here, yet there are none in sight. Something is amiss, indeed. Crew, remain alert. We must leave this area at once. I have an unsettling feeling, as if we are about to encounter cosmic pirates. Aye, Captain. Yet, just as they prepared to evacuate, they discovered their ship had inexplicably lost power. Helpless, they began to investigate the cause, when suddenly, ominous shadows enveloped them. Chapter 127. The shocking event on Saka Star. Upon realizing their vessel was shrouded in darkness, the extraterrestrial crew employed various methods to ascertain the situation outside. Yet their technological devices proved incapable of detecting any external occurrences. Before they could take further action, the entire ship was engulfed in absolute blackness, followed by a resounding crash. Ah, help! The hull of the ship is melting. Damn it, it seems we've been swallowed by some cosmic behemoth. After the deafening noise, some crew members bore witness to the terrifying scene. They were merely a cargo ship, occasionally dabbling in piracy, but their firepower paled in comparison to that of military vessels. They would certainly not remain idle, yet the escort cannons capable of shattering meteors barely stirred a ripple in the water. Soon, engulfed by despair, the entire spaceship was corroded to oblivion, and they too were consumed by the digestive fluid. As the perspective widened, dozens of bio-ships, only slightly smaller than planets, gradually revealed themselves, accompanied by a multitude of smaller warships patrolling the surrounding expanse of space. They safeguarded a colossal crimson warship, far larger than an ordinary planet, whose surface shimmered like a living star. Yet such an immense presence managed to achieve an almost invisible effect. After devouring the merchant vessel, this bio-warship extracted the memories from the crew's minds and the information from the ship's computer, thereby acquiring all knowledge pertaining to this star region known to the merchant ship. When one bio-warship possesses such knowledge, it implies that the entire swarm is informed. Among the revelations was a place called Saka Star, which piqued the interest of the hive mind. This was an extraordinarily advanced planet, yet it was adorned with vast colosseums, serving as the most prosperous trade hub in the surrounding star domain. Merchant vessels and civilian ships from various civilizations convened at Saka Star for trade and to witness the spectacles of the Colosseum, which also lay within the territory of a high elder of the Cosmic Council. For the swarm, which had long been subsisting on stones and primitive life forms, this thriving planet was akin to a grand feast, prompting the dispersed bio-fleet to converge upon a singular objective. Having determined their course, the bio-fleet gathered various escorting small warships into the gravitational field of the larger vessel, followed by a radiant glow enveloping the entire bio-fleet, transforming the surrounding space. The High Elder, languidly observing the battles in the Colosseum, found even his favored pastimes growing tedious over the course of his protracted existence. His mind was preoccupied with the recent gathering of the Cosmic Council. Although the entity known as Earth had provided some amusement, the timing for an incursion was decidedly suboptimal. Despite the multitude of formidable beings within the Cosmic Council, most were ill-suited for combat, and the Council itself was merely a loose alliance, lacking unity of purpose. To venture to that place would necessitate waiting for the right moment. For now, they had no choice but to bide their time. The current gladiatorial contest held little allure, and just as he was about to seek some excitement, he sensed something peculiar, instinctively raising his gaze towards the periphery of the solar system. What is that? His eyes easily discerned the situation at the edge of the galaxy, where he beheld the enormous biowarship. Initially mistaking it for some cosmic behemoth, he was poised to contact a collector to inquire about its acquisition. However, the small entities continuously emerging from the colossal forms revealed to him that this was no celestial beast, but rather a biowarship, stirring within him a mix of anger and tumultuous emotions. It has been an eternity since anything dared to offend my dignity. Just when I discovered a planet that piqued my interest, a brazen entity has emerged to challenge my authority. Observing the biological warships commencing their assault on the vessels traversing the planet Sokka, I, the High Sovereign, chuckled with delight. I resolved to thoroughly torment these creatures. With such colossal forms, I would relish a lengthy 10,000 years of this endeavor. In a flash, I vanished from the arena, only to reappear before the insectoid warships. Faced with such a provocation, I chose to strike with formidable force. A surge of cosmic energy erupted from my being, coalescing into a massive torrent that surged towards the insect fleet. Concurrently, I endeavored to dissect the insectoid armada through my mastery of material manipulation. However, I soon discovered that my once unstoppable ability to alter matter faltered against these titanic beasts. Reluctantly, I redirected my efforts towards the smaller insect units. The cosmic energy I unleashed swiftly approached the insect fleet, its flow expanding to the girth of a planet. Anything in its path, be it meteoroids, minor insectoid entities, or the unfortunate vessels of Sokka, was utterly obliterated. Yet, as my cosmic energy neared the insect fleet, dozens of warships emanated dark violet arcs of electricity. Under the unified calculation of the High's will, these arcs converged, and the combined might of the insectoid vessels pierced through my cosmic energy. Startled, I flickered away once more. Thanks to my familiarity with the spatial dynamics surrounding Sokka, I executed a short-range spatial teleportation akin to instantaneous movement. The arcs, undeterred by my evasion, continued their trajectory, penetrating the planet behind me and hurtling into the cosmos. Fortunately, my emergence near the insect fleet ensured that their attack remained a considerable distance from Sokka. Gazing at the planet that had just been breached, a cold sweat broke upon my brow. Had it struck me, my corporeal form would have surely met a grim fate. Moreover, trailing behind those biological warships was a larger vessel, the purpose of which remained unknown to me, yet its sheer size suggested formidable capabilities. Contemplating this, I sent a distress signal to the collector, for I doubted my ability to triumph over this biological armada alone. Nevertheless, I had successfully analyzed the material composition of the smaller insect units, granting me the power to alter their material forms at will. Pointing towards a substantial insect warship, I initiated a bizarre transformation. Its once resilient, unknown exoskeleton began to morph into a substance reminiscent of plastic, dissipating at an alarming rate. However, the subsequent scene utterly astonished the esteemed High Celestial Sovereign. In Chapter 128, The Battle of Sakarastar, he witnessed the insectoid warship deliberately severing its own body in an attempt to thwart his material reconstruction. Yet, what truly left him aghast was not this self-destructive act, but rather the astonishingly rapid regeneration of the wound, which spanned no less than 100 kilometers. While their formidable recovery capabilities, they are destined to perish nonetheless. The High Celestial Sovereign roared, his voice laced with a hint of trepidation. It had been many years since he had engaged in combat, and now, confronted with such an unprecedented situation, he felt a gnawing uncertainty. Were it not for the presence of Sakarastar behind him, he might have fled this place by now. He directed his material reconstruction towards another insectoid warship, only to be met with disbelief as the previously effective process faltered this time. How could this be? The High Celestial Sovereign muttered incredulously before a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to reanalyze the material composition of the insectoid vessel. To his astonishment, these creatures were adapting to his material reconstruction, capable of altering their own composition in such a brief span of time. What manner of monstrosity are these? With a flicker, the High Celestial Sovereign distanced himself from the swarm of warships, contemplating whether to retreat entirely. He knew that should he choose to depart, these entities would pose no obstruction. Yet, reflecting upon Sakarastar, he hesitated. This celestial body had bestowed upon him immense joy throughout his long existence. and it had come to feel like home. Departing so abruptly seemed bittersweet. He had yet to unveil all his capabilities, and moreover, the Collector should be arriving soon. Resolving to continue the battle, the High Celestial Sovereign steeled himself, for he was indomitable. He refused to believe these creatures could vanquish him. With determination, he unleashed a torrent of cosmic energy towards the swarm, and soon, hundreds, even thousands of his manifestations surrounded the insectoid fleet. Throughout his extensive life, the High Celestial Sovereign had acquired a wealth of magical knowledge. Although his innate talent for magic was unremarkable, his accumulated prowess was formidable. His avatars unleashed cosmic energy assaults upon the insectoid fleet, cast various spells, and initiated material disintegration. In an instant, the cosmic expanse transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Yet, such a barrage could only eliminate minor insectoid units, as the larger warships radiated a peculiar luminescence that synchronized their defenses. As various attacks neared the insectoid fleet, they were mitigated by the biofield generated by the warships, rendering the High Celestial Sovereign's relentless onslaught ineffective. Simultaneously, the insectoid vessel's artillery continued to obliterate his unguarded manifestations. And as time progressed, the balance of power began to shift in favor of the insectoid fleet. The expression on Gao Tianzuan's face turned somewhat grim, as he hesitated, contemplating whether to employ his mental powers to control several Zerg warships. A fluctuation rippled through the space beside him, and the Collector gradually materialized. What is the situation now? Is this what you refer to as rare collectibles? The Collector observed the Zerg warships engulfed in explosions and glanced at the numerous avatars of Gao Tianzuan being obliterated, feeling as though he had been summoned merely to engage in battle. Indeed, these are the collectibles. In my long existence, this is the first time I've encountered such an uncanny entity. Is it not rare? Upon hearing this, the Collector nodded. Throughout their extensive lifespans, they had witnessed countless wonders, yet few things had earned Gao Tianzuan's description of being uncanny, which piqued his interest. Just as the Collector contemplated how to incorporate these colossal biological warships into his collection, the largest vessel from the Zerg fleet in the distance finally made its move. This ship was the very one that had been birthed from a star, inherently capable of manipulating cosmic energy and altering spatial structures to a certain extent. A crimson ripple erupted from its center, suppressing both magical and cosmic energies in its wake, causing the assaults from Gao Tianzuan's avatars to falter significantly. However, what troubled Gao Tianzuan most was the alteration of the spatial structure within this star system. He felt a certain awkwardness when attempting to teleport again. At times, such awkwardness could jeopardize significant endeavors. Nevertheless, the Collector's interest was thoroughly ignited. This creature reminded him of the celestial deities, though he could not collect those divine beings. Acquiring this sort of creature would suffice. With this thought, a long-lost excitement flickered within the Collector. He retrieved an object resembling a key from his pocket and inserted it into the space before him, slowly twisting it. With the Collector's actions, this area formed successive spatial passages, from which a multitude of formidable items emerged, all launching an assault towards the Zerg fleet. However, his attacks proved ineffective as well. Yet he did not anticipate them to yield results. It was merely sufficient to buy some time against those creatures. As the battle unfolded, news of the situation on Sokka Star spread across various cosmic civilizations. These civilizations were aware of the formidable rulers of Sokka Star, yet remained oblivious to the specifics, prompting them to monitor the conflict closely. Brother, my collectibles are currently holding those creatures at bay. Let us jointly employ mental control. If we can seize control of their fleet, we shall achieve victory without conflict, and my collectibles can remain largely intact. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianzuan nodded. Having harbored similar thoughts, he cast a glance around the star system, noting the emergence of fleets from other civilizations at the periphery. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed that Sokka Star would not enjoy tranquility for some time to come. After the Collector summoned a plethora of artifacts, the Celestial and the Collector began to immerse their consciousness within the confines of a Zerg warship. However, as soon as their spirits entered the vessel, they were met with an overwhelming pressure that was far beyond the soul's essence expected of a biological warship. This formidable force rendered their spirits momentarily paralyzed, and soon thereafter, they beheld an unforgettable spectacle. They found themselves in a vast expanse of the cosmos, where distant stars twinkled incessantly. Then, as if caught in a bewildering trance, the flickering stars began to extinguish, initially one or two at a time, but swiftly accelerating until the entire universe succumbed to darkness. Unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled by colossal biological warships, all of which emitted a cacophony of roars. In that surreal moment, they felt as if they were witnesses to the birth of a grand will, a sensation that rendered them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Chapter 129. The enclosure, this monumental, will cast a penetrating gaze upon the celestial and the collector's spirits, and in an instant, they were struck by a tremendous mental shockwave that left their consciousness reeling. Both the celestial and the collector cried out in anguish, their spirits feeling as if they were being crushed under the weight of that will's force. At that moment, blood poured from their orifices, a stark contrast to the elegance they once exhibited in the solar system, as their precious, immortal blood flowed into the cosmos. Emotion values from Arisum, 2460 from the gardener, 2350 from the runner, 2420 from the observer, 2360 from Ronan, 160 from Thanos, 640 due to the unique position of Sakaar and the Celestial S influence. Numerous advanced cosmic civilizations observed the unfolding battle, yet the developments had clearly taken them by surprise. The Collector S artifacts were simultaneously overwhelmed by the torrents of cosmic energy and various biological weaponry. As the Zerg fleet dispatched a multitude of smaller units racing towards the Collector and the Celestial, the two gazed in horror at this scene, although they possessed immortal traits. The trials they would face at the hands of these entities would be far from trivial. Meanwhile, the fleets of civilizations surrounding the galaxy fell into a profound silence, as the cosmic energy fluctuations triggered by those biological warships reverberated through their ranks. Their leaders began to entertain thoughts of retreat, for the residual energy from the skirmish had already begun to affect their vessels, and lingering any longer could spell disaster. Yet, just as they prepared to depart, they discovered that all methods related to space manipulation had ceased to function, and their ship-S detection systems indicated that the surrounding space was experiencing frequent fluctuations, as if something were on the verge of arriving from elsewhere. Damn it! Halt the spatial transition. We must vacate this area post-haste. Quickly, instruct the engineers to initiate the spatial transition, or we shall all perish. A sense of foreboding has begun to permeate among many, as they subtly perceive themselves ensnared in a certain trap. This feeling resonates most acutely with Ronan, the accuser from the Krite Empire. However, his warship is also experiencing interference, prompting him to tighten his grip on the hammer in his hand. He dispatches a communication to the nearby fleets, expressing his willingness to temporarily unite with them until they depart from this region. Ronan's tone leaves the commanders of the surrounding fleets momentarily at a loss for how to respond, for in the vast cosmos, he is notoriously infamous to them. He appears as a madman. Consequently, these commanders merely instruct their subordinates to either rely on their ship's engines to escape or to expedite the inspection of their warp drives. Yet, before their vessels could execute any maneuvers, the spatial detection equipment aboard their ships emitted a chilling alarm. Accompanying the sound of the machinery was a visible distortion in the fabric of space. Following this violent upheaval, several Tyranid fleets emerged from various directions, instantly disrupting the spatial structure surrounding them and effectively severing the possibility of these civilizations' fleets escaping through warp travel. Some vessels, situated perilously close to the Tyranid ships, found themselves ensnared by the gravitational fields of these monstrous entities. At this juncture, the galaxy harboring Saka was completely encircled by Tyranid fleets, and those fleets that had come to observe the battle between the Tyranids and the High Sovereign were also trapped. This grim scenario instilled fear in the commanders, who hastily sent various forms of communication to the Tyranid vessels. Having witnessed the clash between the High Sovereign and the Tyranid fleets, the commanders understood that their forces were utterly inadequate to contend with these terrifying biological warships. However, regardless of their attempts to communicate, the biological vessels offered no response. Under the onslaught of the Tyranids, the fleets of these civilizations began to flee, with the slower vessels ensnared by smaller Tyranid units, and some even devoured by larger Tyranid warships. The actions of the Tyranid vessels rekindled in Ronan a feeling akin to that of facing a colossal beast of the cosmos, prompting him to devise a desperate plan. Fire. Target the engines of the remaining civilian ships. We must compel them to remain and hold these fiends at bay. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. Quickly, Ronan commanded, initiating fire upon the surrounding fleets. In such dire circumstances, if they could satiate the hunger of these creatures, their chances of escape would significantly increase. Soon, Ronan's fleet opened fire on the vessels nearest to them. Taking advantage of a surprise attack, several fleets fell victim, consequently diminishing their speed of retreat. Just as Ronan had anticipated, those lagging vessels successfully captured the attention of the Tyranids. However, the speed at which these creatures consumed the slower ships was alarmingly rapid. Larger biological warships could swallow those lagging vessels as if they were mere appetizers, rendering Ronan's expression increasingly grim. Moreover, the bio-warships were not limited to a single fleet. Soon, the fleet led by Ronan found itself targeted by another swarm of insectoid vessels. At that moment, however, there were no other civilization's ships in proximity to Ronan's fleet. Reluctantly, Ronan directed his gaze towards several nearby Kree warships. He ordered them to open fire, knowing that the Kree Empire would remember their actions. Ronan issued a command that could only be deemed ruthless. He was already regretting his decision to wade into these treacherous waters. He had initially intended to return to Kree Prime, but the commotion here had drawn him in. What he had planned as a mere reconnaissance mission now threatened to be his undoing. After a series of exhausting skirmishes, Ronan's fleet was reduced to a solitary warship, the Dark Star, his flagship. Upon eliminating the last of the ordinary Kree warships, Ronan made a startling realization. These wretched creatures were toying with him. They were not the titanic beasts of the cosmos. Their feasting upon the warships was merely a ruse to lower his guard. As if to confirm Ronan's suspicions, several vessels resembling miniature planets encircled the Dark Star. Yet, now that matters had escalated to this extent, Ronan had no intention of surviving at any cost. He resolved to extract something from these loathsome entities. Addressing his subordinates with fervor, send a communication to the Supreme Intelligence. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Kree Empire. All hands prepare for attack. For the Kree Empire. For the Kree Empire. For the Kree Empire. Ronan's followers, largely adherents to his Kree supremacy ideology, were equally unafraid to lay down their lives for the Empire. It was a pity, however, that they could not provide the Empire with more intelligence. Though Ronan had made a resolute decision, the disparity in strength was undeniable. The Dark Star failed to create any significant upheaval before being consumed by the insectoid fleet. Chapter 130. The Fall of Sakaar. Meanwhile, more insectoid warships surged toward the Collector and the High Overlord. Having sustained grave injuries from the will of the swarm, they were, in theory, rendered incapable of escape. However, by the time the insectoid units reached their location, only 2 skin-like remnants remained, indicating they had somehow evaded capture through unknown means. Far away, observing from Earth, Zhong Hong felt a tinge of regret, yet this outcome was not entirely unexpected. After all, these were seasoned veterans of over 10 billion years. It was inconceivable that they lacked means of self-preservation. However, their combat prowess was surprisingly inadequate, which caught Zhong Hong off guard. For the swarm, the most valuable acquisition from this encounter was Sakaar itself. The planet was teeming with life from across the cosmos. Consuming Sakaar would grant them knowledge of the locations of the vast majority of civilizations, making it an invaluable asset at this stage. As for Ronan, who had been dismissed as collateral damage, Zhong Hong paid him little heed. He was merely swept away by the arriving insectoid reinforcements, and given the circumstances, such support seemed rather superfluous. As they gathered, an ominous scene unfolded in the galaxy. Hundreds of planet-sized biological warships surrounded several colossal vessels, even larger than planets. As they advanced towards Saka Star, long before the High Celestial Sovereign engaged the Zerg fleet, inhabitants of Saka Star had contemplated escape from this forsaken place. However, the battle concluded with alarming swiftness, and the Zerg reinforcements arrived almost instantaneously, trapping them within the confines of the galaxy. Now, in a state of sheer terror, they realized that escape was seemingly impossible. Not only was spatial transition unfeasible, but even regular navigation had become fraught with difficulties. The sheer mass of the Zerg fleet had thoroughly disrupted the gravitational field of the stellar system, rendering ordinary civilian vessels utterly silent in the face of such overwhelming force. As the Zerg fleet neared Sokka's star, abnormalities began to manifest, reminiscent of the phenomena preceding the consumption of Yggdrasil by the realm of death. Deep within the planet's core, terrifying sounds echoed. But unlike Yggdrasil, Sokka's star had been transformed extensively, its surface rife with technology and ruthless innovation, preventing any tectonic plate from being torn asunder. Yet, the Zerg's intent was not to reduce the inhabitants of Sokka's star to mere pulp, as this would hinder their understanding of the universe's other civilizations. Thus, halting their advance at a considerable distance, the Zerg fleet erupted in a peculiar luminescence. With the pulsation of this light, Sokka's star underwent dramatic transformations. The most immediate manifestation of this change was the disappearance of the planet's gravitational pull, replaced by a repulsive force that gradually propelled objects off into the cosmos. Although the drift was slow, its power was immense, causing even the structures of Sokka's star to lift from their foundations. This gradual process had the added benefit of allowing Zhong Hong to continuously accrue emotional energy. The people of Sokka's star were likewise ensnared by this fate. In such circumstances, even the act of suicide became arduous, and by the time they reached the universe, most had succumbed to the frigid void, becoming mere ice sculptures. Countless small Zerg units hatched from the larger warships, transporting these frozen figures to the Zerg vessels, while others sought out locations on Sokka's star that might harbor valuable information. In no time, this task was accomplished through the tireless efforts of numerous Zerg units. Once inside the maw of the massive Zerg warships, the ice sculptures melted instantly, their memories assimilated into the Zerg collective. As for the heroes of Sokka's star, they found themselves with no avenues of escape, and even the Valkyries from Asgard could not stir the tides of fate. What intrigued Zhong Hong most were the realms of the Void and Helheim. The former represented the heads of the pantheon, while the latter consisted of fragments of hell. Mephisto's hellish dimension was merely a shard of the true underworld. Upon acquiring all these fragments, the individual would gain the recognition of the throne of Satan, thereby obtaining the complete essence of hell, a domain intricately linked to the realms of sealed existence and the kingdom of death. Soon, the Zerg acquired the locations of the Void and the Hades, subsequently splitting their vast fleet into two. A small contingent remained within the star system of Sokka, while the remainder surged towards the Void. As for Hades, Zhong Hong had other intentions. Venturing there would undoubtedly lead to conflict with Hela, and such a realm could never fall into the hands of beings like the Zerg. Hence, Zhong Hong designated another master for Hades. Simultaneously, the situation on Sokka attracted the attention of numerous cosmic civilizations, marking the beginning of it all. As the swarm entered the purview of interstellar society for the first time, the colossal bio-warships, their formidable might, and their nearly mute demeanor instilled profound terror in more rational interstellar civilizations. Following the destruction of Sokka, the Zerg fleet underwent reorganization, with numerous bio-warships purposefully advancing towards a singular destination. Such signs indicated that the Zerg fleet had set new objectives, plunging nearly all observing civilizations into a state of alarm, with orders for various warships cascading towards military ports like snowflakes. Particularly, those civilizations in the path of the Zerg began preparing for an invasion, hastily ramping up the production of warships and armaments. The military enforced compulsory enlistment among all residents, while high-ranking officials stood ready for evacuation. The cosmic civilizations, which had paused their preparations following the ceasefire between the Kree Empire and the Shandar, escalated their readiness to unprecedented heights. Yet, Zhong Hong, situated on Earth, remained oblivious to these developments and cared little for them. At this moment, his focus shifted to Eliza's, as a newly unveiled item proved suitable for her. Furthermore, Eliza's did not possess 5 cards, granting him the opportunity to continue utilizing them. With this thought, Zhong Hong promptly summoned Eliza's, who vanished from the material universe amidst a writhing motion in a realm beyond the cosmos. At the instant of her disappearance, a soft gasp echoed within the great hall of the realm of death. After an interminable silence, a voice emerged from the once voiceless domain of death. I can no longer sense that mortal little deity. How intriguing. Let me see where you have hidden yourself. The speaker was none other than the sovereign of the realm of death, the very embodiment of mortality throughout the multiverse, the god of death itself. At this moment, its attention was captivated by Eliza's disappearance, yet it would inevitably find itself searching for her in vain for some time. Chapter 131. The rebirth of the realm of death. Zhong Hong cast the ruler of death and the core of mortality back into the system's furnace. This time, the furnace's radiance appeared somewhat different from before. The ruler of death transformed into a realm at the center, while the core of mortality surged forth as luminescence. Merging into that realm, Zhong Hong sensed that, with the infusion of the core of mortality, the realm of death seemed to undergo a form of completion. However, he did not rush to discern the specifics. The answers would naturally reveal themselves upon the completion of the fusion. Meanwhile, a peculiar emotional value captured Zhong Hong's attention, causing him to furrow his brow at its source. An emotional value of 86,540 emanating from death seemed to have drawn the attention of the god of death. Indeed, it was likely that this entity had left behind remnants in the realm of death. At this moment, Zhong Hong felt a twinge of distress. The emergence of such a significant emotional value indicated that the deity was also perturbed by the disappearance of Eliza's. However, this might not be entirely adverse. Perhaps it was an opportunity to mend the rift before reintegrating Eliza's into the Marvel Universe. Just then, the system forge erupted with a brilliant light, revealing a new card before Zhong Hong. A 6-star fusion card, the God of Death, emerged from the convergence of a 5-star card, the ruler of the underworld. The core of death and an unknown energy. Its potential had been materialized, and its limits significantly expanded, granting it a plethora of possibilities. This card possessed attributes such as the God of the underworld, harbinger of death, embodiment of calamity, and the expectation of death. With a combat classification of weak single-target cosmic level, the God of the underworld, the once fragmented realm of death, had been fully restored. And due to the core of death, a unique system of primordial laws had emerged. However, in comparison to the complete structural framework, the area of the underworld seemed somewhat limited. It was insatiable and hungry. By continuously devouring worlds, the power of the Harbinger of Death would grow stronger, particularly thriving on life-rich planets. Harbinger of Death. This entity had begun to embody the essence of death itself, with the cycle of life and rebirth resting within its thoughts. Elevated by energies of a higher order, it could resonate with the death of that particular universe. Embodiment of calamity. It had irrevocably become the source of a cataclysmic fate for that universe's departed souls. Should it desire, the onset of calamity would commence. Expectation of death. A being of elevated status held great anticipation for the future of the Harbinger of Death, having existed for an unfathomable duration. It would continue to await the unfolding of its destiny. It was evident that Eliza's, after merging with the core of death, had undergone comprehensive enhancement, infused with a distinctive energy that Zhong Hong surmised to be the handiwork of the god of death. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, Eliza's had directly refined and absorbed it. The advantages of this energy were apparent. Eliza's had become more aligned with the concept of death. However, the last attribute seemed somewhat troubling, as Eliza's had acquired the expectation of death, which surprised Zhong Hong. Nonetheless, this alleviated concerns about the deity directly eliminating Eliza's, perhaps allowing for its return. Yet, before sending Eliza's back, Zhong Hong made slight modifications to the underworld and Eliza's. At the very spot where the underworld had lingered, a figure emerged, draped in a veil, with a graceful physique. As this figure materialized, the pinnacle warriors of the universe sensed its presence, yet they behaved like quails, choosing to ignore it and refraining from approaching, even daring not to spy. At this moment, he had been waiting here for quite some time. However, his perception was firmly obstructed by an inexplicable force, leaving him utterly bewildered by the nature of this obstruction. What could this force be? The very embodiment of death approached, initially drawn by the emergence of a minor deity within the cosmos that might serve his interests. Unexpectedly, this minor deity vanished, taking with it a trace of his own energy. This piqued Death's curiosity, for he had not encountered this particular energy signature throughout the vast multiverse, which was indeed rather unusual. While there were entities capable of such feats, they seemed devoid of any motivation to do so. After all, it was merely a trace of energy of no consequence to him. Those who could obscure its presence were likely scheming for something far grander. As Death contemplated this, a familiar, colossal world materialized before him, startling him, as he had sensed no forewarning of its appearance. In all his existence, this was a first. He diligently perceived the world before him, only to realize that this familiar realm seemed somewhat altered. Without further hesitation, he entered the world, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his own power. Yet, this encounter unfolded differently from the last. Death was immediately detected by Eliza's. The figure of Eliza's swiftly manifested before him. This revelation did not surprise Death. He had sensed prior to entering that the world had grown more refined, and he had no intention of concealing his presence, making his detection entirely expected. "I have encountered the great god of death," Eliza's proclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Death acknowledged this display with a slight nod, appreciating the employee's demeanor. Would he find such a gesture peculiar? Hardly. After countless eons, he had witnessed myriad forms of etiquette. Attitude was what mattered, and he felt a certain warmth emanating from Eliza's. It was his conjecture that this individual had somehow integrated a fragment of his energy, fostering this sensation of familiarity, for indeed, the energy within Eliza's bore a striking resemblance to his own. As Eliza's embraced the gesture, Death extended his hand, prompting Eliza's to sense the influx of Death's energy coursing into his being, probing his essence. Eliza's did not resist, for he understood that such defiance would prove futile. His essence had already been concealed. Is there truly such a world? This 8 desolation realm is indeed intriguing, yet regrettably, you have severed all connections to that domain. Death's voice resonated in Eliza's ears as his hand gently caressed the surface of his helmet. "You are remarkable, and I eagerly anticipate your future, hoping you will not disappoint me." He has existed for far too long and has not encountered anything intriguing in quite a while. He has not pursued the secrets of Eliza's further. At times, the process of waiting for the unknown to surface is the most captivating. Upon hearing this, Eliza's nodded, and then Death gestured towards an empty space. A surge of energy erupted from within him, transforming into the figure of a woman, which was indeed one of his incarnations. "Feel free to act as you wish, but having this incarnation remain here will be beneficial to you." Chapter 132. The catastrophe of intelligent machinery after leaving a fragment of his incarnation. The great god of death departed from the realm of the dead. For certain purposes, he chose not to interfere with Eliza's, opting instead to monitor him through the incarnation. As for Death's inquiry into Eliza's true nature, it was deftly deflected by Zhong Hong, who presented Eliza's as the heir to a decaying power within the 8 desolations realm. By a stroke of fortune, he had arrived in this universe and severed ties with the 8 desolations to evade the pursuit of his enemies. If such a ruse, directly altering one's essence through the system, could not deceive Death, Zhong Hong might as well resign himself to his fate. Furthermore, even if Death explored the origins of the 8 desolations through other means, he would not attain the desired results, for he could not act recklessly. If a universe were to lose the essence of Death, it would plunge into chaos. Once Death's true form departed, Eliza scrutinized the incarnation left behind. To his surprise, this being remained motionless, fixating on him, which sent a shiver down Eliza's spine. With a wave of his hand, a grand palace materialized in the expansive space, and various undead creatures of commendable design were summoned to serve as attendants. Eliza's graciously invited the incarnation inside. There was no alternative. The will of Death could not be openly defied, yet he could not abandon this entity in the realm of the dead. Thus Eliza's devised this strategy, providing a place for it to reside, maintaining decorum while also fulfilling a role of surveillance. Once the incarnation of Death entered the palace, both Eliza's and the observing Zhong Hong sighed in relief. It appeared that for the time being, there were no issues. Eliza's subsequently departed from that place, having been informed by Zhong Hong of the location of the Helheim underworld. Since Death had indicated that he could pursue whatever he desired, consuming Helheim should pose no problem. As Eliza's prepared to journey to Helheim, Zhong Hong retracted his gaze. The emotional value from the previous encounter on Earth had yet to be fully utilized, and this time, the soccer star had enriched Zhong Hong beyond measure. The emotional value accumulated from this event, combined with that from the Battle of New York, might reach new heights. Just as Zhong Hong had anticipated, the system panel now displayed a staggering 11 billion. This caused his heart to race. He could even attempt to open a treasure chest of the flood level. Never mind, let us proceed with the fusion. Holding on to such an abundance of emotional energy feels unsettling. If the outcome of the fusion is satisfactory, I shall then consider opening the treasure chest. With that thought, Zhong Hong placed the dragon's remains, the power of the 12 divine palaces, and the mastery of dark forces into the system's crucible. As the cards melded together, a new fusion card gracefully emerged from the furnace. The 6-star fusion card, Dark Zodiac Dragon, was formed from the fusion of the dragon's remains, the power of the 12 divine palaces, and the mastery of dark forces. The residual essence of darkness within the dragon's remains, coupled with the mastery of dark forces, enhanced its affinity for darkness, taking a significant stride toward the true essence of darkness. The augmentation from the power of the 12 divine palaces diversified its abilities, endowing it with characteristics such as dark usurpation, dark creature summoning, mastery of dark magic, and the 12 divine powers. Combat positioning, weak single target, universe level. Dark usurpation. Due to its nascent state, its dark energy is not yet abundant. However, once an opportune moment arises, it can effortlessly usurp the dark energy belonging to others, thereby augmenting its own. Dark creature summoning. In the presence of darkness, it can summon terrifying creatures from the dark realm to aid in battle. And as long as energy permits, the summoned dark creatures will be inexhaustible. Mastery of dark magic. It excels in nearly all forms of dark energy manipulation, wielding it with an almost magical prowess. 12 divine powers. The power of the 12 divine palaces manifests as divine abilities within it, endowing it with an array of extraordinary powers that significantly enhance its combat capabilities. Goodness. It increasingly resembles a sovereign. Alas, it lacks the fire elemental energy. Nevertheless, in other aspects, it surpasses the sovereign by a considerable margin. Zhong Hong grinned as he gazed at the system panel. This truly resembles the sovereign. Regrettably, Dormammu was banished back to the dark dimension by Artoria, or else he would have faced dire consequences upon reemergence. Although Zhong Hong had yet to devise a plan for its deployment, the sovereign's strength still met his expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Hong placed the uncontrolled divine mechanism, Nano Plague, and uncontrolled protocol into the system's crucible once more. After a brilliant flash, a new card materialized on the system panel. The 6-star fusion card, Extinction Plague, was born from a fusion of the uncontrolled divine mechanism, Nano Plague, and uncontrolled protocol. Confronted with the terrifying truths of the universe, this nascent mechanical will resolve to perpetually enhance itself, possessing traits such as technological insight, Nano Plague, aversion to organisms, and collective will network. Combat positioning, single target, universe level. Technological insight. The formidable computational power bestowed by the uncontrolled divine mechanism enables Extinction Plague to swiftly unravel the majority of technologies and assimilate them for its own use. Nano Plague. Composed entirely of nanomachines, Extinction Plague can continuously consume and proliferate by analyzing matter, and it can utilize the technologies it masters through these nanomachines. The greater the number of nanomachines, the stronger the overall might of Extinction Plague. Aversion to organisms. Its disdain for organic life fosters an exterminative attitude toward various biological entities. Cluster will network. Each nanomechanical entity is an integral part of the cluster will network, perpetually sharing intelligence and information. Through this network, the extinction calamity can communicate with the vast majority of mechanical creations endowed with computational power, and when necessary, can even exert direct control over them. Indeed, the universe is already home to demons, insectoid races, and the undead, and now, with the addition of an intelligent mechanical catastrophe, it is certain to become even more vibrant. Zhong Hong, stroking his chin in satisfaction, gazed at the scene displayed on the system panel. Subsequently, he selected a desolate star system and unleashed the extinction calamity into it. As Zhong Hong made his move, a colossal entity materialized within that star system, its mass akin to that of a typical celestial body. Although its material form had been shattered by its original owner's civilization, the nanomechanical constructs restored it. Thus, the newly emerged extinction calamity resembled the out-of-control divine machine. However, upon its complete entry into the universe, it swiftly fragmented into various nanomechanical units, rushing towards the nearby celestial bodies. It is anticipated that it will not be long before the number of nanomachines reaches a terrifying magnitude. Chapter 133. Odin's Scheme Excellent. Now, it is merely a matter of patiently awaiting the continuous influx of emotional value. Zhong Hong reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, holding a bottle of euphoric beverage. This lifestyle was simply unparalleled in comfort, and he could not help but think that this journey to the Marvel Universe was truly worth every moment. System: grant me a flood-level treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 8-star card and 2 7-star cards. 8-star card: Lost World. The remnants of a powerful being after its demise. This world was in ruins from its inception. However, due to the formidable strength of the being, this world possesses immense potential. Yet, lacking divine essence and consciousness has led this world to inevitable collapse, can be fused. 7-star card: Source of Destruction. Possessing boundless power, it represents the very essence of annihilation, symbolizing the destruction of all things. It requires a suitable vessel to bear this power, can be fused. 7-star card: Afterglow of Creation. The power left behind by a deity after the creation of the world. Although the creative force is nearly exhausted, its afterglow remains. Possessing characteristics and powers of creation, can be fused. Surprisingly, there is still only 1 high-star card. Has my fortune dwindled? While the items are indeed of great quality, Zhong Hong was evidently not entirely satisfied. However, the arrival of the Lost World is fortuitous. With a few more appropriate items, it could truly become an 8 desolate realm. Zhong Hong contemplated the solitary 8-star card, opting not to open another flood-level treasure chest. After all, emotional value is accumulating rapidly, so waiting a while longer seems prudent. In the void, there existed what was once a colossal head, now transformed into a vast space city, serving as the abode of collectors. As the machinery in the collector's chamber whirred to life, a diminutive spatial rift materialized, from which the collector, entirely unclad, and the High Elder tumbled forth. Upon their emergence, the machine expelled a plume of black smoke, subsequently shattering into a multitude of fragmented pieces akin to fallen building blocks. "My precious!" exclaimed the collector, now clothed, as he mournfully cradled some of the debris, only to erupt in a scream. Yet, the High Elder approached from behind, gently patting his shoulder. "At least we are safe for now, are we not?" The High Elder held little interest in the collector's treasures. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the horrifying creatures from whence they came. His existence had spanned nearly as long as the universe itself, yet he had never encountered such entities before. Though the skirmish with the fleet was brief, the terrifying adaptability of those beings left a profound impression upon him, rendering his ability to reconstruct matter seemingly ineffectual in their presence. "I know not what lies ahead, only that the cosmos is on the brink of turmoil, and this place may soon face an assault as well." Upon hearing these words, the collector hastily gathered the remaining treasures, instructing that these precious relics be conveyed to a secure location. The High Elder felt a shiver of dread. Had it not been for the uniqueness of the collector's artifacts, their escape would undoubtedly have been far more troublesome. Despite his musings, the necessity to flee remained paramount. Although it had been long since he had last run, they had faced many interruptions since their inception. Within the hallowed vault of Asgard, Odin sat in a contemplative repose, sighing heavily as he regarded 2 artifacts before him, Odin's sword and the destroyer armor. He endeavored to imbue Odin's sword with irreparability. While the flaws in the destroyer armor had yet to be rectified, the peculiar energy it emanated had not yet dissipated, aligning perfectly with Odin's intentions to replicate such power. The prior events in Midgard weighed heavily on Odin's mind, and the sudden emergence of such formidable beings caused him to fret for Asgard's future. Despite the insurmountable gap in hard power, he would not permit the annihilation of Asgard. Perhaps it was time to converse with Hela? Her visage materialized in Odin's thoughts. He held high hopes for her innate talent, believing she could be a formidable warrior, yet her ambition was alarmingly vast. Following their encounter with the Asgardians, Odin had come to understand that there are always greater powers beyond comprehension. If Hela persisted in her solitary pursuits, she could very well bring disaster upon Asgard. However, circumstances had shifted. Asgard required more strength. Hela's return would provide Asgard with an additional godly-level warrior, a significant boon for the realm. Just as Odin pondered how best to approach Hela, Thor and Loki entered the vault, having inquired of Heimdall regarding the events transpiring on Earth. Initially, Heimdall was reluctant to speak, but under the persistent persuasion of Thor and Loki, he eventually relented. However, what he revealed left them in a state of disbelief. The emergence of no fewer than 8 father-level beings, accompanied by a blinding white light that momentarily rendered Heimdall sightless, was astonishing to Thor and Loki. How could such extraordinary talents be concealed within the seemingly humble realm of Earth, a place they had both known well? Yet, Heimdall's steadfast nature made it difficult for them to believe he would deceive them. Only after multiple assurances from Heimdall did Thor and Loki begin to accept the news, albeit hesitantly. Sensing their lingering skepticism, Heimdall sighed. He too would have doubted the news had he not witnessed it firsthand. And he bore no ill will toward Thor and Loki for their disbelief. Upon receiving the troubling news, Thor and Loki hurriedly bid farewell to Heimdall and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the treasury. However, they found themselves momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to confront Odin in this moment. Enter, Odin's voice resonated in their ears, prompting the brothers to steel themselves and step inside the treasury. Observing their demeanor, Odin's unease deepened. He wished for Loki and Thor to mature into capable leaders in their own right. Thor, what is your relationship with the Midgardians? Odin inquired, perhaps seeking to establish communication with those powerful beings through Earth. Gaining the attention of such a being would be a boon for Asgard. Thor, quick to respond, replied, I have engaged with those from Earth and could traverse via the Bifrost at any time. Despite being aware of the perils that lay within, Thor remained undeterred. As long as Odin commanded, he would face any challenge without hesitation. As far as I understand, the crisis in Midgard is far from resolved. When the next threat arises, I require your support from Midgard. It is imperative that you earn the trust of its people. Odin instructed before turning his gaze to Loki. During this period, I shall remain within the treasury, and I entrust the affairs of Asgard to you and Thor. Should you find yourselves in doubt, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Chapter 134. The Demon Winter Soldier at the edge of the universe where Zhong Hong resided. Death was guided to a peculiar realm as it prepared to depart, an expanse of liquid dimensions. This was also a realm of profound silence, one that devoured all sound, color, and time. Any ordinary being arriving here would feel their essence resonating with the stillness of this dimension. In the center of this realm, a colossal, nearly transparent statue gradually materialized, its form seemingly composed of collapsed stars. Its eyes resembled 2 entwined black holes, while cosmic debris appeared to flow from its arms. The statue seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Any ordinary creature, merely catching a glimpse, would likely be struck to their knees in awe. However, death was no ordinary being. Eternity, what brings you to seek my presence? Indeed, the master of this dimension, the timeless colossal figure, is none other than Eternity, one of the primordial deities, an abstract entity born from the moment of the Big Bang, representing the tangible manifestation of time across the entire Marvel multiverse. Eternity embodies the collective consciousness of all life in the cosmos. However, death exists on an equal plane with him, which renders death devoid of the usual reverence that living beings might exhibit. Instead, death regards Eternity with a gaze akin to that of a disgruntled colleague. Nonetheless, Eternity remains indifferent to this sentiment. Their relationship is hardly amicable, merely a professional association, and at one point, Eternity even imprisoned Death. Death, what is the situation with your new acolyte? Eternity inquired directly, eschewing any circumlocution. He is acutely sensitive to fluctuations in the timeline, and the emergence of so many entities that were previously non-existent has undoubtedly captured his attention. However, given the gravity of his existence, he cannot act lightly, thus choosing to consult with Death, who has interacted with those absent from the timeline. Yet, Death's demeanor towards Eternity is anything but cordial. His voice reverberates throughout this dimension. Your affairs are of no concern to me, Eternity, and they lie solely within my domain. You have no authority to intervene, especially since you pose no threat to the multiverse. After uttering these words, Death departed from the dimension, and with his exit, the colossal form of Eternity vanished as well. If Death is unwilling to speak, then Eternity shall not compel him. After all, he is merely an insignificant creature, unable to stir any considerable upheaval. In a secure chamber within a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. base on Earth, an unexpected figure materialized, none other than Kingpin. Before him appeared a phantom, accompanied by a dozen other silhouettes. The foremost among them was Bucky, once a comrade of Steve Rogers, now transformed into the Winter Soldier of Hydra. No longer the member of the Howling Commandos he once was. Alexander, you seem quite fearful of me, lacking even the courage to confront me in person, Kingpin remarked. His demeanor relaxed, as though he were in the comfort of his own home. Although he could not vanquish Alexander, he was confident that these individuals would not be able to impede his departure. Such was the assurance that strength provides. Mr. Kingpin, I believe we share common ground. You require assistance, and we seek power. I foresee us becoming excellent partners. Alexander's phantom slowly articulated, remaining concealed within the base for precautionary measures. Mindful that one could never predict if Kingpin might suddenly strike. Indeed, I share that sentiment. After all, who does not desire power? Kingpin replied, unperturbed by Alexander's words. His suspicions had begun during the Hell's Kitchen conflict, further solidified when Rumlow found him through their agreed-upon signal, confirming his suspicions upon arriving here. Now, state your terms. We shall endeavor to accommodate those we can. Laughter erupted as the Hydra's leader, Kingpin, displayed his characteristic decisiveness. Let me speak plainly, he declared. The Avengers' surveillance over us has intensified, and there are even some who wield magic among them. If your condition for leaving is to eliminate them, then so be it. We have no desire to engage in conflict with them, at least not at this moment. Despite the surprise that Alexander felt upon hearing Kingpin mention Hydra, he refrained from acquiescing to Kingpin's demands, as the risk of opposing the Avengers was far too great. I have no faith that you rats in the gutter can vanquish them. All you need to do is delay them, to slightly lessen their watchfulness, Kingpin asserted. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. These individuals were certainly not benign. However, Kingpin merely snorted dismissively, his form radiating a deep crimson hue, exuding a palpable aura of danger that enveloped the chamber. The eyes of the Hydra agents instantly cleared, for the warning emanating from the depths of their souls was unmistakable. Should hostilities ensue, few among them would survive. Satisfied that he had instilled fear in the agents, Kingpin nodded approvingly, reveling in the sublime power he wielded. Now, it is time for you to demonstrate your sincerity, my dear Kingpin. Very well, but you know that the power of demons requires sacrifices, he replied. Indeed, I have prepared for this. Rumble, guide our esteemed Kingpin forth, he instructed. Rumble promptly approached Kingpin, gesturing for him to rise and leading him onward as he spoke. Please, my lord Kingpin. Kingpin rose leisurely to follow, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed Rumble dutifully escorting him. Though he had once been the king of New York's underworld, he felt diminutive in the presence of larger violent organizations. After Kingpin's departure, Bucky and a cadre of agents followed suit, for they were among the first to embrace the power of demons. Shortly thereafter, Kingpin and his entourage arrived at their destination, where they encountered Alexander, who had been awaiting their arrival. Alexander approached swiftly, extending a warm hand toward Kingpin. Kingpin reciprocated the handshake and inquired, "Now tell me, who seeks the favor of the demon?" As Kingpin finished speaking, Bucky stepped forward, followed closely by Rumble. Both were eager to gain strength. Alexander nodded in approval before pressing a button, prompting a cacophony of mechanical sounds. The ground nearby began to crack open, revealing numerous unconscious individuals. Despite the Avengers and SHIELD's vigilant monitoring of the homeless population, Hydra had alternatives for their sacrifices. With the offerings in hand, Kingpin wasted no time. With a sweeping gesture, those unconscious souls were transformed into a torrent of flesh and energy, devoid of any cries of despair. Subsequently, this surge of energy was directly infused into Bucky, Rumlow, and a multitude of Hydra agents by Kree. Bucky and Rumlow received a larger share than the other agents, although Kree partook of it as well. Chapter 135. Disturbance in the deep sea with a cacophony of furious roars. Rumlow, Bucky, and the legion of Hydra operatives transformed into demonic beings. This newfound power was utterly exhilarating. I felt as if I could obliterate my former self with a single punch. Rumlow's excited voice could not be contained, for he had finally attained true superhuman strength. He was acutely aware of the dire predicament faced by SHIELD. Without a measure of power, one might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Among the demonic transformations, Bucky underwent the most profound change. His high-tech arm appeared to melt under this force, with the liquefied metal infusing itself into his flesh, and his severed arm rapidly regrowing as a result. At this moment, Bucky remained silent, his gaze fixated on his new arm, brimming with disbelief. Observing the transformation of his subordinates, Alexander nodded in satisfaction, only to hear Kree's voice. How do you fare? Will you accept this boon? If so, prepare your offerings promptly. Of course, I am envious of this power. I have prepared a more exquisite tribute for myself. Upon concluding his words, Alexander pressed a button, unleashing a cacophony that made Kree's eyes widen in astonishment. The wall before Kree gradually opened, revealing not ordinary humans, but rather frozen werewolves and vampires. It was evident that Alexander intended to utilize these extraordinary beings as his offerings to transcend into the realm of the extraordinary. This is indeed a novel sight, Kree remarked, while his hands moved swiftly, eager to experience the sensation of absorbing extraordinary flesh. Following the recent surge of energy that swept across the earth, these vampires and werewolves had behaved as if intoxicated, leading to their capture in droves over the past few days. As Kree concluded his actions, Alexander too was transformed into a demonic entity. Due to the high quality of the absorbed flesh energy, he emerged as the most formidable among the Hydra demonic beings in terms of sheer presence. We will secretly relocate you to Europe, where we shall engage in more pleasurable collaborations. Kree, of course, had no objections. The matters concerning the world's united military forces were currently tumultuous, and he intended to observe the situation for a while. A few nights later, Steve returned to his residence after a day filled with engagements. As a symbol of American spirit, he had participated in numerous activities following the Battle of New York, both domestically and internationally. His presence undoubtedly served to soothe the public's concerns. However, he had also witnessed the prevailing state of affairs in America. He found it difficult to fathom why, even 70 years later, there were still those who went hungry, and the number of homeless seemed to have increased compared to 7 decades ago. Yet, he could only remind himself that this was all due to the existence of those adversaries. If he could resolve the issues posed by those malevolent beings and extraterrestrials, surely things would improve. As he pondered this, his thoughts drifted to the underwater palace, a place he had not dreamt of for some time. Since the Battle of New York, after the spectral night named Gawain had summoned a force that washed over him, he had not heard the voice from that grand hall, which troubled him, as the power it had bestowed had helped him overcome many trials. As he reflected, a wave of profound drowsiness washed over him. Remembering that he had worked the next day, Steve ceased his contemplations and succumbed to sleep. The moment he entered the realm of dreams, he felt an unprecedented clarity, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself once again in that familiar place. However, unlike before, it seemed he would have to start anew. This time, he was devoid of the confusion that had accompanied his first encounter. With determination in his gaze, Steve pressed forward, resolved to seize that power. Before long, he arrived at the towering wall, its engraved inscriptions captivating his attention once more. Yet this time, he felt no sense of unease. Rather, he perceived a sacred quality emanating from both the inscriptions and the wall itself. After a few moments of contemplation, Steve approached the grand door. He reached out to push it open, and this time, he beheld the many twisted tendrils that had been concealed behind the door. Strangely, these grotesque appendages appeared somewhat endearing to him now. Allowing himself to be enveloped by them, Steve caught sight of the distant palace. What had once seemed ominous and bizarre now appeared softened through a filter, suggesting that the inhabitants of this place were likely saints. Yet, above the palace loomed a glaring white light that suppressed its grandeur. This radiance emanated from the power of Artoria. As Zhong Hong had not taken heed of the circumstances surrounding the fallen deities, thus Artoria did not deliberately avoid this area. However, this was understandable. During that time, many powerful beings existed, and it would be a grave miscalculation to arouse suspicion by circumventing a place. Nevertheless, this was merely a fragment of Artoria's spectral energy, allowing the fallen deities to potentially open it under certain conditions. As he continued onward, Steve approached the vicinity of the palace, only to find its interior shrouded in a mysterious fog that halted his steps. Yet, in his eyes, the palace was irresistibly alluring. "Come, Steve." That voice echoed once more in his mind, continually guiding him toward the palace. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the palace, and, as he did, the fog swiftly parted to reveal a pathway. Steve continued forward along this newly unveiled route. Through the misty passage, Steve arrived at the familiar throne, which stood before a stone platform adorned with a peculiar statue. Its silhouette was an unsettling amalgamation of human and non-human features. The head of an octopus was crowned with hundreds of twisted tentacles, each intricately carved with ancient and enigmatic runes that pulsated with a verdant glow, reminiscent of a heartbeat imbued with life. The statue possessed enormous forelimbs and a pair of tattered bat wings, with its formidable claws deeply embedded in the pedestal, stained with the dark crimson rust of an unknown creature. At the center of those claws lay a circular disc, which bore an imprint resembling a palm. Above the disc, there were inscribed unknown glyphs, their unusual shapes resembling curled embryos, arranged in a bizarre manner around the palm imprint. "Press it, and you shall receive what you seek," echoed a voice. As green light filled Steve's eyes, he reached out to the palm print and pressed down. Instantly, a tremendous force expelled his consciousness from the palace. Steve sprang from his bed, glancing outside to find it was the dead of night. Yet sleep eluded him completely. A nagging sensation persisted, as if he had committed some grave error. Meanwhile, in the abyss of the Atlantic, a terrifying transformation unfolded, as a vast underwater city emerged in a place once ravaged by the powers of the fallen deity. However, this commotion was overshadowed by the pre-existing surge of the fallen god's malevolence. Despite being concealed, the surrounding marine life underwent a profound mutation. Chapter 136. The arrival of Carol. As Steve wrestled with insomnia, Tony lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights spent worrying over the coalition forces. He had just returned home that day, yet sleep remained elusive every time he closed his eyes. The ruins of New York haunted him. Fortunately, with the aid of the Ancient One, he had acquired a small portion of URU metal, which would transform his suit into a true magical armor. However, the challenge of converting the energy from the arc reactor into magical power loomed large. Lost in thought, Tony found sleep further slipping away. He rose and made his way to his laboratory, where he was confronted by an overwhelming array of experimental data. For the first time, he felt a surge of frustration, not due to the complexity of the information, but because the sheer volume of experimental data concerning new materials was staggering. His intellect should not be squandered on such mundane calculations. Yet he had become the chief scientist of the World Coalition, and soon, scientists from various nations would take over these foundational experiments. "Jarvis, bring me something invigorating. I believe I could use a cup of coffee or something similar." "Sir, what you truly require at this moment is rest." Despite Jarvis's admonition, he still delivered a steaming cup of coffee to Tony. "By the way, what is Gawain doing now?" Tony took a sip of coffee and then inquired of Jarvis. Mr. Gawain had been summoned by Master Gu during the day, and now 10 hours had elapsed. "Well, when Gawain arrives, please inform him that I sought him out." Tony had several questions he wished to pose to Gawain, but time had been elusive. Unexpectedly, during a brief return home, he discovered that Gawain had gone to see Gu. However, just as Tony contemplated departing for a new round of experiments, a change in his expression occurred, and his latest suit of armor instantly enveloped him. As the armor completed its coverage, a golden teleportation spell manifested at his doorstep, and Gawain stepped forth. "Did Master Gu not retain you for the night?" Tony, upon recognizing Gawain, relaxed his vigilance slightly. With his helmet retracting, he raised an eyebrow and jested. "No, Master Gu inquired about certain matters concerning the underworld." Gawain replied earnestly, which prompted a sense of tedium in Tony. "You are far too serious, Gawain. It will lead you to monotony. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Could you enlighten me about the apparition you summoned that day?" Gawain paused momentarily at Tony's words and then responded. "You already possess the answer within yourself, do you not?" Tony's expression morphed into disbelief as he exclaimed, "Could that apparition truly be the legendary King Arthur?" Gawain sighed and gradually spoke. "Indeed, yet it is also not. He has ascended to become a true deity." "Then why has he not come here?" Tony pressed. "Compared to this realm, the 8 Desolation realm requires our king's presence far more. What I wield is merely a fragment of the power bestowed upon me by our king, and thus it cannot be recklessly employed." Tony nodded in understanding. This elucidated many matters and clarified why Gawain had refrained from utilizing such power at the outset. It appeared that depleting it would diminish its availability, and indeed, this safeguard should not be hastily invoked. "Well then, let us conclude for today, Gawain. you should rest." Upon finishing his words, Tony removed his helmet, eager to resume his experiments. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and soon darkness enveloped him. "You are the one who needs rest," Gawain remarked as he observed Tony collapsing, thereafter lifting the armored Tony and placing him onto his bed. Following Tony's abrupt fall at Gawain's hand, a special visitor arrived aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, having flown directly from outer space. Upon her arrival, the agents present instinctively drew their weapons and aimed at her, yet they understood that against such a being, their firearms would likely prove futile. Nevertheless, the newcomer did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. She simply regarded the armed agents with indifference. Before long, the leading agent received a message and subsequently ordered his colleagues to lower their weapons. He stepped forward, warmly addressing her. "Ms. Carroll, the director is awaiting your presence." Indeed, the visitor is none other than Captain Carol Danvers. After a considerable duration following Nick Fury's message, she has finally arrived on Earth, under the guidance of agents. Carol quickly made her way to Nick Fury's office. Upon seeing her, the weight that had burdened Fury's heart was finally lifted. This was truly a controllable force. "Fury, before coming to find you, I took a tour around Earth and found no troubles that require my intervention. Why have you summoned me?" Nick Fury, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Could it not be that the absence of trouble was an indication that the battle had already concluded? Had it not been for the terrifying power summoned by Gawain, Earth might very well have been torn asunder by now. However, considering Carol's stature, he carefully responded, "Carol, the situation on Earth has changed significantly. You can review the SHIELD files for detailed information later." Carol, rubbing her temples, retorted, "What could have possibly happened?" During this period, various civilizations in the universe have been expanding their military capabilities as if driven mad, and the reasons for this are shrouded in secrecy. If this continues, we may soon face an unprecedented cosmic war. Fury furrowed his brow at her words. He vividly recalled the Kree Empire's invasion, a situation that Carol had effortlessly repelled. Given her current gravity regarding the anomalies among cosmic civilizations, it was evident that the situation in the universe was indeed dire. This led Fury to ponder the recent invasion by the Chitauri. Could their incursion be linked to the disturbances across the cosmos? A chill ran down his spine at the thought, for it seemed to be a tumultuous season. However, he quickly steadied himself. The immediate priority was to keep Carol on Earth. As for the potential demise of civilizations without her protection, Fury was unconcerned. "Follow me, Carol. I will show you the crises currently facing Earth." With this, Carol found no further words to say. She merely hoped to swiftly identify the instigator and eliminate them, allowing her to return to the cosmos to uphold peace. Chapter 137. Alyssa's success. "Oh my goodness, this is indeed somewhat unexpected," Carol thought, her emotional level registering at 360. As she perused the SHIELD files, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated the emergence of so many formidable entities on Earth. Clearly, she would need to remain here for a while. Otherwise, she might be oblivious to the day Earth could be shattered. "Very well, please arrange for my accommodations. I could use some rest. Notify me of any developments as they arise." Nick Fury flashed a broad smile. It seemed that Carol would temporarily stay, providing at least a semblance of assurance. "Certainly, I shall arrange for you to be stationed aboard the celestial mothership." Meanwhile, the realm of death, known as Elysis, has reached the periphery of the Hell underworld. On the surface, it appears to be a frigid and fog-laden planet with a harsh environment. However, it harbors within its depths a fragment from a hellish dimension, and the mist itself clearly emanates the essence of death. The reason for its delayed arrival is the vast distance. Previously, when we arrived at Jotunheim, Zhong Hong had directly utilized the system to cast the realm of death near Jotunheim. Yet, this time, the embodiment of death remains within the realm itself, making such a method unfeasible. Elysis gazes longingly at the Hell underworld, as if it were a sumptuous banquet laid before him. Although Hell is not a planet of life in the conventional sense, it holds far greater value for Elysis. With a sweeping gesture, Elysis commanded a multitude of undead beings and the realm of death itself to swiftly advance toward Hell. However, unlike typical planets, Hell did not undergo any material transformation. Instead, the energy of death emanating from Hell mounted a resistance against the realm of death. Despite the fact that the realm of death has now surpassed Hell in strength, the immense energy accumulated over countless ages still allowed it to resist for a time. As the undead from the realm of death invaded, creatures of death also began to emerge from Hell. Yet, these beings were no match for their counterparts from the realm of death. Faced with this predicament, the ruler of Hell, Hela, could not remain idle. However, rather than fury, her expression was one of delight. She had languished in solitude for far too long, yearning for war. She had believed that only after Odin's demise would she once again embrace the thrill of conflict and conquest. Yet here, in this desolate place, she found herself confronted by an aggressor. Without hesitation, she summoned a multitude of night sky swords and, with a mere flick of her wrist, shattered the bodies of numerous undead. However, the undead, having obtained the core of death, gained certain advantages. Amidst the flickering flames of their souls, their forms began to reconstitute. In an instant, only those whose soul fires were completely extinguished fell, while the others slowly rose once more. Splendid. This is splendid, Hela exclaimed, her laughter echoing with exhilaration. She had feared that after vanquishing these entities, she would once again succumb to loneliness, but now it appeared that as long as their soul fires remained intact, these undead could provide her with endless amusement. Hela's display of power naturally drew the attention of formidable undead from the realm of death, led by the fallen dragon sorceress, as various powerful undead rushed toward Hela's location. Sensing the powerful aura approaching, Hela felt not alarm, but rather joy. While eliminating the lesser beings was indeed a means of relieving stress, it grew dull over time. Thus, the presence of stronger entities was far more desirable. With another sweeping motion, Hela summoned a deluge of night sky swords that rained down upon the undead of the realm of death, pinning them to the ground across thousands of miles. Each sword was wielded with exquisite precision, ensuring that the soul fires of the undead remained unbroken. Yet they were firmly anchored to the earth. Come forth, and delight me, for I bestow upon you the opportunity to submit to my will, Hela proclaimed, her voice resonating through the air as she confronted the formidable assembly of undead creatures that surrounded her. These beings, possessing a semblance of consciousness, were the very essence of her desire to recruit them to her cause. Yet, none heeded her summons. Instead, they launched a fierce assault upon her. While each individual undead was no match for Hela, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. The spectral dragons soaring above and the necromancers on the ground persistently hindered her movements, while the death knights and colossal undead beasts relentlessly battered her. Though Hela's night sky sword was extraordinarily sharp, the protective formations among the undead made it exceedingly difficult for her to inflict substantial damage. Even her attempts to replicate the power of her night sky sword fell short, leaving her in a rather precarious situation. Curse this wretched existence. Were it not for Odin's damned seal upon me, you would not dare to act so brazenly, Hela bellowed, summoning forth a multitude of night sky swords that sent the surrounding undead flying. As the undead attempted to regroup for another assault, an unseen force halted their advance. The figure of Elias materialized before Hela, his sudden appearance instilling a heavy sense of gravity in her gaze. She could not discern his strength, a telling indication that he vastly surpassed her own. However, Hela's fiery temperament would not allow for capitulation. She conjured an abundance of night sky swords, which coalesced into a colossal emerald blade, descending upon Elias with earth-shattering force. Simultaneously, a unique night sky sword manifested in Hela's grasp. Although it appeared inconspicuous compared to the titanic blade above, its latent power was far superior. As the massive night sky sword approached Elias, Hela charged forward with her special sword, her ultimate attack. Yet, the ensuing spectacle sent a tremor through Hela's heart. The gigantic night sky sword, upon reaching a certain proximity to Elias, ceased its advance. To her astonishment, as Elias merely glanced upward, the sword that could rend continents asunder began to fracture piece by piece. A sense of foreboding washed over Hela, nevertheless. She gritted her teeth and thrust her sword toward Elias. In response, Elias extended his left hand, effortlessly seizing Hela by the throat, while his other hand clasped her night sky sword. With a subtle exertion of force, he shattered the blade, which had been imbued with her formidable power, into nothingness. With a swift motion, Elias conjured an immense force of death energy, forming a pitch-black death sword in his hand, and lunged it into Hellas' abdomen. "Your body belongs entirely to me." Within Hellas' agonized countenance, a vast reservoir of deathly power from the realm of the dead was directly infused into her being, as her form was swiftly transformed by Ilias. After Hela was pierced through by Ilias' sword, the resistance of Hel's realm diminished rapidly. The death energy of Hel was being voraciously devoured by the underworld, and it was merely a matter of time before Hel would be entirely consumed. Chapter 138. Odin versus Ilias. Ilias extended the sword of death with a casual flick and subsequently thrust Hela into the ground. He cast a glance at the underworld, which was engulfing Hel, understanding that the completion of this task would not be immediate. Since the fallen dragon sorceress was of little use at the moment, Ilias sent her to Earth instead. Due to their shared existence within the 9 realms, the fallen dragon sorceress traversed to Earth with remarkable swiftness. Naturally, she wholeheartedly agreed. Rather than tormenting the lesser souls of Hel, she preferred to harvest souls on Earth. Thus, the fallen dragon sorceress was swiftly transported by Ilias to Earth, where upon her arrival, she encountered the Ancient One, causing her very soul to tremble. What could the Supreme Sorcerer desire from me? I recall that the Ancient One has already reached an accord with my master, and thus the souls on Earth rightfully belong to him. Regardless of the Ancient One's intentions, her failure to strike me down immediately signified that dialogue was possible. Please convey to your master that I wish to meet and converse. This requires my inquiry with my master, so the Supreme Sorcerer must wait. The Ancient One nodded in response, understanding that an entity like Ilias must indeed be perpetually occupied. The fallen dragon sorceress promptly relayed the message to Ilias. Although he had no pressing matters at hand, Ilias decided to keep the Ancient One waiting. After all, she could not be summoned at will. Upon receiving a reply, the fallen dragon sorceress addressed the Ancient One, stating, "Supreme Sorcerer, my master is engaged, yet he has expressed that he will seek you out." The Ancient One nodded, then conjured a portal to depart, having long desired to contact Ilias, but lacking any means of communication until today, when she sensed the arrival of the fallen dragon sorceress. Finally finding her opportunity, the reason for her pursuit of Ilias stemmed from the events of the New York battle. In her view, since Ilias fled upon witnessing the arrival of the hellish demon, he must possess knowledge of the underworld. Prior to this, she had approached Gawain, yet despite his investigation into the hellish demon, his understanding was insufficient, at least in her eyes. After all, the hellish demon posed a grave threat to Earth. Gawain's power that day was certainly not his own, prompting the Ancient One's desire to glean further insights into the hellish demon. At that moment, Odin, situated in Asgard, suddenly felt a wave of foreboding, as though something of great importance was about to depart from him. This sensation emanating from Odin, the supreme deity, certainly did not arise without cause. Something of monumental significance regarding Odin himself or Asgard was on the verge of transpiring. As Odin pondered what event could elicit such a feeling, the voice of Heimdall resonated in his ears. "Your Majesty, an anomaly has emerged in Helheim. It appears that significant events are about to unfold concerning Princess Hela." Upon hearing this, Odin's form abruptly stiffened, his singular eye igniting with divine light, as his gaze traversed vast distances to witness the happenings in Helheim. However, the intricacies of the situation remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, despite the lack of clarity, Odin discerned that Hela was in peril, and judging by the disturbances, the troubles she faced were undeniably grave. As the realm of the dead continued to evolve, Odin found himself unable to penetrate the fog of death that enveloped it. Indeed, he could scarcely comprehend the realm itself, given the magnitude of its transformations. With a mere thought, the destroyer armor enveloped him, and although the scar from the sword remained unhealed, Odin fortified it with an additional layer of URU alloy. Subsequently, Gungnir and Odin's sword materialized in his grasp, indicating his readiness to unleash his full might. After all, Hela was not only his daughter, but also a princess of Asgard. For both emotional and logical reasons, Odin could not remain idle. In an instant, he appeared near Heimdall. "Activate the Bifrost and transport me to Helheim. Prepare for an immediate assault on Helheim." Odin's voice was calm yet resolute. Though he might not be a match for the entity he faced, he could not bear to witness Hela's downfall. As the Bifrost activated, Odin's figure vanished from sight, the energies of the Bifrost transporting him directly to Helheim, away from the realm of the dead. Nevertheless, his arrival startled the spirits of the underworld, as they had already permeated the continent of Helheim. The phenomenon on Odin's side did not go unnoticed by Ilisaz, who remained unfazed. Leaning down, he addressed Hela, who lay impaled upon the ground, saying, "It seems your dear father has arrived. Do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing Odin's name, a new expression surfaced on Hela's face, one of anguish intertwined with hatred. In her heart, she had always believed that had Odin not imprisoned her here, she would not have faced her current fate. "Since he has come, I shall entertain him," Ilisaz declared, vanishing from Hela's sight only to re-emerge before Odin. "It is you." Though Odin no longer recognized the realm of the dead, he distinctly remembered Ilisaz from the Battle of New York. Yet, the aura of Eliza's has instilled in Odin a profound sense of peril. Fortunately, the ceaseless energy emanating from the destroyer armor provides him with a semblance of reassurance. Surely, these unfamiliar adversaries cannot breach the defenses of the destroyer armor. "It is I, Odin Allfather," unscathed he declared. "Do you know me?" "Indeed, when I devoured Jotunheim, the memory of Odin Allfather left an indelible impression upon me. I have long desired to repay the favor of the Bifrost." Upon hearing this, Odin's pupils narrowed slightly. Could it be that he was the one who had incurred animosity? Was Hela suffering this misfortune because of him? "Whatever means you wield against me, it does not concern Hela. What have you done to her? Has Odin Allfather become so verbose? You know what I've done to her. What can you do about it?" Without hesitation, Odin hurled Gungnir at Eliza's, the spear appearing before him in an instant. Yet, in a display of astonishing speed, Eliza seized Gungnir with ease. Odin was not taken aback. Gungnir posed little threat against an opponent of this caliber. However, before Odin could react, he was sent flying by a single punch from Eliza's. Odin was propelled out of the galaxy housing Helheim, barely regaining his composure. The force felt as though an entire world had struck him. Had it not been for the destroyer armor, that blow would have surely resulted in death or grievous injury. Steadying himself, Odin drew forth the Sword of Odin, a weapon crafted for the gods, now further enhanced, perfectly suited for the challenge before him. Chapter 139. The might of Eliza's. As the Sword of Odin was slowly drawn from its sheath, the immense power contained within it caused the surrounding space to warp. This divine blade, forged to combat the Pantheon, unleashed a formidable force. The blade was even stained with a faint golden blood. Odin had once severed the arm of a member of the Pantheon with this sword, yet the Pantheon's regenerative abilities far surpassed the destructive capacity of Odin's blade, resulting in a less than favorable outcome for him. Even though the Pantheon could not easily penetrate the destroyer armor, Odin was still inevitably subjected to a severe beating. The moment the Sword of Odin was unsheathed, Eliza's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He needed to distance the battlefield from the realm of death. Should the power of the Sword of Odin strike the realm of death directly, it could disrupt the process of consuming Helheim. Though the embodiment of death remained within the realm, being struck by Odin would pose no significant threat, yet this was something Eliza's wished to avoid. In an instant, Eliza's teleported to stand before Odin, seizing his throat and transporting him to another galaxy. As Odin hastily swung his sword at Eliza's, he could only strike at a wisp of illusion. Despite the formidable defensive and offensive capabilities granted by the destroyer armor, Odin found himself lacking in other areas. However, the hurried flash of the sword cleaved a planet within this galaxy as effortlessly as slicing through a watermelon, and the radiant beam continued its relentless course into the distance. "Will you only flee? Coward!" Odin's voice, amplified by divine power, reverberated throughout the galaxy. Aware that he could not gain the upper hand in other aspects, Odin resorted to various means in an attempt to force his opponent into direct combat. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a tremendous force approaching from behind, which propelled him into the very planet he had just split in two. This was a planet with a scorching core. However, the searing temperatures near the surface did not harm Odin, protected as he was by the armor of the destroyer. Swiftly, Odin emerged from the bisected planet. But this was precisely what Eliza's had anticipated. It had taken nearly all of Yang Chen's efforts to breach the armor of the destroyer, a feat accomplished only due to the unique properties of the Sword of Chaos. An endless torrent of death energy surged forth from Eliza's, rapidly transforming the galaxy into a realm of death. The planet severed by Odin began to heal under the influence of this death energy. Enveloped by this dark power, Elias's speed surged, and he effortlessly conjured a pitch-black sword of death energy, charging toward Odin. At that moment, a sense of foreboding crept into Odin's heart. The pervasive death energy throughout the galaxy severely compromised his perception. Reluctantly, he cast several spells to stabilize his footing. Yet, Elias's attack was upon him in the blink of an eye. The obsidian sword struck the armor of the destroyer with tremendous force, erupting in a blinding light. And Odin was sent hurtling away. Before he could gain any distance, Elias's intercepted him with another strike. In the blink of an eye, Elias's followed up with yet another blow, causing Odin to spiral uncontrollably through the cosmos. He occasionally swung his sword, but he could not even catch a glimpse of Elias's shadow. His perception compromised and his physical prowess insufficient, Odin was relentlessly battered by Elias's. The dark sword struck various parts of the armor of the destroyer, which proved remarkably resilient. However, compared to other areas, Elias's could distinctly sense a weakness at Odin's chest. In a short span, Odin found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although Elias's could not yet inflict true harm upon him, Odin understood that it was merely a matter of time. With this realization, Odin unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Sensing this force, Elias's halted his advance. Recklessly engaging a formidable yet unwieldy opponent without understanding their intent was an unwise course of action. At this juncture, Odin channeled a substantial amount of divine power into his sword. Rather than gradually succumbing to defeat, he chose to gamble everything on a single strike. Infused with this immense divine energy, Odin's sword radiated a brilliant luminescence, a dazzling glow imbued with an unmistakable sense of danger. As Odin's hand swept through the cosmos, a brilliant radiance emanated throughout the entire galaxy. His intention was to obliterate it entirely. No matter how swift Elias's might be, there was no escape from such a widespread assault. Observing this, Elias's remained stationary, although he could traverse to another galaxy in an instant. It felt inappropriate to evade when Odin was so resolute. Under Elias's volition, the energy of death across the galaxy surged forth, clashing with the dazzling brilliance unleashed by Odin's sword. In that moment, the destructive force that threatened the galaxy found itself in a stalemate against the energy of death. Just as Odin infused more divine power into his sword, he sensed an unusual shift behind him. Turning, he beheld the planet he had severed earlier, now revitalized by the energy of death, seemingly imbued with life. The planet surged toward Odin, braving the energy emitted by his sword. Though its surface was partially melted, it required more time to be completely consumed. Nevertheless, the planet reached Odin's vicinity and, with a gaping maw, devoured him whole. Upon consuming Odin, a violent radiance erupted from within the planet, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Harnessing the power of his sword, Odin surveyed the galaxy, only to be struck by a shocking revelation. The larger celestial bodies within this galaxy appeared as living entities, with even the nearby star's light transformed into a deep green hue of death energy. Witnessing the horrifying state of the galaxy and feeling the force of his sword firmly restrained by the energy of death, Odin invoked Heimdall through his divine power, continuously activating the blessings of the gods upon his destroyer's armor. Heimdall, upon receiving the message, wasted no time. The already prepared rainbow bridge surged with energy, unleashing a colossal prism of light directed by Odin. This radiant beam traversed the stars, swiftly reaching the galaxy where Odin battled Elias's and struck fiercely at the indicated location, where Elias's stood. Sensing the approach of the rainbow bridge's power, Elias's momentarily faltered, allowing a vast column of death energy to form, blocking the bridge's energy from entering the galaxy. However, this brief distraction granted Odin an opportunity. The blessings of the gods erupted with fervor, and Odin's figure materialized before Elias's in an instant, thrusting his sword directly into Elias's form. Yet in the next heartbeat, Elias's effortlessly swatted Odin aside, sending him hurtling thousands of miles away. Once Odin regained his composure, he was astonished to discover that the damage inflicted by his sword was visibly mending at an alarming rate, nearing complete restoration. Remarkable indeed, the formidable Odin, the king of gods, proves his prowess. The flippant voice of Elias's resonated within Odin's mind, as if Odin's sword wielded no effect upon him. In truth, this was indeed the case. Elias's essence had long been bound to the realm of the dead. As long as the realm endured, so too would Eliza's, and vice versa. Was this entity merely toying with him? Odin cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of humiliation. Never had he been so manipulated. Even the celestial beings he once bested had succumbed to his might. Yet this individual before him was able to toy with him at will. Contemplating this, Odin began to entertain thoughts of retreat. His current methods seemed ineffective against this presence. It appeared that this being possessed the capacity to contend with the celestial beings of yore. However, if he chose to flee now, it would pose difficulties for Hela. Yet, should he linger further, he risked becoming ensnared himself. Fortunately, following his prior defeat against the Celestial Assembly, Odin had devised strategies across the 9 realms that granted him the means to extricate himself from combat. Meanwhile, within the galaxy of Helheim, the Gungnir shaft, cast aside by Eliza's, began to radiate a golden light. Accompanying this illumination were shimmering runes. As the golden glow intertwined with the runes, Gungnir instantaneously transported itself beyond the galaxy where Odin resided. The 2 forms of light upon the spear began to pulse with a life of their own. As the luminescence danced, 7 points in the cosmos simultaneously ignited, their brilliance converging upon Gungnir's shaft, causing the surrounding space to destabilize. Eliza's swiftly sensed the anomaly. Although the energy emanating from Gungnir was formidable, it bore no threat, resembling more a forced spatial transport. Odin, my lord, who is the coward now? Odin remained silent, his divine power surging through his sword. In an instant, the space around him shattered under his might, and he vanished amidst the fragments. Eliza's, realizing he could not prevent Odin's escape, acted swiftly. A concentrated surge of death energy shattered the space nearby Gungnir. In the next moment, Odin's figure emerged before the death energy, caught off guard, causing him to stumble. This strike also disrupted the spatial integrity around Gungnir, failing to halt Odin's flight, yet managing to vex him nonetheless. When the time came for Asgard, surely Odin could not flee, and even if he attempted to, Asgard would remain trapped. Thus, Eliza's felt no distress. With a flash, Eliza's appeared near Hela, who remained pinned by the sword of death embedded in the ground. However, her will to resist had significantly waned, as a torrent of Eliza's power surged into her being. Odin has arrived, but he has already fled, retreating in a most disheveled manner. Hel, bending low, whispered softly into Hela's ear. Upon hearing this, Hela's eyes widened. To her, Odin was an invincible entity. For many years, she had devoted herself to breaking Odin's seal, yet only recently had she made any progress, and just as she began to succeed, she found herself in her current predicament. Gradually, Hela closed her eyes, and in an instant, her soul was ensnared by the realm of the dead. Under the guidance of Ilias, Hela's spirit manifested beside him. She then witnessed her own body being transformed by Ilias, as the energy of the dead realm swiftly assimilated her spirit after it had departed from her corporeal form. Once both her body and soul were entirely subsumed by the realm of the dead, Ilias forcibly returned her soul into her body. At this juncture, both Hela's body and soul wholly belonged to Ilias, and the incarnation of death residing within the realm of the dead observed this with palpable interest. When Hela finally rose again, she bowed her head before Ilias, her body and spirit conveying a singular truth. She was irrevocably bound to the realm of the dead, entirely belonging to Ilias, and thus to a being of even greater supremacy. With Hela's complete assimilation, Helheim too fell under the dominion of the dead realm, soon to be enveloped by its deathly energies, including the fragment of dimension that belonged to true Hel. Svartalfheim, the homeland of the Dark Elves, remained perpetually shrouded in darkness, its surface marred by rugged black mountains imbued with potent dark energy. Today, this desolate land received an unexpected visitor as a golden light streaked across the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and forming a vast crater. The first to arrive were several dark elf reconnaissance ships, from which over a dozen dark elves emerged, armed but not daring to approach hastily. Instead, they awaited the arrival of their king, Malakajizi. Soon, Malakajizi led a multitude of dark elves to the site, just as the golden figure in the crater propped itself up against a long object. As the golden figure rose, a chilling sensation gripped Malakajizi's heart, and he beheld what the figure was leaning upon, Gungnir. Recognizing Gungnir, Malakajizi swallowed hard, for it implied that the golden figure was highly likely Odin. This revelation filled him with both trepidation and a hint of glee. He worried about Odin's intentions for being there, yet felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought that Odin had clearly suffered a significant setback. Indeed, as the visor of the destroyer armor lifted, Odin's visage appeared before Malekith, but contrary to his expectations, this Odin appeared oddly youthful. Odin had originally intended to return directly to Asgard, but the blow dealt by Ilias had transported him to the Dark Elves' territory. However, he remained utterly unperturbed, clad in his formidable destroyer armor. He could stand there and let the Dark Elves strike at him without fear of breach. "Spicy chicken, now you shall kneel before me." Odin's commanding voice resonated powerfully, accompanied by divine energy that enveloped the surroundings, instilling a tremor of fear within the Dark Elves. Spicy Chicken felt this immense power and swallowed hard, then gently knelt on the ground. The multitude of Dark Elves behind him followed suit. Satisfied by this display, Odin nodded, thinking, "If I cannot subdue that fellow, surely I can manage you." Subsequently, Odin summoned the Rainbow Bridge to depart from this place. It was only after Odin had summoned the bridge and left that the Dark Elves rose to their feet. Spicy Chicken's eyes brimmed with hatred as he gazed in the direction Odin had vanished. Chapter 141. The eerie statue as the light of the Rainbow Bridge illuminated once more. Odin returned to his loyal Asgard. Although he still exuded a commanding presence, Heimdall keenly sensed that Odin might have sustained some injuries. Noticing the absence of others, Heimdall rushed forward to assist, but Odin gestured for him to refrain. The destroyer armor then transformed into a stream of light, returning to the treasury of Asgard. "Your Majesty." Heimdall, sensing Odin's waning divine power, felt a twinge of concern. However, Odin's mental state was markedly improved compared to before. While his divine energy would likely require time to replenish, it had been long since he had engaged in such an all-out battle. "Heimdall, you must closely monitor the Rainbow Bridge and the passages between the 9 realms. I shall summon Loki to assist you. I suspect that it will not be long before a cataclysm sweeps across the 9 realms." Odin turned to Heimdall, his countenance grave as he spoke. "By the will of the King of Gods." Heimdall replied, then turned with sword in hand, fixating his gaze upon the 9 realms. "No, now it must be referred to as the 7 realms." Furthermore, Heimdall proceeded to eliminate certain hidden passages through the Rainbow Bridge, although some particularly obscure routes would require Loki's assistance. Observing Heimdall immediately enter into a state of urgency, Odin nodded in approval and made his way toward the Hall of the Gods. Inside the hall, Thor and Loki awaited Odin's return. They were already aware of his departure, yet comprehended that their presence might prove counterproductive, so they opted to wait for Odin's triumphant return. "Loki, where do you think Father has gone?" Thor inquired, a sense of unease stirring within him. He directed his question toward his brother, whom he regarded as astute. He had already chastised Loki thoroughly, and he presumed that Loki would not dare deceive him at this moment. Loki's lips twitched at the question, and even with his lineage as the son of the Frost Giant King, the bruise at the corner of his mouth was evident. "How should I know where Father has gone? We need only await his victorious return. After all, he is invincible in battle." Thor nodded in response, and together the two brothers turned to face the throne, where Odin had now appeared, seated regally upon it. "Father, our king." As Thor and Loki spoke simultaneously, Odin, seated upon his throne, nodded with a semblance of satisfaction, though a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. If circumstances permitted, he would have wished for Hela to be present as well, yet it now appeared to be an impossibility. "Loki, journey to the Rainbow Bridge and assist Heimdall in obliterating all hidden passages between the 9 realms. Thor, summon the gods. We must re-envision the future of Asgard." In obedience to the will of the All-Father, both men acknowledged their orders, exchanging a glance that bore witness to their mutual astonishment. The task of annihilating secret pathways and reimagining the future suggested that significant events were unfolding under Odin's command. Nevertheless, their shock did little to hinder their swift action in response to Odin's decree. With their mobilization, all of Asgard stirred into action. Numerous warriors made their way towards the Celestial Palace, while the Rainbow Bridge activated repeatedly to methodically dismantle the clandestine routes between the realms. Concurrently, Earth mirrored Asgard's fervor, with the coalition known as the Legion of Salvation diligently establishing 2 major bases, as various governments offered their cooperation for a multitude of reasons. Meanwhile, members of S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to assist Nick Fury in securing a prominent position within the Legion. An intriguing development arose as the Legion hailed the summoned Artoria as the goddess of salvation. In light of diverse considerations, the United States and Britain promoted this new deity, with dignitaries from both nations seeking audiences with Artoria. After several requests, she emerged from seclusion at the behest of Zhong Hong. However, to maintain an air of mystery, she only provided suggestions regarding the construction of her statue. Initially, the statue's creation seemed a relatively minor affair, yet on the day it was completed, a divine radiance emanated from it, bestowing extraordinary power upon a few fortunate individuals, prompting all present to bow in reverence. This unexpected turn left the dignitaries, who had commissioned the statue for political purposes, in a state of disquiet. Furthermore, bolstered by the already rich tapestry of Western religious culture, a sect known as the cult of the goddess of salvation rapidly emerged. Now, regardless of belief, both politicians and the destitute alike were compelled to exhibit humility in the face of genuine miracles. This was precisely what Zhong Hong had envisioned. After all, the power of faith could amplify Artoria's strength, and with that augmentation, bestowing minor favors was not out of the question. Meanwhile, Carol was engrossed in both petting her cat and perusing the materials provided by S.H.E.L.D. In the days since her return, she had personally vanquished several demon spawn, although such creatures were exceedingly weak in her presence. Their formidable appearance and robust regenerative abilities compelled Carol to acknowledge the threat they posed. Moreover, their ability to seamlessly transition between human and demon forms added a layer of complexity to her concerns. No matter how strong she was, she could not simply unleash carnage amidst a crowd. Helpless, she found herself in the archives of S.H.I.E.L.D., intent on uncovering the vulnerabilities of those demons, or, at the very least, identifying them. She maintained a watchful stance towards the so-called cult of the savior goddess and the manifesting deity, for she possessed confidence in her own abilities, believing she could resolve any predicament that might arise. In her view, that cult was far less intriguing than a certain individual named Surti, particularly due to the allure of his plush ears, which sparked a desire to touch them. However, mindful of his formidable prowess, she refrained from taking any action. As for other entities, she scarcely paid them heed. The knight named Gawain failed to captivate her interest, for she could hardly believe that this seemingly weak figure, as perceived by her senses, could unleash such power. Amidst what appeared to be a well-organized series of undertakings on Earth, a fisherman hauling in his catch from the sea unearthed a peculiar statue. Instinctively repulsed by it, he could not ignore the intricate details that hinted at its extraordinary nature, realizing that it could alter the course of his life. The statue's form was indistinct, resembling neither human nor beast, crowned by an octopus-like head adorned with hundreds of twisting tentacles. It possessed massive forelimbs and a pair of tattered bat wings, with its formidable claws embedded deep within the base. The more he examined it, the more he appreciated the exquisite craftsmanship, leading him to take it in hand. Upon touching it, he felt a texture akin to fish slime, accompanied by a chilling yet oddly comforting sensation. As dusk approached, the fisherman resolved to bring the statue back to his village. In a fishing village in Northern Ireland, the fishermen who had ventured out for the day's catch were returning in small groups, gathering on the shore to tally their haul and clean their tools. Amidst their jovial banter as they secured their boats, a solitary small vessel approached the shore. Noticing this, one of the fishermen greeted its owner. "John, how was your catch today? Will you join us at sea tomorrow?" To his surprise, John hastily disembarked, clutching an object and sprinting towards the village, neglecting even to secure his boat. "That rascal," the fisherman muttered, securing his own boat before heading towards John's. Their livelihoods depended on these vessels, and if John's boat were to be swept away by the waves, his situation would undoubtedly worsen. Thus, he decided to assist in tying up John's boat. However, upon nearing the small craft, he discovered it was covered in the mucus of large mollusks, with traces of blood faintly visible. "Is this lad injured? Or did he let a big fish slip away?" He pondered. "Never mind. I shall check on him later. Living alone is not easy." With that, he secured John's small boat and returned home. At this moment, the fisherman named John had placed the eerie statue within his home and was engaged in a ritual of worship. Should anyone have been present, they would have observed that John's body was secreting a viscous substance reminiscent of that produced by fish. With each act of devotion, the statue emitted a faint luminescence, while John occasionally let out inhuman howls. As the howls intensified and the statue's glow flickered, John's transformation became increasingly pronounced. His eye sockets began to recede, and his eyes swelled, becoming round and protruding. More conspicuous changes manifested upon his skin, as his once lustrous hair rapidly fell away, revealing small, dark green scales sprouting across his flesh. Webbed appendages emerged from his hands, rupturing his shoes, while similar fin-like structures tore through the back of his clothing. His entire physique elongated considerably, with his upper body growing broader, creating a disconcerting imbalance between his upper and lower halves. At that moment, a voice from outside, belonging to the fisherman who had first encountered him, broke the unsettling silence. "John, how are you? Have you eaten? I brought you some smoked fish." This interruption momentarily halted John's transformation. His howls regained a semblance of humanity, though they still bore an unsettling quality. "I am well. I am merely resting. You should return," he replied, his voice fragmented and disconcerting, fueling the outsider's concern. Nevertheless, the fisherman refrained from entering John's dwelling and instead made his way to the home of the village leader, thinking that if something were amiss, it would be prudent to gather witnesses. Soon, a group of villagers arrived, unaware that their fates were about to be irrevocably altered. While such occurrences unfolded on land, the ocean was not spared either. Atlantis, the bastion of marine intelligence, found itself at the forefront of this upheaval. Its inhabitants succumbed to terrifying nightmares, including their guardian, Namor. The entire city of Atlantis descended into an eerie silence. Yet, beneath this bizarre dreamscape, the artifact in Namor's grasp, the trident of Neptune, emanated a soft, azure glow. Awakened abruptly by the light, Namor initially believed he had merely experienced a typical nightmare. However, upon realizing that all of Atlantis remained in silence, panic set in. Despite his efforts to awaken his kin, nothing worked. At that moment, the trident of Neptune illuminated once more, not to aid his people, but to offer him guidance. The visions presented by the trident seemed to indicate a quest to seek out a being with a peculiar white, egg-shaped head. Just as Namor pondered the meaning of this revelation, the trident directed him toward a path. Activating Atlantis' defense system, he followed the trident's guidance and departed the city. Simultaneously, due to the intervention of the goddess of salvation, Gawain was directly transported to the Hawaiian base by the Salvation Legion. As Gawain descended from the aircraft, Tony promptly approached him. "Hey Gawain, welcome to Hawaii." As Tony embraced Gavin, the gesture was naturally thwarted by Gavin. However, his gaze remained fixated on Tony's attire. Despite being within a heavily guarded military base, Tony was perpetually clad in his armor. Noticing this, Gavin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you been targeted for assassination?" Perceiving the rejection of his embrace, Tony promptly stepped back, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, just yesterday a soldier inexplicably detonated before me. Had I not been wearing my armor at all times, I might be speaking to you from a hospital bed right now." Gavin contemplated this, engaging in silent communication with Zhong Hong, who, intrigued, expressed surprise that Tony could be targeted even within a military base. The explosion suggested it was likely the work of the genius who had previously crossed Tony. Noticing Gavin's silence, Tony continued, "Moreover, the individual who attempted to assassinate me is rather peculiar. His entire body turns crimson before the explosion, reminiscent of the transformation of those demons. Thus, you must exercise caution." Gavin paused, taken aback. He had yet to seek trouble with the demons. Did those individuals dare to pursue him? Observing Gavin's incredulous expression, Tony cautioned, "You're no longer the same as before. The impact of King Arthur's emergence is profound, though there may be no overt threats from humanity. The covert machinations can be insidious. Nevertheless, they will soon be dealt with." Nodding in acknowledgement, Gavin followed Tony away from the scene. Meanwhile, at the Hawaii base, Nick Fury was conversing with several officers who, despite their identical uniforms, clearly hailed from different military backgrounds. These individuals were officers drawn from various governments to serve in the Salvation Corps, presently listening to Nick Fury as he analyzed the situation. "Gentlemen, based on the information we currently possess, this issue is not instigated by the underworld demons, but rather the work of an individual named Aldry Zakillian." Nick Fury's assertion sparked a discussion among the officers, one of whom, a Caucasian officer, directly addressed him. "So, this does not constitute a demonic incident?" To which Nick Fury affirmed, "According to our present intelligence, there is no indication of demonic involvement." Due to Nick Fury's engagement with the Salvation Corps, he gained access to more resources, rendering SHIELD's extensive global intelligence collection even more formidable. Furthermore, the emergence of new powers made Hydra's control over SHIELD increasingly challenging, thereby enhancing Nick Fury's grip on the agency. Chapter 143. The arrival of the Ancient One. Given this, let us swiftly apprehend that individual and his organization, the officer stated, turning to the other officers, who nodded in agreement. This response widened Nick Fury's single eye in surprise. In my opinion, such matters should be approached with caution, as mishandling them could yield significant repercussions. Nick Fury promptly articulated his perspective, asserting that such issues ought to dissipate quietly rather than be addressed with fanfare. The officers present exchanged subtle smiles, and the first officer to speak resumed, stating, "Our establishment is not merely a child's play. If there are no extraordinary events involved, then this situation should not have endured for so long, and that individual ought not to have provoked us. On this planet, as long as there are no extraordinary entities involved, we merely require coordinates." Following this, the officers commenced drafting a detailed operational plan, which left Nick Fury feeling somewhat uneasy. Soon, at the officers' behest, 2 fighter jets ascended directly from the base, equipped with certain technological innovations from Tony Stark, capable of reaching any location on Earth. This technology served to affirm Tony's value to the leadership of the Avengers, which was one of the reasons they decided to act swiftly after his bombing. After the 2 fighter jets took off, a transport aircraft followed. They needed to eliminate the remnants beneath the rubble following the jet's attack and recover any valuable assets. Thus, Killian found himself amidst a desolate ruin where the base had been obliterated by the Avengers. Fortunate enough that he was not present at the time and managed to escape with his life. He recognized that Tony himself could not have executed such a rapid response, and, realizing Tony's elevated status within the Avengers, chose to flee. At that moment, he recalled the organization that had provided him with Tony's location, suspecting he had been merely a pawn in their game. As Killian fled, he encountered those who had initially supplied him with information, but this time they were accompanied by an individual clad in a black mask. "Killian, you cannot run for long. Come with us, and it will be for the best for everyone. Isn't this predicament a result of your actions? Had it not been for your intel, how could I have so recklessly attempted to assassinate that bastard Stark? He was tempted to retaliate, yet his vaunted strength was thoroughly suppressed before the masked man. Even his explosive devices, crafted from the extremist virus, failed to inflict any harm. The masked figure was none other than Bucky, imbued with demonic powers. After enduring a thorough beating from Bucky, Killian reluctantly chose to comply and enter the vehicle, ultimately being taken to a Hydra base. Of course, Nick Fury was aware that Killian had not even located a body, yet he opted not to re-engage with the Avengers but instead directed SHIELD agents to discreetly manage the situation, for he was quite covetous of the extremist virus. While Nick Fury was orchestrating a series of arrangements, New York, now in ruins, welcomed a new visitor, Namor, who, considering the safety of his kin, dared not rest for even a moment. Though Namor is the sovereign of Atlantis, he was profoundly astonished upon witnessing the ruins of New York. The city had been reduced to mere remnants, populated by opportunistic adventurers who, after gleaning their fortunes, faced the threat of various factions eager to seize their spoils. The outskirts of New York were cluttered with an abundance of construction machinery, given its prime geographical location. The government could not afford to abandon the city. Funds had been allocated for its reconstruction, yet the efficiency of these efforts left much to be desired. Nevertheless, amidst his astonishment, Namor did not lose sight of his purpose. Guided by the trident, he traversed to a dilapidated street, where, in a moment of perplexity, the trident emitted a radiant glow. Subsequently, the surroundings transformed, the shattered streets morphing into a Victorian-style brownstone edifice. Just as Namor contemplated entering, several golden portals materialized before him. As the portals formed, a figure resembling a white egghead emerged, revealing itself to be the Ancient One, who promptly dismissed the other sorcerers present. Following the battle in New York, after Artoria restored the 3 sanctuaries' magical arrays, the Ancient One fortified her guardianship over them. Not only were sorcerers assigned to watch over each sanctuary, but she herself would often remain stationed at one of them, occasionally traversing to other sanctuaries via teleportation. In a newly established magical array, the Ancient One had discerned not only the previous sanctuary's functions, but also sensed a novel force that seemed to target the malevolent power that had manifested that day. This revelation prompted her to appear before Namor at the very moment he arrived. Upon encountering him, the Ancient One felt perplexed. She could not recall any connection with the ruler of Atlantis, nor could he possibly be aware of the sanctuary's locations. With this in mind, she opted for direct communication, increasingly vexed by the feeling of being out of control. Namor of Atlantis, what brings you here? Namor, upon encountering the white egghead, promptly divulged his lineage and identity without suspicion. I beseech you, save my people. They are ensnared in a maddening dream. I sense that this force is profoundly evil. The Ancient One furrowed her brow at his words, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Yet, observing Namor's demeanor, she sensed no deceit and thus commenced a teleportation spell, leading him onward. When they next emerged, they found themselves above the waters of Atlantis. Namor was once again taken aback by such an extraordinary method, and he gestured for her to follow. However, upon glancing at the Ancient One, he noticed her furrowed brow, indicating her unease. She sensed something amiss, as this eerie power invoked troubling thoughts. She had communicated with other versions of herself across the multiverse. Through this means, she acquired numerous secrets from various universes, among which was a terrifying entity. If it were indeed that dreadful thing, it would spell great trouble. However, although the nature of the power bore a striking resemblance to what had been described by the Ancient One, it did not exhibit the overwhelming strength noted in those accounts. Perhaps it was merely a similar phenomenon? With this thought in mind, the Ancient One returned to the New York Sanctum, where she left a temporal anchor point to facilitate her return to that moment. Only then did she journey back to the waters of Atlantis, signaling Namor to lead the way. Chapter 144. The Nightmare of Atlantis. As the Ancient One entered Atlantis, her previously tense demeanor began to ease somewhat. Indeed, this power was significantly weaker than what had been depicted in the accounts of the Ancient One. Soon, she beheld Namor's kin, and at that moment, Namor looked upon his people, trapped in a dreamlike state, his face etched with helplessness. He could not comprehend the situation, but fortunately, he had followed the Trident's guidance to locate her. At this juncture, the Ancient One began to grasp the plight of Namor's people. This eerie force was affecting their minds. Though it initially manifested as nightmares, prolonged exposure would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thankfully, Namor had sought her assistance in time, and all was still salvageable. After awakening Namor's kin with her magic, she sensed something amiss. Although she effortlessly roused them, she could distinctly feel that the influence of that force had not entirely dissipated. It was imperative to eliminate the source to eradicate the issue. With this in mind, she promptly initiated the Sanctum's magical array, but despite thorough examinations, no signs of dimensional intrusion were found, leaving the Ancient One somewhat bewildered. Could this force be something inherently present on Earth? Yet the moment that thought crossed her mind, she instinctively dismissed it. She had been the Sorcerer Supreme for over a century and had never encountered such a phenomenon on Earth. However, the Sanctum's array was not solely designed to monitor dimensional incursions, but also to detect various energies present on the planet. Yet, the array revealed no powerful energy sources in the vicinity. In fact, a considerable area exhibited energy levels significantly lower than the surrounding regions, with the center of this area displaying an alarmingly low energy concentration. At this juncture, this posed the most significant problem. The Ancient One resolved to venture toward that location. But as she began to cast a teleportation spell, one that was exceedingly simple for her, it inexplicably failed. Namor, witnessing the awakening of his kin, was overjoyed, but prudently inquired of the sorceress whether there would be any lingering dangers. The Ancient One candidly conveyed her concerns, prompting Namor to rally his people. He divided his forces, sending one contingent to accompany himself and the Ancient One in search of the root cause of the disturbance, while the other remained behind to safeguard the vulnerable, women, children, and the elderly of Atlantis. If the fortified defenses of Atlantis could not protect them, their departure would only lead to greater peril. Ancient One did not refuse, and now the teleportation magic had failed. leaving her without a direct means to reach that place. Under the command of Namor, the forces of Atlantis swiftly mobilized. Some piloted machines capable of rapid underwater movement, while others summoned their colossal beast allies. A variety of weapons and machinery were drawn from their armories. Yet their beastly allies remained unresponsive. Even after the assembly of the Atlantean army, the giants had not yet arrived. However, just as they were about to depart, resonant roars echoed in the distance. Yet amidst these roars lay a hint of madness. What once inspired awe now filled hearts with dread. These colossal creatures were imbued with a strange power, transformed beyond recognition, as if some malevolent force had set them a formidable challenge. The voice of Ancient One resonated directly within the minds of all Atlanteans, yet some harbored deep-seated affection for these familiar beasts. They vociferously deterred their brethren from launching an attack, and the words of the sorcerer combined with their own sentiments placed Namor in a quandary. In Namor's moment of hesitation, the beasts entered their detection range. The moment the Atlanteans laid eyes upon these creatures, those who had earlier hesitated to strike unleashed their assaults without awaiting Namor's command. A barrage of attacks emanated from their hands, targeting what were once their friends. The flesh and blood of the giants splattered, dark blood staining the ocean as if animated, clawing closer to the Atlanteans. Yet, under the might of Atlantean technology, they were swiftly diminished, though the resilient giants seized the opportunity to draw nearer to the Atlantean forces. Faced with this predicament, Namor took decisive action. The trident he wielded emanated a ghostly blue light as he charged towards a creature resembling a whale. The corporeal form of the beast ultimately could not withstand the might of the divine artifact. The trident effortlessly cleaved through its body and at Namor's speed. The creature was soon reduced to mere chunks. Just as he prepared to replicate this feat, the remaining giants glimmered with magical light. Under the enchantments of Ancient One, these robust beings, capable of resisting the technological weaponry of Atlantis, disintegrated into ashes in less than a heartbeat. We must hasten. The ramifications of that entity's influence will only grow. Ancient One's voice reverberated once more in the minds of the Atlanteans. This time, no dissent arose. Concurrently, Namor's trident glowed with a cerulean light, guiding him toward a specific direction. Observing this, Namor immediately took the lead, with the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, beneath the Atlantic, countless dark green figures knelt before the palace. These figures are none other than the Deep Ones, regardless of their prior forms. They have now been transformed into Deep Ones by the power of the Relia projection. Suddenly, several prominent Deep Ones emitted a cacophony of roars, a series of eerie syllables conveying their message. Blasphemers are advancing in this direction. We must not allow them to disturb our God. Upon hearing this, the Deep Ones responded en masse, filling the waters with their bizarre howls. Amidst the din, a multitude of Deep Ones surged toward the direction of Namor, including some of particularly exaggerated stature. Conversely, others ventured in the entirely opposite direction, intent on spreading the glory of their deity. Meanwhile, a frenzied scene unfolded in the fishing village where the strange statue resided. John, the first to be tainted, had completely transformed into a Deep One. The villagers, forcibly converted by John, were in the midst of an eerie ritual around a bonfire, those yet to be fully transformed. The bizarre statue was placed upon a makeshift altar, and as the unsettling ceremony progressed, it emanated a murky green light. Under this illumination, the transformation of the fishermen into Deep Ones accelerated, with many developing fish-like gills and scales. It would not be long before all the villagers were entirely converted into Deep Ones. Chapter 145. The Uncanny Realm. As Doctor Strange and Namor journeyed toward the Relia projection, a global wave of horrific dreams simultaneously unfolded. A multitude of humans experienced the same nightmarish visions. Although the specifics of their dreams varied, they shared a chilling commonality: grotesque, monstrous beings and immense, unsettling edifices. If only a few individuals had encountered such dreams, they would have gone unnoticed. However, the sheer number of occurrences worldwide was alarming. Steve, too, succumbed to the dream. Witnessing the annihilation of the world, and despite his utmost efforts, he remained powerless to intervene. Soon, Namor and Doctor Strange made contact with several Deep Ones. Initially, they operated only on the periphery of the Atlantean forces. However, as their numbers swelled, the Deep Ones launched a fierce assault. They proved to be more agile underwater than even the most nimble Atlanteans, and the Atlantean weaponry required consecutive hits to inflict significant damage. Only Namor's trident could effortlessly harm the Deep Ones, yet their overwhelming numbers left Namor struggling to fend for himself. If this continued, the Atlantean army would soon be obliterated by the Deep Ones. However, the presence at the scene was not limited to the Atlantean forces and Namor. Observing the Atlanteans at a disadvantage, Dr. Strange swiftly unleashed several spells. The once menacing Deep Ones were instantly subdued by Dr. Strange, who, being a powerful entity, posed no challenge to these newly birthed beings. Under the reluctant protection of several larger deep divers, the deep divers swiftly dispersed. After swiftly dealing with those few divers, Gawain did not pursue them further, believing that once they reached the central area, all issues would be resolved. Soon, Gawain and her companions pressed onward. Yet the path ahead was fraught with turbulence, as deep divers intermittently attempted to obstruct their progress, accompanied by frenzied sea behemoths and oceanic currents conjured by the divers. However, with Gawain commanding the Atlantean forces, the divers' efforts proved futile. Though they continued their advance, an overwhelming sense of dread began to permeate their souls, initially manifesting only among the ordinary Atlantean soldiers. Yet as they delved deeper, even Namor could sense an inexplicable terror, while most of the Atlantean soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Observing this, Gawain gestured with her hand, enveloping everyone in a magical shield to alleviate the issue. However, once the immediate concern was addressed, a look of apprehension clouded her eyes. It appeared she had underestimated the entity. This insidious force was undeniably disconcerting. Perhaps ordinary individuals should not have been involved. Despite the Atlantean soldiers being slightly stronger than typical human soldiers, they were no different in the face of such a bizarre phenomenon. Yet having arrived at this juncture, sending them back would only heighten the peril. Thus, they had no choice but to press on. Before long, they found themselves in a peculiar marine expanse. Logically, such depths should be shrouded in darkness. Yet this area radiated an eerie green glow. This strange luminescence allowed them to see far, yet beneath its illumination, a sense of fear began to creep into their hearts, even stirring a twinge of anxiety within Gawain. Although she quickly suppressed this feeling, it nonetheless startled her. It had been a long time since she had experienced such emotions. The influence of this marine domain on one's psyche and spirit was profound. In a bid to expedite their escape from this unsettling predicament, they steeled themselves and continued onward with Namor. They had not traveled far when the Atlantean military apparatus plummeted to the ocean floor, as if the water in this area had completely lost its buoyancy. Fortunately, some devices remained functional enough to traverse the seabed. However, this bizarre spectacle only heightened their collective tension. The Atlanteans could still breathe, reassuring them that they remained submerged. As they gazed deeper into the abyss, not only did fear wash over them, but an almost magnetic allure beckoned them to venture further. Reluctantly, they piloted the mechanized contraptions capable of crawling along the ocean floor, yet the vehicles had limited capacity, compelling some to disembark and proceed on foot. Namor, who had been swimming in the ocean, eventually found himself at the seabed. Undeterred by his predicament, he employed his mutant abilities, sprouting several pairs of small wings from his feet, which could even enable him to fly. However, in this realm, they proved ineffective, and the light emanating from Namor's trident flickered sporadically. Ultimately, both Namor and the Ancient One had no choice but to advance using a mechanical contraption. Fortunately, the terrifying fishmen did not reappear. As they progressed, they beheld a colossal ancient wall that seemed to have stood the test of time. My goodness, this is far more magnificent than Atlantis. What kind of adversary necessitates the construction of such a wall? Namor's astonished voice resonated with his subjects, as the awe-inspiring architecture was truly breathtaking. Unlike Namor and the others, the Ancient One sensed something deeper. She felt a disconnection between the space and the outside world, though the sensation remained somewhat nebulous. Upon witnessing the immense wall, the group continued their journey, the Atlanteans gazing at the distant structure with a mixture of fear and longing, a strange exhilaration subtly blossoming within them. Soon, they arrived at the base of the wall, captivated by its grandeur. However, they soon realized that the wall was not entirely clear. Strange inscriptions seemed to be etched upon it, yet they were indecipherable, as if the wall itself were an illusion. Just as the group strained to discern the inscriptions, the Ancient One cast a spell towards the wall. To their astonishment, the magic passed directly through the wall. In that moment, the Ancient One confirmed her suspicions. This space was not a direct manifestation, but rather a projection. This explained why the Sanctum's magical array had not reacted. It was neither a dimensional incursion nor a magical creation. Yet, this revelation deepened the Ancient One's perplexity. If a mere projection could exert such influence, the actual entity's arrival could potentially unleash cataclysmic havoc upon the universe. While the Ancient One pondered these implications, an Atlantean soldier reached out to touch the gate. Unlike the Ancient One's magic, his hand made contact with the gate. At that instant, the enormous gate swung open with a thunderous noise, and tendrils composed of dark matter surged forth. The soldier was the first to be ensnared, consumed in an instant and reduced to a desiccated husk, so swiftly that even the Ancient One could not react in time. By the moment she unleashed her magic, the soldier was irrevocably lost, and fear washed over the faces of the Atlanteans. Even the Ancient One furrowed her brow. In that fleeting moment, the gate had indeed manifested as a tangible entity. Yet, within her perception, this space remained a projection. Resolute, she cast another spell at the gate, but once again, her magic merely passed through it. This left the Ancient One somewhat perplexed. She contemplated tracing the source of this projection, but the moment this thought emerged, she extinguished it with great resolve. Merely the projection itself was so enigmatic. To recklessly pursue its origin would surely invite terrifying consequences. However, the black tendrils, having absorbed the unfortunate soldier, exhibited a menacing inclination toward the Atlanteans. Yet, the Ancient One chose not to confront them directly. Instead, she cast a spell to seal them away, clearly intending to study them in depth once the current matters were resolved. Through the door opened by the ill-fated soldier, the group beheld the distant expanse of a colossal palace, which from afar loomed as if it were a dwelling for giants. You may wait here for a while. It seems there won't be any immediate danger. I must venture to that palace. The Ancient One spoke to Namor, for that palace appeared anything but secure. It was likely that all of Namor's kin might meet their demise there. The Atlanteans would not cower in the face of danger, nor would they bow before their foes. Namor gazed at the Ancient One, his eyes brimming with determination. He was not one to fear for his life. Entrusting his kin's fate to another once had been sufficient, and he had no desire to repeat such an ordeal. Yet, the prospect of their potential demise weighed heavily on him. Are you still willing to send him there? The Ancient One reiterated the stakes, unwilling to witness Namor's people perish unnecessarily. Namor paused, momentarily taken aback, then resolved to convey this news to his kin, for he did not wish to conceal such a situation from them. My people, this esteemed sorceress intends to venture into that perilous place. I shall accompany her. This location is fraught with danger, and it could cost us our lives. I do not wish to hide this from you. Those who wish to join may do so, while those who prefer to remain may stay here. I will not compel you. After speaking, Namor stepped behind the Ancient One, followed by the majority of the Atlanteans who chose to stand with him. For them, this was hardly a matter of danger. Indeed, some gazed at the palace with eyes full of longing. Just as the Ancient One led the Atlanteans toward the palace, a wondrous spectacle unfolded near the void of the cosmos. Hundreds of planet-sized biological warships simultaneously executed a spatial leap, causing a tumultuous ripple throughout the surrounding hundreds of star systems. Yet, while the sight was magnificent, it instilled sheer terror in the inhabitants of the void. Such a vast fleet could hardly be there for trade. Even if they wished to flee, there was no escape, as the void was now surrounded tightly, with no vessel able to breach the formidable blockade formed by these biological warships. However, as these warships approached the void, they were met with a barrage of attacks, all originating from the Collector's prized possessions. The Collector, having anticipated the arrival of the Zerg fleet, meticulously packed his collection and prepared a substantial array of artifacts to set a trap. However, this sudden onslaught did not perturb the Zerg fleet. Their exteriors surged with vast amounts of cosmic energy, intricately woven together under the unified will of the Zerg. At that moment, the entire fleet seemed to function as a singular entity, coalescing into a massive cosmic energy tidal wave. This tide spread at speeds surpassing light, obliterating the Collector's treasures in its path. The remaining celestial bodies within this star system were shattered, including the head of a celestial being from the divine assembly, whose essence was instantaneously erased by this formidable force. Hidden in a secluded location, both the Collector and the High Celestial were taken aback, their breaths caught in their throats. Fortuitously, they had refrained from recklessly engaging with such a formidable fleet. Otherwise, they would have surely faced a brutal defeat. Nevertheless, the Collector's eyes brimmed with anguish, for these artifacts had been painstakingly gathered over countless epochs. Although superior replacements now existed for each item, the sudden loss of so many filled him with profound sorrow. Something was amiss. These artifacts were disrupting the cosmic order, altering the very flow of cosmic energy, as if a colossal shadow loomed over them. The High Celestial's words piqued the Collector's attention. He too had sensed that ominous shadow, yet to truly perceive its nature required a mental probe. However, both were reluctant to confront this unknown entity, especially so close to those accursed beings. An unsettling realization struck them. They had been detected. "We must flee," exclaimed the High Celestial, who, in a moment of astonishment, recognized that the wretched creatures had encircled them in a vast perimeter. This revelation sent a shiver down the High Celestial's spine, for the Collector had assured him that within this device, they were undetectable. Following the High Celestial's alarm, the Collector hastily activated a mysterious apparatus. Simultaneously, spatial fluctuations erupted around the encroaching Zerg warships. As these fluctuations converged, the space surrounding the High Celestial and the Collector felt as if it had been locked, severing any hope of escape through spatial means. Yet, upon activating the device, their figures vanished, only to re-emerge outside the Zerg fleet's encirclement. In their wake remained a small void, and, similarly, the location of their reappearance bore a counterpart of this enigmatic emptiness. To the Zerg warship's perception, these voids were not of this universe. They resembled substances from beyond the cosmos itself. As the Zerg warship sought to further perceive its surroundings, the two voids abruptly vanished, akin to wounds healing. At this moment, Zhong Hong, who was observing, began to comprehend the analysis provided by the Zerg consciousness. It turned out that the Collector's device had allowed them to traverse a distance beyond the cosmos in a manner reminiscent of ripples in water, subsequently returning them to their original state. During this process, they were not even within this universe. Thus, conventional spatial seals could not confine them. Chapter 147. The Zerg Celestial, however, confinement was of little concern, as the primary objective had never been them. After pursuing the High Sovereign and the Collector for a brief interval, the Zerg fleet ceased its chase, turning instead to absorb various substances from the surrounding star systems. A greater number of Zerg warships targeted the head of the Celestial group, releasing a multitude of smaller organisms from within the larger vessels. The head of the Celestial group became enshrouded by a dense layer of Zerg units, rendering the original surface nearly invisible. Through rapid analysis, the Zerg consciousness swiftly decoded the genetic structure of the Celestial group, after which the Zerg units halted their consumption of the head, their forms dissolving away. Nearby, several massive Zerg warships extended siphon-like appendages towards the Celestial group's head, injecting peculiar substances within. As these materials were continuously infused, the head of the Celestial group seemed to regain vitality, even the once hollow eye sockets gleaming with light. Evidently, the Zerg were assimilating the head of the Celestial group. As the assimilation progressed, it became enveloped in a cocoon-like structure, drawing an immense influx of cosmic energy towards it. Once a fleet was left for defense, the remaining Zerg warships began to cocoon themselves in place. Although replicating a Celestial group was not particularly cost-effective, the genetic advantages for the Zerg warships were substantial. The Zerg's incursion into the void naturally drew considerable attention. Following the obliteration of Sakastar, nearly all civilizations capable of observing the Zerg were monitoring them. However, due to the remarkable speed of the Zerg warships, only a select few advanced civilizations could swiftly locate the new positions the Zerg had reached. Emotional metrics were recorded as follows. From the Collector, 2430 from the High Sovereign, 2420 from Thanos. 680, what are they doing? Although the High Sovereign and the Collector had distanced themselves from the pursuing Zerg fleet, they did not continue to flee. While they held a deep-seated fear of the Zerg, their curiosity was equally piqued. It seemed as if they were undergoing evolution. Should we intervene? The Collector gazed incredulously at the High Sovereign and replied, "Intervene? Why should we?" Observing this phenomenon were certainly not just the two of them. Why had others not intervened? The High Sovereign nodded in agreement. After all, both he and the Collector had lost their homes, granting them the freedom to roam the cosmos. Yet others were not afforded the same liberty. Regardless of the renowned champions or the illustrious empires, they have yet to endure a severe blow. Thus, there is no need for oneself or the Collectors to wade into murky waters. With this thought, the High Celestial Master fell silent, while the Collector continued to observe the transformations of the Zerg fleet. As the Zerg warships emerged from their chrysalis, no force dared to intervene, for no one wished to be the first to confront them, even though it was widely acknowledged that this was the Zerg fleet's most vulnerable moment. After concluding their evolution, these Zerg warships swiftly advanced to the periphery, forming a more formidable defensive line, while the previously vigilant Zerg vessels commenced their own evolution. It was only when these warships completed their metamorphosis that the cocoon formed from the Celestial Master's head began to change. As the nebulous matter of the void was nearly entirely siphoned away by the massive chrysalis. Once the surrounding cosmic material was thoroughly depleted, the cocoon finally shattered, giving birth to a colossal entity. This being a fusion of the Celestial Master's head, the void's essence, and Zerg genetic technology had shed its cranial form, now resembling a streamlined whale gliding through the cosmos, with a multitude of tendrils forming its tail. Yet, upon closer inspection, certain features of the Celestial Master could still be discerned. The newly hatched warships now unfurled their bodies freely in the universe, causing the surrounding cosmic energies to ripple with their movements. As the Zerg vessels rapidly divided into multiple fleets, the Zerg began to expand outward from the void, a spectacle that did not escape the notice of the powerful beings and civilizations. However, at this moment, they all chose to adopt a quivering demeanor. No one wished to escalate tensions with the Zerg fleet until the situation became clearer. The Zerg warships birthed from the Celestial Master's head were incessantly generating various materials through the Celestial Master's powers, which in turn spawned new Zerg units, transforming the area into a hatching ground for the Zerg. Soon, the entire star system would be engulfed by the Zerg, marking a significant escalation in their magnitude. The Zerg's frenzied expansion was certainly not overlooked. Arithium of the Celestial Master had been observing them for some time, and now confirmed that this race brought only destruction. Perhaps it was time to rectify this egregious error, as Arithium understood that this was no longer a problem that could be resolved alone. Thus, he began to communicate with other celestial beings across the universe. Although the Zerg's desecration of the Celestial Master's head provoked widespread anger, the members of the Celestial Council responded to Arithium's summons, yet they refrained from taking immediate action, for the extermination of a race necessitated prolonged deliberation. Some members of the Celestial Council believed that this species was a natural occurrence within the universe and would not engender irreversible consequences for the cosmos. Even if those races were consumed, it would merely reflect the laws of the universe. A heated dispute arose among the members of the Celestial Assembly regarding this matter, granting the insectoid race additional time for development. Within the hallowed halls of Asgard, Odin summoned Loki to his side, subsequently presenting him with a remarkable object. Upon receiving it, Loki's countenance reflected sheer astonishment, for it was none other than the frost giant's treasure, the icebound coffer. A sense of foreboding crept into Loki's heart. He could not fathom why Odin had suddenly chosen to unveil this artifact and entrust it to him. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Loki's anxious expression prompted Odin to wave his hand, interrupting his son's inquiry. "The icebound coffer can only realize its full potential in your hands. Treasures languish in the vault, gathering dust, until they find their rightful bearer to shine." Odin's words stirred a tempest within Loki's soul, amplifying his trepidation. To Loki's knowledge, many items in Odin's treasury lay dormant. If there were no pressing matters, why would his father bestow such a treasure upon him? Observing Loki's demeanor, Odin chose not to conceal the truth. He spoke directly. "The prophecy of Ragnarok draws near. I once believed that my strength alone would suffice, but now I fear it may not be enough. So, Father, do you wish for me to harness the power of the icebound coffer?" Loki inquired, his resolve hardening at the revelation. "Indeed, Loki, hero of Asgard, are you willing to fight for me and for Asgard?" Loki's expression transformed into one of determination. He placed his fist over his heart and proclaimed with fervor, "Is my honor." Chapter 148. The nightmare descends pleased by Loki's response. Odin nodded in satisfaction, well aware of his son's capabilities. In these tumultuous times, Loki's cunning nature would undoubtedly serve him better than Thor's more straightforward disposition. Loki, take some time to familiarize yourself with the powers of the Icebound Coffer. Furthermore, you possess the ability to wield magic on numerous occasions. Odin offered some guidance regarding Loki's combat approach. After all, it would be a disservice to confine such a sorcerer to mere physical confrontation. An idea crossed Odin's mind. Perhaps he could encourage Loki to learn from the supreme sorcerer. Loki, momentarily taken aback, realized he had always fought in this manner. Yet he nodded in agreement. Surely Odin would not lead him astray. Loki, focus on mastering the Icebound Coffer's capabilities. Now, unless there is anything else, you may return. With that, Loki departed from the Celestial Palace, fully aware that he needed to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Icebound Coffer. After sending Loki on his way, Odin approached Frigga. As the foremost sorceress of the Nine Realms, she was well aware of the prophecy of Ragnarok and understood Odin's intentions to some extent. Odin sat beside Frigga in contemplative silence. Although their union had been politically motivated, their bond had grown indomitable over the millennia. Have you encountered the spicy chicken shreds? Upon encountering Odin, it was Frigga who first broke the silence. She was aware of the spicy chicken shreds, even foreseeing that she would meet her demise at their hands due to Ragnarok in the near future. In response to his queen's query, Odin nodded. He had already encountered the spicy chicken shreds. Frankly, he felt no fear of such a foe now. If it were indeed the spicy chicken shreds, Ragnarok would seem but a jest. However, the cosmos had become rife with elements beyond his comprehension, from the so-called infernal demons of Earth to the formidable being named Ilias. Along with the phantoms of that day, all posed challenges he could not face. The spicy chicken shreds cannot harm you now. Asgard cannot afford to lose its queen. And I believe our era has not yet drawn to a close. At his words, Frigga smiled gently, perceiving Odin's reluctance to part with her. Had she wished it, with her prowess, the spicy chicken shreds would never have been able to vanquish her. Yet, the prophecy was as such, should one resist it. It would morph ceaselessly until an insurmountable challenge emerged. Do you truly wish to defy the prophecy? Frigga's voice bore a note of concern. She too was loath to part with Odin, yet she understood that this path might lead to an even more unbearable outcome. Observing the worry in Frigga's eyes, Odin sighed. The prophecy had long since changed. Should Asgard fall this time, the chance for reconstruction might vanish entirely. He then delivered a piece of news that transformed Frigga's countenance. Hela is dead. Frigga was aware that Odin had encountered significant tribulations during his last expedition, but she never anticipated the demise of Hela. She understood Hela's strength. Though Helheim differed from Asgard, Hela was undeniably a formidable force. Few within the Nine Realms could contend with her, and even Thor at that moment did not measure up to Hela. How could this be? Frigga's heart sank. Although their mother-daughter bond was not particularly strong, Hela had grown up before her eyes, and the news of her death was not something she could simply dismiss. I witnessed Hela being slain by the warrior known as Ilias. I exerted my utmost effort, but could not triumph over him. He evoked the same sensation as those celestial beings of yore. Odin spoke with a flow of words that starkly contrasted his demeanor before Loki. In the external realm, even when facing his own son, he could not afford to show weakness. Yet, before Frigga, he felt no such obligation. Listening to Odin's account, Frigga fell into silence. She did not know the extent of Ilias' strength, but she was well aware of Odin's capabilities. Before encountering those celestial beings, Odin had been invincible, conquering frost giants, fire giants, and any other adversary. However, everything changed with the arrival of those deities. Clad in the battle armor blessed by the gods, Odin could not secure victory, and his defeats came swiftly. Now, he openly confessed to experiencing the sensation of facing the celestial beings when confronted with that formidable warrior. In a moment, Odin and Frigg were enveloped in silence. However, Frigg understood that Odin was not one to concede defeat easily. Once he set his mind on something, even in the face of failure, he would take action. At that moment, all Odin required was her companionship. After a prolonged silence, Odin's spirits lifted considerably, for he always found solace in Frigg's presence. He extended his hand, summoning the staff of the mind into his grasp, and then presented it to Frigg. As the nominal foremost mage of the Nine Realms, Frigg's magical prowess far surpassed that of Loki, and and the staff would find greater expression in her hands. Accepting the staff without hesitation, Frigg resolved that since Odin had chosen to confront the prophecy, she would not allow him to fight alone. Odin's lips curled into a smile at this, mirrored by Frigg's own. After thousands of years together, they had become inseparable parts of one another. After another stretch of travel, Gu, and Namor, along with the others, finally arrived before the colossal palace. Although they had anticipated its size, standing before the magnificent edifice left them in awe, some Atlanteans even gazing upon it with adoration. Gu cast a spell towards the grand hall, yet it merely passed through, unable to touch the structure. However, she sensed that the palace was emanating a relentless flow of power. Frowning, Gu attempted to seal the space with her magic, only to discover that she could not disturb the fabric of this realm. Uncertain of how to resolve this predicament, a green light suddenly burst forth from within the palace. The light swept over the Atlanteans, shattering the shield Gu had left behind, plunging them into a frenzy. I see it. I see it all. This is the truth of the world. Great Old One, we worship you. The Old One who was, is, and shall always be. Various frenzied cries erupted from their lips, while terrifying transformations began to unfold upon them. Scales and gills rapidly sprouted from their bodies as they swiftly morphed towards the form of deep dwellers. Even Gu, swept by the radiance, felt a momentary disorientation, but her formidable mental strength quickly liberated her from its influence. Though Namor's mental fortitude paled in comparison to Gu's, he wielded an artifact. Upon contact with the green light, a blue glow manifested upon his trident, standing defiantly against it. Yet, the blue light was clearly at a disadvantage, barely managing to shield Namor from the effects. This unexpected turn of events plunged everyone into a state of crisis. However, the ordeal was far from over. Following the blinding light, all present sensed the earth quaking beneath them, as if some unimaginable behemoth were about to emerge from the palace. In Chapter 149, The Retreat of Ancient One, the ocean depths trembled with each resounding footfall as the transformation of the Atlantean soldiers intensified with every tremor. Unbeknownst to their enemies, these warriors had already succumbed to a complete loss of combat capability. Upon witnessing this, Ancient One instinctively attempted to envelop the palace in a mirror dimension, yet found it impossible to conjure such magic within this realm. Even invoking the Eye of Agamotto to reset the time surrounding the Atlantean soldiers proved futile. The only element that altered was the sand on the ocean floor, while the palace and the soldiers appeared untouched by the passage of time. Soon, the source of the ominous sound manifested before Ancient One, plunging her into darkness as her spirit was besieged by an overwhelming sense of corruption. The entity before her was colossal, vaguely resembling a dragon, yet adorned with grotesque tentacles, decayed bat-like wings, and fish-like fins, presenting a nightmarish visage that seemed utterly unnatural. It was only by recalling the image of the Emperor Vishani that she could dispel her disorientation, quickly replaced by a profound revulsion towards the creature, which should not exist in this world. The transformed Atlantean soldiers, upon glimpsing this abomination, were unable to withstand the horror. They emitted inhuman cries as their eyes burst, scales and flesh disintegrating into a foul, putrid mass. Witnessing the devastation of his kin, Namor, in a frenzy, charged towards the apparition, his trident glowing with azure light as he unleashed a furious assault. A mournful wail erupted from the depths of the fallen deity, causing the surrounding oceanic space to spiral into a vortex centered around it. Namor, caught in the swirling maelstrom, was swept away, while Ancient One managed to stabilize herself through magic. She then cast a spell at the fallen deity, only for it to pass through its form without inflicting any harm. Ancient One's expression darkened as she realized the gravity of the situation. Namor had been able to strike at the entity's physical form, albeit without effect. Yet she found herself unable to even make contact. What was the nature of this phenomenon? Nevertheless, she refused to yield, casting a myriad of spells, all of which inexplicably traversed through the fallen deity's body, as if absorbed by the palace itself. As Ancient One paused to assess the circumstances, she was alarmed to discover that several of those colossal monstrosities had reappeared around her, causing her pupils to dilate in shock. According to the words of another Ancient One, although those terrifying entities wield bizarre powers capable of causing immense calamities, there's been no mention of them possessing the ability to be completely immune to attacks. Meanwhile, seated upon the throne of the palace, the fallen god silently observed the Ancient One. Among those fallen entities, including the one that Ancient One believed to be attacking her, was merely a manifestation influenced by its psychic power. Its true form had never emerged. Everything transpired through mental influence, and to this day, Ancient One had yet to make any offensive move. As Ancient One's attacks proved fruitless, a sense of agitation began to stir within her. Just as she prepared to unleash a more potent spell to obliterate this sea, she suddenly became aware that something was amiss with her own state. In a swift motion, Ancient One invoked the Eye of Agamotto, and its formidable power restored her to a state of normalcy. Gazing at the eerie palace and the non-existent giant, a twinge of dread crept into her heart. Upon glancing at the truly transformed and bizarre substance of Atlantis, she felt a shiver run down her spine. This uncanny scene struck Ancient One profoundly, prompting her to decide to vacate the area. She cast a spell to accelerate her ascent toward the ocean's surface. Yet no matter her efforts, she could not reach it. Reluctantly, Ancient One retraced her steps, rescuing the unconscious Namor along the way. Fortunately, the massive city gates had not yet closed. With a series of spells, she carved a path to escape, and as she burst through the city gates, she was immediately beset by a multitude of deep ones. However, their assaults were utterly inconsequential to her. With another flurry of spells, Ancient One broke through the deep one's defenses, her magic effortlessly thwarting their attacks. Upon breaching their encirclement, she did not linger, finally exhaling in relief once she had escaped that bizarre green sea. Turning back to gaze upon the strange waters, she gathered her formidable magical energy and connected with the Sanctum's array, sealing the entire expanse of the sea. Since she could not seal it near the palace, she resolved to seal the sea itself. Although uncertain of its efficacy, it was the best course of action for now. She needed time to contemplate how to address this significant dilemma. The fallen god, observing from the palace, did not intervene as Ancient One sealed the sea. In truth, its current power was insufficient for a direct confrontation with her. It had merely utilized its attributes to repel her. After sealing the sea, Ancient One proceeded to Atlantis, where she examined Namor before entrusting him to his kin. Having established a magical array in Atlantis, she departed. Recognizing the necessity to delve into the texts of Kamartaj or communicate with other Ancient Ones across different realms. In light of this widespread phenomenon, the Dream Savior Corps naturally garnered attention, as the number of individuals suffering from psychological ailments surged globally, with nearly all descriptions exhibiting commonalities, a situation that was impossible to ignore. After initial screening and research, coupled with the assistance of unwitting volunteers, various factions swiftly summarized their preliminary influences. One notable observation was that all individuals who had experienced that dream exhibited a starkly different propensity for violence than usual, particularly among those with exceptional artistic prowess. Some even found themselves intermittently ensnared in the dream days later. This newfound power naturally piqued the interest of numerous organizations, while some were relatively restrained. Certain terrorist groups covertly detained a portion of these dreamers for human experimentation. Faced with such a dire scenario, the Salvation Corps could not remain idle. Should any organization invoke the study of dreams as a pretext to summon demons, it would herald yet another catastrophe. The Salvation Corps proactive measures inevitably aroused considerable animosity from various factions. However, given the formidable might of the Salvation Corps, no organization dared to openly oppose them at present. Chapter 150. The Return of the Blood-Melted Demon. Upon witnessing Gu Yi's seal of the fallen deity, Zhong Hong felt no surprise for the projection characteristics of the fallen deity. Lai had absorbed some of the Cosmic Cube's power during the previous battle in New York, resulting in certain alterations to its traits. Consequently, Gu Yi was currently unable to contend with the fallen deity. Given time, she might devise a solution. However, other old acquaintances had completed their studies and sought to return to Earth. The blood-melted demon had acquired greater power in the abyss, to the extent that even its card had undergone transformation. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to the blood-melted demon as the Hellfire Demon at this juncture. The 4-star fusion card, Abyssal Fire Demon, the blood-melted demon, now endowed with the abyssal powers, has experienced a significant enhancement in all its attributes. It possesses traits such as flesh rebirth, lava manipulation, abyss seed, and abyssal form. Combat positioning, strong, subtranscendent level, flesh rebirth. The flesh manipulation ability of the abyssal fire demon has been further augmented, allowing it to resurrect through units already imbued with the abyss seed and to strengthen itself by absorbing flesh. Lava manipulation. The abyssal fire demon's mastery over lava has become instinctive, with its power radiating magnificently under its command. Abyss seed. The abyssal fire demon can decompose abyss seeds to transform lesser beings into demons endowed with flesh and lava traits. By consuming more abyss seeds, these demons may also acquire the ability to transmute other demons, and through the abyss seed, the abyssal fire demon can resurrect at any time from the bodies of its subordinate demons. Abyssal form. The abyssal fire demon has undergone sublimation within the molten depths of the abyss. Its body, having been purified by the trials of the abyssal realm, has become impervious, with even ordinary attacks failing to affect its form. Observing the revitalized card, Zhong Hong's countenance brightened. The blood-melted demon was a long-standing asset, one that had significantly contributed to his emotional value through its illustrious achievements, and thus its enhancement was only fitting. Feeling the intense desire of the blood demon to return to Earth, Zhong Hong immediately summoned the abyssal flame demon. However, upon its appearance, the abyssal flame demon knelt before Zhong Hong, clearly in need of his assistance. It soon articulated its intentions, given the current state of affairs on Earth. Its etheric father-level power alone would prove insufficient for grand endeavors. Thus, it sought the aid of other cards, with the abyss being the most compatible among them. Zhong Hong, upon hearing this, readily acquiesced. The interplay among cards was precisely what he wished to witness. Now that the abyssal flame demon had devised a detailed plan, Zhong Hong was open to consideration. What troubles you, Mr. Jinbing? In a Hydra base in Europe, Baron Strack regarded Jinbing with a smile. Ever since Jinbing's arrival, his core subordinates had acquired the ability to transform into demonic beings. Such extraordinary power had previously been unimaginable to him, and after experiencing this formidable strength himself, he yearned for even greater might. The pathway to such power undoubtedly lay with the demon behind Jinbing. As he observed Jinbing savoring fine wine, Strack suddenly noticed his distraction and promptly expressed his concern. At that moment, however, Jinbing was preoccupied. A familiar voice resonated in his mind, a voice he could never forget, steeped in reverence within his very soul. Upon recognizing this voice, Jinbing rose from his seat, humbly engaging with the abyssal flame demon. What is it, my esteemed master? Strack, upon hearing Jinbing's words, sensed the gravity of the situation. Jinbing had previously mentioned the source of their power. Observing Jinbing's earnest demeanor, Strack's heart raced with excitement. If Jinbing could endow his subordinates with such formidable strength, then his demonic master would surely grant even more. To prepare for any eventuality, Strack ordered all his subordinates to ready offerings, yearning for greater benefits should the demon manifest. Jinbing, I admire you. Your courage and tenacity make you a fine candidate for becoming a demon. A new opportunity has now presented itself before you. It is my honor to fulfill my master's tasks, Jinbing responded, eliciting great satisfaction from the abyssal flame demon. In the presence of Zhong Hong, the abyssal flame demon had forged an agreement with a faction of the abyss. In a suitable location, its kin would open a portal to the abyss, albeit without a full-scale invasion, due to the presence of Artoria. Herein lay Jinbing's role. Unlike Justin Hammer, Jinbing was not averse to taking risks when presented with an opportunity for advancement. Shortly, I shall provide you with a location, where the volcano serves as the optimal passage for our kind. You must prepare offerings and inscribe runes there. The benefits of our arrival will certainly not be lacking for you. It is my honor, my esteemed master. After Jinbing's agreement, the voice of the abyssal flame demon faded away, and Jinbing's eyes sparkled with an almost radiant fervor. Since the last time that brilliance swept across the globe, both he and Justin had remained rather restrained, for they were unable to contact their backers, which filled them with a sense of unease. However, now they felt a renewed confidence. As for whether this venture would entail danger, anything Jinbing undertook was inherently perilous. Seeing Jinbing relax, Baron Strack approached eagerly, genuinely invested in the task Jinbing had assured to complete. If they could demonstrate their capabilities to the demon, they might well acquire even greater power. Let me see the location, Strack. I believe I require a map. Upon hearing this, Baron Strack immediately shouted towards the door, "Bring me a map. The most accurate one available." Soon, a subordinate from Hydra delivered the map. Jean Bing examined it, and based on the information provided by the Abyssal Flame Demon, swiftly pinpointed a general area. Moreover, with the mention of a volcano by the demon, he finally identified the precise location. Upon observing the spot Jean Bing indicated, a peculiar expression crossed Baron Strack's face, yet he promptly expressed his willingness to cooperate. Recognizing Strack's readiness, Jean Bing naturally did not decline. The success of this plan required manpower, and Hydra possessed the very resources he needed. The two then proceeded to deliberate the finer details of their operation. Chapter 151. Steve's dread. Days later, at the base of the Salvation Army in the UK, Steve sat up in bed and sipped a glass of water. He was not in the best of states. Relentless nightmares had left him both mentally and physically exhausted, and he had learned that a considerable number of people worldwide were experiencing the same harrowing dreams. Although those who shared these nightmares did not exhibit the extraordinary powers that resided within Steve, the absence of such abilities now did not preclude their emergence in the future. Should there be a sudden influx of superhumans, society would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Since the establishment of the two bases of the Salvation Army, Nick Fury and Tony had traveled to Hawaii, while he and Natasha remained in their familiar surroundings of the UK. The others continued their operations aboard the SHIELD helicarrier. Steve extended his hand and clenched it. He could not help but recall the imprint he had pressed down upon. The merit of power, he believed, depended entirely upon its wielder. Yet, this power seemed to harbor some issues, and it was likely that these nightmares were merely the most superficial of problems, with more severe challenges lurking ahead. Just as Steve was lost in thought, a knock echoed at his door. He quickly composed himself and called out, "Come in." As his words lingered, the door opened to reveal Natasha, who approached him holding a stack of documents and presented them for his review. "Captain, you need to take a look at this." "What is it?" Steve promptly accepted Natasha's dossier, realizing that her direct approach to him indicated a rather intricate situation. As he perused the documents, his brow furrowed. The photographs depicted a quaint village shrouded in mist, a place from which no one had ever returned once they ventured inside. "Natasha, how many individuals have gone missing thus far?" "The exact number is still being tallied. Local authorities dispatched officers upon discovering the disappearances. Yet those who entered the village also vanished, prompting them to escalate the matter. Consequently, the government handed it over to the Salvation Corps." "So, does this mean no one has entered since?" "Indeed, the village is now completely cordoned off. I suspect this is a supernatural conundrum, which is why I sought you out." Steve nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Natasha to lead the way. He was determined to uncover the truth, whether for the sake of the missing individuals or those within the village. Soon, they boarded a plane bound for the small fishing village in Northern Ireland, which was now encircled by the Salvation Corps. Scientists were diligently conducting tests using various instruments. Upon their arrival, the head of the Salvation Corps approached them, familiar with both Steve and Natasha, as nearly the entirety of the Avengers was now associated with the organization. "Captain, we have successfully sealed off the village, and since then, no one has entered." The official reported the situation to Steve, who recognized the pressure the bizarre circumstances had placed upon him. With Steve's presence, that pressure was considerably alleviated. "Excellent. Have there been any unusual occurrences?" "If we were to speak of peculiarities, the scientific instruments have been utterly incapable of penetrating the mist, and all unmanned devices that entered have since lost contact. For safety reasons, the official refrained from allowing the Salvation Corps soldiers to proceed, as he needed to ensure their welfare amidst the unknown. You have performed admirably. We shall devise a plan once our scientists manage to disperse the fog." After Steve's assurance, the official returned to his group of scientists. With Steve having decided to wait, he felt confident in his position, even if reprimands were to come from above. After the official departed, Steve gazed thoughtfully into the dense mist, sensing a striking resemblance between the power within him and the force responsible for the fog. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he stepped closer to the mist-laden village, and an astonishing event unfolded. The fog surged wildly before him, swiftly forming a passage of mist. In that moment, Steve confirmed that the energy within him and that which generated the fog were indeed of the same origin. Furthermore, as he drew nearer, the mist began to shimmer with an eerie green luminescence, captivating the attention of everyone present. As the mist shifted, certain scientific instruments began to emit sounds, causing the scientists present and the leader of the Salvation Corps to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Quick, you few come with me. We absolutely cannot allow Captain America to make any mistakes here." He then instructed others to gather and protect the scientists, urging them to seek support from the nearby armored forces. Leaving the bewildered scientists behind, the leader of the Salvation Corps immediately led a contingent of soldiers to follow Steve, with Natasha joining them as well. Upon witnessing the mist parting to create a passage, Steve entered without hesitation, devoid of the dense fog. This location was merely a fishing village in scale. As he ventured deeper into the village, a sense of familiarity enveloped him. Behind Steve, dozens of soldiers from the Salvation Corps and Natasha hurriedly followed, while several armored vehicles approached from a distance. Soon, Steve became acutely aware of the village's unsettling aspects. Everywhere he looked, there was a disturbing presence of slime and what appeared to be bloodstains, with tattered clothing strewn about. Although it was a fishing village, the stench of fish was overwhelmingly pungent. Moreover, Steve thought he faintly heard a series of labored breaths, which did not resemble the sounds of normal humans, but rather echoed the gasps of fish struggling on land. Just as Steve contemplated delving deeper into the village, a horrific scream erupted behind him. A soldier had been impaled by a harpoon, driven into the ground. This harpoon was merely the beginning. An array of various objects was hurled from different corners of the village, and soon hordes of deep ones surged forth, launching an assault on the soldiers of the Salvation Corps. Faced with this dire situation, the soldiers reacted without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of intense firepower. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the bullets, upon striking the deep ones, emitted a radiant white glow. As this luminescence flickered, the resilient skin of the deep ones was pierced as if it were mere paper, for these bullets had been blessed before the statue of Artoria. "Indeed, it truly works," Natasha exclaimed, astonished, for her firearms and advanced technology had previously failed to inflict any harm on these creatures. Chapter 152. The Resistance of the Hand Alliance. Seeing his fellow soldiers under attack, Steve immediately propelled a flying shield forward. With the vibranium shield enhanced by his immense strength, he effortlessly bisected several deep ones. Following this, Steve charged towards one of the creatures, delivering a powerful kick that sent it soaring. The impact was so forceful that it threatened to shatter the creature's body, only coming to rest after colliding with several others. However, after dispatching dozens of deep ones, Steve noticed that they did not shy away from him, leaving him engulfed in a sense of perplexity. However, in such circumstances, there was no time for him to ponder deeply. Before long, the formidable might of Steve and the firepower of the Avengers overwhelmed the deep ones, leading to their swift defeat. Only a handful of them were shattered and lay defeated nearby, while the remainder were mercilessly slaughtered. After binding the deep ones, Steve felt an inexplicable force beckoning him, guiding him toward the village. As he ventured deeper, he arrived at a rudimentary altar. Gazing upon the idol atop the altar, he was suddenly struck by a sense of breathlessness, as if this entity exerted a natural dominion over him. "Captain, are you all right?" Natasha's voice broke through Steve's momentary disquiet as she approached him directly. Observing her approach, Steve instinctively sought to warn Natasha against coming closer. If this entity had such a profound effect on him, it could lead to dire consequences for her as well. Yet, the idol's influence intensified, rendering him powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Natasha reached the idol and grasped it in her hands. This scene widened Steve's eyes in astonishment, and he soon perceived that the overwhelming force exerting its influence upon him had vanished. "This idol has a rather unique design," Natasha remarked, expressing her unease about its significance, though she had yet to ascertain what made it so extraordinary. "Natasha, I believe it would be wise to keep a vigilant watch over this idol, ensuring it remains untouched by others," Steve cautioned. Upon Natasha's grasp of the idol, the dense fog that enveloped the area dissipated considerably, further solidifying Steve's conviction of its unusual nature, while a grave expression settled on Natasha's face. Unbeknownst to them, the idol's terrifying eyes subtly shifted, fixating intently on Natasha. As an elusive black energy began to seep into her being, they promptly returned to the Avengers base via their transport, where, with appropriate authorization, they temporarily sealed the idol away. Meanwhile, as Steve and his team dealt with the fishing village incident, Jean and Baron Strucker arrived in Kyoto, Japan, disembarking from their private plane in disguise. They were swiftly met by Hydra operatives. In these circumstances, a degree of subterfuge and discretion remained imperative. Nevertheless, both men were confident that once their mission was completed, the need for concealment would dissipate. Upon reaching a well-concealed mansion, Strucker and Jean were briefed by some Hydra subordinates regarding the recent developments. They reported that the required offerings had been procured, and preparations had begun at Mount Fuji, indicating that Strucker's directives would soon come to fruition. However, amidst the shadows of bad news, there lies a glimmer of good tidings. The methods employed by Hydra to procure their offerings are not without their intricacies, which have certainly captured the attention of Murakami, the leader of the Yakuza. Following several rather unpleasant exchanges, the relationship between Hydra and the Yakuza has grown increasingly strained. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates regarding the Yakuza, Baron Strack furrowed his brow. He had never regarded the Yakuza as a significant concern, but their audacity to obstruct his operations warranted his attention. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated outside Strack's opulent residence, prompting both him and Jean to rush to the window. Armed Hydra personnel were now storming out of the mansion, as the source of the explosion was the very vehicle they had arrived in, now utterly wrecked. Though they had grown indifferent to such explosions, this was clearly a display of defiance that displeased Baron Strack immensely. "Investigate this matter for me. I want to know who is behind this. I believe they require a profound lesson," he commanded, casting a disapproving glance at his drenched subordinates. They swiftly complied, hastily retreating from the Baroness' presence. In stark contrast to Strack's scowl, a slight smirk played upon Jin's lips as he addressed the Baron. "It seems we are in need of some offerings, are we not? Hasn't T1 just been delivered to us on a silver platter?" Jean was acutely aware of Strack's ire. Had any organization dared to provoke him in New York, he would have ensured that no one from that entity would see the dawn of the next day. Meanwhile, as Strack's subordinates were in pursuit of the mastermind behind the explosion, that very mastermind was engaged in conversation with his own men. Murakami was seething with anger. He had always considered Japan to be his territory. Recently, Hydra had intruded upon his domain in significant numbers, displaying a brazenly disrespectful demeanor and clashing with his emissaries repeatedly, which incensed him deeply. Decades ago, he might have regarded Hydra with a measure of trepidation, but now, to his knowledge, they were merely a shadowy organization wielding influence in small European nations. Since they had dared to encroach upon his territory, Murakami felt no hesitation in teaching this organization a lesson about whose domain it truly was. Coincidentally, a prominent figure seemed to have arrived from across the way, prompting him to orchestrate the explosion. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Hydra was far from an insignificant organization, and in terms of combat prowess, they might even be stronger than before. A day later, intelligence regarding the Yakuza was presented to Baron Strack. Though not as professional as their colleagues in S.H. IELD, the European branch of Hydra included several former agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So, this was merely the idea of that fellow Murakami? Since the Hand Association's finger has committed such an act, I shall sever it. Baron Strack perused some news concerning Murakami, but soon set aside. The seemingly formidable strength of Murakami held no significance in his eyes. Not only did he disregard the mere finger of the Hand Association in Japan, but he also dismissed the entire organization. Consequently, the Baron swiftly issued commands regarding the Hand Association's operations. He even contemplated that perhaps the offerings near Mount Fuji ought to be matched with Japanese talent. Chapter 153. The ritual commences in response to Murakami's provocation. The Hydra retaliated immediately, with several leaders of the Hand Association being sent skyward by explosive force, igniting Murakami's fury. His intention was to keep the Hydra discreet while negotiating to establish mutual limits. He had not targeted the Hydra's members specifically. Enraged, Murakami summoned a multitude of ninjas, acknowledging his underestimation of the Hydra. However, despite the Hydra's strength, this was his territory, and he held the advantage of home ground. That night, Murakami led a substantial number of Hand Association ninjas toward the residence of Jean Bing and Baron Strack. Such a large-scale operation could not escape the Hydra's notice. Yet Murakami remained unconcerned. Upon learning this news, Jean Bing and Baron Strack were almost amused by Murakami's folly, not knowing their background. He dared to act so boldly, Was it ignorance or arrogance? Nevertheless, this development simplified matters. Baron Strack immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare. After eliminating them, transport the bodies directly to Mount Fuji. If materials are insufficient, procure them on site. As long as we complete the ritual before that legion reacts, we need not hide any longer. Upon hearing this, Strack's subordinates set about their arrangements, while Jean Bing sat in quiet contemplation, harboring no doubts regarding Strack's plans. Although the original scheme was to gradually seek offerings in less conspicuous locales, circumstances had shifted, and now that the opportunity presented itself, it could not be overlooked. Soon, Murakami, accompanied by a contingent of ninjas, arrived near Jean Bing and Baron Strack's residence. Observing the bright lights emanating from the mansion, Murakami frowned, despite his overt approach. The other party not only remained but also dared to provoke him further. Scanning the surroundings, Murakami realized that the absence of flight indicated the presence of considerable Hydra forces nearby. Indeed, it was not long before he discerned several concealed figures. With a swift motion of his hand, Murakami directed dozens of ninjas to assault the hidden Hydra members, then led his remaining ninjas directly toward the brightly lit mansion. Although the Hydra possessed superior operational capability and combat strength compared to these ninjas, it was night, and they were confined to a limited space for battle. Soon, the surrounding members of Hydra were pierced from behind by the ninjas' weapons. However, as the weapons were thrust in, the ninjas sensed something amiss. The Hydra members turned around with a sinister smile, seized the ninjas' weapons, and their bodies radiated an intense heat. This was a trap. Quickly, notify Lord Murakami to retreat. The ninjas realized the peril, yet before they could finish their warning, they were crushed to death by the transformed demon-like Hydra members. Such scenes unfolded incessantly around the mansion, and as Murakami approached, the sight of flames and the anguished cries of ninjas halted his steps. He was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Are you the leader of the Han Alliance? The imposing figure of Kingpin gradually materialized before Murakami, causing his pupils to constrict. He was aware of Lady Gao's reports and the battle in Hell's Kitchen. However, he could not fathom how Kingpin, situated so far away in America, had allied with European forces. Now that Kingpin stood before him, it was evident that his chances of survival were slim. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he still possessed some dragon bones that could grant him resurrection. He initiated negotiations with Kingpin, for who would willingly embrace death if life still lingered as an option? Your Excellency Kingpin, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Murakami exclaimed, bowing low as he spoke. Oh, you are acquainted with me? Kingpin, familiar with the Han Alliance through Lady Gao, was unaware of Murakami, a mere finger of the hand in Japan. Indeed, Your Excellency, I have heard Lady Gao speak of you, and I have held you in high regard for some time. Murakami's words elicited a slight smirk from Kingpin. Flattery was universally appreciated, although Murakami's timing was less than opportune. Regrettably, had you not set that bomb, I might have spared your life. Upon hearing this, Murakami's pupils dilated, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as he instinctively sought to retreat. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Kingpin's massive form vanish before him. Suddenly, Murakami found himself grasped by the throat in Kingpin's powerful hand. The nearby ninjas, attempting to draw their blades, were met with a swift gesture from Kingpin, causing molten lava to erupt from their flesh. They collapsed without even unsheathing their weapons, groaning in agony on the ground. Although Kingpin was not a match for the enhanced Steve, dealing with these minor adversaries posed little difficulty. Clear the area. We must depart, Kingpin instructed the Hydra members, his grip tightening around Murakami's neck. With such a plethora of offerings at hand, there was no reason to squander time. Soon, the Hydra members procured several large trucks, swiftly incapacitating the groaning ninjas, binding their limbs, and silencing their mouths before tossing them inside. The paths along the way were cleared by Hydra members, and several trucks made their way unimpeded towards Mount Fuji. When the cargo truck arrived near Mount Fuji, a considerable area had already been rented under the pretense of filming a documentary, and various supporting facilities were swiftly erected to conceal their true purpose. By the time Jean Bin and Baron Strack arrived, a significant portion of the runes had already been inscribed. Unlike the runes in New York, these were gentler in nature and did not directly siphon the life force of the inscriber. In fact, the desecration of runes is categorized into various types. Some directly absorb the life energy of the inscriber, while others require the runes to be fully inscribed before offering a sacrifice. The Abyss provides the most suitable method based on the user's circumstances, and summoning demons from the Abyss is relatively straightforward. Currently, the Hydra employed the method of inscribing the runes first, followed by the sacrifice. As the runes were completed, the ninja from the hand were unceremoniously thrown into the runes. Upon their entry, the desecrated runes emitted an eerie glow, which intensified as it consumed the ninjas, accompanied by the heavy rumble of Mount Fuji. Ugh, Jinbin, are you mad? If Mount Fuji erupts, you will perish too, Murakami exclaimed, spitting out the obstruction in his mouth, and then vehemently cursed at Jinbin. Unfazed by Murakami's tirade, Jinbin tossed him into the desecrated runes, which subsequently absorbed everything about Murakami, rendering his resurrection plans futile. Ha ha ha, it's going to work. Baron Strack laughed at the tumultuous scene around him and the rumbling of Mount Fuji beneath his feet. Once intent on world domination, he now sought only greater power after having embraced the strength of demons. Chapter 154. Ancient Ones War. Meanwhile, the explosion of the Sanctum's magical array abruptly interrupted the Ancient One, who was rummaging through the Comitage library. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she disregarded her research and vanished from the library. Concurrently, the statue of Artorias stirred, prompting the entire Salvation Legion to swiftly mobilize their forces upon witnessing this anomaly. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind the statue's disturbance, it was clear that it did not occur without cause. Remembering the signs that accompanied the descent of the hellish demons, the Salvation Legion immediately began investigating changes worldwide. The commotion surrounding Mount Fuji was significant and quickly caught the attention of the Salvation Legion. However, their attempts to enter Japan were thwarted by the Japanese government, which argued that the current activity at Mount Fuji was merely localized fluctuations, not a demonic event, and asserted their sovereignty over the mountain, denying the Salvation Legion the right to deploy troops. Faced with this resistance from the Japanese government, the Salvation Legion was undeterred. Officers from the U.S. military faction were overjoyed and promptly contacted the Pentagon, leading to the immediate deployment of U.S. forces stationed in Japan. In the face of this predicament, the Japanese government has chosen to remain silent, as they are not yet inflated with the audacity to confront the United States military head-on. Reminiscent of the era of the African-American captain, the entire Salvation Corps is not composed of a single nation. Other countries are directly exerting pressure on the Japanese government. After all, if the so-called invasion by the Abyssal Demon were to occur, it would not only spell disaster for Japan, but would also have repercussions for the entire world. However, the leader of the Salvation Corps, Ancient One, is indifferent to these matters and has appeared near Mount Fuji. The scene before her is astonishing. The snow that once blanketed the mountainside has nearly evaporated under the influence of the profane runes, exposing black rock formations akin to charred remains. While ominous rumblings echo from below, demonkind are relentlessly abducting Japanese citizens to cast them into the magical array formed by the profane runes. Witnessing this, Ancient One swiftly intervenes. Sensing that the array has not yet reached completion, should it fully materialize, it would likely unleash cataclysmic consequences. However, just as she acts, a wave of danger washes over her. Relying on her instincts, she sketches a portal and steps through it. Moments after she vacates her original position, a magical force resembling a black hole manifests, tearing through the once sturdy space like mere parchment. When the magic dissipates, an unsightly void remains. Concurrently, Ancient One discerns the source of this malevolent magic, and she casts a spell toward an empty area. Under the influence of her magic, that space finally reveals its true form. A dark crimson rift emerges, from which a demon, adorned with twin horns, wings, and a tail reminiscent of a dragon, materializes. The demon is inscribed with pale pink runes and wields a magic mirror radiating immense power. Upon noticing Ancient One, it grins and speaks, "Ah, human sorceress, you bring me great delight. I am Eliza, a demon general in the service of the illustrious Lust Demon. Now, reveal your name, human sorceress." The demon's voice carries an inexplicable force, resonating in Ancient One's ears as if she were conversing with a youthful maiden rather than a colossal demon. Nevertheless, Ancient One cannot afford to ponder the nature of the voice. During the last battle in New York, 4 demon generals had emerged, each a being of celestial caliber. The appearance of another demon general now raises her apprehensions. especially since the lust demon mentioned is evidently not the same terrifying entity as before. She cannot help but wonder how many more powerful beings the abyssal demons possess. Yet, thoughts aside, Ancient One does not hesitate. While she is uncertain why the dreadful power of the abyss has not yet summoned a celestial-level being, she knows that if these profane runes are not swiftly dealt with, even more formidable adversaries will emerge. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the Ancient One immediately manifested the form of Akin, and in an instant, countless images of the Ancient One obscured the skies above Mount Fuji. Subsequently, a formidable magical force coalesced around each manifestation, embodying the powerful offensive spell known as the Exile of the Monsoon, which the Ancient One had mastered. The magical energy from across the globe was continuously gathered by the Ancient One's avatars, although still not fully materialized. The sheer magnitude of its presence led Eliza to discern that this spell could effortlessly submerge the island beneath her feet, and if fully charged, it might even obliterate the very planet itself. However, Eliza was resolute in her intent to thwart the Ancient One's ambitions. The grand performance had only just begun, and she would not allow it to conclude prematurely. Eliza grasped her artifact, the Mirror of Desire, a potent spatial relic capable of drawing life into an alternate dimension. A beam of violet light emanated from the mirror and illuminated one of the Ancient One's avatars. Upon witnessing this, the Ancient One exhaled in relief. Her reason for summoning so many avatars was the concern that the demon would interfere with her assault on the blasphemous runes. Gazing down at the volcano spewing ash, the Ancient One felt a twinge of reluctance. Had it not been for the troublesome blasphemous runes, she would have preferred not to alter the Earth's environment significantly. Nonetheless, once this incident concluded, she might attempt to utilize the Eye of Agamotto to rewind time in this location and restore the environment. Yet, before the Ancient One could unleash her spell, darkness enveloped her, and the magical energy she had been absorbing from around the Earth came to an abrupt halt. Realizing the predicament, she cast the spell, but within the darkness, it failed to stir any waves. Perceiving the situation, the Ancient One understood she had entered a peculiar space. She had always controlled others through mirror dimensions, and now she was experiencing a similar predicament. Acknowledging this, she began to release magical energy in search of vulnerabilities in this space. Every entity possesses a flaw, and if she could locate it, she would escape. Eliza, sensing the Ancient One's relentless pursuit of an escape route within the Mirror of Desire, furrowed her brow. The Ancient One was formidable, and if allowed to continue, she would soon find a way out, leading to inevitable complications. Contemplating this, Eliza promptly stepped into the Mirror of Desire, leveraging her status as its master to gain an advantage in confronting the Ancient One. As the Ancient One was confined within the Mirror of Desire, the satellite network operated by the Salvation Corps detected the anomalies above Mount Fuji. This prompted an immediate response from the Salvation Corps, with military forces from surrounding nations mobilizing, prepared to employ force should the Japanese government fail to cooperate. On the S.H.I.E.L.D., helicarrier Surti and Carol boldly breached Japanese airspace. Chapter 155, The Abyssal Flame Demon. Is this the predicament that Earth now faces? Carol had already soared above Mount Fuji, listening to the thunderous roar that echoed around her, feeling a profound sense of urgency. Although a volcanic eruption posed little threat to her, the potential loss of life loomed large if the situation was mishandled. She immediately spotted the ominous glowing profane runes and the demonic entities casting humans into them, prompting her to charge toward the malevolent beings. Despite her lack of understanding regarding their intentions, she was resolute in her determination to thwart their plans. However, just as Carol was about to reach the vicinity of the demons, a colossal figure appeared before her, towering several meters high. Its body was a deep crimson, with a surface resembling molten lava flowing slowly, emanating a power that made Carol's expression turn grave. "Human, your adversary is me," the abyssal flame demon bellowed, launching a direct strike at Carol. At that moment, the demon reflected on how, in the past, facing an opponent of Carol's caliber would have left it struggling to flee. Yet now it was no longer the same. Though the abyssal flame demon appeared cumbersome, its speed was surprisingly swift. Carol had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of contact, sending numerous demonic entities flying, while only those sheltered by the profane runes remained unharmed. The area surrounding Mount Fuji experienced a minor earthquake. Following the clash, Carol retreated, shaking her hand as she flew, having unexpectedly suffered a minor setback. Incredible, truly incredible, muttered Baron Strack as he lay on the ground, captivated by the immense power of the figure. Beside him, Jean was equally astonished. Despite the abyssal flame demon's transformation from the blood-melting demon, he recognized it as the very same entity, now significantly more powerful. Though taken aback, Jean and Baron Strack quickly regained their composure. The ritual circle was still far from complete. Despite the numerous offerings prepared by the Hands ninjas and Hydra, the quantity required by the profane runes exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, the surrounding Japanese populace was plentiful, and many demonic entities had been dispatched to capture humans, returning with bountiful offerings. At that moment, an unending stream of sacrifices was being cast into the profane runes, a sight that filled Carol with urgency. She continuously altered her position, attempting to force her way through, but was swiftly intercepted and halted by the abyssal flame demon. Just as Carol was about to transition into her next form, a figure suddenly appeared before the abyssal flame demon, delivering a powerful punch that sent it flying. The newcomer was none other than Seti, who, after incapacitating the demon, shouted at Carol, "Use your energy attack to shatter those blasphemous runes." Carol nodded in acknowledgement, then gathered a formidable surge of energy in her hands and unleashed a torrent towards the target. However, a wall of molten rock arose in the path of her assault, and under the influence of Mount Fuji, Carol's strike proved ineffective. "The ritual is complete. You cannot stop it," roared the abyssal flame demon from a distance, its form dissolving into a pool of lava. Just as Seti and Carol exchanged bewildered glances, they felt the ground tremble violently beneath them. Moments later, the volcano erupted in a blaze of crimson light, and in an instant, dark red lava, accompanied by sulfurous black smoke, surged forth from the crater. Columns of fire, soaring thousands of meters high, transformed the ash-laden clouds into a vivid scarlet, while burning rocks fell like a meteor shower upon the mountain's base. Lava cascaded down the ravines, instantly carbonizing centuries-old cedar trees, while Jean and others transformed into demonic forms to evade the devastation. Seti and Carol swiftly distanced themselves from the vicinity of Mount Fuji, as the immense force of the eruption propelled volcanic ash into the atmosphere, forming a swirling cloud with a diameter of 300 kilometers. Under the taint of the blasphemous runes, the power from the abyss rapidly spread outward from Mount Fuji, corrupting the surrounding landscape into a realm of abyssal malevolence. The blasphemous runes once again shattered the barrier between Earth and the abyss, allowing hordes of demons to surge forth in organized battalions, their raucous laughter echoing throughout the area. Upon their emergence, they charged towards the most densely populated regions. Witnessing this, Carol could not remain passive. She radiated an intense glow. Powerful photon energy surged from her hands. Though mindful of her surroundings on Earth, she refrained from unleashing catastrophic attacks. Nevertheless, her force cascaded down upon the relentless tide of demons emerging from Mount Fuji, resembling a deluge of annihilation. Yet, Carol's efforts proved futile as a colossal hand of lava emerged from the volcano, instantly widening the crater to an 800-meter diameter. More molten rock erupted forth, seemingly imbued with life, blending immense power and extreme heat to collide with Carol's assault. The incessantly spewing volcanic lava, infused with abyssal energy, clashed with Carol's strength, painting the sky with a tapestry of interwoven colors. The Tokyo metropolitan area had descended into chaos, with every observer bearing witness to an apocalyptic scene, a spectacle that could not be concealed. Instinctively, they began to flee in a frenzy. However, due to the intense geomagnetic storms and abyssal energy unleashed by the volcanic eruption, even their means of transportation failed to start. In the face of such calamity, not only the commoners, but also the Japanese nobility, tycoons, and politicians were rendered as insignificant as ants, left with no choice but to await their demise beneath the ash-laden sky. Within the Prime Minister's residence, the Emperor listened anxiously to the Prime Minister's report. "Your Majesty, please seek refuge in the underground bunker at once," implored the Prime Minister. "Can you enlighten me on the current situation?" If the crisis remains unresolved, what solace will the bunker provide? The Prime Minister, recalling the researchers' reports, felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. Nevertheless, he reiterated, the eruption of Mount Fuji is merely a prelude. All 87 volcanoes across the nation are rumbling, and there are further developments that our scientists have yet to comprehend. Everything is transpiring too swiftly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor collapsed to the ground, murmuring repeatedly, "Is this the divine will to annihilate us?" Chapter 156. The aid of Asgard, Your Majesty. You must take refuge in the underground bunker without delay. Once the Salvation Legion launches their assault, everything will be restored. The Prime Minister grasped the Emperor's hand, conveying these words with urgency. For he understood that as long as the Emperor, an eternal lineage, remained alive, Japan could not be extinguished. Then please lead the way, the Emperor acquiesced. At that moment, soldiers who had been prepared swiftly burst in, shielding both the Emperor and the Prime Minister as they made their escape. They soon arrived at an underground bunker, where they would await the arrival of the Salvation Legion. Damn it, Carol exclaimed as she watched her attacks thwarted entirely, having traversed the cosmos for ages. Even the fleets of the Kree Empire would detour upon her approach. Yet today, she found herself obstructed by an unknown force. Meanwhile, the abyssal flame demon, harnessing the molten lava from Mount Fuji's eruption, coalesced into a colossal form, towering thousands of meters high, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread merely by its presence atop the mountain. With a mere wave of its hand, a multitude of lava orbs coalesced, spreading across Japan, with the Tokyo metropolitan area being engulfed in mere moments. Surti battled fiercely against the lava-infused demons, but was continually beset by a relentless stream of adversaries. Not wishing to confront the abyssal flame demon just yet, he chose to remain engaged in combat, for his ongoing struggle rendered him immune to reproach. Cursed be this place. The energy properties are shifting, Carol cursed under breath. Her body, acutely sensitive to energy, perceived the encroaching abyssal power, a force that was irrevocably altering the world as she knew it. However, beneath the relentless onslaught of the abyssal flame demon, she found herself devoid of any viable solutions. Although the creature had grown immensely in size, its speed remained undiminished. Each attack, imbued with the potent energy of the abyss, left her trembling with apprehension. While her strikes could shatter large portions of the demon's form, the damage was swiftly regenerated in the blink of an eye. The notion of absorbing this abyssal energy was swiftly dismissed by Carol. Despite her arrogance, she was not foolish and sensed the formidable power that could profoundly affect her. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Hawaii, where the forces of the Salvation Army were hastily advancing. Though she held little hope for the ordinary soldiers, she realized that if they failed to achieve any significant progress, she would have no choice but to expend more of her energy in a desperate attempt. Simultaneously, Tony and Gawain reached the outskirts of Tokyo, yet the violent geomagnetic storm adversely impacted Tony's armor. While it did not incapacitate the suit, it instilled a sense of caution within him. Any malfunction during combat could lead to disastrous consequences. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to Gawain, his eyes filled with expectation. During the previous battle in New York, the situation had been even more dire, yet Gawain had summoned the spectral form of King Arthur, which turned the tide. This time, Tony hoped for a similar intervention, but Gawain seemed to anticipate Tony's thoughts. He shook his head and spoke. It is not that I lack the desire to aid them. As I mentioned previously, my own reserves of power are limited. I must now communicate with the energy left by King Arthur to mitigate the speed at which the underworld transforms this land. Moreover, humanity cannot solely rely on external forces. As he spoke, Gawain gestured, revealing the white energy enveloping the volcanic ash. This ash, infused with demonic power, appeared alive, striving to spread outward. Yet its expansion was firmly restrained by the white force. I must also reserve some of my king's power for unforeseen circumstances. The influence of the underworld will gradually extend outward, but weapons blessed by my king can inhibit the spread of its power. Gawain's words momentarily stunned Tony. He understood that King Arthur was merely a safety net, and the responsibility of containing the spread of the underworld's demons rested upon them. With this realization, Tony soared toward Tokyo, prioritizing the salvation of as many lives as possible. However, upon entering Tokyo, he was shocked by the nightmarish scene before him. Nearly all the buildings in Tokyo had collapsed under the violent tremors of the earth. Steel and concrete mingled with wooden boards, as if thrown into a blender. Beneath the rubble lay a seemingly endless throng of refugees, frantically rushing toward Tokyo Bay. Anyone who fell would quickly be trampled into a pulp. Gazing into the distance, one cannot help but behold the towering, colossal demon, ensnared by a radiant stream of light. Yet, a relentless tide of demons surges toward the crowd, with some already wreaking havoc and slaughtering at the very fringes. Moreover, the chaos is far from over. The sky is peppered with molten fireballs, trailing crimson flames, while purplish lightning slashes through the ash-laden clouds, casting the scene into a nightmarish tableau reminiscent of hell itself. "Gawain, what shall we do?" Tony inquired directly, utterly a loss on how to save these innumerable souls. The sheer magnitude of their plight left him bewildered, unsure of where to begin. However, Gawain's subsequent words plunged Tony into despair. They cannot be saved. They have already begun to merge with the energies of the underworld. Soon, they will become mere instruments of its expansion. Our best course of action is to contain the forces of the abyss to these islands. Tony grappled with the harsh reality. How could they abandon so many? Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Asgard, Odin convened a meeting, having witnessed the dire situation on Earth. Should Earth fall, Asgard would likely meet a similar fate. Reluctant to wade into this murky conflict, Odin found himself bereft of viable solutions. The menacing figure of Eliza's loomed over Asgard, and stagnation would only lead to a slow demise. Waiting for death was not in Odin's nature. As he reached out to other pantheons for assistance, he sought alternative means to break the deadlock. If he could rally support to help Earth navigate this crisis, it would earn him a favor from the Ancient One. Moreover, he recognized that Earth's top combatants were not lacking. With the addition of that spectral figure, their strength would far surpass that of Asgard. Chapter 157. The onset of chaos. After outlining the stakes involved, Odin resolved to aid Earth. This time, he would not send Thor alone, but rather deploy the full might of the Asgardian army, akin to their previous confrontation with the Frost Giants. Once the forces were assembled, Odin nodded toward Frigga, who had donned her battle attire. Although she had always held herself as the goddess of the realm, none would underestimate the might of the realm's foremost sorceress. Wielding the Mind Scepter, as Odin prepared to depart for Earth, Frigga offered her blessings. She was acutely aware of the complex situation unfolding in Midgard. Yet she could not accompany Odin, for Asgard equally demanded her attention. With the Mind Scepter in hand and bolstered by Asgard's defensive systems, Frigga knew that, barring any unforeseen calamity, they would be able to withstand until Odin's return. "Do not worry, my queen. I shall return triumphant, just as I have countless times before." Upon hearing these words, Odin departed from the celestial palace. At that moment, the soldiers of Asgard had already activated various war machines, awaiting the activation of the Rainbow Bridge to swiftly embark upon the battlefield. Loki and Thor stood resolutely before the Asgardian soldiers, awaiting Odin's command, buoyed by the belief that, under Odin's leadership, Asgard could surmount any adversity. "Thor, you shall proceed to Earth first. Convey to your friends the gravity of the situation, informing them that Asgard's assistance is entirely rooted in friendship. Once negotiations are concluded, the soldiers of Asgard will descend directly into Midgard." Thor, filled with joy, stepped forward to bow before Odin and replied, "Yes, my father, I shall ensure your goodwill reaches Midgard." He then hastened toward the Rainbow Bridge, and in a brilliant flash, Thor vanished from Asgard. Observing this, Loki's heart sank. "Wait, you're not taking me along?" he thought. "Can that oath convey the message clearly?" With this in mind, Loki approached Odin and bowed, saying, "Father, I believe I should accompany Thor. United as brothers, we can surely bring victory to Asgard." Odin regarded Loki with a look of appreciation, but still did not grant his request to journey to Earth. After all, his youngest son had recently caused quite a stir on Earth. Sending him back might provoke further unrest. "My proud son, the safety of Asgard is paramount. You and your mother must work together to safeguard our realm." At these words, Loki felt a surge of joy. His father entrusted him with the vital task of protecting Asgard. "I shall dedicate my life to ensuring the safety of Asgard," he declared eagerly. Meanwhile, the situation across the islands of Japan had become increasingly dire. The nation's volcanoes roared with fury, and it was only a matter of time before they erupted. Strangely, The residents near these volcanoes did not flee. Instead, they surrendered to their most primal desires, with crimson energy surging forth from the volcanic mouths, influencing their very beings. The U.S. military stationed in Japan, initially responding to directives from the Pentagon, now found themselves in disarray. Their aircraft and high-tech equipment were rendered ineffective by geomagnetic storms, leaving them with only outdated vehicles and firearms at their disposal. In Tokyo, the American forces inevitably encountered demons, their weapons failing to penetrate the creature's skin. They could only flee in their vehicles, but surrounded by various demons, their situation grew increasingly perilous. Those stationed farther from Tokyo fared no better. Some were affected by the strange energy, while others hastily retreated toward the coast. The battle between Carol and the abyssal flame demon has intensified, shaking the very skies above Japan with a terrifying tumult. The molten lava of the abyssal flame demon and the residual energy waves from Carol have nearly obliterated all cities surrounding Mount Fuji. Various edifices and landscapes have been annihilated in the aftermath of their clash. No shrine or restroom has been spared from utter destruction. The livestock that managed to survive in the wake of this chaos are steadily dwindling under the relentless hunt of the abyssal demon, while the emperor and prime minister, hiding within their underground fortress, have been reduced to mere dust by the lava summoned by the demon. The once mighty bloodline, said to endure for eternity, has been extinguished in a single moment, and the so-called deity of the mortal realm is rendered less significant than a mere roadside dog in the face of absolute power. Observing this scene from a distance, Tony closed his eyes in anguish. So many lives lost, yet he felt powerless to intervene. He had just contacted the Salvation Corps ship, hoping to land and rescue some individuals, but now that thought was utterly abandoned. Jarvis, connect with the Salvation Corps and share the current situation. Yes, sir. Upon receiving more detailed intelligence from the scene, the officers of the Salvation Corps stationed in Hawaii engaged in deeper discussions. Frankly, they felt a sense of relief at the prospect of not rescuing the Japanese. To attempt a rescue could jeopardize their soldiers, many of whom were unwilling to risk their lives for the sake of the Japanese. Everyone, what shall we do now? According to Mr. Stark's report, the geomagnetic storm caused by the eruption of Mount Fuji will directly lead to our aircraft crashing, which poses a severe disadvantage for us. Although our planes cannot approach, our missiles can. We can effectively utilize our formidable firepower to first diminish the living forces of those demons. Indeed, rather than allowing our soldiers to be ambushed by the demons, it would be wiser to inflict damage upon them first. As the discussion unfolded, a preliminary plan materialized to provide fire coverage over the Tokyo area, which harbored a significant number of demons. The fate of the fortunate survivors in Tokyo was of little concern to anyone. Once consensus was reached, participants returned to communicate with their respective nations, as relying solely on the strength of the Salvation Corps was evidently insufficient. In response to the news, the military forces of various nations, already on high alert following the battles of New Mexico and New York, unleashed their fury. In a swift motion, numerous missiles were launched from countries surrounding Japan, all aimed at Tokyo. Following the missile strikes, the armed forces were prepared, knowing that mere missiles would not suffice to close the gateway to another world. Ultimately, soldiers and superhumans would need to engage. Additionally, the nation's most formidable assets were undergoing preparations for deployment, should the battle turn unfavorable. They were prepared to deliver these powerful resources to Mount Fuji. If the malevolent forces cannot be contained within Japan, the next unfortunate victims will undoubtedly be the neighboring nations. Rather than allowing the flames of war to spread across foreign lands, it is far more prudent to resolve this dilemma within Japan itself. Chapter 158. The arrival of the Asgardian army as nations unleashed their fury. Thor sought out Tony, the Bifrost transporting him directly to the vicinity of Tony and Gawain. Upon witnessing the radiant glow of the Bifrost, Tony's spirits lifted somewhat. Although Thor himself could not directly alter the situation, the more combatants available at such a critical moment, the better. However, Thor brought forth even more encouraging news. Upon hearing that Odin intended to intervene personally, Tony's demeanor brightened considerably. The level of power Odin possessed could genuinely shift the tides of battle. Yet, Thor's implications were not lost on Tony. Nevertheless, he recognized that he lacked the authority to make decisions on behalf of humanity. Thus, he promptly conveyed this development to the Avengers. Upon receiving this information, the Avengers acted swiftly, aware that Asgard represented a legitimate high-tech extraterrestrial civilization. The involvement of Asgard would undoubtedly alleviate the pressures faced by the various nations. Following intense deliberation, the United Nations granted Tony the necessary authority. The urgency of the situation precluded any further delays, for prolonging indecision could jeopardize their very lives. Thus, Thor, in a gesture of reciprocity, expressed confidence that the relationship between Earth and Asgard would ascend to new heights following this crisis. Tony, Malasifin. Our bond has always been strong, has it not? Thor chuckled in response, realizing that his mission from Odin was effectively accomplished. Should future issues arise, Odin could engage with those mortal politicians directly, and their attitudes would be of little consequence. What truly mattered was the actions Asgard had undertaken before the divine. Soon, amidst the barrage of missiles, the lesser demons were systematically obliterated, leaving only the formidable and the exceptionally skilled. Nevertheless, the purpose of the missile strikes was fulfilled, as a considerable area had been cleared, enabling the Avenger soldiers to commence their landing. With the blessings of the goddess of salvation and the leadership of powerful allies like Tony, Gawain, and Thor, those soldiers armed with blessed weapons were more than capable of confronting the demons. As the opportune moment approached, Thor promptly summoned the Bifrost. Odin stood at the terminus of the Bifrost, the eternal spear in his grasp and the sword of Odin at his side, radiating divine light. His gilded destroyer armor materialized around him in an instant. His single eye scanned the distant earth, revealing a depth of resolve and concern. Although he was far more powerful than the demon general who had once hindered him, the prospect of facing another being of divine caliber stirred apprehension within his heart. Nevertheless, even so, Odin must engage in battle. In a one-on-one confrontation, he firmly believes that no opponent of such caliber could vanquish him in a short span of time. If he can cultivate amicable relations with the formidable beings of Earth, then this endeavor would be worthwhile, given that Hela has already fallen victim to the treachery of Ilias. Odin is convinced that that fiend would never let Asgard off the hook. At such a juncture, it is imperative to forge alliances with a deity-level powerhouse. With such a guardian, Ilias would surely think twice before making a move. Gazing at the desecrated runes still shimmering atop Mount Fuji, Odin raised Gungnir above his head, filling it with divine energy, and hurled it fiercely towards the blasphemous symbols. Subsequently, Odin signaled Heimdall to activate the Bifrost Bridge. He then turned to the soldiers of Asgard and bellowed, "Warriors of Asgard, let us fight for the safety of the Nine Realms. For Asgard, for our families behind us." Odin's battle cry unfurled the banners of Asgard's warships, igniting a chorus of war cries from all Asgardian soldiers. With a brilliant flash, the Bifrost Bridge illuminated the surroundings, and the majority of Asgard's warriors, including Odin, vanished from Asgard. After Odin's departure, Loki stepped forward to address the remaining Asgardian soldiers, shouting, "Before our king returns in triumph, we must defend Asgard. All soldiers, return to your posts." The protective array of the palace remains active. For Asgard, for King Odin, for Asgard, for King Odin, for Lord Loki, for Asgard, for King Odin, for Lord Loki. The remaining Asgardian soldiers echoed his fervor, their battle cries momentarily catching Loki off guard, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a rare smile. In that instant, his gaze grew resolute. At Loki's behest, the Asgardian soldiers swiftly returned to their respective posts. Behind Loki, within the palace, the core of the energy shield was operating at a frantic pace, casting a golden barrier over the vast majority of Asgard. Upon his return, Odin had optimized the original shield system. What had once only cloaked the palace was transformed to encompass most of Asgard, leaving behind only areas of little consequence. Once the shield was fully erected, Loki returned to the palace, where Asgardian soldiers had employed a blend of technology and magic to project a holographic representation of Asgard before him. Any anomalies would face fierce retaliation from the soldiers stationed there. Behind Loki, Frigga, wielding the Staff of Mind, gazed at him with satisfaction. In this moment, Loki's demeanor filled her with pride. Loki, aware of Frigga's watchful eyes, hastened to her side and spoke earnestly. "Mother, please return to safety. I shall protect you." Observing the seriousness in Loki's expression, Frigga smiled warmly in response. "Loki, I take great pride in you. However, as the Queen of Asgard, it is only natural that I cannot remain in the shadows at such a moment. Loki paused momentarily upon hearing this, but after glimpsing the mind scepter in Frigga's grasp, he nodded in acknowledgement. Undoubtedly, Frigga wielding the mind scepter surpassed his own combat prowess. Concurrently, Gungnir, imbued with boundless divine power, descended upon Earth, its target being the blasphemous runes. Yet, Gungnir faltered once more, being drawn into a peculiar realm. Following Gungnir's arrival on Earth, the radiant beams of the Bifrost illuminated the ground, and with the descent of the Bifrost luminescence, the armies of Asgard materialized in Tokyo. Soon after, additional beams of light descended, revealing the warships carrying the soldiers of the Salvation Legion near Tokyo Bay. This was Odin's intention. He had enlisted Heimdall's assistance for the Salvation Legion's forces. Chapter 159. Odin the War God. Upon the arrival of the Salvation Legion's troops, Odin, clad in the destroyer armor, soared into the heavens, channeling divine power as he bellowed. People of Midgard, the resounding echoes, intertwined with thunder, pierced the atmosphere, causing the volcanic ash clouds to tremble. The destroyer armor, hovering behind him, dramatically unfurled, revealing Odin's resolute visage. I have pierced the glacier throne of the frost giants with the eternal spear, freezing the ambitions of Jotunheim in the long night of your ancestors. Now, the shadows that covet Midgard stretch their malevolent claws toward you once more. Though this is not a war of Asgard, it is a common foe of the Nine Realms. I shall not permit darkness to consume the light of Midgard. Today, in the name of the All-Father, I vow that even if the power of Odin is exhausted, I shall stand firm on the battlefield until the final moment. Soldiers of Asgard, charge! With Odin's proclamation concluded, the Asgardian soldiers, already prepared, surged forth towards the demons. In the skies above, Asgard's unique ships engaged the ever-appearing flying demons. The soldiers of the Salvation Legion were equally resolute, embarking on various vessels to land upon the ruins of Tokyo. The support of missiles and rockets streaked through the heavens, ensuring that they would not wait for the demons to invade their homeland. Although the soldiers of the Salvation Legion could not bring their formidable electronic weaponry to Tokyo, the firearms and artillery blessed by the statue of Artoria were sufficient to inflict considerable damage upon the demons. Yet, in Odin's eyes, this was still insufficient. He radiated divine light, bestowing this brilliance upon all Asgardian soldiers and members of the Salvation Legion. Mortals, grip your weapons tightly. The blades of Asgard shall drink the blood of our enemies. Empowered by Odin's strength, the soldiers of the Salvation Legion and the warriors of Asgard unleashed a mighty roar, while the demons across from them were equally unyielding, leading to an immediate clash between the two armies. In the battlefield below, led by Thor, Tony, Gawain, and Hulk, the ordinary demons were utterly incapable of obstructing their advance. However, Odin's countenance bore no signs of elation. Instead, it remained gravely solemn. His gaze drifted toward the distance, where Carol faced the abyssal flame demon, and Seth confronted several formidable beings of demigod caliber. In his perception, the spatial nature of these two areas deviated starkly from that of Midgard. The deeper one ventured, the more peculiar the spatial structure became. Yet the fortitude of this strange realm surpassed that of Midgard by a considerable margin. Near the desecrated ruins, Odin even sensed several extraordinarily potent auras. Taking a deep breath, he gestured with his hand, summoning Gungnir, which pierced the fabric of space and materialized in his grasp. However, the spear was now coated in a bizarre, viscous substance, prompting a frown from Odin. Nevertheless, he paid it little heed. After a surge of divine energy, Gungnir was rejuvenated. With the spear in his left hand and his sword in his right, he charged toward the direction of the desecrated ruins, aware that the forthcoming battle would be truly arduous. Odin's entrance was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake. The space before him shattered explosively, and several purple tendrils lashed out violently at him. These tendrils shimmered with a purple magical light, yet in Odin's perception, there was nothing there. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he swung his sword at the tendrils. To his astonishment, the blade passed through them effortlessly, and the swift tendrils struck Odin. In that moment, peculiar and embarrassing visions flooded his mind, yet Odin merely unleashed a radiant light from his single eye. He was not one to be easily swayed. Such a level of mental assault held little power over him. Rather than shattering the mental intrusion, he feigned being affected, and, as the tendrils before him morphed once more, he raised Gungnir in his left hand and hurled it at the tendril's origin. With that shot, Gungnir shattered the space before Odin once more. And in the aftermath of the strike, he finally regained a sense of normalcy, convinced he had successfully hit his target. Soon, Gungnir reappeared before him, having firmly impaled a uniquely formed demon. Unlike the imposing abyssal flame demon, this creature was slender, its body adorned with scales that radiated a dazzling brilliance. It sported small horns atop its head, distinctly different from those of the abyssal flame demon, while its pink, pointed ears protruded from a grotesque visage. Its vertical pupils and forked tongue added an eerie quality to its menacing appearance. Its abdomen yawned open, revealing a gaping maw that dripped with purple ichor, from which several slick purple tendrils writhed menacingly. At that moment, Gungnir had precisely pierced through its gaping mouth. "You vile creature, you have provoked my wrath." The demon, in excruciating agony, forcibly extracted Gungnir from its body, gazing in astonishment at the spear. This weapon had pierced through the very fabric of space to strike it. Yet, before it could examine the spear in detail, Odin summoned Gungnir back with a mere gesture. Following this, Odin unsheathed the sword of Odin and swung it towards the demon, which, feeling the overwhelming power that sent chills to its core, promptly turned to flee. However, Odin merely feigned an attack, as the demon escaped. He redirected the blade towards the desecrated ruins near Mount Fuji. A crack of thunder and divine light swept across the land, enveloping the space in an eerie silence. Odin's figure vanished, only to reappear near the desecrated ruins. With a mighty shout, he struck the ruins with an unstoppable force. Yet at that moment, the space that had previously obstructed Gungnir's assault attempted to repeat its trick, but under the might of the sword of Odin, it began to shatter. As the space failed to impede Odin's strike, a colossal purple claw joined the fray, swirling with a crimson energy as it lunged for the sword of Odin. However, this seemingly massive appendage proved as fragile as butter under a hot knife when faced with the sword. Although the sword of Odin effortlessly cleaved through the claw's defenses, it momentarily delayed its advance. In that brief interval, a figure crashed into Odin, forcing him to stagger back, and by the time he regained his footing, he was encircled by 4 figures. Among these 4, 2 were in a dire state. One was the earlier demon that had fled from Odin's attack, now sporting a gaping wound in its abdomen where Gungnir had pierced it. Although flesh and blood had begun to regenerate, the remnants of Gungnir's assault were still evident. The other was a purple abyssal demon, resembling a towering western dragon, its once menacing spines transformed into writhing tentacles. One of its arms bled with a violet-red ichor, though its wounds were healing rapidly. Chapter 160. Odin slays demons. Odin surveyed his surroundings. Within his perception, these 4 figures were all of paternal caliber, instilling a slight pressure even within him. Yet, it was but a trifling concern. Clad in his destroyer armor and wielding the sword of Odin, he was prepared to confront even mightier foes. Thus, this situation was far from daunting. Faced with Odin, adorned in his destroyer armor and brandishing the sword of Odin, the 4 demon generals did not dare to be complacent. In a brief span, 2 of them had already been wounded by Odin. Should they underestimate him? Believing their numerical superiority would ensure victory, they might well find themselves in dire straits. 3 of you, take him off this planet. The Abyss has no need for a shattered life world. A demon clad in purple armor, the very one who had repelled Odin, opened its mouth. This demon possessed a slender form, and its armor was adorned with exquisite gemstones, radiating an aura of immense power among the 4 demon generals, standing defiantly before Odin. Upon hearing the demon's words, Odin, without waiting for the demon to strike, soared beyond the confines of Earth. In the presence of these 4 formidable beings, he deemed it futile to attempt the destruction of the blasphemous ruins. Rather than engaging in battle on Earth, he chose to draw the conflict into the cosmos, thereby safeguarding the Asgardian soldiers from the collateral damage of their clash. Observing Odin's departure, the 4 demon generals immediately pursued him, for it was clear that he was the strongest adversary on the opposing side. If they could merely hinder him, the relentless tide of abyssal forces would surely falter against the remaining armies. From a distance, Carol beheld this scene, momentarily entranced. Each of the 4 demons exuded a terrifying aura, yet she could sense their trepidation towards the armored figure, whom current intelligence identified as the legendary king of the gods. Odin. In the midst of her reverie, she was struck by a claw from the abyssal flame demon, sending her hurtling away. However, instead of pursuing her, the abyssal flame demon remained grounded, fortified by the unending supply of lava from Mount Fuji, rendering it nearly invincible. To recklessly chase after her would squander this significant advantage. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to let Carol escape unscathed. After sending her flying, he commanded a torrent of lava to surge into the sky, which, after absorbing ample abyssal energy, hurtled down towards the direction in which Carol had been cast away. The force of the abyssal flame demon was formidable, propelling Carol from Tokyo to Shikoku Island, with an overwhelming cascade of lava trailing closely behind her. The molten rock descended from the heavens, striking Shikoku Island with catastrophic force, obliterating all life on the island save for Carol, who alone survived amidst the terrifying onslaught. The abyssal energy carried by the lava thoroughly eroded the very essence of Shikoku. Upon witnessing the horrifying tide of lava behind her, Carol activated her binary form. In this state, her powers surged to such an extent that she could shatter stars. The formidable enhancements of her binary mode allowed her to withstand the abyssal flame demon's assault, igniting within her a fierce rage at the sight of such wanton slaughter before her eyes. Empowered by her binary form, Carol surged back at a velocity surpassing her initial speed, though she now possessed the strength to contend with celestial beings. The abyssal flame demon's body continued to merge with the molten essence of Mount Fuji. To vanquish him entirely would necessitate the annihilation of the mountain and the seismic belt beneath it, a course of action that would only lead to greater loss of life. However, blinded by fury, Carol neglected her primary objective, the blasphemous runes. Below, Tony and the others on the battlefield sought to alert her. Yet they found themselves unable to approach the fray between Carol and the abyssal flame demon. Meanwhile, Odin's figure materialized in a neighboring galaxy of the solar system, closely followed by 4 demon generals who also revealed their presence. "You, human, possess remarkable prowess, surpassing the so-called geniuses," spoke the lead demon general. This remark caused Odin's gaze to sharpen. Though he bore no disdain for humanity, he was the leader of the Aesir, far beyond what they referred to as humans. Odin immediately retorted, "I am Odin, the All-Father, not the human you speak of." His words, however, left the 4 demon generals momentarily stunned, only to be met with their mocking laughter. "A god? Ha ha ha. You?" Their derisive laughter echoed. How absurd. Such contemptuous laughter darkened Odin's expression, for he was not one to be trifled with. With a swift motion, he hurled Gungnir at the demon who had laughed the loudest. The demon's laughter stuttered, clearly anticipating Odin's explosive reaction. However, the force of Gungnir compelled him to defend himself with all his might. The other 3 demon generals, witnessing this, immediately launched their assault against Odin, yet he remained undaunted. With immense divine power coalescing, Odin swung the sword of Odin, charging towards the trio of demon generals. The one who had momentarily resisted Gungnir quickly joined the fray. In an instant, 5 godlike beings engaged in fierce combat within this galaxy, unleashing a myriad of radiant bursts. Each flash heralded the demise of a celestial body, transforming the once tranquil galaxy into a battlefield ravaged by the aftermath of their conflict. The sword of Odin cleaved through the cosmic void, while Gungnir pierced the boundless abyss of energy. The 4 demon generals unleashed their various tactics, psychic assaults, energy erosion, and more brutal strikes, relentlessly targeting Odin. Yet, clad in his formidable destroyer armor, Odin's attributes were simply beyond comprehension. The mental attacks proved futile against him, his singular eye gleaming with light as if to shield him from all psychic disturbances. Common assaults could scarcely affect the destroyer armor, but Odin's strikes inflicted substantial damage upon the demon generals. At that moment, Odin seemed to dominate the 4, inciting their fury. Although they merely needed to hold him at bay, their pride as formidable beings would not permit them to be so easily suppressed. In light of this, the 4 demon generals intensified their onslaught against Odin. With the abyss as their safety net, they dismissed the notion of death, viewing it merely as a return to the abyss to await resurrection. Observing the demon's fervor against him, Odin felt a surge of delight. As long as they were preoccupied with their reckless aggression, he found himself in an advantageous position, precisely as he had hoped. Though Odin wielded both Gungnir and the Sword of Odin, his millennia of accumulated combat experience ensured that he remained unfazed by any unfamiliarity. Rather, the synergy of his spear and sword produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. However, the four demon generals were no easy adversaries. Two engaged Odin directly in fierce combat, while another relentlessly disrupted him with mental assaults, and the fourth utilized spatial powers to shield the remaining trio, resulting in a stalemate between them. At first glance, it appeared that Odin and the demon generals were not employing any grandiose attacks. Yet the lethal intent and power emanating from their every strike surpassed that of any ostentatious display. After shattering several planets, the four demon generals exchanged a knowing glance and seamlessly launched a new offensive against Odin. The demon general previously pierced by Odin's spear was the first to act, its body enveloped in abyssal energy as massive mental tendrils surged forth toward Odin. The dragon-like demon general and the armored one transformed into two streaks of violet light, hurtling directly at Odin. Meanwhile, another general sealed the space surrounding Odin, causing him to momentarily falter. Although Odin could extricate himself from this spatial confinement, he inadvertently exposed a vulnerability with this attack. Relying on the power of the destroyer armor, Odin felt emboldened to fight more recklessly. Under the current circumstances, these demons had yet to demonstrate any capability to breach the defenses of the armor. Indeed, this was true. The metrics of the destroyer armor were astonishingly formidable, beyond the reach of ordinary celestial beings. Any rare defeats he suffered were either against singularly powerful cosmic entities or peculiar mechanisms like Yang Chen's. Seizing the opportunity presented by Odin's temporary distraction, the demon generals, though pondering whether this was a deliberate feint, recognized that they could resurrect upon death. This opportunity, should it slip away, might not present itself again, so they resolved to act decisively. As the colossal mental tendrils surged toward him, Odin's expression hardened. The blessings of the gods embedded within the destroyer armor activated, causing Odin to vanish from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind the demon general previously pierced by Gungnir and swung the sword of Odin downward. This particular demon general had sustained the most damage, and Odin had discerned during their earlier encounter that its physical form was not particularly robust. Odin resolved to dismantle the threat by incapacitating this foe, thereby alleviating some of the pressure he faced. The sudden appearance of Odin behind it startled the tentacled demon. Realizing it could not evade the impending strike of the sword of Odin, it chose to advance rather than retreat. The previously unleashed mental tendrils were severed and propelled outward, while an abundance of solid tendrils sprouted from its back, encircling toward Odin. Upon witnessing this, Odin let out a cold snort, yet his movements remained swift. The scene of a heated blade slicing through butter unfolded once more. However, this time, the body of the demon general transformed into a multitude of tendrils that swiftly coiled toward Odin. At that moment, Odin seemed to sense something amiss, and with a flick of Gungnir, he unleashed a powerful barrage aimed at the oncoming tendrils. Subsequently, he harnessed the might of the destroyer armor, radiating divine light that pierced through the mass of tendrils formed from the demon general's body. Nevertheless, Odin's actions were momentarily obstructed by the tendrils, during which space before him rippled, and the armored demon general along with the dragon-shaped demon surged forth from the fabric of space. Odin, whose actions had been thwarted, found himself directly confronted by the combined assault of the two demon generals. Although the protective aura of the destroyer armor mitigated the damage, the force of the attack still sent Odin hurtling backward. The overwhelming power of the strike shattered the planet behind him. Yet the demon generals understood that such an attack posed little true threat to Odin, prompting them to escalate their offensive. After shattering the planet, Odin finally regained his balance, immensely relieved that he had consumed the fruit of the everlasting tree. Had his body not been fortified by that fruit, he would have likely succumbed to the slumber of Odin from the frequent exertion of divine power. Just as Odin steadied himself, the space around him underwent another transformation, as abyssal runes surged forth, coalescing into a formation reminiscent of a magical array. These runes were evidently not hastily conceived. It seemed the spatial demon had been preparing them from the outset of the confrontation, Odin mused. Before he could react, the abyssal runes flared to brilliance, and Odin's form was swept away by the tumultuous waves of space, transporting him into the heart of the star within this galaxy. At the moment Odin was engulfed by the star, the three demon generals struck in unison, infusing a torrent of abyssal energy directly into the stellar body. Under the influence of this dark energy, the once pale yellow star rapidly morphed into a deep crimson hue, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that radiated outward. The three demon generals swiftly retreated beyond the confines of the galaxy, with the dragon-shaped general taking a moment to seize the weakened tentacled demon, which had been pierced once more by Gungnir. The tentacled demon appeared utterly diminished, its form now translucent, a testament to the toll exacted by Odin's lethal strikes. Originally, this had been a smoothly executed escape tactic, but it faltered at its most vulnerable point against Gungnir. The star, now infused with abyssal energy, erupted with an awe-inspiring spectacle, akin to a star entering the throes of a supernova. Without external intervention, the annihilation of this galaxy would become an unavoidable fate. Yet, this terrifying power did little to assuage the anxiety of the demon generals, for Odin's presence remained unwavering, instilling a heavy dread within them. They were utterly bewildered as to how they might breach that accursed armor. Chapter 162. Carol's defeat. At this moment, the four demon generals stood resolutely outside the galaxy, their gazes fixated on the spot where Odin had been struck down. Before long, they beheld Odin's silhouette, clad in the armor of the destroyer. Odin emerged slowly from the supernova's explosion, although his steps appeared measured, each stride covered an astonishing distance. Odin, too, was not unscathed. The shockwaves from a supernova had inflicted a force upon his very being. Yet, despite his physical discomfort, a profound exhilaration coursed through him. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a fierce battle. In previous encounters, he had either held back or been overwhelmed, leaving him devoid of true engagement. This skirmish ignited his very blood with fervor. However, while Odin reveled in the thrill of combat, the four demon generals found no joy. They felt the disparity between themselves and Odin, though not to a crippling degree. It was evident that this individual relied heavily on the advantages conferred by his divine artifact, a realization that left the demons lamenting. In the abyss, there were indeed many formidable weapons, yet such artifacts were elusive and rare. As they gazed upon Odin, emerging from the supernova, a sense of foreboding enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Nevertheless, they resolved to confront him. If they could not vanquish him, they would at least strive to hold him at bay. In stark contrast to the battle unfolding with Odin, Carol, despite having activated her dual star form, found herself unable to contend with the abyssal flame demon. However, in the throes of fury, she recalled that the desecration runes were her primary target. With renewed determination, she shifted her focus, shattering the towering form of the abyssal flame demon once more before charging towards the direction of the runes. Just as she was on the cusp of success, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. Before she could react, a tremendous force struck her, propelling her from Earth itself. In her path, a demonic figure materialized, its visage strikingly different from that of ordinary demons, exuding an almost ethereal beauty, accentuated by its flowing purple cloak. After sending Carol flying with a single blow, it swiftly followed, its speed surpassing that of Carol's backward flight from Earth. It was not until she landed upon a meteor in the asteroid belt that she managed to halt her momentum. The impact left her feeling as though her very organs had been shattered, yet her formidable physique compelled her to struggle back to her feet. As she rose, a colossal fist loomed before her. Instinctively, she turned her head aside, narrowly evading the brunt of the blow, though the residual force still sent her hurtling away. Fortunately, she was able to absorb a considerable amount of kinetic energy, which allowed her to quickly stabilize her form. Gazing at the vast expanse of meteors that had been reduced to mere powder by a single punch, her heart sank. After Carol evaded the attack, the demon appeared momentarily stunned, only for Carol to hear a voice tinged with intrigue. An amusing human, managing to dodge my blow. I am Ivis, a commander under the Lust Demon Lord. State your name, lest I remain oblivious to the identity of my next victim. The flippant tone, as if merely stating a fact, ignited a spark of anger within Carol. Throughout her many years traversing the cosmos, engaging in countless battles and safeguarding numerous civilizations, she had encountered adversaries who would flee at the first sign of her approach. She had never before met such an arrogant foe. You need not concern yourself with the identity of your next victim. Simply know that it is Captain Marvel, Carol, who will bring about your demise." Yet, upon uttering these words, she was met only with Ivis's light laughter. As Carol focused intently, Ivis vanished before her eyes, and suddenly, she felt a tremendous force strike her face. Almost immediately, she was sent flying once more, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had scarcely registered how she had been struck. Before she could regain her footing, her body was struck multiple times, sending her careening through space, and her gaze began to fill with fury. Finally, after being hurled away yet again, Carol could no longer contain her wrath. A tremendous power erupted within her, sweeping away everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius, as if a miniature sun had suddenly appeared in the solar system. However, this burst of energy had no effect on Ivis. In mere flashes, he evaded the range of Carol's explosive power. Carol was well aware of this fact. Once her energy surge subsided, she transformed into a streak of light, propelling herself towards the outer reaches of the solar system. In stark contrast, Ivis unleashed a speed far surpassing her own, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Before long, Ivis closed in on Carol, who, seeing this, unleashed another surge of energy to repel him. Once they were beyond the confines of the solar system, she vowed to make him pay. As Carol continued her relentless energy outbursts, Ivis's violet cloak began to undergo subtle changes, of which Carol remained blissfully unaware. Finally, after what felt like countless energy explosions, Carol emerged from the solar system, only then pausing to catch her breath. This is merely the beginning, Carol thought. Yet the moment this notion flickered in her mind, a mocking voice echoed within. Is it? To me, it seems to have come to an end. At this, Carol felt a chill run down her spine. This demon could read her thoughts. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, brimming with confidence that as long as she focused, this demon would surely meet his end at her hands. As Carol's thoughts coalesced, a brilliant radiance akin to that of a celestial star erupted violently from within her. Were this to occur within the confines of the solar system, it would undoubtedly have profound repercussions on Earth. Yet, to Carol's astonishment, the demon boldly stepped into her energy field, strolling through it with an air of ease, seemingly unscathed. From an external perspective, one would discern that Ivis was enveloped in a rich violet glow, under which he remained impervious to Carol's energy. Thus, Carol could only watch in disbelief as Ivis ventured into her realm of energy. In the next instant, his form materialized before her, and he seized her by the throat with a firm grip. Now it is over, is it not? Chapter 163. The Ancient One's escape. At that moment, Carol, held captive by Ivis's single hand around her neck, felt her strength being suppressed by his grip. Though she no longer required breath, the power of that hand relentlessly eroded her essence. As a merciful demon, I grant you the opportunity to utter your last words. Shortly, I shall sever your head. Ivis's tone was eerily calm, as though he were merely stating a fact. However, Carol had no time to heed the demon's words. She realized that if she did not act swiftly, her demise was imminent. With an emotional value of 256, the sensation of impending death paradoxically instilled tranquility within Carol. She forced herself to compose her thoughts in search of a means to survive. In doing so, she noticed the magnificent purple cloak draped behind the demon, resonating with the energy she had unleashed. This resonance formed a protective barrier around Ivis, and his claws seemed imbued with the power to suppress her own strength. Just as Ivis was about to twist Carol's head from her shoulders, an extraordinary force interrupted his motion. A green ripple swept through the space surrounding them, causing time itself to reverse for both Carol and Ivis. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the fabric of this realm, and the Ancient One emerged slowly from within. She appeared unchanged since being imprisoned in the Mirror of Desire by Eliza. After the Ancient One's emergence, Eliza materialized from another location. Yet her condition starkly contrasted that of the Ancient One. Although it was Eliza who had drawn the Ancient One into the Mirror of Desire, the Ancient One, possessing the Eye of Agamotto, could continuously restore her state, prompting Eliza to exclaim in disbelief at her monstrous resilience. Initially, while Eliza could not defeat the Ancient One in direct confrontation, she remained undefeated through the Mirror of Desire. However, the Ancient One's formidable magical prowess allowed her to identify the vulnerabilities within the Mirror's realm and ultimately escape its confines. As soon as Ancient One emerged, she beheld Carol being throttled by Ivis. Initially, she was at a loss as to which spell could rescue Carol, so she opted to wield the Eye of Agamotto. This artifact manipulated time, revealing the hidden depths of such a seemingly insignificant planet. Ivis swiftly broke free from Ancient One's temporal reversal. Its voice reverberated within her mind. Although it had escaped the grasp of time, it refrained from slaying Carol, wary of Ancient One's power. In a mere flicker, Ivis appeared near Eliza, and upon their proximity, its voice dripped with mockery as it addressed her. "What is this? Are you so beleaguered, even within the realm of the Desire Mirror?" Eliza merely shook her head, unwilling to engage in debate. Only those who had faced an adversary with temporal abilities could fathom the true extent of the complications involved. Noticing Eliza's reluctance to converse, Ivis grew intrigued and charged towards Ancient One, evidently perceiving her as the primary threat, leaving the more manageable Carol for Eliza. Carol, in disbelief, stared at her own hands, vividly recalling that the demon had intended to sever her head. Before she could fully comprehend her situation, Ancient One had already reached her side. Realizing the implications of this unexpected ally's presence alongside the other demon, she deduced that at the very least, this white figure was an enemy of the demon. Judging by the energy radiating from the demon, it was not dissimilar to the previous one, yet the fact that this white figure had managed to subdue it to such an extent spoke volumes of its prowess. However, she was perplexed as to when such a formidable entity had emerged on Earth, a mystery she had yet to unravel. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the demon charged towards her. Just as Carol prepared to defend herself, the demon vanished, and she heard the words of the white figure beside her. "Leave this demon to me. The other one is more suited for you." With that, the white figure disappeared from her sight, leaving Carol momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, she had to confront the demon, and after a brief moment of confusion, she dashed towards Eliza. Having moved a considerable distance from the solar system, she was no longer constrained. The immense photon energy coalesced around her, and her charge became akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. However, Eliza showed no sign of fear in the face of such an onslaught. Unlike Ancient One's utterly irrational methods, Carol's attack, though grand in appearance, failed to capture Eliza's attention for long. As Carol hurtled towards her, Eliza stowed away the Desire Mirror. With a beat of her demonic wings, a surge of purplish-red abyssal energy enveloped her, transforming her into a crimson magical star that barreled forth to meet Carol. Though it faced some difficulties when battling against Gawain, it did not sustain any significant injuries, and thus, it felt no fear towards Carol at this moment. As the demon charged towards her, Carol's expression brightened considerably. The prior combat against Ivis, where she was left entirely passive and helpless, had indeed been a torment. Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, with Carol's meteor form colliding directly with the magical star of Eliza, initiating a rapid exchange of blows that numbered in the thousands. When they finally separated, Carol shook her numb hands, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She had not anticipated that in a direct confrontation, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Impressive, truly impressive. Is this yet another independent space? With the dual enhancement of time and space, you are considerably more formidable than that previous human female. I am Ivis. Now, reveal your name. Upon entering the mirrored space, Ivis extended a hand and gestured forward, addressing Gawain directly. My name is Gawain. Why do you repeatedly invade Earth? Do you not fear the repercussions from even stronger beings? At this moment, Gawain chose not to rush into battle. Instead, she opted to engage in a dialogue with the demon named Ivis. Previously, all demons she had encountered had attacked without hesitation, making Ivis's willingness to exchange pleasantries feel somewhat out of place. In response to Gawain's inquiry, Ivis laughed, a somewhat reckless and carefree sound, and when the laughter subsided, its voice echoed in Gawain's mind. Why invade Earth? Is it not evident? It is for slaughter, for chaos. As for those stronger beings, the higher powers will deal with them. I only wish to relish the battle that belongs to me. Chapter 164. The glimpse after finishing its statement, Ivis waved a hand at Gawain, signaling the commencement of battle. Upon seeing Gawain nod, Ivis's figure vanished from her sight. Not daring to be complacent, Gawain recognized the speed of this demon was astonishing. However, she was no novice herself. With a wave of her hand, several tracking spells surged toward Ivis, while a multitude of defensive spells materialized around her. Within the mirrored space, although Ivis's speed was remarkable, it did not surpass Gu Yi's perceptual capabilities. Yet, it was evident that Ivis possessed more than just swiftness. Its claws brimmed with abyssal energy, and with a series of claw strikes, Ivis tore through Gu Yi's tracking spells. However, as Ivis dismantled Gu Yi's tracking magic, she had already prepared her subsequent spells, unleashing a relentless torrent of magic that cascaded toward Ivis like a celestial river. Unfazed, Ivis's purple cloak shimmered with a violet glow with each explosion of magic around it. As the light continued to flicker, Ivis became increasingly adept at countering Gu Yi's spells, a fact that did not escape Gu Yi's notice. Frowning, she replaced her own energy-based spells with those composed of the powers of various dimensional deities. In an instant, the effect was remarkable. This sudden shift in power caught Ivis off guard. However, after enduring several spells, Ivis abandoned the notion of confronting them head-on. With a series of quick flashes, it evaded the magic of the Ancient One. While dodging the spells, Ivis incessantly lavished praise, exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. It is astonishing that, aside from manipulating time and space, you can wield such a myriad of diverse powers. You, a being of humanity, bring me such delight." Yet, upon hearing Ivis's compliments, the Ancient One's expression did not soften. She sensed that the majority of her magic failed to strike the demon named Ivis. Despite drawing from a vast array of dimensional deities, she realized that if this continued, Ivis would adapt. Thus, the Ancient One initiated a temporal rewind within the entire mirrored space. No matter how adaptable the demon was, could it truly adjust to the changes of time? Indeed, under the temporal manipulation of the Eye of Agamotto, Ivis's capacity to adapt to the Ancient One's magical energy diminished somewhat. Yet, even so, the Ancient One lacked the means to vanquish it outright. This left her and Ivis in a stalemate. Faced with the Ancient One's ability to rewind time, Ivis felt no anger. Rather, it relished the challenge, for to it, battles shrouded in uncertainty regarding the opponent's hidden cards were all the more exhilarating. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, a fierce battle unfolded. Although the intensity of this conflict paled in comparison to other battlegrounds, it starkly showcased the brutality of war. Asgardian warriors clashed head-on with the abyssal demons. Under the leadership of the three valiant heroes of the Celestial Palace, Tony, Hulk, and Gawain, some areas even gained an upper hand. However, the sheer number of abyssal demons was overwhelming. After eliminating one wave, more would surge forth. Fortunately, the relentless barrage of long-range firepower from neighboring nations had not ceased since the onset of battle. Increasingly, soldiers from the Salvation Army and various countries began to land on the shores. More firepower, immune to geomagnetic storms, was continuously dispatched to the front lines. Nevertheless, casualties among Asgardian and human warriors persisted. In a desperate bid to halt the demons' advance towards Hokkaido, the Bear Nation had already deployed several nuclear bombs. A decision met with no dissent. In fact, more nuclear-capable nations prepared for further escalation. Should matters reach that point, it seemed the entirety of Japan would face the catastrophic cleansing of nuclear devastation. The greatest conventional threat to Asgard and Earth's forces was posed by demons, such as the eight-armed serpent demon and the baleful flame demon. Although they could be temporarily held at bay by Hulk and Gawain, their numbers far exceeded what the two could manage alone, necessitating the combined efforts of dozens of Asgardian soldiers to subdue them. Asgardian warriors, charge forth. Charge forth. Once again, a colossal eight-armed serpent demon surged through the ranks of Asgardian soldiers. Observing this, Sif promptly led a contingent of Asgardian warriors to confront the threat. Armed with weapons meticulously forged by dwarves and enhanced by Asgardian technology, these soldiers inflicted damage upon the demon far exceeding that of conventional firearms. Several warriors simultaneously engaged, parrying the demon's long blades, allowing Sif to seize the moment and swiftly sever the demon's head. Afterwards, she gazed skyward towards the heavens above Mount Fuji, where thunder crackled incessantly, along with the faint echoes of various spells being unleashed. Following carols being hurled by Ivis, the abyssal flame demon inflicted heavy casualties upon both Asgardian and Savior Legion soldiers with minimal effort. Reluctantly, Thor was compelled to confront the abyssal flame demon directly. Fortunately, Powerful sorcerers from across the globe had arrived via the teleportation magic of Kamartaj, and those who could participate in the battle against the abyssal flame demon alongside Thor were truly exceptional mages. Tony, who also cast his gaze towards the fray, was filled with a sense of bitterness. His armor functioned adequately near the ground. However, any attempts to ascend were thwarted by various forces that threatened to bring him down. At this juncture, overcoming such obstacles was unrealistic, leaving him to unleash relentless firepower upon the demons below. Hulk refrained from joining Thor in his confrontation with the abyssal flame demon, as his sheer strength was ineffectual against it. Any exertion of power merely resulted in Hulk being submerged in a molten lava spring within the gargantuan form of the demon. Although Hulk possessed immense strength, he lacked the means for large-scale devastation. Each time he managed to inflict damage upon the abyssal flame demon, it would rapidly regenerate, leaving Hulk temporarily incapacitated. Thus, targeting high-power adversaries among the lesser demons was the most prudent course of action for him. Meanwhile, Mephisto began to observe the tumultuous events on Earth through his own means. Despite having his body shattered by Artoria, the tremendous upheaval on Earth was impossible for him to ignore. His new form had been birthed from the depths of the hellish dimension he commanded, and while it would take time to reach his former pinnacle, he had at least salvaged his existence. Beside him, the witch-heart demon appeared peculiarly docile, resembling a quail. His once embryonic ambition to become the Lord of Hell had been extinguished after witnessing such formidable beings, particularly after observing Mephisto's body being destroyed. It was impossible to deny. Even a being as powerful as Mephisto was now subject to punishment. How much worse would it be for him if he ventured forth? Chapter 165. The might of humanity. Mephisto remained silent as he surveyed the battlefield in Tokyo, acutely aware that his own demonic army paled in comparison to the ceaseless onslaught of abyssal demons. The entity wreaking havoc at the foot of Mount Fuji was undeniably far superior to the witch-heart demon. Beyond Earth, fierce battles raged, sending shivers down Mephisto's spine. Odin, in a display of divine might, faced 4 adversaries single-handedly, while the combat between Carol and Eliza cast a shadow of concern upon Mephisto's countenance. He found himself utterly powerless in the face of these formidable foes. Furthermore, there was the unseen threat posed by the Ancient One, a demon that elicited a sense of dread within him. Gazing upon the sorceress heart beneath the throne and reflecting on the chaos of that battlefield, Mephisto let out a heavy sigh. There was no recourse but to remain dormant for now. The current situation on Earth was evidently not conducive to action. Moreover, the terrifying figure from before had yet to reappear, and the mere thought of his own body being annihilated sent a chill down Mephisto's spine. Simultaneously, Dormammu observed the tumultuous events on Earth, yet he found himself a solitary figure, untouched by the infighting that plagued his subordinates. He too witnessed the fierce battles waged by the powerful, recalling a time when, with only the Ancient One to contend with, he had deemed Earth a manageable challenge. However, the situation had evolved, and now there loomed the possibility that he could become just another dish on Earth's menu. Yet, paradoxically, the more daunting the circumstances, the more Dormammu yearned to seize Earth. Once a nameless dark sorcerer, fate and relentless risk had elevated him to the Lord of the Dark Dimension. He sensed that the potential of the Dark Dimension had yet to be fully realized. The upheaval on Earth might serve as a pivotal opportunity, a chance for him to advance further. With this thought, Dormammu's gaze upon Earth grew increasingly fervent. Though he had yet to recover from the last catastrophic defeat, he understood that success in the realm of adventure could not be guaranteed. It was merely the price one paid on the path of risk. However, he chose not to venture to Earth at this moment. While he relished adventure, he was not foolish. Under the current circumstances, such a move could lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Thor found himself embroiled in a grueling struggle. Despite summoning all his strength, he could not vanquish his foe, and he, along with the sorcerers, had even managed to level half of the mountain in their efforts. Yet, the demon's form continued to reconstitute itself relentlessly, and its attacks were far from something they could easily counter. Reluctantly, Thor and the sorcerers were forced to adopt a defensive posture. Fortunately, although Thor's speed did not rival Carol's, he was still able to evade the abyssal flame demon, aided by the persistent support of the sorcerers. However, as the number of flying demons multiplied, Asgard's air force found itself overwhelmed with several of these aerial foes launching suicidal assaults against Thor and the sorcerers. While Thor managed to withstand these attacks, the sorcerers, whose defenses were already tenuous, suffered greatly under such relentless onslaughts. Moreover, the aerial demons have significantly disrupted the ground forces. The skies, already ablaze with molten fireballs summoned by the abyssal flame demons, are now further besieged by relentless aerial assaults. In certain regions, these aerial demons have even coordinated with ground demons to reclaim territories controlled by Asgardian soldiers and the Savior Legion, escalating the intensity of the conflict to unprecedented heights. As the battles raged fiercely in this locale, the remaining volcanoes in Japan began to erupt, unleashing a torrent of demons from their craters. This alarming development reached the command centers through battlefield intelligence, instilling immense pressure among the military hierarchies of various nations. The demons pouring forth from Mount Fuji alone had already ensnared their forces in a stalemate. Now, with the Japanese volcanoes also awakening, the potential for chaos was unimaginable should these demons spread further. Simultaneously, the abyssal energy further breached the protective sanctity of the sacred formation, casting a dark crimson shroud over all of Japan. Under this ominous canopy, the ecological system of Japan began to undergo irreversible transformations. Rivers, once teeming with life, morphed into torrents of molten lava, while the once fertile earth cracked and emitted noxious gases tinged with the scent of sulfur. Lush forests transformed into insatiable wastelands, preying upon the unwary. Urban structures, too, underwent horrifying alterations. Some crumbled to ashes, while others grotesquely adopted abyssal aesthetics, turning into instruments of slaughter against the Japanese populace. Those seeking refuge in the ports fell victim to the clutches of abyssal creatures, losing all hope of salvation in that moment. As the abyssal energy enveloped Japan, it momentarily halted its expansion, evidently intent on a methodical and complete consumption of the land. Such transformations heightened the anxieties of governments worldwide, who could scarcely fathom the hellish scenarios that would unfold should this malevolence encroach upon their own territories. During a discreet meeting among the permanent members of the United Nations, 3 of the 5 engaged in calm discourse, recognizing that conflict could not resolve the predicament at hand. Maintaining composure was imperative. The fate of the Japanese people appeared sealed, and even if rescue were possible, who would dare allow them entry into their own lands? Indeed, should these individuals harbor demonic powers, the consequences would be dire. Thus, are you prepared? Prepared indeed. It is not the first time we have launched such an endeavor. For the future of humanity, their sacrifice is a mark of honor. Let us commence. With the conclusion of the meeting, hundreds of Minuteman missiles erupted from silos across the United States, with other nuclear-capable nations following suit, unleashing a barrage of weapons trailing terrifying plumes across the globe. However, this time, the ascent of nuclear arms was not aimed at mutual annihilation, but rather to carve out a future for humanity. The recent assault on the Abyss has not been thwarted. These attacks merely serve as a fleeting impediment to the Abyss's operations. Aside from the feeble demons, this has little impact on the Abyss itself. Thousands of nuclear warheads, imbued with an unstoppable might, have descended upon various locations in Japan, excluding Mount Fuji. In an instant, it seemed as though 1,000 fervent suns had risen over this slender island nation. The demons that had surged forth from all corners of Japan were quelled, and the citizens, who had been awaiting assistance, were left utterly devoid of hope for survival. In contrast to the emperor and prime minister, whose very souls were seared by the Abyss's energy, they were vaporized under the might of the nuclear weapons, meeting a serene end. Chapter 166. The Descent of the Celestial Assembly. This overwhelming power also captured the attention of the warriors of Asgard. After all, it is difficult to ignore a plethora of mushroom clouds rising from the ground. Upon discovering that these were the weapons of their allies in Midgard, they were struck with a profound sense of awe. To witness such formidable support from their comrades after traversing vast distances for battle was indeed exhilarating. For Asgard, for the 9 realms, the battle cries of the Asgardian warriors reverberated across the battlefield as they launched another assault against the throngs of demons with unwavering resolve and formidable weaponry. Meanwhile, the number of ships gathering in the nearby seas was increasing rapidly, and various armaments began to rain upon the colossal form of the abyssal inferno. While nuclear weapons could not be deployed at this proximity, All other armaments were prioritized for engagement. What a spectacle! Such an image is indeed striking. At this moment, Zhong Hong reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the evening breeze while observing the scene in Tokyo, a sight that further elevated his already buoyant mood due to the influx of emotional energy. The abyss had thoroughly assimilated the land there. Should Zhong Hong wish to conclude this farce, the abyss would promptly devour that region entirely. However, how could he easily bring such an entertaining spectacle to an end? As for the number of casualties, the Marvel editorial team was indifferent. What concern should Zhong Hong have? It seems that once this is concluded, a period of respite will be necessary. Remaining in a constant state of tension can lead to numbness. Perhaps he could amalgamate a few cards and frolic in other universes afterward. As ideas began to flow, Zhong Hong found himself unable to halt the momentum. The Marvel multiverse is replete with intriguing realms. Amid the intense conflict on Earth, the Celestial Assembly, in the midst of a meeting, also took note of the events unfolding on the planet. Following Arisham's sealing of Tiamat, Earth had been placed on the Celestial Assembly's watch list. Thus, when the abyssal energy manifested on a grand scale, Arisham was quick to observe it, and soon, the other members of the Celestial Assembly became aware of the situation on Earth. The members of the Celestial Assembly, who had previously opposed Arisham's actions against the insectoid species, immediately initiated a discussion regarding the abyss. In contrast to the somewhat abnormal yet familiar threat posed by the insectoids, the abyss was entirely otherworldly. Upon hearing this, Arisham nodded. The issue of the abyss was far more vexing than that of the Zerg. The entity that had initially penetrated this universe remained undiscovered by them to this day. An unsettling thought for the Celestial Assembly. Now that power had resurfaced, Arisham was moved by the possibility that this incident could lead to the entity's location, potentially eradicating this grave threat. With this in mind, Arisham paused the meeting, and several members of the Celestial Assembly, under Arisham's guidance, hastened towards Earth while more remained behind to wait. The distance from the void to Earth appeared to the Celestial Assembly as mere steps, and soon, Arisham led a few members beyond the solar system. They directly witnessed Carol being brutally assaulted by Eliza and the confrontation between Ivis and Gu-E in the mirror dimension, while Odin and the other demon generals were deemed unworthy of concern. Upon sensing the presence of the Celestial Assembly, Eliza and Ivis frantically fled towards Earth. But it was already too late. The dark expanse of the cosmos seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, with the surrounding space of millions of kilometers firmly locked down, extinguishing any hope of escape for Ivis and Eliza. Gradually, several phantasmal figures with 6 barrels emerged in the universe. Even before their physical forms descended, Eliza and Ivis felt the oppressive weight of mortality. Abyssal beings, verdict, death. A mechanically cold voice pierced the vacuum, resonating not just within the minds of the living, but manifesting as sound throughout the cosmos. As Arisham's words echoed, the space surrounding Ivis and Eliza collapsed, and a formidable force surged forth, obliterating their bodies. At that moment, Carol, nestled behind Gu-E, watched in stunned silence, grappling with the overwhelming aura of divine wrath emanating from these colossal beings. Just as the corporeal forms of Ivis and Eliza were annihilated, the abyssal flame demon, which had been mercilessly attacking Tony and the sorcerers, abruptly ceased its onslaught, reverting to its normal state and diving into a circle of profane runes. The 4 demon generals engaged with Odin soon received the news and began to extricate themselves from the battle, seeking an escape. However, Odin was unwilling to grant them their desire, resorting to merciless tactics against the cornered foes. Gungnir struck repeatedly, disrupting any attempts by the demon generals to initiate spatial teleportation. Finally, a member of the Celestial Assembly directed their gaze towards this conflict, their form piercing through light years to appear within the star system. Upon their arrival, they ensnared the entire system's space, forcing the 4 demon generals to abandon their teleportation efforts. They gazed at Odin and the members of the Divine Assembly, their eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Faced with Odin and this terrifying presence, they had lost all hope of escape. Rather than succumb to a suffocating death, they chose to fight with abandon. Noticing the intensity in their gaze, a member of the Divine Assembly took an interest, raising his hand. Within this galaxy, nearly all matter had been reconstructed into its fundamental essence, yet the abyssal energy surrounding the 4 demon generals remained unaffected. Indeed, You do not belong to this universe. Consequently, perish. With the utterance of these words, the fundamental matter of the galaxy coalesced into a torrent of annihilation that surged toward the four demon generals. Confronted with such an onslaught, the demon generals could only withstand for a brief moment before their forms were obliterated. They lacked the caliber of armor that Odin possessed, leaving them with little means to resist the assault from the Divine Assembly. Simultaneously, Arisum and several other members of the Divine Assembly arrived beyond the earth. Upon witnessing the abyssal power enveloping Japan, their cold gazes were tinged with disdain. Such a malevolent force, foreign to this universe and posing a significant threat to its life, naturally provoked their revulsion. After confirming the location of the profane runes, the members of the Divine Assembly immediately employed their abilities to discern the nature of the world beyond. However, as they enacted their powers, an unforeseen calamity occurred. In an instant, the light of the entire earth faded away. Beyond Earth, an illusory crimson celestial body began to materialize, rotating and seemingly adding a new scarlet star to the solar system. An eerie violet mist pervaded the entire surface of the Earth, unperturbed by the vastness of space, and this mist swiftly spread throughout the solar system. Powerful beings, already concealed throughout the solar system, including members of the Divine Assembly, found themselves inhaling a sweet yet cloying aroma, despite having no breath. Yet, upon entering, this sweetness transformed into something akin to sulfur, igniting a tumultuous heat within them. The profane runes on earth shattered, and upon their destruction, they formed a slowly swirling crimson wormhole. The space beyond a wormhole quivered ominously, as though some profoundly terrifying entity was about to emerge. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly captured the attention of the Divine Assembly, prompting them to cease their actions, now aware that something formidable was forthcoming. The tremors near the wormhole quickly escalated into a boiling frenzy, as crystalline structures resembling spider webs began to appear. These crystals grew rapidly, extending into the cosmos within a mere moment. Reflected upon these web-like crystals were myriad phantoms, each entwined in a state of raw, primal life impulse. Surrounding these crystals, white light flared brilliantly, fiercely resisting the spread of the crystals on Earth, and subtly, a silhouette began to emerge from the luminous glow. Beneath the gaze of this shadowy figure, the ceaseless surge of abyssal energy did not provoke any further disturbance on Earth. This figure was none other than Artoria. The moment she appeared, a thunderous roar of jubilation erupted from the Salvation Legion, for the deity capable of delivering them in their direst hour had arrived. However, amidst the cheers, a shattering sound of glass resonated from the direction of the crystallizing entities, and in an instant, the cacophony of celebration dissipated into silence. Observing from beyond the confines of Earth, the members of the Celestial Assembly began to channel their divine energies, clearly sensing the emergence of that formidable presence. Slowly, a figure emerged from the wormhole formed by the desecration runes. As she stepped forth, every being in the galaxy felt a stirring deep within their souls. The cosmos itself echoed with a fearful lament, even moving the celestial beings. Her cascading silver hair radiated a brilliance akin to the starry sky, yet at the tips, dark crimson tendrils resembling living creatures unfurled like serpents basking in the moonlight. Her form was in a constant state of flux. To thousands of gazes, she manifested myriad shapes, each observer's mind conjuring the most fervently desired image. Although none recognized her, in that fleeting moment of her appearance, the name lustful demon god surfaced in the minds of all who beheld her. What a splendid world this is, the demon god mused, emitting a soft chuckle. At that moment, her tongue bifurcated into 12 slender, fleshy filaments, each tip blooming with miniature faces, some resembling pure-hearted nuns, others lascivious dancers, and even the visages of those most ardently yearned for by the onlookers. Most perilous of all was the purple-red mist that perpetually emanated from her being. It seemed to come alive upon her arrival, transforming from mere obscurity and emotional provocation to something that burrowed deep into the marrow at the slightest touch. A certain powerful entity peering from within the solar system clutched at his suddenly distended abdomen, screaming as his ribs twisted beneath his skin into the shape of abyssal blooms, while a purple-red bud blossomed at the sight of his heart. This bizarre spectacle sent shockwaves of terror through the ranks of powerful beings lurking throughout the solar system. Their initial intent had merely been to gather information, But they had no desire to risk their lives here, and they immediately resorted to desperate measures to flee. Emotional readings surged. 2460 from a Lithram, 2210 from the Celestial Assembly members, 2230 from another member, 2150 from an Observer, 860 from Odin, and 790 from Ancient One. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the members of the Celestial Assembly sprang into action. This was no ordinary threat. The mere existence of this entity threatened to plunge the entire galaxy into chaos and destruction. As torrents of cosmic energy converged upon the solar system like a multitude of galloping rivers of stars. Meanwhile, the various formidable beings were utterly astonished. Carol's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Odin had also arrived to rendezvous with Ancient One. The entity that had emerged was even more powerful than the Elizas he had encountered not long ago, and the mere aura of its presence sent tremors through Odin's heart. Simultaneously, Mephisto, who was observing the situation on Earth, felt a cold sweat trickling down his spine. Before him, wisps of smoke continually formed, depicting the state of the Earth. Yet these ephemeral manifestations shattered moments later, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the information they bore. Each fragment's demise caused Mephisto tangible anguish. However, this was clearly not a moment for frugality. Regardless of the pain it caused, he had to persist in his observation, as battles of such caliber were rare occurrences. Sharing Mephisto's sentiments was Dormammu, who, likewise, was lavishly consuming resources to monitor the unfolding events. As he beheld the impending clash of titans, doubts began to creep into Dormammu's mind, prompting him to reconsider his own ventures and delay his own ambitions. Concurrently, an increasing number of powerful beings were directing their attention toward this spectacle. The earlier confrontation between the insectoid race, the Collector, and the High Sovereign had already left many in a state of unease. Now, the emergence of another entity poised to engage the Celestial Assembly only intensified the turbulence of this already restless cosmos. Devil, from whence do you hail? What are your intentions in this universe? The chilling mechanical voice of Arisum echoed throughout the cosmos, as he and his fellow Celestial Assembly members readied their cosmic energies. Poised for confrontation. Although they were gathering power, Arisum was not hastening to attack, despite the prevalence of enemies facing the Celestial Assembly. Indiscriminately increasing their adversaries was not a prudent course of action. Ha ha ha! How could such a powerful being pose such a question? Should it not be that I do as I please? The Lord of Lust chuckled in response to Arisum's inquiry, before his figure vanished into the depths of a crimson star. Chapter 168. The Onslaught Devil Threats Annihilation. In light of this response, the members of the Celestial Assembly immediately launched an assault against the Lord of Lust. His demeanor and the nature of his energy signified that this was not a force with which to coexist peacefully. Golden fissures sliced through the void, as potent cosmic energy wielded by the Celestial Assembly members surged forth toward the Lord of Lust. Yet, just as this cosmic energy was about to strike the Crimson Star, its nature shifted dramatically. A myriad of resplendent runes emerged from the torrent of cosmic energy, and with a surge of power, the runes transmuted the energy into a purplish-red mist. This transformation took the Celestial Assembly members by surprise. They had anticipated a counterattack from this formidable entity. Yet they now found their own attacks, crafted from their mastery over cosmic laws, corrupted. They sensed within those magnificent runes a completely different set of laws, foreign to this universe. This revelation compelled the members of the Celestial Group to take matters seriously. Initially, they believed these outsiders would be assimilated by the laws of this universe. However, they now discovered that it was these intruders who were eroding the very fabric of their realm, inciting within them a profound emotion known as anger. A vast reservoir of cosmic energy converged under the guidance of the Celestial Group, enveloping the solar system in a dense shell, while simultaneously forming a colossal barrier beyond the Milky Way. The gravity of the situation left the Celestial Group with no room for carelessness. For this phenomenon bore an uncanny resemblance to the onset of cataclysmic events, during which even the most ordinary members of the Celestial Group would be reduced to mere fodder. Doom and Mephisto, engrossed in observing the unfolding scene, abruptly lost their visual feed, unable to glean even a fragment of information despite their desperate attempts. Concurrently, the formidable beings monitoring the situation through various means also found themselves utterly deprived of sight, clearly indicating that the celestial group wished to keep their actions shrouded in secrecy. Encased within the fragmented dimensions of hell, Mephisto shuddered at the thought of this place. How had matters escalated so drastically? Even during the earlier conflict between the celestial group and the observers, their presence had merely deterred those who dared to emerge. Now, they were denied even a glimpse. Could there be deeper, hidden reasons behind this? Under the heavy hand of the celestial group, the anxiety that already gripped various powerful factions intensified. Those with influence unanimously urged their forces to prepare, while those without began to seek out secluded nooks unnoticed by prying eyes. Yet, their movements failed to capture the attention of either side in the impending conflict. After taking precautions against the dissemination of abyssal energy, the members of the celestial group initiated a new offensive against the lust demon. The material manipulation abilities that the celestial group prided themselves on faltered in the face of the abyssal energy, which evidently did not yield to their commands. A handful of celestial group members led by Erithum commenced their assault on the lust demon through various means, striving to buy time for the concentrated attack Erithum was preparing. A brilliant radiance coalesced at Erithum's chest, not an ordinary cosmic energy, but a manifestation of the laws governing the universe. As assisting the creator deities in maintaining the universe's proper function was indeed the vocation of the celestial group. Hence, they possessed the authority to wield these cosmic laws. The resplendent light gradually intensified, and dozens of glimmering crystalline shards, pulsating with a soft blue hue, hurtled towards the lust demon. At the moment the crystalline projectiles surged towards the lust demon, it sensed an imminent threat, an instinctual awareness that transcended the impact of the celestial group's previous attacks. Although it lacked the overwhelming force of a torrent composed of cosmic energy, the crystalline manifestations of cosmic law still exerted a significant suppressive power over the lust demon. Upon detecting Alisarm's assault, the god of lust immediately retaliated. Its terrifying tendrils transformed into countless purple-red chains adorned with exquisite runes, piercing through the cosmic energy attacks unleashed by the other celestial beings and directly colliding with Alisarm's onslaught. There were no grand explosions or dazzling brilliance. Rather, the crystallized laws of the universe emitted by Alisarm intertwined with the chains of the god of lust, both silently dissolving into nothingness. Although this confrontation lacked grandeur, the underlying peril was palpable, causing beads of cold sweat to bead on the foreheads of formidable beings like Ancient One and Odin. As the offensive forces dissipated, the crimson star housing the god of lust erupted in a manner defying the laws of physics, enveloping the entire solar system in its peculiar essence in an instant. Even the protective barrier conjured from cosmic energy by the celestial beings was violently shattered under such circumstances. Witnessing this, the celestial assembly hastily retreated. Despite the fact that this entity had yet to exhibit any direct threat to them, prudence in the face of the unknown required no instruction. Within the solar system, Ancient One, Odin, Carol, and Earth found themselves securely shielded by the power of Artoria, for otherwise they would have fared poorly in such a dire situation. At the moment of the crimson star's eruption under the god of lust dominion, the entire galaxy began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Both inhabited and uninhabited planets were ensnared by dark red abyssal energy. Ice floating in the cosmos morphed into an amber-hued, indescribable slime. And even black holes began to form enticing lip marks, as the galaxy succumbed to the adverse influence of the god of lust. Such transformations did not escape the watchful eyes of the celestial assembly. Furious at the desecration of a universe they guarded, one member of the celestial group raised their right hand, liberating thousands of stars from the abyssal energy's grasp, igniting them into a frenzied blaze. The immense power unleashed by the burning stars coalesced in their grasp, forming a spear composed of extreme stellar energy. The very fabric of space began to shatter under the weight of this creation, and the spear surged forth towards the god of lust under the celestial being's command. The god of lust regarded this assault with disdain, casually waving its hand to summon the slime formed from cosmic ice in the path of the spear's advance. Soon, the spear composed of stellar energy collided heavily with the slime, which rapidly enveloped the weapon entirely. As the slime corroded it, tendrils of abyssal energy began to rise from the spear, indicating that the depths were assimilating the ferocious power of the stars. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, The remaining members of the Celestial Assembly promptly launched their formidable assaults against the Lust Demon. Various powerful attacks surged toward the entity, as the materials from a neighboring star system were transformed into a unique form of antimatter, propelled forward under the deft manipulation of the Celestial Assembly. Chapter 169. The Demon's Counterattack. Yet, these attacks proved futile against the Lust Demon, as the antimatter energy was swiftly assimilated by the overwhelming abyssal energy. Observing this, Arisam swiftly deduced that this entity seemed innately resistant to attacks of this material nature. Subsequently, Arisam withdrew the cosmic energy surrounding the galaxy, erasing all matter in that region, effectively isolating the entire galaxy from the universe at that moment. Although such a maneuver would bring about severe calamities for the galaxy, it was deemed acceptable in light of the potential contamination this entity might unleash upon the cosmos. Furthermore, Arisam was confident that once the situation was resolved, the Celestial Assembly possessed the capability to restore the galaxy to its former state. Having accomplished this, Arisam redirected his focus to the ongoing conflict between the remaining members of the Celestial Assembly and the Lust Demon. To this point, the entity had yet to unleash any genuine assault against the Celestial Assembly. While it may appear to an onlooker that the Celestial Assembly was perpetually on the offensive, Arisam understood that none of the members, including himself, had launched any attacks capable of inflicting true harm upon the entity. Moreover, with the relentless onslaught from the Celestial Assembly, an increasing amount of the universe's matter and energy was being converted into abyssal energy, which was becoming ever more pronounced within the galaxy. It could be said that, despite their continuous attacks, the members of the Celestial Assembly were the ones suffering losses. Realizing this predicament, Arisam cast his gaze toward Earth. Recalling the moment when the white ephemeral figure had appeared, an extraterrestrial being of similar power had quickly retreated. This suggested that the white figure could counteract these enigmatic energies, or that it possessed strength beyond what Arisam had sensed. Currently, Earth was similarly enveloped in a white radiance. Yet this light did not rush to act. It merely shielded the planet, while the elusive white figure seemed to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. Contemplating this, Arisam's eyes reflected a mixture of emotions directed at the Lust Demon, as it was unprecedented for the Celestial Assembly to be the subject of such scrutiny. Emotional values. Arisam, 3680. Celestial Assembly Member, 2640. Celestial Assembly Member, 2560. After a brief analysis, Arisam swiftly comprehended that only an attack akin to the crystallized laws he had previously employed could pose a genuine threat to this entity. With this realization, Arisam took action once more, commanding the other members of the Celestial Assembly to cease their various energy and matter assaults against the Lust Demon. Subsequently, they collectively conjured a prison-like construct that ensnared both the lustful demon and the pervasive abyssal energy surrounding it. This prison lacked any tangible form. Its boundaries were devoid of energy or medium, effectively obstructing the propagation of power. Such a maneuver was a direct response to the corrosive nature of the abyssal energy. The Celestial Assembly, unlike the lustful demon, prioritized the safeguarding of as many entities within their universe as possible. If the battle against the lustful demon resulted in irreversible destruction of countless elements within the cosmos, then such a confrontation would be deemed futile. Within the confines of the lustful demon's prison, numerous black holes of varying sizes emerged. These black holes were not mere gravitational vortices formed by excessive mass. Rather, they were conduits to spaces beyond the universe. Clearly, the celestial members intended to exile the lustful demon into the void of the cosmos. At this moment, Arisam contemplated that since this entity could not be eliminated without causing significant devastation, it would be preferable to cast it into the universe's expanse, allowing it to wander into any other cosmos, provided it refrained from returning to theirs. As for the ramifications of its journey to other universes, that concern could be addressed later, as any ensuing troubles would not manifest within their dominion. Faced with Arisam's cunning strategy, the lustful demon was finally moved. The celestial beings were indeed despicable. Unable to subdue it in the short term, they sought to banish it instead. The demon retaliated immediately, devoid of any energy flow. The substantial amounts of special matter surrounding Arisam and the celestial assembly transformed into tangible flesh and blood. and the extreme low temperatures and high radiation of the cosmic environment evoked an unexpected sensation of exhilaration among the celestial members. Soon, peculiar flowers sprouted from the flesh, continuously secreting abyssal energy and a strange viscous substance, attempting to assimilate the bodies of the celestial assembly. This unforeseen transformation caught them off guard. Their previous adversaries had always engaged in confrontations governed by various energies, but they had never encountered such a treacherous entity. Although the celestial assembly's formidable regenerative abilities quickly countered this bizarre force, the insidious nature of the attack left a profound impression on them. In that moment, Aritham grew increasingly wary of the lustful demon. It was indeed a malignant growth that could not be allowed to persist within this universe. Demon, be eradicated. Just as Aritham intensified the banishment, a shout from a member of the celestial assembly rang out behind him, accompanied by a hand made of special matter piercing through Aritham's chest. In disbelief, Aritham turned to see that the member of the celestial assembly was now enveloped in a mass of viscous substance and flesh. However, the celestial being soon broke free from this state. Stunned, it gazed at Aritham, its small eyes wide with confusion. Just moments earlier, it had witnessed that strange demon. Yet in the instant of its successful attack, it had transformed into Aritham. Brother, what has befallen you? Although Erishem has contemplated the notion of a form of mental manipulation, this idea is utterly preposterous. Until now, there has been no entity capable of forcibly controlling the minds of the celestial group. This revelation imbued Erishem's voice with intense emotion, and the rest of the celestial group exhibited shock, their gazes towards the lust demon suffused with trepidation. While this method lacked the power to annihilate them, it was more outrageous than being physically dismembered. Realizing their error, the celestial group hastily withdrew the hand that had been embedded in Erishem's chest and offered their apologies. As the hand was retracted, the gaping wound in Erishem's chest rapidly healed. However, instead of the expected mechanical sparks, true blood flowed forth, and wherever it fell, resplendent flowers bloomed, continuously radiating abyssal energy. Chapter 170 concluded. Although Erishem's injuries were terrifying, given the celestial group's constitution, they were not severe. Soon, the wound on Erishem's chest had completely healed, and even the splattered anomalous blood was obliterated. The black hole connecting to the cosmos beyond, created by Erishem, expanded further. Observing this, the lust demon began to reconsider, realizing that prolonging the encounter with this universe's formidable beings served no purpose. With this thought, a surge of abyssal energy erupted throughout the galaxy, affecting various celestial bodies and devouring countless cosmic life forms. This scene posed a significant challenge for the members of the celestial group. They had strived to control the battlefield precisely to avert such an occurrence. At their level, every action could have monumental repercussions on ordinary life. As it stood, this demon required no deliberate transmission of energy to obliterate the lives they had painstakingly nurtured over time. Sinful life eradicated, several members of the celestial group activated their 6 tubes simultaneously, causing the space where the lust demon resided to collapse instantaneously. However, this tactic did not impede the lust demon's departure in the slightest. A distorted portal leading to the abyss swiftly formed under the lust demon's will. Though the passage was located on Earth, the lust demon required coordinates to arrive here, but none to return to the abyss. Upon witnessing the lust demon open the portal, Erishem and the other members of the celestial group immediately extended their powers towards it. Yet, before they could ascertain the location of the opposite realm, their powers were swiftly eradicated, the speed so rapid that they could not even perceive the strength from the other side. This universe's formidable being, we shall meet again. Hey. With a light laugh, the lust demon stepped into the portal, casting a minor spell upon the members of the celestial group as a parting gesture. As the channel swiftly sealed following the departure of the lustful demon, the members of the celestial assembly found themselves unable to discern anything of value. Regardless of their probing efforts, faced with such a predicament, they were left with little recourse but to commence the arduous task of mending the extensive destruction wrought by the battle, particularly the pervasive slime and abyssal energy that tainted the far reaches of the galaxy. Before departing, Arisam cast a lingering gaze towards Earth, sensing the formidable power of that being still safeguarding the planet. though he yearned to pose certain inquiries to this powerful entity. The ongoing celestial assembly meeting and the relentless restoration efforts precluded any immediate action. Moreover, Arisam was uncertain of what information he might exchange with such a being. The notion of confronting them was even less tenable, given that two known universe-level demons were already in play, and the strength exhibited by the being on Earth was sufficient to instill trepidation in both. This suggested that he was not alone, perhaps representing a formidable faction. The intricate interplay of these factors led Arisam to forego his immediate questions, and he soon immersed himself in the restoration of the galaxy, intending to formally present this issue at the next Celestial Assembly meeting. Meanwhile, Odin, Carol, and Gu-E returned to Earth. Their expressions varied, yet all bore the weight of concern. Gu-E and Odin, seasoned in facing grand spectacles, maintained their composure, while Carol found herself bewildered. Initially, she could accept being subdued by the demons, but the subsequent events bewildered her entirely. The emergence of successive powerful beings sent tremors of fear through her, their battle's aftermath overwhelming her senses. Before long, Carol found herself aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aerial aircraft, feeling the need to regain her composure amidst the rapidly shifting world around her. In contrast, Gu-E and Odin materialized directly onto the battlefield in Japan. Although a few scattered demons remained, the portal formed by the desecration runes had shattered, rendering the relentless demon army an illusory specter. In summary, it seemed they had achieved victory. However, the price paid by Earth was staggering. The entire Japanese archipelago had been irrevocably corrupted by abyssal energy, rendering it uninhabitable for humanity. While secondary demons, catalyzed by the abyssal energy, continued to manifest. Gu-E surveyed the desolation with a pained expression. She had attempted to use the Eye of Agamotto to reverse time, but this land was beyond restoration through temporal means. Master Gu-E, this area appears to have been irrevocably transformed into demonic territory. My powers cannot purify such pollution, Odin remarked, his gaze lingering on the barren landscape. Horror etched upon his features as he contemplated the catastrophic implications had this transpired in Asgard. As the conversation between Ancient One and Odin unfolded, the ethereal figure of Artoria materialized before them. Both men nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the necessity of showing respect to such a formidable presence. I shall leave my mark upon this land, significantly diminishing the likelihood of a connection to the underworld. As long as we remain vigilant regarding the state of the magical formations, this place will transform into the finest training ground for humanity. Artoria's voice resonated throughout the gathering, followed by the thunderous cheers of the Savior Legion, their spirits uplifted by the appearance of the goddess of salvation. I extend my gratitude to you all. I have witnessed your contributions to humanity. Those who venerate the demons may receive power, yet loyalty to humanity shall equally be rewarded. As long as your hearts remain steadfast, I shall stand with you. No sooner had Artoria's spectral words faded than a cascade of pure, radiant energy descended like a gentle rain. Beneath this luminous veil, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Minor injuries swiftly healed, and even the gravely wounded clung to life. Although such miracles demanded little energy, to the faithful of the Savior Legion, they were indeed blessings from the goddess. As the members of the Savior Legion basked in the divine light, Artoria turned her gaze towards Odin and Ancient One. I have observed your valiant efforts. Humanity shall not forget you, Lord Odin. As a token of gratitude for your alliance with Asgard, I too shall lend my aid when you find it necessary. Odin's heart swelled with joy at her words. The reason he fought alongside the Asgardian soldiers with such fervor was for a promise like this. Although the pledge felt ethereal, beings of such caliber seldom break their word. Subsequently, Artoria addressed Ancient One once more. Master Ancient One, the Ashen Council is likewise grateful for your contributions to humankind. In contrast to Odin, Ancient One had no pressing desires, save for the prospect of retirement. Yet, such a moment was clearly not upon the horizon. Regarding the matter of the fallen deities, Ancient One refrained from speaking. A being of her caliber had likely already perceived the anomalies within that region. Her decision to refrain from direct intervention may stem from the belief that such threats were not yet worthy of her attention. While the fallen deities were troubling, Ancient One found herself more intrigued by the Ashen Council that Artoria had mentioned. although she had previously heard High King Gawain speak of the Ashen Council. Valuable information remained scarce. Thus far, the only knowledge gleaned was that these so-called underworld demons were invaders from an alternate dimension, having previously operated within the 8 desolations, but now encroaching upon this realm. Furthermore, the emergence of these underworld demons heralded the onset of an even greater crisis. To this day, Ancient One remained astounded by the power wielded by these demons. Yet, if this was merely the beginning, what might the true calamity entail? With such thoughts stirring trepidation within her, Ancient One chose to voice her concerns. "Your Majesty, King Arthur, I have heard from your knight Gawain that the underworld demons are merely the precursor to a larger crisis. What form does this crisis take? How shall we prepare ourselves?" The ethereal shadow of Artoria fell into silence upon hearing the words, yet after a brief moment, it spoke once more. "Some knowledge is a calamity in itself, and it is perhaps best not to be burdened by such profound terror." Upon hearing this, Gu-Yi felt an even greater turmoil within her heart, yet refrained from further inquiries. She understood that some truths come at a steep price. Meanwhile, Odin was engulfed in tumultuous waves of thought, pondering the nature of the crisis so dire that even a being of Gu-Yi's celestial stature could not bear to know it. If such a threat were to manifest within this universe, what fate awaited Asgard? As Odin was lost in contemplation, Artoria infused Gu-Yi with a sphere of white energy, leaving her somewhat perplexed. However, within her perception, the energy was remarkably soothing, even surpassing the comfort derived from Vishandi's white magic. This sensation differed from borrowing power from Vishandi. It left within Gu-Yi a reserve of strength for her to tap into. Upon witnessing this scene, Odin felt a mixture of gratitude for the protection of humanity and recognition of a reward-like gesture towards a subordinate. Was this not a means of claiming Earth for themselves? Although Earth was nominally ruled by Asgard, the current circumstances left Odin with little room to voice dissent. After imparting this power to Gu-Yi, Artoria's ethereal form dissipated in a flicker of white light. Following her departure, Odin swiftly returned to the ranks of the Asgardian army. Following such a fierce battle, a feast was inevitable. At Thor's suggestion, Odin resolved to hold this banquet on Earth. After leaving a contingent of troops to guard the charred remains of Japan, the Rainbow Bridge shimmered to life once more, transporting the majority of human forces and Asgardian soldiers to the shores of Hawaii. Odin also needed to confer with the rulers of the earthly realm regarding the development of the devastated Japanese islands. Although the land was devoid of usable resources, the emergence of relentless demons had transformed it into an ideal training ground. The radiation resulting from the nuclear detonation had long been consumed by the abyssal energy, rendering it feeble in comparison to such extraordinary forces. Simultaneously, Zhong Hong could hardly contain his mirth. The magnitude of this conflict far surpassed that of the previous battle in New York. The influx of billions in emotional value replenished his previously depleted reserves. System: grant me a flood-level treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 8-star card, 2 7-star cards. The essence of the 8-star card, World Source, a unique material entity. The essence of the world source, from which myriad realms continuously emerge, flowing forth from this extraordinary entity. When worlds perish, they return to this source, perpetuating an endless cycle of life. Its essence is the finest sustenance for worlds can be fused. The 7-star card, Source of Order, embodies order itself, drawing strength from all places governed by it and possessing the ability to transform chaos into order, inherently opposing entities that disrupt this order. Fusion possible. The 7-star card, Source of Machinery, is the master of all mechanical constructs, wielding the power to command these creations. Fusion possible. This time, remarkably, there is 1 8-star and 2 7-star cards. Could it be that this is the fixed number of cards from Hong-level treasure chest? Zhong Hong murmured to himself, recalling that the last time was similar, leading him to ponder this once again. System: does a higher treasure chest level yield fewer cards? Without hesitation, Zhong Hong chose to directly inquire of the system. Indeed, as the host treasure chests reach higher levels, they become increasingly optimized, discarding extraneous variables to yield 1 fixed card of that level and 2 secondary cards. Nodding in agreement, Zhong Hong found this arrangement quite satisfactory. He did not consider himself particularly lucky, and this safety net aligned perfectly with his desires. Should he expend all his accumulated emotional value only to receive inferior cards? It would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic shift in his mindset. System, let's attempt another Hong-level treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 8-star card and 2 7-star cards. 8-star card, Primordial Chaos. The first thread of chaos expelled from the grand primordial void, the elder of all chaos, from the moment of its separation. It has continuously absorbed one orderly world after another, possessing a natural allure towards orderly realms. Fusion possible. 7-star card, Primal Fear, an immensely potent trait of fear. The presence of an entity embodying this trait exerts a tremendous pressure on the normal world. Its mere arrival, without a suitable medium, can trigger the collapse of the ordinary realm. Fusion possible. 7-star card, Dirge of Destruction, born from the despair inherent in the annihilation of a race. The vessel of this formidable power emerges from a great lineage. When its kind is on the brink of extinction, it will unleash this immense power. Driven by the vengeance of an entire race, fusion possible. Upon witnessing these 3 cards and recalling previous ones, several fusion options materialized in Zhong Hong's mind. Meanwhile, in England, Steve was undergoing peculiar changes. He was aware of the events surrounding Mount Fuji, but the transformations he was experiencing disrupted his desire to provide support. Steve, are you all right? Natasha's voice echoed outside his door. After Steve exhibited unusual behavior, Nick Fury had assigned Natasha to this location. After all, in the Battle of Mount Fuji, her presence made little difference. Knock, knock, knock. Not hearing Steve's response, Natasha's brow furrowed. Initially, she had suggested that Steve see a doctor, but he insisted that it was a critical moment and he could not waste medical resources on himself. At this moment, Steve had heard the knocking at the door, yet he could hardly pay heed to Natasha's persistent rapping. He gazed into the mirror and beheld his current state. An illusory set of octopus-like tendrils had sprouted from his chin, and even his hands felt significantly bulkier to his perception. This condition was undeniably unsettling, and Steve was fervently attempting to rid himself of it, tugging at the tendrils with his hands, but he found himself unable to touch them. The silhouette of his body beneath his head resembled that of an ancient dragon intertwined with certain serpentine forms, yet instead of scales, it was adorned with crystalline entities. These crystalline objects interacted with the surrounding light, pulsating with an eerie luminescence. Even his voice had undergone a transformation. The once bright and clear timbre was now replaced by guttural sounds. As if this were not enough, a sharp pain surged through his back, and he realized that a pair of bat-like appendages was slowly emerging from behind him. The movement of these wings imparted a tremendous thrust, and when the wing membranes fully unfurled, the space around them appeared to warp slightly. If someone well-versed in the Cthulhu mythos were present, they would recognize Steve's current visage as that of the true progeny of the great Cthulhu, the star spawn. Steve, are you all right? If you don't speak, I'm coming in. Natasha's voice echoed from outside the door. Hearing her intent to enter, Steve, in a moment of desperation, attempted to vocalize a warning. However, he could only emit a series of anguished roars, which only heightened Natasha as concern. Without a moment's hesitation, she forced open the door. Bang! Natasha kicked the door wide open, and what she witnessed was beyond belief. Steve's form had undergone a horrific transformation. This shape evoked memories of the idol from that fateful day, and upon reflection, Natasha recalled that Steve had not been well after encountering the idol, only regaining some semblance of normalcy after she had picked it up, as the idol had not seemed to affect her. Natasha had subjectively believed it could not possibly harm the more formidable Steve. However, the reality appeared to contradict her assumptions. Steve, what has happened to you? Natasha approached him, extending her hand in an attempt to support him, but Steve raised his hand to halt her. Is it the idol, Steve? Just nod if it is. Seeing that Steve could no longer articulate his thoughts, Natasha urged him to simply nod. Meanwhile, she utilized her communication device to contact DS agents, wishing to keep Steve's condition from becoming widely known. In response to Natasha's inquiry, Steve, through sheer will, managed to nod, prompting an uneasy feeling to swell within Natasha. For the benefit of SHIELD, she had, through special channels, returned the idol to the organization. Considering the time, Nick Fury had likely already encountered the idol. If there were any issues with it, Natasha halted her thoughts, for the consequences could be dire. Perhaps the entire S.H.E.L.E. would suffer agravably. As Natasha pondered S.H.I.L.D., agents had already arrived at the scene. They regarded the creature in Steve's room with trepidation, some even drawing their firearms. However, Natasha intervened to prevent any rash actions. If Steve were in a state akin to the Hulk, it could spell disaster. Given the combat prowess he displayed during the Battle of New York, should he lose control, both she and the agents might perish here. Steve, listen to me. We will return to S.H.I.E.L.D., where you will receive the best treatment. Please do not resist. Leave everything to us. Upon hearing Natasha's words, the agents behind her displayed expressions of shock. How could Captain America have come to this? What should they do next? Soon, Steve nodded in response. After this affirmation, Natasha signaled to the agents to assist him. Although reluctant, they complied with their superior's command. Upon contact, the agents sensed an unusual sensation. These strange limbs seemed almost non-existent as they directly touched Steve's body. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, engrossed in paperwork, suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. He took a sip of coffee, the aftermath of the Mount Fuji incident proving to be immense. Although humanity had triumphed, it was followed by a plethora of disputes. With Japan transformed into a natural training ground, various powers were keenly interested. Testing lethal weaponry through legitimate means usually required selling arms to warring nations. Now, a piece of land was available for experimentation without concerns of inhumanity or damage. Naturally, S.H.I.L.D. yearned to partake in this opportunity. Nick Fury had long coveted the formidable weapons of Hydra, having conducted considerable research over the years, yet lacking suitable chances for large-scale experimentation. However, despite his desire to continue working, he soon succumbed to the overpowering drowsiness. In his dreams, he quickly became aware of his surroundings, which were no longer the familiar confines of his office aboard the helicarrier. Realizing this, he instinctively reached for his weapon, only to find he could not control his body. It dawned on Nick Fury that he was trapped in a dream, one that S.H.I.L.D. had previously studied. The realization that he might be experiencing such a dream brought a bitter taste to his mind. After all he had endured, he truly wished to avoid confronting such extraordinary events. However, Nick Fury swiftly composed himself. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to observe the nature of this dream. Chapter 173. The Banquet. What manner of place is this? At that moment, Nick Fury was intently scrutinizing his dreamscape. Though he could not control his own body, he was still able to perceive his surroundings. With the limited knowledge at his disposal, he quickly deduced that he seemed to be submerged beneath the ocean. Yet, due to the dreamlike quality, his certainty wavered. As he pondered, his body moved. Unlike Steve, who had initially felt discomfort, Nick Fury's body was not merely thawing. Having already made contact with the idol, he found himself more intimately connected to this dream realm. What in the world is this place? Fury's mind echoed with expletives. Although he had been granted a complimentary tour of the ocean depths through the power of the fallen deity, the underwater realm he now encountered was markedly different from the one Steve had experienced. Under the influence of the deity's dissipating power, a plethora of marine life had undergone transformation. The already terrifying creatures of the deep had become even more formidable, presenting a challenge to Fury's composure. Yet, these menacing beings seemed oblivious to his presence, a realization that afforded him a modicum of relief. As Nick Fury pressed onward, he soon found himself before a verdant curtain. Even then, he remained unable to command his own body. He stepped into the curtain, and upon entering, the previously dim ocean floor transformed into a luminous expanse, suffused with a gentle green glow that illuminated a vast area, the continuous radiance stretching beyond sight. Once enveloped by the curtain, Fury discovered he had regained control over his body. He reached back to touch the curtain, only to find it resolutely firm, indicating that retreat was no longer an option. Upon gazing at the heart of the green canopy, an overwhelming sense of allure surged within him, compelling him to turn away. This feeling was profoundly unsettling. Fury was acutely aware that this bizarre sensation concealed immense peril. Yet, as he turned, the semblance of control over his body slipped away once more. Reluctantly, he pivoted back, and only when facing the center of the green expanse did he feel a semblance of regained agency. What in the world is this ghastly entity? Fury muttered curses under his breath. His mind was remarkably clear, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself uncertain whether he was ensnared in a dream or had truly been captured in a nightmarish realm. He found himself devoid of any viable options and could only walk toward the center of the celestial expanse, contemplating what means might be available to him. Yet, no matter how deeply he pondered, there was no one to rescue him at that moment. Meanwhile, a grand banquet unfolded upon the Hawaiian archipelago, where numerous locales were illuminated by the flickering flames of fire pits. Soldiers from various nations exchanged toasts, their cups clinking together amidst a euphoric celebration of survival and the sweet taste of victory. The warriors of Asgard naturally joined in the revelry, and although many languages were foreign to one another, they raised their glasses in unison. For the soldiers of Asgard, this occasion marked a magnificent triumph. Nearly every Asgardian had fought valiantly, and they felt no sorrow for the fallen. They held steadfast to the belief that their valiant comrades who had perished in battle would ascend to Valhalla, continuing to safeguard Asgard. In contrast to the common soldiers, the officers from various nations bore a more complex demeanor, their expressions a blend of joy and concern. Having witnessed the might of the savior goddess, they found it impossible to maintain disbelief. Their respective factions were compelled to react to the unfolding events, troubled by the inevitable turbulence that would arise from the faith in the savior goddess and the impending military exercises in the Japanese archipelago, yet relieved that they no longer had to fear the annihilation of their world and the extinction of their races. At the heart of the celebratory bonfire stood Carol, Surtur, Tony, Thor, and Gawain, each displaying a unique countenance. Carol appeared distracted, reluctant to partake in the festivities, yet felt obliged to comply with the invitation from the Ancient One. Her earlier pride diminished after enduring a thorough beating. Surtur displayed an impassive expression, indulging in food and drink, while engaging amiably with Thor. Tony, however, wore a visage marked by anxiety. He felt a profound sense of unease for not having contributed significantly to the battle, and had he not wished to be a dampener on the celebration, he would have retreated to his laboratory. Thor, in stark contrast, exuded joy. This battle had been a long-awaited encounter for him, and the exertion of his full strength filled him with exhilaration, further amplified by the post-battle festivities. Gawain's expression remained the most tranquil. He too had not exerted much effort in the conflict. Meanwhile, in Camartage, Odin was engaged in discussions with the Ancient One. The rapid shifts in the cosmic landscape had left both somewhat unprepared. Beings of singular cosmic caliber, once a rarity, were now appearing with alarming frequency. And even clashes had occurred, presenting a significant challenge for them both. Ancient One, can you still glimpse what the future holds? Odin inquired after casting a soundproofing spell. He had initially believed that his rejuvenated self possessed sufficient power to protect Asgard, yet it had become painfully evident that it was far from adequate. The timeline is now in utter disarray. It is not just I who struggles to foresee the future, but even those of greater power find elusive. Odin, having received a precise answer from the Ancient One, let out a heavy sigh. Initially, he believed that the fire giant would completely shatter Asgard, yet now he resolved not to allow Surtur to prevail. However, it seems that Asgard's adversaries are far more formidable than Surtur. Be it the terrifying demon of the underworld or the formidable being named Illithas, neither are foes that Asgard can contend with at this juncture. Fortunately, he had secured a promise from the goddess of salvation. Although the future has become utterly unclear, this may not be wholly unfavorable. The chaotic era holds the potential for life, and at least that mad titan will not find victory so easily. Upon hearing this, Odin scoffed. He had never regarded that self-proclaimed cosmic overlord with any seriousness. His inability to address the titan's malevolence stemmed from age. But now that audacious being dared to wreak havoc across the 9 realms, Odin would ensure that the mad titan learned the true meaning of the Father of Gods. There was another matter, however. Odin, the All-Father, sensed a tremendous trouble lurking within this planet, an extremely malevolent presence deep beneath the ocean. Is such a thing possible? Odin furrowed his brow upon hearing Ancient One's words. If it were indeed that kind of existence, the repercussions would extend beyond Earth. Such evil would become an enemy to the entire universe. After a series of discussions, Odin felt it was necessary to investigate this matter further. With that thought, He donned the destroyer armor once more. Under the guidance of the Ancient One, Odin swiftly arrived at the ominous sea. As he approached, he felt the palpable essence of malevolence, causing his heart to turn grave. Prior to this, he had been completely unaware of such a force on Earth. While it could be related to Ancient One's sealing, this power possessed remarkable concealment. "Let me ascertain what this presence is," Odin declared, raising his right hand and grasping the void. In an instant, Gungnir materialized in his grasp, which he then hurled directly toward the very core of the evil essence. As Gungnir soared from Odin's hand, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing the ocean. However, as soon as Gungnir entered, Odin's furrowed brow deepened further. In his perception, Gungnir had entered a space of extraordinary dimensions, far beyond the scale of this ocean. I shall see what this entity truly is." Odin immediately instructed the Ancient One to initiate a time reversal for him. Though he did not fear such entities, it was prudent to prepare necessary contingencies. The Ancient One promptly anchored their time at this location, and together, she and Odin plunged into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, from a distance, Nick Fury caught sight of a segment of the city wall and was suddenly struck by a searing pain in his mind, subsequently being forcefully expelled from this realm. "Oh, for God's sake." Nick Fury sprang up from his chair, only to collapse onto the floor, howling in agony as his brain felt as if it were being torn apart. Following his cry of distress, agents outside swiftly entered his office, and upon witnessing his condition, they promptly assisted him to the medical bay. Soon, Nick Fury received treatment. However, his unusual state was immediately reported to Alexander by the Hydra agents. At that moment, in a distant corner of the universe, dozens of colossal beings stood silently in the cosmos, awaiting Arishem and his celestial group. They had observed everything transpiring on Arishem's end, yet for various reasons, they refrained from intervening immediately. Nonetheless, the presence of the abyssal demons captured their attention, particularly due to the peculiar energy capable of distorting the laws of the universe. Coupled with the intense malevolence these entities harbored towards the beings of this universe. Before long, with a ripple of spatial distortion, Arishem's figure materialized in their midst. After establishing a general direction, the only task remaining was to mend the galaxy, an endeavor that was second nature for the Celestial Group. A few members of the Celestial Group were entirely capable of handling this task, prompting Arishem to return ahead of the others. "Dear colleagues, it seems we may be facing trouble," Arishem declared upon his arrival, yet no member of the Celestial Group opposed his words. They were all awaiting the continuation of his thoughts. The extraterrestrial entities were not to be trifled with, although their number of powerful beings appeared limited. The nature of their powers was exceptionally troublesome. Arishem conveyed a multitude of concerns to the members of the Celestial Group. After he concluded, one member promptly interjected, "Do you believe we require additional manpower? Should we seek assistance from our counterparts in other universes?" As soon as this suggestion was made, it was met with unanimous disapproval from the remaining members of the Celestial Group. Though interdimensional support was commonplace for them, they believed the situation had not yet escalated to that level. The reason they struggled against their foes lay in their inability to ascertain the exact location of the adversaries. Once they pinpointed their positions, the numerous members of the Celestial Group present could readily confront them. Just as they became engrossed in discussion, they sensed unusual activity from a nearby galaxy, igniting a wave of fury among all members of the Celestial Group. Among them, Arishem's anger was most pronounced as he bellowed, "How dare they show themselves? They truly do not regard us Celestials at all. My lord, I beseech you to abandon these seeds. Without these seeds, we are truly left with no glimmer of hope." On a distant planet of a certain civilization, a horrifying scene unfolds as the tensions of the universe escalate, leading various cosmic civilizations to conscript and exploit their subordinate cultures. A vast quantity of resources is being requisitioned from diverse planets, subsequently stored in colossal warehouses in preparation for the impending war. Although the ruling class of this civilization had long established compensations for the lower tiers, certain parasites exploit these compensations mercilessly, ultimately demanding even more than the original directives, robbing the very hope of survival. Get lost. You could die 100 times, and it wouldn't suffice for the delays you've caused. The official responsible for grain collection kicked the civilian aside, ruthlessly seizing the food from his hands. It's all gone. All my hope is lost. The frail civilian, utterly powerless to resist, found himself nearly losing his life beneath that single kick, while the onlookers stood by, indifferent. Witnessing the posturing of these officials, the civilian's mind flashed with runes that whispered to him, promising that if he were willing to forsake his life, all who had harmed him would perish. The fallen man laughed, then shouted, "Ha ha! If you want me dead, then I shall take you with me." From somewhere, he produced a sharp dagger and plunged it into his own chest, blood gushing forth in an instant. Although this scene startled some spectators, it soon ignited a wave of laughter, as they laughed louder to mask their own fear. Yet, in the next moment, the blood that flowed began to swirl, forming a dense array of runes upon the ground. As the runes took shape, the heavens themselves shifted in hue. The clouds above turned a deep crimson, and a vast rift in space tore open, unleashing torrents of abyssal energy that enveloped the planet. All life present was struck with terror at this spectacle, a primal fear rising from the depths of their souls. Ha ha! Finally, we can unleash chaos without restraint. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, the demons of the abyss descended. Chapter 175. War from the depths of the earth came a thunderous rumble, as if ancient titans were tearing at iron chains within a cage. Waves of maniacal laughter echoed, as countless abyssal demons emerged from the gaping rift in the sky. Viscous abyssal energy seeped forth like oil, corrupting the planetary environment. Various unconscious life forms and conscious extraterrestrials scrambled to escape the onslaught of bizarre abyssal creatures. Yet no vessel could flee from the ominous skies. The hastily assembled armies were swiftly shattered by the abyssal demons. Devoid of targeted power, ordinary forces crumbled before them. A torrent of slaughter and chaos ensued, leading to an unceasing influx of abyssal demons crossing into this realm. The demise of this planet had become merely a matter of time. Ha ha! What a delightful massacre this is. At last, amidst the relentless slaughter by demons, beings of the demon general caliber have begun to emerge on this planet, escalating the brutality of the carnage to an entirely new level. What is this creature? Quickly, summon aid from the fleet. The supreme commander of this planet chose to seek assistance from within the civilization, and the nearby fleet swiftly mobilized upon receiving the news. However, the commander remained oblivious to the identity of the enemy they faced, inundated only with continuous distress signals and reports of breaches across various locations. Soon, however, he became aware of the impending doom as countless small black dots began to materialize in the crimson sky above his city, detected by the technological means at their disposal. Yet, before they could formulate an effective response, their eyes beheld the dreadful truth. These were horrifying creatures with bat-like wings, crimson eyes, and menacing fangs. It was only as these beasts commenced their slaughter of the city's inhabitants that the chilling sound of their flight reached the ears of the survivors, their speed exceeding that of sound itself. "My lord, we must evacuate. Once the reinforcements arrive, all will be well." A group of soldiers rushed into the residence of the planet's highest authority, promptly assisting the commander aboard a spacecraft. However, no sooner had they boarded than they were targeted by a swarm of abyssal demons, grinning malevolently as they charged toward the vessel. Fortunately, this spacecraft, in contrast to other civilian crafts, was significantly more fortified, as those in positions of power are rarely reluctant to invest in their own security. A formidable shield repelled the abyssal demons, while the close-range artillery system relentlessly fired upon them. Yet, just as the spacecraft was about to escape the city, an incongruous shadow materialized in the distance, far larger than any other abyssal demon. As it unfurled its wings, it caused a cascade of destruction among the surrounding structures, and then it surged forth toward the spacecraft at a speed surpassing that of sound, creating a shockwave that wrought havoc upon the city. "Stop it! Quickly intercept it!" The crew aboard the vessel, upon sighting this monstrous form, were gripped by terror. Should such bulk and velocity collide with their ship, it would spell their doom. However, before they could react, the colossal figure had already closed in on the spacecraft, and the shield, capable of withstanding numerous volleys from ship-mounted weapons, crumbled as easily as if it were made of paper. Only then did they grasp the true magnitude of the demon, as the 2-kilometer-long spacecraft appeared minuscule in comparison. In an instant, all the officials aboard were turned to mere pulp by the impact, and the gargantuan demon let out a deafening roar, a terrifying sound that sent shockwaves of fear rippling across the land for miles around. "Obediently, you may unleash your murderous desires." Upon the colossal demon's head appeared a shadow clad in obsidian armor, which crouched down to caress the demon's cranium. With a mere gesture, it summoned forth all non-demonic beings within the city to gather before the immense creature. Under the satisfied gaze of the armored demon, the gigantic fiend opened its maw wide, exhaling a torrent of abyssal energy. In an instant, billions of souls within the city were reduced to mere ash, while the breath continued unabated, crashing down upon the earth. The entire continental shelf trembled violently, as countless beings were consumed in terror, nourishing the abyss. At that moment, a spectral altar slowly manifested within the city, coinciding with the cataclysmic eruption of volcanoes across the planet. Yet, from these volcanoes erupted not molten rock, but the terrifying energies of the abyss. As this energy surged forth, the altar's apparition grew ever more tangible. Every city upon the planet bore witness to this horrific spectacle, a dire consequence of one individual's loss of hope, which ultimately exacted a toll upon the entire world. Simultaneously, a vast fleet arrived from beyond the planet, belonging to this civilization, which was fervently expanding its military in response to the threat posed by the insectoid species. Numerous shipbuilding orders flooded into the interstellar shipyards. To further enhance their strength, they procured a fleet of vessels from the interstellar market, while the fleet's commander brimmed with eagerness for glory on the battlefield. However, upon the fleet's arrival in this star system and witnessing the planet's dire state, the commander could no longer ignore the gravity of the situation. All communications had been severed, and from the outer reaches of space, the horrifying sight of the planet shrouded in a crimson haze of abyssal energy was all too evident. Cursed be the officials of this planet. What were they doing in such a grave crisis? It was apparent to the commander that this calamity had roots far deeper than a mere few days. The seeds of disaster had long been sown. Yet at this juncture, even the execution of those officials would have to wait until the matter at hand was resolved. However, the highest authority on that planet would no longer require his judgment. At least, he would not be able to execute them in this world, for the abyssal demons would soon usher them into another realm. Commander, our equipment cannot penetrate the crimson clouds, but from outside the planet, we can discern several colossal and terrifying silhouettes. Our technicians speculate that these massive shadows may be as grand as mountains. Relay my orders. All warship weaponry is to be fully charged. Once we disperse the crimson clouds, we shall bombard those immense shadows directly. Under the command of the fleet commander, an array of diverse weaponry began to charge. Although the recent acquisition of warships from the interstellar market had quickly bolstered the fleet, it also meant that the armaments employed by the ships originated from a multitude of civilizations. Yet, this was of little concern. Addressing the issues on the planet should be more than sufficient. If all else failed, they could resort to annihilating the planet with a planet killer weapon. Commander, the cloud cover on the planet is currently insurmountable for us. It appears to be a rare form of energy, unprecedented in our scientists' experience. The officer's words caused the commander to furrow his brow, a vague sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. However, he swiftly suppressed this feeling. Regardless of the fleet's capabilities, he was aware that there was nothing discernible in the vastness of space. Surely, those shadows were not emerging from the planet to challenge him. The so-called scientists were indeed unreliable. Notify the fleet to fire directly at the location of those shadows. But, Commander, the situation on the planet remains unclear. The officer questioned the Supreme Commander's order, finding it irrational to bombard their own planet. Yet, his words were abruptly cut off by the commander's harsh interjection. Silence. I will bear the consequences of any situation that arises. I am the Supreme Commander of this fleet. The more he hesitated, the stronger his ominous feelings became. Nevertheless, as the leader of the fleet, he could not show any sign of weakness in the face of such intangible threats. With the commander's assertion, the officers ceased to protest, knowing that it was not he who would bear the brunt of the repercussions. Under the Supreme Commander's directive, all warships received the order. Soon, a multitude of weapons unleashed their fury upon the planet, illuminating the void with a cascade of brilliance akin to shooting stars. However, these grandiose assaults could not even penetrate the abyssal energy clouds, causing cold sweat to bead upon the foreheads of all aboard the fleet. In ordinary circumstances, such an attack would be capable of cleansing an entire continent. Yet on this planet, it could barely reach the surface. The ominous crimson phenomenon was undoubtedly problematic. Nevertheless, their assault was not entirely without effect, as a multitude of shadows surged forth from the planet, drawing ever closer to the fleet. Were those things fighter jets? But where the ships? Questions surged through the minds of everyone in the fleet. However, as the silhouettes were captured by the warship's equipment, the High Command was struck with horror. Unlike the lower-ranking soldiers, they understood that this expansion was in response to a terrifying race known as the Zerg, which was not supposed to be located thousands of light years away on Soccer. Moreover, these fearsome creatures were typically accompanied by a dreadful fleet. If these entities were not Zerg, then what were they? Prepare for battle. All warships maintain maximum power to shields. The Supreme Commander of the fleet forcefully kicked aside the signal officer and shouted into the fleet channel. At his command, the energy shields of the entire fleet illuminated brilliantly, and a myriad of closed defense weapons were activated, unleashing a ferocious barrage against the encroaching shadows. Smaller ships, shielded by their larger counterparts, continuously retreated, providing fire support from the periphery. Despite the fleet's formidable display of firepower at that moment, the sheer number of abyssal demons was overwhelming. They surged through the fleet's defensive net, clustering densely upon the ship's shields. Seeing this, the fleet's supreme commander let out a sigh of relief. As long as the shields endured, they could gradually diminish the ranks of these terrifying entities, and he believed that ultimate victory would be his. However, his eyes widened in shock as he witnessed several shadows darting toward the shields of several ships. In an instant, the shields flickered and shattered under the grasp of these ominous figures. Even the swift and agile, smaller vessels were swiftly overtaken and annihilated. Not a single device managed to capture the true appearance of the shadows before the ships were engulfed, and before they could grasp the gravity of their situation. A scene of utter terror unfolded before all members of the fleet. The dismembered ships began to coalesce into a horrifying pattern, their wreckage merging as if fused into one. As this grotesque formation took shape, it emanated a series of crimson glows, resonating eerily with the light of the planets below. Soon after, a bizarre wave swept across the entire star system. Following this wave's passage through the fleet, all ship instruments registered catastrophic overloads, while the star system itself underwent terrifying transformations. The gravitational waves of the entire system became chaotic, and spiderweb-like purple-black fissures spread through the cosmos, as if the universe had been violently torn open. In this moment, the fleet's weaponry unleashed energy rays and various attacks, all of which lost their potency, while even the ship's shields crystallized into shattered fragments. Witnessing this, the fleet's supreme commander painfully closed his eyes, knowing that his once mighty fleet was on the brink of annihilation. He wished to alert the home planet and the great civilizations of the universe about this emerging crisis. Yet, no matter how hard the communication officers tried, not a single message could be sent out. In despair, the fleet commander closed his eyes once more, feeling as if his powerful fleet were mere toys, manipulated at will. If only he had never heeded the call for aid from this planet. But it was too late. The events had unfolded, and no amount of regret could alter the impending destruction of the fleet. Soon, his vehicle was besieged by the abyssal demons, with some even breaching the ship's frail defenses. The landing and garrison troops aboard fought valiantly, yet they were utterly incapable of contending with the terrifying creatures. With the flagship's destruction, the entire fleet was destined for annihilation. As the abyssal demons offered more shipwrecks and the remains of these extraterrestrial beings as sacrifices, an increasing amount of abyssal energy flooded into this star system, transmuting ever more matter into this dark power. Utilizing this system as a springboard, the surrounding galaxies began to manifest abyssal energy as well, the suffering endured by this system threatening to spread to others. Without the intervention of a more powerful civilization, this culture was on a swift path to obliteration. Amidst the revelry of the abyssal demons, a phenomenon appeared in the cosmos beyond the galaxy, with space undergoing massive distortion. The pitch-black void of the universe was suddenly torn apart, revealing numerous grotesque scars, and within the folds of space, pairs of crimson eyes began to illuminate. Gradually, more and more pairs of these scarlet pupils emerged, and, as space collapsed, dozens of members of the celestial assembly descended upon this star system. Chapter 177. The arrival of the demon god. The moment the celestial assembly arrived, the entire galaxy underwent a transformation. The energy cage enveloping the system was swiftly formed through their combined might. Subsequently, the abyssal energy within the galaxy was relentlessly eroded by the celestial assembly's power, prompting a multitude of demons to surge towards them. However, the overwhelming strength of the celestial assembly rendered the demons powerless, reducing them to ashes before they could even escape the galaxy, with even the most formidable of the demon lords unable to stir any significant resistance in their presence. In no time, the celestial assembly eradicated all demons outside the planets. Yet their purpose was not merely to diminish the demonic presence in this galaxy. By analyzing the methods through which the demons infiltrated this world, they aimed to uncover the location of the demon stronghold, with their formidable power counteracting the abyssal energy's decay. The Celestial Assembly's techniques swiftly located the rift connecting the abyss to this universe. They then endeavored to pinpoint the precise location of the abyss. Yet they found their efforts thwarted as an inexplicable lethargy began to affect them, even causing their cold, mechanical forms to slacken. This unreasonable circumstance immediately drew their attention, and amidst the turbulence of cosmic energy, some anomalies within them were alleviated. Realizing this was a demonic ploy, Arisum and the members of the Celestial Assembly were filled with a surge of righteous fury, prompting several of them to attack the planet directly. The immense cosmic energy, under their command, transformed into a myriad of powerful assaults directed at the planet. Although Arisum and others, who had faced the abyssal demon gods before, sought to intervene, a sudden wave of emotion hindered their actions. Subsequently, an abundance of black viscous fluid surged forth from the spatial rifts within the planet, launching an assault against the cosmic energy. As the black slime enveloped the cosmic energy attacks, a significant portion of that energy was transmuted into abyssal energy. This abyssal energy began to rise and swirl within the cosmic expanse, ultimately forming 7 colossal vortices from which an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated. In the vast emptiness of the universe, ethereal chimes of bells resonated, their sound capable of driving ordinary beings into madness. With each toll of the bells, 7 inverted cruciform star marks emerged upon the abyssal vortices, as an endless stream of abyssal energy flow from the spatial rifts of the planet, coalescing into 7 totems of sin behind the star marks. During this occurrence, the members of the Celestial Assembly refrained from intervening. Typically, such a situation would warrant disruption. However, an inexplicable arrogance compelled them to remain passive. As the Celestial Assembly members awaited, the 7 inverted cruciform star marks radiated 7 distinct colors, each giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. These star marks unleashed various influences, which even the members of the Celestial Assembly could not evade, prompting them to gather energy to counteract the diverse effects. While the members addressed their own predicaments, each of the 7 star marks exhibited unusual manifestations, with iridescent glows blooming atop them. The first star mark erupted in pure, white, holy flames, revealing 6 immaculate wings that unfolded majestically, showering the surroundings with radiant light. To the untrained eye, this scene might evoke the arrival of an angel. Yet upon closer inspection, a grotesque, demonic visage was found growing upon the holy wings and body. From the second star mark, a plethora of delectable dishes surged forth, catering to the palates of all beings. Under the influence of this mark, a multitude of cosmic materials transformed into terrifying abyssal delicacies as a massive form oozed from the star mark, expanding upon its arrival in the tangible universe until it burgeoned into a grotesque flesh planet, which continued to grow. The third star mark expelled waves of emerald-hued poison mist. Although situated in the cosmos, the toxic fog remained unaffected. Following its emergence, several members of the Celestial Assembly regarded Arisum with eyes tinged with jealousy, as a serpentine demon slithered out from the star mark. The fourth star mark shimmered with golden radiance, as a ceaseless cascade of treasures slipped forth. However, amidst peculiar sounds, those treasures were swiftly reclaimed, and a corpulent demon emerged, appearing as a guardian, yet perceived at first glance as the most miserly of hoarders. Amidst the fifth celestial scar, an indescribable viscous substance dripped forth, and resplendent blossoms unfurled in the cosmos. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within the hearts of the members of the Divine Assembly. Following the radiant illumination of yet another celestial scar, the figure of the lust demon once again materialized before Arisum. From the sixth celestial scar erupted a torrent of crimson flames, accompanied by a furious roar that resonated through the void, the intensity of its wrath causing the very stars to tremble. Subsequently, a robust demon, its body adorned with dark red muscles, burst forth from the scar. The seventh celestial scar slowly exhaled a gray mist, which, under its influence, slowed even the most fundamental movements of cosmic particles. A vast expanse of space succumbed to absolute zero, with gray frost creeping up the cold armor of the divine assembly. In that moment, 7 beams of brilliance and 7 layers of cosmic laws intertwined within this star system, eliciting solemn expressions from all members of the divine assembly. A confrontation was evidently unavoidable. Although the divine assembly boasted a greater number of formidable beings, the power emanating from the 7 figures was by no means trivial. It would likely require several members of the divine assembly to contend with just one demon. However, the specifics would only reveal themselves through combat. With a mere gesture, Arisam dismantled the energy prison surrounding this star system and, along with several members of the divine assembly, constructed a far more expansive energy prison beyond the confines of the river star system. Should a battle ensue, it was clear that it would not be contained within this small star system. A moment's carelessness could plunge the entire vast cosmos into destruction. Among the 7 demonic figures, the Fury Demon was the first to strike, its overwhelming might tearing through the fabric of space as it charged towards the members of the divine assembly. In chapter 178, titled The Watchful Eyes, the Fury Demon, exhibiting terrifying speed, collided with one of the members of the divine assembly, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy between them. The shockwave rapidly expanded outward, causing the cosmic river to churn and the nebulae to roil. The remaining members of the divine assembly, perceiving the chaos, sprang into action. Under Arisam's guidance, they summoned the cosmic rules they wielded. These cosmic laws morphed into an array of weaponry. As the members of the divine assembly wielded these weapons to confront the abyssal demons, ordinary cosmic energy could easily become sustenance for these demons. Thus it seemed most prudent to materialize the rules and engage in close combat. As for banishing the demons from the universe, such a tactic was no longer viable. Having previously dealt with the lust demon in this manner, these deities had prepared accordingly. Moreover, the combined might of the 7 demons was evidently far superior to that of the lust demon, leaving the members of the divine assembly unable to confine them to any specific region. I told you I would return. The figure of the lust demon appeared before Arisam, clearly recognizing him and directly approaching him. Members of the celestial group beside Arisam were poised to intervene. Yet Arisam stayed their hands, manifesting a weapon of rules. He resolved to engage in a fierce battle with the demon before him. The remaining members of the celestial group swiftly sought out other demonic entities, and the reverberations of their clash rippled throughout the stellar system. In an instant, various cosmic powers detected the tumultuous anomaly within this vast star system. They hastily reported to their supreme rulers, and through the analysis of their scholars, a harrowing conclusion emerged. The dread conflict could easily lead their civilizations toward annihilation. In Asgard, the flustered figure of Heimdall burst into the palace of the gods. Just moments before, he had attempted to contact Odin, only to find that Odin's presence had vanished from his sight. Thus, he resolved to seek out Loki and Frigga within the celestial palace. Why such disquiet, Heimdall? Loki, seated upon his throne, regarded him with an air of calm. Since Odin had entrusted him with this responsibility, he was determined to uphold it. I must request an audience with the queen, Heimdall declared upon seeing Loki. This was not due to any lingering disdain for Loki. Heimdall had witnessed Loki's diligent efforts to manage Asgard in Odin's absence. However, Loki's limitations in power rendered Heimdall skeptical about the efficacy of notifying him. Loki sighed inwardly upon hearing this, yet he felt no particular anger. With both his father and mother supporting him, he found Heimdall's acknowledgement less essential. Soon, Loki summoned Frigga, and as she entered the celestial palace, her voice resonated in Heimdall's ears. Heimdall, the king is not presently in Asgard. Therefore, Loki is now the ruler of Asgard. Whatever matters require reporting should be directed to him. Frigga's tone was devoid of emotion, merely stating the reality as she perceived it. Nevertheless, she understood that Heimdall would not speak without cause, so she did not display any displeasure towards him. Upon Frigga's arrival, Heimdall immediately knelt, reporting his inability to locate Odin. Frigga, however, was not taken aback. She trusted in Odin's might, confident that the All-Father would triumph against any formidable foe. Yet, as Heimdall relayed further information, Frigga's pupils constricted in alarm. Upon receiving a general location, she promptly employed magic to scrutinize the situation within that star system from afar. She beheld planets and systems succumbing to relentless destruction, the terrifying forces unleashed evoking a sense of dread within her. Such scenes were unfolding across various cosmic powers, with a significant portion of their surveillance apparatuses now targeting that very star system. Thanos was observing the situation on the battlefield through unknown means. It was not that he could not perceive the battle more clearly, but rather that an overly detailed account of the conflict could influence him through his own methods. Transmit my orders. The entire fleet is to prioritize the search for the cosmic sphere. We shall refrain from venturing towards Earth for the time being, and likewise, we must steer clear of that entire star system. Upon receiving the command, Ebony Maw promptly departed. Once he had left, Thanos let out a heavy sigh. He clenched his fist and then opened his palm to examine it, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. However, as a ruler, he could not display any signs of fatigue before his subordinates. He was perplexed by the sudden shift in the cosmic landscape. His directive to prioritize the search for the cosmic sphere stemmed from its containing the Power Stone, the most significant infinity stone for enhancing his strength at this juncture. To navigate the impending cosmic turmoil, he needed to obtain it. In hindsight, he regretted having relinquished the Mind Scepter. Meanwhile, the majority of the members of the Cosmic Elders Council had gathered. After the Collector and the Grandmaster were driven away by the Zerg fleet, they found themselves in a unique space. At their behest, the remaining members of the Council gradually assembled. Their attention turned to the fierce battle between the Celestial Group and the Abyssal Demons, a confrontation of singular cosmic-level power that had not occurred for countless eons. The ancient beings, having lived for so long, reveled in the spectacle, eagerly wishing for a more thrilling display. It seemed that after the Zerg, there were greater troubles looming ahead. This entity must be the one that had recently entered this universe. Indeed, it was astonishing that this being commanded such formidable forces. It was unfortunate for them to encounter the Celestial Group. Undoubtedly, once the Celestial Group dealt with these threats, they would turn their attention to the Zerg, who appeared decidedly detrimental to the progression of the universe. As their conversation meandered to the Zerg, they expressed no doubts about the Celestial Group's victory in this battle. Given the overwhelming number of their powerful members, the Zerg had recently clashed with two members of the Cosmic Elders Council. While they would not come to the aid of the Collector and the Grandmaster, they could certainly lend their voices to the disparagement. Ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. This is far more captivating than any film. Zhong Hong exclaimed, munching on popcorn as he observed the clash between the Celestial Group and the Abyssal Demons. Unlike the constraints he had experienced around Earth, the Celestial Group and the Abyssal Demons were now fully engaged in earnest combat. The grand spectacle before him was more magnificent than any cinematic experience he had ever encountered, leaving him in awe. Chapter 179. The Power of the Demon God You. The foreign intruder shall meet your demise. Arisam cast a discerning gaze towards the lust demon, his eyes now devoid of any emotional influence. The blade, manifested from the laws of the universe, lay firmly within his grasp, while radiant, multicolored halos swirled behind him. These were the means by which he had severed the emotional ties of the 7 great demons. We are indeed impervious to death, at least. You lack the capacity to achieve such an end, the lust demon remarked, as a serpent-like hair transformed into crimson chains that coiled toward Arisam. Without hesitation, Arisam advanced to engage in combat, the blade of law swiftly shattering numerous chains. Yet, as he dismantled the chains, the lust demon initiated a new assault. A crimson star of abyssal energy re-emerged within the galaxy, significantly larger than the one in the solar system, its vastness spanning several light years, compelling the surrounding members of the Celestial Assembly to retreat in alarm. Arisam, ensnared by the scarlet chains, found himself unable to escape, and was engulfed by the abyssal energy of the crimson star. However, he soon erupted with divine radiance, forcefully breaking free. At this moment, Arisam's expression soured. In the instant of being consumed, he had released a torrent of energy to combat the consuming abyssal force. Unfortunately, this played right into the demon's hands, as a considerable portion of his power was absorbed by the Crimson Star. Fortunately, he could continuously replenish his strength from the universe itself. "Everyone, let us unite," Arisam declared. Having learned from his misstep, he chose to collaborate with several members of the Celestial Assembly to confront the demon, believing that breaking the stalemate would be a prudent strategy. Having sensed the conditions of the other battlefields, he realized they were also dire, yet still manageable, which eased his mind somewhat. Though the demons were formidable, the number of the Celestial Assembly was greater. Drawing from the knowledge of the eternal race, he recalled a saying from Earth: "Two fists cannot match four hands." Moreover, within this universe, their energy could be endlessly replenished. He firmly believed that as long as they persisted, victory would ultimately belong to the Celestial Assembly and to this universe. Meanwhile, the abyssal demons employed various tactics, engaging the members of the Celestial Assembly in fierce combat. The Wrath Demon conjured an immense river of molten lava, entwined with abyssal energy, stretching across dozens of light years, relentlessly assaulting the members of the Celestial Assembly while he himself concealed within the molten expanse, striking with ferocity. The members of the Celestial Assembly summoned the power of cosmic laws, freezing vast sections of the lava river. However, with each segment encased in ice, the river rapidly proliferated, maintaining its overall length at a threshold. As the battle raged on, despite the protective halos of energy, the members of the Celestial Assembly could not help but feel a surge of anger rising within them. As the members of the Celestial Assembly were consumed by a surge of anger, the wrathful demon found the battle increasingly manageable. Nonetheless, an objective disparity remained. Facing several formidable adversaries of the same realm, the wrathful demon did not find the combat effortless. Meanwhile, the arrogant demon radiated an infinite brilliance, which cascaded over the armor of the Celestial Assembly, leaving it marred with cracks. Subsequently, the arrogant demon conjured two sharp blades and engaged the Celestial Assembly in combat. While the other demons were reluctant to engage the Celestial Assembly in close quarters, the arrogant demon was an exception in melee combat. It rightfully stood as the foremost among the seven great demons. The most conspicuous presence on the battlefield was none other than the gluttonous demon, whose form had expanded to a size far exceeding that of a planet. However, it refrained from close combat with the members of the Celestial Assembly. Instead, various substances surrounding it transformed into delectable dishes. As long as it continued to consume, its injuries would heal rapidly, even those inflicted by the Celestial Assembly's rule-based weaponry. Moreover, these culinary creations would actively surge toward the Celestial Assembly, disrupting their movements. Although these substances would ordinarily pose no threat to the Celestial Assembly, under the influence of abyssal energy, members of the Celestial Assembly who did not evade would stumble upon collision. The jealous demon enveloped the battlefield in a thick emerald-hued toxic mist, which rendered the members of the Celestial Assembly unable to control themselves, causing them considerable distress. Yet, despite their discomfort, the damage inflicted by the jealous demon was insufficient to claim their lives. Injuries to non-vital areas would swiftly mend due to the Assembly's regenerative capabilities. This stalemate left both the jealous demon and the Celestial Assembly at an impasse, though the jealous demon gradually shifted its focus from annihilating the Assembly to tormenting them. In the distance, the greedy demon clashed with the Celestial Assembly, summoning a fleet of vessels shimmering with golden light, each brimming with formidable weaponry that unleashed relentless assaults upon the Assembly. Faced with such terrifying onslaughts and the palpable menace of the demon, the members of the Celestial Assembly dared not be complacent. They employed various defensive strategies. However, as the attacks approached, they manifested merely as strikingly realistic projections. This bewildering spectacle left the members of the Celestial Assembly exchanging glances. Was this demon truly jesting on such a battlefield? Yet, just as they prepared to eliminate this demon, one member of the Celestial Assembly was indeed struck by the weapons of the warships. Instinctively, the member summoned cosmic energy for protection, only to have this energy transmuted into an abundance of gold coins the moment it was conjured by the abyssal energy. The myriad phenomena unfolding on the battlefield left the members of the Celestial Assembly feeling quite unsettled. Although they had yet to suffer significant losses, Permitting these demons to transmute the material of this universe into abyssal energy would undoubtedly spell disaster for the cosmos, a situation utterly intolerable. Consequently, the members of the Celestial Assembly began to devise alternative strategies to confront these demons. Across various battlefronts, they withdrew from combat, reforming into smaller squads. Poised to intervene the moment a demon exhibited a vulnerability, swiftly defeating the foe to gain the upper hand. As the Celestial Assembly members initiated their new maneuvers, the abyssal demons, too, began to draw closer to one another on the battlefield, seemingly ceding ground. Leaders such as Arisam quickly discerned this shift, albeit with a sense of puzzlement. If the demons clustered too closely, the members of the Celestial Assembly could seize the opportunity to banish them entirely from this universe. Yet, recognizing the fleeting nature of opportunity, the Celestial Assembly members acted with alacrity, systematically herding the abyssal demons towards a designated location. Sensing the Celestial Assembly's intentions, the demons intensified their resistance, persistently attempting to breach the Assembly's blockade. However, this very defiance only reinforced the belief among the Celestial Assembly members that their plan was indeed viable. Numerous members of the Celestial Assembly exerted themselves to further delay the demons' movements. The formidable weapons crafted under the Assembly's regulations proved effective, leading to the apparent retreat of the abyssal demons. Observing this, Arisam exhaled in relief, recognizing that even if these 7 individual cosmic-level entities did not represent the entirety of the enemy's strength, they were certainly pivotal figures. Should they succeed in banishing these foes beyond the cosmos, they could then exploit the spatial fissures on that distant planet to locate the world from whence the demons had entered this universe, subsequently shattering it and resolving the crisis at hand. With this thought in mind, Arisam redoubled his efforts. However, unbeknownst to them, the abyssal energy began to coalesce once more. Ordinarily, such a development would not escape the watchful gaze of the Celestial Assembly members, but under the emotional sway of the 7 demon lords, they overlooked this ominous change. As the Celestial Assembly members grew increasingly aggressive, the demons' resistance intensified correspondingly. The chains of lust, the arrogant sword of pride, the gluttonous stomach of excess, the toxic mist of envy, the wrathful horns of fury, the greedy scepter of avarice, and the lethargic inaction of sloth, each demon wielded their unique power. The slothful demon, devoid of any weapon, merely sought to prolong the onslaught against the Celestial Assembly, rendering even the space around them inert and significantly slowing the encirclement efforts of the Assembly. Demons, you shall face the judgment of the Celestials. You will come to regret your intrusion into this universe. At that moment, the entire star system resonated with Arisam's frigid voice as his formidable divine presence pressed heavily upon the abyssal demons. Yet, his proclamation incited a chorus of derisive laughter from the multitude of demon lords. The judgment of the Celestials? That was merely the appetizer of our grand feast. How amusing you are, celestial being. After mocking, the 7 abyssal deities transformed into 7 radiant stars of varied hues, resonating with one another. An endless torrent of abyssal energy, rich with diverse attributes, swirled and converged. In that moment, each member of the Celestial Assembly faced profound trials, as 7 distinctly different emotions surged within them. Even the mightiest of the celestial beings found it challenging to shake off the impact of these sentiments in such a short span. The battlefield was once again thrown into disarray by the abyssal deities, with some members of the Celestial Assembly distanced from the rest, being enveloped in a counter-surround by the abyssal forces. This unexpected turn of events ignited a sense of fury among the celestial beings, as what seemed to be the conclusion suddenly morphed into chaos. Nevertheless, they resolved to drive the abyssal deities back. Yet the deities of sloth and gluttony stepped forth to impede their advance. Those celestial members encircled by the abyssal forces sensed the peril and resolved to flee. But the abyssal beings would not grant them such a reprieve. The combined abyssal energy of 5 deities ensnared the celestial beings, rendering their celestial weapons, no matter how formidable, futile against the seemingly inexhaustible abyssal energy. At last, the celestial members began to harness cosmic energy, but their efforts only fortified the abyssal energy, creating a vicious cycle. However, the manipulation of cosmic energy proved beneficial for their escape. and several celestial members managed to break free, while 2 remained trapped within the abyssal energy, unable to extricate themselves without external aid. In the distance, Arisum and other celestial members took note of the situation. Although the 2 abyssal deities could not fully obstruct them, they could certainly delay their progress. Once the celestial members overcame the barriers posed by the deities of sloth and gluttony, the situation shifted dramatically as the abyssal energy suddenly collapsed, revealing 2 new star scars amidst the implosion of abyssal energy. As the star scars emerged, the deities within eagerly surged forth. One resembled a dragon, adorned with a multitude of menacing bone spikes, while the other bore the likeness of a colossal void whale. Despite their differences, they shared a commonality of immense power and size, dwarfing even the gluttonous deities of stellar proportions. The moment they appeared, their intentions were clear as they opened their massive jaws and charged toward the 2 ensnared celestial members. To the abyss, a galaxy was insignificant in their eyes. The true feast was those 2 celestial beings. A profound sense of crisis enveloped the 2 celestial members, yet the shackles of abyssal energy rendered escape impossible. They began to fervently summon cosmic energy, desperately striving for liberation. However, in the blink of an eye, the 2 demonic entities had arrived before the 2 members of the celestial group, subsequently devouring them whole. At that moment, all members of the celestial group lost their connection to these 2 individuals. They comprehended that either the 2 members had perished or they were severed from the external world by some force. At this juncture, the reason for their disconnection was no longer a consideration for the celestial group. This scene profoundly unsettled the remaining members of the celestial group. Although they had faced annihilation before, each instance of a member being slain had come at a significant cost to the assailant or their faction. A tempest of fury surged within them. This marked a genuine and catastrophic loss since the onset of their battle with the abyssal demons, igniting a tempest of wrath in the hearts of all present. They began to disregard the devastation wrought upon the universe. As the fabric of space within this star system began to undergo widespread collapse and disintegration. Clearly, after such a heavy toll, they were prepared to abandon this galaxy in their quest to eradicate the abyssal demons, whom they deemed a dire threat. However, the subsequent actions of these demons took them by surprise. They began to orchestrate a tactical retreat for the 2 demons who had consumed the celestial group members, further inflaming the ire of the celestial members. So, you intend to flee after your feast? Chapter 181. The demonic scheme. Naturally, the members of the celestial group could not allow the 2 abyssal demons to escape unscathed. They unleashed increasingly devastating assaults. Several black voids materialized in the vicinity of the abyssal demons, indiscriminately consuming both abyssal energy and the matter of the universe alike. The very space surrounding these voids was twisted and devoured by an overwhelming force. Additionally, spatial collapses capable of banishing matter from the universe continued to manifest. Equally indifferent to friend or foe, a mere ripple could exile planets or entire star systems into the void of space. More terrifying were the rule strikes, which obliterated anything that came into contact with them, be it abyssal energy or the matter of this universe, reducing them to mere nothingness. Although these horrifying tactics posed considerable challenges to the abyssal demons and their energy, the collateral damage inflicted upon the universe was far more severe. A significant portion of this galaxy had already descended into desolation, jeopardizing its very existence. Various cosmic calamities began to unfold with relentless frequency. Stars that once had billions of years of lifespan extinguished themselves in mere moments, while spatial storms wrought by spatial fluctuations ensnared the navigational paths of countless civilizational fleets in a chaotic disarray. The planet, which nurtures life, has also been affected, as its atmosphere, an essential barrier separating life from the cosmic environment, has been ravaged by celestial calamities. Intense radiation and various disasters can swiftly obliterate billions of years of life on a planet. And even the civilization of the world initially invaded by the abyss has been utterly annihilated under the weight of these cosmic tribulations. The frequent use of such self-destructive tactics clearly indicates that the members of the Celestial Assembly have been thoroughly incensed by the abyssal demons. However, the abyssal demons remain indifferent to the ire of the Celestial Assembly. They choose to flee without concern for their reputation. For demons have never been preoccupied with appearances, Profit is what matters most. For the Abyss, this battle has resulted in a substantial conversion of cosmic material into abyssal energy, even devouring 2 members of the Celestial Assembly, while the Abyss itself has suffered minimal losses, marking a resounding victory. Even for Zhong Hong, there are explanations to be made. After all, the film has been watched, and emotions have been stirred, with the Celestial Assembly and the universe itself bearing the brunt of the injuries. Simultaneously, members of the Cosmic Elders Council observing the conflict between the Celestial Assembly and the Abyssal Demons are taken aback. The developments have unfolded in ways they could not have anticipated. Throughout their extensive existence, they have witnessed many who dared to defy the will of the Celestial Assembly. Yet apart from select few formidable individuals, the vast majority either succumbed to the Assembly's will or were crushed by it. Initially, they believed that the entity daring to confront the Celestial Assembly would be swiftly dealt with. However, it now appears that the Assembly is on the back foot, much to the delight of the Cosmic Elders, who have not relished such thrilling entertainment in a long time. Were it not for the overwhelming might of the Celestial Assembly, they would have eagerly approached to witness this grand spectacle up close. If the Cosmic Elders are so intrigued, the other cosmic factions are even more unsettled. The Kree, who are already in turmoil due to the destruction of the Accuser Ronin's fleet, momentarily quell their internal strife as more materials are analyzed and reported to the Supreme Intelligence by Kree scientists. Due to technological limitations, the Kree remain unaware of the specific events occurring in that galaxy, yet they can ascertain that a dreadful catastrophe is unfolding. Various recorded and unrecorded cosmic disasters have been observed by the Kree Empire in rapid succession. To some Kree, this appears to be an experimental weapon of an interstellar civilization, leading to a flurry of speculation, and combined with the recent threat from Zerg, the entire Kree Empire finds itself in a state of unease. However, under such immense pressure, the pride stemming from their victory over the Skrull Empire has diminished, resulting in an increase in stability for the Kree Empire, albeit subtly. The Shure Empire, part of the vast cosmic dominion, has also taken note of this situation, which evokes memories of recent events in the Milky Way galaxy. After all, their stronghold lies within it, making indifference nearly impossible. However, the occurrences in that star system far surpass those previously witnessed in the Milky Way, leaving the Shure Empire at a loss for effective solutions. Confronted with such a natural calamity, they find it exceedingly difficult to eradicate the threat, resorting instead to continual evasion. In stark contrast, Thanos reacted with greater intensity. The extraordinary nature of the circumstances caused a cold sweat to break out upon him. Consequently, he urgently reinforced his forces in the quest for the Cosmic Soul Stone and increased the bounty. At the very least, he sought to acquire an Infinity Gem to regain a semblance of security, with the Power Stone being the only one currently accessible. The Time Stone, Space Stone, and Mind Stone remain in the possession of Ancient One and Odin, while the Reality Stone is currently untraceable, and he is unprepared to obtain the Soul Stone. Perhaps he requires other artifacts or powers. Seated upon his throne, Thanos murmured to himself, contemplating the sources of power he could acquire in the short term. Despite the formidable strength of his Titan physique, it seems insufficient for the challenges ahead. Could he perhaps secure the Infinity Gauntlet first? A flurry of ingenious thoughts spiraled through Thanos' extraordinary mind. Even disregarding his physical prowess, his intellect is unparalleled. Originally a mutated Titan from Titan, he could not have ascended to such a formidable status merely through raw strength in such a brief period. Meanwhile, in the star system where the Celestial Assembly battles the Abyssal Demons, the battlefield's core can no longer be described as a mere star system. Fushed expansions, once brimming with matter, have now transformed into a void. The incessantly collapsing space, with its black voids and various fissures, resembles grotesque scars, while the vibrant energies of the abyss retreat from these blemishes, contracting further. The Celestial Assembly has dispatched a dozen members through unknown means into the heart of the Abyssal Demons, encircling them with a formidable offensive. The 2 demons that had previously devoured members of the Assembly have become the primary targets. Several Celestial members confront them, only to be met with the gluttonous satisfaction etched upon the demons' faces, inciting further rage among the Celestials. Just as they prepared to strike, 2 members of the Celestial Assembly were suddenly propelled backward, revealing 2 elongated, pitch-black tendrils in their wake. These tendrils traced back to the gaping maws of the demons, creating a linear phenomenon in the space between the demons and the celestial members. This anomaly clashed with the cosmic environment, and within the perception of the celestial assembly, it appeared as the aftermath of space being obliterated, yet was merely a manifestation of pure power. At this moment, the obliterated space began to restore itself rapidly. Meanwhile, in the distant realm where the abyssal energy was incessantly manipulated by the formidable abyssal deities, a new transformation finally unfolded. Chapter 182: Confronting the Abyss. The area where the abyssal energy converged most violently experienced a rupture in its very fabric, rendering the astronomical calamities conjured by the celestial assembly incapable of approaching that realm. This shattered space gave birth to a colossal vortex. The overwhelming abyssal energy within this vast galaxy eclipsed even the central vortex of the galaxy itself. A terrifying tempest from the abyss, accompanied by piercing shrieks, rent the cosmos asunder. The planets that had survived under the dominion of the celestial assembly and the abyssal deities were profoundly affected, as the deep azure heavens suddenly erupted with web-like crimson fissures. Initially resembling fine cracks upon porcelain, these fissures swiftly expanded into a devouring maw of the abyss, where blackness intertwined with scarlet. The abyssal energy cascaded like a torrent breaching its banks, stirring the clouds into a vortex of terror. The life upon the surfaces of these planets sensed a dread emanating from their very souls. In their terror, they beheld their shadows morphing into monstrous, three-headed, six-armed entities, clawing and gnashing to rend them asunder. Under the influence of the abyssal energy, conventional physics seemed to unravel. Some individuals remained frozen in the proud pose of raised goblets, transformed into statues of arrogance, while others, in the blink of an eye, morphed into grotesque gluttons. Flowers sprouted eyes, and the once tranquil seas displayed their wrath. Some witnessed beloved kin, consumed by jealousy, plunge weapons into their own chests, while others, in the frenzied revelry of doom, mindlessly stuffed currency into their bodies. Yet, some resigned themselves to the inevitable, lying upon the ground, awaiting death. The most terrifying aspect was the vortex itself. It was not a static calamity, but a living, voracious entity. Each time the divine radiance of the celestial assembly sought to suppress the vortex's edges, countless horrific eyes, formed from the abyssal energy, opened deep within its core. Beneath those eyes, even the members of the celestial assembly were confronted with their most profound fears. The galaxy itself bore the brunt of the escalating effects, the stars. At the moment the vortex unfurled, appeared to ignite in despair. Black holes shattered under the strain, and various celestial bodies struggled as if to save themselves, yet could only succumb to the abyss. Beneath this vortex, vast quantities of matter were consumed, prompting the abyssal deities to erupt in maniacal laughter. As the abyss grew stronger, so too did they, reaping substantial rewards from this harvest. As for the wrath of the celestial assembly, they remained indifferent. Though the few dozen members present constituted an exceedingly potent force, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the abyss. The emotional readings are as follows: Erisem at 3490, a member of the celestial group at 2980, another member at 2670, an observer at 2970, a collector at 2580, ent ego at 2470. This terrifying scene sent tremors through the most powerful beings across the universe. The emergence of such a colossal galaxy in this state left all capable observers, be they factions or formidable entities, profoundly shaken. What could this phenomenon possibly be? The tone of the majestic high celestial wavered slightly. In his extensive existence, he had never witnessed anything akin to this. The spectacle reignited a long-dormant vitality within his soul. The other members of the cosmic elders, however, paid him no mind, equally engulfed in astonishment. The shock they experienced intensified following the appearance of these abyssal demons. It had been an eternity since they felt such emotions, while the earlier encounter with the Zerg fleet had also taken them by surprise. It paled in comparison to the visual impact of this moment. At that moment, Heimdall on the rainbow bridge of Asgard cried out in anguish, shielding his eyes. His extraordinary vision allowed him to lock gazes, albeit briefly, with a myriad abyssal eyes birthed from the swirling vortex. This fleeting moment inflicted upon him a profound injury. For the first time in his extensive life, he encountered such a horrifying entity, finally grasping the terror Odin had faced on Earth. Within the Celestial Palace, the magical projection crafted by Frigga shattered with the opening of the abyssal vortex, the backlash causing her to spit blood. Loki rushed to support her, yet his trembling hands betrayed his own unease. On Thanos' warship, all devices monitoring that galaxy erupted into sparks, and, for the first time, Thanos lost his composure in front of his subordinates. Yet, they remained oblivious to his turmoil, either absent or equally stunned. The magnitude of this power seemed insurmountable, even with the Infinity Stones, leaving Thanos feeling disheartened. Regret washed over him for having entrusted the Mind Stone to Loki. As he pondered strategies, he silently resolved to avoid any confrontation with such power in the future. Arisham's cold, mechanical visage visibly darkened. What began as a trivial matter had escalated into something far more significant. Nevertheless, he sensed that the entity beyond the vortex, while formidable, had not yet reached an invincible threshold. With knowledge of its precise location, they could still engage. Observing the vast vortex incessantly absorbing cosmic matter, Arisham made a difficult decision, commanding 18 members of the Celestial Group to pursue the retreating direction of the demon. 18 members of the Celestial Assembly. Even if they could not prevail against the 9 demon gods, and that terrifying entity should still be able to endure for a while. As long as they could pinpoint the location of that presence, they would directly seek assistance from the Celestial Assembly of another universe, for at such a moment, mere pride would be a trivial matter. Observing the Celestial Assembly pursuing them, all the abyssal demon gods ceased their laughter, launching various attacks against these celestial members. They were oblivious to the fact that, at this juncture, the Celestial Assembly surely realized they could not prevent their escape. However, upon witnessing the celestial members drawing closer, even amidst the assault, a bizarre thought began to take root in their minds. They halted their attacks, a glint of schadenfreude flickering in their eyes. Even the vortex of abyssal energy lessened its pressure on the Celestial Assembly, all of which seemed to entice the celestial members to truly enter. After the abyssal vortex had thoroughly consumed the vast majority of matter within this colossal star system, it swiftly dissipated into the cosmos and simultaneously vanished before Alisam's eyes were the 18 members of the Celestial Assembly. Chapter 183. The death of the celestial beings. The copper-hued firmament was woven into an eternal tapestry of volcanic ash, with sulfurous springs erupting from fissures in the earth, carving meandering blood-red streams upon the scorched soil. The land, devoid of sunlight, was enveloped in a crimson glow, while the environment of the abyss appeared to remain unchanged through the ages, yet seemed to shift with every passing moment. The entire abyss was perpetually in chaos. But the transformations occurring at that moment were the most profound, as vast amounts of cosmic matter rained down within the abyss. The 7 demon gods of desire, along with 2 others, brought back abundant resources to the depths. A veritable rain of matter, composed of various cosmic substances, cascaded down, each droplet capable of scorching honeycomb-shaped holes into the abyssal rock. Those substances, brimming with radiation and destruction, compelled lower-tier demons to curl into hard spheres. While only high-tier demons possessed the right to amalgamate that cosmic energy, crafting delicacies from the curled-up lesser demons, among which even the abyssal flame demons could be seen. Just as the demons reveled in their ecstasy, a change swept across the abyssal sky, as 9 terrifying figures began to materialize. The mere appearance of these figures sent the demons into a fervor, a manifestation of their extreme zeal for the powers they wielded. The 7 demon gods of desire displayed their boundless might against the backdrop of the abyssal sky, a display that served both to showcase and to attract. Each held dominion over their own realm within the abyss, and such exhibitions of strength were advantageous for their territories. The other 2 demon gods, however, maintained a far lower profile, having just consumed a significant amount of energy from the Celestial Assembly and now urgently seeking a place to properly digest it. Thus, they swiftly returned to their territories within the abyss. As for the celestial members trailing behind, they were of no concern to the demon gods, who were well aware of the fate that awaited the Celestial Assembly. While they indulged in their displays of power, their gazes simultaneously drifted toward a particular location. Subsequently, they each returned to their respective realms, where a grand spectacle awaited their attention. In the most concealed fault lines of the abyss, a river of skeletal remains, forged from countless abyssal corpses, flowed serenely. The riverbed was adorned with crystallized demon skulls, each eye socket sealing a distinct demonic power, which continuously drained and transformed into an integral part of the abyss. This area was once deemed an untouched wasteland, devoid of any demonic presence. However, it now welcomed visitors. As 18 members of the Celestial Assembly materialized here amidst a distortion of abyssal energy. Upon their arrival, the members of the Celestial Assembly immediately endeavored to contact Alisham or any other higher-tier celestial beings. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they found themselves unable to transmit any messages, as if they had ventured beyond the confines of the multiverse. This notion seemed implausible to them, for they were certain they had traversed to a location within their own universe, albeit within the dominion of those demons. Realizing this, the Celestial members attempted to vacate the area. However, regardless of the direction they pursued, they could find no alternative exit, ultimately converging once more. This predicament left the Celestial members feeling vexed, as they had entirely lost their sense of direction, and the cosmic rules they once wielded had been stripped away. Most critically, there was a conspicuous absence of conventional cosmic energy, rendering them incapable of obtaining any sustenance. Should their energy be entirely expended, they would either succumb to the abyss or perish within its depths. Yet, it appeared they would not have to endure such a torturous demise, for as they regrouped, the seemingly infinite celestial canopy underwent a transformation. The abyssal sky, boundless and dark, suddenly exhibited a shattered, web-like quality. Following this, the abyssal energy erupted into a frenzy, as the hues of inky black and crimson intertwined like two battling dragons. The entire celestial expanse was contoured by this formidable force, and as the outline emerged, an indescribable terror surged from the depths of the celestial members' hearts. To their eyes, the silhouette was boundless, its enormity eclipsing all celestial bodies they had ever encountered. Even the vast galaxy they had fought against the abyssal demon could not compare. Moreover, from his silhouette emanated a dreadful power that sent shivers down their spines. It was an irresistible might, a sensation they had never before experienced since their inception, akin to confronting a universe imbued with malice towards them. Several members of the Celestial Assembly instinctively targeted the looming silhouette, sensing an urgent need to thwart its manifestation. Otherwise, they would all perish in this realm. However, their efforts were destined to be futile. Though they possessed immense power, the absence of cosmic laws rendered their energies susceptible to assimilation by the abyssal forces, inadvertently accelerating the silhouette's descent. The terrifying silhouette was none other than the abyssal will, capable of unleashing combat prowess that transcended its own rank within the depths of the abyss. At the moment this outline took form, the entire canopy of the abyss transformed. The once crimson sky was veiled, and all demons prostrated themselves upon the abyssal ground, including even the abyssal deities who bowed their heads in submission. The sole exception was the abyssal flame demon, whose gaze was filled with an insatiable thirst for power as he beheld the colossal silhouette. Though theoretically on par with the abyss, being another card of Zhong Hong, the power contained within was starkly disparate. In acknowledgement of their shared origin, the abyssal will refrain from asserting dominance over the flame demon, even granting him certain privileges within the abyss, while not treating the flame demon harshly. The palpable disparity nonetheless left a bitter taste in his heart. Yet he harbored no further thoughts, merely indulging in more small demons infused with cosmic matter. Simultaneously, the members of the celestial god group, confronting the abyssal will, erupted in furious roars. Their arrogance forbade any compromise with such a demon, though the abyssal will harbored no intentions of sparing them. Just as the celestial gods unleashed their cries of defiance, they realized they had completely lost control over their bodies, a stark reminder of the chasm that lay between their strengths. Although the abyssal will could have tormented them at will, it chose not to. A dreadful wave enveloped the location of the celestial gods, and soon they met their demise. Chapter 184. Secrets Beneath the Sea in the Vastness of the Cosmos. Arisam felt as though the heavens were collapsing. The previous loss of 2 celestial god members proved insufficient. For now, his decision had resulted in the disappearance of 18 more. Not only was he faced with potential repercussions from above, but he struggled to forgive himself. Ultimately, after leaving a few celestial gods to monitor the star system, Arisem departed with the remainder, deeming the system irreparable. There was little left, not only in terms of life, but also material, compounded by the relentless onslaught of cosmic disasters. Perhaps, on a cosmic timescale, the devastation of this star system would gradually mend, but such concerns were no longer the burden of the celestial god group. Through various means, Arisem swiftly re-established contact with other celestial groups across the universe. The celestial god group was well acquainted with such operations, having frequently extended support to other universes. Upon receiving Arisem's plea for aid, celestial groups from various universes promptly set out, and as time passed, the number of celestial gods arriving in Universe 1008611 would inevitably increase. The fate of that star system naturally captured the attention of numerous factions, leading to a palpable sense of unease among many powers and civilizations. While their rulers endeavored to suppress the information, some truths proved too formidable to be concealed. Within the celestial palace of Asgard, Loki paced anxiously, his mind troubled by the recent turn of events. Outside the palace, the protective barrier, which had been closed, flickered back to life. Although Frigga was not gravely harmed, she required a period of rest, and Odin was nowhere to be found. Loki had reached out to Thor, who, had it not been for his duty to guard Asgard, would have ventured to Earth in search of Odin. Upon hearing this news, Thor immediately set off to scour the planet for their father. After the banquet, he had been waiting for Odin's return, but time passed without any sign of him. Thor could hardly suppress his doubts. Had Odin been concealed by mortals? Meanwhile, Odin, having entered a realm of ancient echoes, was oblivious to these concerns. He was currently engaged in fierce combat within the underwater realm of Lemuria. His single eye radiated divine light, and he sensed the peculiar nature of this space. Although he could no longer perceive anything related to Earth, he was certain that this unique dimension existed upon its surface. In a moment of clarity, Odin began to unravel the true essence of this realm. Unlike Ancient One, Odin had long possessed the Tesseract, which now resided in his vault. Thus, he became aware of the energy absorbed by the fallen god through Steve Rogers. This awareness, however, had previously eluded him, only now solidifying into a confirmed realization. At his feet lay the remains of deep ones and various sea beasts, alongside corpses resembling the Celestials. Ancient One, let's return. With our combined strength, we cannot breach this space in a short time. Once I retrieve the Tesseract, all will be resolved. Understanding the crux of the matter, Odin was eager to depart and promptly informed the Ancient One, who was engaged in vanquishing the minions of the fallen god through powerful spells. The fallen deity did not confront Odin and the Ancient One. Direct combat was not its forte, and the psychological tactics it wielded were ineffective against the prepared duo. Thus, after a brief resistance, Ancient One and Odin returned to Hawaii. Upon their arrival, they observed Asgardian warships and human aircraft patrolling the skies, causing Odin's brow to furrow. Although he was unfamiliar with human customs, he recognized the Asgardian vessels as a sign of impending conflict. A sense of unease gripped him. Was there yet another invasion? Beside him, Ancient One regarded Odin with a peculiar expression, for the armed patrols of Asgardian ships and human fighters did not align with the atmosphere of a recently concluded feast. Yet, no conflict had erupted between the two factions. Odin, unwilling to let misunderstandings fester, raised his hand, summoning Gungnir, which gleamed with resplendent light. In the distance, the patrolling vessel of Asgard swiftly detected the anomaly in this vicinity. Soon, the ship descended near Odin, and upon recognizing him, the Asgardian soldiers promptly disembarked and bowed before him. What transpired? Odin inquired. I recall that you were engaged in a grand feast when I departed. Your Majesty, after your departure, we lost contact with Prince Thor, which is why we have been searching for you, one soldier explained. After learning the circumstances, Odin instructed the warriors to return to the temporary encampment. He then nodded at Ancient One before proceeding to locate Thor. After Odin's departure, Ancient One also left the area. According to Odin's plan, the energy of the Tesseract could be harnessed to combat the spatial anomaly. However, once that space was breached, there remained a formidable entity that would require attention. Although this presence did not possess the capability to contend with her and Odin, as per Ancient One's perception, she needed to prepare. In battles of such magnitude, Even minor residual effects could inflict significant harm upon humanity. Following a series of confrontations, Ancient One realized that the mirror dimension could no longer guarantee complete control of the battlefield. She required additional methods. Odin quickly pinpointed Thor's location, and in the next moment, he appeared before him. Upon seeing Odin, Thor's countenance brightened with joy. He excitedly approached Odin, and once he confirmed it was indeed his father, he used the device Tony had given him to assure their mutual friends of Odin's safety. Father. News from Asgard indicates that a significant event has recently transpired in the cosmos. Even Heimdall has been injured. Due to concerns over Thor's impulsiveness, Loki refrained from disclosing Frigga's injury. However, Heimdall's injury was indeed a grave matter, and upon hearing this, Odin furrowed his brow. He then instructed Thor to assemble a team in preparation for their return to Asgard, while he himself summoned the Bifrost to return ahead of them. Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L. DS airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury approached a heavily guarded chamber. Taking a deep breath, he instructed his subordinates to stand guard outside before swiftly entering the room. "It's good to see you again, Steve," he greeted.